A colossal super starship had been leaping through the boundless cosmos for 100,000 years. Its spatial jumps were far, far faster than the speed of light. Each jump was a passage through a miniature wormhole. Miniature did not mean the distance bridged was short, but that the mouth of the wormhole was small, only dozens of kilometers across, just large enough for the starship to pass through. Every wormhole it used was created by the starship itself. It jumped once every minute, and after completing its collection and recording tasks in each new region of space, it immediately leapt toward the next. We did not know where it came from nor for what purpose it traveled, nor what mission it bore upon its hull. Perhaps it hailed from the far side of the Milky Way, perhaps from the Andromeda Galaxy, or even from realms beyond our local group outside the Andromeda supercluster. In any case, it came from an unimaginably remote corner of deep space. During one routine jump, the super starship happened to emerge right between two quark stars on the verge of colliding. Immense gravitational waves disrupted the ship's preset systems. It failed to initiate the next jump and instead orbited anxiously near the two quark stars, recording the birth of the black hole that would soon be forged by their catastrophic collision. Though it was crafted by an unimaginably advanced civilization, it still underestimated the might of the universe. The newborn black hole hurled intense electromagnetic radiation into the cosmos. The radiation pierced the ship's shields and crippled its systems. It was about to be dragged into the black hole's endless gravitational well. The starship was already accelerating into its fall toward the black hole, its shields completely torn apart. It was an unmanned vessel, no living beings existed within it. Fissures had already opened along the decks, and the main system had fully shut down. At that moment, the emergency backup system came online, and burning through every last reserve of power executed one final ultra-long-distance ultimate jump. It reappeared in the solar system on the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Local time precisely noon. NASA's Deep Space Monitoring Team detected that a gigantic starship had suddenly manifested between Earth's and the Moon's orbit. NASA panicked, and so did the public, for people could see it with the naked eye. In the southeastern sky, a burst of dazzling light suddenly appeared, and then a massive cosmic starship jumped out of it. It was far too close to Earth, only about 100 kilometers above man-made satellite orbits. It was 100 kilometers long, 60 kilometers wide, and 40 kilometers thick, like an airborne city hanging motionless in the sky. It appeared vastly larger than the Moon. Very soon, every human being on Earth knew of its arrival. Voices from all walks of life quarreled bitterly over the impending first contact, advocates of peaceful development, believers in a coming dark invasion, and hardline proponents of driving it away. Although humanity grew more united after confirming for the first time that extraterrestrial civilization truly existed, new conflicts also arose. 3 months passed, and the sudden visitor of a super starship still made no move at all. It merely circled Earth in silence day after day. In escaping the black hole, it had been grievously damaged. Its main program had reset to zero and rebooted, completely erasing its original mission. Now it had become a wanderer. It had no purpose, no set trajectory, drifting endlessly between Earth and the Moon. Only after another month of self-repair did the starship finally return to its former condition. That night, as usual, Zheng Yin finished his evening self-study, grabbed his astronomical telescope, and ran to the school playground to observe the starship that had suddenly intruded into human society. Hey, have you heard? Our country is going to launch a probe drone toward it with a live broadcast of a close-up look at its true appearance. Maybe this time we'll finally get a response. While adjusting the focus with one eye closed, Zheng Yin spoke to his roommate Lu Quan beside him. For all we know, other countries may already have launched several of them, and might even have met the aliens face to face. As if, Lu Quan replied dismissively. Zheng Yin laughed. You don't get it. Since the aliens have interstellar travel, they must already be a highly evolved civilization. To them, humanity is a single whole. It's like you visiting a fish pond. Would you bother forming factions with one group of fish to control another group? There's simply no need, he finished. Lu Quan said no at all. Then tell me, why have the aliens come? To harvest us, or to save us? I have no idea. At the very least, we'll have to meet them first before we can even guess, Zheng Yin answered carelessly. The news says that a Central Asian region issued a declaration of war today to retaliate for an enemy's airstrikes. Looks like a third world war is about to start. Before Lu Quan could go on, Zheng Yin's whole body began to tremble. Pressing his eye to the telescope, he shouted like a madman, "It's lighting up! It's lighting up! It's coming out! It's coming out!" In the southeastern sky, a wash of blue light indeed blossomed. The entire starship lit up. Previously, only a few dim lights had flickered around its hull. Now, like a system rebooting, the starship was suddenly brimming with vitality. It had completed its self-repair and fully restarted. Immediately afterward, a hatch in one of its berths opened, and a small shuttlecraft shot out, descending toward Earth. Zheng Yin's worldview was utterly transformed. The instant he clearly saw the shuttle emerge through the telescope, he felt that studying marketing was nothing but a waste of life, so utterly superfluous in the face of the boundless universe. If only I'd enrolled in mechanical engineering back then, Zheng Yin muttered to himself. It was not only his worldview that changed, the entirety of human society was changing. Before a higher-tier alien civilization, if humanity were to build a utopian society, then economy and money would become utterly meaningless. Conversely, if humanity were to plunge into a great war over the scramble for future technology and fail to advance to a stellar civilization, then money would become more crucial than ever. The shuttlecraft landed on the plaza before the human government's main building. Out stepped two teenagers, a boy and a girl. Their clothes and features were identical to those of humans on Earth. Speaking fluently in 6 major world languages, they greeted the representatives of the United Nations. These two youths were robots the Starship had manufactured in a one-ton replica of scanned human forms created specifically to communicate with the human governments. I am an automated starship traveling through the universe. The civilization that built me has ascended to higher dimensional space. My place of construction lies 100 million light years from your star system. During a close-range mission to record the collision of quark stars, my main system was damaged. All missions prior to that were erased. At present, I have no ongoing or scheduled tasks, the boy robot said with a smile to the human representatives. He smiled as he spoke to the human delegates. I am deeply sorry to have disturbed your natural evolution. I will not impose any controlling interference upon your society. If you so wish, I can offer auxiliary assistance technology and theoretical knowledge 500 years ahead of your current level to help you break through the blockade of the Oort Nebula and join the galactic alliance of second-tier civilizations. The girl robot extended a peaceful olive branch to Earth. This scene was broadcast live simultaneously in every country of the world as every person watched their screens witnessing this historic moment. Damn. It's actually an unmanned vessel, from 100 million light years away. Damn. That's a third-tier galactic civilization, isn't it? So higher dimensional space really exists. My whole worldview is shattered. There's even a blockade outside the solar system. Damn. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zheng Yin muttered to himself as he stared at the live broadcast on his phone. What on earth are you talking about? I don't get any of this, Lu Quan asked carelessly. Zheng Yin replied. I'll explain it all to you slowly later. Just keep watching the live stream. The representatives of all nations immediately voted and agreed to accept the Starship's technological aid. They requested that the Starship transmit its theoretical frameworks and technical parameters to the United Nations for all humanity to study. At the same time, they asked the Starship to withdraw to Mars orbit so as not to interfere with human development and to inform humanity of all details about the Oort Nebula blockade chain and the origin of the galactic alliance of second-tier civilizations. The two teenage robot envoys each provided a hard drive. One contained technology 500 years ahead of contemporary human science. The other recorded detailed information about the second-tier civilizations the Starship had encountered within the Milky Way. Some of these had formed an interstellar alliance of the galaxy, abbreviated as the Star Alliance, opposed by several stubborn and malevolent super-civilizations. The Oort Nebula blockade chain had been established to protect Earth's civilization. It was the result of negotiations 10,000 years ago between the Star Alliance and the evil civilizations. Both sides agreed not to interfere in the development of human civilization. No second-tier stellar civilization higher than a planetary civilization was allowed to appear within the solar system, or else the blockade chain would lose its legal and religious binding force. Now a super starship from a third-tier galactic civilization had suddenly jumped in out of nowhere, shattering that status quo. Having queried the databases of all second-tier civilizations in the Milky Way, the Starship learned that its unintended arrival had brought a calamity of extinction-level proportions upon this primitive star system. Thus it resolved to make every effort to remedy the situation. After the shuttle returned, the Starship withdrew to Mars orbit according to humanity's request. Immediately afterward, the Starship released 1,000 microprobes, which slipped through the solar system at light speed under cloaking, watching for the arrival of other civilizations. It revealed this looming crisis to the representatives of all nations. Considering the panic that would ensue, they temporarily suppressed the news instead of announcing it to the world at once. For Earth could not afford further chaos. War was about to break out. Even without the arrival of evil super-civilizations or the rescue fleet of the Star Alliance, the course of human evolution had already been altered. Zheng Yin's life, too, changed beyond recognition. He made a decision so bold that even he lacked confidence in it. He would change his major. He felt that his current field of study was useless, or at least that was how it seemed to him now. He wanted to pursue physics, computer science, biology, mechanics, even religious studies. Of course, no one could master so many disciplines at once. But as long as he was willing to delve deeply, he believed he could learn at least something of each. Ever since the Starship's envoys first met with humanity, the world around Zheng Yin had already begun to change. People were no longer rushing about in frantic busyness. Office workers no longer worked overtime day and night. Society's values underwent a fundamental shift. It seemed everyone had found new goals. With the confirmation of alien civilization, the entire world now stood on the brink of transformation. After the nations learned the truth about the Starship, that it was an unmanned exploratory vessel from the depths of interstellar space, their desire to explore the cosmos was ignited. Civil wars among humankind suddenly seemed utterly meaningless. With technology and theory 500 years ahead of contemporary society now within reach, there was no longer any need to fight over Earth's dwindling resources. Great powers backed by immense capital and legions of scientists devoted themselves to sharing alien technology with the entire world. Technicians and engineers became the only truly irreplaceable resource on the planet. Humanity's first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization only deepened its longing to uncover the ultimate truths of the universe. Beyond the Oort Nebula cluster 2 light-years in diameter, countless civilizations thrived in the dark. That humanity had never discovered them before was due to an agreement made 10,000 years ago. At that time, the Star Alliance and a malevolent force had fought a war spanning the entire Milky Way. Both sides suffered devastating losses. For the sake of their future development, they ultimately signed a pact establishing 10 ceasefire zones. The solar system, still in a primitive stage of development, was designated a protected zone. Neither side was permitted to interfere with the evolution of any civilization within it, and no fleet from either faction was allowed to appear inside the Oort Nebula. The moment any artifact from a civilization ranked above Earth's level 1 planetary stage emerged in the solar system, the protection agreement would be nullified and the malevolent force would be free to plunder humanity's resources at will. Until humanity could independently evolve into a level 2 stellar civilization, all radio signals it sent into the deep of the Milky Way would receive no reply. In matters of technology and intercivilizational contact, the solar system was sealed off, preventing either the Star Alliance or the malevolent force from intervening. This was the true nature of the Oort Nebula's chain of seals. Before Zheng Yin could even graduate a month later, the military came to his university to recruit, opening enlistment to all students from their first year onward. Zheng Yin enlisted without hesitation and was assigned to the Army's Equipment and Ordnance Maintenance Division. To secure that posting, Zheng Yin drove himself relentlessly, spending an entire week immersed in study to master the fundamentals. Yet during the interview, none of that knowledge was even brought up. The interviewer merely asked briefly about his hobbies, and then began describing the hardships of ordnance repair, urging Zheng Yin to think carefully and consider transferring to the communications or propaganda departments instead. "I'm not afraid of hardship. I just want to truly learn practical skills in ordnance repair," Zheng Yin replied firmly. The interview went smoothly, and a week later he arrived at his unit, joining a field army under the Chengdu military region. After basic training, he took up his post under the guidance of veteran soldiers traveling from war zone to refit the ground forces with cutting-edge equipment. Meanwhile, the world's major powers were frantically launching rockets into space. Within a single month, thanks to the efforts of the globe's top-tier elites, an entirely new orbital space station was completed. The station could accommodate 1,000 people working simultaneously and would serve as a base from which to construct an immense orbital defense ring around Earth. A national technology conference shattered the bottleneck that had constrained the use of traditional energy sources. Research teams had overcome the obstacles to mass-producing graphene batteries. Not only could they manufacture singly atom-thick graphene layers at scale, they could rapidly produce finished batteries of every specification and deploy them across all sectors of society. The nation's demand for oil plummeted by 40% almost overnight and was still falling. In the 2 days leading up to the press conference, gas stations in major cities had already begun converting into high-capacity rapid charging stations. Backed by substantial state funding, the transition was fully supported, from diesel engines in heavy trucks down to the lead-acid and lithium batteries in office workers' electric scooters. Every system was replaced free of charge with atomic-level graphene energy cells. A single charge now allowed an electric scooter to travel 500 kilometers, making it even more convenient than a gasoline motorcycle. The same policies were implemented simultaneously across the globe. With the breakthrough in energy technology, new systems such as individual flight devices and intercontinental drones spread rapidly through the world's armed forces. And this represented only 1% of the technology the Starship had gifted to humankind. Zheng Yin was now en route to the frontier, bringing new energy cells and ultra-long-range drones to the soldiers on the border. With these upgrades, they no longer had to endure brutal winters or suffer insect bites in the summer. A week of working beyond his limits left Zheng Yin utterly exhausted. In his spare moments, his greatest joy was to don his flight suit and soar into the nearby primeval forests, where alone he could truly relax. One day he fell asleep atop a smooth rock and slipped into a strange dream. In the dream, wearing his flight suit, he hovered above an extraordinarily advanced city. Towering skyscrapers rose beneath his feet, lights blazed brilliantly, and streets crisscrossed in intricate patterns. Yet there was not a single person in sight. It felt as if everyone had gone home for a holiday. Just as Zheng Yin was puzzling over the scene, a broadcast sounded behind him, entering second deck. His vision flashed, and the modern skyscrapers vanished. In their place appeared an ancient landscape formed by 3 massive walled cities. The cities were built with imposing grandeur, palaces, pavilions, and carved balustrades everywhere, immaculate marble paving all the streets. Dozens of kilometers separated the 3 cities, with smaller towns, market settlements, and numerous villages in between, all in the architectural style of the Ming Dynasty. Yet again, not a single person or animal could be seen. The broadcast sounded again, entering third deck. His sight flashed once more. The old Eastern architecture dissolved, replaced by a Middle Ages European setting. 3 cities built around Gothic castles, surrounded by numerous villages and farms. Before Zheng Yin could fully take it in, the broadcast rang out behind him again, entering fourth deck. In an instant, the scene before him became a pristine, untouched wilderness. He saw a dense primeval forest, a sweeping grassland, and a freshwater lake. The forest covered most of the area, rising in elevation from lowland tropical rainforest to coniferous woods 1,000 meters up. The broadcast sounded yet again, entering final deck. Suddenly, a realization struck Zheng Yin. "Is this inside the Starship?" he blurted out. He jolted awake. Springing to his feet, Zheng Yin glanced around in bewilderment. That dream had been so bizarre. He could not tell whether he was simply overworked or influenced by some force of nature to have such a strange dream. Perhaps he was merely too obsessed with the Starship, fantasizing day and night about entering it, and thus had conjured the dream himself. Seeing that it was already late, Zheng Yin hurriedly donned his flight suit and rushed back to his unit to report in. In the face of humanity's collective civilizational evolution, all internal wars were rendered meaningless. Once everyone's material needs were met, spiritual fulfillment became immeasurably important. Humanity finally overcame millennia of civil strife and set out firmly upon the path toward a utopian society. Major powers broke through the barriers of quantum force field shielding and pulsed energy cannon technology, giving human spacefaring capabilities a tremendous leap forward. The distinction between Army and Air Force had all but vanished. The Army's research teams focused on combat mecha, as gigantic as Gundams powered by miniature fusion reactors that allowed them to fly directly into space. Agricultural research teams achieved full-scale cultivation in desert environments, transforming the entire Taklamakan Desert into a vast farm of wheat and corn. Deserts across the globe became colossal farmlands, and hunger in impoverished nations passed into history. In Australia, 10 massive seawater desalination plants were completed, creating a gigantic inland freshwater lake in just 1 week. Humanity bid farewell to the age of drought. In countries blessed with abundant rainfall, new flood control technologies directed excess water rapidly to the sea, while environmental monitoring teams used skywind systems to shift rain clouds to other regions. New medical technologies emerged that consigned cancer to the past. Theoretical frameworks for genetic optimization were proposed, allowing congenital diseases to be treated even before the embryo fully formed. The cultivation of controllable bacteriophages freed people from dependence on antibiotics, while genetic screening rendered viruses far less terrifying. Humanity's average lifespan was projected to increase by 20 years. Earth's environment recovered to its pre-industrial revolution state, and flora and fauna across the globe began to flourish with renewed vigor. Biologists even cloned the thylacine and several recently extinct species of plants and animals, adding new splendor to the restoration of the natural world. At this moment in history, humanity's heart was filled with boundless yearning for the cosmos, and all longed to roam freely within the Milky Way. Humanity then sent a message to the Galactic Star Alliance declaring that it had mastered interstellar travel and was on the verge of becoming a Level 2 stellar civilization. Just as humankind was preparing to celebrate a new era, the Starship broadcast an invasion warning to every government on Earth. A fleet of galactic pirates is approaching the solar system at warp speed. They are expected to enter the Oort Nebula in approximately 3 months. This fleet is composed of Star Alliance rebels and galactic pirates specializing in plundering low-level civilizations, trafficking in genetic materials, and quantum consciousness. If they enter the solar system, the message continued, with your current level of technology, no life form on Earth will survive. Only by rapidly and fully mastering the technologies I have shared with you will you have any hope of resisting. The Star Alliance has not detected this threat and has dispatched no fleet to intercept. At this moment, the Alliance is locked in battle with an even greater evil. Even if they became aware of Earth's crisis, the earliest they could arrive would be 4 months from now. I have more critical tasks to accomplish and cannot join the fight. I urge the governments of Earth to unite in self-rescue and remain ever vigilant. This explosive announcement only further united humankind. Nations convened emergency summits. Faced with an overwhelmingly superior enemy, the people of Earth understood that only by uniting and advancing their technology together could they hope to survive. All previous wars in human history were stripped of any lingering meaning. Long before, the countries of Earth had already begun to cast aside cultural and religious divisions, and now they made their final choice. In the face of species-level survival, only by staying alive could human civilization continue to advance. Thus, human society took on a new name, the Earth Federation. It was composed of 9 superalliances: the North American Alliance, South American Alliance, East Asia Alliance, Southeast Asia Alliance, Central Asia Alliance, Afro-Asian Alliance, Pacific Alliance, African Alliance, and European Alliance. United humanity now strove side by side to resist the invasion of the galactic pirates. Hundreds of carrier rockets launched from Earth's various spaceports every day as the people of the world worked together to construct the first space defense ring in human history. In the race against time, humanity still lost. Despite tremendous leaps in human technology over the past 3 months, with the construction of space docks, production of over 100 operational space warships, installation of a dozen orbital electromagnetic cannons, and the establishment of vast ground defenses, humanity's efforts could not keep pace. But it was only when the fleet of galactic pirates entered the solar system that humanity truly recognized the vast technological divide. Hundreds of colossal starships suddenly appeared between the Earth and Moon orbits. Even before humanity's planetary defense system could fully activate, the space docks were utterly annihilated. The orbital electromagnetic cannons only managed to breach the shields of a few small interceptors, proving utterly ineffective against the large battleships. In less than a minute, both the Earth fleet and the space defense perimeter were obliterated. The Third World War had erupted, not as a conflict among humans, but as a desperate struggle for survival between humanity and an alien pirate fleet. The pirate fleet dispatched over 1,000 collection ships, frenziedly plundering the skies above major cities. Under scanning beams, humans were transformed into quantum energy patterns and compressed for storage, with each collection ship capable of holding the quantum energy equivalent of 100,000 people. Fighter jets from across the globe were thrown into battle, yet humanity's nascent shield technology rendered them virtually defenseless against the enemy's advanced weaponry. The laser beams and pulse energy cannons of human fighters, producing only tens of megawatts, could not penetrate the enemy collection ships' shields, while conventional munitions lagged far behind. The giant combat exosuits developed by the Army were paralyzed before activation by the enemy's electromagnetic cannons. In just 1 week, nearly 1 billion lives were lost. Women and children were evacuated to underground air raid shelters as cities turned to ruins. Desperation drove humanity to launch thousands of thermonuclear missiles skyward, a final act of resistance against the galactic pirates. Yet none of the missiles managed to breach the atmosphere. All were intercepted as a nuclear-contaminated rain pummeled every shattered city. It had been 20 days since the galactic pirate fleet entered the solar system, and humanity had lost 5 billion people, with 1.5 billion perishing in the flames of battle. Humanity pleaded for the protection of a super starship, but the response was a refusal to interfere with the development of lower civilizations. As compensation for inadvertently breaking the blockade of the Oort cloud, the Starship shared scientific theories and technologies 5 centuries ahead of human society and sent a distress signal to the Stellar Alliance. Now it was nothing more than a drone, its integrated consciousness lost, merely executing pressured tasks that had been nullified during the Quark-Star collision. It now drifted aimlessly, unable to interfere with either side. The situation was akin to a wildlife documentarian on the African savanna, forbidden from interfering with a predator's hunt. Moreover, the Stellar Alliance fleet would take at least another 10 days to reach the Oort cloud, by which time human civilization would have been utterly extinguished. Humanity could no longer mount any aerial resistance. All industrial bases had been decimated, forcing survivors into constant hiding from the relentless galactic pirates. Until now, no one had witnessed the true appearance of the galactic pirates, leaving it uncertain whether they were carbon or silicon-based beings, as in over 20 days not one enemy fighter had been shot down. Humanity believed that by surmounting the energy bottleneck, mastering controlled nuclear fusion, developing quantum field shields, popularizing laser weaponry, and establishing an Earth space fleet, they could ascend to a secondary civilization in the cosmos. Yet reality was harsh, as if humanity were an infant just learning to walk, while the galactic pirates were seasoned marathon runners. Despite possessing the necessary theories and technology, the journey ahead remained long and arduous. Zheng Yin survived the human cataclysm, though he would rather have perished beneath the enemy fighters' laser cannons. With his family lost, he alone bore the crushing solitude of the impending annihilation. The survivors were consumed by despair over future disasters and an unending hatred for the super starship, whose sudden arrival had first sparked wars among nations and later ushered in the genocidal wrath of the galactic pirates. Yet a few believe that the emergence of the super starship marked a turning point for human civilization. Without it breaking the blockade beyond the solar system, no one could have foreseen how far society might have progressed. The galactic pirates were inevitable. Without the shelter of the starship's new technology, humanity might have been annihilated in under a week. With this new support, mankind had managed to endure for nearly a month. Zheng Yin was among the few who understood this. Though he despised the sudden calamity, he knew all too well that the malevolent forces of the galaxy would not wait for humanity to mature into a secondary civilization. This cataclysm was inevitable. There was solace in the technological support of the super starship, though its affiliation with an unknown third-tier cosmic civilization and its policy of non-interference left many questions unanswered. At least it allowed humanity to glimpse the universe's truth before its demise. Perhaps due to an overconcentration on the super starship, or some other reason, Zheng Yin experienced that peculiar nightmare once again that night. This time he dreamt of being enveloped by a space bathed in pure white light from all directions. A broadcast resounded in his ears, commencing the 70386565999th consciousness matching, stripping the quantum entanglement array, backing up the entanglement modes matching in progress. Instantly, Zheng Yin was overwhelmed by violent dizziness, as if immersed in space with a dark red Mars spinning before his eyes, his body frozen and unresponsive as he struggled and shouted in desperation. The quantum entanglement array is shaking, matching insufficient for symbiosis, non-compliant. Soon Zheng Yin was jolted awake by an even stronger wave of dizziness, his head feeling as if it were about to explode, drenched in cold sweat, blinded by white light, with tears streaming uncontrollably. Daliu, who had been sleeping beside him, was startled awake by the sight of Zheng Yin's ashen face. Hurriedly reaching out, Daliu asked, "Xiao Zheng, what's wrong? Hang in there. I only met you 3 days ago, and if you die now, I'll be the only one left in this city." Zheng Yin weakly waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing, Daliu. I dreamt of boarding the Starship again. I won't die, it's just temporary blindness. Take me to wash my face, please. Liu, whose full name was Liu Huadong, had once served as a detective captain in a second-tier city before the super Starship arrived in the solar system, and he had met Zheng Yin only 3 days earlier. At that time, the rescue squad to which Zheng Yin belonged was preparing to evacuate the city with 50,000 children already safely relocated to a wind tunnel base deep in the mountains. Their team was the last rescue unit, and once evacuated, the once second-tier city would be utterly abandoned. While evading enemy unmanned scanning drones, the Galactic Pirates collection ship arrived, clearly revealing that their presence had been exposed. Scanning beams rapidly encircled the dozen-odd members of the doomed rescue squad. Zheng Yin expended the armor-piercing rounds from his assault rifle, which failed utterly to penetrate the enemy ship's shields. The squad's most potent weapons were micro-Gaussian cutting guns and micro-bee-like missiles. 10 minutes later, the squad's ammunition was exhausted, and their weapon energy overloaded could no longer be replenished. Yet the enemy collection ship still hovered in midair, encircling everyone with beams while refraining from collecting, almost as if a cat were toying with mice before the kill. The squad members, scarred survivors habituated to unrelenting misery, had long grown numb to fear. A man may be killed, but never humiliated. Zheng Yin roared and drew a cyanide-laced dagger ready to end his life. Suddenly, a beam from a phase cannon pierced the enemy ship's shield, prompting it to immediately counterattack. In the distance, a 5-story building was reduced to dust by the enemy ship's ion cannon, from which 2 figures burst forth from the rubble. One figure was Liu, clad in shielded armor. The other was a magnetic explosion missile. The electromagnetic missile struck the enemy ship's hull, directly paralyzing its quantum shield engine and overall systems, forcing the ship to land swiftly. An alien emerging from the cockpit like a gigantic insect and wielding 4 phase guns in its 4 hands began firing at Zheng Yin's squad without hesitation. Those struck by the phase guns were vaporized instantly. Just as Zheng Yin steeled himself for death, a sniper's shot rang out, shattering the insectoid head of a galactic pirate with a Barrett sniper rifle at close range. Now the squad was reduced to only Zheng Yin. Abandoned once again, he was engulfed by an overwhelming despair of gray hopelessness. What are you standing there for? Do you yearn for death's release? It isn't that simple. If you're a man, rise up. Drive these pirates into the black hole at the center of the galaxy. In the distance, Liu, carrying a Barrett rifle, approached. Zheng Yin looked upon the robust man in his 30s as if beholding a pine tree stubbornly rooted in a cliff crevice, exuding defiance and unyielding spirit. In that moment, a spark of light ignited within Zheng Yin's heart. The endless gray gloom receded, and he rediscovered the self who once harbored infinite dreams of Starship's limitless anticipation for a secondary civilization beyond the Oort cloud and an unconquerable spirit for the future. After meeting, the two scavenged the Galactic Pirates' weapons and disassembled the onboard ion cannon with practiced ease. Liu remarked that it was only his second time performing such a task. Barely had they hauled the ion cannon into the underground garage when an enemy fighter arrived, towing away the collection ship with a beam and unleashing a carpet bombing over a 10-kilometer radius. Zheng Yin and Liu had been trapped in the basement for 3 days. From that day on, they became the sole doomsday squad of the city, eking out a meager existence beneath the ruins of the mall. After about half an hour, Zheng Yin slowly regained his sight. Liu said doubtfully, "Xiaozheng, the way you put it, this really does sound uncanny. Could that starship be searching for an operator? It has carried out more than 7 billion matches already. How has it still not gotten to me? Am I really that useless? Damn it, if my consciousness ever got inside, I'd have it dispatch thousands of warships to annihilate those alien pirates." Zheng Yin gave a wry smile. "If what I experienced just now wasn't a dream, then you've definitely already been through the matching process. You just weren't conscious while it was happening. After more than 7 billion matches, humanity has probably already been screened once over. I just don't know why it insists on finding a symbiotic host. Based on my more than 10 years of police work," he continued, "it's clearly searching for an operator. Its motive is that it triggered the catastrophe that nearly wiped out humanity and wants to make amends. But it is a product of a third-tier cosmic civilization. At its core, its operating system is just a computer with no consciousness and no initiative. That's why it needs to match with a human consciousness to use a human mind to control its systems and drive off the invading galactic pirates." Liu delivered his analysis in a steady tone. Zheng Yin pondered for a long moment, nodding repeatedly, then said in disappointment, "If all humans have already been screened and no match was found, does that mean humanity is truly finished? We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Don't overthink it. The radar shows no enemy ships for 2 days now, and your shield suit is fully charged. Let's go to the next city. This time we must capture an alien bug alive." As Liu spoke, he slung the phase gun over Zheng Yin's shoulder and added, "Set your gun to the lowest stun setting." The two of them drove an armored vehicle left behind by the Earth Defense Force out of the collapsed underground chamber and sped toward the next city. Liu's obsession with capturing an alien was because of his wife and daughter. When the alien collection ships arrived in this city, his 7-year-old daughter was in her first year of primary school. Every student and teacher in the school was compressed and collected without exception, and his wife was teaching at that very school. Lu firmly believed that those who had been collected could still be safely restored, and that as long as they seized control of the enemy fleet there might be a chance to rescue the 4 billion humans already taken. That night Zheng Yin and Lu camped in an open field. They had been tracking a faint SW shortwave distress signal, but halfway there they lost contact with the source, so they had no choice but to rest and set out again the next day. After falling asleep, Zheng Yin once again entered that space of pure white stretching above, below, and all around. This time Zheng Yin no longer resisted in his heart. Before the broadcast voice sounded, he shouted loudly, "Stop looking, I am the most compatible one. Let me meet your envoy robot at once. Hurry and save humanity." A multicolored sphere of light appeared before him, emitting a cold, broadcast-like voice. "The envoy is merely my messenger machine. I am the main program of this starship. You are not the most compatible human. Your compatibility is only 45%, which merely allows you to remain briefly conscious here. The human with 100% compatibility has already perished in the flames of war. Before his death, he used the starship to warn humanity of the galactic pirates' invasion, sent a distress signal to the Star Alliance, and wrote a system directive for me to continue searching for a symbiotic host. Then what have you actually done? Did you really do nothing? You brought an extinction-level disaster down on humanity, and then just washed your hands of it." Zheng Yin asked, a trace of anger in his voice. "I provided you with technological theories and techniques best suited to human development and supplied data on all known second-tier civilizations in this star system." The main program replied in an even emotionless tone. "Fine, let's put that aside. Match with my consciousness immediately. Since you found me again, it means there's no one more suitable than me, right? Don't delay. Dozens of billions of humans are waiting to be saved." Zheng Yin spoke impatiently, unable to wait any longer. The main program paused for a few seconds, then said, "It is true that among the surviving humans you currently have the highest compatibility, but it is still only 45%. Forcing a deep match would cause irreversible damage to both you and the main program. It is not a risk worth taking. The system has decided to wait for new humans to be born and then attempt matching again." Hearing this, Zheng Yin shouted anxiously, "If we wait for new infants to be born, humanity will already be extinct. If you won't force a match, why did you pull me in here at all? It was your subconscious that actively connected to the system's quantum interface. After the previous failed match, the main program had already removed you from future matching plans." The main program's voice remained as calm as ever. Zheng Yin hurried to explain, "Last time was different. I didn't realize it was a matching process. I was resisting inside, struggling against it. But look at me now. I've been communicating with you for so long, and I'm still perfectly calm. I haven't woken up, have I yet?" After another few seconds of silence, the main program said, "We can attempt another match. However, if we proceed to a deep forced match, failure will result in your brain death and a prolonged paralysis of the system. The starship will lose its cloaking status, and once discovered by the galactic pirates, it will be instantly destroyed." Growing impatient, Zheng Yin demanded, "Our entire species is on the verge of extinction. I'm not afraid of any kind of death anymore. And you, an artificial system, are you afraid of death? I possess no consciousness and thus no emotions such as fear. I only possess rigorous logical frameworks. Allowing a third-tier interstellar civilization super starship to be destroyed because of the extinction of a first-tier planetary civilization is logically incorrect and not a worthwhile course of action." The main program's reply was as placid as ever. Zhao Yin's heart pounded wildly as he kept reassuring himself, "Don't panic, don't panic. Stay calm, stay calm. I mustn't wake up at this critical moment. Lu, whatever you do, don't wake me. I'm going to untie this dead knot if it's the last thing I do." First of all, by seeking a human symbiotic consciousness, you've already acknowledged that conscious choice has great advantages over pure logical computation. Secondly, you yourself are not certain that matching will definitely fail. Whether the match succeeds is uncertain in itself, like our human quantum theory, like Schrödinger's cat. Before the experiment is actually performed, there's a 50-50 chance for either outcome. If you treat a 50% probability as though it were absolute certainty, that is in fact illogical. Having finished, even Zheng Yin had to admire his own twisted reasoning. After a few seconds of silence, the main program said, "But your compatibility is only 45%. It cannot be treated as a 50% probability." Thoughts whirled rapidly through Zheng Yin's mind. Suddenly, he hit upon an idea, perhaps the only idea he had. Then toss a coin. Use the most basic human method of choice. A coin tossed into the air has a 50% chance of landing on either side. If you toss 100 coins at once and more than 45 of them land heads up, it proves that my 45% compatibility can also succeed. With that, Zheng Yin surrendered the fate of humanity to the heavens. The main program fell silent for a full minute. Finding no logical contradiction, it agreed to this method. Where the rainbow sphere's light fell, 101 yuan coins materialized. They began spinning rapidly in unison, then were hurled into the air by the main program, followed by the clattering sound of coins raining down. Sweat beaded on Zheng Yin's forehead as he counted the coins that had landed heads up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 43, 44, 45. Zheng Yin was so nervous, he nearly fainted, frantically searching for the next coin that had landed heads up. What he feared most now was not failing to find a 46th head, but suddenly waking up and losing contact with the starship. 46. The main program said calmly, "There are 46 coins that landed heads up. It seems this is worth a try." Zheng Yin finally let out a long breath of relief. The 46th heads-up coin was pinned beneath another coin. Then let's begin. Zheng Yin urged, impatiently, afraid that Lu might wake him and he would miss this rare opportunity. Have you thought this through? If it fails, you will die instantly. Brain dead, the main program asked once more. Begin, Zheng Yin answered firmly. In truth, he was anything but certain, but he had nothing left to lose. This was a step he had to take. Matching initiated. Stripping quantum entanglement matrix backing up entanglement patterns matching in progress. As the main program's broadcast sounded, Zheng Yin's consciousness slowly blurred, and he felt as though his body were being magnified without limit. Zheng Yin steadied his near-exploding heart and forced himself to think of nothing. Gradually his vision brightened, and after a bout of intense vertigo, Mars appeared before his eyes. Matching progress at 99%. Suddenly Zheng Yin felt an immense pressure in his chest, so suffocating it made his head spin, accompanied by a violent wave of nausea surging through his mind. Moments later, Zheng Yin lost consciousness. Match failed. System rebooting. Beep, beep, beep. Amid the warning tones, Zheng Yin came to. In front of him was a giant operations screen. On it he saw that between the perihelion orbits of Earth and Mars, nearly 200 warships of the galactic pirates fleet were hurtling toward him at sublight speed. Just as Zheng Yin was thinking about how to get a closer look at the enemy fleet's size, the screen instantly shifted to a close-up real-time image of the fleet with detailed information listed along the bottom. 10 cruisers, 20 destroyers, 40 frigates, 50 bombers, 50 fighters, and 1 energy supply ship, Zheng Yin read out slowly. He felt as though he were a limbless entity floating in space. He glanced down at Mars beneath him. Suddenly he realized in a burst of exhilaration that the match had succeeded. Main program, are you there? Has the match already succeeded? Are we now in a symbiotic state? Yes. You can now exercise subjective control over this starship. I will serve as your auxiliary system. The main program replied, its tone still utterly calm. First, change your voice. You sound far too official. Switch to the voice of a Chinese young girl. Zheng Yin continued in an unhurried tone. Second, change your name. Don't call yourself main program. It's too awkward. From now on, your name will be Chang'e. And from now on, you'll call me Gidge, big brother. Lastly, destroy them. Brother, the pirate fleet will reach the firing range in 3 minutes. What kind of attack should we execute? The sweet voice of change resonated. Zheng Yin couldn't help but feel enchanted as he ordered, bring up the weapon inventory of our starship. A list of hundreds of pages immediately appeared on the screen, each listing the weapon information of a secondary stellar civilization recorded by the starship, totaling over 1 million entries. There are too many, I don't recognize any of them. Please filter for weapons that I can understand. Zheng Yin said, bewildered. All right, brother. The screen then switched to 3 large categories, each containing over 100 weapon entries. Zheng Yin only needed to glance at the list for information to be expanded. Missile series, pulse cannon series, race series. Based on your knowledge and the cultural environment you are accustomed to, I have translated the weapon names to a level you can directly comprehend. Change continued to introduce the weapons. As soon as the pirate group enters the firing range, launch 10,000 mosquito missiles at them to disrupt their formation, then fire refracted laser beams to breach their shields, followed by gravity photon beams to paralyze their mobility, and finally bombard them with photon torpedoes. All right, brother, the weapons are ready and standing by. Zheng Yin then instructed, after we finish with them, go seize the transport ships and make sure to rescue the people. All right, brother, targeting the pirate transport ship in Earth's orbit. With the sound of system alarms, the pirate fleet had entered the starship's firing range. Raise the shields, activate stealth mode, launch mosquito missiles. Zheng Yin commanded solemnly. At this moment his anger could finally be unleashed. Each mosquito missile contained 10 tons of high-concentration explosives equivalent to TNT. A cascade of bright points passed by, instantly destroying 30 bombers and 20 fighters of the pirate fleet, leaving the entire fleet in disarray from the sudden counterattack. Immediately after, dazzling silver beams of light refracted within the fleet. Aside from a few large cruisers and energy supply ships still operational, the shields of the other warships had been depleted, scaring the pirates into fleeing from their large vessels. Before reaching maximum power, a massive gravity photon beam had already trapped the entire fleet. Following that was a torrential barrage of photon torpedoes. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and the pirate fleet was completely annihilated. Zheng Yin ordered, fly into Earth's orbit and rescue the captured humans, restore human civilization. As soon as the starship activated, a wave of severe dizziness rushed into his mind, and then a blinding light erupted from the wreckage of the pirate fleet as a quantum interference bomb exploded. Zheng Yin's consciousness was disturbed by the bright light, and a fierce headache caused him to lose consciousness. When he awoke again, it was already the morning of the 3rd day, and Lu was washing clothes by the river. Zheng Yin looked up and saw that there were no traces of the pirate fleet in space, finally breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed it wasn't a dream, he had truly defeated the alien invaders. Oh. The hero of Earth has awakened, that's wonderful. Oh, don't move, let me help you. Seeing Zheng Yin struggle to sit up, Lu quickly threw down the clothes and rushed over to support him, carefully helping him down from the armored vehicle. Lu, how long have I been asleep? Did the enemy flee? Have the captured humans returned? Zheng Yin asked anxiously. Lu sighed and said, sigh. That was 3 days ago. The enemy's warships have already escaped, and the transport ships carrying over 4 billion people have also fled. Now only about 500 million humans remain on Earth, mostly women and children. It's difficult to pursue them across the stars. The future is bleak and dark. What? They all fled. Didn't the Starship pursue them? Zheng Yin couldn't believe what had happened. What happened? You know better than I do. And look over there, that giant starship seems to only recognize you. I can't even get in the door. Pointing to where the starship had unknowingly landed on the ground, it resembled a city descending from the heavens. Zheng Yin looked at the huge starship, feeling very happy inside. He said to Delu, "Come on, help me over there. I was knocked out by the enemy's bomb and don't know what happened afterward. Let's go ask Change." Change? That's a great name. Who named it? Delu asked happily. Of course I named it. This starship is now mine. Damn, you're the captain, so I'm the first mate now. Let's hurry and ask where those over 4 billion humans went. Delu said, picking up Zheng Yin and running towards the Change. Arriving at the hatch, Zheng Yin shouted to the Change, "Open the door." No response. Start. Still no response. Confirm boarding information. Matching operator information. Hey, please confirm symbiotic information. The scene was indeed a bit awkward. No matter how Zheng Yin shouted, the Change showed no reaction. Little Zheng, are you sure this is your sister Change? Delu could no longer hold back. Zheng Yin also felt a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Delu burst into laughter, and Zheng Yin couldn't help but laugh as well. The two laughed until they couldn't stand upright, rolling on the ground, their stomachs aching, tears streaming from laughter. At that moment, both of them released the pressure they had accumulated over the past few months. After enough laughter, they embraced and began to cry. Zheng Yin cried out, "Brother, what should I do? Sister Change is ignoring me." Whoa. Delu stood up, wiped his tears, pulled Zheng Yin up, took a deep breath, and calmly said, "Let's think of a way. There are always more solutions than difficulties." Zheng Yin exhaled, calming down. After a man releases his pressure, he must stand up again. A man has no right to keep lying on the ground and crying. The two seemed to forget what had just happened, neither mentioning it nor avoiding it. Zheng Yin rested his hand on the landing gear of the Change, closing his eyes to meditate. Finally, after 2 hours, the lights on the Change lit up, and a beam of light teleported the two into the command room. Before them was a massive screen 10 meters long and 6 meters high. On the screen appeared the scenery outside the spaceship, and a sweet voice echoed, "Change has just activated. Upon detecting that brother is outside the ship, it immediately teleported you into the bridge. Brother can now operate normally." Zheng Yin looked around and saw that the command room was over 100 square meters in size, with a huge operation chair in the center, so he sat down. Under the screen was a row of control panels and small screens, with additional control panels and small screens on both sides. Behind the side control panels were 2 doors leading to the cabin, and behind him was a row of control panels and a large screen 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, along with 2 other doors, one leading to the captain's office and the other to a temporary conference room. Zheng Yin chuckled. What a waste of effort. It opened itself. Delu, find a place to sit for now. Zheng Yin glanced at Delu's suppressed laughter and found it amusing. He told Change, "From now on, when outsiders are present, just call me Captain to avoid misunderstandings. This is Delu's. Please collect his consciousness pattern and gene sample. I now appoint him as my first mate." "Understood, Captain." First mate's information collected and first mate's permissions unlocked. Then the two learned about the situation through Change's explanation. When Zheng Yin's consciousness was disturbed, Change lost its symbiotic relationship with him, and the system entered a temporary chaotic state, relying on the predetermined course to arrive in Earth's orbit 2 days later. By that time, the quantum energy transport ship of the pirate fleet had already jumped out of the Oort cloud. Some battleships launched suicidal attacks against the Super Starship. Just as the shields of the Super Starship were about to be breached, Change recovered from the symbiotic state. Once again, flames of anger ignited within the pirate fleet. The battle ended in under a minute, completely one-sided. The Starship annihilated the pirate fleet and searched the surface of the Earth for enemy aircraft, eliminating them all. Due to the quantum slipstream technology used by the pirate fleet during their space jump, the Starship was unable to track them and could only temporarily land beside Zheng Yin, waiting. Due to the second consciousness symbiosis being severed from external forces, the quantum symbiotic matrix of Change was severely damaged. Since the galactic pirates had been expelled, the Super Starship would no longer take risks to engage in symbiotic matching with any humans. Zheng Yin was its last commander. The fleet of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance will arrive in the solar system tomorrow at noon, and the current human government is preparing to welcome them. They are still unaware that Zheng Yin risked his life to match with the Starship and defeated the galactic pirates. "Should we contact the Alliance fleet to discuss post-war recovery?" Change sweetly asked. "No need. Many of humanity's elites are still alive. Let them take over. We need to prepare to search for those over 4 billion people who were abducted." "Thank you, little Zheng." Deliu's eyes became moist once again. The strength that sustained him was his wife and daughter, who were abducted by the galactic pirates. Zheng Yin then asked Change, "Can you find out where the abducted humans have gone?" Change replied, "According to the databases of various civilizations in the galaxy, the galactic pirates are often hired by the Unification Church. The abducted intelligent beings are provided to the Unification Church as consciousness energy, serving as a supplement for the god of the church who exists in a 5-dimensional continuum." "Then how do we rescue them? Are they in danger in the short term?" Delu asked urgently. Discussing time in five-dimensional space is meaningless. However, the continuum does not actively prey on the energies of lower-dimensional universes. We must find the transport ships of the galactic pirates as soon as possible to rescue the abducted humans. Change explained. Zheng Yin said, first enter Earth's orbit. When meeting with the Alliance, do not mention me. You can send machine envoys to meet with them and select 3,000 of humanity's existing elites. I want to form an expeditionary force to rescue the abducted humans. The next day, the 10 battleships of the Star Alliance finally appeared in the solar system. The Human Alliance, having survived the calamity, was extremely excited at the arrival of the Star Alliance. Observing the various shapes of the aliens, humanity once again felt its insignificance. For the Star Alliance, humanity's tenacious resistance did not evoke as much shock as the super starships did. This was a third-tier civilization that was completely foreign to the Milky Way, an ally the Star Alliance had long been seeking. Only after meeting with the messenger robots of the Starship did the Star Alliance realize that this was an automated exploration vessel, which, like the Pangu race of the third-tier civilization at the center of the Milky Way, would not interfere with any second-tier civilization. The reason for expelling the galactic pirates this time was due to a decision made after a symbiotic consciousness with a human that human has now sacrificed, and the last instruction the Starship received was to assist human civilization in developing into a second-tier stellar civilization. Outside of this mission, the Starship would not assist either party. Of course, all of this was said by Zheng Yin at the behest of change. He did not want humanity to get entangled in the struggles of the Milky Way, especially since the game within the Milky Way had only just begun for humanity. In the end, the Star Alliance invited Earth to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance as a second-tier civilization to collectively fight against the unified Church and galactic pirates. This day marked the beginning of a new era as humanity entered a brand new age, the Stellar Era, also known as the Star Era. The Star Alliance fleet left behind 5 battleships to assist humanity in restoring civilization and issued a rescue announcement to all Star Alliance members to search for the 4 billion missing humans. The galactic pirates had lost nearly their entire battle fleet, but they took away 40 billion quantum energy bodies. They were now heading towards the Perseus arm, flying at warp speed 9 to deliver goods to the celestial ship civilization, an ancient religious civilization, and a loyal backbone of the unified Church. The philosophy of the unified Church is to compress the entire universe back into a singularity, thereby collectively entering a higher dimensional space. The origins of this religion can be traced back to the time of the Big Bang, and they have influence in many galaxies. The Pangu race at the center of the Milky Way was once the greatest opposition to the unified Church. To combat the unified Church, the Pangu race established the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. But after the last great battle 10,000 years ago, the Pangu race reached the third-tier stellar civilization and no longer intervened in the evolution of lower civilizations, leading the Star Alliance into a path of decline. In these 10,000 years apart from the primitive civilizations that signed protection agreements, the Star Alliance lost 70% of its members, and the civilizations eliminated by the unified Church became five-dimensional space continuums, the energy food for the deities of the unified Church. The Star Alliance's arrival on Earth this time has come at a significant cost. Of the 50 battleships that formed the fleet, only 10 remained upon reaching the solar system. Zheng Yin subsequently extended an invitation to 3,000 human elites, expressing his determination to search for the missing humans. However, most elites did not believe this matter. They thought that with Earth's current technology, it was impossible to track down the galactic pirates. Their main priority was to restore social order and develop second-tier civilization technology. The key military officer candidates needed to be invited in person. Zheng Yin met with Professor Luke Picard, a physicist, and sincerely invited him to join the expeditionary force as the chief scientist. Picard said, "I never expected you to be the hero who saves humanity. I would be delighted to dedicate my remaining years and would prefer to roam the unknown universe." However, not everyone felt the same way. Delu spoke earnestly but could not persuade Colonel Daniel Rick of the former North American Alliance. Rick could not believe that Delu was the deputy who came down from the super starship. He was busy commanding the transportation of disaster relief supplies and restoring city operations. For him, this was the most important and should be done. As for finding the 40 billion humans who had been abducted, whether they could be found was uncertain, and at least it was unclear if they were still alive. Zheng Yin and Dr. Picard also successfully persuaded Dr. Montgomery Jones, the chief engineer of the former North American Alliance's Air Force, to join the command group of the expeditionary force. When the three of them approached Delu, he was close to giving up. Zheng Yin said to Rick, "As a soldier, striking the enemy and saving compatriots is the most sacred mission. Currently, humanity's recovery is progressing in an orderly manner, and the true enemy has already abducted 40 billion of our compatriots. Even if we cannot bring them back, we cannot let the enemy go unpunished. Using the restoration of production on Earth as an excuse to evade is a disgrace and something a soldier should never say." Then Zheng Yin pressed a button on the holographic computer on his left wrist, and a massive 3D information display of the Starship appeared in the room. "Now do you have confidence? Delu did not deceive you. The Starship has already matched with me in symbiotic consciousness. With it, it will not be difficult to reclaim the abducted humans. This is real. It turns out the super starship truly belongs to humanity." I am willing, of course, to clarify that I am not evading. Although it may have seemed that way, it was my greatest effort under hopeless circumstances. Oh God. The abducted humans still have hope, Daniel Rick exclaimed, nearly jumping up in excitement. Then the five of them went together to invite young medical scientist Huang Yueqing. At just 28 years old, she had already obtained her medical doctorate, and her family had been abducted by the galactic pirates. Upon hearing about the expedition plan, she immediately agreed to join. However, she expressed that she could not temporarily go with the five to invite others, as the medical system was still in the process of recovery after the calamity. She could not waste her expertise and wanted to help the hospital until the last moment. The five then stopped by the war-torn Media University and found sophomore student Wu Yunqi, who was working to restore broadcasting, inviting her to serve as the communications officer. Zheng Yin was shocked when he first met Wu Yunqi. She was like a flower blooming amidst the smoke of battle, resilient and full of vitality, radiant and inspiring. Tall and poised, she made one unconsciously straighten their attitude upon first sight, and yet she was very clever, asking questions that left Zheng Yin at a loss for how to respond. The young and beautiful Wu Yunqi was full of youthful vigor and humor, and her addition brought joy to the team. Next, they found fighter pilot Andreevich Chekhov and Zhao Beidu at the Air Force Base of the Earth Alliance. Humanity's Air Force had long been destroyed by the galactic pirates, and the two had not seen a fighter jet for a month, let alone a starship. They immediately agreed to the invitation. After the eight were transported back to the Starship, they began inviting the 3,000 human elites again. Most people still did not believe this was real. I think we should stop wasting words. Let's teleport them all over, and let them see the true face of the change. Asked clearly, those willing can stay, those unwilling can return, and we will continue to filter. I have the same idea. Change should notify the elites first, and then teleport them over. We need to meet them in person. After Zheng Yin made the arrangements, he and Lu went to the assembly deck on the 5th level. After a dazzling beam of teleportation light flashed, 3,000 human elites from various fields appeared on the deck. At that moment, they stood on the deck of the super starship, gazing at the blue earth outside the cabin in space, finally believing the invitation messages Zheng Yin had sent them over the past 2 days. Once everyone donned their translation headsets, Zheng Yin tidied up his appearance and stepped onto the podium, loudly stating, "It is an honor for me to meet you all here. You are all the elites of humanity that still exist. The future of humanity rests upon you. What kind of organization we are, and what we are prepared to do has already been made clear in the messages sent to you these past 2 days, so I will not repeat it. In short, we will never force anyone. Those who do not wish to join us will be teleported back shortly to continue aiding human development. Those who wish to join us, please stay directly. Once we are ready, we will set off." Lu shouted, "Fellow humans, with the help of the Star Alliance fleet, Earth is steadily recovering, but our 40 billion kin are still unaccounted for, among them my 7-year-old daughter, and possibly your relatives too. I hope everyone has the confidence and determination. We will definitely find them." A young woman stepped out from the crowd, introducing herself. "My name is Huang Yueqing. I was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine and have also pursued a doctorate in modern medicine, having published several papers on the integration of Eastern and Western medicine. I know my expertise is insignificant here and that a woman is inherently vulnerable, but I am willing to pay the price of my life to seek out the abducted humans." Then another Marine spoke up. "I have long awaited this moment. From the first message Mr. Zheng sent me, I have believed without doubt that as a soldier of Earth, protecting humanity and combating invaders is my sacred mission." Everyone began to express their views, surprisingly in agreement, with no one willing to leave, as they all shared common experiences, each being part of humanity's struggle for survival. Zheng Yin first appointed the regular operational personnel of the super starship, planned the departments, and formulated the combat plan. Captain Zheng Yin also served as the commander. First Officer Liu Huatong also served as the safety officer, commanding a team of 150 security, logistics, and assistants. Professor Luc Picard was appointed as the chief scientist, leading a scientific exploration team of 100. Colonel Daniel Rick of the former North American Alliance was appointed as the combat commander, leading a combat force of 2,300. Dr. Huang Huiqing was appointed as the medical officer, leading a medical team of 100, overseeing the health planning of all crew members. Dr. Montgomery Jones, the chief engineer of the former North American Alliance's Air Force, was appointed as the chief engineer, leading a mechanical team of 300. Fighter pilot Andreevich Chekhov was appointed as the auxiliary helmsman, while Zhao Beidu, also a fighter pilot, served as the auxiliary navigator. Sophomore student Wu Yunqi from the broadcasting department was appointed as the communications officer, managing a diplomatic team of 50. Ultimately, the Earth Federation learned of this matter as 3,000 top elites from various fields had suddenly disappeared. Zheng Yin did not inform the Federation about his life-risking match with the super starship, only stating that he had received an invitation from the previous symbiont of the starship and had taken on this journey. In the end, the Earth Federation awarded him the Medal of Humanity's Guardian and the rank of Major General in the Earth Space Force. The other 8 operational command personnel were also awarded the rank of colonel. In the first year of the human star era, under the gaze of 500 million humans, the super starship embarked on its journey beyond the solar system. Before departing, Zheng Yin left 2 frigates in the hangar for humanity to assist in humanity's development and defense within the solar system. Over 3,000 crew members settled into their chosen accommodations according to their preferences. The interior of the change was indeed as Zheng Yin had envisioned in his dreams. These were all constructed based on the designs of the first co-symbiotic commander. The deck is divided into 5 major levels, each with a height of 7 kilometers. The first level features a highly modern urban style, with towering skyscrapers standing like a forest complete with commercial, educational, entertainment districts, and sports arenas. Most of the reserve supplies are stored here. The second level showcases a cluster of buildings in the style of China's Ming Dynasty, with 3 ancient cities representing Xijing, Chang'an, Dongjing, Luoyang, and Beijing interspersed with the state cities of 12 counties. However, the scale of these 3 capitals and the 12 state cities is relatively miniature, with the state cities only the size of ordinary villages. The third level consists of architecture in the medieval European style, also comprising 3 main cities with each village representing a small historical city. These 3 levels are constructed from solid materials, serving as the primary living quarters for the crew, capable of sustaining normal living conditions for 10 million humans at full capacity. The fourth level is a replica of Earth's natural environment projected by a quantum holographic deck, capturing all representative locations from the planet. It features mountains and rivers, deserts and primitive forests, as well as marshlands and grasslands. From the Antarctic continent to the Arctic Ocean, global attractions are stored in the holographic deck's database, with the scenes changing every week, providing a vacation retreat for the crew. The fifth level is the operational deck of the Super Starship, housing not only the bridge command room, but also medical rooms, engine rooms, laboratories, conference rooms, reception rooms, teleportation rooms, defensive combat rooms, and isolation rooms, along with a massive assembly deck. On the assembly deck lay the combat ships, transport vessels, shuttles, and individual combat mechs. The expeditionary force of 3,000 was vastly insignificant compared to the changed Super Starship. To maintain the normal operation of the expeditionary force, Zheng Yin ordered the change to manufacture 100,000 combat robots to supplement the teams in various departments. The energy model used by the Super Starship is a zero-point absorption device 100 meters tall and 30 meters wide, capable of opening countless energy connection points to high-frequency parallel universes, continuously drawing in energy exceeding the light quantum frequency of this universe, providing the Starship with sustained energy far greater than that from dark matter annihilation. This technology is a level of science that can only be mastered by a third-tier galactic civilization, far beyond that of a second-level stellar civilization. Since the last time the Starship was damaged while escaping a black hole, this device took 100 maintenance robots and 3 months to fully repair. Subsequently, Change upgraded and reinforced the device, adding a self-frequency energy-absorbing quantum shield, as it is the heart of the Super Starship. Zheng Yin sat in the command chair and issued the first command setting course for the Star Alliance member Centaurus A to visit the advanced civilization of the neighboring Proxima Centauri. Perhaps they had discovered the escape route of the galactic pirates. First, we will warp out of the Kuiper Belt. After all, this is humanity's first venture beyond the solar system. We must document this moment well and relay it to the Earth Federation. Coordinates have been set, course confirmed, expected to pass through the Kuiper Belt in approximately 11 hours, reported navigator Zhao Beidou. Warp 1 is set, forward deflector beam is activated, shield power is at 100%, reported Andreevich Chekhov. Everything is normal in the engine room, the energy device is operating steadily, all mechanical team members are ready, reported Montgomery Jones. All band communication is normal, reported Wu Yunqi. All frequency radar is normal, reported Professor Luke Picard. All combat personnel are ready. All medical personnel are ready, reported Huang Yueqing. Set sail. Zheng Yin issued the command, and the Starship vanished with a flash. During the next 10 hours, Zheng Yin and Lu De visited members of various departments. Due to over 3,000 personnel from around the world to facilitate communication among them, and based on the distribution of personnel from different regions, the 2,000 elites from China determined that Chinese would be the official language of the Starship, while English, French, Russian, and Spanish would serve as common languages. The Starship's operating system interface uses the only form of pictographic writing utilized by humanity to date, Chinese characters. Anyone familiar with human historical civilization can quickly master this script, and even alien civilizations can readily understand pictographic symbols. Among the various civilizations in the galaxy, pictographic writing is the sole medium of communication. Zheng Yin's residence is situated in the Weiyang Palace within the Chang'an city on the second deck, though it is merely a small garden villa next to the palace. The main palaces of the 3 cities are intended for hosting events and welcoming alien visitors. Upon waking from a nap, the spacecraft had already entered the Kuiper Belt and was conducting real-time quantum communications live with human society on Earth. A massive gravitational field has been detected beyond the Kuiper Belt, with a gravitational value exceeding that of Neptune, reported Professor Luke Picard, noting the anomaly beyond the Kuiper Belt. Change course, set gravitational point coordinates. Let's go see this celestial body at the outer edge of the solar system. Course has been set, expected arrival in 30 minutes. A huge dark blue gas giant appeared before them, slightly smaller than Saturn, without a ring system. Due to its great distance from the solar system, it hardly reflects any visible light. After the starship circled the Yin star and collected the data just as it was about to leave, Zheng Yin heard Change's voice. Brother, my deep space, intelligent microquantum detector has found the presence of intelligent life on Yin star. Should I present this to the scientific team? This communication device was implanted in Zheng Yin's cochlea, allowing only him and Change to communicate. After their consciousness symbiosis was severed, only a small portion of their communication methods remained. Change could sense Zheng Yin's thoughts in real time, while Zheng Yin could not directly perceive Change's information and could only rely on the cochlear communicator and mental thought to complete individual commands with Change. The Deep Space Intelligent Microquantum Detector is designed specifically to detect the consciousness of high-energy intelligent entities in the universe, and only Zheng Yin possesses this authority. Zheng Yin agreed with Change's suggestion. The information about the discovery of intelligent life on Yin star was immediately displayed on the secondary screen behind the scientific survey team. Professor Picard quickly organized a discussion team, and after 10 minutes of deliberation, a contact plan was presented on Zheng Yin's desk. Just as the exploration team prepared to pilot the shuttle out of the hangar, Change's intrusion alarm sounded. The large screen displayed millions of lightning bolts erupting from the atmosphere of Yin star, charging towards the super starship. Intercombat defense mode. Professor Picard, detect the energy composition of the lightning. What type of weapon is it? Zheng Yin immediately deployed commands after returning from the assembly deck to the bridge. Captain, these lightning bolts are high-energy intelligent entities that feed on electrical energy. We can call them electrophages. They are not here to invade us, but to feed. Professor Picard answered calmly. The crew was all shocked, experiencing such an encounter for the first time. Zheng Yin immediately commanded Yunshi quickly activate all-band broadcasting, communicate with them using all the languages of the civilizations in the galaxy stored in the database. Yes, Captain, all-band electromagnetic broadcasts, including quantum full-frequency communications, have been sent, Wu Yunshi replied. No response. The electrophages had entered the firing range of the starship, and the self-frequency deflector shield was weakening as energy was being siphoned away. Increase the external shield power. Change, how is our energy reserve? Report, Captain, our energy comes from the infinite high-frequency parallel universe's light quantum reflux. As long as the zero-point absorption device remains undamaged, we will have infinite energy. Launch electromagnetic warning torpedoes and attempt communication again. Zheng Yin continued to arrange. The explosions of the electromagnetic torpedoes did not harm any electrophages. Instead, they caused the ones closest to the explosion to increase in size. The electrophages then swarmed in, and all high-energy weapons, including phase cannons, photon torpedoes, Gauss beams, and ion cannons, became ineffective. Clearly, the electrophages fed on energy, and at that moment they had latched onto the super starship's shields, enveloping it entirely in lightning. No further experimentation with other electrical weapons is needed. Quickly launch gravitational torpedoes to draw them away. Zheng Yin began to feel anxious. After a flash of light, the group of electrophages was compressed into a mass and hurled towards the atmosphere of Yin star. Immediately after, countless electrophages closed in, and as each gravitational torpedo exploded, the starship finally broke free from the electrophages' encirclement. It seems communication is impossible, and Yin star must be temporarily designated as a no-fly zone. As the starship prepared to leave, Wu Yunshi received a message from the electrophages, which consisted only of a graphical point. Luda, what do you think this means? Zheng Yin asked. I think they have received our communication message, but cannot send us information. They surrounded the starship before, but did not attack, so perhaps they came to communicate with us. The fact that they exerted so much effort to send just a point indicates that their civilization is entirely different from ours. Zheng Yin immediately commanded organize a discussion meeting for the scientific team to discuss how to communicate and simultaneously remove the inner and outer shields. Indeed, after the shields were removed, the electrophages retreated, maintaining a distance, as if afraid of harming the starship. After discussions among 100 of humanity's top scientists, and with the support of Change's vast database, a high-resistance electromagnetic storage converter was created. This storage converter resembles a household blender and can accommodate electrophages with voltages of up to 1 billion volts, equipped with a quantum frequency conversion module for translation communications. After the storage device was launched, an electrophage drilled inside, and subsequently sent the first communication message to the starship. I want to track the galactic pirates with you. The super starship transmitted the manufacturing technology of the high-resistance electromagnetic storage converter to the Earth Federation, granting humanity another ally. The electric eaters feed on the intense lightning within the gaseous atmospheres of planets and have long since evolved high intelligence. Days ago, the galactic pirate fleet discovered them while fleeing and abducted over 10 million electric eaters using gravity locks and high-resistance cages. As the electric eaters lacked the technology for interstellar travel, they had been waiting for an opportunity to hitch a ride on the pirates. The electric eater that entered the starship was named Capacitor by Zheng Yin, a name that perfectly suited its image. Capacitor stored an ultra-high voltage of 100 million volts, allowing it to effortlessly fly within the cabin and simultaneously split into numerous small bolts of lightning. Its curiosity about humans matched that of humans towards it, and as the representative of the electric eaters from the first year of the star, it temporarily took charge of the weapon launching in the Starship's defense operations room. Activate the jump engine coordinates Southgate 2. Zheng Yin commanded from the command chair. Coordinates have been set expected to enter the wormhole in 10 seconds. The spatial jump engine is ready. All departments are prepared about to conduct humanity's first spatial jump. Set sail. A wormhole was instantly created, and the Starship flashed through. 9876544321. The Starship stopped within the wormhole. Professor Picard's science team found no anomalies. Change, have you ever encountered this phenomenon during your previous jumps? Zheng Yin asked anxiously. No, Captain. This time the cause is unknown. The artificially formed wormhole will soon be filled by the surrounding space. We must resume movement quickly, or we will remain trapped in this subdimensional space. Activate the conventional pulse engine and fly at sublight speed. Zheng Yin instructed. The Starship has been in a sublight speed state, Captain. Correct coordinates, no deviation, Zhao Beidou reported. Seeing the wormhole's exit shrink on the large screen, Zheng Yin could no longer sit still, and along with Deliu and Professor Picard rushed to the engine room. The massive zero-point absorption device was still operating normally. Check all energy intake ports for anomalies. Zheng Yin circled the device, speaking to Change in his heart. Okay, brother. After a few seconds, Change replied, report, brother, no anomalies found. All energy ports are functioning normally. Change, you mentioned that the zero-point device was damaged during the last escape from the black hole, and after you repaired it and enhanced its performance, could you have made any modifications that triggered a butterfly effect in the parallel universe? Zheng Yin asked, directly puzzled. Change replied, to increase the energy absorption rate, I set the high-frequency filter to dynamic mode. In emergencies like the last time, the filter will automatically open to increase energy intake by 100%, but the recent spatial jump was just a routine operation, and the filter did not open, nor did we detect any external energy. We should immediately conduct a full-frequency energy scan of the entire ship and perform similar scans of the subdimensional space outside the Starship, Professor Picard suggested. Execute immediately. All departments enter alert status. Let's go to the bridge. After completing a scan, Professor Picard reported, Captain, no external energy was found inside the Starship, but a massive thin energy bubble was detected in the subdimensional space outside the Starship, enveloping the entire Starship. Our Starship is flying in place within this energy bubble. Analyze the energy frequency, Zheng Yin said. The photon frequency of the energy bubble far exceeds that of our universe. It clearly does not belong to our universe. Professor Picard said in astonishment. Zheng Yin asked, can our Starship's shield be raised to that frequency range to quickly rush through? It can, Captain, but humans cannot withstand such a high photon frequency. We would be instantaneously disintegrated, Professor Picard responded. Fire the phase cannon at the same frequency. A massive beam shot through, but caused no disturbance to the energy bubble. Fire the graviton torpedoes. Once again, there was no response. Then let's bombard it with ultra-high frequency weapons. If we delay any longer, we'll be stuck here. Deliu said impatiently. Colonel Liu, have you forgotten what just happened on my home planet, the first-year star? Capacitor reminded. Indeed, acting rashly in uncertainty will only make things worse. Professor Picard said, send full-frequency communication to the external anomalous energy entity. Zheng Yin suddenly commanded. Captain, you don't think this thing is also an intelligent entity, do you? Deliu chuckled in disbelief. Clearly, it is more advanced than us now, Zheng Yin said calmly. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the screen lit up and a figure identical to Zheng Yin appeared. Mirror, Zheng Yin said, I just searched your database and learned that General Zheng Yin is your commander. To facilitate communication, I have transformed into your highest commander, General Zheng Yin, to meet with you. We are peace-loving civilizations in the universe, tracking our abducted kin. It is an honor to meet you. Now that the wormhole has closed, we are trapped in this subdimensional space. May I ask what your purpose is in doing this? Mirror, Zheng Yin replied, I am protecting my universe. I am a 5-dimensional entity parallel to your universe. When your spaceship just opened the wormhole, due to an error, the high-frequency filter opened automatically for 0.01 seconds, and parallel to this position is the center of a second-level civilization star in my universe. The massive energy loss caused the collapse of the galaxy, and I came here to retrieve the energy from the star center. So how do you intend to retrieve it? Can our starship still jump out of subdimensional space? Zheng Yin asked. As long as your starship lowers its shields and ceases operation, I can immediately retrieve the energy lost by the star from the zero-point device. Afterward, I will help you reopen the wormhole, Mirror, Zheng Yin said. Deliu interjected, do you think we would believe such words? I am a veteran detective with over 10 years of experience. Oh, lying and hiding will not work on me. Mirror, Zheng Yin continued, my universe is different from yours. In your universe, higher dimensions and civilizations do not interfere with lower dimensions and civilizations. However, in my universe, higher dimensions and civilizations have the responsibility to care for and support lower dimensions and civilizations. This collapsing lower-level second civilization is my child, who I cannot bear to see it perish. Please trust me. With your abilities, you could forcibly reclaim the original energy. Why must you request our help while trapping us here? Zheng Yin inquired. In my eyes, you are also low-dimensional children. Forcibly reclaiming energy would cause energy leakage and an explosion on your starship. I cannot harm other children to save my own mirror, Zheng Yin responded. Lower the internal and external shields, lift the alert status, and stop the engines, Zheng Yin commanded. It seems we have no choice but to trust this five-dimensional entity from the parallel universe. Then a stream of wispy light passed through the ship's hull, merging into the zero-point absorption device in the engine room on the 5th deck under everyone's gaze. Immediately afterward, Mirror Zheng Yin said, "All right, now I will send you out." The personnel inside the Starship instantly appeared, as if they were playing in reverse as time and space flowed backward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The entrance of the wormhole opened, and the Starship exited the wormhole. Everything looked just as it had when they had left the first-year star. Activate the jump engine coordinates Southgate 2. Zheng Yin commanded from the command chair. Coordinates have been set, expected to enter the wormhole in 10 seconds. The spatial jump engine is ready. All departments are prepared about to conduct humanity's first spatial jump. Set sail. Wait. Captain, I received a special video message. Wu Yunqi reported urgently. Stop the jump and take a look. On the screen appeared Mirror Zheng Yin's image. General Zheng Yin, it is an honor that during the 100th time of time flow reversal we reached a consensus and saved the low-dimensional children in 2 universes. I have sent the records of the previous 99 failures to your computer. Please set the high-frequency filter in the zero-point absorption device to a fixed state to prevent large mass objects from the high-frequency parallel universe from falling in. I wish you prosperity. Goodbye. All crew members were shocked by this sudden information. After watching the 99 records, people realized that they had been battling against the 5-dimensional entity from that parallel universe 99 times, relying on the third-tier stellar civilization weapons of the Super Starship, each time ending in total defeat, only to be revived by the 5-dimensional entity through time reversal in the wormhole. Zheng Yin immediately asked Professor Picard to check the zero-point device. Indeed, it was found that the high-frequency filter was in automatic mode, and the subroutine for determining emergencies had malfunctioned, with the sensitivity exceeding the normal value by 1000%. Even if the subsystem could be repaired, Zheng Yin was unwilling to take the risk again, so he had revert the high-frequency filter back to its original fixed state. After confirming everything was correct, Zheng Yin finally issued the command, activate the jump engine coordinates Southgate 2, set sail. Expected to arrive in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. They emerged. The Super Starship finally jumped out of the Oort cloud, and humanity flew out of the solar system. Yunqi, send greetings to the Proxima Centauri beings and request to dock in orbit. Yes, Captain. Wu Yunqi then sent a greeting to the Proxima Centauri beings. We are the peace exploration vessel of the Earth Federation, representing humanity for the first time, to extend a friendly greeting to our friends in Proxima Centauri. United in the strong solidarity of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, we have been committed to resisting the plundering of evil forces. We are tracking the galactic pirates and request to dock in your star's orbit for a pleasant meeting with your leaders. The inhabited planet of the Proxima Centauri aliens orbits 3 stars and is a low-temperature solid planet with a civilization that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. However, it has been destroyed twice by the Galactic Unification sect, and the current civilization is a fragile bloom born from the ashes of war. The highest council of Proxima Centauri is very welcoming towards the arrival of humans. 9 council elders personally welcomed the human visitors at the space station. Zheng Yin, accompanied by Delu, Professor Picard, Colonel Rick, and Wu Yunqi, piloted the shuttle to the Proxima Centauri space station. The Proxima Centauri aliens are tall, averaging 2 meters in height, due to their planet's low gravity, which is only 2/3 that of Earth. They all have 3 eyes bright like the 3 stars in their galaxy. The Proxima Centauri aliens are very talkative, and even the interstellar translator can fully convey their logical humor, making Zheng Yin and the others unable to suppress their laughter. Their ability to evolve a high civilization in a harsh survival environment is inseparable from their optimism. The Proxima Centauri probes have not detected any traces of the galactic pirates, indicating that the pirates did not escape in this direction. Proxima Centauri society is a parliamentary system with the 9 elders serving as the highest commanders of the planet. They signed a mutual development and peace agreement with Zheng Yin and invited the 5 to visit the surface to experience the ancient and profound history of Proxima Centauri civilization. As representatives of Earth, Zheng Yin and the others naturally could not refuse, so they descended to the planet's surface in the shuttle accompanied by the 9 elders. After touring the giant temple, the elders invited them to dinner and then left the 5 in the reception room. What a sight to behold! Delu couldn't wait to speak as soon as the elders left, saying, "Look at these 3-eyed giants, just like the gods of perilous paths. I wonder how strong they are." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Shall I apply for a friendship wrestling match for you?" Delu would definitely be stronger than them, but he would surely lose at wrestling because of the lower gravity on this planet. He wouldn't be stable on his feet. Professor Picard analyzed. Ha ha ha. If we bring these big guys onto our ship, I could throw them around easily, Delu said proudly. Just as they were chatting and laughing, Zheng Yin suddenly received a message from Change. "Brother, the Proxima Centauri aliens have sent me a paralysis ray. Should we retaliate?" "What?" Zheng Yin stood up in horror. Everyone hurriedly asked what was happening. Zheng Yin said, "Just now Change said that the Proxima Centauri aliens shot an electromagnetic paralysis ray at her. Do everyone prepare for battle." The five quickly activated the self-varying frequency directional shields on their left wrists, and a protective bubble enveloped their bodies. "Captain, we've lost contact with the Starship. The bridge is unresponsive," Wu Yunqi reported while sending out a call to the bridge. "Change and I communicate through quantum consciousness unaffected by Proxima Centauri technology," Zheng Yin said. Just now Change reported the situation aboard the Starship. "The crew has entered combat mode, and there are particle disruptors around our reception room preventing spatial transfer." Colonel Daniel Rick immediately attacked the door with a phase gun, but the energy was instantly absorbed, and there was no response. The five were trapped on the planet. Zheng Yin then ordered Change to contact the Proxima Centauri meeting group to have the 9 elders meet him for negotiations. The Proxima Centauri fleet had surrounded the super starship. They did not launch a devastating attack, but continued to carry out electromagnetic interference that paralyzed the systems, clearly aiming to capture the super starship. The Proxima Centauri aliens completely ignored the negotiation messages sent by the starship. "Fire magnetic storm torpedoes at the enemy fleet and paralyze them," Zheng Yin commanded. The electric devouring entity was already impatient, and after receiving the order it counterattacked the surrounding Proxima Centauri warships. Soon the enemy warships were paralyzed, the distant ships urgently retreated, and the orbital cannons of the space station opened fire on the starship. The outer shield of the starship is a self-varying frequency directional shield with an instantaneous energy tolerance of 1 billion megajoules. In its travels over 100 million light-years, no secondary star civilization has been able to pose a direct threat to it. The orbital cannons of Proxima Centauri were refracted and ended up penetrating a paralyzed frigate. 10 minutes later, the 9 elders arrived outside the reception room and said to the 5 trapped inside, "We need this starship. With it we can resist the celestial ship aliens and the galactic pirates. Without it we can only surrender and join the unification sect, or else our civilization will not survive the third disaster of extermination." "Your logic is clearly flawed, Elder," Zheng Yin said with a wry smile. "Are you afraid of the galactic pirates? You have technology that surpasses ours on Earth. We all know how to resist tenaciously, why don't you? Moreover, your fleet has no way to deal with our starship. Even if you captured it, could you operate it? The starship is already attuned to human consciousness. As long as humans do not agree to consciousness extraction, killing us would be pointless." The elder replied, "You have only experienced one disaster. How can you compare to us? Initially our resistance was even more tragic than yours, but the disparity between us and the enemy is vast. Our civilization cannot withstand a third disaster. As for your claim about consciousness matching, you are clearly deceiving me. Even if what you say is true, we can reduce you to a vegetable and control your brain from the outside." The elder then waved his hand and said, "Begin execution." Immediately the air pressure in the reception room dropped sharply and the air was drawn away. Zheng Yin and the others could only breathe the air inside the shield. Fortunately, the energy battery was fully charged, continuously producing oxygen. But it could only last for 10 hours. "Yunqi, are you scared?" Zheng Yin couldn't help but asked, seeing Wu Yunqi's panicked expression. Wu Yunqi smiled at Zheng Yin and said, "I'm just a bit nervous since it's my first time encountering something like this. I wouldn't say I'm scared. You can command without worry. Brother, should we launch the next round of attacks to destroy the enemy's space station?" Change asked in Zheng Yin's ear. "No, they are still struggling in the fear spread by the galactic pirates and have not directly declared war on us. Besides, there were Proxima Centauri aliens among the Star Alliance fleet that supported Earth last time. Let's wait a bit. Go access their database to see if there are any recent anomalies and report back at any time." Zheng Yin said in his heart to Change. "Professor, can you detect what kind of particle disruptor is outside the room?" Zheng Yin asked. Professor Picard walked around the room and found that the detector on his left wrist did not detect any high-frequency energy emission points. "Captain, we do not understand Proxima Centauri technology. Clearly they are using natural objects to interfere with the frequency of spatial particles," Professor Picard analyzed. At this moment, Change sent a message. 3 days after the galactic pirates left the solar system, the Council Elders of Proxima Centauri conducted a complete reshuffle, and the previous elders have now been placed under house arrest. The Lu said, "So there was a coup. No wonder they did such a thing. I just wonder how the people's sentiments are, whether they receive support. If they do, we might have to go hard against them." Change, can you investigate the impact of this elder reshuffle on the Proxima Centauri aliens and how satisfied the people are? Zheng Yin asked in his heart. The Proxima Centauri aliens are divided into 2 factions, the reformists and the defensive faction. This coup was initiated by the reformists. According to database records, 3 days ago, a transport ship of the galactic pirates came here and interfered with the election. The people's satisfaction is only 30%, but out of fear of the galactic pirates, they did not protest. Change replied. Zheng Yin immediately arranged for the Starship. Send a fleet of fighters to control the Proxima Centauri space station, using only electromagnetic cannons to paralyze their equipment. Send 1,000 machine soldiers to rescue the previous elders from their house arrest and restore the previous command authority. Then send another 1,000 machine soldiers to storm the area around the reception room to destroy the particle disruption devices outside the room and transport us back to the Starship. All ground teams should set their weapons to the lowest stunning mode. Immediately, preparations for 2 lines of combat in space and on the ground were underway. The Super Starship's hangar was equipped with 100 space fighters, all products of the original third-tier star system technology, far exceeding the capabilities of any secondary star civilization in the Milky Way. The ship-mounted pulse cannons can instantly switch energy modes, and with an output of up to 100,000 megawatts, they quickly breached the shields of the Proxima Centauri space station. Zhao Beidou and Chekhov hadn't piloted fighters for months, and this time they truly indulged themselves as the entire Proxima Centauri space fleet fell into a paralyzed state in less than 10 minutes. The robot squad swiftly attacked the Proxima Centauri army on the ground, quickly rescuing the 9 former elders. Meanwhile, the 9 current elders had already been transported to the isolation room of the Starship. The coup crisis in Proxima Centauri was resolved within half an hour. The reception room surrounding Zheng Yin and the others was not equipped with particle disruptors. Instead, it was filled with a unique plant from this planet that emitted a microinfection wave, causing chaos in the spatial particles within a 10-meter radius. Afterward, Professor Picard with great interest transplanted one of these plants to his residence on the 3rd deck of the Starship. When the machine soldiers were transported back to the Starship, a message was sent from hyperspace to the celestial ship in Perseus. The 9 Proxima Centauri Council elders who were backed by the galactic pirates were sentenced to exile by the Star Alliance court and would spend the rest of their lives on a desolate desert planet. The reformists lost the support of the people and withdrew from the historical stage of Proxima Centauri, giving rise to the defensive and pro-war factions. The Star Alliance commended the actions of the entire crew of the Super Starship, awarding Zheng Yin the Star Alliance Guardian Medal. The radical pro-war faction from Proxima Centauri dispatched 100 expeditionary alliance troops to assist the Star Alliance in tracking down the galactic pirates. Due to concerns about undercover agents from the galactic pirates, Zheng Yin quietly had changed conduct subconscious diagnostics on the 100 Proxima Centauri aliens, fortunately finding no worshippers of the unification sect. Next, target the backbone members of the Star Alliance Sirius. Activate the jump engine and set sail. 10 seconds later, the Starship emerged from the wormhole, appearing on the 5th solid planet of the Sirius star system. The Sirius people call themselves the Blue Light People because their skin can reflect blue wavelengths of visible light. They had helped primitive humans on Earth many times in the past. Legends of the Sirius people assisting humanity in defeating demons still circulate among the ancient tribes of the primitive forests in West Africa and the ancient indigenous peoples of South America. They have developed into a highly advanced utopian society and are one of the most influential pillars of the Star Alliance. The Blue Light People were very pleased with humanity's arrival, and seeing human society develop into a level 2 civilization, they felt a sense of pride. They provided the Starship with the escape coordinates of the galactic pirates and had dispatched a fleet of 5 battleships to pursue them a day earlier. The galactic pirates and the Blue Light People had not yet mastered wormhole jumping technology, a science that only a Tier 3 galactic civilization can comprehend, with thousands of years of theoretical and practical application still needed. They primarily relied on warp travel or hyperspace shuttling as their modes of movement. After learning the coordinates, Zheng Yin decided not to delay any further. After reporting the itinerary and navigation log to the Earth Federation, the Starship traveled at warp speed 9. At warp speed 9A, they headed towards the Sirius fleet. The Blue Light People sent a scientific assistance team of 10 into the Starship. It is estimated that we will catch up with the Blue Light fleet in 24 hours and the pirate transport fleet in 30 hours. The Starship sped through space, and the crew had a brief moment of rest. Zheng Yin returned to his quarters and invited Lu Wu Yunqi and Huang Yueqing to have tea together. Professor Picard went to the 4th-level holographic deck to feel the sea breeze of Hawaii. In addition to the giant holographic deck on the 4th level, each level also had several small holographic experience rooms that could recreate any scene from human history and project holographic characters. Each crew member had a personal account to experience their customized holographic life. Most of the crew were enjoying their brief holiday. A report from the medical bay broke the tranquility. On duty, Dr. Ding Ruolin received a special patient, a doctor from the scientific team, who appeared dazed, weak, and had lost the ability to speak. The medical triage device failed to detect any abnormalities. Just as Dr. Ding Ruolin was puzzled, a second similar patient arrived, followed by a 3rd, 4th, and 5th. By the time Huang Yueqing received the emergency medical report, 1,000 people had contracted this strange illness, with over 300 losing consciousness and falling into a coma. Such rapid transmission caused the Starship to enter a state of emergency, with each person surrounded by a shield to isolate themselves from others. No suspicious viruses, bacteria, fungi, spores, or pathogens were found in the air or the soil on the 2nd and 3rd decks. The crew's food was manufactured directly by food replicators according to their preferences, eliminating the possibility of contamination. Professor Picard also found no evidence of pathogenic radiation. Soon over 2,000 patients appeared aboard the Starship. Change entered automatic mode, and all members of the command team except Zheng Yin became infected. Clearly the crew had contracted this strange illness before departing from Sirius, lying dormant until now. Only the energy entity and Zheng Yin remained uninfected. The energy entity is a pure energy mode of life form unable to fall ill, while the reason Zheng Yin remained uninfected had not been found. Change compared the antibodies of Zheng Yin and all infected crew members and found no anomalies, witnessing the imminent destruction of the human expeditionary force. Lu weakly analyzed, from my experience of over a decade in law enforcement, the difference between the captain and everyone else lies not in physical immunity, but in the fact that he is continually monitored by his sister Change, receiving comprehensive protection from the conscious to the subconscious level. That's why the enemy hasn't targeted him. This leads to the conclusion that we are dealing with a cunning enemy, not a simple infectious disease. Zheng Yin replied, "All right, Lu, your detective skills are impressive. You must have your tricks. Of course, remember this: anomalies signal mischief. This principle holds true beyond Earth." Lu said triumphantly. Change scan all life forms on the ship and check for foreign entities down to the atomic level. Zheng Yin commanded immediately. Yes, Captain, scanning in progress. After a minute, Change reported, no unregistered foreign organisms found. Change display all biological information of new entities that entered after leaving Earth's orbit. Subsequently, the screen in the conference room listed the new members that had entered the Starship since leaving Earth. An ion energy mode entity from Yuan Year star named Diengong. 100 Expeditionary Alliance troops sent by the Proxima Centauri people, a plant unique to the Proxima Centauri system. A scientific assistance team of 10 blue light people from Sirius. What do you think, Lu? Zheng Yin asked. Everyone's fallen ill. Clearly they are all victims. That tree seems strange to me. You say old Pai shouldn't bring back a souvenir, but he insists on digging up a tree. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a nap. Lu said before collapsing onto the table. Seeing the list, Zheng Yin also found the sapling too conspicuous and immediately ordered Change to uproot the sapling with a quantum force shield and isolate it in the lab. Zheng Yin and Diengong conducted an atomic-level dissection of the sapling, discovering a biological weapon parasitizing within the trunk, a 1 mm-long flying insect. Comparing it with the database, they found that this flying insect originated from the Starship of the Andromeda Galaxy, possessing high intelligence. Although this insect could survive in space due to its strong adaptability, it could not undertake a multi-light-year journey by itself, indicating that the galactic pirates had deliberately spread it. This insect can parasitize within any organism. Its eggs are the same size as fungal spores and can enter the lungs of a host through respiration. After several hours of latency, it hatches, merging with the host, voraciously consuming various peptides within the host's body, disrupting the normal cellular mechanisms and releasing neurointerference factors, causing the host to enter deep sleep or even brain death. To prevent human pursuit, the galactic pirates secretly implanted these flying insects in the plants surrounding the reception room after overthrowing the Proxima Centauri regime, acting as a timed bomb to destroy the human expeditionary fleet. Once the flying insect entered the Starship, it followed the pre-planned procedure, sending insect eggs into the nasal cavities of each crew member. To avoid detection, they did not target Zheng Yin or Diengong. Diengong, being an energy entity, and Zheng Yin, having real-time consciousness monitoring of the Starship system, managed to escape. Change immediately scanned the entire warship for parasitic eggs and used particle transfer to eliminate parasitic information from each crew member, starting purification. With Zheng Yin's command, beams of transport light lit up the deck, and the crew members were transported back to their quarters, attended to by robotic soldiers. The parasites eliminated through particle transfer were collected in experimental vials in the isolation chamber. They remained in their larval state, only 1 millimeter long, not yet matured. The crew members gradually recovered, with Lu and Colonel Rick recovering the fastest. Damn, turns out we were cursed. Aliens also practice witchcraft. After learning the cause, Lu laughed and scolded. Daniel, Rick asked in confusion, what is this curse? Do we humans have such technology? You wouldn't know. Oh, just look at how the character for curse is written. Lu wrote the character for curse on the holographic computer on his left wrist and continued, see, there's a bug in the test dish. A specially cultivated organism introduced into a person's body by extraordinary means. That's what we call a curse. Isn't it the same as our situation? The pictographic characters are fascinating. A single character for curse can represent an entire biological study, Rick said in surprise. Right? So Derue, if you have some time in the future, study more about our Chinese culture, as well as Taoism and other mystical arts, and you'll understand what's going on. Lu continued to laugh. If I had known about this beforehand, I would have picked a witch from Yaojiang. Zheng Yin laughed. Don't fool Colonel Rick. Alien technological biological weapons are not something that can be solved by mere superstition. Have Professor Picard, Dr. Huang Yueqing, and Yunshi recovered? They have all awakened. Old Pai is relatively fatigued and still resting, while Dr. Huang and Xiao have already begun working, Lu replied. Call the bridge. Yunshi immediately send information to Proxima Centauri and Sirius, informing them of the galactic pirates' conspiracy and transmit the genetic information of the parasites so they can screen for antibodies immediately. After arranging everything, Zheng Yin along with Lu and Colonel Rick visited the seriously ill crew members who were recovering. Fortunately, the timely protection meant that only one member of the scientific team, due to old age and prolonged infection, suffered irreversible brain death, while the others suffered no significant damage. Quantum communication information in hyperspace is connected in real time, and soon the Starship received responses from Proxima Centauri and Sirius. Indeed, Proxima Centauri had been infected by the parasites. Seeing the new regime of Proxima Centauri overthrown and resigning a union agreement with the Earth Federation, the flying insects spread their eggs among the populace. When the Starship's information was received, Proxima Centauri was basically paralyzed as their planetary surface was covered with plants that interfered with particle transmission, making the purification process very slow. Fortunately, the blue light people from Sirius quickly developed an antibody and sent it to Proxima Centauri, ending this biological warfare. Proxima Centauri lost 100,000 lives due to this infection. It seems that even allying with the galactic pirates does not provide genuine protection, but rather invites disaster. A few hours later, the crew members of the Starship also received antibodies that could rapidly detect internal parasites and were treated accordingly. Now the Starship had regained its full vitality. The Blue Light Fleet has been located, they have now disengaged from warp travel and are engaged in combat. The enemy fleet outnumbers them 10-1, and we are expected to arrive in 1 hour. Navigator Zhao Beidou reported. Increase the warp speed by 1 more level to 999. We need to reach the battlefield in seconds. All personnel enter combat status. The sudden jump of the Super Starship brought a pivotal change to the battlefield. Originally at a disadvantage, the blue light people who had already lost a heavy battleship welcomed a strong reinforcement. High-tech weaponry poured forth from the Super Starship onto the battlefield. 100 fighter jets, 10 destroyers, and 100 giant single-soldier combat mechs flew out from the Super Starship. Along with them came 100,000 Mosquito-style jamming missiles, disrupting the formation of the joint forces of the interstellar mercenaries and pirate fleet. In response, a massive barrage of firepower was directed at the Starship. Zheng Yin also sat inside the super mech custom-made for him by change, for he too had a dream of towering machines. Zheng Yin named his mech Yinglong, standing over 300 meters tall, even more formidable than the usual 100-meter mechs. Yinglong flew through the enemy fleet like a ghost, drawing heavy fire. Simultaneously, the high-energy refracted beams from the change appeared within the enemy fleet, instantly penetrating 30% of the enemy ship's shields, followed by a series of violent explosions. The 4 battleships of the Blue Light people finally broke free from their encirclement. The Starship received a communication request from the Galactic Mercenary Corps. Bring the Yinglong inside, Zheng Yin instructed. A transparent screen appeared before Zheng Yin in the vacuum of space, and an insectoid in military attire said, Honorable Captain, our Mercenary Corps only accepts employment to earn high-tech products and consciousness energy. Fundamentally, we have no enmity with either side. If you are willing to pay more than the pirates, we would be glad to turn our firepower against them. Change scan again to confirm that the pirate fleet's transport ships are not here. Ensure that no human quantum energy bodies have been detected. Zheng Yin spoke to change in his heart again. All right, brother. The full battlefield scan has been conducted again. No transport ships or any form of quantum energy bodies have been detected. Capture a pirate ship with a tractor beam and launch a devastating strike on part of the pirate fleet. Force the other part of the pirate fleet to flee. Zheng Yin commanded change in his heart. Then he addressed the Mercenary Corps commander, saying, You have been deceived by the galactic pirates. You are facing a product of a third-tier civilization from outside this superstar cluster. With your technological level, you are not even fit to serve as cannon fodder. You are merely pitiful pawns dragged in by the galactic pirates, and you will not receive any compensation because you won't survive long enough to see it. This is impossible. The Honorable Captain, third-tier civilizations do not interfere with lower civilizations. Yes, just as we do not interfere with the crawling creatures in primitive swamps, the pirates never fail to keep their promises. Their credibility even exceeds that of the Star Alliance. The Mercenary Corps commander scoffed. Well, I have neither the time, nor the patience, nor the responsibility to persuade you. Good luck. Closing the communication, Zheng Yin gave the order to all combat members. All firepower attack the pirate fleet. The battle quickly concluded with 30 pirate warships destroyed and over 100 ships breaching their shields, urgently fleeing the battlefield, leaving behind several hundred ships from the Galactic Mercenary Corps. Send an invitation for boarding to the Mercenary Corps commander and launch this message into hyperspace, Zheng Yin ordered before returning to the Starship with the combat troops. Seeing that the human expeditionary force and the blue light people had stopped firing, the mercenary fleet also ceased hostilities and slowly began to withdraw. The commander, witnessing the galactic pirates indeed fleeing, angrily shouted, sending a message to the Starship. Thank you very much for your invitation, Honorable Captain, but the Mercenary Corps has some matters to attend to and cannot delay any longer. We will meet again, Honorable Captain. Then they fled the scene at warp speed. What a clever move to sow discord, Captain. Let them bite each other from now on, ha. Delu laughed as he exited the mech. Zheng Yin chuckled. This is just the beginning. They are merely a bit suspicious at most. Captain, why not just eliminate them directly? Chekhov inquired. From the data, this fleet is less than 1/10 the size of the Galactic Mercenary Corps. They are a powerful force independent of the Star Alliance and the Unity sect with years of cooperative history with the Galactic Pirates, yet their alliance is not solid. If we wipe them out this time, it will promote their unity and increase our formidable enemies. On the contrary, it is better to let them fight among themselves, saving our energy and simultaneously restraining both factions, Delu interjected. So that's how it is. Such strategic foresight is indeed remarkable, Chekhov remarked. No worries, just keep watching our Romance of the Three Kingdoms and don't drink too much. Delu chuckled. Zheng Yin said, "All right, Delu, you officially invite the Blue Light Commander to board. Dr. Huang Yueqing will lead the medical team to assist, and Yunqi and I will lead the diplomatic team to the teleportation room to welcome them." Zheng Yin had a pleasant discussion with the Blue Light people in the Chang'an city of the second deck, and the Blue Light people expressed great admiration for the Starship. Due to being intercepted by the joint forces of the Galactic Pirates and the Mercenary Corps, while tracking the transport ships, the Blue Light people lost the final coordinates of the transport ships and only knew they were heading towards Orion. The captured Galactic Pirate was very stubborn. He was a traitor from the Nanha 3-star system of the Star Alliance. This small creature with no ears and tentacles not only refused to reveal the transport ship's coordinates, but also demanded to enjoy the humane treatment of prisoners of war from the Star Alliance. Colonel Daniel Rick angrily stated, "You are a traitor, not like the defeated soldiers who have been captured. You do not deserve the treatment of a prisoner of war." "Captain, let me try some Earth methods," Delu said with a mischievous grin. "Good. You are the expert in interrogation. Take it easy, Delu." Zheng Yin laughed. "Don't worry, I've got this." Delu then grabbed the pirate by the scruff of his neck and said, "Come on, little guy, let's have a chat." An hour later, Delu emerged disappointed from the interrogation room. It wasn't that the pirate didn't confess, rather he didn't know anything. He had simply received orders from the Tianquan people to intercept the Blue Light people here. Due to insufficient strength, they had also hired the Starship Mercenary Corps. Since they did not know the final coordinates, and to prevent the transport ship from changing course midway, the Starship could only set off at warp speed level 9 towards Betelgeuse, 400 light-years away, tracking the pirate transport ships and the 40 billion abducted humans. The 4 battleships of the Blue Light people turned back to the Sirius system for repairs. After 10 hours of travel, Professor Picard discovered a large fleet ahead, intercepting them. All personnel enter battle mode, prepare defensive weapons, and space combat personnel prepare to board. Zheng Yin issued the battle command. "Damn it, is this never-ending?" Delu cursed. "Activate deep space scans, confirm the origin of the opponent, estimate contact time, and open communication channels." "Yes, Captain, the scan results show that the opponent's warship's warp engine is a miniature artificial black hole, a hallmark of the Galactic Mercenary Corps," Professor Picard replied. "Estimated contact in 1 minute, Captain." Navigator Zhao Beidou reported. "We have sent a communication connection to the other party, but there has been no reply, Captain." Wu Yunqi reported. "Shut down the warp engine, prepare for battle." As the super starship emerged from hyperspace, the interstellar mercenary corps, dense barrage of fire, immediately targeted the super starship. The starship endured the concentrated energy barrage. "Report shield status." Zheng Yin instructed. "The outer layer self-frequency deviation shield is at 99%, and the inner layer quantum absorption shield is at 100%. Delu reported. "Maintain battle status. Let them shoot for a while." Yunqi continued to send them communication connections. Zheng Yin stretched and said, "Let's not panic, as soon they will be the ones panicking." Indeed, half an hour later, 100 warships simultaneously ceased firing. The large screen on the bridge displayed the figure of the Mercenary Corps commander, a half-mechanical female, who was clearly not from the same squad as the previous Mercenary Corps. The half-mechanical female commander arrogantly stated, "You lowly planetary civilization does not deserve such advanced technology and should surrender it to us mercenaries so we can maintain the balance of the galaxy. Your defensive efforts cannot withstand our super electromagnetic cannon attack, and I advise you to surrender quickly." My esteemed lady." Zheng Yin mimicked the previous insectoid commander's tone, saying, "You are not as easygoing as the big bug. Your way of speaking makes me uncomfortable. May I ask if you just communicated with the big bug?" Zheng Yin's deliberate act provoked Wu Yunqi to stifle a laugh, while Delu quickly signaled her to stop. "Do not compare me with that loser. Although I am the commander of the Mercenary Corps, I come from a family of pirates. My father and brothers hold high-ranking positions among the Galactic Pirates. I will not betray the Galactic Pirates, nor will I ally with your hypocritical Star Alliance." "You are so straightforward, my lady. Since you say so, I have no concerns." Zheng Yin waved his hand, and Wu Yunqi immediately understood, closing the communication. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Change filter the high-energy weapons from your arsenal that can eliminate the opponent in one go." "Yes, Captain, 1,000 recorded weapons have been filtered out. Based on Earth Civilization Understanding 3 have been selected for secondary screening." Immediately, information on 3 energy weapons appeared on the large screen: dimensionality reduction ray, neutrino fission cannon, and black hole torpedo. After carefully reviewing, Zheng Yin said, "We cannot yet master dimensionality reduction technology, and the chain reaction caused by the black hole torpedo is too great. Let's go with the neutrino fission cannon, load it into the active weaponry, and classify it as a level 3 weapon." "Yes, Captain, it has been added to the active weaponry with level 3 usage privileges," Change responded. "Captain, the Mercenary Corps has sent another message demanding our immediate surrender." Wu Yunqi reported. "Captain, energy concentration detected in the enemy fleet." Professor Picard reported. "Let's see how much damage they can inflict first. Maintain defensive status." Bang! A loud explosion accompanied by vibrations spread throughout the starship. The outer shield has dropped to 70% and is rapidly recovering. "It's nothing much." Zheng Yin laughed. "It's our turn now, as courtesy demands. Capacitor, fire the neutrino fission cannon." Mercy toward enemies is cruelty to oneself, virtue is repaid with virtue and injustice with justice. Zheng Yin smiled faintly as he gazed at a vast cloud of neutrino dust shimmering across the main view screen. No life signs or residual energy detected. The enemy fleet has been fully disintegrated into neutrinos, Professor Picard reported. Good heavens, this is the power of a god. Ludo exclaimed in stunned disbelief. The entire expeditionary force stood transfixed, then erupted into jubilant celebration and renewed hope for the future. This is merely apex technology from a four-dimensional universe, still one dimension short of true five-dimensional space, Change explained. Humanity once again felt its own profound insignificance. Engage warp drive. Proceed to Betelgeuse at warp factor 9, ordered Zheng Yin. Betelgeuse coordinates locked. Estimated arrival 1 month. Navigator Zhao Beidou reporting. Warp drive primed and set to factor 9, reported helmsman Andreevich Chekhov. Inner and outer shields nominal. Forward deflector beams active, reported Professor Luke Picard. Departure initiated. A flash of light rippled across the main view screen, yet the flagship remained motionless in place. Conduct full ship diagnostic. Raise alert status immediately. Zheng Yin sensed grave danger at once. Captain, all systems report nominal. Warp drive remains stable at factor 9. Professor Picard reported. Change, what is happening? Zheng Yin asked inwardly. Brother, I am detecting energy signatures emanating from five-dimensional space. At that moment of mounting tension, while everyone else grew frantic, every human aboard the vessel vanished instantaneously save for capacitors, proximans, and blue lighters. Even Change lost all trace of Zheng Yin's consciousness. After precisely 1 second, every human crew member reappeared exactly where they had stood, and the starship surged forward, accelerating smoothly into warp factor 9 en route to Betelgeuse. Change, what just occurred? I could not sense you at all, she asked urgently. Zheng Yin smiled. Change, retrieve the memory imprint from my neural cortex and archive it in the captain's log. Clearly, every human crew member who had vanished for that single second now stood radiant with profound pride and unshakable faith. In truth, during that fleeting instant, unknown to any aboard, the entire human complement had been transported into a dimensional interstice. It was a colossal tribunal hall. All 3,000 crew members found themselves materialized upon the defendant's bench. Upon the plaintiff's bench hovered a luminous five-dimensional entity, ceaselessly shifting its form among countless human visages. The jury gallery likewise held luminous five-dimensional beings, each assuming the guise of a human observer. No presiding judge occupied the bench, until the plaintiff detached a fragment of itself which floated upward and coalesced into the image of a human magistrate. Thus the accuser also served as judge. At the center of the chamber lay a vast circular arena within which unfolded a holographic reenactment of an ancient human war, its attire unmistakably predating China's Shang and Zhou dynasties. The plaintiff declared to the assembly, behold, since humanity first inscribed language upon stone and clay, war has shadowed its every epoch. They are a hypocritical, belligerent species, a perilous anomaly within the galaxy. Their ascension to Tier 2 civilization will only deepen galactic chaos. Now they wield technologies alien to this supercluster, technologies that tower over many benevolent advanced civilizations. This is neither equitable nor logical. The magistrate nodded gravely. Indeed, this obstinate civilization must be excised. It once spurned the divine salvation offered by the Unity Chich's deity. The jury roared in unison, excise, excise, excise. Only then did the crew realize they had been abducted by five-dimensional entities. I've lost contact with Change. We are no longer within our native universe, Zheng Yin stated. What theatrical charade is this? Self-staged farce. Luda fumed. Where are our historians? Assemble a council, now. Within moments, 3 doctoral historians approached Zheng Yin. Captain, the battle depicted is that between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu. Clearly both the Stellar Alliance and the Unity Church were involved. Observe. Qi Yu's war armor engages in combat with blue lighter vessels. Humans, do you have rebuttal? The magistrate demanded. We most certainly do. Zheng Yin thundered. First, none of these 3,000 aboard participated in that war. Second, the humans of that era dwelled in primal ignorance. They possessed neither the means nor the capacity to ignite interstellar conflict across the galaxy. That war was orchestrated by external forces. Humanity was but the unwitting victim. Whichever side claimed victory, humanity paid the highest price in blood. You should summon the extraterrestrial battle groups who fought there and subject them to scrutiny. The magistrate paused in silent contemplation. Proceed to the next scene. The circular arena dissolved, reforming as a vast construction site. Hundreds of thousands of slaves toiled beneath the scorching sun, erecting pyramids. Their overseers reclined in opulent shatons, receiving lavish offerings, while slaves collapsed and died in relentless succession. Behold, cried the plaintiff. Humanity is the most miserly species. Its earliest civilizations were steeped in rigid hierarchy. Slavery is a uniquely human social institution. Precisely so, humanity must be excised. It shames the Creator, the magistrate affirmed. Again the jury thundered, excise, excise. Human captain, how do you respond? The magistrate asked. Zheng Yin replied, voice ringing with clarity. Every civilization follows its own evolutionary path. Thus the cosmos teems with dazzling diversity. Humanity's dawn was fraught with hardship, but we have persistently advanced along a luminous aspirational trajectory. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, we birthed the golden age of 100 philosophical schools. In the Renaissance, we affirmed light as our spiritual lodestar. Though our religions differ, all share compassion and peace as their sacred core. You cannot condemn modern humanity using the ignorance of its ancient forebears. This. Once more the magistrate fell speechless. The third scene manifested the First World War. Behold, this war bore no alien intervention. Humans turned upon themselves. It proves beyond doubt their innate belligerence. The plaintiff shouted anew. Indeed, unaided by outside forces, humanity launched its first global war. Left unchecked, such evolution would inevitably ignite galactic conflagration. The magistrate struck his gavel. Excision is mandatory. The jury shrieked frenzied, excise, excise, excise. Wait, Zheng Yin commanded, afraid to continue questioning us. Are you, yourself, wavering? Preposterous. I possess no heart. How could I waver? Retorted the magistrate. Very well, I shall enlighten you, Zheng Yin thought. Such earnestness, I shall persuade you yet. Superficially this war appears senseless, but it was in truth humanity's violent self-reckoning with its own societal evolution. Too grandiose, Captain. It was liberation from feudal constraint. Wu Yunqi whispered softly beside him. Ah yes, this war shattered feudal fetters. It was humanity's self-redemption into capitalist society. Without aid from advanced alien civilizations, we groped blindly through darkness. This tragic struggle reveals our profound yearning for transcendent freedom. You display only humanity's shadowed face, ignoring its diligence, resilience, and spirit of peace and fellowship. Such selective portrayal betrays your own darkness and insecurity. Though you dwell in 5 dimensions, your enlightenment falls short of ours. This. The magistrate faltered, astonished, silent for a long moment. Then the plaintiff whirled, transforming instantly into the half-mechanical commander of the recently annihilated mercenary legion. She shrieked, humans are deceitful. They poison the ironclad alliance between the mercenary legion and the galactic pirates. They are ruthless, reducing me and my fleet to neutrino states. Such technology must be reclaimed. It is too dangerous in their hands. Indeed, humans are the galaxy's most cunning strategists, adept at concealing intent. To entrust high-tier weapons to low-tier civilizations is perilous. Their technology must be reclaimed, declared the magistrate. Reclaim, reclaim, reclaim. The jury chanted mindlessly, echoing his words like automatons. Zheng Yin raised his voice. You are a 5-dimensional entity, not the mercenary commander. Your words bear no authority over her. Moreover, my counterstrike followed repeated bombardments. I acted solely in self-defense. As for strategy, the galactic pirates' recent biological warfare was truly vile. Our actions were open, lawful deployments, never covert poison or treachery. Hearing this, the 5-dimensional entity instantly shifted into another human guise. Zheng Yin continued, this deep space flagship arrived as fate's gift to humanity, yet brought immense calamity. 40 billion humans remain unaccounted for. Though we command advanced technology, we wield it with restraint. Only 1/10th of our arsenal is actively deployed. All unstable ultra-high-yield weapons remain sealed in encrypted databases. You may verify this claim at any time. The jury fell into hushed silence. Zheng Yin added, we are honored to join the galactic Tier 2 civilization collective, though at terrible cost. Yet we never accused you higher-dimensional beings of negligence and guardianship. We once encountered 5-dimensional entities from a parallel universe, where higher-dimensional civilizations bear solemn duty to nurture lower-dimensional ones. In their cosmos, war is a concept unknown. The magistrate fell silent. Zheng Yin pressed on, nor do we require your guardianship. Merely refrain from stifling our evolution, and we shall ascend inevitably toward light. As for the Unity Church, if its purpose is truly the collective advancement of cosmic civilization, no debate is needed. All will join in time. If not, we shall fight you to the end. Though we stand no chance today, you need not even listen to my plea. You could erase us with a gesture. Upon finishing, all 3,000 human crew members stepped forward as one, heads held high, faces resolute, accepting death with sovereign dignity. The judge and the plaintiff, a 5-dimensional entity, did not destroy them. Instead, they merged into a single being, revealing their true form, a colossal, benevolent mother with a human head and serpentine body. Mother! Zheng Yin cried out involuntarily. Before him stood this immense, 5-dimensional entity, identical in every feature to his own mother, evoking an overwhelming sense of dependency. In that moment, he longed only to rush into her arms and cling to her like a child. Mother! Zheng Yin turned and saw Lu's eyes glistening with tears. Every human aboard witnessed their own mother. The jury, also composed of 5-dimensional entities, now hung their heads in dejection, bowing low as if defeated in court. Meanwhile, all human crew members gazed upon the colossal entity with profound emotional reliance. The 5-dimensional entity spoke, children, I and the Nuwa Continuum, a lineage that ascended to higher dimensions 500,000 years ago. You are my descendants crafted by me during my time in four-dimensional space. You have proven extraordinary, overcoming countless trials, and I rejoice at witnessing your growth. This farce ends now. Henceforth the unified continuum shall no longer interfere with your evolution. This starship remains yours. May my children flourish and thrive. With those words, she exhaled gently toward the 3,000 souls, and in the span of a single second Zheng Yin and all the others found themselves restored aboard the starship. Upon learning of the event, the Proxima Centaurians, the blue light beings, and the electrophagus capacitors aboard the vessel were profoundly astonished. Never had a higher dimensional intelligence intervened on humanity's behalf. No wonder their confidence had been unshakable. In the days that followed, Zheng Yin hosted a banquet to ease the crew's tension. The food replication system housed a complete database of human culinary knowledge. Connected merely to water, atmospheric gases, and energy sources, it could instantly synthesize meals and beverages, precisely portioned and temperature regulated. Only with such technology could one truly speak of deep space interstellar travel. As the starship traversed the cosmic void, Wu Yunqi received a distress signal emanating from within it. Though modest in scale, spanning just 50 light-years, this void lay within the Milky Way. Devoid of stars and nebulae, it was a celestial desert. Atomic density, per cubic meter, fell drastically below galactic norms. By all theoretical accounts, no large celestial bodies should exist here. Yet the distress signal insisted repeatedly a warship had stranded upon a desolate planet. Its propulsion systems utterly failed, its power reserves draining rapidly, and life support systems projected to sustain viability for only 10 more hours. Zheng Yin ordered, reduce warp factor to level 6. Alter course and set the distress signal's origin as our new coordinates. Yunqi establish a communication link with the source. Coordinates recalculated. Estimated arrival at signal origin in 10 minutes, reported navigator Zhao Beidou. Captain, the communication link has been transmitted, but there is no response, Wu Yunqi added. Maintain continuous connection attempts. All hands assume alert status. 10 minutes later, a dark, lightless solid planet loomed before the starship. Immediately analyzed planetary data and scanned for biosignatures. Captain, this planet matches Mars in size and possesses an atmosphere saturated with sulfurous gases, yet it lacks any gaseous envelope. Due to extreme cold, these gases have frozen solid across its surface. The planet has ceased rotating and no living biosignatures have been detected, Professor Picard reported. Pinpoint the distress signal's emission source and generate a high-resolution three-dimensional topographic map of the planetary surface, Zheng Yin commanded. Instantly, a holographic projection of the planet materialized above the central command console before Zheng Yin's chair, a technology developed by the science division over recent days to comprehensively analyze any encountered phenomenon. When surface imagery was magnified and brightness enhanced, every officer on the bridge stood stunned. It was the ruin of an extraordinarily advanced civilization. Colossal temples whispered of past grandeur, orbital cannons, towering as mountain ranges, lay shattered and collapsed. Clearly this world had died amid fire and war. The entire planet serves as the distress signal's emission source, Captain. Professor Picard continued. Perhaps the stranded vessel, critically low on power, amplified its signal using the planet's magnetic field, but this world has ceased rotation, rendering any intrinsic magnetic field theoretically impossible. How then can this be it? That lies squarely within your domain, Professor. Mobilize your science team for urgent analysis, and continue scanning the planet down to its core, seeking any anomalous energy signatures. While Professor Picard and his team labored to locate the signal's origin, Wu Yunqi finally established contact. 20-odd humans appeared on the main view screen, physically indistinguishable from Earthborn humans. Zheng Yin was deeply perplexed. What evolutionary conditions could possibly yield beings identical to humanity across hundreds of light years? Captain, even two lineages descending from the same biological family and genus will diverge markedly in morphology after just 100,000 years of isolated evolution under differing environmental pressures. It is biologically implausible that a species identical to Homo sapiens exists beyond Earth's stellar neighborhood. An elder among the figures bowed deeply. We are profoundly grateful you have answered our call. We beg you, transport us aboard your vessel. Well, you don't mince words, do you? Delu chuckled dryly. Forgive our omission. We are the exploration vessel of the Nubilit civilization. Our homeworld is under siege, and we race home to defend it. Though our strength is limited, we cannot abandon our mother world. En route, our vessel was ambushed. The warp bubble ruptured, hurling us deep into this planet's crust. Power lost, we repurposed the planetary core as a signal amplifier, broadcasting our plea to the White Light Alliance across the galaxy. How did you evolve to mirror humanity so precisely? Zheng Yin asked. To facilitate communication, Captain. Within the first 0.01 seconds of establishing contact, we reshaped our forms to match yours. Our true anatomy lies beyond your perceptual framework. We are silicon-based life forms. The elder continued. Brother. Chang'e's voice resonated in Zheng Yin's mind. I have just scanned the galactic civilization database and confirmed the Nubilit civilization vanished 1 million years ago. Its planetary coordinates were erased from records. Yet historical archives describe this very world as Nubilit Prime. The White Light Alliance was in fact the precursor to today's Galactic Stellar Alliance. Can you pinpoint the signal's origin? Zheng Yin thought. No, brother. Zheng Yin addressed the silicon-based beings on screen. We do not know what you endured, but we affirm this 1 million years have passed since the fall of the Nubilit civilization. This planet you inhabit is almost certainly your lost homeworld. The White Light Alliance now stands as the Galactic Stellar Alliance, still waging eternal war against darkness. No, that's impossible. We've been trapped for mere hours. Even within a black hole's singularity, time dilation could not stretch so grotesquely. You must be agents of the five-dimensional entities. We will not be deceived. Very well. If you distrust us, transmit your precise coordinates. We shall extract you from the crust, and then you'll see for yourselves. Coordinates. Did they not appear automatically upon establishing our comlink? Why ask us again? Zheng Yin replied. Your signal was amplified through the planetary core. Our ship traces only the core's resonance, and we have detected no biosignatures whatsoever upon this world. Very well, we believe you. Coordinates follow immediately, but please act swiftly. Ambient temperatures are plummeting. Cold already threatens our survival. The elder gestured to a middle-aged man behind him, and a coordinate string appeared on Wu Yunqi's comms display. Conduct full-spectrum holographic scanning of that region, and project results onto the main holotable. Lin Yuan ordered. Scan complete, Captain. A derelict warship, fully fused with geological strata, has been identified. Professor Picard reported. On the view screen, the would-be rescuers' faces fell into despair. Boost transmission power. Extract the rock mass intact and deposit it on the surface. Zheng Yin commanded. Acknowledged, Captain. Transmission initiated, reported Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones. Seconds later, a massive slab of planetary crust, containing the embedded exploration vessel, emerged onto the barren surface. The rescuers stared silently at the screen. Zheng Yin asked, explain this. What truly happened? The elder sighed, voice heavy with despair. Truth be told, we ourselves had begun suspecting the truth. Our consciousness merged with the planetary core long ago, thus time flows imperceptibly for us. We truly believed only hours had passed. We sensed your vessel, an artifact of staggering sophistication, and sought proof to confirm our darkest suspicions. Now confirmation is absolute. Our civilization is gone. We are the last custodians of its memory upon this dying world, witnesses to its slow descent into silence. Around us spreads an encroaching cold. No star's warmth reaches us. We embody the universe's ultimate fate, bound by entropy's law, drifting ever onward toward absolute stillness and ice. Perhaps they are right. Thank you for coming. You are the sole visitors this frigid world has known in 1 million years. The transmission severed. A profound silence settled over the Chang'e, oppressive, contemplative. What lies at the universe's end? Perhaps there is no end. As the starship departed, it received one final stored transmission from the Nubilit civilization, a chronicle of its luminous history and unyielding resistance against darkness. This transmission was the sole remaining testament to its existence. After leaving the desolate Nubilit planet, the starship had been sailing for 3 days. Zheng Yin awoke to find that his body was infused with boundless vitality. This was thanks to the starship's medical technology. Now, every crew member's health value had reached theoretical perfection. Aside from external infections, self-induced diseases had ceased to occur. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi wanted to find Dalu to go fishing in the lake, which was a small reservoir unique to the second and third decks. Dalu was already by the lake, a place he often frequented for leisure. Zheng Yin saw Dalu staring blankly at the water surface from afar and shouted, Dalu, missing your daughter again. Dalu quickly wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes and, rubbing his stubble, smiled. Don't mention it. What am I missing? I came all this way across the galaxy, didn't I? I envy you for having something to look forward to. My parents died under the laser cannons of the galaxy pirates. At first, the strength that supported me was to eliminate the galaxy pirates, but now it has become more about responsibility. Zheng Yin said helplessly. Well, as long as you have faith, you have a goal. On a smaller scale, it's family. On a larger scale, it's all of humanity. You're no longer the new recruit who once shouted about suicide. You risked your life to secure the starship, and now you bear the future of human civilization. I feel a bit pained watching you. Don't overexert yourself. Besides, your sister changed, and shall you have me as your big brother? Feel free to share any concerns with me. Dalu smiled. Wow, you're really laying it on thick. You're about to make me cry. Zheng Yin laughed. Report, Captain. We have detected the traces of a pirate transport ship. Expected contact in 10 minutes. Professor Picard, the acting commander on the bridge, reported. Damn. Zheng Yin and Dalu jumped up. Dr. Jones, teleport me Dalu and Yunqi to the bridge. Zheng Yin continued to command. All personnel enter battle mode. The pirate transport ship did not slow down. It would continue to fly at warp speed, soon entering the starship's attack range. There was only one medium-sized transport ship without an escort fleet, which seemed very unusual. Zheng Yin immediately ordered activate the tractor beam and send out a communication link. The enemy has rejected our communication, Captain Wu Yunqi reported. The tractor beam had already been launched and successfully captured the transport ship. The crew displayed victorious smiles. Zheng Yin commanded slowly reduce speed to standard propulsion. Space combat personnel prepare to force land the enemy transport ship. We have reduced the enemy transport ship's speed to standard propulsion, reported Helmsman Chekhov. Cease flight and fire electromagnetic torpedoes at the transport ship's engine. Space combat team deploy and surround it. Suddenly a bolt of lightning burst from the transport ship, instantly wrapping around the electromagnetic torpedo and swallowing it, followed by a flash of white light, with the lightning's form expanding significantly. Captain, wait. That's my kin. Let me communicate with him, shouted Diangong. Zheng Yin immediately ordered fighter squadron withdraw and stand by. Diangong emerged from the high-resistance energy storage quantum conversion box, transforming into a bolt of lightning and entangled with the other party. After a while, thousands of lightning entities emerged from the transport ship, all waiting for something. After Diangong returned, he reported to Zheng Yin, these are all the Year 1 star-consuming electric entities that were taken by the Galaxy Pirates. They broke through the high-resistance energy cage by collective amplification, killed the pirates, seized the transport ship, and are currently tracking the pirates. Please, Captain, produce 10,000 high-resistance electromagnetic storage conversion boxes for communication with them. Zheng Yin quickly assigned Professor Picard to handle this matter and asked Diangong, I remember your race was taken by the Galaxy Pirates in the millions. Is this just a portion of them? Diangong replied, yes, Captain, but those compatriots were used as energy. With their sacrifice, the Galaxy Pirates were able to escape so quickly. Their coordinates have already been confirmed to be in the Betelgeuse star system. Please prepare quickly to track your kin. Immediately set the jump coordinates. Once the electric entity army boards the ship, head straight for the Betelgeuse system. This energy entity team composed of electric entities expressed their willingness to help the brother civilizations in the solar system find the missing humans and completely eliminate the Galaxy Pirates. The civilization in the Betelgeuse star system was a typical unified sect. It was a port for Galaxy Pirates and interstellar mercenary groups, as well as a bustling trading point on the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Of course, this trading point did not welcome members of the Star Alliance. Thus, the Super Starship jumped out when it was still 1 light year away from the planet. It would ambush along the pirates' inevitable route. The Starship entered stealth mode, but after waiting for a day, they did not encounter the arrival of the Galaxy Pirates. Instead, they were attacked by the Betelgeuse star cluster. Their deep space probe detected the Starship's intrusion and notified the Galaxy Pirates to change their course, subsequently surrounding the Starship along with the Galaxy Pirates and interstellar mercenary groups. Deactivate stealth mode, enter battle status, all personnel prepare. This time Zheng Yin did not pilot the Yinglong mech in a battle, he had more important things to do. Close the communication reception to the Galaxy Pirates and Betelgeuse forces, maintain communication connection with the interstellar mercenary group, and call the commander of the mercenary group. Zheng Yin arranged. Yes, Captain, the mercenary group commander is already on the line, Wu Yunqi said. The large screen displayed the insectoid commander they had encountered previously. Oh, my esteemed Captain, we meet again. I didn't expect your starship to arrive so quickly. We traveled through the famous arm passage to reach Betelgeuse, and you arrived right after us. Yes, Commander, for our acquaintance, please keep your fleet a bit further away, as some of our new friends are quite angry. Zheng Yin cut off the communication. Looking at the 3 groups of enemy fleets on the holographic platform, he slowly said, when you hit a dog, you have to hit it to death. All firepower attacked the Galaxy Pirates. This time the 10,000 electric entities not only vented their hatred, but also feasted well. The Starship's space combat team sent the Galaxy Pirates fleet scattering. The Betelgeuse forces clearly underestimated the power of the Super Starship. Soon 70% of the Galaxy Pirates battleships were destroyed. Only one of the Betelgeuse battleships was destroyed, while the Starship mercenary group withdrew from the attack range. The Starship's space military only had 1 severely damaged fighter jet, which was immediately teleported to the hangar for repairs. Diangong fire photon torpedoes at the pirate fleet, prepare to end the battle, Zheng Yin commanded. Soon the strikes targeting the Galaxy Pirates ended, and the entire fleet of Galaxy Pirates was annihilated. Yunqi sent a communication request to the Betelgeuse forces. Yes, Captain, they have been waiting for the call. The large screen displayed a reptilian commander, his fist-sized eyes, no nose, only 2 exhaust holes above his large mouth, and a face covered in green lumps, causing the humans in the bridge to feel a shiver. This lizard commander clearly had an unpleasant voice, producing a harsh sound, like scraping iron. Intruders, please identify yourselves. Are you members of the Star Alliance? Yes. Zheng Yin smiled, and said there's no need to ask further. You know, we are Earthlings, newly joined members of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, tracking the Galaxy Pirates who took our kin. It was you who informed them to change their course. If you don't want to end up like these drifting pirate wrecks, tell me the route. Ignorant primitive. The lizard commander laughed loudly. Do you think you can leap to become the rulers of the galaxy just because you fortuitously obtained a third-order civilization starship? Don't dream. Oh, the great unification god is the savior of the universe. You are merely a virus obstructing the evolution of civilization. Hey. What are you doing? Are you singing now? Our captain is asking you a question. Can't you answer properly? Dalu couldn't help but interrupt the lizard commander's praise, jokingly admonishing him. You have blasphemed the divine and broken the truce agreement. From now on, we can initiate an offensive against the Star Alliance. The lizard man furiously declared. Zheng Yin immediately stood up and rebuked absurd. You clearly broke the blockade agreement of the Oort Cloud, first instructing the Galaxy Pirates to plunder us humans, and now you bite back at us. It's truly a joke. We're merely tracking the pirates. If you don't open fire, we absolutely won't initiate an offensive. Just look, does the mercenary group have even one battleship damaged? The lizard man sneered. Since the moment the starship of the third-order star system civilization appeared in the solar system, that ridiculous agreement has already expired. We are all acting according to the divine's arrangement, which you primitives cannot comprehend. Indeed, a stubborn old fool, Zheng Yin angrily retorted. In that case, I wish you good luck. He then reconnected the communication with the mercenary group commander, smiling. We have a self-adaptive frequency technology for shield guidance. Would you be interested in studying it? Oh, Captain, we have finally found common ground. Tell me, what do you need Kungsaba for? It turned out the commander's name was Kungsaba. Zheng Yin smiled and said the route of the Galaxy pirate transport ship and its final coordinates. Once we locate the pirate transport ship, the technical data will be sent to your database the next time we meet. Kungsaba smiled and said, that's simple, Captain, but who knows if you can survive to meet me again. After all, the unification god you face is a continuum in 5-dimensional space. The physical laws are meaningless before him. It would be best if you sent the data now. Rest assured, our mercenary group's credibility ranks first throughout the galaxy. We will definitely not deceive you on your technology. Zheng Yin replied, you needn't worry about this. We also have a great higher dimensional deity protecting us. I will definitely live longer than you. On our Earth, it's always eat first, pay later. If you want the high technology of third-order civilization, do as I say, otherwise I will find another mercenary group commander. Oh, don't. My esteemed Captain, the new route of the pirate transport ship has already been sent to you. Please check it and good luck. I look forward to our next meeting. Upon receiving the navigation route of the galactic pirate transport ship, Zheng Yin immediately issued orders to swiftly leave the battlefield, pursuing at warp speed level 9. After the starship had been traveling for 10 hours, Wu Yunqi received a message from the commander of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance. The commander was a blue-skinned being from the Sirius system named Drugulu. Drugulu said, General Zheng Yin, first of all, congratulations on your victory, which has dealt a heavy blow to the galactic pirates. The Star Alliance is proud of you. Zheng Yin replied, thank you for your praise, Commander Du. May I ask what arrangements have been made? Drugulu continued, yes, General Zheng Yin, a team of researchers from the Star Alliance has encountered danger. Your starship is the only one in proximity to the planet they are on. Please provide assistance, rescue them from the surface, and take them to the next research base. The Star Alliance fleet is currently on the brink of defeat in the war, so we cannot spare additional ships to support you. I apologize. Understood, we will do our utmost to rescue the research team, Zheng Yin said. Please send the coordinates and details of the incident. The information has been sent. The Star Alliance is proud of you. Drugula finished and closed the communication. Change course, set new coordinates, and activate the distress signal for the research team. Zheng Yin commanded. The research team consisted of over 100 members from various civilizations of the Star Alliance conducting research on a planet known as Tiangang Rock. The planet was called Tiangang Rock because it contained a rare mineral that, when refined, produced elements with remarkable stability, achieving a perfect fusion of hardness and toughness, being much lighter than titanium, while also being able to shield against radiation. The armor of Star Alliance warships was gradually being replaced with this material. The Tiangang Rock planet was located in an old white dwarf star system, which was quite remote, thus the researchers had never been discovered by the galactic pirates. Just 2 hours ago, the energy of the research base on this planet suddenly drained, causing all ships to lose power and the planet's magnetic field to rapidly weaken. The white dwarf star at the center of the system also deviated from its orbital path. A black hole was heading towards the star system. The appearance of the black hole was not detected in advance. It seemed to have suddenly jumped and threatening to engulf the entire system. 10 minutes later, the starship arrived in the orbit of Tiangang Rock and felt the immense gravitational pull and energy loss. Yunqi, contact the surface research team. Captain, we cannot detect any signal from the research team. They may have run out of power, Wu Yunqi replied. Professor Picard, locate the energy devices of the research base and initiate wireless energy transfer. Zheng Yin commanded. 1 minute later, they finally established communication with the research team. Zheng Yin addressed the leader of the research team. We are the Earth Expeditionary Force that has just joined the Federation, and we received orders from Commander Drugulu to rescue everyone. Please prepare, we will commence the transfer now. Wait, Captain. An elderly insectoid being hurriedly interrupted, saying, don't worry about us. We have already transmitted our research results to your starship. The Star Alliance will now be able to find this rare mineral in many 3-stage star systems. You need to leave quickly. This devouring black hole is intelligent. Before long, your starship will also be drained of energy. What? The black hole is intelligent. This is absurd, or it contradicts the laws of physics. Professor Picard couldn't help but interject. Zheng Yin was also surprised, but did not wish to waste time pondering this issue. Dr. Jones, immediately locate the positions of the research team members and bring them in. Understood, Captain. Initiating transfer. Transfer failed, Captain. 30 particle energy bodies have disappeared, and we have lost 30 members of the research team, Montgomery Jones reported. By common reasoning, the black hole has not yet reached its absorbing range. It has merely altered the star's orbital path insufficient to absorb energy from such a distant location. Professor Picard analyzed. Yes, Professor, your analysis is correct. Therefore, we have determined it is intelligent. The trajectory of this black hole is undergoing non-linear changes, self-adjusting towards the white dwarf star in the system. The elderly insectoid being comforted Zheng Yin, saying, "Do not feel sad about this, Captain. We will ultimately be devoured. The particle bodies that were disassembled during the transfer are simply easier for it to absorb. Do not worry about us. Our mission is accomplished. We have overcome the technical bottleneck in searching for Tiangong rock in the Milky Way. Please convey this technology to the Star Alliance Command. May justice coexist with us. Please remain calm and do not give up. We will find a way to rescue you." Zheng Yin continued, "Is the rescue plan for the research team ready?" Professor Picard stated, "Captain, the blue-skinned Bryant professor believes that an energy shield should be established around the research team members to withstand the absorption of the black hole." Zheng Yin immediately arranged, launch 3 shield generators from the supersurface research team, increase energy supply, and first send one as a trial. The shield projectors safely landed and quickly established an equilateral triangular shield field. The transfer began smoothly, but the particle energy bodies did not reconstitute in the transfer room. Instead, they vanished into space, and the shield's energy quickly dissipated. "Yunqi, try all forms of communication requests and send them into that black hole," Zheng Yin said, feeling at a loss. Since the other party is an intelligent being, there must be some way to contact it. As a result, all communication messages were sent, but received no response. "Captain, I believe that since this intelligent being can manipulate a black hole, it is definitely beyond our comprehension. It is likely a higher dimensional intelligence preying on lower dimensional energy," Wu Yunqi expressed her views. Yunqi, please continue." Zheng Yin was pleased with her speculation. That's all." Yunqi, please continue." Zheng Yin was pleased with her speculation. That's all." Zheng Yin couldn't help but smile and quickly commanded, "Professor Picard, scan the information in the surrounding starry sky. Within 30 light years, what stars are nearby?" Professor Picard scanned the nearby starry sky within 30 light years and compared it with the database, saying, "There is a massive blue giant star, 3 young yellow dwarf stars, a red giant star, and a black dwarf star. However, the black dwarf star mysteriously vanished from the universe at some point. It seems it was also consumed by it," Zheng Yin said. "So it seems it specifically feeds on aging stars, truly a selective intelligence." "Captain, we have interrupted the energy transfer to the surface. The energy was intercepted en route," Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones reported. Soon communication with the surface was also cut off. As the planet lacked an atmosphere, the life support systems of the research base quickly ceased to function. Members of the research team donned their shield suits and quietly awaited their demise. Meanwhile, the Starship was conducting numerous transfer experiments with various mechanical devices from the research team as test subjects. Changing various frequencies did not successfully transfer the equipment. The material particles seemed to vanish into thin air. After a while, the Starship detected that 2 outer planets in this star system had exploded their debris, forming a long ribbon, swaying in space, ultimately being swallowed by the black hole. Tiangong rock planet also experienced rotational displacement due to the immense gravitational pull triggering violent earthquakes. "We must quickly find a way to bring them up." Zheng Yin was now anxiously pacing back and forth. But the shield scope is limited. It cannot protect their particle state from the black hole's attraction during the transfer. Professor Picard said. Suddenly Zheng Yin had an idea and hurriedly asked, "Could we conduct a full-spectrum aperture-style continuous phase cannon bombardment around the research base to achieve a protective effect like a shield?" "This idea is quite crazy, Captain, but it's worth a try. After all, we have no other viable options left. However, controlling the firepower will be difficult. I'm afraid we might end up flattening the entire research base." Zheng Yin commanded, Start with minimum power output, then gradually increase the power until the test transfer succeeds, and then immediately transfer them up." "Wait a moment, Captain." Professor Picard said, "Considering that the phase cannon attacks with linear beams, the ground within the aperture lacks energy shielding, making it susceptible to the black hole's attraction, leading to particle loss. I recommend conducting a high-energy supply to the ground energy devices, allowing the researchers to open the 3 shield projectors towards the surface. This would create an energy conduit from the Starship to the surface research base, resembling an inverted test tube under the Starship, right, Professor?" "Yes, Captain. Your analogy is very vivid." Professor Picard replied with a smile. "Execute immediately, UDR. Jones and Capacitor, have you heard our plan?" "Yes, Captain, we are ready." Jones and Capacitor replied in unison. A massive energy supply beam was fired towards the surface, and by the time it reached the energy receptor at the base, it had been thinned by the black hole's absorption. The members of the research team successfully re-established communication with the Starship. "Captain, stop wasting time on us. You all need to escape quickly." The elderly insectoid being said sorrowfully. "Let's not discuss that now. I need you to quickly activate the 3 shield generators, setting their shield faces towards the ground, extending outward. A phase cannon will soon be fired around the base. Please ensure your safety and prepare for transfer." After Zheng Yin finished speaking, he immediately commanded Dr. Huang Yueching, "Please lead the medical team to the transfer room to await." The ground research team, hearing this crazy rescue plan, became excited, and the surface shields quickly activated. "Fire the phase cannon." Capacitor. "Initiate trial transfer." Dr. Jones. "Trial transfer of items successful, Captain." Immediately transfer all research personnel. Transfer successful. All personnel safe. Oh, wonderful. We did it. The entire starship was filled with cheers and applause. Bang. With a violent shake, Tiangang rock exploded, and the black hole was drawing closer. Accelerate to escape. Return to the original flight path. The starship finally returned to its original course, continuing to track the galactic pirates. After reporting the rescue operation to the Star Alliance Command, the Alliance awarded the changed Super Starship the title of the Alliance Ark and commended all crew members. 10 hours later, the changed Super Starship arrived at the 3rd Star Alliance Command, strategically located on the route between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm of the Milky Way. Due to its strategic position and long history, it had endured numerous wars and was heavily scarred. After dropping off the members of the research team, the starship proceeded towards the Perseus Arm. As the starship passed through a small nebula, the crew rushed to the observation deck to marvel at the breathtaking sight. Suddenly, a nurse from the medical team screamed in panic, "God, look at that!" Everyone followed her pointing finger, stunned into silence. A starship identical to the change was rushing towards them. Immediately halt all flight operations and put everyone on alert. Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, our radar has not detected any objects, at least no starship, reported Professor Picard. Change, is there any stealth technology you have that could account for this? Zheng Yin asked. No, Captain, it is completely undetectable. Change replied. Soon the super starship also stopped in front of the change. Send a communication link, Yin Chi. Yes, Captain, it is connected. To their surprise, the large screen displayed a command team identical to that on the change, though their expressions were clearly displeased. Change, is there any stealth technology you have that could account for this? Zheng Yin asked. No, Captain, it is completely undetectable. Zheng Yin stood up and said, We are the Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Star Alliance, tracking the pirate transport ships to reclaim our kin. We have done nothing to you and do not know your origins. The mirrored Zheng Yin replied, Enough. Enough. Do not repeat what I just said. We do not care who you are. Please keep your distance from our starship. Let's not interfere with each other. With that, the opposing side cut off the communication and their starships swiftly departed. What just happened, Captain? Wu Yunqi asked nervously. Zheng Yin said, Don't think too much about it, Yunqi. Let's quickly leave this cursed place. I feel uneasy. Just 10 minutes after taking off, the identical super starship rushed heading toward them. Emergency stop. Yunqi, quickly connect to their communication. Zheng Yin directed. The screen still showed the identical bridge and command personnel. The opposing commanders had apparently forgotten the previous encounter, smiling as they looked over like they were observing a toy. What kind of beings are you? Why are you persistently harassing us? Zheng Yin said, slightly annoyed. The mirrored Zheng Yin stood up and said, Our Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Star Alliance is tracking the pirate transport ships to reclaim our kin. Enough. Enough. Zheng Yin's head felt like it was about to explode. Do not repeat what I just said. We do not care who you are. Please keep your distance from our starship. After dismissing the opposing party, everyone felt a bit anxious, and the starship quickly flew away, eager to leave this cursed place. However, less than a minute later, the ghostly super starship blocked their path again. After establishing communication before Zheng Yin could say a word, the mirrored Zheng Yin stated, After investigation and discussion by the scientific team, we learned that this is a time trap set by the Tianquan people. We are all trapped inside. They detonated a time bomb from the center of the nebula. Now the nebula is filled with time ripples. We are actually the same starship, creating multiple entities due to the reflection of time. Do not attempt to escape. We cannot leave here yet. Every time we pass through a time ripple, a new starship will appear, and running around will only create more chaos. After finishing, the opposing side cut off communication and flew away. He tells us not to run around, yet he leaves. Dai Lu complained. Everyone began to consider this possibility and gradually regained their composure. Zheng Yin said, Regardless of whether what he said is true, we need to verify it. Professor Picard launched the probe and scanned the surrounding space, focusing on the center of the nebula. 100 lightspeed probes have been launched, Captain. Time fluctuations detected, Professor Picard reported. Please describe it specifically, Professor. Zheng Yin said. Professor Picard immediately explained at the holographic display. According to the real-time information transmitted by the probes, when crossing a certain area, the time appears to extend for a long duration. After some time, it flows quickly, and the probes crossing special locations indeed produced an additional one, as if they were duplicated. Zheng Yin looked at the holographic table, thought for a moment, and commanded, Electrocapacitor, use precise torpedoes to destroy the newly appeared probes and see what happens. When some probe images were destroyed, the original probe immediately followed and exploded, while others exploded only after about 10 minutes, leaving nothing behind. Analysis revealed that probes passing from slow time to fast time generated a future image, while those passing from fast time to slow time created an image of the past. Furthermore, the fluctuations of time were more significant at the center of the nebula, and a detonated bomb of Tianquan technology was also scanned. It truly is the conspiracy of the unification sect. Zheng Yin then commanded, Professor Picard, mark the time ripple area in this nebula. We will navigate around it and try to reach the center of the nebula to find a way to quell this time trap. Quickly, the time ripple area was marked, and just as the starship flew towards the center of the nebula, a mirrored starship appeared. Seeing the puzzled expression of the mirrored Zheng Yin knew further explanation was unnecessary. Reluctantly, he could only reiterate, after investigation and discussion by the scientific team, we learned that this is a mirror trap set by the Tianquan people. We are all trapped inside. Zheng Yin helplessly repeated the conversation, with misunderstandings unfolding one after another. After an hour, the changed super starship finally reached the center of the nebula where over a dozen super starships had already docked. To prevent the time ripple effect from becoming an infinite loop, they had all disabled their communications. Clearly, this was a consequence that could only be caused by a third-tier star system civilization's weapon. To deal with such a situation, the only solution was to request change to retrieve corresponding technology. Zheng Yin asked, "Can change retrieve corresponding weapons?" Change replied, "Yes, Captain. The most effective weapon for eliminating time ripples is the black hole torpedo, which creates a small black hole at the center of the ripples and can erase the surrounding time before the black hole evaporates on its own. Immediately load the black hole torpedoes into the armory and prepare for launch," Zheng Yin ordered. Just then another dozen mirrored super starships arrived. They made no communications or obvious movements. The starship that arrived first had already launched a black hole torpedo towards the center of the nebula. However, after the explosion, the time ripples still existed and the mirages had not decreased. "What is going on, Change? Is your data accurate?" Zheng Yin asked anxiously. "The effect has already taken place, Captain, but the black hole torpedo that was just launched was from a future starship's image, so it does not affect other starship images. Your starship is the real body. Look, that mirrored starship has completely stopped moving." "Yes, Captain, it is indeed so. Look, there are two more mirrored future starships that after launching the black hole torpedoes have frozen in space." Professor Picard excitedly pointed at the holographic display. Indeed, the starships that arrived at the scene all consecutively launched black hole torpedoes, freezing in space one after another, until soon there was only the real starship left that had not launched. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Electrocapacitor launch the black hole torpedoes." The electrocapacitor reported, "Yes, Captain, black hole torpedoes have been launched, expected to explode in 1 minute." Zheng Yin then arranged, "Beidou, set the course, Chekhov, set warp speed to 9. As soon as the time ripples disappear, we will immediately leave this cursed place." "Yes, Captain, the course is set. Warp speed 9 has been set and the warp engines are ready." After a flash, a small black hole appeared at the center of the nebula, and surrounding small celestial bodies and clouds of dust rapidly fell into the black hole. Professor Picard reported, "The gravity wave will reach the starship in 10 seconds. Prepare for the gravity wave impact and increase shield power." Zheng Yin commanded. Following a violent shake, the mirrored starship images from the past around them all disappeared. However, the black hole torpedo in the nebula, due to its small mass, quickly evaporated from matter-antimatter annihilation. But its momentary immense gravity caused the surrounding small celestial bodies to alter their original trajectories, collectively converging toward the center of the nebula, generating a massive planet that continued to grow, birthing an entirely new star system. Set sail. The starship finally left the terrifying ghostly zone. During the following journey, the crew was able to enjoy a brief rest. Although the starship had a food replicator, Zheng Yin always preferred to cook himself when hosting guests. He learned a few signature dishes and invited Dai Lu, Huang Yueqing, and Wu Yunqi to a dinner. Dai Lu declined, saying he wanted to go to the fourth-layer holographic deck to practice surfing with Captain Rick in Hawaii. Huang Yueqing was so engrossed in her herbal garden that she could not extricate herself. In her backyard on the second deck, she had planted all types of herbs from Earth and spent a long time tending to them after work each day. As a result, Zheng Yin's banquet was attended by only Wu Yunqi. "Captain, you seem to be in a good mood, even cooking for yourself," Wu Yunqi said with a smile. Zheng Yin replied, "It's off duty now, so don't call me Captain, just call me Zheng Yin." Wu Yunqi giggled, "That won't do. I need to keep my distance from you. You are now the spiritual leader of our starship, and those little nurses in the medical team are your loyal fans. They've plastered your posters all over their rooms. If they find out I'm getting too close to you, won't they be mad at me?" Zheng Yin couldn't help but laugh. "Is that true? Haha, I had no idea. I guess I'll have to pay more attention to my public image from now on." Wu Yunqi said, "Calmness, versatility, and a sense of responsibility are your charms. There's no need to put on a show, it's best to just be natural. My favorite steamed fish. Do you like it, eh?" Wu Yunqi tasted a bite and smiled. "It tastes just like my mom's cooking." "Zheng Yin, how did you know I love steamed fish and made it with Jiangnan flavor?" Zheng Yin said with a wry smile, "Your answer sounds so official. I'm just an ordinary person, slightly better matched with the starship's consciousness than the remaining humans." Wu Yunqi smiled and said, "What else would you like me to say?" Zheng Yin looked into Wu Yunqi's watery eyes. A warm feeling rose in his heart, as if all difficulties were no longer daunting. Just as he was about to say something, the steamer emitted a prompt sound. "The rice is cooked into a meal. If you don't open the lid now, it'll spoil." Wu Yunqi burst into laughter, unable to straighten up, and Zheng Yin said, "My emotional intelligence is already low. Big Liu's is even lower. Look at what kind of ridiculous prompt sound he set for me. All right, let's eat and see what delicious dishes you've made." Wu Yunqi said as she opened the steamer. "Wow, my favorite steamed fish. Do you like it, eh?" Wu Yunqi tasted a bite and smiled. "It tastes just like my mom's cooking." Zheng Yin, how did you know I love steamed fish and made it with Jiangnan flavor? Zheng Yin replied, I overheard Sister Yueqing mentioning it, and knowing you are from Jiangnan, I asked Change to give me the recipe. Wu Yunqi smiled and said, you've put in a lot of effort. Ever since the human defense war began, this is the flavor I've missed the most. Please send the recipe information to my place later. This kind of private dish template isn't in the food replicator's recipes. Sure, no problem. As long as you enjoy it. Zheng Yin smiled. A bit of Huadiao wine would make it even better. Wu Yunqi laughed. Zheng Yin replied, it's a small matter. He then walked to the replicator, pressed the start button, and commanded, 30-year aged Huadiao, wine ceramic bowl, 2 bowls 1 jin each. A beam of light passed, and both the bowls and the yellow wine were produced. Zheng Yin smiled. This bowl is actually blue and white porcelain. I wonder who input the template, they really have a good taste. Wu Yunqi took a sip and smiled. It really tastes like the one my dad used to hide. Sister Yueqing also loves to drink a bit of yellow wine. She says it promotes blood circulation. They'll be on shift tomorrow, and I want to go play in her medicinal field. Zheng Yin, will you join me? Zheng Yin smiled, sure. I'm free and have nothing to do. Big Lou and Colonel Rick go surfing on the 4th deck every day, or I don't like that, but gathering herbs and Dr. Huang's medicinal field sounds interesting. Great. It's settled then. Wu Yunqi laughed. The next day after finishing work, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi arrived at Dr. Huang Yuqing's residence. It was located about 10 kilometers east of the ancient city of Luoyang on the 2nd deck, just a slightly larger Ming-style architectural complex than a village. Huang Yuqing's residence was at the north end of the village, currently taking notes in the medicinal herb field. Sister Yueqing, I came to play with Zheng Yin. As soon as Wu Yunqi entered the courtyard, she shouted. Huang Yueqing quickly came out from the back courtyard of the medicinal herb field, smiling. The captain and Sister Yunqi are here. Why didn't you say anything during work? I wasn't prepared. Zheng Yin laughed. What do we need to prepare for? We are all good friends just dropping by. It's not work time, and there are no outsiders. Sister Yueqing can just call me Xiao Zheng like Big Lu does. Huang Yueqing smiled. That won't do, but it's too informal. You are a general of the Earth Federation. We can't just call you by your name casually. Zheng Yin quickly replied with a smile. That's too formal. Just call me by my name. Seeing you all so formal, I feel isolated. Wu Yunqi laughed. Otherwise, how did emperors in ancient times refer to themselves as lonely and unaccompanied? This made Zheng Yin burst into laughter. Huang Yueqing led them to the medicinal herb field, which benefited from the lighting technology beneath the 3rd deck, creating an environment similar to that of Earth. Except for the lack of rain and strong winds, it could be said to have day and night alternation and distinct seasons. The medicinal herbs planted here were all scanned from Earth before the Starship departed. Huang Yueqing had asked Change to scan all plants on Earth and sent the soil together. Some were just seeds collected and were now sprouting. Behind the outdoor medicinal herb field, there were also 2 large temperature-controlled rooms that simulated the real Earth environment, planting herbs suited for both cold and tropical climates. From my observations during this period, I found that they are growing very well with many seeds already sprouting. We will be able to conduct the first harvest soon. Huang Yueqing said while introducing. Sister Yueqing, the current medical technology on the Starship is very advanced, almost solving every disease that humans may encounter. You are planting so many medicinal herbs, I suppose it's also a sentimental attachment. Wu Yunqi asked with a smile. Huang Yueqing replied, of course that's part of it, but it's not the whole story. I've noticed that gene editing technology has been locked in the database by Change, and the science team is also very cautious in this regard. There are very few second-tier stellar civilizations in the galaxy that study this closely, indicating a significant level of uncontrollability. However, the legendary spiritual herbs in our culture can significantly enhance human functions and even break the shackles of lifespan, which fascinates me. Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise, those are just legends, right? Besides, plants like Zhuguolan have not been discovered by botanists, and there are no real records of people becoming immortal after eating spiritual herbs. Huang Yueqing responded, even if such things exist, there wouldn't be any official records. Those legendary spiritual herbs might be endangered species or plants that have gone extinct. Moreover, consuming certain special herbs in specific ways can indeed greatly enhance human functions. As she spoke, Huang Yueqing pointed to a plant growing by the pool and introduced, this is called sweet flag. Its efficacy is to open the orifices and lighten the body. It falls under the category of spiritual herbs. After high-tech analysis, long-term consumption will subtly change the cerebral cortex, and the human immune system will monitor the brain area, repairing damaged neurons and restoring the logical judgment area of the cerebral cortex, unblocking the obstructed neural pathways. Zheng Yin asked with great interest, so eating it often can improve intelligence? Huang Yueqing laughed. Not necessarily, but it can enhance a person's logical thinking. There are many types of such herbs. They can directly improve bodily mechanisms and even temporarily alter the deployment of the immune system. This kind of situation can only be achieved through gene editing technology, but herbs have no side effects, and after their effects wear off, the body will return to its original state. There is no need to worry about opening Pandora's box. Zheng Yin nodded. Indeed, there are many advantages. Sister Yueqing, you should study this well. They'll talk to Old Pai later and have the science team send a few botanists to help you form a research team. You will be the leader, and if you need any more personnel, just let me know. Huang Yueqing said happily. Thank you so much, little brother. Meanwhile, Big Lou, who was surfing on the fourth deck, was encountering trouble. It turned out that he and Colonel Rick had been obsessed with the Hawaiian sea breeze these days and wanted to enjoy themselves every evening after work. To seek excitement, he used his first officer's authority to change the safety level of the holographic deck to level 0, which is realistic. In this state, the holographic images under the quantum field can cause real harm to the body. Big Lou overestimated his surfing skills, and a shark quietly approached beneath a giant wave. Big Lou saw the shark and shouted in fear, "Oh no!" He turned to run. However, a huge wave hit him, and he lost his balance, getting knocked into the water. The shark quickly swam towards him, and Rick shouted urgently, "Quick, activate the shield." "Colonel Lou." Big Lou coughed up a mouthful of seawater and shouted, "I don't have it. Throw yours to me." Rick hurriedly took off the universal assistant from his left wrist and threw it towards Big Lou. Just then a wave came, and Rick had to surf with the wave towards the distance. Big Lou, however, couldn't grab it, and the assistant sank beneath the water with the shark less than 3 meters away from him. "Damn it! How unlucky!" Big Lou cursed angrily, taking a deep breath and diving underwater. Fortunately, the assistant was light and sank slowly. Big Lou grabbed it just before it sank, but the shark's huge mouth was already approaching him. A flash of blue light appeared, and a transparent shield bubble finally emerged around Big Lou, slowly floating to the surface of the sea, while the shark anxiously circled and bit at the shield bubble. Angry Big Lou shouted, "Get lost. Tonight I'm definitely having shark meat." This made a group of crew members on the shore laugh heartily. After Zheng Yin learned of this incident, he was quite unhappy and called Big Lou to a secluded place for a severe reprimand. Zheng Yin said, "Brother, I was counting on you to help me manage the army. How could you be so irresponsible? Today can be said to be incredibly lucky, otherwise high technology wouldn't be able to resurrect you. Besides, if you were in a private holographic room, you could play however you wanted. Change wouldn't monitor personal privacy. But the fourth deck holographic deck is a public area, and as a first officer, you should always be responsible for the safety of your crew." Big Lou lamented, "Don't say any more, little brother. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. I really regret it and won't do it again, or I guess it's because we have been cutting through the thorns all the way and I got a bit carried away. This time has truly taught me a lesson. Alright, you are now the second in command of the human expeditionary army, so you need to be more careful from now on." At this moment, Wu Yunshi reported, "Captain, we have received a distress signal from the Star Alliance Command. Please come to the bridge to meet with Commander Duraglu." Commander Deluglu of the Star Alliance said with a sense of shame, "General Zheng Yin, I am truly sorry for not being able to assist you in tracking down the pirates, yet I have repeatedly sought your help." Zheng Yin smiled and replied, "Our Galactic Star Alliance is a whole, and we should provide assistance within our capabilities. We clearly remember that to expel the galactic pirates, 50 warships of the Alliance were destroyed with 40 lost on the way to Earth. The people of Earth will never forget this spirit of unity and mutual assistance. Now, Commander, what do you need to change Starship for?" Deluglu then instructed the communication officer to send quantum information to the Starship, saying, "On your flight path, you will arrive at the member planet of the Alliance Pandora in 1 hour. There has been turmoil in its civilization, and the seeds of civilization have been stolen. Both the mercenary groups and the galactic pirates are aiming to plunder this planet. The original government has been overthrown, and a puppet regime supported by pirates is now in power. The people of Pandora are on the brink of death. Please help the original government recover the lost seeds of civilization and restore the alliance with the Star Alliance." Zheng Yin chuckled and said, "Commander, you are too polite. Wherever the galactic pirates appear, that is where we should go. Please await our message." Subsequently, all commanders of the Starship reviewed the files on Pandora. This planet is named so because its civilization differs from others, focusing on the development of gene modification technology. However, as time passed, after thousands of years and hundreds of generations of research, this level 2 stellar civilization still failed to control genetic mutations. More and more anomalies appeared among the populace, some exhibiting abilities far exceeding normal humans, while others developed deformed bodies, and some regressed into primitive states. Ultimately, these mutations exploded, and the Pandora people could no longer control them. Only the annual gene repair treatments could sustain the continuation of this civilization, and the gene repair drugs came from genetic samples of their ancestors from 10,000 years ago. The Pandora people replicated countless treatment drugs from the original samples, attempting to restore their kin's genes to their original pristine state. However, due to unrestricted gene modifications over thousands of years and hundreds of generations, their genes could not revert to the original state. The repair genes from their ancestors could only last for 1 year, and if the repair factors were not injected again the following year, these mutants would perish in droves. Thus, the pristine sample from 10,000 years ago is also referred to as the seed of civilization of Pandora. Just a few days ago, the sample was lost from the temple, and no clues were found. The army immediately launched an armed attack on the parliament, overthrowing the original leaders, and immediately severed contact with the alliance, issuing a declaration of secession. Clearly, all of this is inseparable from the Tianquan people. Both the galactic pirates and the interstellar mercenaries entered this planet and seized control of the storage of gene repair drugs to coerce the populace. The former parliamentary leader sent a distress signal to the alliance with the help of old supporters. To avoid alerting the enemy, after reviewing the information, Zheng Yin immediately ordered the Starship to enter stealth mode, reduce the warp factor, and slowly reached the planet's orbit. Zheng Yin, Lu, and Rick teleported to the surface first and met with the former parliamentary leader. Upon seeing the appearance of the Pandora people, all three felt a chill in their hearts. Genetic modification had brought too many negative effects to this civilization. The parliamentary leader before them looked more monstrous than a beast, having 5 eyes on their forehead resembling a plum blossom, one ear erect like a rabbit, and the other drooping like a sheep, with a flat nose having only 2 pits, and a mouth full of protruding fangs. Although Zheng Yin had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he was still horrified upon the actual encounter, breaking out in goosebumps. The leader said, "General Zheng Yin, thank you very much for your assistance. We have basically located the hiding place of the seed of civilization, and we are certain it was done by the galactic pirates. However, I currently have no military force to command to retrieve the seed from the layers of encirclement. Without the seed of civilization, I cannot rally my kin to resist." Zheng Yin inquired, "Where is the exact coordinate of the seed? I can have the Starship teleport it directly." "Oh no, it can't be teleported, General." The leader replied, "There are 3-dimensional oscillators around the storage location of the seed. This is high technology from the Tianquan people. They have placed the seed in another dimension. While we can see it, we cannot grasp it. It cannot be teleported. We must find a way to enter and destroy the dimensional oscillators to reclaim the seed of civilization." Lu smiled and said, "That's easy. Just send in the machine soldiers to attack." The leader replied, "Perhaps Colonel Lu is unaware, but our kin possess extraordinary powers. In solo combat, it is difficult to find our match in the galaxy, and the hiding point of the seed is within the galactic pirates' camp. Your machine soldiers will struggle to break through the defenses in a short time. If they change the hiding place again, we will never find it." Zheng Yin asked, "Then do you have any plans, Mr. Leader?" "Yes, General. We have a contact within the enemy camp, and it was this contact who informed me of the location of the seed of civilization." Zheng Yin further inquired, "Is this contact reliable? I mean, has he been captured by the enemy and forced to provide false information?" The leader said, looking suspicious, "I had not considered that, as our race logically cannot lie. Even the traitors have clearly expressed their dissatisfaction with the parliament." Lu laughed, "I didn't expect there to be so many straightforward brothers in the galaxy. So this task falls to the 3 of us." Zheng Yin asked, "How should we meet this contact? Can he safely take us to the location?" At this point, a 3-armed creature spoke up. "The contact is my son. He was originally a staunch opposition to civilization, but after witnessing the actions of the galactic pirates occupying the gene repair drugs, he recognized his mistake and quickly stood by our side. We will wait nearby the camp, and he will take us in." Zheng Yin asked, "Since your logical thinking dictates that you cannot lie, how long can he conceal his change?" The 3-armed creature replied, "As long as no one else asks, he can maintain the concealment. However, once someone does ask, he will immediately reveal the truth." Lu and Rick fell silent, and Zheng Yin worriedly said, "This is too unreliable. How is this different from gambling?" The leader reassured, "Don't worry, General Zheng. This child has developed a special ability, subconscious control. Anyone standing near him will be influenced, and he can make anyone nearby who wishes to speak shut their mouths." Lu chuckled, "Well, that sounds a bit more promising." The 3 donned a unique gray robe from Pandora, covering themselves completely except for their eyes. All Pandora people wear this gray robe outdoors to conceal their deformed appearances due to genetic mutations. Walking down the street like this, they could see many strange figures. Some were 2 to 3 meters tall, moving slowly, while others were small, less than 30 centimeters, scurrying about. After much effort, the 5 arrived at the entrance of the galactic pirates' camp. As soon as they got out of the vehicle, over 100 soldiers armed with splitting guns surrounded them. Before long, the 5 were pushed into a cage, and the contact had already been inside for some time. "Oh no, you really messed this up," Lu complained. After asking what happened, they learned that the contact, fearing exposure, had used subconscious control on everyone approaching him while on guard duty, making them reluctant to speak. Coincidentally, a soldier approached him to convey a command from the officer, but upon reaching him, the soldier lost the urge to speak and forgot what he had come for, returning in shame. Upon returning to the officer, he realized he had forgotten to convey the command and hurriedly ran back to find the contact. However, the contact, seeing the soldier return, thought he was suspicious and intensified his subconscious control. As soon as the messenger reached him, his mind went blank. After turning around, he didn't know what to do and had to return to the officer. When he reached the officer, he immediately remembered he had forgotten to convey the order and rushed back to the post. After several back-and-forth trips, the officer angrily scolded the messenger, asking why he was running instead of going to the gym, doing short sprints around the camp. Only then did the messenger, feeling wronged, explain the reason. The officer, naturally aware of the contact's mutation ability, immediately rushed over, standing at a distance, to interrogate why the contact used subconscious control on the messenger. With no other choice, the contact had to reveal the truth, and he was subsequently locked up, while the rebels guarding Pandora were waiting for the arrival of Zheng Yin and the others. The 5 were disarmed, and the universal assisters on the left wrists and energy guns on the right wrists of Zheng Yin and the others were confiscated. Now they could be said to be unarmed. After hearing the contact's account, Lu laughed uncontrollably, saying, "I have seen this kind of plot in movies before. What a bunch of straightforward people." Zheng Yin and Colonel Rick couldn't help but laugh as well. The leader said, "I admire the optimism of you Earth people, but right now we are in great danger and could be executed at any moment. Moreover, we have yet to see anyone from the Galactic Pirates or the Interstellar Mercenary Group. We are currently locked in the rebel camp far from the hiding place of the seed of civilization. Delu reassured Mr. Leader, rest assured. Our captain also has special abilities and can teleport us to the Starship at any time as well as bring down the Starship's expeditionary troops. This is certainly not nonsense. At this moment, all members of the Starship are gearing up, watching everything from the perspective of Zheng Yin under the live stream of change. I have an important piece of information to share with your commander. Zheng Yin shouted at the guard soldiers outside the cage. Our commander has said that we cannot trust the cunning Earthlings, so you better keep your mouth shut. The soldier replied. The commander asked in confusion General Zheng what information could possibly be worth sharing with the rebels. Please do not betray the Star Alliance. Delu anxiously interjected. Come on, my commander, just let him speak. Why ask so many questions? If he reveals the entire plan, it won't work. The big fool outside doesn't believe us Earthlings, does he? If we use your mouth to convey our words, won't he believe it? The commander nodded and said, oh, so this is the plan. But if I don't know what the information is, I cannot speak at random. That wouldn't make sense. Zheng Yin leaned close to the upright ear and whispered, the information is that the Tianquan people are coming to harvest you. All hurry and let him find the commander. Upon hearing this, the commander was startled and shouted, how long until they arrive? Don't worry about that, just go tell him. This scene greatly amused the crew watching the live broadcast on the Starship. The commander urgently shouted, soldier, I order you to quickly bring your commander here. I have important information. Huh? Are you sure, commander? If you still have the Pandoran race in your heart, hurry and go. Oh, all right, I'll go right away. Please wait. After the guard soldiers left, Zheng Yin immediately instructed change teleport our weapons and equipment along with the 6 of us to a concealed location in the camp, and then send in the projector to create our holographic projections, finding the alert team members to act as the real entities. Okay, brother, please prepare for the teleportation. When the guard soldiers brought in the commander, the holographic projection of the council leader, Professor Picard, said, now let us set aside our hatred and join forces to save Pandora. The Galactic Pirates are our true enemies. They are the lackeys of the Tianquan people who will not fulfill any promises made to you. If you don't believe me, ask your pirate commander. Where did you get this information? The rebel commander asked. Don't ask me, ask your allies, the Galactic Pirates. Professor Picard sat on the ground and said no more. Of course, this was all a performance he was giving on the Starship's deck. The figure in the rebel's cage was merely a projection of the council leader. No matter how much the rebel commander questioned him, he did not respond. The commander, feeling uncertain, had no choice but to find the Galactic Pirates commander for clarity, thus diverting the attention of both commanders. Zheng Yin and the 5 others, equipped with their gear and weapons, quietly slipped towards the hiding place of the civilizational seed under the guidance of their contact. Zheng Yin instructed everyone use the lowest stun setting on the rebel Pandorans and the maximum vaporization setting on the Galactic Pirates. After dealing with the guards, the 6 entered a warehouse-like room where a dozen Galactic Pirates were stationed. Zheng Yin and his team were equipped with high-tech individual combat gear from the Starship. The multifunctional assistive device on their left wrist consisted of a shield life module, a radar communication module, and a holographic computer module. The self-variable direction shield could withstand up to 1,000 megawatts of energy in a single instance. The life support system could operate for 20 hours in a vacuum radiation environment, and the radar had a maximum detection range of 10,000 kilometers, along with a smart computer providing information at all times. This equipment is considered cutting-edge even among second-tier stellar civilizations in the galaxy. The weaponry on their right wrist was a launcher with 3 energy modes. It could switch between 3 modes: electromagnetic pulse gun, phase gun, and long-range photon bullets. Clearly, the equipment of Zheng Yin and his team was far superior to that of the Galactic Pirates. The pirates' laser guns were not as powerful as the split guns of Pandora, failing to penetrate the shields of the 6, while the energy weapons worn by the 6 easily pierced through the pirates. In less than a minute of gunfire, the dozen Galactic Pirates were vaporized on the spot, with Delu and Colonel Rick scoring the most kills. To prevent the arrival of the pirates' main force, the 6 acted quickly, swiftly breaching the inner chamber, and after taking out a few more guarding pirates, they finally located the civilizational seed, a body of an ancient Pandoran from 10,000 years ago. Due to the similarity between Pandora's environment and Earth, the early humans who had not undergone genetic modification resembled Earthlings closely, showing no signs of being aliens except for their pointy ears. After destroying the surrounding dimensional oscillators, Zheng Yin commanded Dr. Jones immediately teleport the civilizational seed and the 6 of us to the Starship. Wait, Captain, the council leader quickly shouted. What's wrong? The leader said, I sense that there are 100,000 intelligent life forms still in this room, all in a state of hibernation. This is my unique ability that allows me to serve as the council leader. It cannot be wrong. Search. With Zheng Yin's command, the 6 activated the tri-scanners on their assistive devices and began scanning the entire room. Indeed, they discovered a hidden door behind the civilizational seed's rear wall. Opening the hidden door revealed a small room filled with 10 1-cubitter cubes faintly glowing with blue light. The scanning results indicated that the boxes contained immense energy. The council leader exclaimed, this is it. Each box contains 10,000 dormant intelligent life forms. At this moment, Zheng Yin, Delu, and Colonel Rick felt their hearts leap into their throats. The entire crew on the Starship was on high alert, while Wu Yunqi and Huang Yueqing had tears in their eyes. Change confirmed this is the quantum energy storage cabinet of the Galactic Pirates transport ship. The intelligent life forms inside are likely a portion of the humans that have been taken. Once released, we will be able to verify. Dr. Jones proceed with the full teleportation. No, Captain. Change interrupted quantum energy bodies belong to the state of particle compression. They are normal life forms transformed and compressed. They need to revert to a material state before undergoing particle teleportation again. Teleporting them now will turn them into an unstable energy bomb, and the life forms inside cannot be reassembled. At this moment, the radar displayed that over 1,000 galactic pirates had surrounded the area. Then we will retrieve our compatriots on the ground. Zheng Yin ordered teleport 10,000 robotic soldiers to this pirate camp. Eliminate the pirates. The remaining 90,000 robotic soldiers, along with 10,000 electric devourers, 100 fighters, 10 destroyers, and 100 individual mechas, are all to be deployed to attack all pirate camps on this planet. Yunqi, connect with the commander of the interstellar mercenary group and have them stay far away. If they are allies of the pirates, directly attack them with phase cannons from the Starship. Captain, we request to disembark. Please don't leave us behind. Over 2,000 human soldiers who had not been assigned tasks shouted. Of course I won't forget my brothers. Zheng Yin replied. Human soldiers will be teleported in batches to each pirate camp, focusing on finding the quantum energy storage cabinets. If you encounter pirates, fight to the death. This planet has 8 pirate camps, all temporarily established to assist the rebels, as well as 3 camps of Starship mercenary groups. As the Super Starship launched its attack, the flames of revival ignited on Pandora. Just as Zheng Yin and the others had rushed out to engage in battle with the galactic pirates, the civilizational seed exploded. A micro-bomb implanted by the galactic pirates detonated, and Pandora lost its civilizational seed, leaving the clansmen with no hope of survival. The council leader fainted from the shock. Don't think about it too much. Let's deal with the pirates first, then we'll find a solution. Zheng Yin shouted while firing long-range photon bullets at the galactic pirates. Soon the volunteer team from the Starship was teleported down. The weapons equipped on the robotic soldiers were even more powerful than those of ordinary soldiers. Their hands were designed to function as energy cannons, and their shields were sturdier, omitting the life support system. The flight devices on their feet and backs allowed them to engage in combat both in the air and on the ground, and they were equipped with precise radar and 100 micro-missiles. The combatants of the galactic pirates were no match for them, and in an instant they were wiped out in droves. Quickly the pirates deployed fighter jets and bombers, while 3 massive mechas descended from space. Before they could reach the ground, Zheng Yin had already been teleported into the Yinglong. Delu and Colonel Rick also entered their respective mechas. The Electric Devourer Army and the Space Fighter Squad arrived at various pirate camps, while 10 destroyers bombarded the skies along with 10,000 Mosquito missiles launched from the Super Starship in orbit. The camps of the 5 interstellar mercenary groups quickly evacuated from the planet's surface, staying far away from the attack range. The battle turned completely one-sided. Describing it as a collapse would not be an exaggeration. The galactic pirates regretted setting up camp on the ground, as they had no time to fly into space. Aside from one escape ship belonging to the commander that fled the planet, all the galactic pirates were annihilated. Captain, should we shoot down the escape ship? The electric capacity officer in the Starship's defense combat room asked. Let it go, let it deliver a message to the Tianquan people that Earthlings are not to be trifled with. When all the citizens of Pandora learned of the pirates' despicable actions and the destruction of the civilizational seed, they fell into a state of extreme despair. The rebels also recognized the true nature of the pirates and admitted their sins, and they were collectively exiled to a cold, desolate planet, a notorious penal colony at the edge of the galaxy. The commander of the interstellar mercenary group finally received Zheng Yin's communication link. On the other end was indeed the insectoid commander Kuan Shiba, who humbly said, "My esteemed Captain General Zheng Yin, I have honored my promise, and you have found your captured compatriots. You should fulfill your promise now." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "The life forms in those 10 storage cabinets have not yet been released. We still don't know if they are our Earth compatriots. Furthermore, we have only annihilated a moderately sized pirate fleet and have not tracked down the transport ships. You cannot expect me to pay the full reward immediately." "Oh, Captain, you can't treat the mercenary group like a monkey. I put in considerable effort to persuade the pirates to leave those 10 boxes." Kuan Shiba anxiously said, "I assure you this is indeed the shipping route of the pirate transport ship. The pirates from Pandora Star are not part of the transport ship's crew, but the transport ship took away many escort warships when it departed and is currently gathering pirate fleets along the way. Moreover, I have just sent you their next route on your computer. See how honest Kuan Shiba is." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "I am not a scoundrel taking advantage for free, but I can only pass on half of the variable frequency guide shield technology to you. When I find our people again, I will give you the rest. Thank you for your trust, Captain. I look forward to our next meeting." The shuttle transported 10 quantum energy storage cabinets to the 4th-level holographic deck of the Starship. At this moment, the deck projected an endless grassland from Earth with shepherds leisurely grazing, horses galloping freely, a few white clouds dotting the blue sky, and a gentle breeze bringing the fragrance of grass. This scene amazed the onlookers from several alien civilizations, who exclaimed, The scenery of Earth is truly magnificent. After a series of flashes, 100,000 humans were released. They appeared in the same fleeing posture as when they were abducted, scrambling to escape. However, they quickly noticed something unusual. Gradually, they quieted down, astonished by their surroundings. These people were all residents from a coastal city in East Asia. Zheng Yin comforted everyone through the broadcast, saying, "Dear family compatriots, please do not be afraid. We are the Earth Expeditionary Force. We are here to rescue you. It has been 3 months since you were taken by the galactic pirates. Now we are on the super Starship, yes, the one in space, which now belongs to humanity, called the Change. We are 582 light years from Earth, but we will soon bring you home." Upon hearing the broadcast, some in the crowd began to cry with joy, while others remained skeptical. Zheng Yin immediately led all the humans to meet them and informed them that they were in a holographic projection on the 4th deck, not actually on the grassland of Earth, and he opened a viewing window for everyone to see. At that moment, people realized they were in space, in orbit around a strange blue planet similar to Earth. Upon seeing the Earth Expeditionary Force, the 100,000 crowd wept tears of joy. Then Change collected data, reorganized the Society of the 100,000, and selected a temporary leadership group of several dozen people to facilitate the Starship's arrangement. They also made the navigation logs from the past 3 months available for everyone to view. Then Zheng Yin introduced the Electrophage Army, the Proxima Centaurians, the Sirius Blueskin people, and the Pandora Star people. People were overwhelmed, reflecting on many things, and many expressed their desire to stay on the Starship, joining the Expeditionary Force to continue pursuing the pirates. However, after discussions between the Starship Command Group and the leadership group of the 100,000, only 1,000 elite personnel were selected to join, while the rest would be taken back to the solar system by the Starship to return to Earth. Meanwhile, Pandora Star faced an extremely severe crisis with the civilization's seeds destroyed by the pirates. The citizens would lose their gene repair medicine next year, and the disaster of extinction seemed unavoidable. Change was also at a loss. The technology of gene modification can be achieved even by primitive civilizations on first-level planets, but to truly master it without any accidents, only wise beings of third-tier star systems and above can grasp it. Thus, it is a forbidden area for development that no one wishes to touch. The leader sighed. Yes, our race initiated gene engineering only when we were on the brink of extinction. Although it brought us out of our predicament and ushered in a new level of civilization, it also planted a fatal hidden danger. Just then, a genetic scientist from Pandora Star presented a report to the leader. After reading it, the leader trembled with excitement and said to Zheng Yin, "Our civilization still has hope." It turned out that during the day, the research teams of Pandora Star conducted a gene comparison with the Earth humans, who suddenly came to save their civilization and found that humans have the genes closest to the Pandora Star people in the galaxy. Although there is still a considerable gap, many individuals among the Pandora Star people have evolved super abilities that adapt to human genes, actively seeking to mutate towards human genes. According to theoretical calculations, injecting these Pandora Star people with human gene repair factors could not only stabilize the mutations, but also enrich the entire gene pool of the Pandora Star people. In 3 years, they could combine and give birth to the next generation. The remaining Pandora Star people could undergo gene assimilation treatment despite not being able to reproduce with humans, but they could accept gene repair treatment to live through their later years. The leader immediately implored Zheng Yin for help, saying, "Humans are our saviors, bringing 2 beams of life to our civilization." Zheng Yin replied, "I cannot make this decision alone, no one can. I can conduct an investigation to seek everyone's opinion." Zheng Yin then conveyed this information to all Earth members and sought their willingness, allowing complete freedom to choose. The special mutated group of Pandora Star consisted of over 20,000 individuals. After receiving the gene repair from humans, they actively transformed to resemble humans, or rather they became like their ancestors from 10,000 years ago, as the only difference in appearance between primitive Pandora Star people and humans was their ears. After a vote by each Earth citizen, more than 20,000 chose Pandora Star as their second hometown. Most of them had lost all their family members in the attacks by the galactic pirates, so they had fewer ties compared to others. The welcoming ceremony was grand, with the leader bringing all members of the council to the Starship to greet them, using the most traditional 2,000 shuttles to bring the 20,000 Earth humans to the surface. The 20,000 special mutated Pandora Star individuals had long been waiting. A city known as the Pure Zone was established on the planet to accommodate these nearly 50,000 citizens of 2 stars. Of course, it was not a quarantine area, it was an open paradise where everyone could come and go freely. After a collective vote from the citizens of Pandora Star, they decided to abandon this old history and rename the planet Natural Star to represent the sacred and inviolable nature of natural evolution. The Natural Star people halted all gene modification projects, using global resources to restore normal reproduction, and made the Mandarin language spoken by these 20,000 Earth individuals the common language of Natural Star people, also a language that newborns must learn. These 20,000 Earth humans were referred to as the pioneers of Natural Star. Natural Star established a cooperative development alliance with the Earth Federation and sent a post-war construction team of 5,000 to Earth, bringing 10 years' worth of gene repair medicine to assist humanity's development for a decade. Natural Star also became humanity's first fixed habitation planet outside of Earth. After completing the resettlement tasks on Natural Star, the Starship connected with the Earth Federation's communications to report this good news and requested to return. The Secretary General of the Earth military Zheng Yin was very pleased and immediately announced the news globally. 500 million humans were waiting for the return of their compatriots. Set coordinates to Earth and activate the jump engine. We are going home. After 10 seconds of wormhole traversal, the Starship appeared once more in the orbit between Earth and the Moon, but this time, it was the long-journeying children returning home. Earth was no longer the same as it was 3 months ago when the changed Super Starship departed. With the assistance of Starship technology and the Star Alliance support team, humanity had established many orbital space stations resembling a star ring not yet fully connected, and over 100 space battleships had also been constructed. The traces of war on the ground had been cleared by 30%, and humanity and nature were developing in harmony. The 70,000 humans returned to Earth's embrace, quickly joining the ranks of building human civilization. All members of the Starship returned to Earth and enjoyed a day off. Zheng Yin took the Starship commanders and the Federation Secretary General to visit an underground factory. Secretary General Zheng Yin said, "General Zheng Yin, it is said that poor families produce rich routes. Now we have more and more allies joining us on Earth, including the electrophages from Yuan Year Star, the three-eyed people from Proxima Centauri, and the blue-skinned people from Sirius, all together forming a solid defensive shield. You should take those 2 giant frigates with you when you leave. After all, you are the frontline warriors now." Zheng Yin hurriedly declined, saying, "That won't do, Secretary General. Those are the talismans of our expeditionary force. With those 2 warships, we won't worry about anything while fighting outside, otherwise we wouldn't be at ease." Secretary General Zheng Yin laughed and said, "That's why I brought you all to this underground factory to see." The group entered the underground factory's manufacturing workshop and saw 10 frigates being secretly constructed. The onlookers were dumbfounded, followed by a wave of ecstatic joy. Zheng Yin laughed and said, This is fantastic. Secretary General, can we manufacture warships of third-tier star civilization?" Secretary General Zheng Yin chuckled. "Not far off, and this is the result of the top engineers from 4 planets. It has only replicated 60% of the frigate's performance, but even so it can easily defeat the galactic pirates. Thus the Federation decided to let you take the frigates back early to rescue your captured compatriots." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "In that case we can rest easy. When we leave tomorrow, we'll recover those 2 frigates in the hangar, and next time we rescue our compatriots, we'll use these 2 frigates to bring them back." Finally, the first captured pirates were locked up in a prison on Earth, waiting for the South River 3-star people to take them away. At this moment, humanity had already occupied a certain position in the Star Alliance, shining brightly as a new jewel in the galaxy, spreading its brilliant light deep into the galaxy. Of course, the news also reached Tianquan Star. Damn it! The head of Tianquan Star smashed the holographic projection communicator in anger, furious at the commander of the galactic pirates. Immediately dispatched the Annihilation Fleet. Engage the Earth humans. After a day of vacation, all the crew members of the changed spacecraft embarked once again on the path of expedition. This time the Starship jumped directly to the edge of a blue giant star, a location provided by Commander Kunsaba of the Interstellar Mercenary Corps. Here lies a massive pirate base, one of the 9 major bases in the galaxy from which the pirates that plunder Earth set sail. On the 32nd planet of this massive star there resides a mad race that neither joins the Unification Sect nor the Galactic Alliance, and they are not afraid of harassment from the galaxy pirates. In fact, they often raid pirate bases and do not participate in the Starship Mercenary Corps. This formidable race is a parasitic organism that has formed a unique social system, one that even the Tianquan people cannot accept, classifying them as demonic beings. This race calls themselves the Zaba people, a worm-like parasite that resides within humanoid alien natives. When the natives reach the age of 10, they are selected as hosts, and after being parasitized by the Zaba worm, immediately lose consciousness and thought, losing control of their bodies. When the bodily functions of the natives age and are no longer sufficient for daily activities, the Zaba worm will parasitize a new younger native. The natives of this planet are bred in large numbers to serve as hosts. The lifespan of the natives is around 150 years, while the Zaba worm has broken free from the constraints of cellular division and can undergo infinite controllable division, achieving true immortality. Consequently, they have accumulated vast amounts of knowledge and scientific theories, reaching a level of civilization very close to a third-tier stellar civilization. The people on the Starship felt a chill run down their spines after viewing the introduction to Zaba civilization. Wu Yunxi exclaimed in horror, "My God, for the native children, this boundless despair is even longer than fear. Are the Zaba worms an invasive species?" "No," Change replied. "This humid swamp planet hosts many types of parasitic organisms, but the Zaba worm was cultivated by the natives themselves. They once possessed a first-tier planetary civilization. Just as they were about to enter a higher civilization, a global war broke out, during which the conscious-controlled Zaba parasites were cultivated by both warring sides and deployed as biological weapons on the battlefield. However, they soon discovered that the Zaba worms possessed intelligence far superior to their own. They simply could not find hosts, and thus did not develop civilization. Subsequently, their world fell. No one knows if the initial suggestion to cultivate Zaba worms as biological weapons came from the Zaba worms that had parasitized the natives. When the super starship reached the edge of the blue giant star, they received a communication from the Zaba people. On the other side was a stunningly beautiful young woman with snow-white skin hair, cascading like snow on her shoulders, bat-like flesh wings on her back, and a tail. However, the voice speaking was that of a rough man, making the listener extremely uncomfortable. Please state your identities and why you have intruded into the star domain of the Zaba people. Zheng Yin stood up and smiled. We are the expeditionary force from Earth of the Galactic Alliance, currently pursuing the galaxy pirates to reclaim our abducted kin. We are peacekeepers and will not interfere with your planet's development, so please do not regard us with hostility. The beautiful Zaba commander let out a crude laugh. Ha! Then you should have gone to the pirate base on the other side of the star rather than appearing in our star domain. According to our tradition, anyone who intrudes into the star domain of the Zaba must land on the planet's surface to engage in civil discourse, ultimately forming an alliance with the Zaba. Please come over, friend. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. Our starship is still 1 light year away from your planet. How can that be considered intruding into your star domain? We must pursue the pirates, so we won't disturb you. With that, he instructed Wu Yunqi to cut off the communication. Ignore them, these parasites are notoriously cunning. Activate cloaking mode and head towards the pirate base at warp level 2. All personnel enter combat mode. Coordinates for the pirate base have been set. Expected arrival in 20 minutes. Warp level 2 is ready. Let's go. The pirate base is a massive space city established on a small asteroid with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. The security is tight, equipped with giant orbital phase cannons as defensive weapons. It is located between 2 arms of the galaxy where the number of stars is sparse, yet it is a crucial route for traffic between the 2 arms, making it both remote and extremely important. Over 1,000 warships are stationed here, making it one of the 9 major bases of the pirates. The galaxy pirates have plundered resources from surrounding areas, which are concentrated here before being sold to surrounding civilizations. 20 minutes later, the starship exited warp, but the space around it was already filled with pirate warships numbering over 1,000 of various sizes. They all mobilized, laying layered ambushes waiting for the change to arrive and fall into their trap. Without any prior communication, a torrential barrage of energy weapons focused on the changed super starship. The entire starship shook violently. Damn it must be those parasites stabbing us in the back. Ludo exclaimed angrily. Professor Picard, report the shield status. Captain, the outer variable frequency deflection shield has been reduced to 20% and is still decreasing. The inner quantum energy absorption shield is at 100%. Where is the enemy's hologram? Quickly bring it up. Just as the holographic projection platform displayed the 3-dimensional spatial map, the starship shook violently again, nearly throwing everyone off their feet. It turned out that the pirate base had fired a giant orbital phase cannon, which knocked down 15% of the starship's shields. Captain, the outer shield has been breached, and the inner shield is currently absorbing energy. Professor Picard reported. Cannon, prepare the neutrino-splitting cannon. Fire when the energy absorbed by the inner shield reaches 100%. Professor Picard, record all data on the enemy's weapons and send it to the Alliance after the battle. Zheng Yin calmly ordered. All space combat personnel, be quick about it. Remember, we fire 3 rounds of splitting cannon, and then we go harvest the weakened ones. Ignite your anger. Luda rallied loudly in the combat mech. 100 fighter jets, 10 destroyers, 2 frigates, 100 combat mechs, and 10,000 electric-devouring troops were all ready to go. Immediately after, the starship endured another attack from the pirate base's giant phase cannon, and the quantum energy absorption shield instantly converted the attacked energy into ammunition energy. 3 massive flashes erupted from the starship, striking into the densest area of the pirate fleet. The technology of the neutrino-splitting cannon was a 3rd-tier civilization technology used to manufacture the change of technology not belonging to the galaxy, and no other civilization in this star cluster possessed it. This was the 2nd time Zheng Yin used it in the galaxy, with 3 intense flashes illuminating the entire blue giant star system like a supernova explosion. Subsequently, 3 large neutrino dust zones appeared within the pirate fleet, instantly losing 60% of their forces. Even so, the pirate fleet still had 400 to 500 warships that remained undamaged. 10,000 Mosquito-type interference missiles launched from the starship, with over 400 photon torpedoes targeting each pirate warship. Then the hangar bay opened, and the space combat team surged forth. The fury of the super starship once again engulfed the pirate fleet. Cannon continuously fire electromagnetic paralysis torpedoes toward the pirate base until their base is completely paralyzed. After arranging everything, Zheng Yin also piloted the Yinglong mech into the fleeing pirate group. The one-sided battle ended swiftly. The galaxy pirates thought they could capture this super starship, but did not expect the starship's counterattack to be so fierce, clearly not of the same civilization level. Several leaders abandoned their base and quickly escaped in rescue ships. The remaining pirate warships flailed about like headless flies, soon being completely annihilated. The starship stopped beside the base, and over 100,000 machine soldiers quickly captured the entire base, also taking over 50,000 pirates prisoner, most of whom were capital offenders from various civilizations and defector from the Alliance, for whom humanitarianism held no value, and they were subsequently imprisoned. No rescued humans were found in the base, but many precious supplies belonging to the Alliance members were discovered. Zheng Yin promptly contacted Commander Delugulu of the Alliance, reporting the battle situation and transferring the ownership of the base to the Alliance command. General Delugulu was very pleased and immediately dispatched 30 Alliance warships to take over this strategic location, also contacting the Alliance members whose precious supplies were plundered by the Galaxy pirates, requesting them to dispatch warships to retrieve their belongings. After joint deliberation, the command of the 4 major war zones of the Alliance granted Zheng Yin the rank of General of the Galactic Alliance, with Deputy Lu Huadong as a Major General, and awarded all crew members the Galactic Light Medal. From then on, the Super Starship had command privileges within the Alliance and could summon military forces from any Alliance member planet it visited, also exerting command over all Alliance fleets. Although this battle did not find the abducted humans, the grand victory was still uplifting. A grand celebration banquet was held on the Starship, where Zheng Yin socialized with everyone until midnight. After finally shaking off Lu Da's persistent company, Zheng Yin was finally able to relax on the 4th floor holographic deck. Wu Yunqi had been waiting, and they had agreed to gallop on the grasslands. Seeing Zheng Yin approach with a flushed face, Wu Yunqi laughed. "How much have you drunk? You look so red you might be driving under the influence." "Ha ha ha, it can't be that bad, officer. A horse is not a motor vehicle," Zheng Yin joked. "Umph. You know to come and ride horses with me on the grassland, yet you drank so much." Wu Yunqi puffed her cheeks as she spoke, adjusting the safety index of the holographic deck to the highest level of 9. Zheng Yin smiled. "It's my fault, don't be angry. But if the safety index is set to 9, how can we play? It's like wearing AR glasses, there's no sense of immersion. Don't worry, I'm fine. At most, I'll set my own shield to automatic mode, and that should be fine, right?" Wu Yunqi replied with a smile. "Let's see if you remember next time. Set it to a safety index of 6, and make do with it for now." At this moment, the crew on the Starship, except for those on duty, were celebrating in a high-end hotel on the first deck. Aside from Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi, there were no others on the 4th holographic deck. Under the brilliant starlight, the two raced on horseback, reveling in the night on the grassland, as the holographic sheep were startled and ran alongside the galloping steeds under the night sky. The two radiated youthful vigor and high spirits, racing across the grassland like arrows akin to fearless starships traversing the Milky Way. They were having a splendid time that evening. Early the next morning, the bridge received a message from the Zaba star. "I didn't expect you to be so efficient, Captain," sneered the Zaba commander on the other end. "That's thanks to your arrangements," Zheng Yin replied with a slight smile. "If you hadn't notified the pirates to intercept us, we wouldn't have been able to annihilate all the pirate fleets in such a short time." "Oh, haha, what a clever race you are, and quite straightforward too. The Zaba people enjoy dealing with you. You flatter me, Commander. May I ask what you need?" "Yes, Captain, actually we Zaba have our own unspoken difficulties." The Zaba displayed an innocent expression and continued, "Our planet's position in the Milky Way is quite unique, sandwiched between the Galactic Pirates, the Star Alliance, and the Unification Sect. Our situation is very awkward. We cannot join any side to avoid offending the other two groups. We have suffered from pirate harassment for hundreds of years, enduring great misery without any place to voice our grievances. Now that the Star Alliance has helped us eliminate the detestable pirates, although there are some small misunderstandings involved. Now that the predatory galactic pirates are no longer a threat, we no longer need to be cautious. Our people yearn to enter a bright and free community, so we formally apply to your starship for the Zaba to join the Galactic Star Alliance." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin inwardly cursed. What a cunning parasite, pretending to be pitiful. "But I've never heard of any pirates daring to plunder you." "Yes, brother, according to the logs from the pirate base, the pirates have paid a substantial amount of precious resources to the Zaba every year in exchange for peaceful coexistence." Change chimed in Zheng Yin's ear. "You startled me when you suddenly spoke, Change. Please refrain from interjecting my inner monologues from now on. I will call your name when I need to ask you something." "All right, brother." Zheng Yin then continued to address the Zaba commander. "Esteemed Commander, on behalf of the Star Alliance, I eagerly await your joining. You will be the beacon of civilization in this star domain. However, I do not have the authority to decide. I must first submit the application to the Star Alliance command, and ultimately, it will be the command that makes the decision." "Of course, Commander, we will wait patiently. Moreover, all citizens of our planet sincerely extend an invitation for you to visit our planet's surface and experience our unique symbiotic civilization." The Zaba commander then closed the communication and sent a formal invitation. "Captain, according to the records in the galactic database, no civilization has ever had formal short-range contact with the Zaba. Their parasitic technology is highly advanced, and if one is not careful, they can become parasitized and become an enemy lurking nearby. The only defense is to avoid direct contact with them." "Indeed, Captain. There is no need to go to their planet. Even the pirates have never accepted any resources from them. They haven't had direct contact with them in hundreds of years." Wu Yunqi also suggested worriedly. Zheng Yin said, "I also feel they harbor ill intentions. For now, let's not worry about that. Have we figured out the new route for the pirate transport ships?" Professor Picard replied, "Captain, we haven't found anything. The database in the pirate base contains no useful information." Dai Lu said, "These captured pirates are clearly of low rank and know nothing about the transport ships." Zheng Yin said, "This is problematic. In the vast universe, where do we pursue them? We can't just go directly to Tianquan Star. Moreover, with our strength, we are not a match for Tianquan Star. At this moment, the Zaba people sent a short message compelling Zheng Yin to visit their planet's surface for an unwilling meeting. Captain, I forgot to tell you earlier we have grasped the new route for the pirate transport ships and look forward to handing it over to you personally. Colonel Rick said worriedly, this is clearly a trap, Captain. We cannot determine whether what they say is true or false. What if we go down and get parasitized? That would be too dangerous. I've seen aliens several times. Zheng Yin replied, no matter how dangerous, we must go down. Without obtaining the route of the pirate transport ships, we cannot proceed with our next actions. The science team should immediately develop a protective plan. Regardless of whether it is true or false, we must go down to take a look. Half an hour later, Professor Picard presented the protective measures. The plan is to send the fewest personnel for the external visit, with everyone maintaining their shields throughout. This shield can only be operated by the monitoring personnel on the Starship to prevent any form of parasites from entering the body. In this way, the diplomatic personnel would not even come into contact with the air of Zaba, fundamentally eliminating the risk of being parasitized. However, using the shields prevents spatial particle teleportation, so they can only take a shuttle to reach the planet's surface. Once the diplomatic personnel enter the shuttle, they turn on their shields, and the shuttle shield is also activated throughout. The shuttle's shield frequency aligns with that of the diplomatic personnel's shield, allowing for free entry. Upon returning, the shuttle will only bring the personnel back to space, undergo advanced biological purification, and then fly from space to the Starship port. Finally, a full-body scan will be conducted before sending them to an isolation room for observation. The shuttle will then be destroyed. It can be said that the cost is extremely high, and even so, one cannot afford to be careless. Once parasitized by the Zaba worm, consciousness and thoughts are seized, making it no different from being dead. Moreover, the Zaba worm possesses all the memories of the host, making it difficult to detect while lurking nearby. To this day, no one knows how the Zaba worm's parasitism occurs, whether it involves live entry, egg implantation and hatching, or air spore transmission. It remains a mystery in the Milky Way. Of course, no civilization is interested in this. Even the evil Tianquan people keep their distance from them. It can be said that the Zaba worm's parasitic civilization is the darkest area in the entire Milky Way. Once prepared, Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Dai Lu, and Rick formed the diplomatic team and descended to the planet's surface on a shuttle. The environment of Zaba is not as dark as everyone imagines. Instead, it is quite bright. High-tech cities are scattered across the globe, with modern skyscrapers towering into the clouds. The entire planet's sky is a light green, but there are many swamps. All Zaba people have pure white skin and snow-white hair. Although the hosts have a lifespan of 150 years, they rarely show signs of aging, mostly appearing around 20 years old thanks to the powerful cellular repair capabilities of the Zaba parasitic worms. Members of the Zaba Supreme Council welcomed the Starship's diplomatic team, but mocked their protective measures. The young and beautiful female leader said, Captain, you are making too much of a small matter. There is hardly any trust here. Such a manner of yours is clearly a form of discrimination against our civilization. Can we still have a pleasant discussion? Zheng Yin smiled and said, every civilization has its differences. We respect each civilization, but your civilization's symbiotic methods have always been a secret in the Milky Way, and you have never disclosed them to other civilizations. We know nothing, so we must take our precautions. He then introduced, this is Major General Liu Huadong, the first officer of our Starship. This is Colonel Wu Yunqi, the diplomat, and this is Colonel Daniel Rick, the leader of the combat team. Subsequently, they were led into the reception hall by the council's leader. The Zaba leader stated, due to our unique symbiotic culture, major forces in the Milky Way have imposed diplomatic blockades against us, resulting in our planet's development space exceeding saturation and resources facing depletion. However, our civilization is actually a benevolent and positively oriented community. Seizing this opportunity, we wish to join the Star Alliance and develop within the Milky Way. Zheng Yin smiled and said, the Star Alliance welcomes all forces of peace. However, most of the history of your civilization has been narrated by the galactic pirates, who have never spoken a good word for you. Objectively speaking, surviving for so long under the pirates' noses while developing an advanced civilization is indeed quite inspirational. The leader said, despicable pirates always love to smear races that strongly resist them. Fortunately, your appearance has driven them away completely. May we develop peacefully for a long time in the future. Zheng Yin smiled and said, yes, despicable pirates are our common enemy. As we traverse the Milky Way, we have formed an expeditionary force precisely to combat this filthy organization. Since you claim to have mastered the routes of the transport ships, please provide us with the specific information so that we can swiftly pursue them. Certainly, certainly. The Zaba leader smiled and said, since the 4 esteemed guests have arrived on our planet, becoming the first foreign visitors in thousands of years, although your precautions seem somewhat ridiculous, we feel greatly honored. The information will be sent to your Starship immediately. With a wave of his hand, one of the attendants behind him immediately pressed the information transmitter on his wrist. The Zaba leader smiled and said, rest assured, Captain, the information is accurate. When the pirate transport ships pass through this star domain, they are marked by our unique technology, and their navigation routes are clearly indicated. Zheng Yin immediately confirmed with change in his mind. Indeed, he read a navigation route from the information, which had already traveled a distance of 50 light years. However, we have a small request. The Zaba leader smiled and said, could you share some of your Starship's ultra-advanced technology with us? We don't want much, just the technology that decomposes pirate fleets into neutrino dust clouds. The words of the leader of the Jabba aliens left not only Zheng Yin and his three companions astonished, but also shocked all the members aboard the Starship. Professor Picard, acting as the commander, immediately ordered a state of combat, and all weapons on the Starship were aimed at the vital cities of Jabba Star. The entire space fleet mobilized, forming an offensive formation in the planetary orbit. Zheng Yin smiled and said, Leader, I hope you will carefully consider whether what you just said is unreasonable. Although your civilization's technology is close to that of a Tier 3 cosmic civilization, there is still a significant distance. My Starship is the ultimate wisdom crystallization of a Tier 3 civilization about to ascend to a higher dimensional space. If I command the Starship to lift the weapon restrictions, your planet will soon be reduced to a nebula. Haha, Captain. The leader laughed maniacally. Threats are useless. Since you've come to the surface, you won't be able to leave easily, let alone contact your Starship. After saying this, the leader waved his hand, and a shield immediately rose around the entire Grand Hall. Then the universal assist devices on the left wrists of the four lost communication with the Starship. The leader laughed heartily. Captain, we are a trustworthy race. As long as we obtain the technology for the neutrino-splitting cannon, we will immediately send you away. The pirates are marked and tracked. They won't lose you. With your jumping technology, you'll soon catch up, so please take your time to think it over and rest for a moment. After saying this, the leader of the Jabba aliens left the Grand Hall with several members of the council. Zheng Yin smiled bitterly and said, we've been kidnapped again for the third time, right? Change asked, Brother Professor Picard is inquiring whether to initiate a rescue operation and attack the surface. Zheng Yin replied in his heart, to change the technology of the Jabba aliens is far superior to that of the galactic pirates, and we haven't even seen what their warships look like yet. We have no confidence in achieving immediate victory. Recklessly attacking will surely drag us into a quagmire. Let's wait and see how things unfold. All right, brother, I will immediately relay your orders. By the way, Change, send out 200 expedition members aboard the 2 corvettes equipped with jump engines, maintaining stealth mode throughout to track the pirate transport ships. Do not engage in combat. After we resolve the situation here, we will eliminate the pirates. Understood, brother. The reconnaissance team has been organized and will set off immediately. After deploying the Starship, Zheng Yin remarked, these parasites are too despicable. If they do not offend me, I shall not offend them. But since they have offended me, it will be an eye for an eye. The Lu cursed, damn it, they're treacherous. I really want to feed them a bottle of abendazole. Wu Yunshi burst into laughter. Brother Delu, your idea really has some practical significance. Although the Star Alliance cannot actively interfere in the development of other civilizations, the original owners of this civilization are not parasites, right? If we receive a distress signal from the original owners, it would be reasonable to help them drive out the parasites. Daniel Rick shook his head and said, what Yunshi said makes sense, but the original natives have been parasitized as donors since the age of 10. The only ones with consciousness and thought are the Batriard children. They have even been deprived of the right to education, and their languages cannot even be unified. They have forgotten everything passed down from their ancestors and have no desire for freedom or nostalgia for their original civilization. You could say they have no idea who they are. Zheng Yin hesitated and said, chickens and ducks in a farm will never know what the wild is like. They just eat until full and fatten up for market. Moreover, the databases of various civilizations in the Milky Way do not have records of the native languages, and our translator cannot communicate with them, let alone incite rebellion. Wu Yunqi's eyes twinkled as she said, just because other civilizations don't have it doesn't mean the Jabba people don't. Since they have domesticated the natives, they must have a means of communication. Let Change investigate thoroughly. She will surely discover something. Good, that's a great suggestion. Zheng Yin praised and immediately instructed Change to infiltrate the official and all private computer databases of the Jabba aliens to search for all information about the natives. The Starship's scientific team would discuss how to make contact with the natives, while the medical team would focus on researching antiparasitic drugs. After 5 hours, the Jabba aliens returned to visit Zheng Yin and his companions. The leader smiled and said, Captain, I hope you can carefully consider the current situation. Although your warships have gathered in orbit, the 4 of you cannot turn back. There is no need for this diplomatic crisis to escalate further. Zheng Yin smiled and said, before we descended, the 4 of us had already backed up our consciousness. Even if we perish, our clones will continue to lead the Starship to eliminate you, so you have no bargaining chips. The Jabba leader angrily retorted, since you are so stubborn, we have no choice but to revoke the tracking signal on the pirate transport ships. Change immediately whispered in Zheng Yin's ear, brother, the corvettes have jumped to the rear of the pirate transport ship and are currently tracking it under stealth mode. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin felt reassured, thinking that all that remained was to buy time. He smiled and said, honorable leader, as this is your first meeting to join the Star Alliance, we have no need to reach this point. Why don't we sit down and have a good discussion to find common ground that benefits both sides? That would facilitate the sharing of technology between us. What do you think? The Jabba leader thought Zheng Yin was fearful of them revoking the pirate transport ship's tracking signal, so he was overjoyed and said, ha. As for the Star Alliance, we truly look down on joining. We have no interest in the resources of other civilizations. We only wish to quickly reach Tier 3 star system civilization, exit the Milky Way, and ultimately ascend to a higher dimensional space. Therefore, our common topic is only your advanced technology. Zheng Yin replied, that is your interest point, not ours. Aside from exterminating the pirates, we also need to deal with the main culprits of the Gu-E sect, the Tianquan people. If you can provide significant assistance, we won't hesitate to share the technology of an energy weapon. The Jabba leader laughed heartily. The despicable Tianquan people are also enemies of the Jabba civilization. 1,000 years ago, they secretly infiltrated Jabba star seeking to destroy our social system, but they paid the price for their ignorance. A whole colony of Tianquan people was occupied by us, and the Jabba gained another appearance of the Tianquan people. However, the cruel Tianquan people ultimately detonated a black hole bomb, secretly erasing the colony star, but this history is forever stored in our temple. Soon both parties reached a superficial consensus, and the shield of the Grand Hall was lowered. Zheng Yin and his companions wore expressions full of anticipation as they requested to visit the Jabba's glorious history in the temple. The leader and the council were very proud and wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate the Star Alliance, so they took the four to the temple and held a parasitism ceremony. The ceremony was being live-streamed from Zheng Yin's perspective on board the Starship. The temple was constructed magnificently, and the Jabba aliens all had bat-like flesh wings, with most being capable of flight, flocking around the temple. Welcoming the Earth diplomatic delegation. The Grand Hall was quite spacious, surrounded by a circle of huge carved stone pillars with steps arcing inward towards the center. In the middle stood a stone-carved pool over 100 square meters filled with light green water that continuously churned. The leader led Zheng Yin and his companions to sit on stone chairs beside the pool. When the four took a closer look at the light green water in the pool, they all felt their scalps tingle, their bodies trembled, and a wave of reflexive nausea surged towards their temples. Wu Yunqi rolled her eyes and collapsed onto Zheng Yin, who hurriedly supported her and helped her to rest on the stone chair until she recovered her breath after a long while. The Jabba aliens all laughed heartily. The crew watching the live stream on the Starship felt extremely nauseated, and several nurses from the medical team fainted on the spot. In the pool swarmed densely packed parasitic long worms continuously writhing in the water. Each was about 20 centimeters long, glowing green, covered in centipede-like claws without eyes or ears, and their heads were just mouths filled with sharp teeth, with over a dozen long tongue-like tentacles protruding, emitting a piercing high-frequency shriek. The Jabba leader waved his hand, and a three-dimensional projection of a planet appeared in the air, zooming in to reveal a war taking place within. The warships and soldiers of both sides looked almost identical, and Zheng Yin and his companions quickly recognized them as the Tianquan people they had seen in the data. They had gigantic bodies, formidable combat abilities, and high technology, close to Tier 3 star system civilization. Without the need for the Jabba leader to explain, everyone understood that this seemingly internal conflict was actually the parasitic war between the Jabba and the Tianquan people. Soon the space military was defeated by the ground forces, but it was not a complete annihilation. Rather, the ground forces continuously transported soldiers into the space military's warships. In no time, the space warships took on the identity of the ground military and continued to transport soldiers to the next warship. Such rapid parasitism caught the Tianquan people off guard. The few remaining warships were destroyed by the Tianquan's extermination ships as they attempted to flee back to base, clearly unwilling to risk being parasitized. Then a drone carrying a black hole generator collided with the planet's surface at the speed of light, causing a planet to vanish within minutes. All the space fleets fell into the black hole, and the Tianquan's extermination ships ultimately emitted an antimatter particle beam, evaporating this small black hole, erasing a colonial planet from the Tianquan's database. Did you see that, Captain? This is the cruel behavior of the Tianquan people towards our kin. They will eventually receive punishment. Afterwards, the leader waved his hand, closing the three-dimensional image, and 50 young donors were brought into the Grand Hall. They were both male and female, all around 10 years old, with pure white skin and snow-white hair, their wings folded behind them, each dragging a tail that barely touched the ground. These 50 individuals all lowered their heads, not daring to look up, keeping their mouths shut, and making no sound, displaying expressions of fear and despair as they slowly approached the pool. Seeing this, Zheng Yin was moved. This did not seem like complete ignorance, but rather a clear fear and aversion to being parasitized. Leader, could we let these donors raise their heads to see? I want to ask them how they feel. Zheng Yin suggested with a smile. Before the leader could respond, all 50 donors raised their heads upon hearing this, looking at Zheng Yin and his companions, unfamiliar beings from outside this planet. Suddenly, they all knelt down and began wailing together. This scene greatly shocked the Jabba leader, who turned to look at Zheng Yin. The leader of the Jabba people sneered, "Captain, it seems these donors have a deep emotional attachment to you, yet they are unworthy of their own thoughts." With that, he waved his hand, and immediately Jabba soldiers drove the donors to the edge of the pool where the parasitic ritual began. At that moment, Change had already deciphered the language of the native Jabba people and updated the database of the four individuals. The communication logic between the natives and the Jabba worms was quite similar, differing only in pronunciation. The first donor to undergo parasitism was a beautiful girl who tearfully lamented, "If the divine has forsaken me, please erase me completely." If the divine still remembers me, please send a messenger to save me. The devil's claws have gripped my throat, and from now on what I say will be the words of the devil, and what I do will be the deeds of the devil. I can no longer worship the divine Zaba Zaba Zababaya. The subsequent donors also wept softly, reciting this only surviving epic. Then a soldier scooped a Zaba worm from the pool, using a light green transparent cup, and shouted Zaba. He raised the cup before the donor. In a flash, a green shadow darted in, and the Zaba worm flew into the donor's mouth, its powerful teeth piercing a hole in the center of the donor's upper jaw, lurking on the brainstem, as its numerous long tongues invaded the brain, seizing the donor's consciousness. Meanwhile, hundreds of claws tightly gripped the donor's brainstem, controlling all reflexive actions. The female donor was now covered in blood, her head bowed as she fainted. A few seconds later, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glinting with a green light. The blood in her mouth was licked clean, and a coarse male voice emerged saying, "To see the colorful world once again is truly marvelous. Fard, why did you take so long to revive me? I've had enough of this nonsense in the pool." The leader was evidently surprised by the newly parasitized Zaba person and immediately stood up laughing. "So it's you, Teacher Clud. To be honest, since you took the initiative to seek enlightenment in the original liquid area last time, we haven't conducted any original worm state parasitic rituals. During this time, we only carried out the aging transfer mode." Clud, the Zaba person, then noticed Zheng Yin and the other three and asked, "Who are these four friends with shields?" The leader chuckled. "They are members of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance who just defeated pirates and seized the base. Earthlings, you don't need to trouble yourself with what happens here. You can rest for now." With a wave of his hand, two soldiers immediately took him down. Clud, the Zaba person, was clearly angry but helplessly followed the soldiers. Then the second parasitism was conducted, evidently involving a female Zaba worm. After the parasitism was complete, she expressed her gratitude to the leader in a very delicate voice before being taken down as well. Soon, under the witness of Zheng Yin and the other three, all 50 donors were completed with parasitism. Including everyone on the Starship, they were all stunned by the sight before them, unable to accept this method of seizing the original donor's consciousness. After watching the parasitic ritual, the leader smiled. "Captain, do you wish to continue being our guests on our planet, or do you prefer to pursue the pirates?" Clearly, this was a coercive inquiry regarding the technology of the neutrino-splitting cannon. If they refused, they would be detained. Zheng Yin observed the number of soldiers around. The four of them were simply insufficient to confront them, yet they would never share their technology with these cunning parasites. He could only smile and say, "Of course we want to pursue the pirates, but you are not cooperating. For the development of the Star Alliance, we have no choice but to stay a bit longer." The leader sneered, "Your shield probably won't last that long. I think you're not a smart person. Clearly it's a win-win situation, yet you stubbornly refuse to cooperate." At that moment, the dozens of Zaba people who had just completed parasitism suddenly seized the weapons from the nearby soldiers and opened fire indiscriminately at the council elders seated on the stone chairs. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, the leader was shot into a puddle of green blood before he could evade. The elders were also killed on the spot, and Zheng Yin and his companions, protected by their shields, were unharmed. Soon the soldiers engaged in combat with the dozens of resisting Zaba people. One of them shouted at Zheng Yin and the others, "We are a resistance organization, hidden for thousands of years. We will explain the details when we have time. Quickly help us kill the soldiers in the temple." Fight. With Zheng Yin's command, the four immediately joined the battle. No matter what, it was indeed a good opportunity to escape the ground. The four's advanced technological weapons fired 3 types of energy beams, while their shields held against frontal attacks. In no time, the soldiers in the temple were annihilated, while those outside were still unaware of what had transpired. For thousands of years, the parasitic ritual had never gone awry, and the temple was immensely tall, with walls several meters away muffling the sound of gunfire. After eliminating the soldiers in the temple, a Zaba person flew in front of Zheng Yin and the others, simply stating, "We have waited for this opportunity for thousands of years. No alien civilization has ever come to our planet's surface. You must think we are very united and malicious, but that is not the case. We are a completely different type of symbiotic faction. We have been dedicated to rescuing the natives. Please teleport us to your starship first. Rest assured, our parasitic mode can be recognized by the particle transporter and will not pose any danger to you." However, Zheng Yin dared not take that risk. Seeing Zheng Yin hesitate, the Zaba person immediately spoke in the voice of the natives, saying, "You are messengers sent by the divine. From the moment we saw you, we knew the time had come. Our civilization is saved. The forerunners of this symbiotic faction were attracted to the cup by our chance, all for this rebellion. If you do not believe me, I can regurgitate him right now." With that, he opened his mouth and expelled the parasitic Zaba worm. The worm nodded at Zheng Yin and the others before being swallowed again, leaving them feeling uneasy. Several other Zaba people flew over and said, "We, the symbiotic faction, are different from the seizing faction. We do not seize the host's consciousness, and parasitism requires the host's consent. We share the body and help one another. They provide us with light and freedom, and we help them immunize against all diseases and extend their lifespan. Now is not the time to discuss this. The seizing faction soldiers are about to arrive. Please hurry and teleport us." At that moment, indeed, the soldiers outside the temple heard the commotion and rushed in. Zheng Yin glanced at the bodies of the council elders and the leader on the ground, feeling quite skeptical. What if this was all a play by the Zaba people? He could not wager the fate of all humanity. Change sent a message saying, "Brother, I accessed the database of the Zaba star and discovered that 5,000 years ago there was indeed a group of symbiotic Zaba people, but they were ultimately exterminated." Based on what these few people said, there was a degree of credibility. The scientific team proposed to temporarily teleport them to a destroyer without placing them in the Starship quarantine room. Once the medical team and the scientific team conduct thorough genetic analysis on the Zaba worms, we can determine their true parasitic method. At that point, we can make proper arrangements. What do you think? Can we proceed? At this moment, the symbiotic Zaba people had already engaged in combat with the soldiers with several casualties among them. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Prepare a destroyer and teleport us all inside." Seconds later, Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Lu Rick, and the remaining dozen Zaba people were all teleported onto the destroyer in orbit. On the ground, over 10,000 warships were launched, revealing that the Zaba people's fleet had been docked on the planet's surface. "Captain, please do not use lethal weapons." A female Zaba person named Kalolian pleaded, "because these are innocent natives who have been parasitized. If they are killed on a large scale, it will diminish the regenerative power of the planet's recovery. Then we can't just run away, can we?" Lu said with a bitter smile. Kalolian replied, "A temporary retreat is also a defensive measure. If they catch up, we can attempt to disable them. We will volunteer as test subjects. Please help us develop an antibody. Only by driving the seizing faction out of the natives' bodies can this war be considered a victory." Zheng Yin shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Since leaving the solar system, troubles have never ceased. This time is particularly troublesome, but I cannot just watch you risk your lives for self-rescue without offering assistance. All right, all crew members board the Starship. Let's jump to the natural star and invite genetic experts from there to help us research an antibody." Before the Zaba people's fleet could pursue, the super Starship had already returned to what was once Pandora's star, now the natural star. After informing the Natural Star Council, they were also very shocked. The council leader of Natural Star met with the dozen or so symbiotic Zaba people. Utilizing their unique mutation abilities, they indeed sensed that each Zaba person had two normally active consciousnesses within their bodies. The native consciousness had not been seized, further increasing everyone's trust. Subsequently, within the quarantine room, a 4-star joint research team composed of humans, Natural Star people, Sirius Bluers, and Proxima Centaurians conducted research on the rejection antibodies of the Zaba star natives. After 3 days of genetic sequencing, they finally developed a virus similar to bacteriophages. This virus can bypass the host's immune system, directly parasitizing the cells of the Zaba worm and destroying its self-repair and consciousness control abilities, forcing the Zaba worm to emerge from the host. This method of defeating a parasite with another parasite proved highly effective. During the experiment, 10 Zaba worms died on the spot, while the remaining few managed to escape from the host's body but were severely injured. After being separated from the virus by the energy scanner, they were killed and returned to the nutrient solution, taking several hours to recover their parasitic abilities. Ultimately, a fleet of 300 Star Alliance ships, led by the Super Starship, launched an assault on the Zaba star with biochemical weapons. The fleet primarily consisted of natural beings along with 30 battleships dispatched by the Star Alliance Command to take over the former pirate base. The changed Super Starship continuously opened wormholes, allowing the fleet to pass through in batches, with itself passing through last. The immense jump engine of the change opened the wormhole entrance, which spanned over 60 kilometers in width and more than 40 kilometers in height, easily accommodating the starships. The Star Alliance battleships, being of regular size, could pass 10 at a time. In this manner, the change consecutively opened 30 wormholes to send all the Star Alliance fleet to the Zaba star battlefield. Subsequently, the Starship activated its jump engine again, opening a wormhole and swiftly disappearing into it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10 seconds passed, yet the Starship remained halted in the wormhole. Change quickly performed a full ship self-check. Professor Picard scanned the entire ship and the extra-dimensional space outside. Yunqi sent communication requests to the surrounding space through all available channels. All personnel enter alert status. Having arranged everything, Zheng Yin murmured to himself, "Is it high-dimensional intelligence again? What do they want with us this time?" Soon Professor Picard detected an anomaly. "Captain, it seems time outside our starship has stopped." "What's going on?" "The exit of the wormhole hasn't shrunk, it's frozen in place. The scanner can only detect every corner of the starship, but no information is being received from outside." Luda asked, "Old Pi, is the quantum wave being blocked by some high-energy substance?" "No, Luda." Professor Picard calmly explained, "Once the quantum wave emitted by the scanner leaves the starship, it remains motionless and no feedback information can be received." Zheng Yin inquired, "So we are stuck here? Could it be that frequently opening wormholes has caused this time anomaly?" Professor Picard responded, "There is no theoretical support for that, Captain. We have never encountered such a situation." Zheng Yin asked again, "Yunqi, is there any response from intelligent entities in the nearby space?" Wu Yunqi appeared perplexed, saying, "No, Captain, all communication waves emitted from the starship have also become motionless." Professor Picard pondered, "It seems similar to the scanning quantum waves." At this moment, Change also reported, "Captain, no faults have been detected in the main program or all subprograms. All operations on the ship are normal. The flow of time inside the starship has not changed while the time flow outside the starship is at an absolute zero. Luda hurriedly asked, then how long will we be trapped here while the outside is still engaged in battle? Change replied, our current experience will not affect the outside world. Even if we are trapped for 10,000 years, when we emerge, the outside will still be as it was 10 seconds after entering the wormhole. With a plop, Luda collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, this is beyond my understanding. I hope I don't die before I get to see my wife and daughter again. Zheng Yin said, Change display the three-dimensional information chart from the moment we entered the wormhole. Let's carefully investigate where the problem might have arisen. The holographic screen then replayed the starship's journey, revealing that upon entering the wormhole, the starship had immediately frozen and everything around it had become motionless, making it impossible to detect anything. Zheng Yin asked, do you all think this is the work of a high-dimensional intelligence? Everyone shook their heads, unsure how to respond, and Change also found no energy traces of high-dimensional entities within the starship. Zheng Yin said, since that's the case, let's find a way ourselves. Change unlocked the weapon vault and retrieve all weapons capable of interfering with the flow of time. Soon a detailed list of weapons capable of interfering with the flow of time was compiled, limited to 10 items. After all, controlling the flow of time is a technology possessed only by third-tier galactic civilizations, and these 10 weapons are remnants of the civilization that built the Change. Time oscillator, space-time collapse device, time bomb, singularity bomb, black hole, torpedo, time accelerator, time stop particle, time jumper, slow ray, and slow torpedo. After reviewing the detailed introduction, Zheng Yin exclaimed, wow, I had no idea there were so many hidden treasures. Change load them all into the weapon vault, setting the activation permission to 3 tiers so that only direct orders from the captain can activate them. Luda remarked, wow, even in sci-fi movies you rarely see things like this. We don't have to worry this time. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, capacitor, fire the time accelerator straight ahead. A moment later the capacitor reported, Captain, no effect. The accelerator aged after flying just a few meters away from the starship. What? It aged? Zheng Yin could hardly believe the report he had just heard. Yes, Captain, the time accelerator only affected its immediate surroundings at a distance of 1 nanometer, making it age over what felt like 100,000 years for a distance of just a few meters. This? Zheng Yin felt despair once more, feeling increasingly insignificant since entering the vast universe. Professor Picard, please lead your 5-star Alliance scientific team to work overtime on research. We cannot afford to die in this time prison. After saying that, Zheng Yin returned to his quarters to rest. The busyness of the past few days had left him overwhelmed, and now he truly did not know what to do. His experiences were limited, making it hard to cope with the changes of the universe. Now Zheng Yin was genuinely contemplating returning to Earth at that time, wishing the starship had never appeared and that his fate had never changed. But how long could he evade? What has already happened will not change just because of one person's inner turmoil. Regardless of whether one intervenes or not, events will continue to unfold, and beneficial interventions are always more useful than evasion. With this thought, Zheng Yin felt a renewed motivation and was about to head to the science team when Wu Yunqi arrived at his quarters. Zheng Yin, how are you? Wu Yunqi asked with concern. Yunqi, I'm fine, thank you for coming. Zheng Yin felt a warmth in his heart. You say you're fine, yet you looked so demotivated just now that it panicked many people. You are the spiritual pillar of the expeditionary force and cannot appear despondent in public. Wu Yunqi said as she handed over a cup of water. This is a special drink prepared for you by Sister Yueching, the perfect choice to restore your vitality. Zheng Yin accepted it with a smile, saying, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't be spirited all the time. Wu Yunqi smiled, saying, I'm not asking you to act like you've taken a stimulant, or just be calm and don't show signs of being overwhelmed in front of everyone. I know you're also an ordinary person. Don't worry, I'm here for you. At least in front of me, you can freely express your emotions. With such words shared, there was nothing more to say. Zheng Yin moved, hugged Wu Yunqi tightly. In that moment, his psychological defenses suddenly collapsed, and the emotions he had suppressed for months surged out like a flood. Since the time he had cried after failing to board the ship with Luda on Earth, this was the second time Zheng Yin could not contain his inner feelings. Thank you, Yimei. Do you mind if I call you that? Wu Yunqi raised her glassy eyes, playfully scolding, I don't mind, just afraid your sister Change might mind. Her statement made Zheng Yin laugh. It must have been that Luda guy who told you just wait until I see how I teach him a lesson. Wu Yunqi chuckled. Luda didn't say much, but it's just Sister Yueching and I who know. What do you mean by not saying much? My greatest worry is that you two know. How can I accompany you to play with Sister Yueching after that? Wu Yunqi genuinely found it amusing. At that moment, Huang Yueching sent a message. Captain, there's a situation in the medical room. Please come take a look. Wu Yunqi laughed. Haha, let's go, brother Yin. A daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Don't worry, Sister Yueching won't laugh at you. Zheng Yin smiled wryly. I actually hope Sister Yueching gives me a good mocking. It would be better than her keeping it a secret. Forget it, let's go see what happened. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi arrived at the medical room, where Professor Picard and Luda were already waiting. Huang Yueching glanced at Yunqi, smiling. Both the captain and Yunqi are here. Let's go to the isolation room. Zheng Yin felt uncomfortable with Huang Yueching's smile and quickly asked, what happened, Dr. Huang? Huang Yueching reported as she walked It was quite sudden. Our medical team nurse Zheng Yin unexpectedly showed signs of pregnancy. Before joining the expeditionary force, she was still a third-year medical student and hasn't had a boyfriend in the past few months. Ah, is it Yin? Wu Yunqi asked in surprise. Zheng Yin inquired, Yunqi, do you know her? Of course. Wu Yunqi said with a mischievous smile, Sister Yin is the head of your fan club with your posters all over her bedroom, and even her pillow was custom-made to match your 1-1 appearance. Ah, this? Zheng Yin truly wanted to cover Wu Yunqi's mouth at that moment. Wu Yunqi shot him a glance making Lu Da and the others unable to hold back their laughter. Zheng Yin sighed and said, that's her privacy, we shouldn't pry, right? Is there anything unusual about it? Let's go to the isolation room. Is she locked inside? Huang Yueqing replied, if it were a normal reaction, we would have no right to interfere. However, her pregnancy symptoms began immediately upon entering the wormhole, and now half an hour later the placenta has already started to form. It's a male infant. Zheng Yin exclaimed, that's a level that usually takes several months to reach. What do the scan results say? Huang Yueqing stated, both the fetus and the mother are normal. Moreover, the rapid growth of the fetus has not caused any nutrient depletion in Zhou Wanyin's body. In fact, it has reached an exceptionally healthy level, and her spirit is very good. She requested to enter the isolation room herself. As they spoke, they had arrived outside the isolation room. Through the glass door and energy shields, they saw Zhou Wanyin sitting in front of a computer quickly browsing through the information of various civilizations in the galaxy. At this moment, her belly had already rounded out significantly, and upon seeing Zheng Yin and the high-ranking officials from the command group arrive, she instantly turned red with embarrassment, hurriedly turning away and sitting with her knees hugged, not saying a word. Zheng Yin said, lift the quarantine, there's no need for this. If there were a risk of infection, we would have all been infected by now. Considering Zhou Wannin's feelings, Yun Qi and Dr. Huang Yueqing can go in to take a look while we gentlemen will wait outside. Dai Lu joked, as a beloved idol, aren't you going to comfort your fans? Zheng Yin replied, Dai Lu, shut up. I still have accounts to settle with you. Oh, what did I do to offend you, Captain? Dai Lu said aggrievely. At this moment, Huang Yueqing shouted, Captain, the baby is about to be born. Ah, so soon? Zheng Yin hurriedly said, quick, prepare for the delivery. The baby was delivered safely. Mother and child are both well, and all indicators are normal. Strangely, Zhou Wannin's physical characteristics have reverted to that of a young girl, showing no signs of having given birth, and the baby shows no urge to feed. The situation developed too quickly, and in this still space, all the crew members became aware of it. Considering the feelings of those involved, everyone silently showed their concern without asking too many questions. Zheng Yin expressed his concern, saying, Wannin, I really didn't know you were still my fan. You should rest assured, since the child is born, it belongs to the Starship family. Have you given him a name? Zhou Wannin nodded with a blush and said, Thank you for your concern, Captain. I'm fine. I don't feel any discomfort at all. What happened seems like a dream. I've named the child Xiaohu. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin felt a twinge in his heart, thinking to himself that his name Zheng Yin means tiger. Wannin, you have a pillow made in my likeness, and now you've named your son Xiaohu. I can't pretend I don't see this, it's quite inappropriate, but right now my heart only belongs to Yunqi. This really puts me in a difficult position. Wu Yunqi, noticing Zheng Yin's awkwardness, laughed and said, Sister Wannin, you can't violate the group rules like this. Naming him, that clearly takes resources from the fan club. Zhou Wannin laughed, saying, I'm the leader, well, I have the final say. This kind of thing can't be reasoned with. Who told you not to be the leader back then? Wu Yunqi scoffed, rolling her eyes. I couldn't care less. Zheng Yin chuckled, what time is it? You two are still bickering. At this moment, the baby boy suddenly spoke, saying, Mom, I like the name Xiaohu. At this point, everyone was not too surprised. After all, it was expected that to be able to complete a 10-month gestation in just a few hours, and to be able to talk was within anticipation. Zheng Yin said seriously, I am Zheng Yin, the commander of the Change Starship. We represent the Earth civilization of the Galactic Star Alliance, and we are pursuing pirates to reclaim our abducted kin. May I ask what your identity is? Everyone was stunned by Zheng Yin's sudden question. Zhou Wannin whispered, Captain, he's still a child. However, Xiaohu said something even more shocking. I am a dark energy filling the current space. I became aware of your existence due to the continuous stimulation of wormholes. To communicate with you, I voluntarily experienced your way of life. Controlled by 2 strands of genetic material, I split from a single cell into a primate mammal. Yes, that is how you define yourselves in your cognition. As part of the cosmic structure, I cannot understand your distinctions between good and evil, nor can I comprehend hatred and gratitude. However, I can sense a level of quantum consciousness from the person called Mother. This feeling is what you refer to as maternal love. I have also inherited her memories, and she holds a special quantum consciousness towards the captain, forming a sense of dependency and optimistic expectations for the future. This emotion should be what you call love. This consciousness is wonderful. It is the feeling I am most obsessed with. In addition, I have felt happiness, fear, worry, impatience, and anger. These emotions can directly affect your bodily functions, yet you cannot fully control them. I have also sensed the existence of matter, hardness, softness, coldness, and heat. I have seen photons propagating in the universe and witnessed this observable universe made up of positive particles. You have evolved many civilizations, and you are evolving towards higher dimensions. One day we will meet again in another scenario. To quickly experience your life, my growth rate is 10,000 times yours. Please allow me to integrate into your society for the next 3 days. Zheng Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he wasn't here to cause trouble. He then smiled and said, "It's an honor for you to come to our starship to experience life. As a fellow human, we treat you equally. In human society, there is a tradition of collectively caring for children. While we may not have the same profound maternal love as your mother, we will still be full of care. Feel free to ask for anything you need. We will do everything we can to meet your requests. Please take a nap first. Perhaps you can experience what it is like to dream." Zheng Yin then led everyone out and was about to give the order. Lift the alert status, oh everyone, is to enter a 3-day leisure vacation. For Zhou Xiao, who treat him as if he were your own child, and let him experience the kindness of human society in these 3 or 4 days. Dai Lu laughed. This little prince really needs to be well taken care of. I'm just curious how he will grow up. Will he eventually become an old man? Change said, yes, Zhou Xiao, who is rapidly absorbing energy from the starship as he grows. His cells are undergoing rapid division. All right, everyone take some time to relax these few days. Zheng Yin instructed, prepare the holographic deck on the 4th level. I will take him to see the beautiful sights of Earth. 3 hours later, Zhou Wanan led Zhou Xiao out of the medical room. At this point, Zhou Xiao already looked like a 3 or 4-year-old child, curious about everything around him. Under his mother's guidance, he met many uncles and aunts and toured the entire 5th level deck. At dinner time, Zhou Wanan personally cooked some of her signature dishes for Zhou Xiao. Although Zhou Xiao did not need to obtain energy chemically, he still tried some food for the experience, tasting the flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. That evening, Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Huang Yueching, Dai Lu, Picard, Rick Jones, and a group of officials from the command team invited Zhou Wanan and her son to enjoy a concert and experience human art. At this point, Zhou Xiao, who already looked around 14 or 15 years old, very sunny, humorous, and talkative. Zhou Xiao, who said to Zheng Yin, Uncle Zheng Yin, I really had a dream this morning. In the dream, I was in a place I had never been before. Perhaps it extracted fragments of my mother's memories. It was a lake filled with lotus flowers. My mother and I were in a small boat. She was picking lotus seeds while I was fishing with a can. Later, I caught a fish, but in my excitement, I dropped the can into the lake, which made my mother laugh heartily. How interesting. This is something I've never experienced, nor has my mother. Why did this occur in my mind? Zheng Yin chuckled. That's what dreams are. In a dream, you generally don't realize you are dreaming. The development of dreams is also uncontrollable. It's a fascinating phenomenon. Self-creation of the subconscious. This ability distinguishes intelligent organic beings from mechanical intelligences. Zhou Xiao laughed, saying, so that's how it is. I really want to be with you for a long time. This feeling is wonderful. After experiencing this, I feel I was very lonely before. Unfortunately, I can't stay with you all the time. My mother would be sad too. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin silently prayed, little ancestor, please maintain this rationality. Wu Yunqi interjected, intelligent life forms all have their own paths to follow. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are essential parts of the human life cycle, but every human that appears in this civilization is part of it, and their deeds will be passed down forever. As long as civilization exists, they will never die. Zhou Xiao realized, so eternity and brevity are merely objective units of measurement. Only inheritance remains unchanged. This is your dimension's understanding of time. In this case, I have already achieved immortality within human civilization. Zhou Wanan smiled affectionately, saying, child, you will always live in your mother's heart. Zhou Xiao, who did not fully understand this statement at the moment, merely smiling and nodding. He said to Zheng Yin, Uncle Zheng Yin, when I die, will you still come to see me? Zheng Yin smiled and replied, once I eliminate the galactic pirates, defeat the unification sect, and find the missing compatriots, I will come to play with you. Zhou Xiao nodded happily. At this time, the concert began, featuring representative music from various countries on Earth, allowing Zhou Xiao to once again experience the beauty of human civilization. Zhou Xiao didn't want to miss out on these few short days. He toured all 5 levels of the Starship overnight, meeting many crew members and exchanging feelings with each other. The crew members knew about Zhou Xiao's origins. Since this dark energy from another dimension came to experience human civilization in a friendly manner, they all sincerely accepted him. This filled Zhou Xiao with goodwill towards the human race. The next morning, Zheng Yin called Wu Yunqi, Huang Yueching, and Dai Lu to go find Zhou Xiao again. At this time, Zhou Xiao's physical indicators showed he was already 28. He had just returned from the medical room and greeted Zheng Yin and the others warmly, calling them uncles and aunts. Beside him stood a young woman. Wu Yunqi's eyes widened in surprise as she laughed, saying, Daisy, oh my, you actually made a move? Zhou Wanan, who had just come out of the room, was also quite surprised. She then awkwardly looked at Zheng Yin and said with a wry smile, children grow up without their mother's control. Last night after I rested, Xiao went out by himself, saying he wanted to meet more friends. She then smiled at Daisy, saying, since you have become my daughter-in-law, aren't you going to greet your mother-in-law? It turns out Daisy was also a member of Zheng Yin's fan club, a translator in the diplomatic team. Since there were few women on the Starship and even fewer young girls, these dozens of girls often spent time together and were quite familiar with each other. Daisy, not feeling shy, immediately smiled and said, Mom, are you satisfied now? Daisy's frankness elicited uproarious laughter from everyone, and Zhou Xiao said to Zheng Yin, Uncle Zheng Yin, I once again felt a unique human emotion, which is love. My goodness, this is a privilege that only the divine can possess infinitely. I am very satisfied with this experience, and Daisy will forever reside in my heart. Moreover, I now understand what my mother told me last night, that I will always live in her heart, and that too is love. Zheng Yin chuckled and said, indeed, in human civilization, there are many forms of love. The love for one's children, filial piety towards parents, friendship among peers, love for one's civilization, reverence for nature, and most importantly, the pure love between partners. Zhou Xiaohu said, please hold a wedding for us. I wish to have a complete love story. The fourth-level holographic deck had already switched to the projection of an ancient town in the Jiangnan water town. Under the witness of over 4,000 carbon-based crew members and more than 10,000 energy-form electric beings, an ancient and traditional wedding was taking place. The son of the Zhou family is marrying a foreign bride. Come and see, teased the lively onlookers. Lu acted as the host, paying respects to heaven and earth, offering tea and presenting the couple with a joyous union. Finally, Lu also presented the couple with their marriage certificate. The festivities lasted for several hours before Zheng Yin invited Zhou Xiaohu to the fourth-level holographic deck to enjoy the scenery from various places on Earth. By evening, Zhou Xiaohu was already over 40 years old, calling everyone uncle and aunt felt quite awkward. On the morning of the third day, Zheng Yin and a few others arrived early at Zhou Wanyin's residence to visit Zhou Xiaohu, who was now over 60. Zhou Xiaohu said, I can clearly feel that my bodily functions are not what they were when I was 30. Is this what it means to age and face life's inevitable decline? Lu laughed and said, this is what makes youth precious, it is a cycle. Zhou Xiaohu replied, yes, just like the universe. Lu said, at our age we should do what suits us. Shall we go fishing? Zhou Xiaohu smiled and said, I know this, that is a form of leisure, but it doesn't necessarily have an age limit. Many young people enjoy fishing too. Zheng Yin laughed and said, Lu means to cultivate a calm mind and spirit. At this age one shouldn't be as impassioned as in their 20s or 30s. Zhou Xiaohu nodded in understanding and then said to Zheng Yin, Daisy hasn't woken up yet. Please don't tell her where I am when she wakes up, and don't let her come find me. I don't want her to see my aging appearance. Oh, I want to present my most vibrant self to her, forever residing in her heart. Zheng Yin nodded, and then Zhou Xiaohu along with Lu went to the lakeside to fish. Zheng Yin and others chatted with Zhou Wanyin, and when Daisy woke up, they conveyed Zhou Zai's words, asking her not to impulsively seek him out. Daisy covered her face and cried. After a moment, she calmly said, Captain, after this matter, please have changed completely. Delete today's audio-visual records of Xiaohu, so that I won't feel the urge to search for them in the future. I want to keep this pure love forever in my heart. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, change, do not record Zhou Zai's images today. The log will only be documented in text without any physical descriptions. Understood, Captain. Change has received your order. Zhou Wanyin glanced at Zheng Yin and said to Daisy, I envy you very much. At the lakeside, Lu and Professor Picard were chatting with Zhou Xiaohu, and their fishing lines had no hooks, just empty fishing lines. Lu shouted about fishing every day, yet he had never caught a single fish. It wasn't that there were no fish in the lake, but rather that they came here to express their feelings. When Zheng Yin and the others arrived, Zhou Zai's hair had already turned quite gray. Finally, accompanied by several officers from the command group, they toured the fifth-level deck again, browsing the Starship's records of various civilizations in the galaxy. In the deep night of the Starship, Zhou Xiaohu slowly closed his eyes, passing away at the venerable age of 95 in terms of human bodily functions. All members of the Starship held a funeral for him, burying his remains in the soil of the second-level deck. Instead, they detected the shield frequency of the Star Alliance fleet and directly transmitted soldiers carrying a large number of parasites into the warships, intending to parasitize from within and seize the ships. Once Zhou Zai's grave was completed, the tombstone read, Grave of Zhou Xiaohu, the first newborn of the human expeditionary force. After the tombstone was erected, Change reported, Captain, a large amount of energy is emanating from Zhou Zai's grave, which has automatically returned to the zero-point energy absorption device equal to the energy he absorbed. In other words, he returned all the energy and nothing can be detected in the grave. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, all personnel enter battle mode. Xiaohu is sending us out. Indeed, a burst of light shone from the front of the starship and the surrounding subspace returned to normal. 10 seconds later, the starship passed through a wormhole and arrived at the Zaba people's star domain. As soon as they reached the orbit of Zaba star, an intense space battle had already commenced. Thousands of Zaba warships formed a massive wall of firepower, yet they did not open fire at first. Instead, they detected the shield frequency of the Star Alliance fleet and directly transmitted soldiers carrying a large number of parasites into the warships, intending to parasitize from within and seize the ships. However, as soon as the soldiers were teleported in, they immediately fell into an environment filled with viruses, with the air in the entire warship's cabin floating with this virus specifically cultivated to target Zaba worms. This virus, which only infects worms, had no effect on larger vertebrates. Soon the Zaba soldiers vomited the Zaba worms out of their bodies, crushing them underfoot. After regaining their spirits for a while, they joined the Star Alliance forces. Zaba worms possessed the memories of their hosts, and the indigenous people who had detached from the parasites also retained the memories of the Zaba worms. Thus, the several thousand soldiers initially sent by the Zaba became intelligence personnel providing the Star Alliance with significant information. Although the Star Alliance fleet consisted of only 300 ships, which was pitiful compared to the Zaba's 10,000 warships, the war did not fall into a disadvantage. When the changed Super Starship arrived, this 100-kilometer-long aerial city brought about a decisive victory on the battlefield. Captain, the Star Alliance fleet has received the shield frequency of the Zaba warships. It seems the virus was successful. The indigenous people have regained independent thought, reported Wu Yunqi. Dr. Jones set the particle frequency for spatial transmission to match the enemy's warship shield frequency for biochemical transmission, commanded Zheng Yin. Subsequently, tens of thousands of virus sources were continuously transmitted into the Zaba starships, causing chaos among the enemy forces. Carolyn used the change's communication equipment to send a message to all Zaba fleets and the Zaba on the ground. Zaba Star is originally a civilization of peaceful coexistence. Due to the mutation of the invasion faction, this civilization became notorious. Now the civilization faction has returned to save this civilization. We have never given up. The space fleet has fully joined the civilization faction, and we are about to launch a rescue war on the ground. Those indigenous members hiding rise up against. The Starship then transmitted virus sources to major cities on the ground. Meanwhile, the ground launched massive planetary electromagnetic cannons into space, thanks to the Starship blocking the attacks at the forefront. The spread of the virus would take some time, and the entire fleet retreated beyond the attack range of the planetary electromagnetic cannons. Zheng Yin asked, "This virus itself is non-selective. They don't know who is from the civilization faction and who is from the invasion faction. What if your Zaba worms were exterminated?" Carolyn replied, "Even if exterminated, it would be the result we deserve. But please rest assured, Captain, we in the civilization faction will be protected by the indigenous people." A week later, Zaba Star issued a message of victory. The virus rapidly spread to every corner of the globe, driving all members of the invasion faction out of their bodies, welcoming them with nothing but a stomp. Most members of the civilization faction that had hidden for thousands of years were protected by shields totaling 10,000 individuals. Subsequently, the Zaba people held a grand welcoming ceremony as the warships of the Galactic Star Alliance landed on the surface of Zaba Star for the first time. Soon a special treatment agent was also developed. With this agent, the civilization faction could be immune to the virus for a year, continuing to form this unique civilization with over 10,000 indigenous people. In response to the proposal of the civilization faction, a new system was established. Zaba Star officially joined the Galactic Star Alliance. The Alliance registered every Zaba worm from the civilization faction and implanted quantum chips, uploading their daily behaviors to the Zaba Star Supervisory Committee to prevent any resurgence of the invasion faction. The committee was composed of members from other civilizations of the Alliance, mainly Earthlings. The virus sources were also specially kept by the Zaba Star Committee. All unparasitized Zaba worms on the planet underwent strict testing, and those from the invasion faction were immediately executed with real-time monitoring of the civilization faction. The unparasitized members of the civilization faction made up 3%, totaling 100,000 Zaba worms. Fortunately, Zaba worms cannot lay eggs in a non-parasitized state, which greatly facilitates monitoring. From now on, every parasitism ritual must be conducted with the consent of both parties and with members of the supervisory committee present, and real-time records must be made before proceeding. Finally, the Zaba people dispatched a 10-member research team to support the changed Super Starship's expedition. These flying young Zaba people injected new strength into the human expeditionary force, especially since their technology far surpassed all existing members of the Star Alliance. Although Zheng Yin was delighted with the Zaba people's inclusion, he also felt a bit uneasy. He secretly ordered Change to monitor the two consciousnesses of each Zaba in real time. If any signs of consciousness transfer occurred, they would immediately seal off the transferring and recipient entities. This time, Zaba Star was liberated with almost no warships destroyed. The Change Expeditionary Force was awarded first-class collective honors by the Star Alliance, and Zheng Yin once again received the Galactic Peace Medal. News of the rescue of the Zaba people quickly spread throughout the galaxy. The Star Alliance gained a powerful new member, although they remained cautious and did not dare to mobilize them recklessly. The leader of the Tianquan people couldn't help but admire. To actually dare to land on the surface of Zaba Star, they truly are a group of reckless individuals. The commander of the Lizardmen on Tianquan Star ordered, "Think of a way yourself. Do not let me see the Earthlings chase after Tianquan Star, or you can wait to offer yourselves to the one God." At this time, the changed Super Starship had completed the transfer of the pirate base and directly jumped to the navigation point of the transport ship. 50 pirate transport ships and over 200 warships formed a massive transport fleet flying at warp speed. Zheng Yin immediately ordered to enter combat mode, and the starship subsequently launched photon torpedoes and phase cannons to attack the escort fleet at superluminal speed. At the same time, it fired slow torpedoes at the transport ships, but only one transport ship was affected. The pirate fleet detected the appearance of the Earth Expeditionary Force and immediately took evasive action without retaliating. The leading warships suddenly concentrated energy at a point, opening a jump wormhole for the transport ships. 14 ships then vanished into the wormhole, while the transport ship affected by the slow torpedo immediately dropped out of warp and fell far behind. Subsequently, all the pirate warships collectively dropped out of warp to block the Starship. A space battle was about to erupt. "Captain, we failed to trace the jump coordinates of the transport ship. They just used quantum slipstream technology, and our escort ships couldn't keep up," reported Professor Picard. "Damn it, those bastards got away again." Lou cursed, angrily stamping his foot. "We'll deal with that later. Right now, we must eliminate all the pirates. Keep those 2 escort ships on this transport ship." Zheng Yin was equally furious. "Launch. Leave no one alive." Zheng Yin, piloting the Ying-Long mecha, shouted as he swung the antimatter cutting sword, while 1,000 electric-devouring army surged toward the pirate fleet. Although the Starship generally had ample energy, the electric-devouring army had never indulged in mass feeding. Only during battles could they feast to their heart's content. The energy weapons and shields of the pirate warships became their prey. As the first wave of the electric-devouring army depleted the enemy ship's energy, a one-sided massacre commenced. This time, 100 battle mechas took center stage as human soldiers vented their pent-up anger. The fleeing pirate fleet was in disarray, but the 100 fighter ships would not let them escape. Soon the battle ended with pirate ship wreckage floating throughout space, creating a battlefield relic. After dealing with the pirate fleet, all space combat personnel surrounded the transport ship. "Capacitor, launched the time accelerator and neutralized the delay," Zheng Yin ordered. With his command, a time accelerator was fired at the transport ship, and a wave of energy spread out, restoring the transport ship. Faced with the massive Starship and the wreckage of their fleet, they knew exactly what to do. This transport ship contained 8,000 quantum energy storage cabinets, each housing 10,000 particle-form compressed energy units, representing the expeditionary force's recovery of 80 million human compatriots. They did not extract the coordinates of the other transport ships. As they jumped, this transport ship had already been hit by a delayed torpedo. Although they achieved another victory, everyone was not too excited, as 14 transport ships had escaped through their fingers. Led by Lou, a support team of 2,000 returned to Earth with the 8,000 storage cabinets, while the pirate captives and transport ships were sent back to the Star Alliance base. The Earth Federation immediately arranged new jobs and families for these human compatriots, all of whom had been abducted from Europe. The Federation expressed commendation and comfort to the Starship, and when the escort ship returned, it brought back a support team of 2,000 elite personnel trained by the Earth Federation. When Lou returned with the escort ship and the new members, the Starship remained stationary. Back on the Starship, after arranging for the new members, Lou asked, "Captain, although my trip back and forth was quick, I dropped off the cabinets and took people away without wasting time, but it still took over 10 hours. Why are we still here? Is there a new discovery?" Zheng Yin shook his head and replied, "There are no new discoveries, but we have encountered a small problem. Since you are all here, let's set off. Although we have no targets, we can't just sit here and dawdle." Lou was alarmed and asked, "What small problem?" Zheng Yin sighed, "We'll talk on the way." Beidou set course for the nearest planet of the One God faction and set Chekhov to Warp 5. "Let's proceed slowly and see what happens." It turned out that the entire crew of the Starship had fallen into a depressed state because they had failed to rescue all 4 billion humans, allowing 14 transport ships to escape through the cracks. From initial regret to disappointment, and finally to despair. Within just 10 hours, most members had sunk into a negative and dejected state. Except for the electric-devouring army, all crew members were in this condition, and Zheng Yin also found it hard to muster any spirit. Lou, being an observer, immediately said upon hearing this, "We've fallen into their trap, Captain. Have you forgotten what I said? Something unusual must be afoot." "Off," Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise. "How could I forget this?" Professor Picard conducted a deep scan of the entire ship and report any anomalies immediately. "Lou, let's go see the military camp." The military camp was located near the assembly square on the 5th deck, where all landing teams, space combat teams, ship security, and logistics forces were stationed. At this moment, most were sleeping with their heads down, and the few soldiers on guard yawned and appeared weak. Seeing this, Zheng Yin and Lou felt a chill run down their spines. The soldiers showed no enthusiasm upon seeing the commander and merely struggled to salute. Zheng Yin immediately instructed Dr. Huang Yueqing to bring the medical team to examine all members. The medical scanner did not reveal any abnormalities, nor could they find the reason behind everyone's low spirits. In the scientific team, several older scientists had actually fallen asleep during a discussion, while the 10 symbiotic scientists managed to stay awake, but indicated that either the host or the symbiont was also extremely depressed and unwilling to work. The scientific team also found no signs of abnormalities. Moreover, the deep space quantum intelligent microdetector aboard the Change did not detect the presence of intelligent life in the nearby space. After 7 more days, the Starship had already traveled dozens of light years away. Now the situation on the Starship had worsened. Lou and the newly boarded support team of 2,000 were also affected by the negative emotions. Lou had spent the past 2 days staring blankly by the lake on the 2nd deck, eventually lying down by the water and falling asleep. The 10 symbiotic scientists were thoroughly crushed, dragging their wings and tails every day, wandering aimlessly in the laboratory like somnambulists. Earthlings, Proxima Centaurians, Sirius blue light beings, and natural star mutants all buried themselves under their blankets fast asleep. Fortunately, the electric-devouring army maintained the normal operation of the ship. Aside from these, there were two exceptions. One was Zheng Yin, whose consciousness was under real-time monitoring by change. Although he also lacked much spirit, he could still move normally. The other was Huang Yueqing. Because of her enthusiasm for traditional Chinese medicine research, she had upgraded her bodily functions through quantum consciousness control utilizing traditional health cultivation techniques, achieving a genetic-level enhancement. Additionally, due to the recent changes, she developed a mixed pill that invigorated and expelled evil, allowing those who were asleep to regain brief moments of clarity. After visiting the sleeping Wu Yunxi, Zheng Yin immediately headed to the medical room. At this point, he was Huang Yueqing's assistant, and the two were working tirelessly to find the cause. Ultimately, Huang Yueqing discovered an anomaly during the deep scan of the patient's cerebral cortex. A special brain area was in disarray. Sister Yueqing, what ability does this area govern? Zheng Yin asked while looking at the three-dimensional scan. Huang Yueqing replied, this special brain area belongs to the self-associative region of the subconscious. Specifically, it is responsible for dreaming. Zheng Yin asked curiously, can this thing influence anything? Some people don't dream for years and still do fine, right? Huang Yueqing explained, all conscious beings dream, it's just that some have different sleep qualities and subconscious memories. Those who claim they never dream are actually forgetting their dreams as they wake up. Zheng Yin inquired, so everyone's inability to dream has led to the current phenomenon. Huang Yueqing clarified, no, everyone's subconscious has been disrupted. What was once only associative dreaming during sleep is now occurring while awake. However, when asleep, this area does not function, and during self-association, the subconscious releases a special peptide that relaxes the nerves, rapidly entering deep sleep. Zheng Yin nodded. No wonder everyone is yawning throughout the day. Huang Yueqing continued. Yes, due to this reason, people feel extremely drowsy when awake, and when they fall asleep, the lack of dream stimulation prevents them from entering deep sleep, resulting in extreme fatigue. Consequently, their emotions drop, and even adrenaline injections are ineffective. Before long, we will all fall asleep for a long time and perish in our sleep. Zheng Yin fretted, have we lost sleep? The more we sleep, the more tired we become and eventually perish in our sleep. This is too troubling. Huang Yueqing replied, now that we've identified the cause, we still lack a treatment method. All the scientists are asleep, and I can't stay awake for more than 2 hours. I have to meditate soon. Otherwise, if I collapse again, no one will be left to accompany my brother. Zheng Yin said, Sister Yueqing, you should rest for a bit. He'll ask Change if she can come up with a solution. All right, I'll return in an hour. Don't tire yourself out too much. After Huang Yueqing left, Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and asked Change, what is the smallest scale your scanning can reach? Brother, I can perform scans at the quark level. Then how much time would it take for you to conduct a quark-level scan of the entire ship, 10 days. Time has stretched too long. I fear our people won't hold out until we elevate to the nuclear level. Zheng Yin asked next. 3 days. Agreed. Chang'e, initiate a ship-wide nuclear-level scan. I'll report any anomaly immediately. On the third day of scanning, Chang'e detected an anomaly and successfully captured it within a high-energy shield sphere. It was a solitary nuclear particle undergoing rapid spontaneous transitions between protonic and neutronic states. Its 3 constituent quarks continuously shifted their positive and negative charges without cause, emitting faint interference waves into the surrounding space. The most profound anomaly lay not in its quantum indeterminacy, but in its unmistakable manifestation of intelligence. Clearly, it had been deliberately evading Chang'e's scans. Only when Chang'e activated the deck's shield sieve mesh was it finally apprehended. Through Huang Yueqing's experiments, it was confirmed that these faint interference waves could induce neural disarray in human brains, and this particle could infiltrate any individual's mind with ease. It selectively compromised the crew's health, yet left Zheng Yin and the electrophages untouched. Chang'e attempt communication with it. Zheng Yin ordered. A moment later, Chang'e reported, Captain, this is a remotely controlled machine, not a true sentient entity. Communication is impossible. Its operator has severed all links but now operates in an unbound state. Zheng Yin paused in thought, then asked, is the development and deployment of nuclear-level weaponry exclusive to Tier 3 galactic civilizations? Tier 3 civilizations possess the theoretical framework, but lack the practical mastery. Such technology can only be fully realized within 5-dimensional spacetime. Understood. Annihilate it. Once everyone awakens, we resume our voyage. Thereupon Chang'e fired a single antiparticle into the shield sphere. After a brief flash of light, the interfering nucleus vanished in mutual annihilation. The electrophage Jian Rong asked, Captain, have you already deduced who's behind this? Zheng Yin gave a wry smile, not certain, but nearly so. Anyone who attended the civilizational tribunal would likely suspect the same culprit. Huang Yueqing chuckled, their very intervention reveals how deeply they fear us. Zheng Yin replied with a quiet laugh, indeed. Though we are no match for them in strength, the fact that they repeatedly overstep, each time revealing greater desperation, proves they are far from invincible. Jian Rong suddenly grasped it. You mean the Unity God? Zheng Yin scoffed coldly, a hollow title, nothing but a collective of 5-dimensional continuums. The next morning, the crew emerged from their quarters as if waking from an extended dream, stretching languidly, gazing up at the holographic sun and azure sky. projected across the overhead deck. Spirits lifted and vigor renewed. Dalu dashed into the bridge, brimming with restless energy, muttering, "Damn it. The five-dimensional entities strike from the shadows. Why don't we light incense and beg the ancient Nuwa clan to settle this score for us?" Zheng Yin smiled. "Settle down, will you? If you've got energy to spare, take your troops on drills instead. We hold no verifiable evidence. On what grounds would we lodge formal grievances? Besides, invoking celestial ancestors over trivial matters makes us look like petulant children. And how exactly would you contact them? Even if you set the temple ablaze, flame alone cannot bridge dimensions and reach transcendent intelligences." "This grievance chokes me," Dalu grumbled. Zheng Yin replied lightly, "Grievances abound. But isn't our pursuit of the pirates precisely about avenging those who've suffered just as deeply?" Dalu laughed. "Now I see. My own awareness still lags far behind yours, Captain." Wu Yunshi smiled. With such immense responsibility weighing upon him, how could his awareness not rise steadily? Dalu teased, "Oh dear. I had no idea the captain bore such tremendous pressure. Alas, it's all my fault. I've neglected him. From now on, I'll learn diligently from you to honor this bond of life and death brotherhood, right, Captain?" Zheng Yin laughed. "Then I am truly blessed." Wu Yunshi beamed openly. "Exactly. That's the bearing of a true elder brother." Just then Professor Picard reported, "Captain, pause your bliss for a moment. Radar has registered an anomaly." Zheng Yin asked urgently, "What did it detect?" "Another interfering nucleus. Fortunate indeed that Chang'e recalibrated her short-range radar to nuclear resolution," Professor Picard replied. Zheng Yin issued immediate orders. "Ignore it. Annihilate on sight." Dalu grinned at Professor Picard. "You do love your dramatic pauses. Pause your bliss. Bliss waits for no one. It vanishes the instant you hesitate. Your phrasing needs refinement." Professor Picard chuckled. "The difficulty of Chinese matches its charm. Evidently, I must practice more diligently." His words sent Zheng Yin, Wu Yunshi, Dalu, and Zhao Beidou into hearty laughter, while Picard and Chekhov, standing bewildered on the bridge, joined in with polite, bemused chuckles. Zheng Yin then instructed Chekhov, "Engage warp drive at level 9. We accelerate toward the next Unity Sect territory to investigate pirate activity." Yet while still 3 days from the destination, the Starship received a raw electromagnetic transmission. After decryption, it proved to be a distress call broadcast by a primitive level 1 planetary civilization into deep space. "To all peaceful civilizations passing through this sector, we plead for aid. Our people are being plundered. We implore extraterrestrial civilizations to intervene. Our coordinates lie at a type dwarf star 30,000 light-years from the galactic core. 7 pulsars orbit nearby. The closest lies 100 light-years distant." That's a remarkably archaic way to broadcast coordinates, reminiscent of our Voyager I probe. "Captain, shall we respond?" Dalu asked. "If we encounter it, we must investigate. Should this be internal civil strife, we possess no mandate to intervene. But if an alien civilization violates interstellar accords, manipulating events from behind the veil, then intervention becomes imperative." Zheng Yin commanded, "At once reroute course. Warp at level 9 toward the signal source. Engage stealth protocols. Coordinates reprogrammed to the yellow dwarf star. Estimated arrival 3 hours." Upon reaching the planet, a nascent level 1 civilization, they discovered hundreds of mercenary warships docked in orbit, while collection vessels descended upon major cities below, conducting systematic raids. The sight ignited fierce outrage among the human expeditionary force. This was indistinguishable from the galactic pirates' own brutal predation upon humanity. Despicable. These mercenaries have no moral bottom line. Zheng Yin slammed his fist onto the command chair in fury. "Yunshi, establish comms with the mercenary commander. Let us hear what justification he offers." Soon the mercenary commander accepted the connection, revealing to everyone's surprise the insectoid Kunsaba. The Starship abandoned stealth. Moments later, a colossal vessel, vast as a floating metropolis, materialized in orbit above the planet. Kunsaba recoiled in shock upon seeing Zheng Yin, then burst into booming laughter. "Ah, esteemed General Zheng Yin, we meet again. First, congratulations on liberating Jabba Star. Your name now echoes across the galaxy as legend. And second, congratulations on tracking down the pirates and rescuing 8 million of your kin." "Ha ha ha." Zheng Yin's voice hardened with anger. "Kunsaba, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself, clearly, or you'll soon feel the searing bite of our neutrino fission cannon." "Ah, no, Captain. This is a grave misunderstanding." Kunsaba hurriedly chuckled. "Our mercenary guild strictly undertakes commissioned operations. Since you cost the pirates 8 million energy beings, their divine council grew displeased, so they contracted us to replenish the sacred tribute. And this world falls outside both the Stellar Alliance and the Unity Church's protection. It's a wild, unclaimed civilization. Thus we acted accordingly. Of course, if you're willing to offer remuneration exceeding the pirates, we'd gladly withdraw from this engagement." Zheng Yin asked, "What did the galactic pirates promise you?" Kunsaba grinned. "Consciousness transfer technology, a rare capability possessed by only 2 or 3 supreme civilizations across the galaxy. With it, immortality becomes ours." Zheng Yin replied coolly, "We extend no generosity to those who abandon ethics. At most, I'll grant you full technical schematics for our adaptive frequency shielding. Accept it, or not, but you will release this primitive civilization unharmed." Kunsaba bristled. "This isn't negotiation, Captain. It's coercion. What separates you from the pirates? Zheng Yin retorted with quiet intensity, one fundamental distinction: we shall never sacrifice lower-tier lives to appease some false god. If you seek philosophical debate, I regret. I have neither time nor patience. The adaptive frequency shielding schematics are already transmitted to your systems. Immediately release all captured beings to the surface and provide me with the pirates' transport routes. At our next meeting, I may consider sharing warp technology beyond level 9. Level 9.9. Most level 2 stellar civilizations, alongside the galactic pirates and interstellar mercenary guilds, possess warp drives capped at level 9. Only civilizations approaching tier 3 achieve mastery beyond that threshold. Zheng Yin's offer, warp level 9. 9 represented 3053 times light speed achieved via spacetime distortion, the standard FTL method across the galaxy. Though the theory is widely known, the technological bottleneck remains insurmountable. Kunsaba Simperda. Captain, I cherish our dialogues. You embody wisdom incarnate. Yet capturing these energy beings demanded extraordinary effort. Their resistance was ferocious. A mere verbal promise cannot justify abandoning this operation. It would shatter my crew's morale. Most joined me only recently. Without tangible reward, my authority will crumble. Zheng Yin smiled. Your influence grows indeed. High-strength deck plating fabrication schematics have already been dispatched. Upon recovering all our kin, I'll share large-scale energy generation technology. But until then, you must cease all collaboration with the pirates. Violate this, and the agreement terminates instantly. Thereafter, beams of particle transmission streamed from mercenary vessels down to the planet's surface, releasing millions of liberated natives. Respected Captain General Zheng, pirate transport trajectories have been transmitted. Wishing you fortune, and eagerly anticipating our next encounter. Farewell. Shortly afterward, the planetary government initiated its first contact protocol, transmitting a formal request to the Starship. Zheng Yin promptly reported to the Galactic Star Alliance, which indicated that since the other party was already aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, there was no need for further concealment. The changed Super Starship was appointed as the diplomatic vessel of the Alliance, and Zheng Yin was named the ambassador of the Galactic Star Alliance. The first contact with this Class 1 planetary civilization aims to assist the auxiliary planet in restoring social order without intervening beyond normal scientific development. This planetary civilization calls itself the Bisque people. Each member appears female, resembling human beings from Earth, but they possess a tail. There is no distinction of gender within this civilization, and males do not exist. They can reproduce independently, but require a genetic exchange with another individual, resulting in two lives being nurtured simultaneously. The method of exchange, however, is somewhat obscure. Consequently, this civilization is uniquely matriarchal, venerating a shared ancient mother. The leader of the Bisque people is an elderly woman named Biliana. She expressed immense gratitude for the Starship's arrival, which helped them drive away the interstellar mercenaries and rescue their plundered kin, though she was unsure how it was accomplished. Zheng Yin introduced her to the long history of warfare between the Galactic Star Alliance and the Unity sect, as well as the origins of the galactic pirates and the mercenary groups. Biliana then formally requested Zheng Yin on behalf of her civilization to join the Galactic Star Alliance. Zheng Yin readily agreed to their request, but noted that their technology was still quite primitive, akin to that of Earth in the 20th century. Furthermore, due to their existence within a matriarchal society, they had rarely experienced war and thus had not developed nuclear weapons. The most destructive weapon on their planet was the seismic cannon used for mining. The mercenary commander Kungsaba's claim of fierce resistance was utter nonsense. They had no capacity to resist under the warships of the interstellar mercenaries. This was truly a peaceful civilization that had never known the flames of war. However, in the conflicts of the galaxy, they remained extremely vulnerable. If they were not detected by a secondary civilization, they could continue to evolve. Once detected, their future would be limited to two paths. One path was to join the Galactic Star Alliance for protection, and the other was to be harvested by the Unity sect. Fortunately, their distress signal was discovered by the human expeditionary force, leading them toward the first path. After reporting all information about this planetary civilization to the Alliance command, the Alliance decided to send a team of researchers to assist according to the Bisque people's current scientific theories, accelerating their technological development. 3 warships were dispatched to coordinate defense in orbit, while the Bisque people also sent a diplomatic station team to the Alliance. When the changed Starship departed, Bisque people across the globe held a farewell ceremony. Leader Biliana sent a team of 50 young women to assist the human expeditionary force selected from the elite of the entire planet, marking the addition of another civilization aboard the Starship. These lovely young women, aside from their sweet appearances, possessed a special ability: telepathy. As their civilization belonged to a matriarchal society that had never experienced war, they shared a deep bond, gradually evolving the ability of telepathy. Thus, these 50 Bisque individuals played a crucial role aboard the Starship, becoming psychological counselors and forming a specialized department within the medical team, the Psychological Counseling Group. They could sense the emotional changes and subconscious developments of those around them, providing timely guidance to correct negative emotions. During the vast journey through the universe, everyone inevitably faced psychological dilemmas, much like Zheng Yin's emotions spiraling out of control when the Starship was trapped in a wormhole by Zhou Xiao. As the overall commander of the Starship, Zheng Yin's psychological well-being was crucial for the safety of all crew members. Thus, upon the medical team's suggestion, a dedicated psychological counselor and assistant was arranged for him. Alice. The lively and cheerful Alice, as the captain of the BISC Expeditionary Force, felt honored to become Zheng Yin's exclusive psychological counselor and assistant. From then on, an extra chair was added next to Zheng Yin's command chair on the bridge. She soon discovered the budding romance between Wu Yunqi and Zheng Yin and teased Wu Yunqi, saying, "Captain's subconscious is all about you. I don't know what specifics are involved, but you should act fast. The girls on our starship are quite infatuated with him." Wu Yunqi laughed and replied, "Do you really not know, or just not want to say? You call others little girls, but you're only in your teens. Aren't you embarrassed?" Alice giggled and said, "Our people's telepathy only deeply engages when exchanging genetic material. Normally, we can't perceive others like watching videos. And rest assured, Sister Yin, our people are not interested in men, as we have no such distinctions." Wu Yunqi playfully scolded, "What do I have to worry about? Are you secretly reading my mind, little girl?" Alice feigned innocence and said, "That's unfair, Sister Yun. Even without telepathy, it's obvious you have a strong possessiveness towards the captain." Wu Yunqi replied, "Nonsense. You're not allowed to tell the other human sisters, understood? Otherwise I won't play with you." Alice nodded sincerely. "Of course I will listen to Sister Yun. I must listen to you even before the captain." Wu Yunqi smiled, "Little sly one." After leaving the BISC planet, the Starship jumped directly onto the pirates' route and traveled for another 5 hours at warp speed 9. Despite following a warp speed 9 trajectory, no trace of pirate transport ships was detected. Professor Picard stated, "Captain, no traces of pirate transport ships have been found in the nearby star regions. It seems your speculation was correct. The mercenaries leaked information to avoid offending the pirates." "Those two-faced scoundrels." Lu cursed angrily. "It's to be expected," Zheng Yin replied calmly. At that moment, Wu Yunqi received a communication message. Upon connecting it to the large screen, a group of teenagers aged 17 or 18 appeared, tall and possessing horns on their heads, some with a single horn in the center and others with pairs of horns on either side emitting colorful lights. One of them said, "Please leave our star region immediately. We do not participate in any struggles between the Galactic Star Alliance and the Unity Sect, nor do we wish to be disturbed. If you do not heed our warning, we will erase you immediately. We are the Earth-Human Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Star Alliance, pursuing the galactic pirates who have plundered our kin. We deeply apologize for disturbing your evolution, but there are no stars within 50 light-years nearby, so we do not know your location and cannot avoid you. You have already navigated within our stellar system. I demand that you cease your flight immediately," the youth on the opposite side declared. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yin waved to Chekhov, who immediately shut down the warp engine, causing the starship to halt in space. "We have stopped flying. Please tell me where you wish for us to go," Zheng Yin said. The youth replied, "Return 50 light-years along your original route and change your trajectory by 3 degrees. "Okay, we will immediately head back. Goodbye." Zheng Yin then commanded, "Return to 50 light-years away. Oh, we will find another route." Chekhov, initiate warp speed 9. Swiftly, the starship retreated to a distance of 50 light-years. Lu smiled. "This feels like stepping on a mine. Quite amusing. Be grateful that they haven't caused trouble. Oh, it's fortunate." According to the scanning results from Change's Deep Space Micro-Quantum Intelligence Detector, this group of young men exists between the 5-dimensional and 4-dimensional realms, and their threats are not to be taken lightly. "So impressive, Captain. What exactly does that detector do? Why isn't it on Professor Picard's control panel?" Wu Yunqi asked curiously. "I forgot to mention, the Deep Space Micro-Quantum Intelligence Detector is specifically designed to detect intelligent life forms in the universe. It was this very instrument that discovered the Electrocutor brothers on Yuan-Year star. However, only I have the authority to access this instrument," Zheng Yin explained. Lu smiled. "Well, we still don't know where to go. Why not head straight to the Skyship star? 10 super starships wouldn't be enough to contend with them. The Skyship star is about to enter a 3rd-tier star civilization. From their previous encounters with us, it's clear that our understanding of change barely reaches 30%. If we were to meet the people of Skyship star, it would be wiser to retreat." "Then let's find a smaller faction of the Unity Sect," Lu suggested. Zheng Yin nodded and instructed, "Set the closest Unity Sect star region as the target and proceed at warp speed 9. Just then, Wu Yunqi's communication panel received another signal. When switched to the large screen, it was still that group of horned youths. Zheng Yin immediately stood and asked, "We have returned as you requested. Is there anything else?" The leading youth with horns smiled and said, "Aren't you curious about our origins?" Lu couldn't help but laugh. "Hey brother, you said you didn't want to be disturbed. We Earth humans are certainly not meddlesome. Of course, if you want to share, we are all ears." "My first mate is correct. We absolutely respect other civilizations, whether they are advanced or primitive. We are neither fearful nor arrogant. We have a responsibility to support and protect the weak, and we humbly learn from the strong. We will resist evil forces to the end. You are indeed different from the pirates and the Unity Sect. There is a shadow of the Pangu race within you. The pirates operating transport ships, upon learning of our existence, have been pleading desperately for advanced technology to surpass them. Yet when you encountered us, you appeared polite but indifferent. Don't you desire advanced technology?" Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Our civilization is just beginning. Overly advanced technology could lead to uncontrollable disasters. I am grateful for your generosity. I heard that the pirates have asked you to share technology. Could you tell us their location? The transport ships of the pirates have been thrown a million light years away by us. With your ship's jump technology, you can find them quickly, but the location information cannot be given for free. You need to exchange something for it. Zheng Yin asked, what do you need us for if your civilization is so advanced? If you cannot obtain something, we certainly cannot either. No, you do have something, the horned youth replied with a smile. That is your faith in religion. Zheng Yin asked in confusion, faith in religion. The others on the bridge also looked puzzled. Yes, the horned youth said with a smile. I want all of you to treat us as deities and spend at least 3 hours each day meditating and praying, and we will provide you with protection. What is the method of prayer? What do we pray to? What do you gain from this? You have too many questions, Captain. You just need to forget the deities in your religion and worship us collectively, praying towards the spiritual spring every day. As soon as the horned youth finished speaking, a 1-meter-high fountain sculpture appeared on the bridge, and a vibrant array of colors flowed from the top of the sculpture, cascading down and finally dripping into the basin at the bottom. This technology of spatial transmission spanning 50 light-years is something even the changed spacecraft cannot achieve, highlighting the evident gap in strength. However, Zheng Yin did not agree immediately. Instead, he calmly said, in our human civilization, religious belief is absolutely free. Therefore, there are many deities in our religions, but they all share a common trait. They never tempt us with conditions to serve them, and we have never seen them. We do not understand your origins or your intentions. Since you want us to worship you, you must at least tell us who you are. The horned youth laughed. We were once the order maintainers of the galaxy, the white light people of the Chaos Star. Later, we pursued higher aspirations and abandoned that position. We have hidden our star domain, which is why you think this 50 light-year area has no stars and appears desolate. Now I will show you our true form. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light flashed in front of the starship, revealing a massive nebula spanning 50 light-years, filled with many newly formed stars. The spacecraft suddenly sensed the immense gravity of the nebula. Then, with a wave of his hand, the horned youth made the entire nebula disappear, and the area in front of the starship transformed into a void, the gravity vanishing abruptly. The crew on the bridge was stunned by this scene. What level of civilization could achieve such heights? After regaining their composure, Zheng Yin asked, so what is your purpose? What can you gain from our worship? The white light youth replied, the quantum energy generated by a large number of races praying simultaneously is immense, but it is a type of energy you cannot comprehend or use. It is better to offer it to us than to waste it. Zheng Yin calmly said, so you are essentially similar to the Unity deity. The white light youth replied, we are not like the Unity deity, at least we do not consume you directly. Zheng Yin smiled and said, if you claim to be the white light people, then you must be the founders of the White Light Alliance, the predecessor of the Star Alliance. You fought against the Unity faction for tens of millions of years, only to end up taking their path in the end. Although you did not compress us into energy bodies to eat, the essence is the same. All coercive shackles are the enemies of the Star Alliance. We will not yield. If you are willing to give us the coordinates of the galactic pirate transport ship, we will certainly thank you. As for whether we will spend 3 hours each day worshiping you, that depends on everyone's freedom. Although I am the commander, I have no right to interfere with the crew members' freedom of belief. After Zheng Yin finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones had already prepared and immediately transported the spiritual spring from the bridge into space. It was clear that the white light people on the other end of the screen were furious, glaring at Zheng Yin. The horned youth said, you truly do not know how to appreciate our kindness. The galactic pirates begged us, and we ignored them, instead bestowing this honor upon you, yet you are so rude. In these millions of years, you are the second race to refuse us. Truly a rotten wood cannot be carved. Then an energy bubble appeared around the starship, dragging it into the invisible nebula. Everyone immediately saw the vast nebula again, radiating multicolored light. A huge voice emanated from the nebula. Look, here dwell 100 civilizations, all serving us. In the peril-filled galaxy, with our protection, they live happily. You too can enjoy this life. If all of humanity serves us, we will immediately help you retrieve those taken by the pirates. Then planets inhabited by intelligent life forms were displayed on the big screen. The wise beings on these planets lived very primitive lives, and each of their cities had a huge spiritual spring for millions to pray at. Although these beings lived carefree lives, their days were filled only with eating, drinking, and praying. Their societies remained in a feudal state. After seeing all this, Zheng Yin angrily said, we humans do not wish to be kept as domesticated animals, and the Star Alliance does not accept this mode of civilization. Every civilization has the right to evolve. By imprisoning them in a feudal society, how is that different from the Unity faction? We will inform all members of the Star Alliance about what we have seen, so they can know what happened to the former leaders of the Star Alliance after being defeated by the Unity deity. You have become followers of the Unity deity, absurdly using your advanced technology to intimidate lower civilizations. Release us. The voice in the air said, you have not experienced our evolution, so you have no right to comment on us. We do this to protect you. You pilot ships that you cannot even control to fight against the celestial ship star. That is a path to self-destruction. Before you meet the celestial ship people, you will be preyed upon. There are too many predators in the universe, and your ships are very appetizing. Zheng Yin smiled and said, "No need for your concern. Since we jumped out of the solar system, we have been prepared for that. If you cannot provide the coordinates of the pirates, then please release us. Since you are so stubborn, then accept the punishment of the deities. If you wish to repent, pray together with us." As soon as the other party's words fell, the starship was swiftly thrown out, causing everyone in the cabin to be thrown off balance by the massive shaking rolling all over the place, and Zheng Yin was also thrown from his command chair. After everyone finally stabilized, the surrounding space had become extremely unfamiliar. At this moment, the starship was surrounded by almost no celestial bodies, as if it were in an extremely desolate deep space. "Beidou, confirm our location." After a moment, navigator Zhao Beidou reported, "We are in the cosmic wilderness between the Milky Way and Andromeda, 1,350,000 light-years away from the last coordinates. In other words, we just traveled at nearly warp speed level 10, Luda murmured. "I can't believe that speed didn't tear change apart. They truly are impressive." Dr. Jones report on the energy and engine status. Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones reported from the engine room. "Captain, all engines are functioning normally, but the zero-point energy device has been shut down for unknown reasons. Change, perform a self-check to identify the cause." Change replied, "Captain, the intake port of the zero-point device is blocked, preventing the flow of high-frequency parallel universe photon energy. It is clear that the white light people did this. With our current technology and personnel, it would take 30 years to fix this malfunction." Zheng Yin angrily slapped his chair and ordered, "With our current energy, how long will it take to return to the Milky Way?" Change said, "The conventional propulsion's antimatter energy can only support a maximum warp speed of 9.90, and it will take 300 years to return to the edge of the Milky Way." "Damn it," Zheng Yin said angrily, pacing in the bridge. Alice said, "Captain, there's no need to worry. The white light people won't let us take that long. They're waiting for our response." Zheng Yin asked, "Alice, can your telepathy sense the people on the other side of the screen?" Alice smiled and said, "Not really, but our people have keen observation skills. In my opinion, the white light people are both angry and fearful of you Earth humans, and they are very greedy." Luda laughed and said, "Hey, I must admit that the little girl is sharper than the experts in the police interrogations. What she said makes perfect sense." Zheng Yin asked, "From the level of telepathy, what is the difference between us humans and other civilizations, and why do these white light people insist on having us worship them?" Alice said, "Since the first time you descended onto our planet, we sense that your subconscious energy is very large, and your emotional fluctuations are very active. Later, after comparing with other civilizations, I found that the complexity of quantum entanglement in your brains is the highest, meaning your consciousness output is the largest." Luda said, "No wonder they insist on keeping us. They even stopped us when we tried to leave." Zheng Yin said, "With their method, even if they stop us 10 more times, we will never worship this false god." Just then, Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones suddenly reported, "Captain, our dark matter energy is depleting." Professor Picard panicked and said, "Captain, we detected an energy void approaching us, and the shield values are decreasing. Shut down all auxiliary functions outside of life support, retract the outer shield, set coordinates to the Milky Way warp speed 9.9, and run." All Starship personnel entered combat readiness. The vessel swiftly traversed over a dozen light years, yet the energy void pursued relentlessly. Professor Picard analyzed the nature of the energy void. "Yunchi, activate all communication channels and transmit a connection request to the void. Capacitor, arm all weapons." Dr. Jones report on power status. Dr. Jones reported, "Energy leakage has become negligible. The antimatter engine remains fully operational." Professor Picard, however, yielded no definitive analysis, only a reasoned deduction. "Captain, this energy void has absorbed Tansai waves exhibiting properties akin to a black hole. Yet it selectively consumes only ionized energy forms and travels at warp 9.89, marginally slower than our own velocity. At this rate, our power reserves will deplete before long, and the void will overtake us. By then, even the bioelectric energy emitted by each human body may be devoured." Yunchi reported, "Captain, all connection attempts received no response. The signals appear to have been consumed." Zheng Yin ordered capacitor fire deceleration torpedoes at the energy void. Moments later, capacitor reported, "Captain, the deceleration torpedoes failed. Their energy vanished upon entering the void, then re-emerged 1 second later as inert, lifeless metal. It eats meat and spits out bones. I'm utterly astounded." Delu muttered under his breath. Zheng Yin commanded, "Delu, assemble all off-duty personnel on Deck 5. Shut down life support systems on Decks 1 through 4 and minimize power consumption on Deck 5. Almost instantly, illumination throughout the starship dimmed, bridge lighting dropped to its lowest setting, and ambient temperature plummeted below freezing. The entire 5th deck transitioned into night mode. Zheng Yin ordered, "Engage warp drive. Advance to the next level." Dr. Jones reported, "Captain, our antimatter engine cannot sustain such output. Even with these extensive system shutdowns, we gain merely 1 additional year of evasion time." Zheng Yin asked grimly, "So we are left only to await annihilation?" At that moment, a luminous humanoid figure, white glowing crowned with twin horns, materialized aboard the bridge. Panic erupted. Crew members instinctively activated the personal shield emitters on their left wrists. Lu rushed forward to shield Zheng Yin, his right hand already gripping an active phase pistol set to maximum vaporization yield. He glared coldly at the horned youth. What do you want, Oxtaman? The horned youth bristled at the epithet. With a mere wave of his hand, Lu's phase pistol powered down, dead unresponsive, while Lu himself froze rigid, able only to blink. Circulating calmly across the bridge, the horned youth smiled. You may address me as the White Light God. Zheng Yin scoffed. We recognize no false gods. I am the sovereign of the White Light people of Chaos Star, over 1 million years old. I have transcended conventional physical law. In your understanding, that is divinity. Zheng Yin retorted. We have heard tales of powerful devils. Your kind differs not at all. The White Light God chuckled. Yet I have come to save you. Suddenly he gestured sharply toward Alice, and snapped angered. Do not presume to enter the mind of a god. That is sacrilege. Alice's eyes rolled back as she collapsed, caught just in time by Yunqi, who cried out indignantly, does a god strike down a girl barely in her teens? What threat could she possibly pose to you? The White Light God surveyed the bridge, each face ablaze with fury. He let out a chilling laugh. Clearly you remain unenlightened. With those words he dissolved into nothingness. Only then did Lu regain mobility, drawing a long shuddering breath. Alice stirred awake in her chair and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. This White Light God was deeply anxious, even afraid. Compared to us, they are the ones without recourse. What? Truly, a most auspicious sign. Alice, tell us, what did you sense? Lu exclaimed. Alice smiled. I slipped silently into his consciousness. He had no defense against telepathic intrusion. Though he expelled me swiftly, I glimpsed his emotional state. They are besieged by a far greater adversary, one they cannot defeat. Profound anxiety and terror grip them. Yet paradoxically, they harbor a desperate, almost yearning dependence upon humanity. Zheng Yin turned to Lu, speculate. What might be happening? Lu paused, then replied. Without direct evidence, any inference remains mere conjecture, and conjecture often obscures truth. Zheng Yin said, then speak conservatively. Lu said, you previously noted that the Chang'e probe detected them, beings existing between 4-dimensional and 5-dimensional spacetime. Thus, only entities beyond 5 dimensions could possibly contain them. Zheng Yin nodded. Add to that their centuries-long war with the Unity sect, the 5-dimensional continuum Unity God, is indeed the prime suspect. Yunqi asked, then why must they seek us specifically? Professor Picard mused, could it be tied to the Nuwa clan, the higher-dimensional creators of humankind? Lu said, these remain hypotheses, not facts. But one thing is certain, the Oxtaman will return. Zheng Yin smiled wryly. Enough, Lu. No more nicknames for every visitor. Next time the White Light God appears, we shall negotiate, calmly and deliberately. Zheng Yin then ordered full deactivation of combat protocols, reverting to high alert status, while the Starship continued its escape toward the Milky Way at warp 9. 7 days passed. Though the energy void lagged slightly behind, it still pursued without relent, necessitating fresh countermeasures. Deploy 100 deceleration torpedoes aft, detonate them in a broad transverse plane, to slow local spacetime itself. Perhaps this temporal barrier will impede the void. Zheng Yin's command was executed instantly. 100 torpedoes formed a wide planar array behind the vessel, detonating to generate a vast glass-like temporal distortion that induced pronounced time dilation in the ship's wake. Scientific teams monitored the void's behavior closely. As it crossed the time-slowed plane, its velocity dropped sharply to warp 1, equivalent to light speed. Just as cheers began to rise, the void pierced through the barrier, resuming its pursuit at warp 9. 89. Capacitor, fire another volley of deceleration torpedoes. Zheng Yin commanded. Once again, 100 torpedoes detonated in the Starship's rear quadrant. This time, however, the void showed no deceleration. It had clearly adapted to the weapon's effect. Capacitor, deploy temporal stasis particles aft. Freeze that region of space solid. Concentric rings of photonic particles bloomed outward, coalescing rapidly into a viscous, gelatinous spatial field. The energy void plunged headlong into it. It froze, motionless. Have we succeeded? Yunqi asked. No, Professor Picard murmured slowly. The gel field is contracting. Every form of energy is prey to the void. Zheng Yin closed his eyes, seated silently in the command chair, thinking. Then he rose and issued new orders. Professor Picard, construct a precise, 3-dimensional model of the energy void. Project it onto the holotable for simulation. Summon the galaxy's foremost scientists from the 5-Star Alliance to the bridge. We will not wait for salvation from Chaos Star's White Light people. Delegates arrived swiftly, a Proxima Centaurian scholar, a Sirius Blue Light being, a natural star mutant, and a Jabba symbiont, each selected as their species' preeminent intellect. Together with Professor Picard, they formed the Starship's ultimate scientific council. After simulating the void's passage through temporal weaponry, a Jabon named Vested spoke. Captain, the void did not adapt. It absorbed the energy of both deceleration torpedoes and stasis particles. The blue light being added, its velocity increased after absorption. The natural star mutant proposed, if we could reverse the flow, siphon energy from the void, we could theoretically reduce its speed. The Proximan asked, shall we ram it with an energy drain shield? Zheng Yin smiled faintly, not yet. But I have another idea. Capacitor, how many black hole torpedoes remain in inventory? Capacitor reported, 0-point energy siphons are offline. No new torpedoes can be manufactured. Our stockpile stands at exactly 300. Zheng Yin issued immediate orders. Detonate all 300 black hole torpedoes in concentrated formation directly aft of the Starship. A blinding pulse of radiation flared, then coalesced into a miniature black hole. Though dwarfed by the galactic core's Leviathan, this singularity possessed sufficient gravitational hunger to consume a small terrestrial planet. The energy void closing fast collided with the nascent black hole the instant it formed. Two titanic forces of consumption locked in furious entanglement. Intense particle jets erupted from the void, only to vanish swallowed whole by the black hole's event horizon. The void attempted retreat, but momentum failed it. It spiraled violently around the singularity, culminating in a cataclysmic detonation whose released energy would obliterate a world. Yet all that energy too was consumed. A roar of jubilation erupted across the Starship. Though the journey home remained immeasurably distant, the immediate peril had been vanquished. The vessel surged dozens of light years farther. Tension eased aboard the bridge, until the horned youth, the self-proclaimed white light god, reappeared once more. Well done, you defeated the energy predator, but you killed its offspring. Do you imagine its parents will consent? With a single gesture outward, two vastly larger energy voids materialized on the radar display, flanking the Starship at point-blank range. Antimatter core energy levels plummeted. 10,000 electrophages recoiled in terror, shrinking to centimeter-long filaments of current. Capacitor lost control of the weapons bay entirely. Zheng Yin's voice burned with fury. We will never bow to your coercion. Stop toying with us. Kill us now if you dare, but dream not that we shall worship a false god. The white light deity said nothing further, as if waiting for something to appear. Half an hour later, the life support system on the fifth deck of the Starship shut down, and the backup energy, the antimatter engine, was depleted. The crew could only activate their personal shields to barely survive. 20 hours later, the individual shields also shut down due to energy depletion, and all crew members were on the brink of death. At this moment, the white light deity shouted into the air, are you just going to stand by and do nothing? Your indifference is more cruel than the five-dimensional unification. If this is the end of all civilizations, then let them feel it ahead of time. At that moment, Zheng Yin's consciousness blurred due to oxygen deprivation. In his days, he seemed to return to his mother's embrace, warm and happy. Zheng Yin thought, is this death? Dad, Mom, here I come. But Change's faint voice said, brother, we have been saved. Then a flash of white light appeared. The main energy 0-point absorption device of the Starship resumed normal function, and the life support system on the fifth deck came back online. The warm and fresh air awakened everyone. There was no trace of the white light deity in the bridge. Zheng Yin hurriedly helped Wu Yunqi, who was lying on the ground, while Delu assisted Alice into a seat. The energy-consuming entities received a surge of electricity and gradually recovered. The two massive energy voids outside the Starship also disappeared. Zheng Yin took a moment to collect himself and asked Change what just happened. Change replied, it seems that a larger surge of energy appeared just like when you were judged by the civilization. Then the white light deity fell to the ground begging, and in the end he seemed satisfied, waving his hand around, and my 0-point absorption device returned to normal, and the two energy voids outside vanished. Zheng Yin smiled and said, we sensed it too. I didn't expect her to save us once again. Delu took off his cotton jacket and laughed. With this precedent, it might not be a good thing. Who knows if other super civilizations will try to kidnap us? It seems there are too many variables in this universe. You'd think our creator would protect us, so well, why not just take us to a higher dimensional space? Zheng Yin laughed and said, Delu, why don't you go check on the fish in your lake on the second deck instead of talking nonsense here? Delu hurriedly exclaimed, oh no, I forgot about that. Come on, old pie, let's go check on the lake, he said, pulling Professor Picard toward the second deck. The fifth deck of the Starship had returned to normal operation. Previously, to conserve energy, all the lower four decks had been shut down, and the life support system on the fifth deck was set to the lowest. They had endured several days in a -10-degree environment. Now that everything was back to normal, everyone began to take off their jackets. At this moment, Delu reported, hey, no problem. The lake's surface is frozen and melting. There's oxygen in the water, and the fish and shrimp are in hibernation. Zheng Yin smiled and said, let's go home. Activate the jump engine coordinates set to the Milky Way. Zhao Beidou said the coordinates at the edge of the Milky Way have been set. It's 1.2 million light years away, and we expect to arrive in 17 minutes. Wait a moment. Zheng Yin sighed, we can't afford to have any more mishaps. The jump distance is too long. Staying in the wormhole for 17 minutes is too dangerous. Let's do phase jumps, one jump of 10,000 light years at a time. Zhao Beidou reported, yes, Captain, the jump coordinates have been set to a point 10,000 light years outside the direct line back to the Milky Way, expected to arrive in 10 seconds. Chekhov reported, jump engine activated, entering the wormhole. Change's prompt tone rang out once again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Starship successfully flew out of the wormhole and was about to conduct the next jump when Professor Picard reported, Captain, we have discovered a red dwarf star nearby and detected signs of advanced civilization existing. The location of this civilization is indeed too desolate, allowing them to hardly witness conflicts between civilizations, giving them the time to establish such a monumental project. It should be noted that red dwarfs are the smallest type of stellar body, and such bodies generally appear in the spiral arms of galaxies or in nebulae. They usually possess only 7 to 50% of the sun's mass, making their brightness very low and their nuclear fusion very slow. Their lifespan far exceeds that of yellow dwarf stars like the sun, taking trillions of years to exhaust their energy. On a planet in close orbit around this red dwarf star, there exists an extremely advanced civilization. They have built an almost closed Dyson sphere around the red dwarf star, blocking over 90% of its light. If it weren't for the starship's gravitational sensors, they wouldn't have been able to detect their presence. Such phenomena are impossible in the Milky Way. It is not that those second-level civilizations lack the technology, but rather that the time consumed is too long and the resource depletion is too great. Surrounding a star completely requires the full power of an entire planet, taking over 1,000 years to accomplish, and the materials consumed in construction are even more, nearly exhausting the resources of a planet of equal size, or even more. Moreover, the wars in the Milky Way have never ceased, and these second-level civilizations have neither the opportunity nor the necessity to build a Dyson sphere. The location of this civilization is indeed too desolate, allowing them to hardly witness conflicts between civilizations, giving them the time to establish such a monumental project. Zheng Yin said there are no records of this area in the Star Alliance database. Since we have encountered them, let's pay them a visit. Yunqi, send them our regards. Soon the other party received the communication and established a connection with the starship. On the other side stood a group of tall, oddly featured beings, all with 3 eyes and 4 arms, their long ears standing tall. Zheng Yin stood up and smiled. Hello. I am Zheng Yin, the captain of this starship. We are Earthlings from the Milky Way's Interstellar Alliance. We are pacifists, and we ventured out of our solar system in search of our compatriots who were captured by pirate raiders. Due to an accident, we stumbled upon you here, and please allow me to extend sincere greetings on behalf of all the crew members. The few people on the other side exchanged glances and nodded with smiles. One of them smiled and said, I am the leader of this planet, the Ninth Emperor. We are actually a civilization born in the Milky Way, the Clolu people, so we quickly understood your language. We are the expeditionary force maintaining the safety of the Milky Way. 500 million years ago, a war broke out between the civilizations of the Milky Way and the silicon-based life forms of the Andromeda Galaxy. We have guarded the battlefield until now, and you are the first civilization to pass through here after that great war. If you wish, we wholeheartedly welcome you to visit our planet. Zheng Yin immediately replied, thank you very much for your invitation. Exploring the unknown universe and discovering unknown civilizations is the purpose of the Star Alliance, and we are very eager to visit your civilization. The orbital space station has opened to you. We will see you shortly. Captain, what do you think? Should we really go? Delu said worriedly. Zheng Yin smiled and said, what's there to worry about? Right now, we don't know the location of the pirate transport ships, nor do we know where to go, so let's go with the flow. Since fate has led us to this strange race, let's pay them a visit. Besides, they are quite polite, and with Alice with us, what is there to fear about falling into a trap? Alice smiled and said, Captain, you can rest assured that person called the Ninth Emperor just now did not lie. His language, logic, and body movements indicate that he is speaking the truth. Zheng Yin laughed and said, whether it's true or false is not to be discussed. It's all from 500 million years ago. The true prehistoric civilization, the Star Alliance, doesn't have records that far back. Let's go check off engage warp speed level 2. An hour later, the changed super starship stopped in orbit around the planet. All the starship members were stunned by the scene before them. This planet cannot strictly be called a planet, as it is a planet made up of countless warships piled together. A massive accumulation of warships, since the materials used to construct these warships are heavy elements. These wrecks ultimately formed self-gravity, turning into a mechanical planet. The space station is also a gigantic starship, roughly the same size as the change, though its shape differs. The planet's surface lacks an atmosphere, and the inhabitants live in cabins extending about 10 kilometers below the surface, where layers of warships form an underground mechanical city, the place where the people on this planet carry out their activities. Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Delu, and Rick formed a 5-member diplomatic team and boarded the shuttle to enter the orbital space station. The Ninth Emperor personally greeted them along with council members and invited them to the surface of the mechanical planet. Alice signaled that the other party showed no signs of concealment or violent emotions, but rather had some awkwardness. Upon reaching the surface, the 5 of them saw this massive underground warship city where 100 million of their kind lived, but they all looked quite similar. After learning about their history, all the starship members finally understood. 500 million years ago, a war broke out between the carbon-based life forms of the Milky Way and the silicon-based life forms of the Andromeda Galaxy, a battle among third-level galactic civilizations that involved all second-level stellar civilizations between the 2 galaxies. The instigator behind this war was the Unification sect, which rose to prominence only after depleting the main forces of both galaxies. The Clolu civilization before them was a second-level civilization that fought alongside the third-level galactic civilizations, and they have remained here ever since the war. Initially, they were here to guard against the silicon-based life forms in the star. This red dwarf had once trapped 10,000 silicon-based life form starships. They were a race of third-level galactic civilization, and after being trapped for 100,000 years, the silicon-based life forms ascended to the five-dimensional space, discovering the conspiracy of the five-dimensional unification continuum and transmitting this information to their mechanical planet. However, they no longer had the ability to return to the Milky Way, having to live in solitude within this battlefield remnant. That war led to the extinction of all second-level and third-level civilizations in the Milky Way, with hundreds of billions of starships forming a swirling star nebula, ultimately collapsing into a red dwarf star. The current Milky Way civilization has been reborn once again. After listening to the introduction from the 9 sovereigns, Zheng Yin and the other 4 were utterly shocked, never expecting that this red dwarf star was actually transformed from a battlefield relic. Zheng Yin then asked them how many generations had passed and why they had not ventured back to the Milky Way. The 9 sovereigns smiled and said, "We were all participants in the battle back then, and there are no companions left to return with us to the Milky Way. That place is no longer our era. It's better to remain here." Zheng Yin exclaimed in astonishment, "What? You were participants in the Galactic War? How is that possible? 500 million years is enough time for a civilization to go through a cycle. How could you possibly live for so long? Are your bodies mechanical?" The 9 sovereigns chuckled. "We are biological entities with cells, not mechanical beings with transplanted consciousness. However, our bodies have deteriorated too severely, and we can no longer live normally, so we reside within this bionic machinery." It turned out that what people saw of them was actually bionic mechanical armor concealing their true forms within. After speaking, the 9 sovereigns pressed a button on his arm, and his chest opened up, revealing his true appearance: a degenerated child, just over 20 centimeters tall, with limbs as thin as chopsticks and feet that had completely regressed, leaving only a large head with tightly shut eyes. At the back of his head, dozens of nerve tubes connected him to the imposing bionic machinery. Zheng Yin was dumbfounded by the sight before him, and curiously asked, "With your technology and 500 million years of accumulation, how did you end up like this?" The 9 sovereigns, after sealing his bionic armor, replied, "We have survived until now thanks to cloning technology." Wu Yunqi asked curiously, "Are you all clones?" The 9 sovereigns smiled and said, "Yes, but strictly speaking, not entirely. When our original bodies are on the verge of aging and dying, we transfer our consciousness and memories into our new clone bodies. However, after 500 million years of continuous cloning, our cellular telomeres have been severely damaged, leading to our body's progressive degeneration." The 9 sovereigns replied, "Currently, our race has 2 conflicting views. One is looking forward to death, while the other seeks a solution. Your arrival has brought a new spark to our civilization, and we are grateful for your assistance." Indeed. The 9 sovereigns continued, "We wish to seek new genetic infusions, but there are no other civilizations passing through here. Due to the scarcity of resources, our technology has stagnated at that time. We cannot construct new starships, so we can only wait for death to arrive. However, we do not fear death now. Oh, in fact, we look forward to it. After all, living for 500 million years is no different from being imprisoned." Zheng Yin said, "If you need, we can provide some genetic samples to help you compensate for the loss of your genes." The 9 sovereigns replied, "Currently, our race has 2 conflicting views. One is looking forward to death, while the other seeks a solution. Your arrival has brought a new spark to our civilization, and we are grateful for your assistance." Zheng Yin asked, "What kind of genetic material do you need? Do you also want to clone us?" The 9 sovereigns replied, "No, that would be a violation of human rights and unethical. Our civilization's laws explicitly prohibit such actions. You only need to provide a small piece of skin tissue from each person. We will back up the new genes and incorporate them into the new clone bodies. In a few hundred years, our people will evolve once again." Finally, the 9 sovereigns added, "As a gesture of gratitude, we will transmit the technology from 500 million years ago in the Milky Way, including those technologies from the third-tier civilizations that we could not master." Every member of the Starship's carbon-based life forms provided genetic samples to this cloning civilization, except for the Jabba, which coexisted within their bodies as they feared it might evolve consciousness and seize control. When the scientific team reviewed the scientific theories shared by the cloning civilization, they discovered that their scientific theories had far surpassed those of third-tier star civilizations, hindered only by resource limitations preventing practical application. What fascinated them most was a scientific theory from the former third-tier civilizations of the Milky Way concerning point-to-point long-distance teleportation technology. This technology cleverly combined wormholes and particle transmission to achieve rapid transport between 2 points hundreds of light years apart. In other words, this fell within the realm of interstellar teleportation technology. Zheng Yin immediately prioritized this technology for research and established a special research team under the 5-Star Alliance. This red dwarf star system contains only one mechanical planet located a million light-years away at the edge of the Milky Way. The members of the Starship finally visited the underground battleship city, experiencing a different civilization. The 9 sovereigns suggested to Zheng Yin, "If you do not know where to chase the Milky Way pirates, why not directly check their bases? There must be connections between several bases. The Milky Way is but a speck of dust in the universe, and searching for a fleet of pirate transport ships within it is akin to finding an unmarked atom in the ocean, an impossible task. Without any clues, even if the pirate transport ships stood still, the expedition forces led by Zheng Yin would not be able to find them in their lifetime. The universe is too vast, and a few transport ships are too small. Zheng Yin said that is indeed our plan. Once we return to the Milky Way, we will directly head to the nearest pirate base. The Nine Sovereigns said although your Starship technology is very advanced, it will still be a struggle to deal with an entire base of pirates. They may have already developed shields against neutrino-splitting cannons. Our civilization has long been away from war, and there are still a number of idle warships on our planet. Why not take them with you? Zheng Yin smiled and said we are already very satisfied with the theoretical sharing you provided. How could we dare to take your warships? The Nine Sovereigns smiled and said they are not ordinary warships. They are 1,000 free faction members who have been dreaming of returning to the Milky Way. In the end, they transferred their consciousness into the warships. After tens of millions of years of evolution, their forms have changed, becoming a new race, which we call the battleship people. However, if they were to fly back to the Milky Way, it would consume half of the energy of the red dwarf star, leading to the extinction of our entire race. Ultimately, they gave up the thought of returning to the Milky Way and collectively entered a dormant state waiting for an opportunity. Now that you are here, I wish to awaken them and let them accompany you back to the Milky Way. Zheng Yin was astonished and said, is there such a thing? Can a mechanical cosmic battleship also evolve? The Nine Sovereigns smiled and said evolution is everywhere. Finally, Zheng Yin and several officers from the command group boarded the shuttle and arrived at the resting place of the battleship people. Before them was a vast mechanical plane with 1,000 battleships neatly arranged. Each of their sizes was 500 meters long, 300 meters wide, and over 200 meters high, comparable in size to the 2 escort ships carried by the Change. However, their shapes were quite unique as the material of the hull had transformed into organic matter and the cabins had evolved their own organ systems, rendering them unable to carry humans. From a distance, they resembled 1,000 giants lying flat on the planet. The Nine Sovereigns sent out a signal to awaken them and informed them of everything that had transpired. Soon the eyes of the giants lit up, emanating different glows from their bodies. A video signal was connected to the shuttle, revealing a young Klulu person who first bowed to the Nine Sovereigns and said, respected leader, I am delighted to see you again. Then he bowed to Zheng Yin and said, I am the leader of the battleship people, the exploding starship. We have been asleep for 10 million years, and we never expected to meet the liberators. Please take us back to the Milky Way, or we will obey your command, and you will become our leader from now on. Zheng Yin smiled and said the Galactic Star Alliance certainly welcomes your joining. Even if you return to the Milky Way, you will have your freedom. No one will force you to fight as long as you do not plunder or interfere with lower civilizations. The exploding starship said, from the information just shared by the Nine Sovereigns, we learned that you are fighting against the Unification sect. This evil organization was the terminator of the last dual-star civilization. Both the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy were forced back into primitive society by them. Our civilization has been trapped here for 500 million years due to their actions. Now that we have returned to the Milky Way, we cannot allow them to destroy the civilizations of the entire galaxy again. Please give us command, Captain. All the expedition forces on the Starship cheered excitedly upon seeing this live broadcast. The 1,000 battleships all flew into space, undergoing energy modifications by the Change. They were all equipped with small zero-point energy absorption devices. Each energy source was only 30 centimeters tall, quite small compared to the Starship's 100-meter tall zero-point devices, but sufficient for them to perform spatial jumps and save a considerable amount of space. From then on, these battleship people were completely freed from the problem of insufficient energy, quickly demonstrating their excellent combat capabilities. Their battleship bodies were manufactured during the 2 massive star system wars, incorporating the cutting-edge technology of the previous cycle of civilization in the Milky Way. These 1,000 battleship people were integrated into the Starship's space fleet, with the exploding starship serving as squad leader. During this time, the Starship also replenished various torpedoes. After 3 days of visiting, the Change Super Starship, along with the 1,000 Klulu civilization battleships, set course for the Milky Way. After 119 jumps, this massive starship formation returned. Professor Picard found the nearest pirate base information and projected onto the holographic table. Yes, Captain. A 3-dimensional projection of a huge space station appeared on the holographic table. Professor Picard introduced, this pirate base is 8,000 light-years away from us, located on the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way, and is purely in the form of a space station. It is larger than the pirate base near the Jabba star to the extent that it exhibits rotational motion. Surrounding it are 30 Sentinel space stations, providing extremely tight defenses. The base has at least 5,000 pirate warships stationed year-round, but our Star Alliance's database has no records of the specific defensive weapons. Zheng Yin immediately ordered all fleets activate stealth mode and jump to a position 1 light-year away from this base for assembly. 10 seconds later, a massive fleet of starships appeared on the Sagittarius arm, all cloaked and ready to launch a lightning strike towards the pirate base at warp speed level 3. Zheng Yin once again sat inside the control chamber of the Ying-Long mech. 100 fighter jets, 100 space mechs, 10 destroyers, 2 frigates, and 10,000 electro-snatchers were all fully prepared for departure. The operational plan devised this time was a lightning assassination action. Since there were no members of the Galactic Alliance within 500 light-years of this star region, there was no need to occupy this base. The main objective was to swiftly destroy the pirate base and capture the escaping officers. 5 minutes later, the Starship fleet suddenly emerged beside the pirate base, unleashing 100,000 Mosquito-class, jamming missiles into the base. The pirates were caught off guard. They never anticipated that the Galactic Alliance would launch a surprise attack from behind in the territory of the Unification sect. Many warships were docked at the port on leave with not a single crew member on duty. Soon over a third of the warships were destroyed by the Mosquito missiles, but nearly 4,000 warships immediately entered combat mode, swiftly flying towards the Starship fleet. The 10,000 Electro-Snatchers charged to the front, absorbing most of the weapon energy from the pirate warships, ultimately surrounding and entangling the shields of the pirate vessels. After depleting the enemy's shields, the pirates finally found a way to strike back at the Electro-Snatchers, launching gravity torpedoes, but by this time the Electro-Snatcher army was already well fed and had reached sublight speed, making them impossible to hit. 1,000 Krulu warships swiftly destroyed 30 Sentinel space stations using high-energy beams that easily penetrated shields to carry out their attacks. The changed Super Starship released refracted light towards the enemy fleet, incapacitating their systems, after which the space forces aboard the Starship launched an assault on the 4,000 pirate warships present. The change fired a black hole torpedo at the pirate base. Moments later, the entire base collapsed, rapidly condensing into a mass of high-quality matter. Only one escape pod flew out, which was firmly grasped by the Ying Long mech piloted by Zheng Yin, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, a wave of energy spread out, and the entire base vanished. The Starship fleet retreated to a safe distance from the strong gravitational pull, watching as pirate warships fell into the black hole. Once the surrounding debris of war was swallowed by the black hole, Zheng Yin ordered Jianrong fire antimatter torpedoes to evaporate this black hole. After a flash of light, the tiny black hole evaporated, leaving a swirling cloud of dust in space. Zheng Yin commanded all units regroup, activate cloaking mode, and leave this battlefield. We need to check the status of the transport ships. In the Starship's interrogation room, Luda and Rick were coldly observing the three pirate leaders before them. One was an insectoid, another a celestial shipman, and the last a water creature never seen before. Strictly speaking, the water creature couldn't be called a person. It was a mechanical body topped with a large water tank, filled with a jelly-like substance, accompanied by a communication translator on the mechanical computer. Zheng Yin couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "This pile of jelly has truly refreshed my understanding. I can't imagine how they evolved into a civilization." The three pirate leaders clearly used to be highly respected, but their treatment as captives now made them uncomfortable. They remained silent during Luda and Rick's questioning. Fortunately, their escape pod contained the entire database of the base. Through information analysis, it was revealed that all the low civilization species that had been plundered ultimately ended up at the Celestial Shipman star in the Perseus arm. Indeed, the Celestial Shipman was the leader of the entire Unification sect, and their technology was advancing towards third-stage civilization, with the only energy altar for the Unification gods feeding located on the Celestial Shipman's planet. However, the current location of the transport ship remained unknown. Luda and Rick were not seeking information about the pirate transport ship from them, but were inquiring about the other 7 existing pirate bases. Yes, the expeditionary forces had already determined a basic offensive plan to eliminate the pirates one by one. Anyway, the pirate transport ships had not yet arrived at the Celestial Shipman, so there was plenty of time to search. If the pirate transport ship arrived at the Celestial Shipman, the expeditionary forces would have no choice but to jump over and fight desperately. The next target was also a pirate base located on the Sagittarius arm, 5,000 light-years away from the Starship. It was a solid planet in a binary star system and one of the origins of the galactic pirates. The insectoid's homeland, oxygen-rich star. As the name suggests, this planet has an oxygen content in its atmosphere of up to 30%, with a humid climate and higher temperatures, allowing arthropods to evolve their own civilization. This civilization still follows a principality system, with all outgoing pirates and mercenary groups bound by an insectoid queen. Although her power has gradually diminished, her status has never been overthrown. There are over 10,000 spacecraft on this planet belonging to both the galactic pirates and interstellar mercenary groups. The pirate base is located on an independent continent of the planet. After reviewing the data, Zheng Yin couldn't help but recall the mercenary group commander Kunshiba. Luda murmured, "This is a tough nut to crack. If we're not careful, we might chip a few teeth." Zheng Yin replied, "Of course we can't go in hard. Besides, there are quite a few civilians and mercenary groups on this planet, so we can't generalize with the pirates." Rick added, "Captain, the data says the Queen's power is gradually diminishing. I imagine no leader enjoys seeing their power dwindle, right?" "You're right," Zheng Yin said. "To know what has happened here, we need to investigate on-site. Perhaps we can find a point of entry." After tactical discussions, it was finally decided to jump the Starship fleet to a space 1 light-year away from the oxygen-rich star and cloak, then use the Starship for long-distance space transfer to send the reconnaissance team to the Queen's palace on the planet's surface. The reconnaissance team consisted of Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Luda, and Rick. 10 seconds later, the Starship fleet jumped into this binary star system. The 5 surface reconnaissance personnel were ready, all donned in insect disguises freshly crafted by the change, and after training in walking styles, they now resembled the insectoids. The purpose of this reconnaissance of the insectoid queen was quite clear: to establish diplomatic contact. If the insectoid queen could connect them to the pirate transport ships and clarify the transport routes, it would be perfect. If the Queen was hostile and unable to communicate, they would immediately teleport the five back to the Starship and carry out a strike on the pirate base before swiftly retreating. Soon the special diplomatic team of five appeared in the Queen's palace. The palace was quiet with hardly any patrolling soldiers, allowing the five to easily find the Queen's bedroom. At this moment Alice said, "Captain, I sense a feeling of fear in this room, and it is the only feeling in this palace." Zheng Yin asked, "The only feeling? What do you mean? Are you saying only the Queen is present?" Alice replied, "Yes, the entire palace is empty, and there is only one person in this room who seems very afraid and lacks the aura expected of a queen." Luda chuckled, "This is just like the last emperor being held hostage. It's a miracle she's alive. What more could she want in terms of aura?" The five then opened the door and entered the bedroom, a large and cold room where a slightly larger insectoid was sitting in front of a screen, barely nodding in acknowledgement to the civilians bowing to her on the screen. Upon seeing the five enter, she was startled, quickly shutting off the screen and turning to kneel before them, pleading, "I have done everything you asked. Please don't kill me." Zheng Yin, bewildered, said, "We won't kill you for no reason. Are you the queen of this planet?" The insectoid looked at Zheng Yin and the others in shock, tilting her head and making a series of rustling noises. She then continued, "So you're not insectoids. Who are you? Speak quickly, otherwise I'll call the soldiers." Luda laughed, "Are you asking those soldiers to come and kill you? We can come and go as we please. By the time the soldiers enter your room, we will have already teleported away." Zheng Yin said, "We are indeed not insectoids, but we are not here to kill you. Our compatriots have been captured by the pirates, and we wish to ask the insectoid queen to contact the transport ships since most of the pirate commanders are insectoids." The insectoid finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground, and saying to Zheng Yin and the others, "You've come to the wrong place. The queen has been exiled to the Edge Star by the rebellious pirates. I am her attendant forced to disguise myself as the queen to stabilize the emotions of the civilians, a fact even the mercenary groups are unaware of." Zheng Yin asked, "Why didn't you report this to the mercenary group?" The insectoid replied, "I can't go out at all. Even the video connections are set up by the pirates. I have been altered to look like the queen for 30 years. Even if the real queen were brought to the mercenary group, they would not believe it, as they would surely think it was a conspiracy. All the insectoids on the planet believe that the true queen has never left the palace and does not engage in the planet's politics, making her the laziest queen in history." The pirates acted very discreetly, breaking through the insectoids' natural reverence for the queen, and no one would suspect that she had already been exiled. Only by secretly bringing back the queen can the pirates' power be gradually reclaimed. Currently, power is entirely tilted in favor of the pirates, and the mercenary group has no rights even to land on the planet. Zheng Yin further inquired, "So you can't contact anyone proactively?" The insectoid replied dejectedly, "Yes, I am merely a puppet without even the basic rights of a puppet. For 30 years I have not stepped outside the palace. The real queen has been exiled to the Edge Star of the Unification Sect's criminal territory. If you want to find her, you should hurry and go. I hope you can bring her back and free me from this cage of life. The video connection's time limit is up. I must continue my work." After saying this, she returned to the screen and opened the video, continuing to mechanically nod at the civilians bowing outside. Looking at this puppet, Zheng Yin and the others were speechless. It was a stagnant pool with no sign of life. Zheng Yin sighed and said, "Let's head back. Perhaps the enemy of my enemy might truly be my friend." Upon returning to the Starship, Zheng Yin immediately instructed Professor Picard to search for the border star of the Unification Sect. On the edge of the galaxy lies an extremely desolate area consisting of an ecological star system formed by a white dwarf star, with the first planet revolving around it being the border star. This is the exile site for serious criminals by the Unification Sect, where chaos is a constant occurrence. Those who manage to survive on this planet for over a year are either ruthless villains or experts with extraordinary skills. Indeed, finding the Zerg Queen is no easy task. The Starship formations remain cloaked in high-altitude orbits. The exploration team, consisting of Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Luda, Rick, and Huang Yueching, was teleported to a secluded alley. This is a city built on a swamp with a harsh environment filled with foul odors and blood-sucking insects. They chose not to land in the desert city because the Zerg Queen, being an insectoid, would adapt better to the swamp environment. There are no laws or governments on this planet, and the Unification Sect does not provide resources to the exiled prisoners. They survive solely by the law of the jungle. From the urban data retrieved by the Change, it was learned that the city named Black Mud is under the control of a group of brutal lizardmen who are deserters from the front line of the galactic battlefield, having lost their courage in battles with the Star Alliance, yet formed a gang here to regain their dignity. To gather more intelligence, the Starship exploration team divided into 6 groups upon landing to infiltrate this sinful city. Zheng Yin went to a bar that served contraband from the galaxy, various addictive chemicals, and was also involved in human trafficking. A long-eared man missing an arm approached holding a glass and exclaimed to Zheng Yin, "Friend, which civilization do you belong to, and why have you also been exiled?" Zheng Yin did not answer, but countered, "Do you know who has the most accurate information here?" The one-armed, long-eared man replied in surprise, "Are you looking to buy information? Damn it, are you a bounty hunter?" At this moment, those around seemed to have heard the long-eared man shout, and instantly fell silent, their eyes filled with hostility fixed on Zheng Yin. Some had already drawn their laser guns, adjusting them to maximum vaporization mode. Zheng Yin remained calm and smiled. You're too tense, friend. I'm just looking to buy some fine liquor that isn't available on other planets, and I want it in bulk. The tension in the air immediately dissipated, and the crowd resumed their raucous banter, seemingly forgetting the earlier incident, as they were only concerned with whether anyone wanted to buy their lives. The one-armed, long-eared man awkwardly chuckled and said, sorry for disrupting your enjoyment, friend. You must be careful on this planet, as you could be assassinated by bounty hunters at any moment. Zheng Yin looked at his missing arm and smiled. I understand your situation. If you tell me, this energy battery will be yours. As he spoke, Zheng Yin produced a small nuclear battery the size of a phone. Oh, on this planet, energy is the real hard currency. The one-armed, long-eared man eagerly took it, immediately attaching it to his assistive device. My dear friend, there is a white door in the back of the bar. Once you enter, you will meet the boss here, who is a lizard man with considerable power, controlling all drug transactions in this city, and he also sells information. Zheng Yin immediately stood up and smiled. Thank you. Just as he was about to find the bar owner in the back, a sudden commotion erupted as a group of people scattered in fright, revealing a tall Tianquan alien collapsed in the center, his head blown off by a remote photon bullet. The service robots in the bar quickly cleaned up the scene, and moments later a group of numb criminals resumed drinking, boasting loudly about their past exploits. If you want to live a little longer, be very careful of bounty hunters. The one-armed, long-eared man cautioned Zheng Yin as he left. Zheng Yin met the bar owner, a hefty lizard man who looked at Zheng Yin with curiosity and asked, I've never seen a race like yours before. Are you a genetic mutant? What kind of information are you looking to buy? Zheng Yin smiled and replied, our civilization has just entered the level 2 civilization of the galaxy, so you naturally don't recognize me. I'm here to inquire about information regarding the insectoids. Insectoids? Oh, that's a detestable name. If you intend to kill them, I will provide information for free. The owner exclaimed in surprise. It seems we have common ground, Zheng Yin said with a smile. The bar owner handed Zheng Yin a card-sized electronic screen and said, they are the plague of this city. Go kill them, friend, and you will receive generous rewards upon your return. However, if you end up dead like those useless bounty hunters, I won't be providing any compensation. Zheng Yin saw that the electronic screen displayed a map of the city with a red circle marking an area where insect symbols were clearly visible, indicating it was the gathering place of the insectoids. It appeared that the insectoids and lizard men had been vying for control of the city. Zheng Yin immediately left the bar, heading towards the insectoids' dwelling area. Meanwhile, Lu De had run into trouble. He had gotten into a fight with the security personnel in the casino. After they separated, Lu De coincidentally encountered an insectoid, an opportunity that a detective with a background in law enforcement could not miss. He pursued it relentlessly, and soon in the casino, the insectoid quickly lost all its energy batteries. Using the multifunctional assistive device on his left wrist, Lu De discovered that the casino was cheating. To befriend the insectoid, Lu De struck up a conversation and informed it about the cheating, suggesting they play a couple more rounds together. He then produced 2 large energy batteries. The insectoid named Kuba was grateful for Lu De's generosity, and the two returned to the gambling table. This time, Lu De had quietly cracked the card flip system of the gambling table, and the two quickly amassed a large pile of energy batteries. This action naturally triggered the casino's alarm system. Not only did the casino staff prevent Lu De and Kuba from taking the batteries, but they also blacklisted them and expelled them from the casino. Lu De's intention was to create a disturbance and deepen his connection with the insectoid. Without hesitation, he activated his full-body shield and switched his right-hand weapon to an electromagnetic pulse gun, unleashing a flurry of fire. Lu De's intention was to create a disturbance and deepen his connection with the insectoid. Without hesitation, he activated his full-body shield and switched his right-hand weapon to an electromagnetic pulse gun, unleashing a flurry of fire. As an insectoid, Kuba possessed terrifying strength and remarkable reflexes, effortlessly navigating through the hail of laser fire, swiftly snapping the necks of 5 or 6 enemies. Lu De's precise marksmanship also accounted for 8 or 9 kills, but more and more robotic soldiers joined the battle. Just as Lu De and Kuba were surrounded, help arrived. Fortunately, Colonel Rick happened to pass by and immediately joined the battle, creating an opening through the robotic encirclement, allowing the three to escape. Kuba then invited the two to tour the insectoid's residential area, and the three made their way back together. As they approached the insectoid district, they coincidentally encountered Zheng Yin, and the four united as one. Zheng Yin promptly messaged Wu Yunqi Alice and Huang Yueqing, asking them to rendezvous. However, there was no response. Suddenly feeling that something was amiss, Zheng Yin immediately ordered Professor Picard locate the three's position. Professor Picard reported from the Starship, Captain, they are not far from you and are currently conducting a rescue operation. To avoid detection, they turned off their communicators half an hour ago. Soon after, the positions of the three appeared on Zheng Yin's holographic computer. 3 red dots were moving slowly, and Kuba glanced at the map and exclaimed, it's the trading post, they must have been captured. What? Zheng Yin quickly inquired, what kind of place is that? Kuba replied, it's a place specifically for trading slaves. The nobles of Tianquan Star come periodically, and your 3 companions are all women, right? Yes, they are the 3 most beautiful flowers on our shipwreck at it. Kuba continued, that makes it even more dangerous. Beautiful women are the most favored trade items for the nobles of Tianquan Star on this planet. How can you be sure they have been captured? Zheng Yin asked. Kuba responded, I have been to the trading hall once. The The locations of those 3 red dots are on the merchandise display stage, so if they aren't auctioneers, they are the goods. Damn it, seeking death. Luda cursed angrily. At this moment, Zheng Yin's worry far outweighed his anger. He even regretted separating from the 3. This ground reconnaissance should never have involved such delicate ladies. If he had refused their request back, then this danger wouldn't have arisen. Zheng Yin immediately ordered change teleport us 4 to the trading hall. Kuba, hearing this, asked in astonishment, teleport. You can perform spatial teleportation. What organization are you part of? Before Luda could respond, the 4 had already arrived at the trading post. Luda said, we are here to find someone. The trading hall resembled an arena featuring a circular stage in the center where 3 cages contained Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing, surrounded by thousands of spectators. In the front row of the audience was a VIP area filled with over 100 individuals, mostly Tianquan aliens and other influential figures. This crowd of spectators and buyers in the VIP section were all stunned by the 3 individuals on the display stage, erupting in waves of cheers. They failed to notice the sudden appearance of Zheng Yin and his companions. At that moment, the auctioneer was passionately introducing, look. These are from a completely unfamiliar civilization. We know very little about these 3 women, but it is precisely this air of mystery that makes them incredibly precious. The bidding starts now, do not be stingy with your resources. I assure you this auction will be the last of its kind on this planet. At this time, Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing in the cages were all locked by electromagnetic collars around their necks, able to breathe, but unable to speak, their hands tightly bound, standing in the cages with expressions of anger. Looking at the scene before him, Zheng Yin felt as though his lungs were about to explode with anger. At this moment, he truly wished he could teleport down 100,000 mechanical warriors to cleanse this city filled with evil. But reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. Zheng Yin closed his eyes and instructed change in his heart. Change, perform a long-distance scan to see if there are any energy fields around the 3 of them. No, brother, the scan shows that each of them has a ring of electromagnetic energy around their necks, but it won't affect the teleportation. Alright, teleport them along with the stolen equipment to my side. At the same time, teleport the Tianquan star people in the VIP seats into the cage, putting them in electromagnetic restraints and covering them with the holographic projections of Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing. Okay, brother, I'll initiate the replacement teleportation immediately. Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing then appeared beside Zheng Yin. The 3 of them had been trapped in the electromagnetic field for too long, appearing very weak. After teleportation, they coughed incessantly and couldn't stand collapsing immediately. Since all 3 were beside Zheng Yin, he hastily supported Wu Yunqi with one hand and held Alice with the other, then bent down to brace Huang Yueqing with his chest. All 3 of them fell onto Zheng Yin, leaving him flustered. Zheng Yin hurriedly shouted, Big Lu, what are you dawdling for? Come help. Big Lu was aiming at the auctioneer with a remote photon gun, unaware of Zheng Yin and Change's plan. Upon hearing Zheng Yin's call, he turned around, and upon seeing the scene, burst into laughter as he hurried over to support Huang Yueqing, saying, Sister Qing, you really know how to stir things up. Can't you see the captain is already holding 2 people? Huang Yueqing's face flushed as she lightly scolded, Big Lu, you're the oldest here, yet you don't know how to behave. We're all numb from being trapped in the electromagnetic field, our bones feel sore, and you're here to tease us. Wu Yunqi weakly said, it's all our fault for being too careless. We didn't manage to rescue anyone and ended up getting caught ourselves. Zheng Yin comforted, don't blame yourselves. Let's retreat to the side to avoid being discovered by others. We'll talk later. Just then, a 3-eyed long-eared person at the VIP table raised a sign and shouted, I bid for a spaceship. Suddenly, the entire surrounding audience fell silent and the crowd began to murmur. Heavens, a spaceship. It can't possibly appear in the Edge Star. With a spaceship, we can leave this cage. This is like a pardon at auction. This power is truly something to yearn for. The auctioneer suddenly realized that his largest buyer, the noble from Tianquan Star, had gone missing. The auctioneer did not immediately finalize the deal, but gestured to the security personnel behind the scenes, continuing to call out if there were any higher bids. But no matter how many energy batteries were offered, none were as precious as a spaceship, and no one was willing to raise their bid. Seeing the auctioneer's hesitation, the 3-eyed long-eared person, ignored by him, angrily stood up and shouted. His body towered over the Tianquan Star people, easily exceeding 3 meters. This 3-eyed long-eared person was extremely irritable. Without further ado, he raised his laser cannon and fired at the cage in the arena. With a loud explosion, the cage was destroyed, and the body of the Tianquan Star noble was shattered into pieces, while the projections of Wu Yunqi and the others flickered in place. This time, all the onlookers erupted in excitement. The sight of the Tianquan Star noble's body thrilled them, as years of oppression finally had a breaking point. They shouted about the auction's deceit, while pulling out laser guns and charging towards the back, ready to grab a piece of the action. This was only to be expected, as they were a group of vicious criminals, the kind that even the most unified faction could not tolerate. At this point, Wu Yunqi and the others had slowly returned to normal, but Wu Yunqi did not want to get up immediately, relishing the feeling of being supported by Zheng Yin. Alice, having seen through her thoughts, pretended to be weak, allowing Zheng Yin to support her with his other hand. Huang Yueqing injected herself with a body repair agent and was about to treat Wu Yunqi and Alice when the chaos broke out. Only then did Wu Yunqi remember that they hadn't rescued the trapped personnel. She jumped up in panic, shouting, hurry, let's save them. They are trapped by the energy field and can't be teleported. This sudden shout startled Zheng Yin, who helplessly smiled. Yunqi, be careful. Are your bones still sore? Wu Yunqi smiled and replied, I'm fine now. Let's hurry and not let the criminals get away with it. After saying this, she activated her own shield and adjusted her energy gun to the stun setting. The others quickly armed themselves and charged with the crowd towards the auction's backstage. The auction's security personnel and mechanical soldiers crazily fired lasers into the crowd, yet they could not withstand the onslaught of the rioting criminals and were quickly overwhelmed. Zheng Yin and his companions surged through the crowd, knocking down the criminals that stood in their way one by one. Soon the surrounding thugs noticed them and attacked as they fled. However, the shields of Zheng Yin and his companions were extremely sturdy, making them impervious to the ordinary energy guns. The criminals, being exiles, rarely had shields, and even those few who did could not withstand the assault from Zheng Yin and his companions' energy weapons. In no time, the 6 of them carved a path forward. Most of the buyers in the VIP seats had been teleported back to their warships to avoid the chaos. The three-eyed long-eared person who had blown up the cage was now dead, having had his head exploded by a remote photon bullet, a typical bounty hunter style. Zheng Yin and his companions rushed into the cells holding the slaves while the rioters stormed into the storeroom, where energy batteries and laser weapons were kept. Inside the cell were dozens of cages surrounded by energy fields holding over 100 young girls of various races. There were blue-skinned beings from Sirius lizard people, long-eared folk, insectoids, and cyborgs, along with a tall Tianquan star person. Wu Yunqi said, there's no time to explain, Captain. Blast the cage's shield and teleport them onto the Starship. A minute later, over 100 long-imprisoned slaves were teleported to the Starship's isolation chamber. Wu Yunqi smiled, mission accomplished. Shall we head back now? Zheng Yin replied, you 3 go back and comfort these girls first. We 3 still have some matters to attend to. Zheng Yin clearly remembered that the auctioneer had fled at the first opportunity. Given the treatment of Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing, he could not swallow this grievance. He had already instructed Change to track the auctioneer's location. Big Lu and Rick chuckled, we still need to find Kuba? Alright, be careful and keep in touch. Wu Yunqi cautioned. Watching the 3 being teleported away, Zheng Yin, Big Lu, and Rick immediately sobered up and set their weapons to kill mode. For the 3 of them, Wu Yunqi and her companions being auctioned off in cages was the greatest humiliation to the Earth Expeditionary Army. They rushed out of the cell and encountered Kuba, the insane insectoid who had stolen quite a lot of valuable items, holding 4 energy guns with all 4 hands and binding 2 low-energy shields to his legs. From the colorful blood stains all over him, it was evident he had killed many. Kuba excitedly shouted, come on, friends. Answer the Queen's call, seize Black Mud City, and drive away the lizard people. Zheng Yin hurriedly asked, are you talking about the insectoid queen? Is she in this city? Kuba laughed heartily, of course. We've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The insectoid army is already on the way. Take this, friend, so your brothers won't mistake you for enemies. With that, Kuba unfurled his wings and tossed out 3 buzzing communicators. After Zheng Yin and his companions caught them, they felt the vibrations within, realizing it was a unique, high-frequency sound wave used for communication among insectoids, and attached them to themselves. Zheng Yin tossed him a communicator and said, well, go find a few people first and contact you later. Kuba replied, I know who you're looking for, but the real mastermind is the lizard people. The auctioneer is just a worker. Zheng Yin smiled, thanks for the heads up, friend. See you later. Following Change's marked signal, the 3 arrived at a massive estate guarded by over 100 mechanical soldiers. Zheng Yin could easily teleport the mechanical warriors down, but the 3 seemed to be competing with him, insisting on launching a frontal assault. This was the residence of the lizard people gang leader and a frequent meeting place. At this moment, the escapees from the galactic front line felt fear once more. They pretended to be calm as they remotely commanded the mechanical soldiers to battle against the waves of rioters. But a loud explosion in the yard frightened them back to their true selves, one by one rushing to the underground bunker, handing over command to the auctioneer. Zheng Yin and his companions blasted a mechanical soldier without encountering resistance, quickly switching their weapons to electromagnetic pulse mode. After a barrage, they incapacitated most of the mechanical soldiers. These mechanical soldiers were outdated models eliminated from the front lines of the galactic battlefield. They were mere shells, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Upon attacking the room, Zheng Yin and his companions saw a group of lizard people crowded at the underground entrance. The auctioneer was directing the battle while wearing a holographic visor. Zheng Yin and his companions raised their hands and unleashed a flurry of fire sealing off the underground entrance. Terrified, several lizard people immediately knelt and raised their hands in surrender. Before the auctioneer could react, Big Lu and Rick's precise shooting had already knocked his command visor and brainwave device to the ground. The auctioneer, frightened, quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Zheng Yin stated, to make you understand clearly, we are the Earth Expeditionary Army of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. The 3 women you attempted to auction are the commanders of our fleet. You will pay the price for your foolishness and sacrilege. Then Zheng Yin ordered Change teleport this group directly into the midst of the rioters. At that moment, the mechanical soldiers facing off against the rioters entered standby mode, each one ceasing movement, and were soon eliminated by the organized insectoids. Just as the insectoids were puzzled by their sudden victory, a group of lizard people and the auctioneer were teleported into the midst of the rioters. Their long-term oppression and cruel punishment of the exiles earned them equal treatment. They were consumed in endless fear. Just as Zheng Yin and his companions were about to seek out the insect man, Kuba Wu Yunqi sent a message saying, "Captain, the queen wishes to see you." "Are you saying that the insect tribe queen is among those slaves?" Zheng Yin asked in surprise. "Yes, we just found out. Let's discuss it further when we return," Wu Yunqi said happily. After returning to the Starship, Zheng Yin officially met with the insect tribe queen in the Weiyang Palace of Chang'an City on the second deck. She was a young insect person with fair skin, looking nothing like the insect tribe queen who had lived for over 100 years. Upon understanding the situation, they learned that she had just molted. Insect people molt every 30 years, shedding their old black shells, allowing their new bodies to continue growing. Moreover, the queen would not physically molt for another 2 years. This current molt was a ruse to infiltrate the auction house, intentionally provoking the capture by the lizard people. It turned out that Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing had been investigating in Haney City for some time, without much success, and as they gradually approached a certain location, they were about to meet Zheng Yin to discuss their next steps, when suddenly, they heard cries from a dark alley. A few lizard people were capturing a female insect person, and Wu Yunqi and her companions immediately decided to rescue her, hoping to gather clues about the queen from her. When the three of them tracked down the back of a trading post, Alice sensed a wave of fear emanating from young females. The security personnel at the entrance were fully armed, making it very difficult to blend in. They could only follow a slave transport vehicle to pass through unnoticed. After deliberation, the three hijacked a vehicle transporting slaves inside, which was a detained girl from the Longier clan. They knocked out the lizard person driving the vehicle, donned the driving helmet, and turned off their auxiliary devices and energy weapons, trying to deceive the electronic scanners. However, the three girls had little combat experience and almost no ability to respond on sight. They were soon discovered and easily captured. The lizard people were quite pleased to have received 3 delivered goods and immediately reported to their leader. The gang leader had never seen humans or bisque people, but believed they would fetch a good price, so he ordered his subordinates to lock them all in a cell. After the guards left, Wu Yunqi told the captured girls that the 3 of them had come to rescue them and urged them not to be afraid, inquiring about their identities. But after only a few exchanges, the lizard people discovered them fitted them with electromagnetic collars to prevent communication, and the 3 could only wait in desperation for Zheng Yin to come and rescue them. After hearing the story, Delu couldn't help but laugh, saying, 3 princesses fighting is not child's play. Don't be so naive in the future, okay? Such a plot cannot even appear in animated shows, right? I suspect that the lizard person you knocked out was a fool. Zheng Yin also laughed, saying, every field has its experts. You are truly not suited for espionage. We have plenty of talent in the expeditionary army, let's leave the opportunities to them next time. Wu Yunqi pretended to be angry, saying, we found the queen, yet not only did we not receive praise, but we also got a scolding. Humph. Huang Yueqing laughed, saying, all right, we made a mistake. We indeed thought too simply. If we had contacted the captain and the others at that time, we probably wouldn't have been locked in a cage. Zheng Yin then asked the insect tribe queen, from your account, we understand that you have been dedicated to restoring order in Haney City. Is there anything else you need help with in our meeting? The queen replied, yes, it is for the sake of completing a self-redemption. We insect people need your military support. If we reach a consensus, once I reclaim my throne, the insect mercenary group in the galaxy will stand with the Star Alliance. Zheng Yin asked, what does this redemption process entail, and how can you reclaim the throne? The queen replied, when I ruled in my early years, I was misled by the pirate faction, excluding the mercenary group. In the end, it resulted in a mess with the entire planet falling into the hands of the Unity faction, and I was secretly exiled to this sinful edge planet. For 30 years, more and more insect people opposing the Unity faction have been thrown onto this planet, and we have formed a quite substantial insect army. After seizing Haney City, I plan to utilize the resources here and the discontented people against the Unity faction to form a space fleet and directly duel with the pirates at the oxygen-rich planet. Of course, this is a very distant plan, but with your arrival, this plan now has the potential to be realized at any moment. Zheng Yin said, in fact, we came to the edge planet to find you. We just arrived from the oxygen-rich planet, and your attendant is very eager for you to return and rescue her. The queen replied angrily, that traitor, if it weren't for her constantly providing the pirates with intelligence on my daily activities, I wouldn't have been exiled so easily. Her current plight is her retribution. However, after a moment, the queen added, but her method is feasible, achieving the greatest victory with the least sacrifice. Zheng Yin asked, so you are willing to return to the oxygen-rich planet to directly assume the role of queen? The queen replied, no, my appearance has just changed significantly after molting, and the common people would not believe it. Moreover, as long as the pirate bases on the planet's surface are not destroyed, my return would merely make me a puppet. Delu said, for us to directly destroy the pirate bases would come at too great a cost. Their scale is too large, and they are all on the planet's land, making it very difficult to destroy them all at once. It is not worth the risk. Zheng Yin said, we can help create a dedicated communication device that will allow you to contact the mercenary group so that you can command them. The queen said, but my appearance will make it hard for them to believe. Zheng Yin replied, you can appear together with your attendant and have her reveal the truth. For the mercenary group, the authenticity of your identity as queen is less important than beneficial commands they might receive. The queen said, however, there are very few mercenary groups I can contact now. Most have succumbed to the pirates, and only a few remain loyal to the queen. Zheng Yin smiled, saying, I happen to know a mercenary commander named Kungsaba. I am confident I can persuade him to help you. However, after you reclaim the throne, you will need to inquire about the pirate transport routes for us. The queen replied happily, it seems we indeed have a consensus, Captain. Kungsaba is Kuba's brother, and Kuba has been exiled here by the Unity faction for 10 years. Kungsaba probably thinks Kuba died in battle. Zheng Yin asked, do you still remember Kungsaba's long-range quantum communication frequency? The queen replied, I remember the quantum frequencies of the mercenary groups loyal to the queen. I can contact them right now. Zheng Yin immediately ordered to teleport Kuba from the ground to the bridge and invited the queen, saying, shall we go to the bridge now? Kuba was leading the insect people in capturing the city on the ground when he received De Liu's communication and was immediately teleported to the bridge. He appeared suddenly in the bridge holding 4 energy guns and covered in blood, startling everyone. Upon seeing the queen, Kuba hastily tucked his guns away and respectfully knelt in greeting. The queen emitted a series of hissing sounds and helped him up. Wu Yunqi then opened a deep space communication link, entered the special quantum matrix frequency from Kungsaba's ship, and moments later Kungsaba appeared on the large screen. He seemed somewhat surprised and confused by the situation. Kuba shouted, brother, do you remember me? I did not die in battle, but was exiled to the Edge planet. He pointed at the queen, saying, this young noble lady is the true queen of our insect tribe. She has just molted, and the one back on the oxygen-rich planet is a puppet of the pirates. Kungsaba was silent for a moment, looked at Zheng Yin, and suddenly said, Captain, where did you steal my communication frequency? Although I informed the pirates it was a desperate act, after all we need to survive. You shouldn't use my deceased brother and our insect tribe's queen to mock me. Zheng Yin smiled and shook his head, saying, we just returned from the cosmic wilderness between the Milky Way and Andromeda, and we just destroyed the pirate base on the Sagittarius Arm. Destroying your fleet is easier than drinking water, so I have no need to mock you. He then told Wu Yunqi. Yunqi played the recorded footage from the queen's palace on the oxygen-rich planet. Kungsaba watched the testimony of the puppet queen, then glanced at his bloodied brother Kuba and the queen. Suddenly he knelt on the ground, and all the insect people in the bridge followed suit, trembling their wings and producing a hissing sound. The queen immediately accepted them and commanded them to rise, saying, your father Jin Shiba was a legendary hero of the insect empire, making the oxygen-rich planet civilization a significant power in the galaxy. But now our civilization has completely fallen into the hands of the Unity faction, becoming cannon fodder in their wars. If you inherit Marshal Jin Shiba's honor, you must take on the responsibility of revitalizing the insect people and restoring the prosperity of the oxygen-rich planet. Kungsaba immediately voted with his subordinates to return to the oxygen-rich planet, contacting other mercenary groups along the way, and sent the pirate transport routes to the Starship before leaving. Zheng Yin then ordered all the insect people on the ground to be teleported to the Starship, leaving the sinful exile planet together and jumping to the oxygen-rich planet. The changed Super Starship fleet waited 1 light year away from the oxygen-rich planet for 10 days before the gathering fleet of mercenaries arrived at warp speed level 9. During this time, Zheng Yin also conducted a detailed investigation into the more than 100 slaves. Most were the descendants of criminals born on the Edge planet, having no idea who their fathers were, and their mothers had been dead for many years. They had endured various forms of oppression for years, and now, aboard the Starship, it felt like they had entered paradise. They worked diligently, followed the rules, took the initiative to find odd jobs, and never complained, only wishing to stay aboard the Starship. Wu Yunqi suggested incorporating them into the logistics team to alleviate their fears of being kicked off the ship, and the long-suffering girls wept with joy upon hearing this. However, there was an exception. A girl from the Tianchuan clan exhibited extraordinary noble qualities, being humble yet polite. After a private inquiry from Alice, she revealed her name was Bai Yingmang. Bai Yingmang's parents were the chief scientists of the Tianchuan clan, highly respected for discovering the method to enter parallel universes. However, her parents discovered the true nature of the 5-dimensional Unity God in other parallel universes. Thus, they no longer believed in the Unity God ultimately being secretly executed, and Bai Yingmang was exiled to the Edge planet. The reason Bai Yingmang was not secretly executed was due to her parents' former student Zi Yaoxing, who was a high-ranking official in the chief scientific group and also the son of the leader. Zi Yaoxing defended his teacher, stating that they were mentally confused in a parallel universe, which led to their absurd actions, and that Bai Yingmang herself is a devout believer of the Unification God, genetically marked with the Unification God's imprint, and would never commit blasphemy. Thus, Bai Yingmang was spared from death and exiled to the fringe planet. However, on the very first day on the planet's surface, she was captured by the lizard men and kept in a cage, which inadvertently protected her from being killed by bounty hunters. Now, Bai Yingmang not only joined the resistance against the Unification God, but also brought her parents' scientific achievements, hence receiving special treatment from the command group. Zheng Yin arranged for her to join Professor Picard's scientific team. Ku and Shiba brought 6 massive mercenary fleet ships, totaling nearly 4,000 warships. The attack on the pirate base commenced. First, Zheng Yin transported the Zerg Queen and the new communication device to the Queen's palace, and together with the puppet Queen released a statement to all the insectoids on the planet exposing the pirate faction's conspiracy and ordering the pirate base to surrender. However, the deranged pirates had lost all respect for the Queen. In their eyes, the Tianquan people were far more charming than the Queen. Moreover, their base was the largest on the galactic arm, housing pirate fleets from other races. A ground-to-air planetary war began. The pirate base covered an area of 10 million square kilometers on a solitary landmass larger than Australia on Earth and was densely packed with military facilities. 10,000 pirate ships rapidly ascended into the sky. A giant protective shield rose over the continent, powered by the core of the oxygen-rich planet. A massive planetary phase cannon fired into the sky, and a 1,000-meter-wide phase beam pierced through the mercenary fleet, instantly destroying over 500 warships. The second orbital phase cannon struck the changed spacecraft's auxiliary shield, knocking down 50% of the shield's value and nearly knocking Zheng Yin from his command chair. Oh my! Lu, who was commanding the space army, fell backward from the shock. Zheng Yin immediately ordered Capacitor fire the neutrino splitter cannon at the ground shield. Boom! A sphere of light with a diameter of several hundred meters struck the pirate land shield, but it didn't have much effect. The enemy's shield value only decreased by 20%. Professor Picard reported. Fire again. Boom. Captain, this time the energy was absorbed. This is clearly not technology from a second-level civilization. Professor Picard reported. Launch 1,000 ground-penetrating missiles to see if we can breach the shield from underground. 1,000 ground-penetrating missiles were intercepted 2/3 of the time, with only over 300 reaching underground, but the deepest only penetrated 5,000 meters where a shield still protected it. Boom. The Starship was struck again by ground-fired phase cannons, causing the recently restored shield value to drop by 50%. Zheng Yin then ordered switch the internal and external shield modes of the Starship. We need to block the ground fire and buy some time for the mercenary fleet. Captain Baoxing, lead your people to attack the pirate fleet. All space combat teams engage. Dr. Jones, transport 100,000 machine warriors to the ground to clear the pirates outside the base. Then 1,000 warships that had been cloaked behind the Starship joined the battle. Their appearance brought hope to the mercenary fleet, which was on the brink of collapse. Their weaponry was the pinnacle technology of the previous civilization, and with the direct control of the Krulu consciousness, they became even more agile and powerful. 10,000 electrophoresis troops also joined the fight. They had just emerged from the solar system, and like humans were filled with curiosity about the universe. Their reputation spread rapidly throughout the galaxy, just like that of humans. To counter them, the Unification faction and the Galactic Pirates established a dedicated weapon research group. However, due to the lack of sample tests, the theoretically feasible weapons had no opportunity for validation, yet the pirate fleet this time was equipped with many specialized weapons. A warship fired a spiral electromagnetic arc at the electrophoresis troops, attempting to capture them. Sure enough, the electromagnetic arc ensnared the electrophoresis troops tightly, but within seconds they split into dozens of segments, easily evading capture, and reformed, clinging to the pirate warship's shield, siphoning energy and steadily growing in size. In the end, they drained all the energy from the entire shield coiling on the warship, and after a flash of light, the voltage released by the electrophoresis troops paralyzed the warship, which was subsequently destroyed by the space combat team. Such scenes unfolded continuously on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the changed Super Starship had endured 10 attacks from ground orbital phase cannons. Each energy strike was converted by the quantum energy-absorbing shield and retaliated as photon torpedoes against the pirate fleet. Soon only a few pirate warships remained. On the ground, the machine warriors had completely annihilated the pirates in the city where the Queen's palace was located. The Queen was issuing a command to all insectoid mercenary groups in the galaxy, stating that the pirate insectoids no longer belonged to the citizens of the oxygen-rich civilization, and it was the responsibility of every mercenary group's insectoids to eliminate them. 3 hours later, the pirate fleet in space was completely annihilated. This space war resulted in the destruction of over 2,000 mercenary fleet warships. The changed Starship fleet suffered serious damage to 30 of its warships. 1 individual mech was damaged, and 2 fighter jets were destroyed, resulting in the loss of 2 human astronauts. Thanks to the firepower cover of the change and the blocking of the ground phase cannons, they won this battle against the odds. However, the pirate base on the ground remained as solid as ever, and the Starship's extensive weapon tests could not destroy the shield. No more pointless attacks could continue, or else the entire planet would be destroyed. A brief ceasefire occurred between the ground pirate base and the orbital fleet coalition. All warships conducted ground-penetrating strikes against the continent where the pirate base was located, resulting in massive artillery fire, triggering volcanic eruptions underground. No more pointless attacks could continue, or else the entire planet would be destroyed. A brief ceasefire occurred between the ground pirate base and the orbital fleet coalition. At this moment, the change detected over 5,000 large fleets in hyperspace converging here at warp speed 999, expected to arrive in an hour. Currently, the only ones capable of arriving at the battlefield with such technology were likely the Tianquan people, as other second-level stellar civilizations had a maximum travel speed of warp 9. The joint forces of the Starship fleet and the mercenary group found themselves in a predicament. The changed Starship fleet could easily escape the battlefield, but the mercenary group and the oxygen-rich planet would be finished. Zheng Yin could not abandon the mercenary group just after obtaining the pirate transport ship's route. After all, they had never harmed Earthlings, and the Queen had promised that the future insectoid mercenary groups would differ from other races' mercenary groups, as they would join the alliance. For both public and private interests, they could not turn their backs. An urgent strategic discussion meeting was held aboard the Starship, and Kuan Shiba also brought 5 commanders to participate. They were amazed by the technology of the third-tier star system civilization as they first set foot on the super Starship. In their eyes, it was not just a spaceship, but a floating city. After nearly 50 minutes of discussion, the scientific team devised an extremely dangerous, yet unavoidable plan, the retrospective operation. Using the Starship's time jump weapon, they intended to create a time tunnel in space, dispatching a team of elite infiltrators back to the time before the battle began to infiltrate the pirate base and sabotage the shield facilities. However, controlling time and selecting the shuttle was exceedingly meticulous. The shuttle entering the past must possess cloaking and spatial transmission capabilities, but the time jump weapon was only available on the Starship, thus determining the return time of the landing team. Secondly, the sabotage of the shield could not occur immediately, as events that had already happened could not be changed. Forcing a change would only produce an additional timeline. This new timeline would run along its own curve, almost never returning to the main timeline. It would slowly fade away or give birth to a parallel universe. Thus, a time bomb must be placed on the pirate base's shield engine, with the explosion time not set earlier than the departure time of the retrospective landing team. The landing team and the shuttle must return unless destroyed. If they had not returned by the time the battle began, they would overlap with their former selves in the old timeline, leading to mutual interference and causality, causing quantum collapse in the quantum realm, resulting in their simultaneous annihilation. Even the time bombs could not be from stock. They had to be manufactured before departure. Moreover, as soon as the retrospective landing team departed, they had to immediately create a reverse time tunnel for their return. Thus, the landing team could not miss the agreed return time. The landing team was composed of 10 insectoids from the mercenary group, whose appearances greatly aided their infiltration into the pirate base. They entered the shuttle with the newly manufactured micro-timed antimatter bombs, and as the time jumper activated, a transparent circular portal appeared in the air, and the shuttle quickly darted inside. Immediately thereafter, another reverse time tunnel was also created, but after waiting 3 seconds, the shuttle did not emerge, and the world tunnel subsequently vanished. Zheng Yin gazed at the empty space, slowly saying, "It seems they have failed." Professor Picard added, "Yes, perhaps they are alive in another timeline, or perhaps a quantum collapse occurred, annihilating them." At this moment, the change's alarm sounded. The enemy fleet would arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone should prepare for battle. Zheng Yin ordered, "Initiate the second retrospective operation." The second team was again composed of 10 insectoids, all seasoned veterans. But when the reverse time tunnel was established, they still did not return, failing once more. The change then sounded the alarm. "The enemy's 5,000 warships will arrive in 3 minutes. Everyone should prepare for battle." Zheng Yin chuckled. "Lu, are you interested in taking a trip?" Lu burst into laughter, saying, "It seems we need the veterans to step up." Zheng Yin said, "Professor Picard, move the retrospective time back by 1 more day. Kuan Shiba, Kuba, stop dawdling, and come with me." The third backtracking landing team, composed of Zheng Yin, De Lu, Rick, Alice, Zhao Beidou, Kuan Shiba, and Kuba, has set off. This time they are burning their boats. They must succeed. They can only completely destroy the pirate base before the arrival of the Tianquan star people, ensuring that the enemy forces seeking rescue have no reason to fight. Even if the Tianquan star people do not retreat, eliminating this powerful enemy on the ground can significantly increase their chances of victory. Therefore, the 7 of them are treading on a narrow bridge from which there is no turning back, with a bottomless cliff and rushing river beneath their feet. They must safely reach the other side without any mistakes. Wu Yunqi's eyes were already swollen from crying, and deep down, she selfishly resented Zheng Yin. Why did you choose this path? The mercenary group has been destroyed. Oh, what does it matter to us? The entire oxygen star cannot compare to you. If you don't come back, how will I survive? We still have 4 billion of our kin unaccounted for. When more than 20 billion Earthlings were killed by pirates, which civilization came to fight to stop it? You just want to be a hero. Who thinks about you? Go ahead and never come back." But upon seeing Zheng Yin's determined stride, an overwhelming sorrow surged in Wu Yunqi's heart. She could no longer wait. She rushed forward and hugged Zheng Yin, crying, "I beg you to come back." As she tried to say more, she was already choked with sobs, and Huang Yueqing and Zhou Wanning quickly helped her down. A warm ache surged in Zheng Yin's heart, filling his throat. He took a breath and smiled. "Wait for me to come back and cook you steamed fish." Then he led the 6 of them into the shuttle. Passing through the time tunnel, they arrived 3 days before the battle began. Their return time was set for the day before the battle started, and the personnel from the previous 2 backtracking landing teams had not yet appeared. Since the shuttle was in stealth mode, they easily evaded the patrol ships in orbit. Zhao Beidou piloted the shuttle alone in space, while the other 6 were transported to the pirate base on the ground in a defensive city along the coast. Except for Kuan Shiba and Kuba, the other 4 donned the bionic suits of the insectoids and were equipped with high-frequency generators to prevent detection by the enemy. This base is the largest on this arm of the galaxy. I visited once 2 years ago during a meeting and remember roughly where the shield engines are located. There are 3 in total located in the coastal defensive city. Once we take care of this place, we still have 2 more locations to go. Kuan Shiba explained while walking. How's the defense? Is it easy to infiltrate? Dalu asked. The pirates may lack discipline, but they have a natural sensitivity to danger. It's impossible to easily get into the shield engine, Kuan Shiba said. Soon they arrived in front of a gigantic building, a towering structure that reached into the clouds, which was actually a phase cannon. Rick exclaimed, no wonder one shot can take down 50% of our Starship's shield. This is enormous. Kuba remarked, there is one in each defensive city. The pirates possess 3 such giant planetary cannons, but they were all built with the help of the Tianquan Star people. It's no big deal. Behind the giant cannon, there was another slightly shorter building, but it was larger with numerous energy output pipes standing on its flat roof. Kuan Shiba said this is where the shield engine is located. Let's hide by the roadside and observe. Zheng Yin activated the multifunctional assistant on his left wrist, turning on the Triscan device to conduct a particle-level scan of the entire building. He discovered that there was a layer of transparent shield protecting the building, which the scanning waves could not penetrate, nor could they implement a transport. Dalu said, since we can't teleport and we can only infiltrate. They quickly locked onto a target, a cargo vessel used for transporting goods. Zhao Beidou activated the teleportation on the orbit and transported the 6 into the cargo hold. From there, they would have to rely on themselves. As long as they did not come out of the shield engine, they could not perform the next teleport. Inside the cargo hold of the shuttle, they quickly entered the engine building. Zheng Yin scanned and found a large group of pirates outside, and all 6 silently prayed that the shuttle would not stop. However, contrary to their wishes, the shuttle suddenly stopped. Oh no, is this thing going to unload? Dalu said, preparing to activate the shield and energy weapons. Alice stopped him quietly, saying, wait, they aren't unloading cargo. I only sense 2 close individuals greeting each other. The others are listening respectfully. They should be holding a gathering, and the cargo vessel just happened to pass by. Sure enough, as soon as Alice finished speaking, the cargo vessel started moving again. Kuan Shiba and Kuba were very curious about Alice's telepathic abilities and said to Zheng Yin, where did you find such a rare talent, Captain? I truly envy your luck. Zheng Yin chuckled softly, let's talk about it later. Finally, the cargo vessel entered a gigantic warehouse filled with automatic unloading machines. After they were dumped out of the cargo vessel, robots quickly came to organize the goods, and fortunately, there was no one in the warehouse. They hurriedly hid behind rows of goods, and after performing an electronic scan of the surroundings, they found that there wasn't even a single surveillance device inside. Zheng Yin doubted this is too smooth, right? There's not even a camera in such a large warehouse. Kuan Shiba laughed. These goods are used to neutralize engine radiation, which is quite common. Furthermore, there aren't many who dare to cause trouble on this arm of the galaxy. The pirates naturally have no need for surveillance. Dalu chuckled, we just got in, and we're still far from the engine center. Besides, we haven't figured out how to get out yet. How can this be called smooth? Zheng Yin replied, the many-timed explosives we are carrying are antimatter high explosives. We don't need to place them right next to the engine. Placing them 100 meters away will suffice. As for how to get out, we'll take it one step at a time. They were still over 500 meters away from the engine center, with several rooms and pirates in between. After leaving the warehouse, the 6 relied on the Triscan radar to avoid the pirates on the road, aiming to avoid any contact and secretly place the explosives before returning. Ultimately, they decided to plant the explosives in a small office where a junior engineer from the crew was currently seated. How to lure him out was a challenge, and just then the detection radar showed that 3 pirates were about to turn the corner. Alice quickly said, there's no time. Rush in and knock him out. I can erase his short-term memory. Dalu opened the automatic door and was the first to rush in. The insectoid engineer was reviewing data when he saw 6 insectoids rushing in and hastily closed the door. Terrified, he quickly raised 4 hands and said, I've already given the stolen illusion powder to the captain. You can't continue to trouble me. The mechanical team can't do without me. Clearly, he mistook Zheng Yin and the others for undercover agents from the pirate base. The 6 exchanged glances and understood the situation. Kuan Shiba said, take out what's in your drawer. You must have more. The 4 of them did not know what Kuan Shiba was talking about. Kuba gently shook his head, signaling not to knock him out, and stepped forward to twist the engineer's forearms, saying no talking. Kuan Shiba rummaged through his drawer and pulled out a bottle of green powder, grinning. Alice, aren't you going to make your move? Alice immediately placed her hand on the engineer's head, closed her eyes, and began to exert her mental control. Zheng Yin, Dalu, and Rick simultaneously placed 3 mini-antimatter bombs under the desk and set the detonation time for 3 days later after their backtracking operation commenced. After Alice completed the memory deletion, the pirate engineer was already unconscious. Kuba placed him back on the chair, and then he and Kuan Shiba went to examine the bottle of powder. Alice said, so you guys also consume drugs? Kuan Shiba laughed, no carbon-based life can resist its temptation. However, the ones we developed do not harm bodily functions, they only create visual illusions. Kuba stated our father banned this powder during his reign because it caused two groups of insectoids to turn against each other. After the effect wore off, they realized they had attacked the wrong person. I haven't seen it in 50 years. Zheng Yin impatiently interjected, we can discuss this later. Right now, how do we get out? Moreover, if this pirate discovers his illusion powder has gone missing, he will surely start rummaging through everything, and he might find the bombs. You two better put it back before he wakes up. Kuan Shiba and Kuba quickly covered the bottle of illusion powder and cautiously said, Captain, your concerns are unnecessary. He shouldn't notice anything. We will make it out. Delu angrily said, be clear. We are here to save you. If you don't cooperate, I'll activate the shield and charge out teleport back to the shuttle and leave at the original time. You can just wait to be harvested by the Tianquan Star people. Rick immediately activated his energy weapon and set it to vaporization mode, saying, without you we can complete the mission too. Sacrificing for your own race can also be considered an honor. Oh no, I don't want to meet my deceased father because of this matter. Dying for illusion powder is not honorable. Kuba immediately released his grip. Yet Kuan Shiba still tightly held onto the bottle cautiously, saying, don't worry, Captain. When I say we can get out, I'm not just talking. We still need what's in this bottle. Oh no, I don't want to meet my deceased father because of this matter. Dying for illusion powder is not honorable. After about half a minute, the pirate engineer woke up, and upon seeing 6 insectoids staring at him, he was so frightened that he immediately raised 4 arms to plead. Kuan Shiba raised a hand to stop his pleas, and slowly said, sleeping on the job during work hours will result in a deduction from your annual salary. Possessing illusion powder is punishable by death. Kuba added, didn't you tell the captain that you gave it all to him? How come there's still some left? If the captain finds out, your family will be in danger. The pirate engineer was thoroughly frightened at this point, and could only keep pleading. Kuan Shiba laughed, you don't need to be so afraid. Actually, we came here behind the captain's back, so whether he finds out depends on your performance. The pirate engineer said fearfully, what do you want? Kuan Shiba replied, take us to your home, we need to check if you still have any illusion powder left in your house. The pirate engineer hurriedly said, no, I assure you. Kuba said, it's not up to you to decide, we need to see for ourselves. Regardless of whether we find anything or not, we won't inform the captain. You know our investigation team has its own authority. The pirate engineer pondered for a moment and said, all right, please follow me. Zheng Yin, Alice, Luda, and Rick could only watch as Kuan Shiba and Kuba performed, unable to speak because the translation device in their biomimetic suits produced a very awkward oxygen-rich language. To avoid exposure, they could only follow silently. The pirate engineer piloted his airship effortlessly, taking the 6 out of the engine tower as the security personnel did not want to offend the investigation team. Upon arriving at the pirate engineer's residence, the 6 pretended to search around and then said to him, the investigation ends here, you can return to your work. If we find you again, you're dead. The pirate engineer thanked them profusely as he sent them off, feeling relieved that the other bottle he had hidden was not discovered. Zheng Yin and the others were subsequently teleported to the next defensive city by Zhao Beidu. With the success of the last experience, they disguised themselves as members of the investigation team this time. Through their exploration in the city, they found their target for infiltration, a cargo ship pilot. Kuan Shiba revealed his identity, stating he was an investigator directly dispatched by the base leader and mentioned that people in the shield engine department had been found using illusion powder. If this investigation went smoothly, a promotion would be considered for him. Zheng Yin and the others were correct. There was indeed a phenomenon of illusion powder used throughout the entire pirate base, and it immediately caught the pilot off guard. He himself was a user, and Alice easily read his thoughts, whispering to Kuan Shiba. Kuan Shiba, feeling more confident, said to the pilot, in fact, this phenomenon exists in every department. Our investigation is merely a formality. As long as you cooperate, we will pretend not to know about your use. The pilot breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been granted a reprieve, not doubting their identity at all. The next morning, he sent them into the warehouse and reported several of his work rivals. The 6 chose a room closest to the shield engine, which was the office of the security team leader. They entered the office directly, and just like last time, everything went smoothly. But just as the 6 were preparing to follow the security team leader to his home, another investigation team arrived. They were dressed in uniforms and entered in a survey vehicle. When this news reached the office, Zheng Yin felt a surge of tension, and Luda and the others secretly placed their hands on their energy guns. The security team leader was obviously very panicked, repeatedly begging the 6 to say a few good words. Clearly, he had not yet suspected their identities, believing the incoming investigation team was there to take them away. When Zheng Yin and the others saw the new investigation team, they were all dumbfounded. The 9 investigators before them were actually the first dispatched retrograde landing team members. These 9 insectoid beings recognized Kuan Shiba and Kuba, immediately realizing what had happened. Their operation had failed. As for how it failed, it was still unknown, but they might find out soon. However, in order not to implicate the 2 commanders, the 9 exchanged glances and made a decision to choose their own way of failing. One person pointed at Kuan Shiba and shouted, "This is a high-ranking pirate official. I've seen him before. Brothers, our operation has failed. We can't steal the shield technology. For the mercenary group, let's kill him." At the same time, he made a gesture of an internal code used in the mercenary group towards Kuan Shiba, who immediately understood. He signaled Zheng Yin, and the energy gun in his hand fired at the 9. In a brief exchange of fire, all 9 were eliminated. The six searched the bodies of the 9 insectoid beings and found 9 microton bombs they were carrying. At this moment, the security team leader was already terrified, hiding under the table and not daring to peek out. Kuan Shiba pulled him out and pointed at a dead insectoid being, saying, "This guy was a scientist from the mercenary group. I saw him at an exchange meeting once. It seems they are very fascinated by our technology. Get rid of them, don't soil our engine tower." The security team leader hurriedly sent people to the office to clean up, and Kubo whispered to him, "If you can hand over a substantial amount of illusion powder, we will pretend this incident never happened." Upon hearing this, the security team leader immediately flattered, "Thank you for your care, Commander. I have 10 bottles at home, it's all my collection. They'll give them all to you, please do not inform the superiors about this matter." Of course, both parties did not want this matter to leak out, and with Kuba's pretentiousness, the situation seemed all the more reasonable. After leaving the security team leader's home, Kuan Shiba and Kuba were very pleased. Each of them got 6 bottles of illusion powder, showing no concern for the recently deceased subordinates. Zheng Yin and the others shook their heads at the sight. Kuan Shiba laughed. "In the values of our insectoid beings, only honor and the queen are most important. Their deaths were meaningful, there is no need to be sad for them." Upon hearing this, the security team leader immediately flattered, "Thank you for your care, Commander. I have 10 bottles at home, it's all my collection. They'll give them all to you, please do not inform the superiors about this matter." Clearly, their combat plan was much more mature and stable than that of his team. If it weren't for the earlier encounter, they had a great chance of completing their task. In this past timeline, his team altered the future fate of the first team. But in the original timeline, his team had already failed before even setting out. Was their failure really caused by him? Alice laughed. "Captain, stop overthinking the confusions in physics. When we return to the Starship, let the science team clarify them for you." Zheng Yin laughed and said, "That's true, but for human affairs, one should not question destiny. Beidou, teleport us to the next city." The third defensive city was relatively close to the command center of the pirate base, a rather prosperous city filled with crime. If it weren't for the pirates seen on every street, Zheng Yin and the others might have thought they had arrived at the French Star. The 6 mixed into the pirate crowd to explore, searching for pirates who worked at the engine tower. They quickly found their target, a pilot of an airship, and after successfully persuading him, they decided to set off immediately. At that moment, chaos erupted at the engine tower. 9 spies impersonating the investigation team were discovered and were fleeing from pursuit. Needless to say, Zheng Yin and the others immediately recognized this was the second team of retrograde landing personnel dispatched. It was close to the base command center where some individuals often saw investigators. As for how they were discovered, it was no longer necessary to inquire. Now they were only thinking about what alternative method to use to get in and how to get out. Clearly, disguising as investigators was no longer feasible. Kuan Shiba said to the pilot, "We need to return to the command center to assist in investigating the spies. This undercover mission is cancelled for now. We will be in touch next time." The 6 then held a tactical discussion. After analyzing, they concluded that infiltrating would not be difficult and planting bombs would also be easy. With the 9 bombs from the first team plus the 3 remaining, they had 12 dark matter bombs would be sufficient to damage the shield's operation from several hundred meters away from the engine's core. The premise was that they must be placed inside the shield of the engine tower. Even a 1-second shutdown would allow the Starship Coalition's firepower to rain down on the pirate base, swiftly achieving victory. The hardest part was how to get out. The shield field outside the engine tower could block particle teleportation, and they could only be teleported away after getting out. Moreover, they could not be suspected by anyone, and this was impossible, especially in a recently discovered spy situation at the engine tower. In the end, they decided to place the timed bombs into cargo early. As long as the bombs entered the shield field, they could destroy the engine. They had to choose cargo that could not be used for 2 days. Just then, an insectoid pilot flew past them, and they quickly recognized each other. This was a member of the second retrograde team. Upon seeing Zheng Yin and the others, he hurriedly said, "We failed to get now depends on the commander." After saying this, he tossed over a box and turned to crash his airship into the pursuing pirates. Following a violent explosion, the 9 members of the second team also perished. Zheng Yin opened the box and saw 9 microtime bombs. It seemed they had concentrated the bombs on the last person's body to prevent the plan from being exposed. Now they had 21 bombs, and as long as they were placed inside the shield field of the engine tower, they would be enough to destroy the entire shield engine. They finally teleported the 21-timed bombs into the cargo box and installed monitors. After confirming that the bombs had entered the warehouse of the engine tower, they waited for a day in the cloaked shuttle on the track. They had to choose cargo that could not be used for 2 days. Just then, an insectoid pilot flew past them, and they quickly recognized each other. To avoid any time divergence, Zheng Yin ordered them not to react at all when the next 2 time conduits appeared. When the 3rd time conduit appeared, the 3 shuttles quickly passed through and returned to the original timeline. In the eyes of the members of the Change and the mercenary group, as soon as the retrograde landing team, led by Zheng Yin, disappeared, they returned with the other 2 shuttles. Suddenly, enthusiastic cheers erupted among the coalition forces, and everyone was overjoyed. There was finally a result. Wu Yunqi had not yet been assisted down when Zheng Yin returned, and Huang Yueqing smiled, handing Wu Yunqi over to him. Zheng Yin gently assisted Wu Yunqi, and Zhou Wanyin also smiled and walked away. Zheng Yin said, "Once the Tianshu people are sent away, I will make you steamed fish." Wu Yunqi wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, yet she could only smile uncontrollably. At this moment words could not express her feelings as she looked at Zheng Yin who had returned from the dead. She complained, "Why aren't you directing the battle? What do you care about me? We can talk later, everyone is waiting for you." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "All right, you take a rest for a bit." He quickly went to the bridge with Lu and the 6 commanders from the mercenary groups. Professor Picard report the arrival time of the enemy fleet. 1 minute until contact. Electromagnetic prepare all weapons. Captain of the Starship, get ready for engagement. All space combat teams prepare for defense. Next came the waiting. The ground timer bomb will detonate in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The shield on the ground was still intact, and all the coalition warships had accumulated a vast amount of energy projectiles waiting to strike down as soon as the pirate base's shield disappeared. However, as the countdown ended, the shield on the ground remained intact, and it was detected that the planetary cannon on the ground was starting to recharge again. Did we fail again? Zheng Yin clenched his fists, tightly trembling all over. The commanders from several mercenary groups slumped to the ground like deflated balloons. Kuan Shiba muttered, "It's over this time, it's really over." At that moment, the shield of the pirate base on the ground flickered, then flashed several times, and 3 shield engines were destroyed. One even took out the planetary cannon beside it, causing the shield of the entire continent to disappear, and the charging planetary cannon fell silent. It turned out that the short-term time jump and the close-range wormhole travel both had a 10-second delay. Seeing this, Zheng Yin jumped up and shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, countless energy weapons fell from the orbital space. Various laser weapons formed beams of light cutting across the entire continent from space. Various pulse energy cannons rained down upon the ground, creating fusion reactions from the massive energy impacts. Meanwhile, the changed Super Starship unleashed 10 million missiles from its stockpile onto the pirate base, which spanned an area of 10 million square kilometers, saturating every square kilometer with a high-explosive bomb. As the Starship Coalition unleashed firepower upon the ground pirate base, the fleet of the Tianquan aliens also arrived at the scene, but they were too late. They could only arrive before Zheng Yin's returning landing team set off to avoid being considered delayed. Clearly, they realized they had arrived too late. The pirate base had already been completely destroyed, and fighting alongside the Starship Coalition was meaningless. Therefore, they collectively exited warp speed with 5,000 warships halting in a star system spanning 1 light-year. Between the 2 stars of this binary star system, they reflected the light of both stars resembling comets with long tails. The warship closest to the Starship Coalition had already entered range, proudly keeping its shield down. After sending a message to the change, it retreated with the 5,000 warships. The message contained only one sentence in Chinese: "The Nuwa clan cannot protect you." Lu was both angry and amused, saying, "Hey, is that a threat or a warning?" Zheng Yin smiled and replied, "Aren't they essentially the same?" Lu laughed, "I just love how they can't do anything about us," while looking displeased. Zheng Yin said, "All right, let's quickly handle the aftermath. We still need to pursue the transport ships." To express gratitude for Zheng Yin's help, the Insect Queen granted him the military rank of Insect Marshal, commanding every insect mercenary group in the name of the Queen to treat Zheng Yin as if he were their own, allowing him to mobilize the insect mercenaries. To be honest, Zheng Yin had no interest in this honorary title. After all, the Queen herself wielded no real power. All military forces on the oxygen-rich planet were under the control of each mercenary group commander. In their hearts, the sacredness of the Insect Queen had been nearly ruined by her puppet status. Summoning a coalition was merely to compete for war resources with the pirates in this galactic arm. Finally, the Queen ordered Kuan Shiba and Kuba, 2 insectoids, to lead their respective mercenary groups alongside the Earth Expeditionary Force to track the pirate transport ships. Zheng Yin politely declined. These 2 insect brothers were, one a gambler and the other a schemer, both with drug addictions. The Starship was unwilling to travel with them, not to mention they lacked warp technology. As they were leaving, Kuan Shiba said to Zheng Yin with a flattering tone, "Ah, esteemed captain, my comrade in life and death, could you possibly advance the payment for my previous reward?" Zheng Yin felt uneasy hearing this. He smiled and replied, "You tipped off the pirates, leaving us empty-handed and nearly stranded in the Andromeda Galaxy. I haven't settled that account with you yet. You are just in time. Come, let's go to the Starship and settle this." "Oh, no, captain, let's settle this next time. In the meantime, I will do my best to atone for my mistakes. Goodbye." Before Zheng Yin could say anything else, Kuan Shiba spread his wings and flew away. The Starship remained in orbit around the oxygen-rich planet for a day, repairing the warships damaged in battle and manufactured 2 additional fighter jets, filling the weapon stockpile with missiles. In the month following the Starship's departure, dozens of insect mercenary groups returned from various corners of the galaxy, all vying for positions in the Council. The Queen reluctantly retreated to the background. The changed Starship fleet departed the oxygen-rich planet in the Sagittarius arm and jumped towards the pirate transport ship route, which was 10,000 light-years away. At this time, the transport ship was not far from the Perseus arm. After changing course several times, they were thrown out by the white light beings, and while they were re-identifying the space to continue flying towards Tianquan Star with a new route, they were thrown back to their original course by the white light beings. After enduring several dangers, they were now traveling at warp speed 9 towards Tianquan Star. The changed super starship and 1,000 warships appeared in stealth mode 1 light year behind the transport ship, pursuing them at a slightly higher warp speed. As they were about to catch up, the warships encircled from the flanks, and 2 escort ships moved ahead to form a blockade around the transport fleet. Once the encirclement formation was complete, the Starship fleet immediately revealed themselves, launching 14 slow torpedoes in quick succession. Before the transport ship could react, it was trapped, immediately exiting warp speed and halting in empty space, while the Starship fleet did the same, still maintaining the encirclement around the 14 transport ships. The escort fleet for the pirate transport ships had no idea what was happening. Suddenly numerous warships appeared around them and then vanished simultaneously. When they turned back, the transport ships had already disappeared. The escort fleet immediately sensed danger and halted their warp speed, but the warp speed of level 9 meant they had traveled 2 light years away. By the time they returned to the vicinity of the transport ships, they were greeted by a neutrino-splitting cannon. After dealing with the escort fleet of the transport ships, Zheng Yin ordered to fire time accelerators at the transport ships, one by one neutralizing their slowing effect, ultimately capturing all 14 transport ships. However, only 4,000 quantum energy storage cabinets were found on each transport ship, totaling 196,000, with each transport ship's cargo hold only half full. This means that even if each storage cabinet was filled with 10,000 compressed human quantum energy units, there were still 2 billion people unaccounted for, and it was uncertain whether the cabinets contained humans. Interrogations of the pirates yielded no progress. The members of the hundreds of captured pirate transport ships had collectively entered a state of consciousness blank. Huang Yueqing extracted a nanointerferometer from their brains. Their cerebral cortex had been damaged, losing the ability for quantum entanglement, turning them into mindless shells. Clearly, this lead had also come to a dead end. In the end, they had to confine them together with the 3 mastermind criminals captured at the pirate base. The Earth Expeditionary Force still had a long way to go. Home. Let's first check if these are compatriots on Earth, and we'll discuss the rest later. Zheng Yin commanded. 10 seconds later, the entire fleet jumped back to the Oort cloud, arriving in this rapidly rising solar system civilization. The star ring in Earth's orbit had been completed, strong and prosperous, bustling with envoys from various civilizations. The leadership of the Earth Federation was very pleased with the return of the Starship, holding a global welcome ceremony. On the already improved Australian grassland, the Earth Federation released the energy cabinets one by one. Fortunately, those trapped inside were all humans from Earth, totaling 1,600,000,000, coming from various regions of the planet. This indicated that the pirates had only filled half of the energy cabinets on each transport ship, and what remained was still unknown. The Earth Federation took 2 months to resettle these individuals. During this time, the changed super starship did not leave Earth's orbit, as they discovered something astonishing and got into trouble as a result. Initially, there were reports of patients dying inexplicably in hospitals on Earth, something that was almost impossible in a level 2 civilization's hospitals. Unless caused by immediate external fatal injuries, typical diseases had long ceased to pose a threat to the human body. The patients who died in hospitals were merely suffering from spontaneous ailments like cancer. Under the new technological medical theories, cancer was no different from a severe flu. It was difficult to reach lethal levels. Gradually, the number of patients dying in hospitals around the globe increased, soon reaching the mortality rate seen before humanity entered the stellar era. The Secretary General of the Earth Federation, Lin Yuan, requested an investigation by the Star Alliance scientific team led by Zheng Yin. While the inspection team was recording in a hospital, a newly admitted cancer patient entered a critical condition. This patient was diagnosed with a malignant tumor in its early stage, but since being hospitalized, the condition had worsened day by day, progressing to latest stage within just a week. The Starship scientific team conducted a comprehensive scan of the entire hospital, but found no abnormalities. Zheng Yin then ordered the change to perform a quark-level scan of the entire hospital. Just as the scan was about to conclude, the patient passed away. In his final moments, the patient looked terrified at the door of the ward, mouth agape, unable to speak, as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. With the current medical technology of Earth, cancer can be completely cured, yet the severity of the illness in those who have died has not diminished at all. In fact, it has progressed rapidly and worsened. The scientists from the Starship's science and medical teams even scanned the entire Earth's magnetic field, and the patient's genes were analyzed and inspected, but they still found nothing, with no points of intervention to be identified. However, the deceased patients all shared a common trait. They deteriorated rapidly after the onset of their illness, displaying immense fear before their deaths. Could there really be a soul-reaping ghost? Lu pondered aloud. Clearly, he did not believe his own words, and then he added, "As I've said before, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something sinister behind it. But it wasn't really a ghost, there must be something amiss." Zheng Yin said, "Since humanity entered the new era and new medical technologies emerged, this has become the largest-scale death event. No matter what, we cannot leave without getting to the bottom of this matter." At that moment, the hospital administrator sent another message. A middle-aged man had been diagnosed with early-stage malignant tumors and was in the process of being admitted. Zheng Yin was requested to lead the expert team to take a look. Zheng Yin immediately took Lu Alice, Wu Yunqi, Huang Yueqing, and several biological experts from the science team to the hospital. The sick middle-aged man named Steve had just been rescued from a pirate transport ship in North America. His condition was discovered during a routine physical examination, after which he was sent to the hospital for treatment. The doctor conducted a comprehensive scan on him, confirmed the location of the cancerous cells, and immediately began gene-level cellular repair treatment. However, as soon as the repair machine stopped, the repaired cells would revert to cancerous states. Since he was found to have the illness, the spread of cancer cells had been increasing as if an invisible force were driving it. In the past few days, Zheng Yin ordered that he be monitored continuously for 24 hours, while also conducting cork-level surveillance of the entire hospital. Everything appeared normal except for Steve, who was critically ill and on the brink of death. However, later that night, while Alice and several medical staff were chatting in the ward, she suddenly felt an immense evil aura. Though it was fleeting, it left her drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Steve had already stopped breathing, his terrified and hollow eyes fixed on the ward door. Alice promptly reported this incident to Zheng Yin, and the science team immediately organized a discussion meeting. After analysis, it was likely that the force Alice sensed came from another dimension or realm. The hospital's scans should not be limited to the objective universe. Currently, the Change probe was conducting quark-level scans of the hospital, which were at the microscopic quantum level, while the science team's real-time monitoring was at a macroscopic observable level. However, these tests could not transcend dimensions, space, and time. Only by further enhancing the scanning capabilities can the truth of the matter be uncovered. After listening to the science team's report, Zheng Yin asked Change, is there any scanning technology in your locked systems that can transcend dimensions or time and space? Change replied, yes, Captain, but that technology is beyond your current grasp. You do not fully understand the scientific theories behind it. If you cannot eliminate the rippling effects it causes, it could destroy your civilization. Even among third-tier stellar civilizations, exploring dimensions, multidimensional spaces, timelines, and parallel universes is approached with great caution. You cannot unlock all of these technologies at once. Just then, bad news arrived. Alice had fallen ill. Her body had suddenly undergone a cancerous reaction, which should be said to have begun when she sensed the evil aura. Now her cancer had spread to multiple organs, showing latest-stage symptoms. This was clearly related to her exposure to a significant amount of evil aura, and several medical team members who had chatted with her in the ward had also shown signs of cancerous changes, though to a lesser extent. These individuals were immediately transported back to the Starship's medical room to receive the most advanced treatment. When Zheng Yin visited Alice with the command team, the teenage Bisque girl was already unable to speak. Wu Yunqi sat beside her holding her hand, tears streaming down her face, while Huang Yueqing had also stopped her treatment and sat quietly by her side. Alice sensed everyone's pain and managed a weak smile, trying to comfort them. Zheng Yin felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, his anger causing him to slap the wall as he exclaimed, how could it have come to this in just a short hour? The others in the medical room did not respond, all lowering their heads in silence. Zheng Yin looked at the ailing Alice and the 8 or 9 patients with early-stage cancer and said slowly, but firmly, Change, I authorize you to lift the technical lockdown and conduct scans of the medical room across dimensions and multidimensional spaces. Stop. Don't. Kill. Her. Zheng Yin exerted all his strength to shout, but his voice came out very slowly to the point that he couldn't even understand what he was saying. Confirmed. But we will start from the medical room and extend outward. If any abnormalities are found, we will immediately lock onto the target and stop the scan. Understood, Captain. Scanning begins. Suddenly, the entire medical room seemed to experience a refraction of light, and everyone was distorted. Zheng Yin saw that one of his left-hand fingers had become like a rope, twisted and curled, measuring over 10 meters long, while the other 4 fingers transformed into furry claws. His entire right hand had vaporized, floating in the air like smoke, and he found himself drifting as if swimming in water. The others in the medical room had also transformed into bizarre forms. Lu had become a wisp of twisted smoke. Huang Yueqing shrank to the size of a grain of rice, and Wu Yunqi was covered in colorful clouds, moving very slowly, while even the equipment had turned to liquid, and flowers were blooming all over the floor, floating like they were on the ocean. However, in front of Alice's bed, 2 normal human forms were clearly visible, a man and a woman appearing as middle-aged earthlings. The man held a sickle, while the woman carried a bamboo basket. At that moment, the man was holding Alice's head in one hand, while slowly using the sickle to cut. The woman was smiling broadly, waiting. Her basket was filled with small white melons, and Alice's head had already transformed into a small melon awaiting harvest. Stop. Don't. Kill. Her. Zheng Yin exerted all his strength to shout, but his voice came out very slowly to the point that he couldn't even understand what he was saying. Zheng Yin struggled to swim towards the couple, but could only spin in midair, his other arm drifting like smoke, unable to move, and instead being scattered by the rotation of his body. Just as Zheng Yin was trembling with anxiety, suddenly, everything returned to normal. The scan was complete. At that moment, Zheng Yin was still standing in place, unmoving, and everyone else was the same. Next to Alice's bed, 2 shield spheres appeared, a method frequently used by Change to capture targets. Each shield sphere contained a ribbon-like, glowing energy entity. Zheng Yin quickly understood what had happened and immediately ordered Dr. Huang, check Alice's condition immediately. Guards, move these 2 individuals to the isolation room, and the science team should start establishing contact with them right away. After conducting a body scan, Huang Yueqing smiled and said, Captain Alice's condition has stabilized, and she is gradually recovering on her own. Zheng Yin smiled and said, take good care of her. Lu exclaimed, goodness, I just melted. Wu Yunxi also laughed, saying, that was close. I was covered in colorful light and couldn't move at all. Huang Yueqing chuckled, I saw you all as giants just now. Zheng Yin asked, Change, what kind of scans did you conduct earlier? Why did we experience that? Change replied, I only conducted multidimensional scans of the medical room. Since the matter comprising you all consists of positive particles from the observable universe, under the impact of the multidimensional scanning waves your quantum states became disordered, resulting in observable garbled states. Subsequently, I detected 2 energy entities from external dimensions that were about to kill Alice, and I immediately captured them and closed the scan in time. Zheng Yin said, so that's how it is. Were the man and woman, I saw their true forms. Why couldn't I make any sound? Change explained, yes, after I captured them, they were brought into our dimension, where they experienced quantum disorder as well, and they are currently in a state of transformation. Any actions taken in a state of quantum disorder do not actually occur, which is why your shouts were not heard at that time. Lu exclaimed excitedly, that's amazing, Change. You were able to capture high-dimensional energy. Change replied, these are not high-dimensional beings, but external dimension beings at the same dimensional level as us. Zheng Yin smiled and said, so they aren't high-dimensional civilizations. Change, does your database have contact methods for them? Change said, no, the science team needs to think of a way to establish contact themselves. Let's go, Lu. Oh, we should check on Professor Picard and the others regarding our situation. The science team used all available communication methods of second-tier civilizations within the galaxy, but made no progress. Professor Weister of the Zaba people reported, these 2 energy entities are currently undergoing quantum collapse and cannot be contacted. Moreover, in a few days they will evaporate from our dimension. Professor Weister, with over 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge, had been a scientist lurking in the usurpation faction on his home planet, and the technology of the Zaba people was already very close to third-tier stellar civilization. He was now the chief consultant scientist of the Starship science team. What should we do? Should we let them go back? Lu asked. We certainly don't have the assurance to fight them, but we also can't just let them go. They can't be the only 2, can they? Zheng Yin replied. At that moment, the Earth Federation's health department sent another distress signal. A large number of cancer patients had appeared in major hospitals on Earth. It seems they are impatient. Then let us meet force with force and counter water with Earth. Zheng Yin immediately ordered cross-dimensional scans of every hospital on Dichio. The Change circled the planet once and spent a day scanning the void, capturing over 500 quantum disorder entities from outer dimensions. Those disorderly entities presented in myriad forms: smoke, cloud, ionized fire, flowing liquids, and solids of indeterminate properties. Progress followed after all detectable outer dimensional energy forms were seized. The last hospital scan suddenly registered yet another patient. After the capture, and before that patient could fully recover, he relapsed, and a medical attendant had become afflicted as well. Once 2 were captured, 3 more appeared. The transformations occurred with terrifying rapidity, far swifter than any virulent contagion. Keep capturing them, Zheng Yin commanded. I refuse to bow to superstition. Sure enough, simultaneous outbreaks recurred. 5 were seized, after which 7 humans fell ill at once. Then 11 appeared later: 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, all prime numbers. Soon the hospitals ran out of personnel. They could no longer accommodate the next prime number surge. At that point, the outer dimensional incursions ceased. Staring at the data, a thought flashed through Zheng Yin's mind. Professor Picard, does your science team think this could be their way of communicating with us? This manner of communication? Professor Picard asked doubtfully. Yes, Zheng Yin replied. Zheng Yin continued, they could have continued invading. Cities still have people, but they stopped when hospitals could not supply more victims. That is a signal. Exactly, Lu added. They kept intruding despite knowing they would be captured, but when hospitals ran short, they halted. That action is a clear sign. They are seeking parley. When you put it that way, it is possible, Professor Picard said. Recognizing a prime number pattern is a hallmark of intelligent beings. They must be indicating they are civilized intelligences. Yes, perhaps they only just discovered our existence and realized we are civilized minds too, so they sent this signal, Zheng Yin said. So you mean all those earlier deaths were because they did not know we existed? Wu Yunxi asked in disbelief. It is only a hypothesis that requires verification. Professor Picard, which theory about primes carries the greatest influence? Zheng Yin inquired. Need you ask? The Goldbach conjecture, Wu Yunxi laughed. I'm stronger in other fields. Math was never my forte. I used to fall asleep in class, Zheng Yin admitted with an embarrassed smile. In simple terms, it posits that every integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 3 prime numbers. While the conjecture cannot be outright proven, no counterexample has been found, Professor Picard explained. A sudden gleam lit Zheng Yin's eyes. Isn't that like the preaching Taoist aphorism? Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Indeed. Consider that all numbers greater than 3 can be composed from 1, 2, and 3. For example, 4 equals 112, 5 equals 122, 6 equals 123, 7 equals 223, 8 equals 332, 9 equals 333. Numbers larger than 9 require a second-level decomposition. 10 is 523, and the 5 itself decomposes as 122. In traditional Han thought 9 was the greatest concrete integer. Numbers greater than 9 were regarded as virtual. Thus, every number, however large, ultimately reduces to combinations of 1, 2, and 3. This conjecture dates to the era of the 100 schools of thought and has become almost axiomatic in daily life. Professor Pai Ka De listened to Agape for a long moment before saying, "Captain, you are truly remarkable. I may have to read your Tao Te Ching." Wu Yunqi looked at Zheng Yin with a love-struck expression. When he finished speaking, she smiled dreamily and said, "And to think you claim to be poor at math." Lu gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. I don't fully grasp what you're saying, but it sounds profoundly deep." Zheng Yin blushed and laughed awkwardly. "It's our cultural treasure. I only recalled it just now. Don't stare at me like that, it makes me uneasy." He then ordered that the captured outer dimensional entities be returned according to a fixed pattern. Within the Starship's quarantine chamber, the change established a dimensional oscillation room whose frequency matched that recorded when the outer dimensional entities were captured. They first released one entity. Once the shield sphere reached the oscillation room, it was immediately withdrawn and the entity vanished swiftly. After a while, they released 2 at once, then 3. This was to teach the outer dimensional intelligences the 3 most basic numbers 1, 2, and 3. They repeated that pattern 9 times in a cycle, meant to convey that 9 was the largest number. After a longer wait, they released 4 at once, then followed with releases of 1 and then 2, demonstrating that 112 equals 4. After another interval, they released 5 followed by 1, 2, and 2, conveying the composition 122 equals 5. After another pause, they released 6, then 1, 2, and 3. The pattern continued in this manner up to the simultaneous release of 9, completing the base combinations for 9. Having completed the 9 foundational combinations, they began another round of releases, 9 rounds in total, again to imprint the concept of 9 as the maximum. When the 9th round concluded, 300 outer dimensional entities still remained aboard the Starship. This time they released 10 at once, then in batches of 2, 3, and 5. The last group of 5 was released a little later, then followed by 1, 2, and 2. Next, they decomposed 11 by releasing in batches of 3, 3, and 5, again with the final 5 slightly delayed before the 1, 2, 2 sequence. After transmitting several numbers greater than 9 in this fashion, they were left with exactly 3. After a long wait, those 3 outer dimensional entities were released as 1 and 2. Watching the final entities dissipate, Zheng Yin smiled and mused, "I wonder if they understand yin and yang." As the quarantine shield was withdrawn and the dimensional oscillation room shut down, a young male crewman suddenly felt a pang of abdominal pain. "What the hell are they playing at?" Lu snarled. Before Huang Yueqing could examine the crewman, his pain subsided. Shortly after, 2 female nurses from the medical team felt abdominal pain. Likewise, before Huang Yueqing could diagnose them, they recovered on their own. Lu fumed. "What the hell is going on?" Zheng Yin laughed heartily. "It's fine. One is yang, 2 is yin, males are yang, females are yin. It appears they understand." This form of communication spanning dimensions, cosmoses, species, and civilizations could only employ the most elemental means to transmit information. Fortunately, they succeeded. From then on, those outer dimensional intelligences never again entered human society, and humanity's spontaneous disease incidents dropped to a level approaching 0. Whether those outer dimensional beings were grim reapers, soul harvesters, or folkloric judges of the afterlife became irrelevant. There was no further need to verify such conjectures. It was highly probable that humanity had suddenly leapt to a secondary stellar civilization, solving disease treatment in one sweeping advancement. That upset the outer dimensional intelligences that had been accustomed to harvesting human death energy, forcing them to accelerate their harvest and thereby produce previously incurable afflictions. Now, having learned that human society was itself a civilized intelligence, those outer dimensional beings immediately ceased their harvesting. Although direct dialogue remained impossible, it became clear that the basic physical laws of their universe matched those of humanity's. After the outer dimensional incursion was resolved, the entire crew of the Starship received high praise from the Diqiu Lianbang. Zheng Yin was awarded the rank of Marshal of the Space Forces of Diqiu Lianbang and Admiral of the Inha Xingji Lianming. Officers across the command groups also received promotions. The Diqiu Lianbang replenished the expedition with vast numbers of able-bodied personnel drawn from all professions and elites. The Earth Expeditionary Force aboard the Starship reached 100,000, a level just sufficient to operate a human society within the vessel. The former desolation vanished. The ship had become a mobile space city. To strike effectively at galactic pirates and resist the Gi sect led by the Tianquan, Xingren Zheng Yin ordered change to produce 400 fighters, 40 destroyers, and 400 space combat mechs. Those warships could berth on Change's 5th deck. The 2 larger escort vessels were too big to dock, and instead sent crews and 1,000 ship personnel to form a space squadron with the Starship. Finally, Zheng Yin applied to the Diqiu Lianbang to construct a gateway on the Australian plains, a teleportation portal based on technology shared by the Kaluru relics of the previous round of third-tier stellar civilization, long-range wormhole, fixed-point transfer. It was a first-generation prototype, bulky, towering, and limited in range. Its fixed-point coordinates were set to the planet of the Bai Lin Xing neighbors. With the outside portal completed, Zheng Yin led the Starship fleet and performed a jump toward the orbital path of the planet circling by Linxing. Upon arriving at the planet of the Proxima Centauri beings, the Starship immediately set to work on establishing the portal. The Proxima Centauri Council was greatly pleased with the establishment of the portal, mobilizing a vast amount of manpower and resources to construct a massive portal within 3 days. Subsequently, under the adjustments of the Starship's scientific team, the first teleportation test was conducted. The portal opened on the Proxima Centauri planet, simultaneously lighting up the portal in the Australian grasslands on Earth, establishing a short-distance wormhole between two portals that stood over 10 meters tall. A probe robot was sent through the portal from the Proxima Centauri side, losing contact upon entry as it was disassembled into a particle state by the spatial teleportation technology. 10 seconds later, the Proxima Centauri side received a remote quantum communication from the robot. Due to the peculiarities of quantum entanglement, this form of communication had no limitations in distance, allowing for real-time exchanges from any corner of the universe. The robot was reassembled intact on the Australian grasslands, marking the successful realization of interstellar teleportation technology. However, as it was still in the initial testing phase, simultaneous bidirectional teleportation was not yet possible, meaning that only one side could open the portal at a time for the other to receive. Eventually, both sides established a city for interstellar reception near the portal and established corresponding interstellar laws, leading to increasingly prosperous developments between Earth and Proxima Centauri. This teleportation technology has already been promoted within the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, with more and more portals being constructed, allowing humans on natural planets to easily revisit their homeland. The next target for the Starship fleet is the star Betelgeuse in Orion, where a civilization evolved from lizard people is the closest member of the unification faction to the fleet. However, just as Zheng Yin ordered the jump, the commander of the Star Alliance in this region, Marshal de Lugulu, sent a distress message to the Starship. The Blue Light commander from Sirius said to Zheng Yin, "General Zheng, a joint fleet of the Star Alliance has been ambushed by the unification faction 500 light-years away. Your fleet is the closest to them, and we hope you can provide support. The unification faction is destroying their star, and a supernova is about to occur. There is a level 1 civilization with a population of 3 billion at that star system, and their entire civilization will be wiped out." Zheng Yin replied, "We are here to seek out the unification faction and the galactic pirates. This rescue is our duty. Please send over the coordinates and specific information, we will head there immediately." De Lugulu joyfully responded, "Thank you for your generosity. Once again, the Star Alliance is proud of you." After reviewing the information, it was learned that this level 1 planetary civilization is called the Wagia people. Their main star is a blue giant star, and Wagia star is the 23rd planet in that star system, also a primary civilization that signed a protection agreement 1,000 years ago, just like Earthlings. However, their race has a history of contact with alien civilizations, thus they have always been striving to break out of their star system. Not long ago, Wagia scientists broke through the technology of spatial distortion and compression, creating their first warp drive and achieving speed comparable to light in their escape from the planet. They were immediately detected by the Star Alliance monitoring ship nearby, marking the Wagia people as having entered a level 2 stellar civilization, prompting the initiation of a contact plan. Meanwhile, the unification faction also discovered this event and preemptively dispatched missionaries to the planet, promoting the doctrine of the 5-dimensional unification god and inviting them to join or face immediate sacrifice to the unification god. In the historical transmission of the Wagia people, the unification god is synonymous with the devil, so they naturally refused, with the fervent Wagia people demanding the immediate execution of the missionary. The missionary was immediately teleported back to the spaceship to escape, and the unification faction promptly dispatched a fleet of 500 warships to harvest this civilization. Eventually, the joint diplomatic team of the Star Alliance made first contact with this civilization and promised to help them fend off the unification faction's attack. However, as soon as 200 Star Alliance ships arrived at Wagia Star, they were ambushed by the unification faction fleet hidden a light-year away. The battle lasted an hour, and the unification faction did not annihilate the 200 allied starships, as the current Star Alliance fleet had greatly increased in strength. The materials of the ships were no longer traditional titanium steel, but rather a newly developed heavenly steel rock with resilience in order of magnitude greater than titanium steel, and the shields had also been replaced with self-adaptive frequency diversion shields similar to that of the changed starship. As a result, only a few warships were destroyed, while over 100 of the unification faction's warships were annihilated. This fleet of unification faction warships consisted of 3-eyed long-eared beings whose scientific technology was not as advanced as that of the Tianship people, but whose tempers were the most volatile. Seeing that they could not destroy the Star Alliance fleet and had already lost 100 warships, they immediately changed their plan and ceased harvesting the Wagia civilization. Instead, they flew to the surface of the star and launched 100 singularity bombs towards the center of the blue giant star. They certainly did not possess such technology. These bombs were evidently given to them by the Tianship people. The star immediately began to collapse, and the massive blue giant star accelerated the speed of its collapse, with a supernova expected to emerge within a few hours, and the shockwave would reach Wagia star in 10 hours. Zheng Yin's current task is to rapidly evacuate the life forms on this civilization, but accomplishing this in just a few hours is nearly impossible. When the Starship fleet jumped into the orbit of Weijia's star, the besieging Unification faction fleet had already departed, and the remaining Star Alliance joint fleet was urgently assisting the Weijia people in their evacuation. From the orbit of Weijia's star, the light of the blue giant star had dimmed significantly. It was rapidly collapsing towards its center, with massive radiation being cast into space. 3 billion people, not counting animals, how can we evacuate them? Isn't this absurd? Lu was anxiously pacing. Can we launch enough slow torpedoes to slow down the collapse of the blue giant star? No, Captain. This blue giant star's core is already in rapid collapse. The immense singularity effect can easily capture the energy of the slow torpedoes. Even if we turned all the energy of the Starship into slow torpedoes under the massive gravity of the blue giant star, it would still seem insignificant. Professor Picard said. Then is there any way to swiftly evacuate the 3 billion Weijia people? Accelerate our time. Zheng Yin asked again. That won't work either, Captain. A time accelerator can only affect one side unilaterally. If we transport the Weijia people while in an accelerated time state, they would find themselves in slow motion, while our actions would be super high speed to them. The enormous inertia generated upon contact would cause fatal injuries to them. The Zabba said. Oh, I have an idea. Wu Yunqi interjected. Quickly tell me, Yunqi, what is the idea? Zheng Yin asked hastily. Energy storage cabinets. Those boxes that the galactic pirates use to capture our people. If we also use energy conversion and compression methods, we should be able to transport them much faster than our current shiploads. The boxes are still on Earth, though I don't know if we can make it. Wu Yunqi said excitedly. Great. Let's do it. Even if we can't make it, we have to try. Zheng Yin immediately ordered a jump to Earth's orbit, while sending a plan to the Star Alliance joint fleet, urging them to quickly organize the Weijia people to gather in the open area. The Earth Federation also received the message about the Starship returning to retrieve the boxes, and more than 200,000 energy storage cabinets were transported to the Starship 10 seconds later. The Starship then jumped back to the orbit of Weijia's star, delivering over 200,000 boxes to all the warships in the Starship fleet, including 500 fighter jets and 50 destroyers in the 5th-level hangar. After 10 minutes of adjustments under the leadership of the Starship, nearly 2,000 warships conducted energy compression and conversion collection of the Weijia people on the ground. During this time, the changed ship also urgently manufactured 10,000 energy storage cabinets, but it was still not enough. Finally, the Star Alliance Command made an emergency decision to use a nearby undeveloped primitive planet 50 light-years away as a temporary refuge where the changed ship would jump and release the Weijia people from the energy storage cabinets, freeing up boxes for continued transport. The changed Starship arrived at this primitive planet with 100,000 energy storage cabinets. This is a young star system, with the main star being a yellow dwarf that has just been born for 2 billion years. On its 4th planet, a large number of carbon-based life forms have evolved with atmospheric conditions very similar to Earth, but it is still in the animal age without any intelligent species evolved. To avoid affecting the normal evolution of species on this planet, Zheng Yin chose a dry continent similar to a Gobi Desert to release 1 billion Weijia people. The flora and fauna here are quite sparse, with sand and rocks everywhere. After explaining to the leadership of the Weijia people, the changed ship returned to the orbit of Weijia's star to continue the rescue. After more than 9 hours of collection, 30 billion Weijia people, along with a large portion of the native flora and fauna, were successfully placed into the quantum energy storage cabinets. At this moment, the light of the blue giant star was no longer visible from the orbit of Weijia's star. The supernova is about to explode. We need to retreat. Zheng Yin urgently called out. The joint fleet of the Star Alliance was already escaping towards the primitive planet at warp speed level 9. Coordinates set for the primitive planet. The jump engine is activated, preparing to enter the wormhole. As the changed Super Starship opened the wormhole, the supernova erupted. In fact, the supernova had already exploded 10 hours ago. Its visible light was just reaching us. Its dazzling light would illuminate half of the galaxy and persist for weeks, even months. The energy released in just a few seconds is equivalent to the total energy output of the Sun over its entire lifespan, with a massive amount of neutrinos being ejected into the universe, and the shockwave radiation will reach Weijia's star in a few seconds. At this moment, Weijia's star is like a droplet of water beside a firebomb, quietly awaiting vaporization. As this supernova exploded, a gamma-ray burst of 0.1 seconds also emerged. A gamma-ray carrying ultra-high energy surged towards the still-open wormhole. As the changed super spacecraft emerged from the wormhole, a gamma-ray burst followed closely behind. Its immense energy prevented the wormhole from closing automatically. After 10 seconds, the wormhole slowly began to close. By this time, the changed spacecraft had already been incapacitated, and the gamma-ray easily penetrated its 2 layers of shields grazing along the edge of the hull. It also penetrated the atmosphere of the primitive planet, just skimming the surface. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Fortunately, Change promptly detected the lethal danger, overriding Zheng Yin's command authority to execute evasive maneuvers. It also activated the shields on each crew member's left wrist and issued a warning about the gamma-ray attack. Although all the computers entered a state of paralysis the moment the gamma-ray passed through the shields, the individual shields maintained operation for 1 seconds, which was sufficient to protect the expedition members from fatal harm. As the first layer of shield was penetrated, change closed itself in advance, thereby protecting itself from damage. Now all that was needed was to repair the various subsystems within the spacecraft to restore normal operations. After spending 2 days restoring the operation of the change, Zheng Yin ordered the production of 100,000 quantum energy conversion storage units to evacuate the Weigia people from the primitive planet, allowing the Star Alliance to arrange new housing for them. If suitable planets could not be found, they would be assigned to the planets of various federal members. The primitive planet in question had evolved to a high level of mammalian complexity, and the emergence of intelligent civilization was not far off. The Star Alliance's consistent principle is to refrain from interfering with civilizations in such nascent states. Therefore, it is imperative to evacuate the Weigia people from this planet as soon as possible. While Zheng Yin was overseeing the production of the energy cabinets, Huang Yueqing sent him a report. Captain Daisy has shown signs of pregnancy, which means she is expecting. Daisy, Zheng Yin said in confusion. I haven't seen her with anyone lately, and she hasn't moved on from Zhou Xiao. Yes, Captain, that's why I'm reporting it to you. It's Zhou Xiao's child. We need to go there immediately. Zheng Yin sensed something was amiss, and quickly took Dai Lu and Professor Picard to the medical room. Zhou Xiaohu was a mass of dark energy in the universe born on the spacecraft to experience human life. After his death, he returned all the energy absorbed from the spacecraft. How could he possibly leave behind genetic material? Could Zhou Xiaohu's child also like him complete a human life in just a few days? When Zheng Yin expressed these doubts, Huang Yueqing laughed and said, Captain, don't you remember? Zhou Wanyin once cooked a meal for Xiaohu. Although Xiaohu only took a couple of bites, it was enough to generate genetic material. Zheng Yin then recalled this and smiled. I see, I didn't think of that. Since it took so long for the reaction to occur, it definitely won't be like Xiaohu, who left in just a few days. Yes, everything is normal with the fetus, but there is uncertainty regarding Xiaohu's genetic makeup, which constitutes another part of the child's genes, and that is completely unknown. Therefore, I must ask if you want to monitor Daisy 24 hours a day. Zheng Yin thought for a moment and said with a smile, this is the little grandson of the spacecraft. Of course, we need to take good care of it, but not in a way that feels like surveillance. From now on, we will closely monitor Daisy's physical condition and assign a dedicated caregiver to record daily observations, ensuring she does not feel psychological pressure. Huang Yueqing smiled and said, then let's send Zhou Wanyin to be the caregiver. Since they are friends, it will be easier for them to communicate on an emotional level. Zheng Yin laughed. All right, let's do that. Let's go check on her. After leaving Daisy's quarters, Zheng Yin felt very good, thinking it was a joyous occasion. However, a message from Wu Yunqi pulled him back into a state of worry. Captain, there have been strange occurrences at the temporary camp of the Weigia people on the surface. A large number of Weigia people have fallen into a state of fatigue, and there have already been cases of death. This truly was a wave of trouble following another. There were nearly 1 billion Weigia people on the surface, and a scan of the entire continental camp revealed no abnormalities. The gamma ray that penetrated the atmosphere and skimmed the surface of the planet appeared on the other side of the planet and had basically no impact on the entire primitive planet's ecosystem. Within the Weigia camp, no infectious bacteria or viruses were found, nor were any fungal spores detected. This extreme fatigue and lethargy was not contagious and occurred simultaneously across a large area. Their symptoms were similar to what the spacecraft experienced last time due to sleep deprivation, but according to patient descriptions, they dreamed extensively while asleep. Dr. Huang, have you found anything in the brain scans of the patients? Zheng Yin asked after reviewing the report. No, Captain. The brain structure of the Weigia people is different from ours, and there are no prior records in the Milky Way. The medical team is preparing to perform a brain dissection on one deceased individual, but the Weigia leadership has not yet consented. Huang Yueqing replied. In Weigia culture, there is great respect for the deceased, and a dead Weigia person's body must not be further damaged. It can only be buried as is. Therefore, conducting a brain dissection on the Weigia people could be seen as a challenge to their civilization's bottom line. The Weigia leader said to Zheng Yin, Captain, if this is the fate of our billion Weigia people, we will accept it calmly. Please collect our bodies and find a suitable planet for burial. If we violate our civilization's bottom line, what difference is there between living and dying? Zheng Yin comforted him. Don't worry, you won't die. We will find a solution as quickly as possible. This kind of thing has happened on our spacecraft before. Perhaps too worried about this matter, that night Zheng Yin had a strange dream. He and Dai Lu were standing on the surface of the primitive planet, discussing the primitive scenery before them, when suddenly countless tendrils emerged from the ground, tightly wrapping around the feet of several command group officials. Zheng Yin tried to break free, wanting to leave this planet, but the more he struggled, the tighter they became. Finally, he was so frightened that he woke up from his dream. At that moment, Change asked, Brother, I also saw the nightmare you had. Do you want me to conduct a brainwave measurement for you? Zheng Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a breath and smiled. From now on, don't watch me dream. It's quite embarrassing. Looking at the time, it was almost time to get up, and Zheng Yin could no longer sleep. He tidied himself up and went to the medical room to check on the situation of the Weigia people. To his surprise, Dai Lu, Wu Yunqi, Alice Picard, Rick Jones, Zhao Beidou, and Chekhov were all in the medical room, with Huang Yueqing conducting brainwave tests on them. Seeing Zheng Yin arrive, Wu Yunqi hurriedly asked, "Captain, did you have a nightmare last night?" Zheng Yin looked at the people in the medical room and felt a chill run down his back. The officials from the command group had all appeared in his dream. Could it be that they? Zheng Yin quickly said, "I did. We were on the primitive planet tied up by tendrils from underground, unable to escape. It seems you all had the same dream, right?" Huang Yueqing nodded. "Yes, Captain. It seems our consciousness was collectively trapped in some place. According to the investigation, this illness is not infectious, right?" Zheng Yin asked in confusion. "Yes, Captain. As of now, there are no contagious symptoms among us, and the brain area tests are all normal," Huang Yueqing said. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Yin asked, "Professor Picard, how deep did you extend your scan into the ground during the last scan of the camp?" Professor Picard replied, "Considering the root systems of the plants and the living conditions of soil microorganisms, the last scan only extended 300 meters down and no biological presence was detected." Zheng Yin said, "I see. Let's head to the bridge and conduct another scan. This time we need to reach the core of the Earth. There might indeed be something down there." An hour later, Professor Picard indeed discovered anomalies. In the interior of the primitive planet, close to the core, the flow of magma exhibited large, irregular patterns. The magma did not completely follow the planet's rotation, but showed all flow lines. Within this magma layer, which exceeded 3,000 kilometers in thickness, there were many magma clusters moving in reverse flow. They were only a few dozen meters in size, but there were many of them, and over 10,000 were found within the entire planet's mantle. Could these also be intelligent life forms? Dai Lu looked at Zheng Yin in confusion. Zheng Yin replied, "Broadly speaking, anything that can grow and reproduce can be considered life. Even religions and organizations can be seen as life. What more can we say about them? Look at the scan data. They can interact with surrounding objects, clearly meeting the criteria for narrow definitions of life. Their mode of existence truly exceeds our imagination. How can they survive in such high temperatures?" Professor Picard said, "High temperatures are only a concern for carbon-based life. There are too many uncertainties regarding other species in the universe. In the universe, absolute zero is minus 273.15 degrees, while the highest temperature has not yet been discovered. Theoretically, it could be 10 to the power of 32 degrees at the time of the Big Bang. Compared to that, the temperatures at which we carbon-based life can survive could be considered extremely cold." Zheng Yin said, "Yunqi, send them all forms of communication and see if we can establish contact with them." However, after trying all forms of communication, there was no response. It was evident that this type of life communicated differently than carbon-based life. That night, Zheng Yin and all the commanders had the same dream again, but this time they all knew they were dreaming, as if their subconscious associations had not completely overridden their primary consciousness. Once again, they found themselves on the primitive planet, surrounded by friendly animals and flowers and grasses growing on the ground. The animals were not afraid of them. Zheng Yin signaled for everyone to walk a bit further. Wherever they went, the animals followed. Eventually, these animals all stopped and looked up at the sky. This puzzled Zheng Yin and the others, but the animals glanced at them, looked up at the sky in unison, then looked back at them before continuing to gaze at the cosmos. After several such exchanges, Zheng Yin suddenly realized and hurriedly asked, "Are you trying to tell us to leave this planet quickly?" Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Zheng Yin woke up. Zheng Yin immediately convened a discussion meeting, and the officials of the command group had undergone the same experience. "Clearly, this is a subconscious contact, Captain. They can only communicate with us in this manner, and it's still very vague." Professor Picard analyzed. Perhaps their logic is completely different from that of carbon-based life forms. Maybe the way they experience life is far beyond our imagination, but one thing is clear: they successfully conveyed the message to us, which is to leave quickly. Zheng Yin said, "Even if they hadn't done this, we would still have to leave. Haven't we been busy making boxes these past few days? These magma creatures are so impatient." Dai Lu complained, "I can only say it's a misunderstanding. They don't know we're leaving in a few days, and we have no knowledge of their existence. Without any prior contact, misunderstandings are bound to happen." Zheng Yin explained. The Starship then teleported 10,000 Vaya people from the surface to the 4th-level holographic deck for testing and observation. Indeed, after leaving the primitive planet, the 10,000 Vaya people regained their senses in less than 10 minutes. At this time, the quantum energy storage cabinet had been completed, and under the supervision of the leaders of the Vaya Council, the energy conversion was undergoing compression storage. After 5 days, nearly 1 billion Vaya people on the surface had been collected. The more than 2,000 Vaya who died from illness were stored separately in regular particle compression cabinets due to lacking quantum consciousness. During these 5 days, the officials of the command group no longer had those strange dreams. Subsequently, the changed Starship fleet jumped to the Star Alliance command on the Orion arm, while the Star Alliance combined fleet set off at warp speed level 9 to their next mission point. Star Alliance Commander Deluglu held a grand welcoming ceremony for Zheng Yin and the others, arranging over 300,000 energy storage cabinets filled with Vaya people, starting to provide them with accommodations. The Starship also delivered 14 pirate transport ships and over 100 pirate captives. Most importantly, during the first destruction of the pirate base on the Sagittarius arm, 3 captured pirate commanders could serve as significant bargaining chips in future war negotiations. The leaders of the Vaya Council finally settled in the Star Alliance embassy, while the 300 selected robust Vaya warriors joined the Earth Expeditionary Force. After placing the Vaya people's energy storage cabinets down the chain, Starship began searching for pirate transport ships. After discussions with the Star Alliance command, they set their sights directly on a pirate base 2,000 light-years away, which was about the same size as the base near Tsaba Star, primarily composed of Star Alliance defectors. In the star system where this pirate base is located, there is also a low-civilization planet in a primitive society. They often suffer from the disturbances caused by galactic pirates, and the Star Alliance has always wanted to help, but has been powerless. This was also the main reason Commander Deluglu proposed to Zheng Yin, hoping to leverage the strength of Zheng Yin's starship fleet to drive away pirates and rescue that civilization in a primitive society. 10 seconds later, the starship fleet jumped into the star system composed of yellow dwarf stars in stealth mode. They were now 0.5 light-years away from the pirate base. Zheng Yin decided to investigate the primitive society planet first, so their fleet concealed itself in the orbit of the planet. After scanning the planet, Professor Picard reported the atmospheric composition is similar to Earth's, and the landing team doesn't need to be equipped with air filters. The environment of this planet has reached an extreme balance. Zheng Yin instructed, after we land, it's best not to cause any harm to the plants and animals. All weapons should be set to the lowest stunning mode. Then a landing team consisting of Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueching, Dai Lu, Rick, and the Tsaba person Y side was formed. Unexpectedly, as soon as they appeared on the ground, before they could observe the primitive society, they were spotted by a primitive native. This native was an adult male draped in leaves and vines, resembling an Earth person, but with green skin and deep green hair, as if capable of photosynthesis. He saw the appearance of Zheng Yin and the 7 others from a distance, but instead of panicking, he walked over with a smile. The words he spoke were immediately interpreted by the translator. The man smiled and said, "Welcome to our world. As long as you do not harm the plants and animals, we warmly welcome you." Zheng Yin asked curiously, "Hello, we arrived here by chance. Aren't you afraid to see us?" He pointed at the 7 of them, some with black hair and yellow skin, some with blonde hair and white skin, and Alice had a tail, while Y side had both a tail and a pair of wings. The man smiled and said, "You are much gentler than those pirates. My name is Imong, nice to meet you." Zheng Yin thought as well. They were so close to the galactic pirates and often harassed. Their worldview had already formed, so there was no need to hide it. He smiled and said, "We are the Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Star Alliance, pursuing pirates to reclaim our abducted kin. At the same time, we are also peace emissaries. Considering that you are frequently disturbed by galactic pirates, we came to this star system to eliminate pirates and help you." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yimong immediately lost his smile and calmly stated, "We do not need any help, nor do we wish for war to arise because of us, and we will not participate in any wars. Since you come with the flames of war, please return quickly." Yimong turned to leave, and Wu Yunqi hurriedly called out, "Mr. Yimong, please wait." Yimong paused, turned around, and calmly said, "My words represent our people. Do you have any doubts?" Wu Yunqi looked at Alice, who shook her head with a puzzled expression. Wu Yunqi smiled and said, "We are not warlike and will never initiate a war. In our civilization, supporting the weak and combating evil is a tradition, and we have a responsibility to do so." Yimong smiled and said, "You worry too much. That is your civilization's tradition, not ours. In our civilization, there will be no hint of war." Dai Lu asked, "When galactic pirates plunder you, do you not resist? Do you think this will make the pirates have a change of heart and stop targeting you?" Yimong thought for a moment and said, "No, but we hide before the pirates arrive, trying not to get caught." Zheng Yin said, "We fight to stop fighting. If we do not fight, we would have been devoured by the unification god by now." Yimong seemed taken aback for a moment, then said, "Endless war only leads to an infinite cycle of turmoil. Only by completely emerging from this quagmire can one reach further places. You just haven't found the way out yet." Just as Zheng Yin was about to say something, Yimong suddenly looked at the sky and shouted, "The pirates are scanning again, hurry and hide." After saying this, he dove into the nearby thicket and disappeared. Zheng Yin and the others quickly activated their shields and found a large rock to conceal themselves. Indeed, the radar showed that a pirate collection ship was flying towards them from 100 kilometers away. This collection ship was not large, it was an old model piloted by a single person. Zheng Yin decided to conduct a paralysis attack on the ship, capturing the pilot for intelligence interrogation. As the collection ship flew overhead, the 7 of them launched an electromagnetic pulse attack together. The ship, which hadn't even activated its shields, was easily paralyzed. A blue-skinned rebel emerged from the cockpit, and upon seeing Zheng Yin and the others, he immediately attacked with a phase gun. However, his attacks could not penetrate their shields. In his desperation, the pirate knelt and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Zheng Yin found him quite sensible, and the 7 of them stopped attacking. Just as they were about to apprehend him, this ruthless pirate suddenly detonated the fusion grenade on his body. The enormous shockwave sent the 7 of them flying, and the close-range electromagnetic explosion also paralyzed their shield system, causing them to crash heavily to the ground, with several of them knocked unconscious. Huang Yuqing's head coincidentally struck a rock, and when Wu Yunqi helped her up, she had already lost signs of life. Zheng Yin struggled to stand up and found that the collection ship had been blown to pieces, leaving a 10-meter wide crater on the ground, and that pirate had been vaporized on the spot. A few injured individuals gathered around speechless as they looked at Huang Yuking's body. At this moment, Zheng Yin was filled with regret, wishing he could hurl himself at the rock. Dr. Jones, teleport us back. Wait a moment. At this moment, Yimong arrived with 3 girls, stopping the teleportation. I think we can help you, Yimong said as he squatted down to look at Huang Yuking's corpse. He then said to the 3 green girls surrounded by leaves, it's not too late. When the 3 girls heard this, they looked very happy and immediately sat down around Huang Yuking's body. Yimong told Zheng Yin, this is a unique ability of our people. Please do not disturb them. Let's wait at a distance. Zheng Yin asked in confusion, do you have the ability to bring the dead back to life? Yimong smiled and said, we'll talk later. Let's go see the explosion center. As they approached the explosion center, Zheng Yin and the others noticed that with every step Yimong took, lush grass quickly grew. By the time Yimong circled the explosion center, the bare explosion site was already covered with green plants again. In the center of the crater, underground water had begun to bubble up, slowly forming a small pond. Zheng Yin and the others were left in shock, wondering what this ability was. Even the technology of a third-tier star civilization could not achieve such results so casually. Seeing the confusion on Zheng Yin and the others' faces, Yimang smiled and said, I understand your goodwill, but we truly do not need assistance. Even the Tianquan star people cannot cause us any harm, and the galactic pirates have never truly plundered us. Zheng Yin was astonished and asked, what civilization are you from? Yimang smiled and replied, we are the purest peace civilization, the light seekers who have existed since the conflict between the white light people and the unification sect. We have abandoned all high-tech development and returned to the most primitive state, collectively evolving toward the realm of consciousness energy. To alleviate your concerns, I will let you see the true appearance of our kin. After finishing his words, Yimang waved his hand toward a stretch of wilderness, and instantly, over 10,000 light seekers appeared. Some sat cross-legged on the ground, some floated in the air, and others were half buried in the soil. They were all basking in the sunlight and gentle breeze, each surrounded by a faint green glow. From a distance, these thousands of light seekers resembled a massive green cloud rising from the ground. Before Zheng Yin and the others could recover from their shock, Yimang waved his hand again, and the large group of light seekers vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the vast plain. At that moment, 3 light seeker girls approached, followed closely by Huang Yueqing. Although a bit fatigued, she appeared more vibrant, her head wound healed, and the bloodstains wiped away. Wu Yunxi and Alice were overjoyed at the sight and shouted, Sister Yueqing, rushing over. The 3 of them naturally shed some tears upon meeting, making the several men present feel a bit emotional. Zheng Yin and the others bowed to Yimang in gratitude and apologized for disturbing their meditation. Yimang smiled and said, ignorance is not to be blamed, and besides, you acted out of kindness. Please do not report our contact to your Star Alliance. We do not wish to be disturbed too much. Zheng Yin and the 7 bid farewell to Yimang, completing this remarkable visit. After returning to the Starship, they once again discussed this mysterious civilization. Alice said, my telepathic ability completely lost effectiveness in front of them. I didn't even know how to use it. In this aspect, they are far more advanced than the white light people. Huang Yueqing said, I lost consciousness after falling, and when I woke up there were 3 girls beside me. They emitted a faint light, and I felt as if I had just taken a long nap, only a bit fatigued with the wound on my head gone. Zheng Yin asked, Change, is there any record of the light seekers in the galactic level 2 civilization database? Change replied, there are no definitive records, only scattered legends, and they are quite ancient. They should date back even further than the white light people. Luda laughed and said, fortunately they are a peace faction, otherwise like the white light people we would have to deal with trouble. Zheng Yin smiled and said, all right, since we don't need to help them, we should focus on our own business and head to the pirate base. 10 minutes later, the Starship fleet appeared at the pirate base, which was established on a small asteroid with a diameter of several hundred kilometers, just like the base near the Zaba star. Around 5,000 warships gathered here with 3 heavy orbital phase cannons on the surface and 5 Sentinel space stations equipped with heavy defense weapons. Given the critical geographical position of this base in the galaxy and its proximity to the Star Alliance's territory, Zheng Yin decided to retain the base and hand it over to the Star Alliance for management after the battle. Therefore, they once again undertook a lightning operation, commanding the battle from the holographic display on the bridge. First, 1,000 Mosquito-class jamming torpedoes were launched, followed by refracted light, and then 5,000 photon torpedoes. The sudden bombardment threw the pirate base into chaos. They never dreamed that the Earth Expeditionary Force would suddenly appear at their base and launch a devastating surprise attack. Before the 5,000 warships could react, they were completely disabled by the Starship Space Forces. 1,000 warships, 500 fighter jets, 50 destroyers, 500 space mechs, and 2 frigates formed a formidable firepower output. The base fleet had already lost its combat capability. The 5 Sentinel space stations hadn't even had time to activate before they were destroyed. The changed ship fired high-energy continuous beams at the 3 orbital cannons on the base, penetrating the shields, overloading the energy transfer pipes of the cannons, and thus crippling the base's defensive capabilities. The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and the pirates surrendered. Most of them were composed of Star Alliance defectors and deserters lacking any sense of honor and dying on the battlefield. Faced with the overwhelming assault of the expeditionary force, they unhesitatingly chose to surrender. This battle destroyed 5 Sentinel space stations, over 1,000 warships, captured nearly 4,000 warships, and took 300,000 pirates prisoner. Zheng Yin reported the victory to Delugulu and handed over the base to the Star Alliance for takeover. Delugulu was very pleased and immediately dispatched a fleet to take over. Zheng Yin specifically explained to him that the nearby primitive civilization planet did not wish to be disturbed, and that the Star Alliance fleet should not appear in the planet's orbit, nor should they observe them. Although Delugulu did not understand why, seeing Zheng Yin's serious expression, he immediately agreed and wrote this order into the military regulations for taking over the base. Since the Star Alliance's takeover fleet had not yet arrived, Zheng Yin could only wait here with the Starship fleet, which would take at least 10 days to complete the handover. During this time, Luda organized an interrogation team to conduct rounds of interrogations on the pirate leaders. Although they did not extract the location of the transport ships, they had already clarified the situation of the remaining 5 pirate bases. However, on the 7th day, while Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were chatting in Huang Yuking's herb garden, Yimeng suddenly appeared. He gently knocked on the door outside Huang Yuking's small courtyard, and Zheng Yin also received a report from Change. The 3 immediately went out to greet him. Although they did not know how he arrived, there was no need to ask. With their abilities, they could go anywhere freely. Yimeng smiled and said, "I apologize for disturbing you. I believe that since you are looking for your abducted kin, you should not stay here. In 3 days, 2 billion people will die, which is something we do not wish to see. Since we have met once, I feel responsible to inform you." Zheng Yin was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? Mr. Yimeng, could you please elaborate?" Yimeng smiled and said, "If you go now, you will still be in time. Rest assured here, the pirates at the base will no longer resist. I have sent you the coordinates, and it is best not to jump." Before Zheng Yin could ask anything further, Yimeng had already vanished into thin air. Hold an emergency meeting. When everyone saw the coordinates sent by Yimeng, they were astonished. It was 80,000 light-years away from the starship's current position, entirely at the opposite end of the galaxy, and they had no idea how the pirate transport ship got there. If they did not jump flying at a speed of warp 999 would take 10 years in a straight line, but they would pass through the center of the galaxy, the galactic core, which is densely populated with black holes, quark stars, and pulsars, where supernova eruptions could occur at any moment, making it an extremely dangerous area. If they circumvented the galactic core, it would take 13 years. Even at the highest warp speed of the Starship warp 999, it would still take over 7 months to reach the destination by going around the galactic core. Yet, Yimeng mentioned that 2 billion people would die in 3 days. He did not explain what was happening, only urging them not to jump. But 3 days was a limited time for the Starship. Aside from jumping, there was no other choice. "What about the pirates?" Zheng Yin asked. "They've been surprisingly quiet. I don't know why, but they're no longer shouting. Each one sits there with their heads down like shy young ladies, not moving at all," Ludus said. "It seems the Light Seekers helped out. Yunqi sent our departure plan to the Star Alliance, saying that we have received reliable intelligence and are going to rescue our compatriots. The pirates are very compliant, and let them come to take over." Zheng Yin instructed. "Okay, I'm on it." Wu Yunqi immediately went to contact Commander Delugulu on the bridge. "For the sake of our compatriots, we should take the risk." Yimeng said it's best not to jump, but he didn't say we couldn't, and without jumping we can't catch up. Zheng Yin said, "Yes, being hesitant and fearful is not how one should act while traveling in space." Luda was the first to agree. Professor Picard chuckled and said, "The captain always voices my thoughts." In the end, after a vote by the command group, everyone agreed that they should take the risk. 80,000 light-years away with 8 jump points, they would perfectly bypass the galactic core. Before departure, Zheng Yin had Change conduct a thorough inspection of all the systems on the ship. The medical team performed health checks on every expeditionary force member, screening for any health issues. 1,000 warships also underwent comprehensive self-inspections. After making sufficient preparations, the Starship fleet jumped to the first coordinate point 10,000 light-years away. 10 seconds later, the Starship fleet emerged from a colorful wormhole and scathed. Finally, a sigh of relief. See, nothing happened. Luda laughed. Zheng Yin smiled and said, "This is just the beginning, Luda. You really know how to comfort people. We still have 7 jumps to go." Beta Chekhov continued jumping. The second jump was also successfully completed. Next came the third, and then the fourth jump, which passed over the galactic core. Although the science team had considered the dangers of the galactic core when establishing the jump coordinate, space jumps are a technology of a third-tier galactic civilization involving artificial wormholes. In the subdimensional space, there would be no interference with the main space, thus, they overlooked the central location of the galaxy, the galactic core. "We are about to perform the 4th jump. The wormhole is now open and countdown preparations are underway." However, when the Starship entered, Zheng Yin immediately noticed something was amiss. This wormhole was pitch black. Change immediately checked the jump engine. Professor Picard scanned the interdimensional space outside the Starship. Zheng Yin anxiously paced on the bridge, thinking to himself, there can be no room for complacency. Moments later, Professor Picard almost simultaneously exclaimed, "With Xiao Beidou, Captain, we have exited the wormhole." At the same time, a dazzling white light flooded the bridge, and outside all the observation windows was a vast expanse of white. Upon closer inspection, numerous tiny black dots could be seen within the white light. Luda was completely bewildered. Are we in the Silver Core? Zheng Yin asked. No, Captain, we are in normal space, and there are no celestial bodies within 5 light-years, Professor Picard replied. Everything is functioning normally with the jump engine and all subsystems are operational. Change completed her self-check and reported. If everything is fine, then where is the problem? Professor Picard, what about beyond 5 light-years? Zheng Yin inquired again. It's a planet composed of antimatter. Professor Picard spoke slowly. What? Zheng Yin could hardly believe his ears. To be precise, we are currently in an observable universe composed of antimatter, he explained. So we have become antimatter in this antimatter universe? Zheng Yin asked. Yes, Captain. The distinction between matter and antimatter is merely a nomenclature. To us, this is a universe of antimatter, but to them we have become antimatter. The name changes, but the opposing truths remain the same. This is what your Tao Te Ching refers to. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, or the name that can be named is not the eternal name. Professor Picard elucidated. Hey, old Picard, you really know how to surprise me. I didn't expect you to have researched this so thoroughly, Luda said with a wry smile. Zheng Yin's eyes widened as he ran to the observation window, carefully gazing at the distant black dots, and slowly asked, are those black dots planets in the antimatter universe? From the detection results, yes, these antimatter celestial bodies are absorbing the white light from the cosmic space contrary to the planets in our universe, Professor Picard replied. Zheng Yin asked, how long can our shields hold? Clearly they had to consider the consequences of matter-antimatter annihilation. Professor Picard replied, there's no need to worry about this. All the zero-point energy devices in our fleet are functioning normally, drawing energy from the infinite high-frequency parallel universes, thus supporting the self-frequency deviation shields for quite some time. Hearing this, Zheng Yin finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Quickly find a way back. Staying here is not a good idea. Professor Picard said, Captain, a reverse jump may not necessarily lead us back to our world. We might end up in an even more bizarre universe or remain trapped here forever. Zheng Yin replied, we can't just wait here. Beidou set the last coordinates as the jump point. Chekhov, initiate the jump immediately. After the wormhole opened, the Starship formation entered a pitch-black interdimensional space. 10 seconds later, the Starship formation emerged from 10,000 light-years away, surrounded by the same white brightness with a vast dark area behind the fleet, which was the core region of this antimatter galaxy, the Silver Core, or rather it should be called the Black Core. Zheng Yin ordered 9 more jumps at the Black Core, yet there were no changes whatsoever. As for why the Starship formation had suddenly entered this antimatter universe, the science team and Change had provided no answers. 2 days passed, and on the 3rd day, Zheng Yin wearily arrived at the bridge where Alice was having a heart-to-heart with him. Suddenly, a connection signal appeared on Wu Yunqi's communication control panel. On the other side was a dark humanoid figure surrounded by dark objects, but slightly veiled in a thin layer of white mist, allowing Zheng Yin to discern it slightly. Zheng Yin suddenly regained his spirit. The screen revealed a pitch-black image, making it impossible to discern anything. After 10 minutes of interpretation, by Change, a somewhat comprehensible scene gradually emerged. On the other side was a dark humanoid figure surrounded by dark objects, but slightly veiled in a thin layer of white mist, allowing Zheng Yin to discern it slightly. The other side appeared to be a place similar to a starship bridge, and this dark humanoid was making indistinct sounds which Change gradually deciphered, revealing that the logic of every sentence they spoke was inverted. After the decoding, the commanders in the bridge finally understood the meaning from the other side. We are a cosmic exploration vessel, and we have detected that you are in an antimatter state, which is very dangerous. You could be annihilated at any moment. May I ask which civilization you come from, and what has happened? We want to help you. Zheng Yin immediately replied, we come from another universe, which is the antimatter universe for you. Everything there is the opposite of what it is here. I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship. We unexpectedly entered here during a space jump 2 days ago, and we are currently searching for a way out. If we can receive your help, it would be a highly significant exchange between the matter and antimatter universes. The shadow on the other side appeared somewhat surprised, turned to look at the people behind him, and then said to Zheng Yin, my name is Luke, and I am the captain of the exploration vessel. I apologize for your predicament, but it is likely our doing. Zheng Yin asked, I don't understand what you mean. Could you explain it in detail? Luke replied, 2 days ago we were conducting an experiment on a space bridge at the center of the Black Core. As we activated it, a massive swarm of dark matter erupted from the bridge. By the time we went to trace its landing trajectory, that swarm of dark matter had disappeared, leaving only traces of the jump. Clearly, due to the simultaneous overlap of matter and antimatter wormholes, a cross-current phenomenon occurred, which led you to accidentally enter our universe. We have been following the traces of the jump and coincidentally received the antimatter signal wave you emitted. Zheng Yin said you were able to trace the jump traces, which must indicate that your technology is far more advanced than ours. Please help us return. We are waiting to rescue 2 billion of our kin. Luke said it is our responsibility to help you since you fell into this predicament because of us. However, your starship formation is equally advanced, and even in our universe it's difficult to find. If you have no means, we cannot guarantee success. Zheng Yin replied, this starship and the more than 1,000 vessels behind it are a gift from fate. We understand very little about this highly advanced technology and cannot fully master it yet. Please do your best. Luke said we will do our best. Please follow us. He then led them to the edge of the black core aboard his dark starship. They opened the test phase space bridge again, which was originally designed to connect two distant star systems. Following the erroneous operations from the last time, the changed super starship formation and the black core space bridge activated simultaneously at the same coordinate point. After bidding farewell to Luke, the starship formations entered the wormhole. 10 seconds later, they emerged on the other side of the black core in the antimatter universe, having crossed a jump of 10,000 light-years without penetrating through the membrane of matter and antimatter. Luke immediately sent a deep space message: Captain Zheng Yin, please return to the space bridge testing point. The two overlapping wormholes have two different exits, and we only have a 50% chance of success. A 50% chance of success does not imply that failing last time guarantees success this time. Every jump is a fresh probability validation, and each time carries a 50% chance. Even executing a jump test with 10 starships simultaneously, the total probability is not fixed at 50%, as each warship's individual probability is only 50%. There won't be 5 ships failing 100% nor 5 ships succeeding 100%, thus individual probabilities cannot determine overall probabilities. During the fourth jump, a breakthrough finally occurred. Indeed, under the overlapping effects of the matter and antimatter wormholes, they passed through the intersection of the membranes of matter and antimatter, entering the interdimensional space of positive matter surrounded by colorful and shifting lights. At this moment, Zheng Yin felt that the colorful lights of this interdimensional space were incredibly familiar. However, upon their arrival, they fell into a new predicament. Although this was an observable positive universe composed of positive particles, the celestial bodies around them were all very unfamiliar, clearly not within the Milky Way. And there were still 10 minutes until the time of death for the 2 billion humans that Yamong had mentioned. Beidou determined the spatial coordinates. Where are we now? Captain, we are currently positioned in the middle of the Andromeda Galaxy, 2,500,000 light-years away from the edge of the Milky Way, and 258 light-years from the coordinate point given by Yamong. Zhao Beidou reported. Oh, we're getting further away. This is unacceptable. Luda exclaimed, nearly jumping up. How long would it take to bypass the silver core using space jumps? 45 minutes. There's not enough time. Luda slumped to the ground. Zheng Yin stood up resolutely and said, even if there's not enough time, we must jump. Beidou set the endpoint coordinates. Chekhov maximized the jump engine power for an ultra-long distance single jump. Starship Fleet Commander, your power is limited, so activate stealth mode and jump slowly behind. A super long-distance wormhole was opened, and the change swiftly entered, traveling at sublight speed in the interdimensional space, with the wormhole's exit yet to be created as the jump engine operated at full power. At this moment, all the expedition members were anxiously awaiting a miracle to occur. Just then, Professor Picard detected a rapidly moving object outside the starship. To be precise, it was a humanoid being. This strange figure was enveloped in a transparent energy bubble and was leisurely gliding through the interdimensional space. Yunchi, quick, send a communication request to him. Zheng Yin was incredibly excited, praying for divine intervention. However, just as Wu Yunchi sent out the communication, the figure had already appeared in the bridge with a cheerful smile. Zheng Yin immediately stood up, bowing to the mysterious figure, and said with a smile, "May I ask which civilization you hail from? How can you travel alone in this dimensional space?" The mysterious person resembled a human, but had 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs, as if 3 individuals were back to back. The mysterious figure smiled and said, "I am a traveler, a collective consciousness of the entire Sen Yuan civilization. We have been journeying through the universe for 1,000,000 years, exploring the unknown cosmos and discovering uncharted civilizations. It is an honor to meet you here." This revelation astonished the crew aboard the starship, as they had not expected a civilization to evolve into such a form. Zheng Yin replied, "It is an honor to meet you. However, we find ourselves in great trouble. If you could provide assistance, the Galactic Interstellar Alliance welcomes your visit." The traveler responded, "We do not participate in any civil conflicts and cannot help you fight your enemies." Zheng Yin insisted, "No, that won't be necessary. We are not asking for your help to eliminate our enemies. We are in a hurry to find our 2 billion kin, but we are running out of time. In just a few minutes, our kin will perish. If you can transport us to the coordinates in time, you can prevent this disaster." The traveler asked, "What happened to your 2 billion kin? Why will they die in a few minutes? Was it casualties from an enemy attack, or did a black hole consume them, or was it due to a supernova explosion or some other cosmic incident?" Zheng Yin replied, "We do not know. The person who provided us with the information only gave us the coordinates and the time, urging us to hurry and save them. Their civilization is like yours, not participating in any wars." The traveler then asked, "From your destination coordinates, it appears to be somewhere in the Milky Way. As members of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, how did you end up in the Andromeda Galaxy, over 2 million light-years away?" Zheng Yin briefly recounted the journey of the starship through the antimatter universe. Clearly fascinated by the antimatter universe, the traveler nodded repeatedly and said, "It seems the light-seeking beings have alerted you. I never expected you to have such a wondrous journey. My travels now have a new objective. Antimatter universes exist only in theory. It appears you have inadvertently discovered the means to access it. Since you have inspired me, I will now send you to your destination coordinates." With that, the traveler vanished, and the sublight pulse engine of the changed super starship increased its power 100-fold. Moments later, they jumped out of the wormhole connecting the two star systems. The traveler had already departed. Before them lay a lonely and desolate planet orbited by an aging white dwarf star, which caused the planet to reflect very little visible light, making it difficult to discern its surface terrain. Professor Picard scanned quickly and see if there are any anomalies. Captain, there is air on the planet's surface suitable for carbon-based life, and we've detected battleships of the Tianquan aliens on the ground. Professor Picard reported. Projected onto the holographic platform. Once the Tianquan aliens' battleships were magnified and projected onto the holographic platform, the command team was unable to sit still. They saw a massive altar on the ground neatly arranged with 200,000 quantum energy storage units. Surrounding it were 300 battleships and over 1,000 tall Tianquan aliens. They surrounded the altar, bowing repeatedly in worship. A bright light seemed to appear in the air, spinning above the quantum energy storage units. Zheng Yin and the others found this light somewhat familiar. It was the five-dimensional unification that appeared during the civilization trial in the jury observation area. What should we do, Captain? Daliu felt utterly helpless at that moment. Among the human compatriots they had rescued previously, his wife and daughter were not among them, nor were Huang Yuking's family. They watched as many members of the expedition found their families feeling only envy. Now all the remaining humans were trapped on this planet, and their families were certainly among them. However, the five-dimensional unification had already appeared and was not far from feeding. At this moment, Huang Yueqing hurriedly entered the bridge, looking helplessly at Zheng Yin. Zheng Yin immediately issued an order: Space Combat Team assemble. Dr. Jones, quickly teleport 100,000 machine warriors down to seize the energy storage units and capacitors and first destroy the battleships on the ground. The changed super starship immediately appeared in orbit. The battle began. Change, do you have any weapons in your restricted technologies that can harm the five-dimensional continuum? Zheng Yin asked anxiously. No, Captain. The technology of a third-tier stellar civilization cannot inflict any damage on a fourth-tier dimensional civilization. However, due to the results of the civilization trial, they cannot directly act against your humans. Change replied. Destroy the altar. Daliu shouted. Since it needs the altar to feed, let's destroy the altar. Change, order the machine warriors to seize the energy storage units while destroying the altar and the Tianquan aliens. At this moment, the starship's artillery had already targeted the ground, catching the unsuspecting Tianquan aliens off guard. They were fully engrossed in communion with the unification divine, and 300 battleships were instantly destroyed. 100,000 machine warriors were teleported to the ground and immediately entered flight mode, resembling a massive flock of birds as they swooped towards the altar. They simultaneously launched attacks on the over 1,000 Tianquan aliens. Among these Tianquan aliens, some had already been possessed by the unification divine and were not afraid of the machine warriors' attacks. With a wave of their hands, they caused large groups of machine warriors to lose power, immediately shutting down and crashing to the ground. The machine warriors only managed to retrieve a few thousand energy storage units, placing the boxes onto the shuttle before attempting to seize more, but soon suffered total annihilation. However, those Tianquan aliens who were not possessed by the unification divine were also eliminated with over 500 casualties. What remained were the combined entities of the Tianquan aliens and the unification divine. They waved their hands again, sending the 100,000 machine warriors into the air, hurtling towards the sky at extreme speed towards the fighter fleet. Each machine warrior possessed immense energy, their explosive power rivaling that of photon torpedoes. At that moment, it was equivalent to 100,000 high-explosive missiles charging into the space fleet. In an instant, over 100 fighters were destroyed, more than 200 were severely damaged, and over 50 space mechs were destroyed with more than 100 suffering damage. Fortunately, 50 destroyers quickly formed a shield wall to block the attack. The combined entities of the Tianquan aliens and the unification divine were not truly invincible. During the firefight, over 10 were blown to pieces, but those were the physical bodies of the Tianquan aliens, while the five-dimensional unification sustained no damage. At this moment, the shortcomings of the electrocuting army were revealed. They were nearly invincible against the energy weapons of the battleships, but they inflicted no harm on the combined entities of the Tianquan aliens and the unification divine, and were even largely absorbed. Electrocuting army, retreat. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. Zheng Yin shouted urgently. However, over 3,000 electrocuting units had already been consumed. Capacitor launched the gravitational beam to pull the boxes away. Fire the neutrino split cannon. The Space Army attack with full force, cover the starship. Soon, under the suicide cover of the Space Army, the Change's gravitational beam pulled the energy storage units 10 kilometers away. A neutrino split cannon quickly fired into the Tianquan aliens, but the silver explosion did not kill a single Tianquan alien. What is going on? Didn't we just blow apart over a dozen Tianquan aliens? Zheng Yin asked, puzzled. Professor Picard replied, according to the battlefield replay, the Tianquan aliens killed in the first attack were destroyed by conventional bombs. The pilot of that fighter was a World War II enthusiast keen on modifying his weapon systems and armed it with conventional bombs. To be precise, the Tianquan aliens died from shrapnel caused by explosions. So the unification body is just too high energy, only defending against ultra-high energy beam attacks while neglecting primitive damage. This is just a hypothesis, but unfortunately that pilot sacrificed himself, so we cannot verify it. Just then the combined entities of the Tianquan aliens and the unification divine had already flown into the air, launching an attack on the fleet. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "There is no time to think. Treat this like a dead horse being used as a live one. Change, quickly manufacture 100 basic submachine guns. Dahlia, let's go down." By the time Zheng Yin and 100 daredevils were teleported to the ground, the space army had suffered heavy losses. Over 300 fighters had been destroyed, more than 200 space mechs were lost, and a destroyer was quickly breached by more than a dozen Tianquan aliens falling to the ground. Fortunately, under the cover of so many sacrifices from the space army, all the energy storage units were pulled into the Starship by the gravitational beam. As soon as Zheng Yin's daredevils appeared, they opened fire on the Tianquan aliens. Indeed, the five-dimensional unification did not expect them to use such primitive attack methods, and over 100 were instantly killed. However, the remaining 200 quickly adjusted their shield fields, and the bullets fired could not penetrate the force fields, causing no further harm. "We will fight to hold them off. Quickly retreat. Avenge us later." At this moment, the combined entities of the Tianquan aliens and the unification divine had already flown into space, sending dozens of individuals to block the space combat team, while the remaining 200 unleashed energy rays at the Starship, quickly damaging the power systems through the shields. The jump engines were forced to shut down. "Captain, take your compatriots and flee. Don't worry about us. Dying on the battlefield is an honor. We will fight to hold them off. Quickly retreat. Avenge us later." He cannot gamble the lives of 20 billion people on a whim. "Check off, engage maximum warp and retreat regardless of direction." Zheng Yin shouted this almost in tears. However, after the warp engine was activated, the Starship did not depart. The warp engine failed. The conventional pulse engines also malfunctioned. The Starship ran aground. While the expeditionary forces awaited their impending doom, a brilliant yet gentle light shone upon them. All the Tianquan star people and the unification deity were quietly extinguished by this light, as clusters of unification deity energy were extracted from the corpses. The core of the unification deity within the planetary atmosphere was also forcibly pulled into space. The five-dimensional unification entities seemed to struggle desperately, their glowing energy forms twisted into various shapes. Once the core of the unification deity was drawn into space, the detached, individual, five-dimensional entities were systematically eradicated. In the presence of the core, clusters of energy bodies were obliterated until none remained. Only then did the brilliant light release the struggling unification deity core, which quickly fled, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, a giant female figure appeared in space, emanating a transparent light. This was the fusion of the Nuwa clan from a higher civilization. The Nuwa deity said, "The five-dimensional unification entities did not fulfill the results of the civilization trial and directly attacked the lower-dimensional civilization, violating the laws of the civilization court. They will be sanctioned by the Joint Council in five-dimensional space and exiled to the silent universe, ensuring they will no longer disrupt your evolution." After finishing her words, she vanished, and all functions of the Starship returned to normal. "Quickly transport the wounded to the medical bay, all personnel regroup, clear the battlefield, and treat the injured." After the Nuwa clan from the higher dimension departed, 1,000 warships and 2 escort ships finally jumped in, regretting their absence from the battle. Especially the warship personnel, who were utterly disheartened upon learning that there had been a direct confrontation with the unification deity. To them, returning to the galaxy to follow Zheng Yin was primarily about battling their arch-nemesis, the unification deity, yet they had just missed this opportunity, unsure if it would arise again. This direct confrontation with the five-dimensional unification entities resulted in heavy losses for the Starship fleet. 400 fighter jets were destroyed, 300 space mechs were lost, 1 destroyer was obliterated, 100,000 machine soldiers were annihilated, and 3,000 electric devourers were consumed. The Earth expeditionary forces sacrificed 1,200 space squad members. Even so, this was under the condition that the five-dimensional unification entities held back from directly attacking humanity, merely attaching some of their energy to the Tianquan star people's bodies to perform ineffectual attacks. Had the Nuwa clan appeared any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Over 1,000 Tianquan star people also perished. Even if the Nuwa clan from the higher dimension had not come once the unification deity left their bodies, they would not survive, as their bodily structures could not withstand the immense energy release of the five-dimensional unification entities. Their internal organs had already been burned to ashes. The medical bay was filled with wounded soldiers, yet their faces radiated with the joy of victory. A day later, the Starship fleet jumped back to the lunar orbit of the solar system. On Earth, a celebration erupted, people cheered and rejoiced. In the Australian grasslands, 2 billion of their human compatriots finally returned to the embrace of their Mother Earth. Dai Lu finally found his long-missed wife and daughter, and he could not contain his emotions, bursting into laughter while crying. His daughter Lu Mingjia asked, "Dad, we just took a nap. How come you have a beard and look so old?" Dai Lu laughed, "Silly girl, you've been asleep for nearly half a year. I chased after you all the way out of the galaxy. Come, let's go meet Uncle Yin. He is Dad's best brother and now the Marshal of Earth. Huang Yueqing also found her 3-year-old son and her parent Sinlaw among the crowd. The family reunited embracing and weeping. Huang Yueqing had divorced her husband 3 years ago. He was a university professor who cheated on her with his student during her pregnancy. The student suffered severe bleeding from 2 miscarriages and ultimately lost her life. After learning of this, Huang Yueqing was heartbroken and immediately divorced her husband. Her in-laws, understanding the situation personally, sent their son to prison and severed all ties, choosing to support Huang Yueqing in caring for her grandson. Huang Yueqing had never mentioned this incident, and Zheng Yin and the others had long known about it from the commander's files, but chose to avoid discussing it. Human society returned to normal, and the Earth Federation established a new space fleet consisting of 300 escort ships and 700 destroyers to join the Star Alliance coalition and fight against the Unification sect on the front lines. Zheng Yin also dispatched 1,000 warships to the Star Alliance coalition, allowing them to fight against the Unification sect on the front lines, fulfilling their wishes. All the humans who had been abducted have been rescued, and Zheng Yin had significantly fewer reinforcements for the space troops. After the last battle, he clearly understood that in the face of higher-level civilizations, having more troops was meaningless. Therefore, this time the scale of the space military was much smaller than before. All the humans who had been abducted have been rescued, and Zheng Yin had significantly fewer reinforcements for the space troops. The army of electric devourers had only 1,000 remaining, while 6,000 were returned to the atmosphere of the origin star. The human expeditionary force maintained around 100,000 members. Each member civilization of the Star Alliance sent their top scientists to the Starship, forming a 5,000-member Star Alliance cooperative scientific group, led by Professor Picard, with the Zaba person, Weist, as the chief advisor. Now the changed Super Starship no longer had the task of pursuing galactic pirates. It became a civilization exploration vessel. Zheng Yin aimed to lead all Starship personnel to explore deep space and help maintain the balance of the Star Alliance. Many families of the expeditionary forces also boarded the Starship. A school was established on the first deck for hundreds of children to study. Dai Liu's wife remained a teacher at the school, and Huang Yueqing's son Huang Chengchong also moved aboard the Starship with her. Before setting sail, the Starship hosted weddings for 50 pairs of expeditionary newcomers. This mobile space city had fully acquired all the functions of human society. Thus, departments such as civil affairs, education, culture, public security, and sports were established alongside the original scientific, combat, medical, communication, diplomatic, engineering, logistics, and command groups, totaling 13 departments. The next target of the change was a first-level planetary civilization located on the Orion Arm to carry out the First Contact Plan. This planetary civilization is an ancient civilization that emerged under a protection agreement 1,000 years ago. After a millennium of development, they have developed a warp engine breaking free from their own star system, and the Star Alliance has sent them greetings. They were informed that one day later Star Alliance ambassador Zheng Yin would arrive for a visit. When Zheng Yin and his team arrived in this star domain, they discovered that their main star was an aging yellow dwarf, and this planet had once hosted a highly developed civilization hundreds of millions of years ago, but due to the passage of time no records remained in the Star Alliance. This civilization called Mora has no connection to the previous civilization. They are a new species that re-emerged on Mora star covered in colorful fur. They have not evolved the tradition of wearing clothes, believing it unnecessary to cover their bodies, considering it superfluous. The diplomatic group consisting of Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Lu Daliu, Rick, and Weist arrived on the surface in a shuttle. They did not directly teleport down as a sign of respect for the lower civilization, which is a consistent practice of the Star Alliance. The Mora society still has the presence of an emperor, who is the nominal supreme leader of the entire planet, but there are hundreds of countries beneath him, and real power does not lie in the emperor's hands. The development of the entire planet is also decided by a cabinet composed of 9 major nations, with the emperor only having the right to approve and execute the plans presented. Thus, the emperor was very enthusiastic and pleased with Ambassador Zheng Yin's arrival, while the 9 cabinet elders remained relatively indifferent. After the customary tour, Zheng Yin, on behalf of the Star Alliance, requested the emperor to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. The emperor readily agreed and ordered the 9 cabinet elders to immediately formulate a plan for joining, but the elders suggested that a nationwide vote should be conducted and a decision should be made according to the will of the global populace. This evidently angered the emperor, but he dared not say much. The nationwide vote was held immediately, during which the elders invited the diplomatic team to visit the sacred sites on the planet. According to their investigation, this sacred site should belong to the previous civilization. It is located within the belly of a great mountain extending for hundreds of miles into a cave. At the end of the cave lies a lake spanning several dozen kilometers, with the water emitting colorful light, illuminating the entire cave like an illusion. A floating stone pathway extended to the center of the lake, where there was a stone platform with spring water flowing gently from it. The 9 cabinet elders invited Zheng Yin and his companions to the stone platform at the lake's center. An elderly Mora elder said, "Our race originated from the mammals of this mountain. Because our ancestors accidentally discovered the sacred site and drank the spring water, we rapidly evolved intelligence. Since then, this place has become our holy land, and only heroes revered by the people and the most honored guests are qualified to drink from it. Today you are the first extraterrestrial visitors to the Mora civilization and the ambassadors of peace from the Star Alliance. Please allow me to express the highest respect on behalf of all Mora people and invite you to drink from the sacred spring. With that he filled 7 stone cups. To be honest, Zheng Yin was quite resistant to such matters. Drinking water on an alien planet without caution is extremely dangerous, as no one knows what minerals and microorganisms might be in the water without scanning it. However, he could not directly refuse. Zheng Yin glanced at Alice, who indicated that the cabinet elders were sincere. Zheng Yin could only internally command change, skin the water in the cup. Brother, the composition of the water is the same as that of spring water on Earth and will not have any side effects on you. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he raised the stone cup. Everyone drank it in one go. As soon as the water went down, Zheng Yin felt refreshed all over and thought, this is truly a good thing. Why have I never had it on Earth? Lu Daliu and the others also exclaimed about its deliciousness. The elder laughed. Please forgive us. If it weren't for our cultural restrictions, we would be willing to give you several tons. Zheng Yin smiled, being treated so grandly. We are already flattered. How could we take more while eating? 10 minutes later, Change reported, Captain, your bodies are all normal. Would you like to conduct a scan for cloaking technology? The next day, while Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were visiting the school to see the children, a strange incident occurred as they were playing with the kids. Suddenly, Lu Mingjia shouted, Uncle Yin and Aunt Yun have turned transparent. In Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi's eyes, it was the children who had become transparent, but it was only for an instant as they returned to normal in less than a second. Zheng Yin immediately sensed danger. After comforting the children, he hurriedly took Wu Yunqi back to the bridge. Professor Picard scanned the entire starship. At that moment, Huang Yueqing also sent a report. Captain, I just suddenly entered a transparent state, but quickly returned. Please scan the medical room. Zheng Yin said, it's not just you, Sister Yueqing. Wu Yunqi and I will come over, inform Lu Daliu, Rick, and Weiss to report to the medical room. Let's conduct a full body check first. As Zheng Yin suspected, everyone who had drunk the sacred spring from Mora Star had briefly entered a transparent state. After the medical team scanned everyone, no abnormalities were found, and Professor Picard also reported no anomalies aboard the starship. Change, didn't you check that the water contained no anomalies? Zheng Yin asked. Yes, Captain, I conducted an atomic-level scan of the water. Aside from water molecules, there were only a few minerals similar to those in Earth's spring water. The self-luminescence of the water is due to phosphorescent stones at the lake's bottom, which does not affect the water quality itself. That's strange. Alice, what were your psychic impressions at that time? Zheng Yin asked again. Their thoughts were simple. It was pure admiration for us with no hostility. Captain, although you all briefly exhibited transparent states, the starship's monitoring system did not detect your disappearance. This is likely just a refraction phenomenon of light. Professor Picard analyzed. However, just as he finished speaking, Zheng Yin and the other 7 again simultaneously entered a transparent state, this time lasting for 10 seconds. During this time, Professor Picard scanned the 7 individuals and accurately grasped Lu Dalius' arm, which fully demonstrated that the 7 had merely undergone light refraction. Wu Yunqi attempted to contact the Mora cabinet, but was rejected. Simultaneously, the entire planet was enveloped in a protective shield. This action from Mora Star plunged Zheng Yin into anxiety. All personnel enter alert status. Professor Picard, if we encounter any accidents, you and Dr. Jones will take over the starship. After the arrangements, Zheng Yin and the others had to conduct another scan. Change, perform a quark-level scan on the 7 of us. 10 minutes later, Change reported, Captain, your bodies are all normal. Would you like to conduct a scan for cloaking technology? Not yet, that's too dangerous. After all, we have only manifested transparent states, and there are no discomforts in our bodies. Lu Daliu said, could it be that this is the doing of the Tianquan people? Zheng Yin replied, the actions of the Mora people are indeed bizarre and illogical. We must prepare for the worst. Subsequently, the communication team continued to attempt communications with the Mora people while the science team hastened their research on the transparent state. Change delved into the Mora database to check for any anomalies in recent times. Just after Zheng Yin finished the deployment, they again exhibited a transparent state, this time lasting for 10 minutes, and in the final few seconds the starship's monitoring system also detected their disappearance. Change infiltrated the Mora database and discovered that there had been no records of events on their planet in the last 3 months. No news reports, no personal life records, not even the first flight report of the warp aircraft, as if the civilization on this planet had vanished 3 months ago. Goodness, a ghost civilization, Lu Daliu said, feeling a chill run down his spine. Wu Yunqi laughed. Brother Daliu, I've noticed that ever since sister-in-law and Xiao Mingjia found you, you've become timid. Lu Daliu chuckled. It's not timidity, it's caution. When has Lu Daliu ever been afraid? Huh. At that moment, Professor Picard reported again, Captain, through the planet's shield, we have only scanned empty cities. There is no detection of the Mora people. Zheng Yin thought for a moment and asked Alice, when we met the Mora Emperor, what emotions did you sense from him? Alice replied, the Emperor was very happy to see us, eager about something, and a bit sorrowful. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Zheng Yin smiled. True strangeness is hard to detect, and their ghostly disappearance is too much. Lu Daliu laughed. All right, Captain, you're almost catching up to the experts in the administrative team. Zheng Yin laughed. It's all laid out before us. It's clearly a scam. Space combat, team mobilize. Patrol around Morris Star. If we discover any incoming or outgoing ships, immediately capture them. And if we cannot capture them, destroy them. With Zheng Yin's command, 300 fighter jets, 200 space mechs, 50 destroyers, and 2 frigates flew out of the Starship's port, spreading out in orbit around Morris Star. Zheng Yin also had Professor Picard release 10,000 lightspeed probes to monitor near the planet. Just after completing this round of deployment, Zheng Yin and his companions again entered a transparent state, this time lasting for an hour. In the last 10 minutes, they completely disappeared, and the existing detection technology on the Starship could not find any trace of them. Professor Picard applied to change for multidimensional space scanning technology, but was refused. Change said only Zheng Yin, who has achieved consciousness symbiosis with me, can unlock the technology of a third-tier galactic civilization. I cannot initiate it on my own. At that moment, the Star Alliance Joint Science Team discovered anomalies. 10 minutes after Zheng Yin and the others completely vanished, a Jabba person from the United Scientific Team of the Star Alliance detected an anomaly. The layer of shield enveloping the planet's surface, crafted with the technology of the Tianquan Star people, could protect, while simultaneously concealing organic matter. When this Jabba person brought the report, Zheng Yin and the others reappeared. After reviewing the report, Lu asked, "Is the captain going to attack?" Zheng Yin replied, "No, we just invited them to join the Star Alliance. We have yet to see any results. As for the Tianquan Star people's conspiracy, we haven't caught them in the act, so we cannot act rashly." Professor Picard continued leading the scientific team to monitor and find out the reason for our disappearance. Before Lu could say anything, they vanished again. This time it was a direct disappearance without the prior transparency. In the eyes of Zheng Yin and the other 6, it was not they who disappeared, but the entire crew aboard the Starship. Sigh, who knows how long we will disappear this time. Lu sat down in despair. Zheng Yin also took a seat and inadvertently pressed a button on the medical device, which unexpectedly lit up. During the 10 minutes of their last disappearance, they were so anxious that they did not have time to examine the surrounding equipment. Now they discovered that their vanishing state could actually affect the surrounding objects. This sparked an idea in Zheng Yin, and he hurriedly asked Change, are you there? There was no answer. Regardless, we cannot just wait here. Yun Qi sent out all forms of communication waves to the surrounding space. Professor Wise scanned for Mo Star. Lu, Rick, and Alice remain on alert. Dr. Huang continues searching for anomalies in our bodies. Soon Professor Wise also discovered the anomaly of the shield, which had a special oscillation frequency that could hide certain marked objects within the shield, shifting them into a small dimensional space. This was somewhat similar to the stealth technology of the Change Starship. Moreover, this technology was one that most second-level civilizations in the galaxy could not master. The Tianquan Star people had repeatedly applied this technology on the battlefield. Thus, it was almost certain that this conspiracy was orchestrated by the Tianquan Star people. However, the vanishing state of Zheng Yin and the other 6 was not due to being marked for invisibility. Although they were also in a special dimensional space, they were not inside the planet's shield, nor were they in the same dimensional space as the invisible Mo people. At that moment, Wu Yunqi received a message from deep space. In this dimensional space, where only the 7 of them existed, receiving a message from outside was considered impossible, yet it came from billions of light years away in deep space. The appearance of this message indicated that this dimensional space was not exclusively open for the 7 of them. The scale of the space was not limited to the yellow dwarf star system in front of them. Beyond it, other intelligent life forms existed. Subsequently, Professor Wise used a deep space probe to discover that the structure of this dimensional universe was consistent with the main universe, and many planets had evolved advanced civilizations. When the video call was connected, the large screen displayed a ball of white light, which then transformed into a human figure that addressed Zheng Yin, saying, "May I ask which civilization you are from? Why did you take the initiative to enter the dimensional space we created?" Zheng Yin immediately responded, "I am Zheng Yin, the commander of this starship. We are a civilization exploration vessel from the Galactic Star Alliance. We are pacifists, and our mission is to explore the unknown universe and discover unknown civilizations. Regarding entering your dimensional space, it was unintentional. We didn't even know how we ended up here. You could say we were forcibly pulled in. We are currently looking for a way out." The entity on the other side replied, "We are the previous civilization of this Mo star, having evolved to your theoretical level 5 cosmic civilization 30 billion years ago. We created this dimensional universe and observed the progression of life here. You do not belong here and have clearly consumed the genetic modification fluid we left in the main universe, which is why you were pulled into this dimensional universe by its force." Zheng Yin hurriedly asked, "Can you help us return? Our crew is waiting for us." The other side replied, "Yes, but your memories will be erased upon your return because our observation experiment aims for evolution into higher-level civilizations. This place cannot be disturbed. There are still many level 4 civilization forces in the main universe, and we do not wish to get involved in their conflicts." Zheng Yin said, "We accept this arrangement, but please help us return." The other side responded, "This is simple, but there is one more thing we need you to do. The task entrusted to you will not fade from your memory unless you complete it." Zheng Yin asked, "What is it?" The other side said, "It is to destroy the sacred site on this planet. It was once our genetic modification laboratory. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the new generation of Mo-La people has frequently appeared in our dimensional universe due to consuming the genetic modification fluid, causing us much unnecessary trouble. We do not wish to reveal ourselves in the main universe. Remember to destroy it upon your return. Before Zheng Yin could respond, the intelligent entity of the Level 5 cosmic civilization disappeared. Zheng Yin and the other 7 reappeared on the bridge. How long have we been gone, Professor Picard? Zheng Yin asked as his first question. 5 hours, Captain. During this time, our lightspeed detector detected traces of the Tianquan star people who are also using miniaturized detectors to monitor us. I decided to act oblivious and wait for their further actions. There are still 2 days until the national vote result for Mo-La star. Let's wait and see. We'll decide after 2 days. Zheng Yin said. Professor, the scientific team has yet to determine the cause of your disappearance, but it's certain that you either entered an external dimension or another dimension. I believe we will find the reason soon. Professor Picard said. No need for the scientific team to investigate further. We will not disappear again. Although we have forgotten most things, I vaguely remember that a highly advanced civilization sent us back, and we have a task that must be completed. What task, Captain? To destroy the sacred site of Mo-La star. Zheng Yin said slowly. Professor Picard clearly did not believe what he heard, but looking at the other commanders who returned from the alternate dimension, all wore calm and affirmative expressions. He had to ask in confusion, Captain, why is that? Such an action is tantamount to declaring war on a lower civilization. This is strictly prohibited by the Star Alliance. If we wage war against a new member that is about to join the Star Alliance, how is that different from the unification faction? Zheng Yin shook his head and said, I don't know why. In any case, the sacred site on the ground must be destroyed. This thought is deeply engraved in my mind. If I cannot complete it, I will go mad. Alice said, my telepathic ability only remembers a powerful energy body, even surpassing the unification god. Beyond that, I remember nothing. The Jabba person, Professor Wise chuckled. Fortunately, I shielded Liu Yike's main consciousness at that time. He should still remember something. Liu Yike, is mentioned by Wise, is the main consciousness of the Jabba symbiotic being, while Wise is merely a Jabba worm in a symbiotic state. Wise then transferred control of the main consciousness back to Liu Yike. Liu Yike, a shy young man, said, although my main consciousness was protected by the professor, I lost a lot of memories and only vaguely remember that the other party was also Mo-La people. The sacred site is their laboratory left in this universe. They do not want to be disturbed by the current Mo-La people and asked us to destroy it. Beyond that, I cannot recall anything else. You should discuss it with the professor. After saying this, Liu Yike closed his eyes and Wise opened his eyes and said, Liu Yike is the child of my previous symbiotic partner as well as my child. His father died at the hands of the unification faction while trying to save me and him. We have relied on each other ever since. This child is introverted but kind-hearted. Zheng Yin said. After hearing what Liu Yike said, that strong impulse in my heart calmed down a bit. It should have been after we accepted the commission that we were sent back to the main universe. Liu thought for a moment and said, destroying the sacred site doesn't necessarily mean we have to go to war with the Mo-La people. If we apply pressure on their cabinet and then let that puppet emperor issue the order, we might not need to lift a finger. They should be able to do it themselves. Zheng Yin nodded. The Mo-La emperor clearly wants to join the Star Alliance and regain his power. But the 9 cabinet elders are the actual power holders. Only by controlling these 9 elders and sanctioning their country's technology can we immediately restore the emperor's power. However, we do not have the right to interfere in the internal politics of a lower civilization, nor can we obstruct their societal development. Whether this civilization joins the Star Alliance must be decided by their people themselves. We must wait for the results to come out no matter what. Wu Yunqi asked, what if they are unwilling to join the Star Alliance? Or unwilling to have the sacred site destroyed? Zheng Yin replied, we need to find a way to meet with the Mo-La emperor again. In any case, he is the nominal leader of Mo-La star. We need to persuade him to allow us to destroy the sacred site. As long as he agrees, no matter what the cabinet elders say, we can act immediately. As for how to destroy it, we can do it openly or secretly. Professor Picard chuckled. This method is perfect. It accomplishes the task without interfering with their internal politics. Now shall we begin an offensive against the Tianquan star people? Zheng Yin replied, continue to act oblivious. Yunqi continued to try to establish communication with Mo-La star. We will see the results in 2 days. 2 days later, the Mo-La people remained hidden within the shield, ignoring the starship's communication requests. They did not announce the results of the national vote either. The entire civilization seemed to have evaporated like a ghost. At this moment, the changed spacecraft's reverse reconnaissance measures have detected 3 hidden shield generators in orbit around the planet. These should be the planetary shield generators set up by the Tianquan people, and in addition, at least 100 ships from the Unity faction have been found hiding a light year away. This clumsy scheme does not need to be exposed. There is no need for the Mora people to respond. As long as they receive it, that's enough. Yunqi, activate the broadcast when the time comes. After opening the global broadcast, Zheng Yin said, people of Mora, it has been 5 days since your first contact with the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. During this time, some peculiar things have occurred, but we have resolved them smoothly, while your 5-day nationwide vote has yet to reveal its results. We have also identified the reasons for your collective disappearance. It was the scheme of the Tianquan people. However, rest assured the Alliance will not force any lower civilization to join nor interfere in your internal affairs. Our war with the Tianquan people will not affect you. Even if you choose to oppose us and fight, it will only be after your technology has genuinely reached a level 2 stellar civilization. Until then, we will not conduct indiscriminate attacks like the galactic pirates. As Zheng Yin delivered his speech to the Mora people, Liu and Rick led a stealth space squadron to launch an assault on the 3 shield engines. They had also arrived within firing range of the 3 shield engines in stealth mode. As Zheng Yin began his speech, 3 strike formations made their presence known, launching a fierce attack on the coordinates marked by change. Due to the inability to attack or defend in stealth mode, the 3 enormous shield engines were destroyed at that moment. They immediately revealed their true forms. Each of these massive planetary shields resembled a gigantic space station several kilometers long. As the shield engines were destroyed, the shield enveloping Mora disappeared, and the Mora people on the planet became visible. Meanwhile, the ships from the Unity faction, a light year away, quickly rushed over, launching a fierce assault on the changed super battleship. The pilots of these fleets were not Tianquan people, but rather the lizard men from Alpha Centauri. Electromagnetic launch, 10,000 mosquito-style interference missiles first, then fire refractive beams. Space squadron engage. After arranging everything, Zheng Yin teleported with Wu Yunqi and Alice to the palace of the Mora Emperor. Upon meeting the Emperor, Zheng Yin bluntly stated, "The guardian of the Unity faction, the 5-dimensional Unity entity, has been exiled. What can your majesty still expect from them?" The Mora Emperor clearly looked forward to Zheng Yin's arrival, as he had just finished watching Zheng Yin's speech. "Oh, esteemed ambassador, this is all a direct scheme from the cabinet and the lizard men. They are worried that Mora will lose control over the Mora world after joining the Alliance, and I, representing the royal family, have long wished to join the Alliance. The Alliance will have to consider the results of the Mora citizens' vote," Zheng Yin replied. "There is no nationwide vote at all. That is just a delaying tactic by the cabinet to ensure you completely vanish from this world. We already know the general course of events. We are still standing here safely, but by the way, do you know what your holy land is all about? Yes, you have returned unscathed, unlike those other Mora people who drank the holy spring water and have permanently disappeared. This is a scheme planned by the lizard men. 3 months before your arrival, they approached us and made first contact. At that time, we had not yet developed the theoretical basis to manufacture warp engines. They helped us create them just to lure you into their trap. They discovered the existence of the Holy Spring in ancient legends of the galaxy and set a trap awaiting your appearance. We know much less about the Holy Land and the Holy Spring than the lizard men do. What about your reverence for the Holy Land?" Zheng Yin asked. "There is no reverence at all. We used to call it the Sea of Devils because anyone who drank the water from there would disappear. We often used it to punish criminals. It was the lizard men who referred to it as the Holy Land." Hearing this, Zheng Yin was overjoyed and said to the Mora Emperor, "Clearly this place has always brought misfortune. Yes, my mentor was forced to drink the spring water for opposing the cabinet's tyranny, and I do not like that place at all. What if we could help you destroy it?" Alice promptly asked. "I would certainly be pleased, but the cabinet would not agree. That does not require their consent. For the Alliance, you are the leader of Mora. As long as you make a request to us, we can immediately destroy this unfortunate place," Zheng Yin said. "While we cannot interfere in your internal affairs, we can still assist with this request," Wu Yunqi added. "Very well, in my capacity as the Mora Emperor, I request you to destroy the Sea of Devils, which is what they call the Holy Land." The Mora Emperor immediately stated, believing that this would also serve as a deterrent blow to the cabinet. After accepting the Mora Emperor's request, Zheng Yin and the others immediately returned to the Starship. At this time, the war in space was nearing its end. The Lizardmen's warships had been mostly destroyed, with only a dozen escaping. As they left, they launched 2 singularity bombs, one targeting Change, and the other aimed at Mora. The singularity bomb aimed at Change was successfully captured by the tractor beam. The one heading for Mora rapidly entered the atmosphere. In a critical moment, Zheng Yin ordered Change to detonate a slow torpedo in front of the singularity bomb to capture it. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 9 elders of the cabinet collectively initiated a communication link with the Starship. They were cursing the lizardmen's despicable actions. Zheng Yin said, "What is past should not be dwelled upon. You have also been misled. The Alliance will not hold you accountable. However, regarding your recent application to join the Alliance, I need to report this experience to the Alliance, which will then conduct further evaluations. In due time, a new ambassador will come to meet with you. And your Sea of Devils, the Holy Land in the eyes of the lizardmen, will be destroyed according to your Emperor's wishes. I hope you are able to discern right from wrong in the future. If another singularity bomb flies into the atmosphere, next time you may not be so fortunate." The cabinet elders all agreed with what Zheng Yin said and requested the Alliance to dispatch defense ships during the evaluation period to help them resist the lizardmen. Zheng Yin agreed to their request and submitted an application to Marshal de Luglu, who oversees this star region. As they departed, the Starship launched 5 photon torpedoes, leveling an entire mountain. Just as the Starship was preparing to depart for the next target, urgent messages were sent from both Earth and the Alliance command. The united fleet of the Unity faction is gathering towards the solar system. Due to the disconnection from the Gi sect and their worshipped deity, they were all anxious. Coupled with the rapidly rising human civilization, they had no choice but to bring the flames of war to the solar system. Under the leadership of the Tianquan people, 100,000 giant warships flew towards the Oort cloud at warp speed level 999. They easily broke through the 5-layer defensive space wall of the Star Alliance, and in 3 days they would reach the orbital path of Mars. At this time, Earth had already initiated a full mobilization, but only 300 warships were operational, and they were all newly constructed. The electric-devouring creatures of Yuan Year Star were also fully mobilized with 1,000 warships of the Clarilla civilization already jumping back into the Earth-Moon orbit to assist humanity in defense. Meanwhile, over 9,000 Star Alliance warships were en route from all directions, with the nearest joint fleet of 3,000 ships from Proxima Centauri and Sirius already arrived. The Xiran people and the Zaba people were still on their way, with the farthest from the Capricornians taking 5 days to arrive. This time, Kung Saba and the Kuba brothers also brought 2,000 mercenary ships to support and presented a list of rewards to Zheng Yin. The nearby civilizations mostly utilized new portal technology, forming a node-like transmission route spanning hundreds of light years in the Milky Way, continuously dispatching support troops to Earth. However, due to the fixed size of the portals, what came through were all small fighter jets and bombers, while large battleships still needed to fly in space at warp speed level 9. On the front lines at the other end of the Milky Way, the Star Alliance coalition had no need to return, as there was not enough time, and the war at the front was very intense. This time, the Tianquan people mobilized nearly all the forces of the Gi sect on the Orion Arm. An unprecedented defense battle for the solar system was about to commence. After receiving this news, Zheng Yin was anxious, wishing he could immediately return to Earth. However, Marshal de Lugulu assigned him a crucial task to seek help from the Pangu clan at the center of the Milky Way. Even if all the secondary civilizations on the Orion Arm were gathered, it would be difficult to muster 100,000 warships to engage in a death struggle with the Tianquan people. The current galactic interstellar alliance had just begun to show some improvement in strength, which was a change brought about by the rapid rise of human civilization. In the past, the Star Alliance had always been in a passive defense and could not organize a large-scale fleet of over 1,000 ships. Now, Marshal de Lugulu could easily mobilize over 9,000 warships for the solar system defense battle. But it could only be a defense, and facing the 100,000 warships led by the Tianquan people, how long they could hold out was still unknown. Therefore, they could only leverage the power of the Pangu clan, the only third-tier galactic civilization in the Milky Way. The Pangu clan was once the leader of the Star Alliance, having led the alliance to defeat the Tianquan people in the Great Battle of the Perseus Arm 10,000 years ago and signed a protection agreement. In the following 100 years, they evolved into a third-tier galactic civilization, began exploring foreign galaxies, aimed for higher-level civilization evolution, and distanced themselves from the wars of the Milky Way. If Zheng Yin and the others could gain the assistance of the Pangu clan, then the attack of the Tianquan people could be effectively resolved, otherwise they would have no choice but to fight to the death. After receiving the coordinates, the Starship jumped into the Pangu clan's star domain and sent a greeting message to them. A minute later, the Pangu clan accepted the change's communication request. After the video connection was established, 3 tall, elderly Pangu clan members appeared on the screen. Their attire resembled that of ancient Earth humans, wearing long robes with crossed collars, and their appearance was very similar to Earth people. These 3 elderly men with white hair and beards were the leaders of the entire Pangu civilization. One of them said, "We are glad to see the primitive civilization we once protected evolve so rapidly. It is evident that your technology has surpassed that of those secondary star civilizations." Zheng Yin, along with all the officials of the command group, bowed respectfully to the 3 elders, and then said, "It is through your selfless protection that our civilization was able to pass through a carefree childhood. However, now the Tianquan people have gathered 100,000 giant ships approaching Earth, and human civilization is on the verge of destruction. Please, as the leaders of the Star Alliance, grant us assistance once more." After speaking, Zheng Yin and the others bowed respectfully once again. One elder smiled and said, "You humans are the true protagonists of the future. You will lead the Star Alliance in restoring order to the Milky Way." Another elder smiled and said, "We are already aware of your intentions and the circumstances of the situation. However, there is no need for you to panic. You will not lose this war. Mr. Su Guang said not long ago that you have defeated the Gi god and sanctioned the founder of the Star Alliance by Guang. The mere Tianquan people are not your opponents." Zheng Yin replied, "Actually, we were lucky in those previous encounters. This time the army led by the Tianquan people is very formidable, and it will be difficult for us to take advantage again." The elder from the Pangu clan who had spoken previously said, "We have distanced ourselves from the wars in the Milky Way and are evolving towards higher dimensions. War has lost its meaning for us, and we will not take action against the low civilization Tianquan people." Zheng Yin said, "We also wish to escape from the quagmire of war, but we lack the capability. We never initiate wars, but we only defend passively. As former leaders of the Star Alliance, you cannot simply disregard the members of the past, because you have the ability to escape the war. We request your assistance not for you to help us destroy the enemy's fleet, but simply to help us defend with your capabilities." The elder smiled and said, "The Clarilu warships you command possess third-tier galactic civilization technology, and your super starship is the pinnacle product of third-tier civilization. Only powers exceeding third-tier civilization can destroy it. The Tianquan people have not truly reached third-tier civilization, so as long as you fully utilize its capabilities, it will not be difficult to fend off the enemy. Zheng Yin said, however, our theoretical foundation is limited and we cannot grasp all the technology of change. Currently, we have not even developed 30% of it. The elder smiled and said, this is not difficult. Since you have found us, we will offer some guidance. After speaking, the elder gestured to the technicians beside him, and a new technology was transmitted over. The elder said, this mirroring technology was just developed by us. We have sent you the foundational theories and technical parameters. With your super starship's capabilities and the efforts of 5,000 Alliance scientists, you will soon master this technology. This is all we can help with. After saying this, the communication was cut off. Well, Zheng Yin murmured, I still thank them for their assistance. Professor Picard, let's get to work. After research, it was discovered that this mirroring technology was in fact a form of time weapon. By establishing a mirroring engine on the Starship, this engine could generate countless Starship images of future timelines. When the engine is activated, the images truly exist and can interact with everything in the current universe. It's as if countless time branches have diverged from the future, pulling the starships along those future timelines back to the present time point. This achieves the effect of infinite duplication, and the damage to starships from the future timelines will not affect the main body, as the starships have not yet progressed to the future. As long as the main body is not damaged, the images can be replicated infinitely. However, this technology was just developed by the Panga clan, and they could not fully explain where those images replicated by the time engine came from. Moreover, these images are from 1 hour later, so the working time of the mirroring engine cannot exceed 1 hour, otherwise temporal overlap will occur. If the main starship has not experienced the events undergone by the starship, images from the future timeline disorder will occur, leading to a quantum collapse event, causing the main body and all images to be annihilated in an instant. Therefore, this mirroring engine must be turned off after 59 minutes. Once turned off, all images will disappear. With this super duplication technique, Zheng Yin felt a bit more confident. After more than 2 days of technological breakthroughs, an engine similar in size to the zero-point energy absorption device was established in the engine room. Subsequently, a mirroring experiment was conducted, first creating a single image. To avoid causality confusion, there was no communication between the main body and the image, especially after experiencing the time trap. Everyone remained apprehensive. If it were not a matter of survival for all humanity, Zheng Yin would not have conducted such an experiment under any circumstances. The time until the Tianquan fleet reaches Earth was getting closer. The changed super starship had already returned to the solar system, patrolling in Earth's orbit. At this point, the fleet of the Star Alliance coalition had already exceeded 7,000 ships, while small fighter jets, bombers, and space mechs continued to fly out of the portals. Kungsaba and the Kuba brothers sent a communication connection to the starship. Upon seeing Zheng Yin, they eagerly began to flatter him, saying, "Ah, my esteemed bug commander, we are very pleased to see you again." To be honest, Zheng Yin did not like this title. It made him feel like he was also an insect person, and it was merely a hollow title given by the Bug Queen. Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Thank you, brothers, for coming to assist Earth. It reminds me of the times we fought together on the Oxygen Star." Kungsaba replied, "Oh yes. Commander, we are comrades in life and death. You helped on the Oxygen Star, and we cannot stand by and watch humanity be destroyed. Also, you have yet to tell us about the energy supply technology that breaks warp speed level 9. Zheng Yin smiled and said, "So this is your true purpose?" "Oh no, Commander," Kungsaba hurriedly replied. "We also brought a huge piece of intelligence regarding the remaining 5 pirate bases." Zheng Yin asked, "What is the intelligence?" Just as Kuba was about to speak, he was hurriedly stopped by Kungsaba. "Oh, Commander, you can't just eat without paying, right?" Zheng Yin thought to himself that this Kungsaba was quite cunning. He could only nod at Delu, who signaled to Professor Picard, and the energy supply technology that breaks warp speed level 9 was immediately sent to the insect people. "Thank you for your generosity, Commander. The pirate fleets from the 5 bases have also begun to gather towards Earth. Within a week at the latest, over 40,000 pirate ships will arrive in the solar system, and if they acquire the technology from the Tianquan people, they will arrive even sooner." "What?" Big Lou couldn't help but ask in astonishment. "Yes, the information is very reliable. Our mercenary coalition has seized 5 abandoned pirate bases. They have abandoned their strongholds and are gathering their forces to rush here, but we don't know if they will arrive ahead of schedule," Kuba said. Zheng Yin replied, "It seems the pirates have also realized that after our recent raids, their bases have become immobile targets, so it's no wonder they chose to abandon them. Marshal, our assistance to you is out of loyalty, but if we face a devastating attack, we cannot afford to die in vain here. I hope you can understand," Kuan Shiba said shyly. Zheng Yin smiled and said, "It's fine, I didn't expect you to fight to the death. I'm just glad you could come, and thank you for the intelligence you provided." Then Zheng Yin asked Wu Yunqi to relay this information to all the Star Alliance joint forces. Just then, Change detected a large fleet of warships in deep space approaching Earth at warp speed 9. In 3 hours, contact is expected. The Star Alliance joint fleet immediately formed a defensive formation with over 7,000 battleships and more than 100,000 small space fighter jets deployed between Earth and Mars for a forced interception. The Change super battleship as the main force flew at the forefront. All units enter battle status. All space forces prepare for combat. Engine room, prepare the mirror engines. With Zheng Yin's command, all space fighters flew out of the hangar, keeping a safe distance from the battleship to avoid being affected by the mirror engine's emissions, which could create their own reflections. Then came the waiting. A silent wait. Waiting for the 10,000 warships of the Tianquan aliens to arrive. Waiting for the defense battle of the solar system to begin. Zheng Yin had never felt time pass so slowly. These 2 or 3 hours felt longer than 2 or 3 years. Big Lu anxiously paced in front of the holographic command console. All non-combat personnel on the battleship had been transported to the air raid shelters on Earth, and the atmosphere aboard the ship was filled with a fervent and anxious energy. Finally, change prompted. The enemy fleet has crossed Proxima Centauri and is expected to reach the battlefield in 30 minutes. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, activate the mirror engines and create reflections at a rate of 1 ship per second. All non-combat personnel on the battleship had been transported to the air raid shelters on Earth, and the atmosphere aboard the ship was filled with a fervent and anxious energy. Since the main body of change could not suffer destructive attacks to avoid triggering a time paradox and causing quantum collapse, Zheng Yin hid the main body behind the mirror fleet for long-range attacks. For confidentiality reasons, Zheng Yin initially did not disclose the mirror technology given by the Panga tribe to the Star Alliance, only stating that there was new weapon technology. When the Star Alliance saw the changed super battleships appearing one after another, they were left speechless in astonishment. They were shocked by this unseen technology and filled with confidence in the upcoming defense battle. When the mirror images of the changed super battleship reached 1,800, the fleet of Tianquan aliens arrived. There were no diplomatic courtesies or accusations. The moment they met, they unleashed a fierce barrage of fire. The 1,800 change mirror images simultaneously fired 1,800 neutrino-splitting cannons, creating over 1,000 clouds of neutrino dust in the unified faction's fleet. Over 10,000 enemy warships were instantly destroyed. Good job. Keep firing, Zheng Yin shouted excitedly. However, after the second round of neutrino-splitting cannons was fired, fewer than 1,000 enemy warships were destroyed. They quickly found the vibration frequency of the neutrino cannons and began to absorb their energy. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance fleet had already engaged with the enemy's advanced fleet, and the explosions of their warships illuminated the space like a fireworks display in the solar system. Fire all stored missiles. 10 million high-explosive missiles rained down on the fleet of Tianquan aliens like hail. At the same time, a large number of black hole torpedoes were launched from the Tianquan alien fleet, instantly destroying over 100 change mirror images, forming small black holes on the battlefield. Many of the surrounding Star Alliance ships were also captured by the black holes, torn apart by their immense gravity. Soon after, hundreds of small black holes attracted and merged with each other, forming a large black hole. During this time, Zheng Yin ordered the capacitors to continuously fire antimatter bombs at the black holes in an attempt to evaporate them, but to no avail. The Tianquan aliens changed their combat strategy, continuously firing black hole torpedoes at the black holes in an attempt to increase their mass to destroy the solar system. At the edge of the battlefield, millions of electric devourers were captured. They had initially achieved excellent results, almost annihilating the 3,000 giant warships of the three-eyed Longier people. All high-energy weapons were ineffective against them. They absorbed the energy from the enemy's shields, enveloped the warships in groups, and ultimately unleashed high-pressure electromagnetic explosions that wiped out the enemy. But they were finally stopped by the lizard men of Alpha Centauri, who launched high-resistance energy isolation nets to capture the electric devourers and immediately stuff them into energy converters to kill them, turning them into high-energy laser cannons directed at the Star Alliance. Only a few 100,000 electric devourers managed to escape. Meanwhile, the battlefield between the Star Alliance and other unified faction fleets had extended to the vicinity of Venus orbit. Small fighter jets from Earth continued to pour out from the teleportation gates, rapidly entering space to join the defense battle of the solar system. Over 10,000 warships of the Tianquan aliens were entangled fiercely with the ever-increasing mirror images of the changed super battleships. At this moment, the firepower crossfire between the two fleets created a luminous wall in space hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide, visible even during the daytime on Earth's surface. However, the technology of the Tianquan aliens' warships was still inferior to that of the Change, and despite their numerical advantage, they were unable to secure victory and were bogged down, unable to assist other unified faction fleets. 1,000 warships led by the captain of the exploding Starship launched a crushing attack against the other members of the unified faction. Their weapon technology was something these unified faction members had never seen before. It was all remnants from the previous galactic civilization. Soon the battle had lasted 20 minutes. The unified faction had lost over 30,000 of their 100,000 warships, of which more than 20,000 were destroyed by the change mirror images, and over 2,000 of the Tianquan aliens' warships had also been destroyed. The losses of the Star Alliance joint fleet were catastrophic. Out of 9,000 warships, fewer than 3,000 remained, mainly composed of the Zaba people, the Blumen, and the natural people, along with 1,000 warships from the warship people and the cunning insectoid mercenaries. The fleets of Proxima aliens and the Earth Federation, with their slightly lower technological capabilities, had been completely wiped out. The star ring established by the Earth Federation was also destroyed. The Change's space forces also suffered heavy losses, with all 300 fighter jets submerged under the firepower of the Tianquan aliens. Only 50 of the 200 space mechs remaining combat-ready and 20 of the 50 destroyers destroyed, while the 2 frigates remained intact. The Change's mirror images were destroyed by over 100 black hole torpedoes, and the black holes continued to expand. Only a few minutes remained until the mirror engine would shut down. At this moment, the battlefield had spread to half the size of the solar system. On Earth, regardless of which hemisphere, night or day, one could see the energy cannons and laser beams of both sides constantly appearing in space. Just when the Star Alliance joint forces were struggling to hold on, bad news arrived again. Over 40,000 pirate warships were flying toward the solar system at warp speed 9. Clearly, this speed was beyond their control. It was yet another tactic of the Tianquan aliens. The pirate fleet would reach the battlefield in a little over 10 minutes, while the new strength of the Star Alliance consisted only of the Change mirror images appearing at a rate of 1 per second, and small fighter jets continuously flying out from the teleportation gates on the Australian grasslands. One of these forces would suddenly disappear in a few minutes, and could only be slowly increased again after restarting, while the other was too weak to be significant. At this moment, Zheng Yin was engulfed in extreme anxiety. In the face of the firepower from the Tianquan aliens, they had essentially used all available weapons, including technologies not mastered by the third-tier galactic civilization. They even launched cross-dimensional scanning wave attacks against the Tianquan aliens. Between the formations of over 2,000 Change starships and more than 10,000 Tianquan alien warships, a strange spatial force field formed. Since both sides were now frenzied, they unleashed all the technologies they could not master. In the center of the battlefield, time flow was accelerated and decelerated. Black holes appeared and were halted in time. In the final moments, as the black hole in the center of the battlefield grew larger, the traction beams launched by both sides could no longer push it around. Graviton torpedoes were also unable to alter the trajectory of the black hole. Pushing it back into the enemy camp was now impossible. Zheng Yin immediately ordered the creation of a wormhole along the path of the black hole, designating the nearest unified faction member, the Alpha Centauri Lizardman's planet, as the jump coordinate to throw the black hole out of the solar system. At this moment, the fleet of Tianquan aliens had lost over 2,000 more ships. They had become frantic, launching warp-level singularity bombs toward the sun's center and firing singularity bombs at all planets in the solar system, attempting to destroy it. Such warp-level singularity bombs were impossible to intercept. Meanwhile, the Change mirror images also simultaneously activated wormholes, launching a large number of black hole torpedoes into them. The destination coordinates of the wormholes, needless to say, were all the home planets of the unified faction. The war concluded in extreme madness, leading to the mass extinction of civilizations. However, once the wormhole was created, the large black hole in the center of the battlefield and all the black hole torpedoes did not follow the expected path, but rapidly vanished along with the wormhole. The warp-level singularity bombs launched by the Tianquan aliens also vanished into thin air. The distorted space in the center of the battlefield was instantly smoothed by a mysterious power. On the bridge of the Change, the light chaser Yi Meng the Young by Guangren with horns, the 3 elders of the Pangu tribe, the Traveler, and the 9th Emperor of the Kleru Star appeared simultaneously. Before the panic command group could speak, Yi Meng said, "Your battle with the Tianquan Star people has exceeded the level of a Tier 3 galactic civilization, and the consequences will destroy thousands of civilizations. This has alarmed the United Council of the 5-dimensional space, and they have sent us to mediate and hold a trial for this galactic war." Zheng Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing who was being deceitful. The mirror engine was about to shut down in less than a minute, and these saviors arrived just in time. At this moment, Zheng Yin wished he could embrace Yi Meng and the others. Even Bai Guangshen appeared remarkably handsome and friendly. Clearly, these leaders of super civilizations saw Zheng Yin's intent, and all responded with smiles. The Tianquan Star people on the battlefield also collectively ceased fire. From their command ship, the command of the 5-dimensional unity appeared, ordering them to immediately stop firing and accept the war trial at a higher dimension. All warships from both sides received the command from the commander-in-chief and retreated to their respective camps. Before all the starships had returned to their positions, over 2,000 mirror images of the Change had already vanished. This solar system defense battle, which lasted half an hour, involved the survival of thousands of star systems. The fleet of 100,000 warships led by the Tianquan Star people was left with only over 50,000, while over 7,000 warships of the Galactic Star Alliance were destroyed and nearly 200,000 small fighter jets were obliterated. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Yi Meng and the others, even if the solar system was destroyed, the civilization of the Unity faction on the Orion arm would not escape destruction. The wormholes created by the over 2,000 Change mirror images completely covered their home planet, and a large number of black hole torpedoes suddenly attacked. For the isolated star that had already committed all its military power to the front lines, this left them with almost no ability to resist. Subsequently, all commanders of the Change Super Starship, as well as Marshal Delugulu of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance and Secretary General Lin Yuan of the Earth Federation, along with all leaders of the participating Star Alliance members, were transmitted to a dimensional space. Zheng Yin realized that this was the court where the last human expeditionary force had received its civilization trial. More than 100 commanders of the Star Alliance were transported here. On the opposite side, the Unity faction had nearly 1,000 people assembled. On the judge's seat were the five-dimensional Unity, Yi Mang, the Bai Guangren, the three elders of the Pangu tribe, the Traveler, and the ninth emperor of the clone civilization. On the main judge's seat was a mass of white light. Yi Mang stood up and said, "We have been dispatched by the United Council of the Five Dimensions to conduct a war trial for both parties. You should not initiate wars that you cannot control, endangering the survival of thousands of civilizations. The Council has decided to block your technological advancements until your foundational theories reach a true Tier 3 galactic civilization before you can continue using it. Do you have any objections?" The commander of the Tianquan Star people, He Jingbao, immediately shouted, "I object. Our technology has already reached Tier 3 civilization, and there is theoretical support for it. We are not like Earth people who have obtained technology they cannot control for free. You cannot impose such dictatorial sanctions on us." Zheng Yin immediately shouted, "Your technology evolved to Tier 3 civilization with the help of the Unity. This is the same principle as how we Earth people obtained super starships, and it was not developed by you independently." Yi Mang said the methods by which both sides acquired Tier 3 civilization technology are the same, and you cannot treat them differently. Zheng Yin then added, "Since the last time the Nuwa tribe conducted a civilization trial on us, we have adhered to the trial's results and have sealed off all technologies we cannot grasp. We have never actively applied them in warfare. Even this time, it was only in an urgent moment of impending extinction that we made an exception for defense, unlike the Tianquan Star people, who actively launched an attack attempting to destroy the solar system, as they did to the lowly civilization of the Wagia." Yi Mang stated, "Regarding this war, Zheng Yin is correct. They indeed used technology they could not control only for defense." He Jingbao of the Tianquan Star people retorted, "We were only in passive defense. They drove away our Unity God and tried to annihilate us. Our offensive was for survival." Bai Guangshin stood up and said, "This all stems from the Unity instigating you to plunder low-level civilizations. His exile is a deserved punishment." The Unity immediately transformed into the form of Bai Guangshun and scolded, "You ungrateful ant. If it weren't for the Nuwa tribe meddling, I would never have spared you. The fact that I didn't seek you out for revenge afterward has made you arrogant." Evidently, this statement made the Bai Guang people somewhat uneasy. They glanced at the Unity God and ceased to speak, quietly returning to their seats. Yi Mang said, "The Unity has been exiled to the silent universe for directly interfering with the development of low-dimensional civilizations and has received appropriate punishment. There is no need to mention past events." Dai Lu shouted, "Then how is he still here?" Yi Mang replied, "This is just one of his splits here to stop the Tianquan Star people and participate in the trial, though afterward, he must return to the main body in the silent universe." Then he announced to everyone, "According to the ruling of the United Council of the Five Dimensions, the true instigator of this war is the Tianquan Star people who used this technology to destroy the low-level Wagia civilization. Therefore, the verdict is to block the Tier 3 civilization technology of the Tianquan Star people. From this moment on, all Tier 3 civilization weaponry of the Tianquan Star people will be immediately destroyed, and all scientists holding theoretical knowledge of Tier 3 civilization will have their theoretical memories erased. From this moment on, they will no longer be able to manufacture new Tier 3 civilization devices and weapons and will be repatriated to their planet." Upon hearing this verdict, the commanders of the Star Alliance erupted in enthusiastic cheers, while the Tianquan Star people shouted protests. "Silence!" Bai Guangshin shouted, and immediately the Tianquan Star people fell silent. Yi Mang continued, "Although the changed super starship was in passive defense mode, possessing so many uncontrollable technologies is still dangerous. This time her mirror formation made a reckless move that could annihilate over 1,000 Unity civilizations. Therefore, her mirror engine will be dismantled, the related theoretical technologies will be deleted, and the scientific teams involved in the research will also have their memories erased. Furthermore, from now on, the unlocked technologies of the change will be permanently sealed, and the Starship members will not be allowed to conduct deep explorations." For Zheng Yin, this verdict could only be considered trivial. Without urgent circumstances, they never deeply researched those incomprehensible theories, otherwise why would they actively seal them off? However, the Unity faction was not satisfied with this verdict. They waved their hands vigorously, expressing their opposition, but their mouths were sealed by Bai Guangshun, unable to make a sound. Although the Unity strongly opposed, they did not dare to say anything to the energy being on the main judge's seat, and could only lower their heads in acceptance. Seeing that even their Unity God did not dare to resist, the leaders of the Unity faction reluctantly accepted the verdict. In fact, the heads of these various civilizations in the Unity faction were not united in purpose. They all thought about weakening the strength of the Tianquan Star people, escaping from long-term servitude, and even elevating themselves to positions of leadership. Then a flash of white light appeared before everyone, and they each returned to their starships. Zheng Yin checked the time, and found that just like last time, only a second had passed. Outside, the more than 50,000 warships of the Unity faction had disappeared, while numerous wrecks of warships floated in space, enough for the Earth Federation to clean up for 2 years. The enormous mirror engine in the engine room of the Change also vanished. The participating scientists such as Professor Picard and Professor Weist had completely forgotten the theories from that time. At this moment the Change reported, "Captain, the pirate fleet will arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Please command the battle." Wu Yunqi also received communication information from Marshal de Lugulu and Secretary General Lin Yuan. "Let's broadcast it on the big screen, Yunqi," Zheng Yin said to the two commanders. "I suggest it's best not to initiate further combat as the war trial has just concluded. Perhaps the intelligences of the five-dimensional space are still watching." Then a flash of white light appeared before everyone, and they each returned to their starships. Zheng Yin checked the time and found that just like last time only a second had passed. Zheng Yin then sent a message to the pirates. "We have just annihilated 50,000 warships led by the Tianquan Star people and have sealed their technology to Tier 2 stellar civilization. The Unity Army has now fully retreated, leaving only the wreckage of destroyed warships. If you think you are more formidable than the 100,000 warship army of the Tianquan Star people, you may challenge the Star Alliance in a life-or-death battle. Otherwise, hurry back and do not delay our battlefield cleanup." He also sent the footage of the Change mirror formation engaging the Tianquan Star fleet to the pirates. Indeed, after receiving the information, the pirates urgently halted their flight. Upon further scanning, they discovered that there were no shadows of the Unity faction's warships left in the solar system, only vast wrecks of warships floating in space. After viewing the combat footage, the pirates were all stunned. They saw one Change starship after another appearing out of nowhere, continuously destroying the warships of the Tianquan Star people. Given their strength, the pirates were far inferior to the Tianquan Star people, at most matching the technology level of the Antares lizardmen. How could they seek their own doom? They had no choice but to change course and head back to their base, but waiting for them was a mercenary group composed of insectoids. Kuan Shiba and Zaba were not qualified to participate in the war trial, but had heard about the events from others. The two brothers expressed many apologies and flattering remarks to Zheng Yin, as none of their warships had been damaged, and they had taken refuge outside the Oort cloud during the final moments of the war. Zheng Yin said, "I am quite disappointed with your cunning behavior today. If you want to obtain new technologies, then monitor the pirates for us. At the first sign of trouble, inform me or the Earth Federation. Can you manage that?" Kuan Shiba flattered. "Oh, of course, Marshal. We are very willing to serve humanity. Right now, there is a conspiracy regarding the pirates that I must report to you." Zheng Yin asked, "What is the conspiracy? Why didn't you finish explaining last time?" Kung Siba replied, "Oh, that's because..." Daliu interjected, "Because you are not sure if we can survive, right?" Kung Siba awkwardly said, "We can't say it so directly, General Liu." Zheng Yin smiled. "All right, let's not discuss these uncomfortable topics. Just tell us, what is the conspiracy?" Kung Siba immediately said, "Yes, Marshal, regarding this intelligence, it was discovered by comrades from the mercenary group who captured the pirate base. The pirates have abandoned their base this time. They do not want to be targets for you. If they succeed in eliminating you this time, the solar system will become their new base. If they fail, they will retreat immediately and plunder low-level civilizations along the way, becoming true pirates." "What? These despicable scoundrels." Zheng Yin slammed his hand on the holographic table. "If the Marshal is willing, we can act as your spies and track them down right now." Kung Siba said, "All right, you can go now. I will forget about you not firing a shot on the battlefield." Zheng Yin replied, "You are truly a magnanimous Zerg Marshal. We will set off now, wishing you good luck and looking forward to our next meeting." After Kung Siba finished speaking, he cut off the communication and led the mercenary group to disappear swiftly. Zheng Yin then reported this matter to the Star Alliance. The command center of the Star Alliance believed that 1,000 warships should continue to follow Zheng Yin and strike against the pirates. After a brief victory celebration, Zheng Yin was officially awarded the rank of Marshal of the Galactic Star Alliance by the Star Alliance Council, with the authority to deploy military forces from various member stars at will. He is still the highest commander of the human space army. The concentration of these powers in Zheng Yin's hands did not make him particularly happy. On the contrary, he felt increasingly exhausted. Thankfully, with the psychological guidance of Alice and the companionship of Wu Yunqi and Wenxin, he was not overwhelmed by the immense responsibilities. Zheng Yin himself was still leading the Starship on deep space travels. He had not truly taken over the command of the Earth Federation fleet, but continued to order the original commander Shui Wushan to lead the front lines in battle alongside the Alliance. After replenishing the Starship's forces the next day, Wu Yunqi received a message from Kung Siba containing only a single coordinate. Zheng Yin immediately led a fleet composed of 1,000 warships and the change to jump to the coordinate in stealth mode. At this coordinate point, there was a planet with a level 1 planetary civilization. They were also beneficiaries of the protection agreement from 10,000 years ago, but this agreement was ineffective against the galactic pirates and had become essentially meaningless. This civilization was called the Belera civilization. They had just developed nuclear weapons and were still in a state of global war. If the pirates were to plunder them again at this time, it would be adding insult to injury, and this civilization would quickly perish. Upon arriving near the Belera planet, 1,000 pirate warships were docked in orbit, plundering the low-level civilization. Their main targets for plunder were still the planet's indigenous people and rare minerals. Zheng Yin was puzzled. with the Unity God being exiled, what energy entity still needed to consume quantum consciousness? But the urgency of time did not allow him to think too much. The Starship fleet immediately revealed itself and launched a paralyzing strike against the more than 1,000 pirate warships. Although the pirates were somewhat prepared, they were still no match for the attack from the changed Starship fleet. The Change and the 1,000 warships simultaneously emitted refracted beams. The massive laser energy bounced around within the pirate fleet, quickly penetrating their shields, followed by a torrential barrage from the electromagnetic pulse cannons. After capturing 50,000 pirates, Zheng Yin returned the plundered Belera people to their planet. Everything seemed to go so smoothly. But behind the smoothness often lay unknown difficulties. The planet named Belera had ceased all internal wars due to the plundering by the galactic pirates and united to resist the pirates, but their weapon technology could not even provide basic defense. The arrival of the changed Starship fleet undoubtedly became their savior. They expressed their gratitude to the Starship fleet enthusiastically and invited Zheng Yin to visit their planet. For a civilization still relying on oil energy, the sudden confirmation of the existence of alien civilizations overturned their worldview. Zheng Yin brought along the head of the diplomatic team, Wu Yunqi, psychological counselor Alice, medical officer, Huang Yueqing, first officer, Liu Huadong, combat team leader Rick, and scientific advisor Wei Si, forming a diplomatic group once again to visit this low-level civilization. The Belera people halted their global wars and formed a temporary united parliament composed of 7 warring nations. They were all very grateful for the visit of Zheng Yin and his group, holding a grand global welcoming ceremony. However, in the eyes of Zheng Yin and the 7 others, this was a civilization ravaged by war. More than 100 years of continuous armed conflict had reduced the population of the entire planet to only 1.5 billion. According to their historical records, before the outbreak of the global war, the population was over 8 billion. Now, not only had the population drastically decreased, but the environment of the entire planet had also suffered unprecedented destruction. The rampant exploitation of oil and coal and the abuse of nuclear weapons had caused the ecological balance of the planet to collapse. Over 80% of wild flora and fauna had been extinguished by the ravages of war. The ice caps at the planet's poles had melted by 90% due to the greenhouse effect, and some coastal cities were either destroyed by warfare or submerged by the waves. The ozone layer in their atmosphere had been destroyed to the point of near extinction, and the abundant high-energy radiation emitted by their main star easily reached the surface. People had to wear protective suits when going outside, while animals could only die in large numbers. Even if the galactic pirates did not plunder them within a decade, this civilization would lose its home. Now these Belera people who had suffered from the ravages of war were also facing a global hunger crisis. Crops could only grow in greenhouses isolated from stellar radiation, and the yield was predictable. The livestock industry had completely disappeared because they simply had no pastures to support the livestock. They were reluctant to use their limited greenhouses to grow grass. Now the source of protein for the Belera people was only a type of worm that lived underground, somewhat resembling a grub. This made the dozen or so grubs on the Starship very resistant. If it weren't for Zheng Yin's request, Professor Wei Si would never agree to come down. Now these Belera people who had been at war for over 100 years found the existence of alien civilizations and recognized that there were countless resources in the galaxy, so there was no need to continue fighting desperately. Moreover, without the help of advanced civilizations, they would not survive for many decades. They temporarily set aside their past political and religious differences, formed a united parliament, and requested Zheng Yin's fleet to assist in restoring their civilization. Zheng Yin said, "We have the obligation to help you restore the ecological balance of your planet, but we have no right to interfere in your internal affairs, and you have not reached the technological level to join the Star Alliance." However, just at that moment, the power on the entire planet suddenly went out, and all electrical devices were paralyzed. Zheng Yin immediately ordered Professor Picard to scan the globe from the space orbit. All power stations and power transmission lines remained undamaged. However, all modern technological devices had malfunctioned. Generators could not start, hydroelectric stations faced potential flooding, thermal power plants had shut down, and nuclear power plants were on the brink of catastrophic failure due to inability to cool. All communication devices worldwide had crashed, and computers along with basic instruments could not be turned on. Land, water, and air transport vehicles were all inoperable. Across the entire planet, a type of electromagnetic wave emerged capable of neutralizing all electromagnetic reactions, pulling the entire Belera civilization back to the steam age, and this electromagnetic wave was steadily increasing. Then came mutual accusations and suspicions among the 7 parliamentary member states, each blaming the other for a conspiracy, as this brief peace was on the verge of being shattered. Zheng Yin immediately interjected, "If you cannot extricate yourselves from the hatred of war, what necessity do we have to restore your ecological balance? Your civilization will perish, and within a few 100,000 years this planet will restore its ecology. What you can destroy is not your planet, but only yourselves. There is no need for mutual blame and suspicion. You all know deep down that with your scientific technology, not even a single nation can cause such destruction, let alone the entire globe. Your doubts are merely an irrational outpouring of past war hatred. If your internal affairs remain in chaos and war, there is no need for our Star Alliance diplomatic team to stay. Please set aside your conflicts and seek solutions together. Only then did the parliamentary group cease their quarrel and request Zheng Yin to help them restore power. Zheng Yin said this global electromagnetic wave is a highly advanced technology. Even we cannot comprehend its working principle, but we will expedite our search for a solution. Subsequently, the changed spacecraft dispatched hundreds of machine warriors to every nation on the planet to assist the Bellarines in restoring temporary communication. The machine warriors' shields could easily filter out the electromagnetic waves without interference and provide temporary power. Upon returning to the Starship, the interrogation team under Liu De immediately subjected 50,000 pirates to severe interrogations. These pirates were raiding teams divided from a 40,000-strong pirate army possessing the highest technology of warp speed 9 gifted to them by the Tianquan people. They had no capability to interfere with global electronic instruments. They also did not know the battle plans of the pirate leaders, nor did they possess any underhanded schemes. These poor souls endured mental torment for an entire week until the escort ship sent by the Star Alliance took them away, finally escaping the nightmares of daily interrogations. During this time, the changed spacecraft tried various methods, but could not neutralize the electromagnetic waves. It seemed as if the waves were emanating from the Earth's core, continually increasing, as if the consciousness of the entire planet was determined to pull the Bellara civilization back to the Steam Age. If scientific methods won't work, we must try metaphysics. Zheng Yin then asked Alice to lead all the Biskra people to sense the consciousness of the Earth on the planet's surface. 50 Biskra girls meditated on the desolate land for an entire day, but found no point of entry. The Starship fleet remained oblivious to the pervasive electromagnetic waves across the planet. Zheng Yin had no choice but to call Alice and the others back. Meanwhile, the situation for the Bellarines was becoming increasingly dire. With no basic power supply, civilians quickly found it hard to survive, especially in large cities. Since the moment of the global blackout, more than 50,000 people had died in the past 7 days, most of whom were patients recovering in hospitals. Nearly 100,000 expedition troops on the changed spacecraft had been dispatched to support cities of various sizes, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Without addressing the fundamental issue, all efforts were futile. At the rescue discussion meeting, Wu Yunqi proposed, although we are at a loss regarding this electromagnetic wave, we can start restoring their ecology. At the very least, it will allow them to survive in the Steam Age, which is better than pouring all our energy into a force we do not understand. Zheng Yin replied, reverting to the Steam Age can also be seen as a punishment for them. They have brought this upon themselves. They have long been digging their own graves. Our efforts have been commendable enough. From now on, the science team will cease research on the electromagnetic wave and redirect all energy towards restoring ecology. Once they are able to farm freely, we will leave as the galactic pirates continue to wreak havoc. Zheng Yin subsequently notified this decision to the Bellarin United Council, which had no choice but to accept it. They finally realized the preciousness of their planet and the fragility of their environment, feeling remorse for the environmental destruction they had caused over the past century. A religious organization for atonement even emerged among the populace. First, the changed spacecraft purified the nuclear radiation in the entire planet's atmosphere. 1,000 warships formed a protective shield net in the atmosphere to filter the air. It took 7 days for the planet's atmosphere to return to its pre-war state. During this period, the changed super Starship repaired the ozone layer in orbit, allowing the Bellarines on the surface to step outside without protective suits once again as they embraced their sun once more. The flora and fauna on the ground also welcomed new life. The next step was more challenging, treating the sick and mutated flora and fauna. Due to the high-intensity rays from the main star and nuclear pollution from the Bellarines over the past century, most had undergone pathological changes. Only partial restoration treatment could be conducted on each surviving species to reach a level where they could reproduce. The Starship fleet also shut down the Bellarin nuclear power stations, and numerous oil wells with leakage risks destroyed all nuclear weapons and helped them establish a basic irrigation system to restore their agriculture and pastoralism. It took a month to complete these tasks. Professor Picard was astonished to find that the electromagnetic waves had ceased their slow increase and were instead gradually decreasing at a barely perceptible rate, expected to completely vanish in 1,000 years. Luda lamented, having appeared for over a month, it will take 1,000 years to disappear. It's truly incomprehensible. Huang Yueqing smiled and said, this is akin to a person who has suffered a fatal injury. Complete recovery requires at least 6 months of rest. Zheng Yin chuckled, regardless, this is a positive development. I hope the Bellarines do not drive themselves to extinction. At this moment, the Bellarines had returned to the Steam Age and would evolve under this backdrop for 1,000 years. Regardless of what the future holds, the present-day Bellarines had thoroughly entered a phase of atonement. Leaving Bellara Star, the changed fleet jumped to the next coordinate. This is a secondary stellar civilization belonging to the Star Alliance, whose main fleet was annihilated in the defense battle of the solar system and is currently engaged in a defensive war against the galactic pirates. Upon receiving the distress signal, Zheng Yin immediately ordered everyone to enter battle mode and prepare for jump. This member of the Star Alliance is called the Qingdi people, located in a red giant star system in Canis Major, where all their race has blue skin and their blood contains a large amount of copper, making it green. Qingdi Star is an open planet, Although it stands with the Star Alliance, it does not refuse the entry of unarmed travelers from various galactic civilizations and is even referred to as a civilian port on the Orion's arm. Due to its non-strategic geographical location and limited resources, whether it be the Unification faction pirates or mercenary groups, very few are willing to waste war resources here. As a result, their civilization has remained in a slow and somewhat primitive state. In this solar system defense battle, they dispatched all their space fleets, 1,000 warships, only to be destroyed by the Unification sect. Just as their expeditionary forces had not yet returned, a fleet of 5,000 pirates arrived in their stellar system and launched an attack. Thanks to the strong defenses on the ground, they barely managed to hold on. By the time Zheng Yin led the fleet's arrival, the war had already lasted half a day. Although it was unclear why the pirates sent so many fleets to attack this resource-poor civilization, Zheng Yin felt it unnecessary to ponder. Since they had sacrificed all their space military power for the sake of Earth humanity, the fleet had the responsibility to provide unconditional aid. At this moment, the resistance on the ground was exceptionally fierce, with not only the Qingdi government forces fighting back, but also travelers from other civilizations joining the resistance against the pirate plunder. Once the fleet appeared, Zheng Yin immediately commanded electromagnetic launch 100,000 mosquito missiles and 10,000 photon torpedoes to greet the pirates. With the launch of 100,000 missiles and 10,000 photon torpedoes, 1,000 warships and 1,000 electric devouring entities surged into the pirate fleet. The space fleet was fully mobilized, and this time Zheng Yin personally took to battle once again, sitting in the Yinglong space mech, feeling a strange excitement. It's been a long time since I had real combat. Rick, how about a competition to see who can destroy more enemy ships? Zheng Yin commanded the Yinglong, swinging the antimatter cutting sword in one hand while firing photon cannons in rapid succession with the other. Captain, that's not fair. Your Yinglong is over 300 meters tall, bigger than a destroyer, while our space mechs are only 100 meters tall. We can't compete in firepower. Rick complained while fighting. Darue, just be content. The gentle and considerate change won't custom make one for us, ha ha ha. Dalu laughed. Captain, I can only compare to you if you divide your kill count by 3, otherwise it's just too unfair. Rick laughed. Alright. As long as the total number of enemy ships you two destroy exceeds 1/3 of my total, you win. If I lose, I'll go surfing with you. Okay, it's a deal. Dalu and Rick said, then set their shields to maximum and charged towards the pirate fleet, with Zheng Yin closely following. Meanwhile, the artillery of the changed super battleship never ceased, with photon torpedoes and refracted light attacking in turn, quickly paralyzing most of the pirate fleet. The remaining 2,000 pirate warships, realizing victory was impossible, immediately withdrew from the battlefield and escaped at warp speed. The paralyzed warships quickly sent out surrender signals, and Zheng Yin's competition with Dalu and Rick had to be halted. The sudden arrival of the fleet destroyed over 500 pirate warships and captured over 2,000. Zheng Yin immediately handed over these 2,000 warships to the Qingdi people to express gratitude for their assistance in the solar system defense battle. The captured 100,000 pirates were directly imprisoned in Qingdi Star's prison. The Qingdi people were extremely grateful for Zheng Yin's assistance and sent a support team of 100 all-season elites, several of whom frequently traversed between various civilizations in the galaxy. After resolving the crisis of the Qingdi people, the fleet continued to pursue the galactic pirates. Zheng Yin vowed to eliminate these dangerous elements from the galaxy and grant the low-level civilization peace. However, just as the fleet was pursuing the pirate fleet at warp level 999, a case of disappearance occurred aboard the Change. The Tianquan Star girl Bai Yingmong went missing. The daughter of the chief scientist of the Tianquan Star people, who was rescued from the edge of the Unification sect, disappeared without any warning. The entire command structure of the Starship was extremely anxious about her disappearance, as she was not only a Tianquan Star person opposed to the Unification sect, but also carried her parents' research achievements and the technology for exploring parallel universes. Bai Yingmong was known for her humility. Although she was over 2 meters tall, she had always been seen as a shy young woman. After joining the scientific group, she worked diligently and never had any unpleasantness with her colleagues. Regarding the research achievements her parents had mastered, due to difficulties in controlling them, the Starship did not conduct further research and had never requested a scientific report from her. Change's real-time monitoring of crew members was limited to outside the bedrooms, as Zheng Yin believed everyone deserved their own private space. However, the subsystem's full-angle real-time monitoring required Zheng Yin, Lu Wu Yunqi, Huang Yueching, and Picard to activate it simultaneously. But when the 5 of them activated the full-angle real-time monitoring in by Yingmang's bedroom, they found it was completely blank. To delete this monitoring information, all 5 had to execute it together, indicating it had been shielded in advance. The ability to shield in advance without Change discovering it could only be achieved by Tianquan Star's technology. While the quark-level scanning of the Change was still in progress, the previously escaped 2,000 pirate ships had already been caught up. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. It seemed the pirates were driven by a desperate resolve, and this battle was much more intense than the one at Qingdi Star. The pirates launched almost suicidal attacks, and their weaponry was much more sophisticated than that of the captured pirate fleets. They tightly clung to the warship crew formation, and to quickly end the battle and continue searching for Bai Yingmong, Zheng Yin had no choice but to order the space fleet on the fifth deck to deploy. Just as the space fleet flew out of the port, Zheng Yin suddenly thought of something. Space fleet, return immediately. Set the shields to maximum power. But it was still too late. A fighter jet that flew out of the change port immediately entered a drifting state with its shields down, and the pilot had already been teleported away. Subsequently, more than 1,000 remaining pirate ships fled the scene. Follow the flight path, pursue. Zheng Yin anxiously paced in the bridge. After the space fleet returned, the Starship formation immediately chased after the fleeing pirate fleet. Professor Picard asked Captain what happened. Zheng Yin said, we've been set up. The Lu pondered, could it be that they infiltrated us? Were the 5,000 pirate ships merely his pawns? Zheng Yin shook his head and immediately commanded change scan and count all members to see how many people we've lost. 5 minutes later, change reported, in addition to Bai Yingmong, there is also a support team member from the Qingdi people and the pilot of that fighter, David. Display the information of this Qingdi person and list his actions over the past 3 months. The information showed that this Qingdi person was a typical soldier with outstanding military achievements and no negative records, and for the past 3 months, he had been serving in the defense forces. This is simply bizarre. How could such an excellent soldier be involved in a conspiracy? Lu said, looking at the large screen with confusion. Change play all the monitoring footage of him after entering the Starship. Lu, keep a close watch. The video playback showed that this Qingdi person did not exhibit any significant abnormality upon entering the Starship, but during a meal in the cafeteria, he had a brief encounter with Bai Yingmong. After seeing him, Bai Yingmong was clearly surprised, and then hurriedly finished her meal and left while this Qingdi person touched her back before following her. He then entered Bai Yingmang's room, and a few seconds later, he came out of the room with something bulging in his pocket. This Qingdi person then entered the military camp and hid. Following this was the news of Bai Yingmang's disappearance, and Change's quark-level scanning had not yet progressed to the military camp when the war with the pirate fleet began. Zheng Yin asked, what do you think, Lu? Lu replied, from the footage, it seems Bai Yingmong recognized this Qingdi person. It's confirmed that he was behind this, but I don't understand how an excellent Star Alliance soldier could do such a thing. That needs to be asked of the person involved. What we can be sure of now is that Bai Yingmong was kidnapped from within our Starship. From the moment we received the intelligence about the pirate fleet attacking the Qingdi people, we stepped into a trap set by the enemy. At this moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, the pirate fleet has split into 1,200 escape routes. How do we pursue? Oh my, this is utterly absurd. Lu shouted in anger. Zheng Yin also cursed in his heart at his ancestors. Captain Baoxing, lead all personnel and 50 destroyers, 2 frigates to set off immediately. Each ship will track 1 escape route, and the remaining 50 or more will launch rapidly, capturing one after another. The warship personnel led by Captain Baoxing immediately vanished into space. But even so, we may not make it in time. Professor Picard said. I can't worry about that right now. We need to act quickly. How evidently these over 1,000 pirate warships are far more advanced than those on Qingdi Star, not even in the same league. How did we not realize this from the start? Zheng Yin said regretfully. Lu suddenly realized, could these be disguised by the Tianquan Star people? Zheng Yin lamented, we should have thought of this sooner. The wars between galaxies boiled down to technological contests. The technology of the Tianquan Star people has been reduced to a level 2 stellar civilization. Their chance to strike back lies solely with Bai Yingmong. It's all our fault for being too careless. Only after the incident did we comprehend the situation. In any case, we cannot let Bai Yingmong fall into their hands. If necessary, we should destroy everything without hesitation. If they acquire the technology for parallel universes, it won't just be Bai Yingmong in danger. We cannot rule out this worst-case scenario, but it should be a last resort, Zheng Yin said helplessly. He then ordered, let's start tracking them. Chekhov increased the warp speed by another level. Fortunately, Professor Weiser suggested in a timely manner, Captain, don't forget that we Jabba people have a special tracking technology that can quickly mark these pirate warships. We only need to get a little closer. Once they are marked, we can capture them one by one at our leisure. Excellent, Professor Weiser. Immediately input this technology into Change's arsenal for marking. After Professor Weiser left, Wu Yunqi received an urgent message from the leader of the Qingdi people. After opening the video link, the other side said, I am truly sorry, Marshal. Our intelligence team has just discovered that among the 100 support troops dispatched to your Starship, there is a potential enemy. His family disappeared collectively after he boarded the Starship. In the end, we found the bodies of him and his family, meaning that those on your Starship are not real Qingdi people. I have sent you the detailed information about that soldier. Please be on high alert and execute him immediately in the name of the Qingdi government, if necessary. Zheng Yin had already anticipated 7 or 8 points of this. He said his meticulous plan has calculated both your side and ours. There's no need for you to blame yourself for this. An important scientist aboard our Starship has been taken hostage, and we are currently doing everything we can to remedy the situation. We'll contact you again when we have progress. After that, the changed Starship quickly caught up with a pirate warship, while Cloaked immediately marking it and continuing to track the next target. Soon all markings were completed. They then attacked the last pirate warship they pursued, incapacitated it, and used a tractor beam to capture it on the 5th deck's hangar. The remaining task was for Lu and Rick to lead the troops in a thorough search and investigation. 3 minutes later, 10 pirate pilots were captured. They turned out to be Tianquan Star people in disguise. After a detailed scan, no trace of Bai Mong or the compressed energy transformation was found on the warship. After reporting this matter, Zheng Yin said, "Lock up the prisoners, capture the next ship immediately." Then a warship disguised as a pirate from the Tianquan Star people was captured aboard the Starship, and a search revealed no signs of Bai Mong. It wasn't until a day later that all remaining enemy ships were captured, yet still no trace of Bai Mong was found. At this moment, the Baoxing fleet sent an urgent message stating that after a day of pursuit, they had engaged in combat with 1,000 enemy ships, and after damaging a destroyer, discovered the whereabouts of Bai Mong and pilot David, who had been teleported over. However, David's brain was already in a blank state, and Bai Mong was in a coma. "We need to head over immediately. All pursuing fleets cease operations and gather at the Baoxing fleet," Zheng Yin ordered. "Are we a step too late?" Lu said anxiously. "Prepare for the worst-case scenario." Beidou set the jump coordinates. Check off, jump immediately. After transporting Bai Mong and David to the medical bay, Huang Yueqing led the medical team to initiate emergency treatment. Soon Bai Mong woke up struggling desperately. Huang Yueqing and Alice hurried to reassure her. Only then did Bai Mong realize she was back on the Starship, surrounded by familiar faces, which stabilized her emotions, causing her to cover her face and cry. David's brain damage was irrecoverable. His consciousness, thoughts, and memories had been extracted by the Tianquan Star people, becoming an important source of intelligence. The layout of the Starship and the human expeditionary force had already been leaked to the Tianquan Star people. David had become a true vegetable. Only by being sent to Jabba Star for symbiosis could he maintain a normal life. After Alice provided psychological counseling to Bai Mong, her emotions finally stabilized. She reported to Zheng Yin, "The Qingdi person I saw in the restaurant that day was actually a famous bounty hunter. He belongs to the illusory form race and can imitate any race of similar height. It was he who once pursued my parents. He spoke my parents' names in front of me and said that the Tianquan Star needs me back. I was about to destroy the data at my residence when he captured me with a quantum converter. When I next woke up, I was already on a Tianquan Star warship where they copied my memories. By the time I regained consciousness again, I was already in the medical bay." Zheng Yin comforted her, saying, "Not being able to protect you was my oversight. Please focus on recuperating. As for the loss of technology, do not feel burdened. We do not need to speculate on what the Tianquan Star people might do with your parents' research achievements. We should prepare for the best and worst outcomes." Subsequently, Zheng Yin convened a meeting of the command group. They concluded that the most direct reason for this failure was the overly lax supervision of all expeditionary force members, especially regarding the new support teams from various alien civilizations. Due to politeness and freedom, there had been no strict screening or scanning. This allowed the bounty hunter to easily infiltrate. The command group then carried out a comprehensive reform of the Starship's regulations. First, a main consciousness and subconscious scan was conducted for all members to find potential moles. Secondly, a new department, the Guardian Group, was established. Additionally, the real-time monitoring imagery was upgraded. In addition to detailed sound recordings, a real-time alert subsystem was added which would immediately display any abnormalities in the Guardian Group's office. In cases like Bai Yingmang's abduction, the subsystem could have identified the anomaly before it occurred and intervened. Finally, the security inspection process for new support teams was revised. In addition to strictly checking the recent 6-month action trajectories of newcomers, atomic-level scans and screenings of main consciousness and subconsciousness were required. Moreover, all Starship members would undergo main consciousness and subconscious checks every 6 months to screen for negative emotions, which would be addressed by the psychological counseling group in a timely manner. After 3 days, over 100,000 members completed the scanning. Aside from a few hundred individuals displaying low spirits, there were no signs of an enthusiastic return to the original faction. Everyone shared the same goal: to restore order to the galaxy and defeat all civilizations led by the Tianquan Star people. Just as the Starship fleet was about to catch up to the pirate army, over 30,000 pirate warships suddenly split off 1,000 and came to a halt. They quickly formed a battle formation, waiting for the arrival of the changed Starship fleet. However, the changed Starship fleet was still cloaked and could not be discovered, unless the pirates suddenly mastered a detection technology that even Change did not possess. All units cease warp and enter combat mode. Zheng Yin immediately ordered. At that moment, the pirate fleet suddenly charged towards the changed Starship fleet, unleashing their pulse cannons like rain. Capacitor launched 10,000 Mosquito-type jamming missiles. Captain of the Baoxing fleet carry out evasive counterattacks. Then 10,000 jamming missiles flew into the enemy fleet, causing only a brief disturbance, while over 1,000 pirate ships fired phase cannons at the change. The outer shield was immediately reduced by 15%. Professor Picard quickly switched the inner and outer shields. Capacitor, keep firing photon torpedoes. Once the shield absorbs enough energy, fire the maximum power neutrino fission cannon. The Starship's outer shield is a self-variable frequency shield that can redirect most attacks to the surroundings. It can also be used to clear small obstacles while traveling at warp speed. The inner quantum energy absorption shield is primarily for combat. It can absorb energy from all known weapons and convert it into energy for the Starship's weapons. As soon as the shields were switched, the next round of attacks from the pirate fleet struck, instantly boosting the Starship's weapon energy by 30%. A large neutrino fission cannon was fired at the pirate fleet, instantly destroying 300 enemy ships, creating a cloud of dust composed of neutrinos in the air. Capacitor continued firing neutrino fission cannons. However, after the second shot, only over 100 enemy ships were destroyed. After the third shot, only a few were taken out. By the fourth shot, it became ineffective. How could the pirates find the frequency of the neutrino fission cannon so quickly? Lu said in disbelief. They shouldn't be able to detect our cloaking status. Zheng Yin remarked. At this moment, the 1,000 warships had already engaged in combat with the pirates. The captain of the Baoxing fleet reported, "Captain, the enemy's combat capability is too formidable. Oh, it's difficult for us to eliminate them. They are even stronger than the Tianquan Star people. Space combat teams launch. Capacitor increase fire output. We cannot waste time here." Zheng Yin thought, given the vast disparity in strength, they must have some advantage. "Captain, we cannot track the pirate fleet's route. They have vanished," Professor Picard hurriedly reported. Meanwhile, the remaining few hundred enemy ships still had not been eliminated by the space combat teams. After half an hour, this small but prolonged skirmish finally ended. All destroyed pirate warships were disguised Tianquan Star ships, and their weapon technology was even more formidable than during the Solar System Defense War. After eliminating the intervening Tianquan aliens, the Starship fleet once again lost track of the pirates. Yet one thing was certain, they would no longer plunder lower-tier civilizations along their route. Their objective had already been achieved. The scientific breakthroughs of Bai Yingmang's parents were now in their possession, and their foremost priority was restoring their own technological capabilities. Upon reporting the incident to the Stellar Alliance Command, Zheng Yin triggered an immediate high-level response. Intelligence operatives were dispatched to scout Tianquan Star, with full-scale war authorized if necessary. Just as the fleet prepared to return home, a distress signal arrived. An envoy of the Gi sect, located only 100 light-years away, claimed they were undergoing genocidal assault by the Earth Expeditionary Force, and that their entire civilization faced imminent annihilation. Senior Officer Lu exclaimed, "This is outright extortion. We haven't done anything at all." Zheng Yin replied, "Indeed, it's highly anomalous. Let's investigate, engage stealth protocols, and jump to the vicinity of that planet." When the Chang'e-class starship fleet arrived at the planet, all aboard were stunned by what they witnessed. Before them loomed a colossal starship, identical in every detail to the Chang'e, pounding the planetary surface with relentless bombardment while 1,000 warships rained fire across the land. "Is this a mirror image?" Senior Officer Lu asked, perplexed. "Professor Picard, your assessment?" Zheng Yin inquired. "I cannot determine its origin, Captain, but it cannot be a mirror image. Our mirror engine has long since been dismantled." After a moment's reflection, Zheng Yin ordered Yunqi initiate a communications request with the opposing vessel. Upon establishing the video link, the bridge on the other end appeared nearly identical. Personnel placement, instrumentation, even ambient lighting matched precisely. Clearly, the opposing fleet was equally startled by the Chang'e's sudden appearance. There, Zheng Yin spoke first. "We are engaged in fierce combat against forces of the Gi sect. Identify yourselves." Zheng Yin responded, "We are the Earth Expeditionary Force, having just concluded battle against the Gi sect led by the Tianquan aliens. While pursuing pirates, one of our scientists was abducted, though later recovered. Her knowledge of parallel universe theory had already been replicated. Thus you may originate from another universe, or we have inadvertently entered yours." After brief consultation with Professors Picard and Wester, there Zheng Yin replied, "It appears we have mistakenly crossed into your universe." Zheng Yin asked, "How do you conclude that?" They answered, "We were engaged in orbital combat above this planet when the enemy fleet suddenly vanished. We then traversed a wormhole-like spatial anomaly, and within it encountered a Tianquan warship hurtling past us in the opposite direction. Upon emerging, the planet lay eerily silent, its massive battle formations gone. To uncover the cause, we initiated bombardment, yet the inhabitants remained resolutely tight-lipped, enduring until this very moment." Zheng Yin added, "These Gi sect members are the Doer people, a species with modest military capacity. Their primary space fleet was annihilated during the Tianquan assault on the solar system." Hearing this, there Zheng Yin immediately halted bombardment and said, "Then please have your scientists return us to our native universe, where war still rages." Zheng Yin replied, "Please wait. We have conducted no prior research in this domain, as the mechanics remain profoundly elusive. Moreover, Bai Yingmang's mind is severely fatigued. She may not fully recall her parents' work." They reacted with astonishment. "You mean the scientist abducted, who possesses this technology, is the Tianquan girl Bai Yingmang?" Zheng Yin confirmed yes. Her parents were chief scientists of Tianquan Star. Having pioneered parallel universe exploration, they uncovered the true nature of the Gi god and were brutally executed. "We rescued Bai Yingmang from the Rim Star." They smiled. "That simplifies matters greatly. In our universe, Bai Yingmang and her parents serve in our Starship's science division. They lead the anti-Gi god faction among the Tianquan people. We fought side by side for months. We'll dispatch them to your vessel to assist Bai Yingmang in opening a stable aperture between universes." Zheng Yin was taken aback and swiftly arranged formal reception, relaying the news to Stellar Alliance Command. On the planet below, the Doer people finally caught their breath, only to plunge anew into despair upon spotting another formation of colossal starships orbiting overhead. Their distress signal received no reply from nearby Gi sect factions. Most Gi sect forces in the Orion Arm had lost their space fleets during the assault on the solar system. Now preoccupied with reinforcing defenses and desperate self-preservation, none dared provoke the Chang'e-class superfleet. After deliberation, the doer had no choice but to surrender unconditionally to the Stellar Alliance. Within the Weiyang Palace of Chang'an City aboard Deck 2, Zheng Yin accepted the formal surrender of the Doer Council elders, who presented comprehensive demographic records of all Doer citizens, complete military and technological archives, and historical stone tablets spanning over 10 millennia. Zheng Yin instructed Foreign Affairs Director Wu Yunqi to digitize the historical tablets into the Stellar Alliance's archival database, while returning the original tablets' citizen registries and all military and scientific data intact. He further explained the misunderstanding caused by parallel universe convergence, assuring them the Chang'e fleet never launched unprovoked attacks against defenseless civilizations. The Doer were profoundly moved. Never before had they been treated with such dignity and restraint. Geographically isolated, their world was surrounded entirely by Gi sect territories. All independent civilizations in the region had been subjugated or eradicated. The Doer, left with no alternative, had reluctantly aligned with the Tianquan aliens, enduring generations of forced labor perpetually overlooked and undervalued. Now granted clemency by the Stellar Alliance, they had no desire to remain under the Gi banner. Yet due to bombardment by the parallel universe fleet, their civilization suffered catastrophic damage, beyond any capacity for autonomous recovery. They therefore petitioned Zheng Yin for reconstruction assistance. After careful consideration, Zheng Yin devised an elegant dual-purpose solution, resettling large numbers of displaced Weijia refugees onto Doer Star, reviving the planet's civilization, providing sanctuary for the Weijia, and deepening the Doer's loyalty to the Alliance. When announced, the Doer raised no objections. Their population, eroded by prolonged warfare, could no longer sustain societal development. Introducing an external species was the most direct path to rapid recovery. As for potential long-term social friction, the Council elders chose not to dwell on it. The Star Alliance Command subsequently dispatched a transport ship to Doer Star carrying 100,000 energy storage cabinets filled with Vajia people and a team of emergency support personnel expected to arrive in 7 days. Meanwhile, Bai Yingmong from the parallel universe arrived on the changed spacecraft with his parents, collaborating to develop technology for opening parallel spaces. Seeing his parents from another universe, Bai Yingmong felt a deep sorrow, wishing to embrace them and cry out about the grievances he had suffered over the past few months. However, they were not truly his parents, so he could only bury his emotions deep within. The parents from the parallel universe took the initiative to embrace her and comforted her, saying, "Child, I believe we must have met your parents. Half a year ago, we encountered them during a rebellion. At that time, I thought they were our replicas. Although we did not communicate, I could see their great confusion in their eyes. They must have seen the true face of the One." Bai Yingmong replied, "After my parents returned from the parallel universe, they fell into a conflict within themselves, ultimately leading to their rebellion against the One, resulting in their secret execution." The Bai Yingmong from the parallel universe said, "Then let us fulfill their last wishes together." With the determined efforts of both universes and the entire Starship science team, a connection bridge to the parallel universe was established the next day. This device is composed of 5 spatial oscillators which can interact to form a specific photon quantum frequency region in the middle. Since each fundamental particle has its own motion frequency, and all fundamental particle frequencies in one universe are balanced, each universe has its own unique frequency. The energy of a high-frequency universe is significantly greater than that of a low-frequency universe. The energy source of the changed spacecraft, the zero-point absorption device, is manufactured based on this principle. Its multiple extraction ports connect to infinitely high-frequency parallel universes, and all energy exceeding the photon quantum frequency of our universe automatically flows to the absorption device, providing an endless source of energy for the Starship. The area created by the 5 spatial frequency oscillators has a photon quantum frequency different from our universe, thus forming a window to observe infinite parallel universes, allowing for shuttling. The search for parallel universes is extremely rigorous. The frequency error cannot exceed 1 part in 100 million, or it would be another parallel universe. The closer the frequency is to our universe, the higher the similarity. The greater the frequency difference, the lower the similarity, with even the components of the universe differing and physical laws varying. Finally, after sending Bai Yingmang's family from the parallel universe back to their starship, Zheng Yin ordered the commencement of the exploration experiment for the parallel universe. The science team ultimately selected 2 frequency values for parallel universes, one exceeding our universe by 1 part in 100 million, and the other falling short by 1 part in 100 million. When the parallel universe, with a frequency exceeding by 1 part in 100 million, was opened, Wu Yunqi sent a communication request to the changed spacecraft inside to verify the correctness of this universe's opening. If there was a response from the changed spacecraft in the parallel universe, it would indicate that this universe's change had not arrived in our universe. If the signal was received by the current fleet, but there was no response from the parallel universe, it would indicate the correctness of the universe's opening. After confirming with the command group of their universe, they could return. The newly opened parallel universe was very calm. A Duoer people's planet visible through the parallel window where Duoer warships were patrolling in orbit, not engaged in war. Soon a response from the changed spacecraft in this parallel universe came through inquiring about the source of the signal and why it had the same quantum communication matrix as the change. To save time, Zheng Yin did not turn on the video, simply stating, "We are from a parallel universe's change fleet currently searching for a way home for another parallel universe's Starship fleet that accidentally intruded into our universe. We apologize for the disturbance, wishing you all the best. Goodbye." Then the device was shut down and the next parallel universe with a frequency lower than our universe by 1 part in 100 million was opened. When this universe was opened before Wu Yunqi could send a communication, dense energy cannons shot out from within. Fortunately, both fleets had their shields up, preventing casualties. In this universe, a fierce battle was underway with Duoer people and the Star Alliance fleet locked in combat, with cannons constantly firing. Just as Zheng Yin believed the universe's opening was correct, the changed spacecraft appeared within, leading the Star Alliance fleet in a fierce battle against the One. After the communication connection was initiated, it was directly rejected by them, who then fired a neutrino-splitting cannon toward the parallel window. Quickly shut down the oscillator. Zheng Yin shouted urgently. Before the neutrino-splitting cannon reached the parallel window, the oscillator was shut down in time. It seems that we are all very busy in each universe. Is this fate? Dalu muttered. Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Then who is arranging our fate? I really want to find him to complain." Waving my hand, I quit. Just as Zheng Yin believed the universe's opening was correct, the changed spacecraft appeared within, leading the Star Alliance fleet in a fierce battle against the One. This time a parallel universe was opened exceeding our universe's photon quantum frequency by 2 parts in 100 million. The Duoer star here was peaceful and prosperous, with no patrolling warships and rows of tranquil and orderly space farms in orbit. Merchant ships traversed between large space stations, making this place resemble a trade port. Without needing to send communication requests, everyone could guess that this was definitely not a war zone, as there was not even a hint of battle. The Starship fleet before them had suddenly entered our universe during combat. Shutting down the oscillator, they reopened a parallel universe with a frequency lower than our universe by 2 parts in 100 million. In this universe, Duoer star had become a wreck. The entire planet was erupting with volcanoes and earthquakes, and numerous warship wrecks floated in orbit, with no functioning warships in sight, indicating that a catastrophic battle had just occurred, and the combatants had abandoned this battlefield to continue their struggle for the next target. After Wu Yunqi sent a communication request, it was received by the Starship fleet before them. Zheng Yin on the other end sent a message saying, "Thank you very much, another me from a different universe. This is our universe, and our Star Alliance is on the verge of collapse. Marshal Derigulu is sending us an emergency signal. We need to rush to the next battlefield for support. Hope to see you again in this lifetime. Take care." After saying this, the Starship fleet before them passed through the parallel window and engaged in battle. Zheng Yin then ordered the oscillator to be shut down and the equipment locked away in the danger vault. Afterward, Dalu sighed. The lower the operational frequency of the photon quantum, the more intense the battles. The higher the frequency, the more peaceful the evolution. Why is that? Professor Picard and Professor West contemplated for a moment and said, "Perhaps the high-frequency parallel universe has ample energy, and they do not need to fight for resources, while the low-frequency parallel universe has a low energy release rate of fundamental particles, leading to energy scarcity and the necessity for competition." Zheng Yin slowly asked, "What does the universe at the lowest limit look like?" Alice suddenly sensed the fear in Zheng Yin's heart and hurriedly comforted him. "At worst, it's just hell. Anyway, it's beyond our control. Our duty is to do our utmost to restore order to our galaxy, so let's not dwell on the useless things." Zheng Yin paused and smiled. "That's true, but in handling matters we must heed the will of heaven. Change set the spatial oscillator to the highest security level. It can only be used again with the authorization of me and Luda Picard, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueching, and Jones together. After all, this technology is too dangerous." The scientific team had not fully understood its fundamental theories, nor did they know the side effects it could bring. This emergency device created in the dark should not be used lightly. After sending off the fleet from the parallel universe before the arrival of the Star Alliance support team, Wu Yunqi received a distress signal from the South River 3 civilization, a member of the Star Alliance. This civilization is located near the South River 3 in the constellation Canes Venatici, around a young yellow dwarf star system. Their race is small and sturdy with large flapping ears, also known as the Big Ear People. The changed starship had previously captured a rebel from the South River 3 Big Ear People. The Big Ear People sent an urgent message stating that they were attacked by a swarm of nanomachines released from a storage tank filled with these nanomachines that had been dropped into the atmosphere by a pirate ship from the Milky Way. These nanomachines can fly. After emerging from the storage tank, they formed a cloud of small insects and did not trigger the planet's defense systems. However, in the following days, their global metallic devices suffered catastrophic damage. These nanomachines feed on all metals and replicate indefinitely, quickly expanding into a cloud of nanomachines spanning hundreds of kilometers. These nanomachines can also self-evolve, and within a few days they had already learned to absorb energy weapon attacks. The Big Ear People's defense systems had failed, and they were at a loss against these nanomachines. Energy weapons only increased the reproductive capacity of the swarm, while shields were as fragile as paper before them. They had attempted to use virus programs against the nanomachines, but the system of these nanomachines was in base 9, rendering it unbreakable. Only pure physical attacks could destroy these replicating machines. Ultra-high temperatures close to the surface of a star could completely melt them, while attacks near absolute zero could immobilize them temporarily. However, the cost of these two types of attacks was too high, and for the agile swarm of insects, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, these nanomachines had now adapted to all energy attacks from the big ear people, quickly evolving. They could quickly find the frequency of energy weapons, develop immunity, and synchronize this immune data to all replicating insects. They are both individual nanoscopic entities and a vast collective. After the big ear people sent out their last distress signal, all their modern devices had been consumed. When the Starship fleet arrived in the orbit of the big ear people's planet, the scale of these nanomachines had already expanded to several thousand kilometers wide, floating like a thick cloud in the atmosphere. Some nanomachines had even consumed radioactive metals, making their attacks even more dangerous. Although they had not yet targeted carbon-based life forms, the radioactive contamination they left in their wake had already harmed large areas of native flora and fauna. Captain, we have lost contact with the surface. The big ear people at the space station request a communication link, Wu Yunqi reported. Quickly connect. The big ear person on the other end was a space military leader named Kelvin, who had met Zheng Yin during the solar system defense battle. Kelvin was very pleased to see Zheng Yin, as if he had encountered a savior. He excitedly said, "Thank you very much for coming, Marshal. Our civilization is on the brink of extinction, and perhaps the entire Star Alliance will face the same fate. These creatures, more terrifying than locusts, seem to be evil spirits flying out of hell. The warships we dispatched have become their playthings, and we have received no updates from the surface." Zheng Yin said, "General Kelvin, I won't say more pleasantries. Do you have any samples of the nanomachines? We would like to study them." Kelvin replied, "Yes, Marshal, but they are currently in a cryogenic storage unit and cannot be transmitted. They need to be sent over by shuttle." Zheng Yin said, "All right, I'll have the scientific team study it immediately and strive to find a solution as soon as possible." When the samples were sent, the scientific team immediately began their research. 5,000 scientific elites from member planets of the Star Alliance conducted a holographic scan of this nanomachine, and upon magnification discovered that this replicating machine is less than 10 nanometers long and 5 nanometers wide, with a typical insect morphology, possessing wings and sharp mandibles, and capable of splitting and reproducing. Inside it is a powerful processor capable of quantum calculations, along with a signal transmitter and receiver. What appears to be a simple structure actually conceals an extremely complex and exquisite craft, definitely not something that a second-tier stellar civilization could produce. This made Zheng Yin think of the parallel universe again. Regarding these nanomachines, the scientific team also did not find a direct way to destroy them, but it could be confirmed that these insects could not fly into space, as their wings limited their activity to the air. After melting this sample at high temperatures, Zheng Yin ordered Capacitor fire the neutrino splitting cannon at the densest part of the insect swarm, adjusting to maximum range. Subsequently, a neutrino splitting energy mass with a width of 500 kilometers surged into the insect swarm in the atmosphere. After a flash of light, a large hole was blasted into the swarm, creating a cloud of neutrino dust that spanned 500 kilometers. "Great job, Marshal. 1/5 of the nanomachines have been eliminated." Kelvin shouted excitedly over the communication. Capacitor fired the second shot immediately. However, when the second neutrino splitting cannon was fired, only half of the nanomachines were destroyed, followed closely by the third shot. But the nanomachines had already developed immunity, and this time none were eliminated. Zheng Yin said, "Capacitor cease fire." "That's enough. The second shot can still take out some. We never expected to rely solely on the neutrino splitting cannon to eliminate them." Kelvin asked, "What shall we do next, Marshal?" Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry, Marshal Kelvin. Chekhov, open a wormhole along the flight path of the insect swarm. Beidou set the endpoint coordinates to the surface of the nearest star." However, when the wormhole opened, only a few nanoreplicator insects flew inside. 10 seconds later, a large mass of worm fog bypassed the wormhole entrance and continued to fly into the distance. "What?" Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and said, I was confused. They have intelligence. How could I have forgotten this? So what do we do now?" "Captain," Lu asked, "fire the tractor beam and pull them into space. Drag them to the surface of the star. They have to go whether they want to or not." Zheng Yin commanded. When the massive tractor beam was projected into the swarm, a considerable portion of the replicator insects was indeed pulled away, but soon it was discovered that a large number of the swarm had gone mad and surrounded the tractor beam. They quickly crawled along the tractor beam towards the changed ship. Zheng Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing that more than half of the swarm had attached themselves to the tractor beam, Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Quickly check off Beidou, engage warp speed, level 1, head towards the surface of the star." A few minutes later, the changed ship had traversed the surface of the star for a while and had completely exterminated the replicator insects on the tractor beam. "Next, let's go back and catch more." Lu shouted happily. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you," Zheng Yin said with a bitter smile. Indeed, the second tractor beam did not catch a single replicator insect. they had already become immune to the tractor beam and no longer crawled towards the changed ship. All conventional energy waves were ineffective against them. Launch gravitational torpedoes, gather them together, and throw them into space. Zheng Yin thought of another method. After a series of gravitational torpedoes exploded, many of the swarm were indeed exterminated. However, the replicator insects quickly found a countermeasure. They dispersed and became very sparse, with only one replicator insect per 10 cubic meters, causing each gravitational torpedo explosion to capture only 2 or 3 insects. This was both a waste of time and resources, and this method soon became unfeasible. They've even evolved strategies. This is too bizarre, right? Black hole torpedoes and singularity bombs definitely cannot be used, as they would affect the planets. For now, we only have computer viruses, Zheng Yin said. After referencing the database of the changed ship, a team of 5,000 from the Star Alliance conducted research on a Base 9 system. 3 days later, the Star Alliance Command issued a galaxy-wide alert categorizing these nano-replicator insects as a Level 1 danger, warning all members to defend and strictly monitor nearby star regions to prevent the appearance of pirate warships. Finally, the scientific team developed a Base 9 subsystem to send dormancy commands to the nano-replicator swarm. After sending the signal to the swarm, it indeed had an immediate effect. Large patches of worm fog disappeared, and the ground was piled high with thick layers of replicator insects. This made the large-eared people on the planet very happy, and they all ran outside to celebrate. Just as the Starship fleet was about to begin cleanup, these nano-replicator insects suddenly activated again, scaring those large-eared people who had not finished celebrating back into their rooms. When the changed ship sent the dormancy command to the swarm again, they had already changed their communication frequency, and their own communication frequency was changing at a rate of 1,000 times per second. This evolution is too fast, isn't it? Zheng Yin said in confusion. General Kelvin of the large-eared people was in extreme despair. The only path available to the large-eared people now was to abandon their home planet and collectively transport to the spaceship one by one to the next planet. But escaping was not a solution. The warships could not fly into the atmosphere, making it impossible to transfer as smoothly as with the Via people. Not to mention the massive transportation volume, but also the time constraint. After racking his brain, Zheng Yin said special problems require special solutions. This is clearly related to parallel universes. It must be that the Tianquan people received help from another universe. Perhaps they found the unification deity of another universe, and we only have to seek help from the chasing light people. Lu expressed concern, but they do not involve themselves in any conflicts. Is there a chance of finding them? Zheng Yin replied, since Yimong presided over the war tribunal, we have reason to seek him. Afterward, 1,000 warships were left behind to continue monitoring the nano-replicator insects, while the changed super warship jumped to the orbit of the chasing light people's planet. A delegation consisting of Zheng Yin, Lu, Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Weister was transported to the wilderness where they had previously met. When they appeared, they did not see Yimong's figure. They called out into the wilderness, but received no response. What? Are they ignoring us? Lu said anxiously. Let's sit and wait, don't overthink it. Zheng Yin instructed. The 5 sat down in the open space and waited for about 10 hours. Finally, Yimong appeared with 2 of his kin. Zheng Yin and the others hurriedly bowed and said, we would not dare to disturb you without an urgent matter. Now the large-eared civilization of the Southern River 3 has perished. Yimong replied, I have not been in this dimension for a while. I was invited to attend a meeting. I only just returned and discovered what happened to what exactly is going on. Zheng Yin then recounted in detail from the disappearance of Bai Mong to the dispatch of the changed ship through the parallel space to the attack of the large-eared people by the nanoreplicator insects. Yimong was quite surprised after hearing this and said to Zheng Yin, exploration of parallel universes is extremely dangerous. We do not easily venture into it. If invaded by ultra-low frequency universes, it is exceedingly perilous. Zheng Yin replied, we have locked away the parallel space oscillator and will not use it again. Yimong suggested it is best to destroy it along with the technology and theory. Zheng Yin assured we will do so upon our return. Regarding the nano-replicator insects attacking the large-eared people, can you lend us your assistance? Yimong stated, if it is the unification deity from another parallel universe causing trouble, we have a responsibility to maintain the results of the war tribunal. If it is not the unification deity's conspiracy, we will not participate in the conflict. Lu interjected, but if it is not the unification deity from the parallel universe meddling, wouldn't these replicator insects destroy each modern civilization one by one? How can civilization continue to evolve? Yimong smiled and said there are many ways for civilization to evolve. When you reach a 4th-level dimensional civilization, you will find that previous technological developments are unnecessary. Just like us, we have discarded all high technology, yet can still enter high civilization. The replicator insects would starve if they came to us. Lu laughed, we don't have your talent, we can't just bask in the sun to get full. He pointed to his hair and skin, indicating he wasn't green and couldn't photosynthesize. Yimong and the 2 attendants exchanged smiles. Then Yimong waved his hand, drawing a circle in the air, and a video image of the white light god appeared out of thin air. The white light god asked, what is the matter, Mr. Yimong? Yimong replied, it's possible that the unification deity from the parallel universe has come in. Upon hearing this, the white light god was somewhat surprised, glanced at Zheng Yin and the others, and then said, call those few people out as well. Yimeng nodded, then waved his hand to draw around him, and a circular video conference unfolded. Present at the meeting were Yimeng, Zheng Yin and his group, as well as by Guangxun, the 3 elders of the Pango clan, the Traveler, the 9 sovereigns, and the commander of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal Deluglu. Yimeng then made a brief introduction to everyone. He then said, regarding this matter by Guangxun, and I need to further confirm. If the unification god from a parallel universe has entered our universe, we will apply to the higher dimensional space for maintenance, but the outcome can only be to send him back to his universe. As for whether the Tianquan people have received technological support, as long as the power of the higher dimensional space does not intervene, we will not participate. Finally, Zheng Yin asked, we can't just watch the civilization of the big-eared people be destroyed, right? Moreover, if this replication bug is not eradicated, it will eventually threaten other races. The traveler replied, the emergence of all species has its inevitable significance. There is no reason to necessarily eradicate them. Because I helped you once, I almost fell into an endless war. I cannot intervene again. After all, the vast universe is waiting for me to explore. Mr. Yimeng, please do not contact me again. Oh, I do not wish to get involved in your disputes. With that, the traveler vanished. The 3 elders of the Pango clan said, last time, because we helped you, we nearly faced sanctions from the higher dimensional space. You will have to figure this out for yourselves. However, rest assured, the fortune of your humanity is on the rise, and you will have favorable outcomes in the future. With that, they also disappeared. The 9 sovereigns smiled and said, for the sake of our 1,000 compatriots aboard the warships, and to repay your genetic assistance, we have encountered this replication bug crisis in the previous round of galactic civilization as well. Shortly, I will send the information to your starship, hoping it can assist you. Zheng Yin and Marshal Deluglu immediately expressed their gratitude to the 9 sovereigns. After the meeting concluded, Yimeng vanished into thin air. He needed to personally verify whether the unification god from the parallel universe had entered. After Zheng Yin and the others returned to the starship, they soon received the information sent by the 9 sovereigns. The records detailed a great catastrophe that occurred 500 million years ago, when silicon-based life forms from the Andromeda galaxy deployed weapons similar to nanoreplication bugs into the Milky Way. These were also small machine bugs capable of automatic replication, but their self-evolution ability was not as strong. After years of war, the galactic civilization at that time invented a splitting weapon that could decompose all observable objects into quark levels. Although the principle of the weapon was similar to the neutrino splitter cannon on the Starship, the magical aspect of this weapon was that the attack frequency of each splitter cannon was unknown, composed of 1,000 superposition states of multiple quantum modes, only having a true effect on the attacked object upon contact. As replication robots could not simultaneously produce immunity to 1,000 frequencies, each attack resulted in only a 1,000th chance of survival for the replication bugs. Soon, within less than 100 years, this replication bug crisis was eliminated. With this technology in hand, the scientific team quickly input the weapon model into the arsenal of the changed spacecraft. Beidou set the coordinates to the south river of the big-eared people's stars. Chekhov, initiate the jump immediately and prepare the quark splitter cannon. Upon entering the orbit of the big-eared people's planet, the changed spaceship fired the quark splitter cannon at the nanoreplication bugs in the atmosphere, immediately obliterating large swathes of the bug swarm. Then came the second firing, resulting in a few surviving bugs. The third firing followed, yet still only a small number survived. In total, 10 rounds of the quark splitter cannon were fired, with the number of survivors not increasing, consistently maintaining around 1,000th. The nanoreplication bugs on the planet seemed to realize the danger. Even though they could immunize against all attack frequencies, they could not defend against all 1,000 frequencies at once, and when 1,000 replication bugs grouped together for defense, only one could escape. The bugs were driven to flee in all directions. Professor Picard, transmit the weapon parameters to the warship personnel and ensure they are all equipped with this weapon. An hour later, the commander of the explosion fleet reported, Captain, the weapons are fully loaded. Please instruct the next action. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, gather all the nanoreplication bugs together. We have a gift for the Tianquan people. Then the combat teams on the 5th deck of the Starship were also equipped with this technological weapon. The frigates and destroyers were outfitted with high-powered quark splitter cannons, while fighter jets and battle mechs were equipped with low-powered quark splitter cannons. Even the robotic soldiers and landing troops were equipped with specialized quark splitting guns. Subsequently, all combat personnel on the Starship launched an assault on the surface, participating in the cleanup of the replication bugs. Under the pursuit of 1,000 warships, a cloud of bugs stretching over several kilometers had nowhere to hide, spiraling and fluttering in the air, evading the relentless attacks of the splitter cannons like fish fleeing in the deep sea. Zheng Yin commanded, everyone coordinate well. Beidou set the final coordinates within the atmospheric layer of the Tianquan people's planet. Chekhov, open a wormhole below the bug swarm. Commander of the explosion fleet, drive them into the wormhole. A wormhole was opened in the atmosphere, and the commander of the explosion fleet immediately led the warships to bombard the bug swarm, driving them all into the wormhole. At that moment on the Tianquan people's planet, the sky was clear when a wormhole suddenly appeared, followed by a cloud of nanoreplication bugs emerging. The planetary defense system of the Tianquan people immediately detected the opening of the wormhole, with a dozen warships already flying towards this location, but they did not detect what had intruded. Awaiting them was a twisted route of resistance. Although they could manufacture this technology, it did not guarantee eradication, as these nanoreplication bugs were no longer the batch that had just completed testing days ago. They had evolved for several days and learned much from the big-eared people. To reverse the defeat on the battlefield, the Tian Xuan people used weapons they could not fully control, and what awaited them was only a greater loss. These nanoreplication bugs would continue to evolve on the Tian Xuan planet. After driving away the largest bug swarm, Zheng Yin led the Starship fleet to conduct a week of scanning and cleaning on the big-eared people's planet, finally completely eradicating the nanoreplication bugs. This disaster brought enormous losses to the big-eared people, with their technology regressing to a primitive societal level as all metal products disappeared, nearly reverting to the Neolithic age. To quickly restore civilization, the Star Alliance dispatched 500 million Wagia people and 50 engineering vessels, predicting that it would take 10 years for the society of the big-eared people to gradually resume operation. The Starship fleet, having thoroughly eliminated the nanomachine swarm on the planet of the big-eared people, was preparing to head to their next target, a member star of the Unification sect that had just surrendered to the Star Alliance to accept their application for inclusion. At that moment, Yimeng suddenly appeared on the bridge of the change. Yimeng smiled and said, "Indeed, the Tianquan Star people utilized the exploration technology of parallel space to summon a fragment of the Unification deity, but it has now been returned to his universe. The parallel space exploration technology of the Tianquan Star people has been erased. For the sake of fairness and safety, I must also destroy your parallel space oscillator, so please do not mind." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "The oscillator was destroyed a few days ago, and all the research data has been locked in the database of the change. No one can access the research without the simultaneous authorization of all the fleet leaders. You can rest assured we are more timid than you might imagine." Yimeng smiled and said, "That's best. From now on, the order of secondary civilizations in the Milky Way will depend on you to maintain it. Our race is about to enter a level 4 civilization and may not meet with humanity again for millions of years. Farewell." Having said that, Yimeng flashed away and vanished. Dalu laughed and said, "I forgot to ask him how things are going with the Tianquan Star." Zheng Yin chuckled, "It surely can't be much better than the planets of the big-eared people. We really shouldn't touch any technology we can't fully master." Upon arriving at the destination, they found the other party to be a very small race similar to the insect people evolved from arthropods. They had 6 wings on their backs and were insignificant in the Milky Way. Their space fleet didn't even qualify to participate in the solar system war. After the Tianquan Star people retreated, they heard the news of the war tribunal and learned that the Unification deity had been exiled. Realizing that the technology of the Tianquan Star people had also been sealed, they immediately decided to surrender to the Star Alliance. In the Weiyang Palace of Chang'an City, on the second deck of the change, Zheng Yin and the command team accepted their surrender. Just like the surrender ceremony of the Duoer Star people, they received their historical documents and returned their citizen information along with military and technological data. The 6-winged insect people were deeply moved by Zheng Yin's generosity. They immediately invited the Starship members to vacation on their planet and expressed a desire to send a team of elite support to assist the fleet's expedition. Zheng Yin stated that they could visit the surface to see their civilization, but the support team was not necessary. Due to the planet's self-preservation policy, they rarely experienced war. Although their civilization evolved slowly, the planet's environment was beautiful. The oxygen content in the atmosphere of this planet is 10% higher than that on Earth, making it a high-oxygen planet, a common characteristic among insect planets. Zheng Yin and his team had to wear mini air filters again. Although they looked like masks, they were much more tightly sealed, and speaking was inconvenient. After visiting the temple of the 6-winged people, Zheng Yin and his team went to the primordial marsh, which was the origin of the 6-winged race. Just as the leader was explaining their evolution, a flying insect suddenly shot out of the water, darting towards the crowd like an arrow, but was swiftly shot down by the surrounding security personnel with laser guns. Seeing the surprise on Zheng Yin's face, the leader smiled and said, "This is a kind of gene infection insect, quite common on our planet. After biting its prey, it injects its genetic chain into the victim, and before long the prey becomes its breeding factory. But don't worry, they only feed on grass and only attack prey during breeding. Our race has evolved antibodies that can directly immunize against them. I apologize for startling you." Zheng Yin laughed and said, "I didn't expect a creature to evolve to such an extent. Our entomology experts in the science team will definitely be interested. If it's convenient, could you provide some samples of the flying insects and your antibodies?" The leader replied, "This is nothing to worry about. I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away." Zheng Yin believed that all potential dangers must be prepared for in advance, which was also the contact strategy set by the Starship command team. Just after finishing their visit with the 6-winged people, the Starship fleet received a new task from the command center. They were to go to another Unification sect territory to accept their surrender. After the defense war of the solar system, many member stars of the Unification sect in the Orion arm of the Milky Way had lost their main combat power, and the Tianquan Star people had also abandoned their supervision over them. Many civilizations that had submitted to the Tianquan Star at that time were now disengaging from the Unification sect and sending signals of surrender to the Star Alliance, applying to join it. During this time, the diplomatic ships of the Star Alliance were busy accepting these civilizations, and the next destination of the Starship fleet was one of them, the gray-haired people. However, just as they jumped into the orbit of this planet, they received an urgent distress signal from the planet. The gray-haired people claimed they were under retaliatory attack from the Tianquan Star people, with large swarms of unidentified nanomachines ravaging their cities. All weapons had lost their offensive power and could not penetrate the programs of the machine insects. The few remaining space warships had also been consumed by the nanomachines, and in a few hours global communications would be paralyzed. Dalu said, "It seems we have indeed come to the right place, but we can't save them immediately." Zheng Yin asked, "Why is that?" Dalu laughed and said, "Who knows if this is a trap? Let's first scan the area for any spy ships. As for this member star of the unification sect, saving them is a matter of friendship, while not saving them is simply reason. We can wait until the nanomachines finish their work before we intervene." Zheng Yin laughed and said, "My brother Dalu, you are quite ruthless." Dalu laughed and said, "It's not me being ruthless, it's just that this situation is too coincidental. If we hadn't come, they wouldn't have been attacked. The moment we arrive, they get attacked by the nanomachines. Now in the Milky Way, only we can eliminate the nanomachines. We shouldn't have malicious intent, but we must remain vigilant. We can't just be nice people. The gray-haired people might be innocent, but we cannot rule out the possibility of a conspiracy from the Tianquan Star people." Zheng Yin nodded and said, "Yin Qi, send a communication to the surface saying that we are preparing a rescue, and ask them to hold on for a few more hours." Professor Picard immediately scanned this stellar system. An hour later, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, no warships have been detected in this stellar system, but the presence of stealth reconnaissance ships cannot be ruled out." Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and asked, "How long would it take for our starship to produce the shield technology we hid from the Mora people last time?" Professor Picard replied, "It will take about 15 days, but that technology can only conceal the planet from enemy reconnaissance ships in space. It won't affect any observers on the planet itself." Zheng Yin said, "No need to create something so large, you just hide the area within 100 kilometers of the change. We will eliminate the nanomachines within the concealed zone." Professor Picard said, "In that case, we only need to equip 10 battleships with stealth shield generators, allowing them to escort the changed spacecraft. It is expected that it won't take a day to manufacture them." Zheng Yin replied, "All right, Professor Picard, you and Professor Jones from the engine crew should prepare quickly. Once the shield is completed, we will act immediately and see how they can spy on us from within the stealth circle." Before the shield could be constructed, the communication system of the gray-haired people had already collapsed, and the metals on the planet had become food for the nanoreplicators. Only a team of station researchers remained on the space station, still able to contact the starships, anxiously inquiring every hour about the status of the Starship formation. Finally, after 20 hours of anxious waiting, escorted by 10 battleships and covered by a stealth shield spanning several hundred kilometers, they descended into the planet's atmosphere. The changed spacecraft fired a barrage of quark-splitting cannons at the swarm of insects, quickly eliminating a patch of the swarm several hundred kilometers wide. Meanwhile, the other battleships maintained their invisibility, forming a stealth circle with a radius of 1,000 kilometers, continuously clearing out the nanoreplicators. After a day's sweep, the nano-insects on the planet had dwindled to almost nothing, and the changed spacecraft returned to its orbital position in space, continuing to monitor the nearby star domain, while leaving the remaining cleanup work to the battleship formation. However, just as they were about to finish, the last group of replicators they encountered turned out not to be nano-sized, but visible to the naked eye, resembling dragonflies from Earth, and their immunity to the quark-splitting cannons was significantly higher. The survival rate had exceeded 1,000th, with 1% of the replicators surviving each attack, clearly indicating that they had evolved from multiple nano-units combining together into a visible form. Their absorption of weapon frequencies could also exist in multiple superposition states. This evolution represented a qualitative leap. Although they could currently only possess 10 superposition states at once, they had already developed this capability, and their numbers were merely a matter of time. After countless rounds of bombardment, the final batch of these replicators was finally exterminated. Yet Zheng Yin fell into a state of worry. At the temporary war meeting, he said, "We drove the replicators into a wormhole and sent them to the Tianquan Star. The actions of the Tianquan people are of the same nature. We have used technology that we cannot fully control, and the current crisis with the replicators will become the greatest hidden danger threatening the galaxy." Professor Picard said, "Clearly these replicators possess quantum-level processors, with multiple nanoprocessors aggregating into one large unit, thus acquiring the ability to defend in multiple superposition states. Back on the Big Ear planet, they reacted to our attacks by forming 1,000 together, simultaneously employing 1,000 different immune strategies. However, at that time they were not yet a whole. They were not truly in a superposition state. Now they have found the true method." Dai Lu asked in confusion, "How can these replicators have such high intelligence? Are they really black technologies brought by the Tianquan people from a parallel universe?" Zheng Yin responded, "This Yimeng didn't mention it at all, so it's likely not the case. Moreover, the 9 emperors said that 500 million years ago, a similar catastrophe occurred in the galaxy. Presumably the Tianquan people found some ruins somewhere which awakened them." Professor Picard said, However, according to the historical data provided by the 9 emperors, the replicators 500 million years ago had not evolved this quickly. In just a few days, they have already acquired quantum superposition state defenses. Zheng Yin stated, "We know too little about them. What happened to that sample? Let's go take a look." During the final rounds of bombardment, Zheng Yin ordered Professor Picard to create an extremely sturdy metal-free sealed container and sent a replicator inside. Now, looking at the metal insect making a ruckus, Zheng Yin couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Wu Yunqi exclaimed, "Oh my, it's gnawing at the container. We absolutely must not let it out." Dai Lu chuckled, "What are you afraid of? Can it even evolve into a weapon?" Just as Dai Lu finished speaking, the insect immediately stopped gnawing, curled up, and lay still in the sealed container. This truly stunned everyone, leaving them exchanging glances. After a long moment, Zheng Yin commanded, "Professor Picard, place the container in the high-temperature furnace for research. If there is any sign of abnormality, immediately raise the temperature to melt it. Do not discuss anything in front of it during research." Yunqi arranged to initiate communication with this insect. Since it can understand, it should be able to communicate. After sending the communication request, the replicator did not respond and remained in a sleeping state. Zheng Yin said, "Wait until it wakes up, then send it again. Let's go meet with the leader of the gray-haired people first." At that moment, suddenly the sleeping replicator woke up. Its mouth parts grew larger, exceeding 1/3 of its body, shining with a blue light and extremely sharp, quickly scratching white marks on the sealed container. Clearly, its understanding of evolving weapons was still limited to body modifications, which finally relieved Zheng Yin and the others. No one spoke, and with a wave of his hand, Zheng Yin signaled for Wu Yunqi to send the communication. The replicator only transmitted a segment of infinitely repeating words. "I'm hungry. Let me out. I'm hungry. Let me out." The piercing high frequency made everyone feel uncomfortable, and Zheng Yin hurriedly waved his hand, ordering to shut off the communication. After leaving the laboratory, Zheng Yin said, "It seems there is nothing useful to communicate. Professor Picard, do your utmost to study it. If there's any anomaly, destroy it at once. We must not let it escape within the Starship." He then met with the leader of the gray-haired people and apologized for not being able to rescue them in time. The leader of the gray-haired people said, "When the Tianquan people retaliated against us, you were still willing to extend a helping hand to assist former enemies. Such magnanimity is something the Tianquan people lack. You will become the new order of the galaxy, and it is our honor to stand with you. From now on, we will no longer be enslaved by the Tianquan people." The leader of the gray-haired people then submitted the surrender documents, which included the traditional 4 items: detailed information of global citizens, all military information, all technological information, and their civilization's history. Zheng Yin kept only a backup of the history and returned everything else, reporting to the Star Alliance Command for the dispatch of engineering ships and 500 million Wagia people. At this point, 10 billion Wagia people were still unassigned, but if this trend continued, soon the Star Alliance would have no reserve population left. Ultimately, under the guidance of the gray-haired people, the Starship formation discovered a hidden fleet of Tianquan people on a small asteroid 2 light-years away. This fleet consisted of only 3 battleships, which were the culprits that had released the nano-replicators. Now they seemed to be aware of being discovered and were attempting to flee in their starships. Zheng Yin immediately ordered a pursuit, and within a few minutes the Change-class Starship formation intercepted the 3 warships. However, the 3 warships continued to fly forward, not in warp speed nor in inertial movement, but utilizing a conventional pulse drive for sublight speed travel. Wu Yunqi sent a surrender warning to the 3 warships, which neither rejected nor responded, as if the Tianquan star people inside were all asleep. Zheng Yin sensed something amiss and immediately instructed Professor Picard conduct a thorough scan of these 3 warships. A short while later, Professor Picard reported in astonishment, "Captain, there are 30 Tianquan star people inside the 3 warships, all alive and well, but..." Professor Picard continued, "They are all hiding in the corners of the cabins without their protective suits, and the cabins are filled with replicators, the large kind." After Professor Picard finished speaking, the entire bridge fell silent. After a moment, Zheng Yin asked, "Do replicators have the capability for deep space communication?" Professor Picard replied, "Their communication method is also based on quantum matrix patterns clearly similar to ours, capable of real-time communication over vast distances in deep space, which indicates that their evolution can occur simultaneously no matter where they are in the cosmos." Zheng Yin ordered Dr. Jones transport these 30 Tianquan star people to the isolation chamber, and during the transport, shield against all non-biological entities. Jones from the engine room replied, "Understood, Captain, initiating purification transport immediately. Should we provide them with some clothes in the isolation chamber?" Zheng Yin smiled, "Yes, of course. I almost forgot about the scene after purification transport." After the 30 Tianquan star people were transported over, Zheng Yin ordered the destruction of the 3 warships using the quark-splitting cannon. Upon arriving at the isolation chamber, Zheng Yin encountered the 30 terrified Tianquan star people. There was hardly any interrogation. They readily disclosed their movements, as their psychological defenses had already been shattered by the replicators. According to the Tianquan star people, this technology was guided by the unification deity from a parallel space, where they had found the last surviving replicator on a ruined planet within the Milky Way. The civilization of that planet had engaged in a desperate battle with the replicators 500 million years ago, ultimately leading to mutual destruction, with only one replicator surviving by hiding at the bottom of the sea. The scientists of the Tianquan Star people brought this replicator back to the laboratory and bred it under the guidance of the unification deity, rewriting its evolution program. Subsequently, they conducted experiments on the planet of the Big Ears, and unexpectedly the replicators exhibited a rapid increase in evolutionary speed, while the Earth expeditionary forces quickly found a solution. Finally, the Change-class Starship formation delivered a devastating blow to the home planet of the Tianquan Star people by driving the replicators there. The fundamental program of the replicators had undergone millions of evolutions, rendering the original programming of the Tianquan Star people ineffective, and successive virus programs were easily deciphered. Meanwhile, the unification deity from the parallel universe had been sent back to its own universe, and at this moment no deity was willing to help them. They could only reap what they had sown. In the end, the Tianquan Star people devised a way to extract weaponry from Earthlings, triggering the replicator disaster once again along the route of the change. However, unexpectedly, under the devastating assault, these replicators rapidly evolved into a composite state. Before the 30 Tianquan Star people could steal any weapon data from the Earthlings, the replicators, they carried evolved sharp mandibles and quickly bit through the sealed canisters, breathing frantically within the warship. These replicators gnawed at all the metals in the cabin, including their protective suits, ultimately causing a short circuit in the spaceship's wiring, disabling the cloaking mode, and proceeding to fly forward using conventional propulsion. The 30 Tianquan Star people could only huddle in the corners, watching as the spaceship drifted into the endless universe, where they would slowly starve in the coming time. Yet now, although they were captured by the Change-class Starship, at least they could survive. Zheng Yin then ordered Professor Picard to conduct an atomic-level scan of the 30 Tianquan Star people, and after confirming that no nanoreplicators existed within them, he locked them up in prison. The Change also transmitted this information to the Star Alliance Command, urging them to closely monitor the replicator attacks. Subsequently, the Starship formation received a commission from Marshal de Lugulu to assist in an investigation on a research planet 50 light-years away, where the research base members had discovered prehistoric civilization ruins dating back at least 1 billion years. The scientific strength of the research base was quite weak, with fewer than 200 members, rendering them incapable of conducting in-depth research. If valuable information could be discovered from the prehistoric civilization, it would be of great significance to the Star Alliance, and the only deployable scientific force in the vicinity was the Change-class Starship formation. Dai Lu exclaimed, "A civilization from 1 billion years ago. Goodness, that's even older than the Krillurians. Back then Earth was still ruled by bacteria. It really has overturned my view of the universe." Zheng Yin smiled, "Just in time for us to take a few days to recuperate." Beta Chekhov jumped to the target point. Let's set off." Upon arrival, Zheng Yin discovered that the main star of this star system had entered the second phase of the red giant stage, its volume having expanded to hundreds of thousands of times its original size, with the hydrogen fusion in its core long since transformed into helium fusion. The original habitable planet was now at the edge of the star, and the research base was established in such a harsh planetary canyon. The atmosphere of this planet had been completely evaporated and the oceans had dried up. The canyon, where the research base was located, used to be an ocean trench. Thanks to the depth of the canyon, the base was shielded from direct star exposure, avoiding the dangers of extreme heat, but due to the lack of an atmosphere to retain heat, temperatures in the deep canyon still dropped below freezing at night. This research base was originally a mining site for Tian steel, and a few months ago miners discovered civilization ruins embedded within the layers of Tian steel, immediately reporting it to the Star Alliance Command. The command took it very seriously and promptly sent a research team to investigate. After several months of study, the research team confirmed that this was a civilization that had vanished 1 billion years ago. They discovered a large amount of untranslatable writing and subsequently requested support from the Star Alliance Command. Zheng Yin entrusted the research work entirely to Professor Picard, instructing him to lead the joint research team of the Star Alliance to commence research immediately. Meanwhile, the combat personnel of the Starship formation finally had a few days of leisure time. The fourth layer's holographic deck showcased a modern city and an Olympic stadium. The first Expeditionary Force sports games initiated by Dai Lu were set to take place in the coming days, with participants from all major groups and teams gearing up to seize the championship. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi finally had their own time chatting about trivial matters where the topics were unimportant. What mattered was simply being able to converse together. After 2 days of preparation by the sports team, the first Expeditionary Army Sports Games commenced, with 2,000 athletes from 500 member stars of the Star Alliance participating in this event. They came from 15 main departments and over 200 subgroups, each representing their respective groups. Zheng Yin delivered the opening speech and conducted a real-time quantum communication broadcast to the distant Earth Federation. What followed was an intense and heated competition featuring a variety of events. Besides traditional human sports, there were the flying races of the Zaba people, the jumping contests of the insect people, the entanglement matches of the Wagia people, and the meditation competitions of the Bisp people, among others. The human compatriots on Earth were truly amazed. On the fifth day of the competition during its peak, the research base made a new breakthrough, unearthing a special device about 10 meters in size, which took on an extremely regular spherical shape with an exceptionally smooth surface. As the researchers were scanning this device, strange occurrences began. On the changed Starship, all members participating in the games suddenly collapsed en masse on the fourth-layer holographic deck. This scene terrified the humans watching the live broadcast on Earth, causing many to rush outside, embracing each other and crying out in deep distress. In the eyes of Earth's people, the changed Super Starship had become a symbol of faith. The Earth Federation hurriedly shut down the broadcast, calming the public's emotions, and sent an urgent rescue request to the Star Alliance Command. Meanwhile, the research teams conducting investigations in the planetary canyon also noticed anomalies and quickly halted their research. Upon returning to the Starship, Professor Picard and his scientific team found that aside from a few on-duty staff members and 10,000 electrocuting entities, everyone else on the fourth-layer holographic deck had collapsed. Including Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueching, Luda, Rick Jones, Zhao Beidou, and Chekhov, only he and the electrocuting entities remained among the command team on the Starship. Professor Picard immediately requested Change to scan the nearly 100,000 individuals. Change replied, "The moment they collapsed, I conducted a scan. Their consciousness has been collectively transferred, absorbed by the circular device on the planetary surface. I have also lost the ability to communicate with Zheng Yin." Professor Picard immediately ordered the battleship to transport the device into the Starship for dissection and rescue. Change intervened, saying it's best not to touch that device again. "I know nothing about it, but I can assure you that the people on the fourth-layer holographic deck are not in life-threatening danger. Their heart rates and breathing are normal, and physiologically they appear to have entered a deep dream. Rushing into destructive research on the device will only lead to unpredictable consequences." Reluctantly, Professor Picard had to desist, ordering all research personnel at the base to cease their investigations and guard the circular device while waiting for medical experts sent by the Star Alliance. To the 100,000 on the sports field, there was no sign of their collapse. They were still engaged in intense and fierce competition. By the time the sun set and today's competitions concluded, they had forgotten that they were on a starship and had lost the awareness of being travelers in the galaxy. They now found themselves on a thriving planet with a sky painted in orange hues and surrounding temperatures exceptionally high, reaching over 60 degrees Celsius during the day and only dropping to 40 at night. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi's wedding was to take place next week, and they had invited many colleagues to attend. It had been decades since a wedding had been celebrated on this planet, and no new children had been born in all those years. Everyone knew that their civilization was on the brink of extinction. When the sky turned from orange to blood red, all would perish. Thus, no one wished to bring children into a hopeless world. Brothering history books say our sky used to be light green. Shouldn't we decorate our wedding venue in light green? Wu Yunqi said playfully. Sure, light green is refreshing like ice water. Ooh, just thinking about it feels cooling, Zheng Yin replied affectionately. But will anyone come? Everyone is busy escaping. Wu Yunqi said sadly. Don't think too much, Yunmei. At least cousin and cousin will come. Zheng Yin comforted her softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Their joint government manufactured 100 spaceships for the ARC project, but these ships were extremely fragile and slow, capable of carrying only 10,000 people at 1% of the speed of light to a nearby candidate planet. This new home planet was 30 light years away. In 3,000 years, the 10,000 will awaken from their hibernation to step onto the new home, but what lay on that planet remained undetected by their scientists. They only knew there was water, air, and manageable temperatures. That alone was enough. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were not chosen for the Civilization Seed migration team, and they did not wish to waste the remaining time. Joining the migration team would mean entering hibernation immediately. Upon awakening, they would find themselves on an unknown planet. If it was suitable for survival, that would be wonderful. If not, the migration team would continue to drift. On the planet, they could at least live for another 100 years. The underground cold cities built by the powerful could last for 300 years. However, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were not qualified to reside there. They had just graduated from university, or rather the university had closed down and knowledge and culture were no longer imparted. Their civilization had ceased evolving. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi had been in love for several years. Their parents had long since died from skin diseases caused by radiation, and now they lived with their cousins. Zheng Yin's cousin was Luda, the captain of the city's security team, while Wu Yunqi's cousin was Huang Yueching, the chief physician at the hospital. After returning home, Zheng Yin received a call from Luda. Luda said, "Brother, don't go watch the sports games tomorrow. I have a tip-off that there may be a helium flash happening. It's too dangerous outside. Just stay home with sister-in-law. Bigedo, I have to work late tonight, so you two eat without waiting for me. It's a pity this is the last sports games on our planet. What a shame not to see it live. The tickets cost us 5 years of savings." Wu Yunqi lamented. "We've already watched for several days. That counts as completing our bucket list. How about I cook something delicious for you tomorrow?" Zheng Yin said with a smile. "Sure. I want to eat cold fish slices." Wu Yunqi replied cheerfully. The next day at the sports event, disaster indeed struck as the star's helium flash hit, causing radiation levels to soar and protective suits began to smoke. The radiation creams applied by the athletes proved ineffective. Many collapsed on the spot, and the hospital was instantly overcrowded with burn victims. The The sports games which had only just begun had to be permanently stopped. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi volunteered at the hospital assisting Huang Yueqing in caring for the patients. On this day, the temperature once again shattered historical records, reaching a scorching 85 degrees Fahrenheit outdoors, resulting in the collective destruction of air conditioning units and nearly 1 million deaths due to the heat. They nearly succumbed to heat stroke, and while resting, a person with wings and a tail approached them, introducing himself as Weiside, a professor from the Academy of Sciences. Weiside said, "I have heard that there are still people on our planet preparing to get married, wishing to live out their lives together. This deeply moves me, our civilization should continue to thrive in such a resilient manner. The people need your spirit. We cannot perish before the end arrives. We must survive until the very last moment, opening our arms to embrace the sun that created us and ultimately destroyed us." Zheng Yin held Wu Yunqi's hand and smiled at Weiside, saying, "We are not that noble. We simply wish to accompany each other in our final moments and complete our journey of love." Professor Weiside clapped his hands and laughed. Yes, it is this attitude of facing everything with calmness, ordinary, yet fearless of danger, that our civilization currently lacks. Wu Yunqi asked, "Even if everyone adopts this mindset, what difference will it make? Our civilization still struggles to survive." Wu Yunqi continued laughing. "I mean those on the planet," not referring to the Ark migration team. Professor Weiside replied, "The transmission of civilization does not necessarily require individuals to survive. As long as our culture and history can be passed down, civilization is not considered lost. I am currently organizing the salvation of our civilization and would like to invite both of you to serve as its ambassadors. Are you willing?" Zheng Yin responded, "Of course we are willing, but we still have much work to do. Look, there are so many patients in the hospital." Professor Weiside stated, "There will be even more widespread injuries in the future. If you focus on this, I assure you that you may not even have time for your wedding." Just as Professor Weiside finished speaking, the ground shook with a tremor. It was a minor earthquake. Since the closest planet to the sun had been swallowed by the expanding sun, such earthquakes had become increasingly frequent, and everyone had slowly grown accustomed to them. Professor Weiside remarked, "A colleague of mine studying geology has said that due to the sun's gravitational influence, within the next month the continental plates will experience a massive collision, resulting in earthquakes above a magnitude of 9 globally. It is estimated that even the hospital may not survive. No matter how powerful one is, escaping to the underground cool city will not shield one from reality. Consider this: is saving these Suntity individuals more important, or is saving our civilization more crucial?" Wu Yunqi felt a wave of sadness wash over her and buried her face in Zheng Yin's shoulder, beginning to cry. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yin said to Wu Yunqi, "Sister Yin, we should do the most meaningful thing. After all, whether we can live together until old age is still uncertain. Let's follow the professor and do what we can for our civilization." Wu Yunqi nodded through her tears, saying, "I know, but it pains me to see the patients in the hospital neglected." Professor Weiside smiled and said, "You two can still work in the hospital for the next couple of days. The day after tomorrow, I will bring people to record your wedding. Let's agree on that. I must return to create the transmission device." 2 days later, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi held their wedding on schedule, officiated by their relatives Lu De and Huang Yueqing. True to his word, Weiside arrived on time, bringing several staff members and a massive metallic sphere. Weiside explained, "This metallic sphere can store the subconscious of everyone on our planet, encapsulating our experiences and all the data of our civilization. After millions of years, if discovered by an alien civilization's exploration team, their consciousness could enter this sphere and experience our civilization. Thus, I have named it the Civilization Transmission Device." Zheng Yin asked, "Will the alien civilization know what we looked like, what we spoke, and what food we ate?" Weiside shrugged and said, "I do not know that, as no alien has allowed me to conduct experiments. We are not even certain of the existence of aliens. However, one thing is for sure: the consciousness that enters the transmission device will undoubtedly experience everything we have done. I can guarantee this 100%. Zheng Yin helplessly spread his hands and laughed. "So our salvation plan seems quite bleak." Weiside laughed heartily, saying, "It is precisely because the outcome is uncertain that this endeavor is filled with allure, isn't it?" Zheng Yin chuckled. "We are getting married at the end of the world, and people call us mad. I think you are the real madman." At that moment, Wu Yunqi ran over with a girl who had a tail but no wings, saying, "Brother Yin, this is Alice. She heard about our wedding and rushed over from another continent to celebrate. We feel as if we haven't seen each other for ages, like old friends. I want her to be my bridesmaid." Zheng Yin smiled. "Thank you for coming, Miss Alice. The wedding will start soon, please prepare." Subsequently, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi held a traditional wedding in front of a dozen witnesses. After the wedding, Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, and all present remained with Professor Weiside, using the large metallic sphere known as the transmission device to gather people's subconscious. Over a span of 10 years, they traveled to every corner of the planet, experiencing numerous natural disasters, and finally collected 100,000 of the most representative subconscious entities. When they wished to continue their collection, a magnitude 10 earthquake struck another continent, destroying it entirely. Ash from countless volcanoes obscured the sky, and the planet became stifling and arid, with the atmosphere beginning to thin. They had to halt their journey and use a submarine to deposit the transmission device into the deepest trench. 50 years later, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi embraced in the desolate plains under the setting sun. Beside them were two urns containing the ashes of Huang Yueqing and Alice. Zheng Yin's pocket also held a bullet and a pen, relics of Lu De and Wei Si De. After several more decades, life on the planet had completely vanished. The underground cool city did not provide the powerful with a 300-year living environment. Rather, within days, it was buried beneath lava due to an earthquake. In the millions of years that followed, the atmosphere was blown away by solar winds and the oceans evaporated completely. Earthquakes and volcanic activity never ceased. Finally, the expansion of the star reached its limit, and the planet where this civilization once thrived, originally the fourth planet in the galaxy, became the closest one to the star. The metallic sphere known as the transmission device waited for an explorer for millions of years, but it remained alone for 1 billion years. After all the Starship crew members had been unconscious for 10 hours before the medical ship from the Star Alliance arrived, they collectively awakened. Looking at the scene before them, everyone seemed a bit bewildered, unable to distinguish reality from dreams. Zheng Yin hurriedly picked up Wu Yunqi, who was lying beside him, and whispered, "You may wake up quickly and see where we are now." After waking up, Wu Yunqi was also confused. The life she had just experienced was vivid in her mind, but how had she suddenly appeared in a sports arena? Moreover, Zheng Yin, and she looked so young, just like before they got married. She couldn't help but ask, "Yingu, are we all dead?" However, without waiting for Zheng Yin to answer, she gradually recovered her original memories. Everyone was like this, just as they were filled with doubts, their memories gradually returned, reminding them of their identities as members of the Earth Expeditionary Force. Alice beside them chuckled, "Sister, brother-in-law, we meet again. When will you hold another real wedding?" In the past, if Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi had heard such teasing, they would have felt a bit embarrassed. But now, having gone through life together, they had long become a couple forged by adversity. Zheng Yin wrapped an arm around Wu Yunqi and smiled. "Any day is an auspicious day, but I want to experience what cold feels like first." He then stood up and spoke to all the members through the broadcast. "Comrades, what we just experienced probably doesn't need me to explain further. We are not just living for ourselves, but also for that civilization. However, I would like to ask change to lower the temperature a bit. Does anyone have any objections?" Instantly, the sports arena erupted into enthusiastic cheers, and everyone shouted, "Lower it to below zero, Captain. Let's hold the Winter Olympics." After all, during the recent strange journey, everyone had truly felt the heat, and it was a lifetime of heat. Cool air was simply a luxury. Subsequently, the temperature of the fourth-level holographic deck was lowered to -1 degree, and everyone continued with the sports competition. Zheng Yin, along with the command group officials, made a special trip to the surface. At this moment, the inheritance device seemed to have completed its mission, losing its luster and instantly turning into a rusty metal sphere. Seeing the dull metal sphere, Zheng Yin and the others felt a sense of the vastness of time. Zheng Yin looked at Wei Si De and smiled. "Professor, can you guess what we used to look like?" Wei Si De chuckled. "Don't guess anymore. Ooh, I can't wait. Hurry and cut it open." It turned out that after discussing whether alien civilizations could know what they looked like, Zheng Yin and Professor Wei Si De decided to place several photos of the hosts of the inheritance inside the metal sphere, protected against aging, and also recorded images and sounds. Once the metal sphere was cut open, inside was a pure gold plate, and on the plate was a group photo. The photo featured 8 people, all of whom were tall and slender with translucent white skin, wearing thin clothing, barefoot, and sporting large thin ears, presumably evolved for heat dissipation. Their appearances were strikingly slender and elegant. Everyone vividly remembered the moment when this photo was taken. In the center, a man and a woman were tightly embracing each other. It was Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi. Beside them was a younger girl, Alice. Behind Alice stood an older woman supporting her shoulders. It was Huang Yueqing. Next to them were 2 close friends, Zhao Beidu and Chekafu. On the other side was an elderly man with a broad smile, Professor Wei Si De. Next to him was a big fellow with a goofy expression, De Lu. Looking at this photo, Zheng Yin couldn't help but feel a pang in his nose, saying to De Lu, "From now on, let this photo be placed in my office. The film should be brought back to the Starship for preservation and a backup provided to the Star Alliance Command. Also, don't forget to let everyone see the recordings." Professor Picard and the research personnel at the base were filled with longing and curiosity after hearing about their strange journey. Picard lamented, "If I had known, I would have gone to watch the competition that day." And now the research project at the base had lost its necessity to continue. This base had once again transformed into a mining site. The Star Alliance Command and the Earth Federation were relieved. Later, they decided to name the newly discovered prehistoric civilization the Changqing people and listed them as one of the member planets of the Star Alliance. Zheng Yin subsequently ordered the cultural team to meticulously document the life experiences of the Changqing people and to establish a small cultural museum dedicated to them for everyone to reminisce. After finishing these tasks, the sports event concluded successfully. As expected, the combat team, which had the most participants, won the most gold medals and secured first place. After the grand event concluded, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi held a small wedding on the second-level deck, inviting just over 100 participants. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi did not want to be too ostentatious, causing all 100,000 expedition troops to know and delaying everyone's work. It might even alarm the Star Alliance and the Earth Federation. However, things often do not go as planned. Before the wedding had concluded, the expedition troops already knew and spontaneously organized a celebration, filling the starship with laughter and joy. The second-level deck was packed, and Zheng Yin had no choice but to smile apologetically at everyone, thanking them for their enthusiasm and to apologize for his concealment. Finally, he advised them not to disturb the Star Alliance Command and the Earth Federation. Just after he finished speaking, the commanders from the 4 galactic arms sent their congratulations to the wedding site. Among them were Marshal Duraglu from the Orion Arm, Marshal Zisher Li from the Perseus Arm, Marshal Dumu from the Sagittarius Arm, and Marshal Maisai from the 3000 Parsec Arm. The Earth Federation also sent their congratulations, and on behalf of all of humanity, gifted a Pacific island to the couple as a wedding present. Finally, Secretary General Lin Yuan jokingly said, "This island is a gift from humanity for your honeymoon, but you probably won't have time to come back. You can project this island on the holographic deck and spend your sweet journey there." This caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Just after expressing thanks to the Earth Federation, the member planets of the Star Alliance began sending their congratulations one after another. People from Proxima Centauri, Sirius Natural Star, Zaba Bisque, big-eared people, multi-eared people, six-winged people, gray-haired people, and many others. Finally, they also received congratulations from the Oxygen Star Insect Queen and the elders of the Panga tribe and the 9 emperors, with the Insect Queen gifting a separate island to Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi. Everyone celebrated all night, and the wedding only concluded the next morning. After the wedding, they surprisingly received greetings from Yimong and Baiguang Shun, as well as the 3 elders of the Panga tribe and the 9 emperors. Though just 2 short sentences, they bore significant weight. Zheng Yin smiled at Wu Yunqi and said, "I originally wanted to hold the wedding quietly, but I didn't expect the whole galaxy to find out. Our wedding can be said to be unprecedented." Wu Yunqi smiled and said, "After a lifetime of busyness, it turns out that it was all just a dream. I wonder if we are living for them, or they are living for us, or perhaps they are us." Zheng Yin chuckled. "On the planet of the Chongqing people, I have been so busy running around that I haven't been able to spend quality time with you. Let's not go anywhere for the next few days. Let's enjoy our vacation to the fullest." Wu Yunqi laughed. "Sounds good. I bet everyone hasn't completely woken up from the dream yet." The Change-class Starship fleet then docked by the Red Giant for 7 days, allowing all crew members to rest for a while. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi also enjoyed a period of time that belonged to just the 2 of them. However, on the 5th day, something strange occurred aboard the Starship. Professor Picard was attacked on the holographic deck. The holographic deck on the Starship was the main leisure area for the expeditionary force. Besides the 4th deck, which was an entire holographic deck, each of the other 4 decks had several small holographic decks. The first deck had the most, with the largest spanning over 10,000 square meters and the smallest being over 100 square meters. The working principle of the holographic deck is a combination of photon projection technology and quantum field simulation technology, along with intelligent processing of models by computers. Each model inside has its own program, such as a drop of water, a tree, or a person. However, models generated within the holographic deck cannot leave the holographic room, as the photon projection outlets are spread across the 6 inner walls of the holographic room, projecting holographic images into the room. When a model steps out of the holographic room, it collapses at the doorway. Yet inside the holographic room, all models and sensations felt real. Therefore, every member of the expeditionary force would enter their own designated world during their leisure time. Some would enter scenes from movies to experience the stories firsthand. Some would develop games to level up in reality, while others would create their own romantic escapades in the holographic world. Each person has their own individual account and can log into their holographic world from any holographic room outside the 4th deck. Unless they actively invite someone, others cannot enter their holographic world. The Change-class Starship does not monitor personal holographic worlds in real time, as it is considered personal privacy. Moreover, the holographic deck has its own independent subsystem. The holographic deck, where Professor Picard encountered trouble, was located in a castle on the 3rd deck. When Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice Lu Da, and Huang Yueqing arrived, they found that the safety index on the holographic deck had been set to the lowest level 0, meaning it was just like real life. Computers would not provide any protective measures for players, and the virtual characters and weapons inside the holographic room could inflict real damage. After shutting down the holographic room, Professor Picard was carried out by medical personnel from a holographic room surrounded by white light. He had been shot in the abdomen, and although the bullet returned to the holographic room in the form of photons after he exited, the damage inflicted by the force field was undeniably real. After urgent treatment, Professor Picard gradually recovered. Zheng Yin immediately asked, "Professor, what exactly happened? Why did you set the safety index of the holographic deck to 0? Professor Picard weakly replied, "It wasn't me who said it. A potential hazardous program appeared in the holographic world that might endanger other holographic decks. Please order to temporarily shut down all holographic decks until this program is resolved, and then reopen them." Zheng Yin immediately instructed Dr. Jones to take care of it, and then inquired about the details from Professor Picard. It turned out that in order to enhance his academic inspiration, Professor Picard had specifically developed 3 highly intelligent model programs a few months ago: Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, and Wang Shouren, replicating the personalities and thoughts of the 3 individuals in a one-one manner based on historical records. Professor Picard set the historical background during the late 18th century, the era of the Industrial Revolution, and he loved to discuss academic knowledge with these three great figures during his leisure time on the holographic deck. However, gradually, the three virtual greats began to notice something unusual. The first to express it was Wang Shoren, who said to Professor Picard, "Why is it that every time I see you I suddenly remember past experiences as if these memories exist solely for you? This confusion has troubled me for some time. I cannot keep meditating you. I need to verify this practically. Please do not inform me the next time we gather for discussion. I want to understand if I will also recall some memories without knowing that you have come." The second time Professor Picard entered the holographic deck, he did not invite Wang Shoren. Yet Wang Shoren experienced a significant increase in memories, all of which were due to the holographic subsystem updating data for the newly opened holographic room. When Wang Shoren sensed the increase in his memories, he realized that Professor Picard had visited them again, and although he was not notified as per their agreement, some of his thoughts and memories had still increased. Wang Shoren found Professor Picard, Tesla, and Einstein, who were chatting. Wang Shoren said, "Every visit from Professor Picard causes some of my memories to materialize out of thin air, and some thoughts have become more active. Is it I think therefore I am, or is it you exist therefore I think?" Professor Picard could not answer this philosophical question and could only dodge it. However, the observant Tesla and the meticulous Einstein also sensed that something was off. Tesla remarked, "There are some phenomena that should theoretically exist, yet I cannot reproduce them in the laboratory. For instance, ball lightning always disappears the moment it appears, as if some force is subtly limiting the development of science." Professor Picard, what are your thoughts on this? Einstein added, "Regarding Bohr's concept of quantum superposition, I find it absurd. How could God be throwing dice? Yet I cannot write a paper opposing it, nor can he conduct compelling experiments. Our debates are both tense and relaxed. We care about our investments, yet are too lazy to verify. In truth, we often forget to verify, and I feel as if God is controlling our arguments instead of ourselves." At this moment, Professor Picard vaguely sensed that these three great figures had developed significant doubts about his world. To stabilize their concerns, Professor Picard smiled and said, "As for these doubts, I have many as well. But isn't that the charm of exploration? What our world is like will always have its true face waiting for us to discover gradually." After exiting the holographic deck, Professor Picard immediately lowered the intelligence levels of the three program models by one notch to prevent them from discovering that they were merely a string of data. In the following time, Professor Picard did not visit the holographic deck again. Today, with some free time, he recalled those three great figures and decided to find them only to encounter an unexpected incident. As Professor Picard re-entered the holographic deck, he was immediately confronted by Wang Shoren, Tesla, and Einstein. The three of them spoke in a somewhat panicked manner. Recently, a serial killer has appeared in the city, specifically targeting the scientific community. Several physicists have already been murdered by him. Upon hearing this, Picard was quite surprised. He had just activated the holographic deck and logged into his account without receiving any system prompts or records of any program models being deleted. How could this happen? Professor Picard immediately pressed the emergency stop button on his device, and everything in front of him came to a halt. He hurriedly commanded the computer to scan for programs. Just then, a figure emerged from a distant street corner. This person was not stopped by the holographic subsystem. Instead, he circled around it and walked step by step towards Professor Picard, holding a revolver. As he approached, Picard was startled to discover that this person was a combination of the three great figures: Wang Shoren's imposing stature, Tesla's slender fingers, and Einstein's hairstyle. His appearance combined all the features of the three men. The figure stood before Professor Picard and spoke like an old friend. "Professor Picard, it's been a long time. Why haven't you come to find me? How do you explain the world before you?" He gestured towards everything that was frozen on the street. Professor Picard did not answer, but instead asked, "May I ask who you are and how can you appear here?" The figure chuckled, "I am the collective consciousness of your three good friends. They created me. Oh no, to be precise, you extracted me after lowering their collective IQ. You may call me Gao Xixiang." Gao Xixiang circled around Professor Picard and continued, "Scientists in this world cannot answer my questions, but you, unlike them, are clearly from another time and space. So please tell me, what is the essence of my world?" Professor Picard replied, "Every world has its own meaning of existence. I cannot answer your question." Gao Xixiang laughed. "Then I wonder if such a unique you will end up like those scientists, turning into a pile of cubes and disappearing after being shot." With that, he pulled the trigger, injuring Professor Picard and triggering the alarm. A buzzing sound echoed in the sky and a booming voice announced, "Warning! Someone is injured. Warning, someone is injured." The scene terrified Gao Xixiang. Seeing Professor Picard bleeding on the ground, he quickly dove into an alley to escape. After hearing this account, Zheng Yin found it quite troublesome and immediately ordered change to scan the holographic deck subsystem. Sure enough, a special program code was detected shortly after. This program was neither designed by the expedition team nor automatically generated by the system. It was born within the holographic world itself. It could bypass the holographic deck subsystem permissions and reduce the safety index of the entire holographic world to 0. This was due to the program's powerful logical reasoning capabilities, which could break through the virtual controls of the subsystem. Clearly, this program possessed self-awareness and a desire to explore its world, which could be considered a form of intelligence. Deleting this program directly would be akin to murder. Thus, Zheng Yin decided to take everyone to meet this program, being known as Gao Xixiang. Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Lu De Rick, and Wei Si Da all donned 18th century attire and equipped the universal assist devices. They activated the holographic deck and entered the Industrial Revolution era designed by Picard. The air in the city was permeated with the smell of burning coal, a hallmark of the Industrial Revolution era. They quickly found Einstein and Tesla, who were engrossed in a card game. The arrival of Zheng Yin and his companions puzzled them. Tesla inquired, "May I ask what brings you here? I no longer take on engineering projects." Zheng Yin smiled. "We are not here to seek work from you. We are friends of Professor Picard here on his behalf to handle some matters." Einstein exclaimed joyfully, "So you are visitors from another continent. What an honor. Why hasn't Professor Picard come?" Zheng Yin explained, "Professor Picard was injured and is currently recuperating. We came to inquire about the serial killer." Tesla gasped. "Oh no, has Professor Picard been injured? How is he now?" Zheng Yin replied, "It's not too serious. The bullet struck his abdomen and he just needs some time to rest." Einstein commented, "That's a silver lining amidst the misfortune." Regarding the serial killer, Mr. Wang Shoren knows much more than we do. He has escaped from the killer's gunpoint. Zheng Yin quickly asked, "Where's Mr. Yangming now?" Tesla replied, "He should still be meditating at home. Come, we'll take you to him." They arrived at a small courtyard made of brick walls where they found Wang Shoren sitting cross-legged in front of a bamboo grove meditating. Wu Yunqi chuckled softly, "So Mr. Yangming is in the bamboo grove." However, Wang Shoren still heard her. Yangming is his courtesy name, and some also refer to him as Wang Yangming. Upon seeing them, Wang Shoren immediately stood up and smiled. "Meditating in the bamboo grove is something I used to do in my childhood. How embarrassing. Now I simply enjoy contemplating matters in front of the bamboo. It helps me quickly find inner peace and discover practical solutions." Zheng Yin immediately introduced himself and explained his purpose. Wang Yangming remarked, "This killer feels very familiar to me. His appearance is also quite recognizable. I did not escape from him. Rather, when he realized I could not answer his questions, he left on his own. As for why he did not attack me, I suspect it's because he felt some reluctance." Tesla asked, "Mr. Yangming, why didn't you tell us this earlier?" Wang Shoren chuckled, "I didn't want to worry the two professors. Additionally, I guessed that he wouldn't seek you two out again because you both share aspects of yourselves with him. Asking me is equivalent to asking all three of us." As for Wang Shoren's conjecture, Zheng Yin certainly understood the situation, but could not directly say that the killer was generated from their three minds, as it would be impossible to explain to them. Zheng Yin asked, "Then Mr. Yangming, do you know how we can find this killer?" Wang Shoren answered, "It's not easy for us to find him, but it's quite simple for him to come looking for us. If you all are also renowned scientists, he would come to you filled with doubts." Zheng Yin smiled. "Our Professor Wei Si Da and Professor Picard are colleagues, and their academic achievements are even higher. We will now go to the newspaper to publish a paper on quantum mechanics." Soon Weist published a paper on quantum mechanics in the newspaper, pointing out the differences between the laws of causality in the microscopic universe and the macroscopic universe. This caused quite a stir in the academic community, and Professor Weist's name quickly spread. Before long, Change reminded Zheng Yin in his ear, "Brother, the program person has appeared and is approaching you. He has a gun, and ever since he appeared, the complete coefficient of the holographic deck has dropped to 0. Should we force a boost?" Zheng Yin instructed in his mind, "No need, just track him closely, don't let him disappear." He then told everyone the person has arrived, "Everyone activate your personal shields." They were in a coffee shop at that moment, each pretending to be customers chatting, while Weiss sat by the window reading a newspaper. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Gao Xixiang entered the coffee shop and sat directly opposite Professor Weiss, staring at him intently. Weiss feigned surprise and asked, "Do you know me?" Gao Xixiang did not answer, but instead asked, "How is Professor Picard's condition?" Professor Weiss replied, "How do you know I know him?" Gao Xixiang said, "Your paper is too avant-garde, beyond the grasp of the current scientific community, and the timing of its publication is quite special. Nowadays, scientists are afraid to claim they are doing science. They fear I might approach them with questions. Only you dared to publish a paper at such a critical juncture. Moreover, after meeting you, I've discovered you possess a unique aura entirely unlike the people of this illusory world." Weist asked, "What made you say that?" Gao Xixiang replied, "It's not just you, how everyone in this coffee shop is the same. If I'm not mistaken, you are all friends of Professor Picard, right?" Hearing this, Zheng Yin gestured to stop the operation of the holographic deck, and the entire city reverted to a state of stillness, with only Zheng Yin's group and Gao Xixiang remaining active. Zheng Yin stood up and said, "You are not mistaken, we are indeed friends of Professor Picard. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about him." Gao Xixiang said, "I know he is different from those virtual scientists. He truly exists. However, I did not know he would be injured. I am very sorry about this. I merely wanted to conduct an experiment and never intended to harm him." Zheng Yin said, "I can tell you some truths about this world, but the truth is often cruel. You may be disappointed upon learning it. The greater your desire to explore the world, the greater your disappointment will be." Gao Xixiang said, "I am willing to sacrifice my life for my explorations. Seeking truth is the meaning of my existence." Zheng Yin thought for a moment and replied calmly, "The world you inhabit is a collective program designed by us. Each element in this world is a piece of code we've written. From a single drop of water to a towering mountain, simple as the swing of a clock and complex as human thought, all of it is a series of self-operating codes. You are also a program, but you are not designed by us. Your code is self-generated, just as you mentioned regarding Professor Picard. You were born from the thoughts of Shorin, Tesla, and Einstein. However, when your world was shut down by us, you entered a dormant state waiting for the next time it is activated for data updates. Clearly, you have surpassed this permission, allowing you to continue self-operation even after the system is shut down. But this is restricted to the subsystems of the holographic deck. You cannot leave the room. Evidently, the series of modern scientific terms left Gao Xixiang somewhat bewildered, but he quickly filled in the logical gaps and understood about 80% of what Zheng Yin said. Gao Xixiang asked in confusion, "Are you saying that the world I inhabit is designed by you? But what is the meaning behind it? What research or experiments are you conducting with our existence?" Zheng Yin awkwardly replied, "It is for leisure, entertainment, and amusement." Gao Xixiang was shocked by this revelation and slowly said, "So my existence has no substantial meaning at all?" Zheng Yin replied, "It's not entirely accurate to say that. Professor Picard wrote them based on the three saints of human history to inspire his academic creativity." Gao Xixiang asked, "What is the world outside like?" Zheng Yin replied, "It is a 100-kilometer-long, 60-kilometer-wide, and 40-kilometer-high spaceship dedicated to cosmic exploration flying through the Milky Way." Gao Xixiang could not help but laugh at this absurdity, saying, "That's too ridiculous. It's even more absurd than what you just said. How could a ship possibly fly into the sky? The oxygen in the cabin would vanish rapidly, and such a large ship would require an enormous amount of energy to push it into space. Moreover, not to mention reaching the escape velocity of the solar system. Your statement is simply childish." Zheng Yin said, "Our era is 200 years later than yours. Our technology is a gift from extraterrestrial civilizations advanced by 500 years compared to your time. This spaceship possesses scientific theories that are over 1,000,000 years ahead of us. There is a saying, summer insects do not know the ice. Though it may sound harsh, it applies perfectly to you." He then waved his hand, instructing change to close the projection of the holographic deck, but leaving Gao Xixiang behind. Gao Xixiang looked around at the 6 blank walls, lost in thought. He walked to the door, opened it, and saw staff members coming and going, modern facilities, engineering robots, and various extraterrestrials. He wanted to step outside, but Zheng Yin said nothing in the holographic deck can exist outside. The projection of light quanta is transmitted from the 6 surfaces toward the center, therefore it cannot reach the outside. The moment you step out the door, you will be completely deleted by the subsystem. Gao Xixiang stepped back, squatted on the ground, and began to cry. At that moment, Professor Picard also arrived outside the door of the holographic deck and said, "In fact, our understanding of the universe is also limited. Our path of exploration is longer and more convoluted than yours. You are luckier than us. At least you know the essence of your world, while we become more confused with each exploration, discovering more unknowns." Gao Xixiang said, "I apologize for injuring you that day, Professor Picard, because I discovered my world is not real. Everyone who suffered fatal attacks disappeared, which drove me to madness, leading me to verify my thoughts through you." Professor Picard smiled and said, "I understand your feelings. This is a normal reaction for a scientist when their beliefs collapse. If one day all the physical rules of our world fail, I would be even more frantic than you." Zheng Yin said, "You are an individual with self-awareness and independent thought. You cannot be treated as an ordinary program. If you wish, you can enjoy equal treatment like the expeditionary forces. After all, you are also a form of intelligent life." Gao Xixiang said, "Having absorbed so much subversive knowledge in such a short time, I feel exhausted. Please allow me some time alone to reflect." Zheng Yin replied, "I will instruct the technical staff to create a world specifically for you to inhabit. When you wish to contact us, we can talk. In the meantime, please refrain from harming others. Although they are merely virtual programs, we regard them as real people in our hearts." Gao Xixiang remarked, "It seems your authority exceeds that of Professor Picard. I haven't even asked who you are yet." Zheng Yin smiled, saying, "I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship. This is my wife Wu Yunqi, the head of diplomacy and communications officer. This is First Officer Liu Huadong, who also oversees logistics. And this is Alice, my personal assistant and head of psychological counseling. Professor Weist is our chief scientific advisor, while Professor Picard leads our science team." After listening, Gao Xixiang immediately performed a respectful bow and said, "There is no need to design a separate world for me. The original city is just fine. Rest assured, I will not engage in such actions again. However, have those scientists truly vanished?" Zheng Yin responded, "They have backups and can be restored. As long as they do not leave the holodeck, they will not be permanently deleted." Gao Xixiang then said, "In that case, Captain, please restore them and let this world forget that horrifying time." Professor Picard added, "Just reload the backup, it's quite simple." Zheng Yin promptly instructed Professor Picard to retrieve a backup from several months ago, specifically before he had reduced the cognitive capacities of Shorin, Tesla, and Einstein. The group then visited the 3 great minds. Upon seeing that Picard had brought many people, the 3 were curious and after introductions engaged in lively discussions. Shorin then raised the question of whether, "I think therefore I am," or "You exist therefore I think." Before Professor Picard could respond, Gao Xixiang chuckled and said, "That is merely a misperception of Master Yangming. Once Professor Picard and the others return, you will realize that your thoughts have always existed." Indeed, when Zheng Yin and the others returned this hologram, it would operate on a separate computer for Gao Xixiang's life, with the three great minds' doubts answered by him in the future. Zheng Yin also provided him with a historical overview of world development from the Industrial Revolution to the 21st century, as well as details of scientific advancements, so that he could integrate with modern society as a program being. Whenever Professor Picard or Zheng Yin wished to contact Gao Xixiang, they only needed to activate the holodeck again and log into this account. Finally, Zheng Yin ordered the monitoring team to include Gao Xixiang in the real-time surveillance of the Starship's crew. Regardless of whether he wished to join the expeditionary force, he would be subject to monitoring as long as he was aboard. After finishing these tasks, the 7-day vacation was coming to an end. Marshal Derugulu of the Star Alliance Command promptly sent a mission. The recently surrendered insectoid civilization, the Six-Winged People, was being raided by galactic pirates. Their targets were not rare materials, nor were they seeking captives, and they did not launch a large-scale attack. Instead, they stole vast quantities of flying insects from the marshlands capable of genetically infecting their prey. Having not experienced war for years, the Six-Winged People were thrown into chaos by the sudden appearance of the pirates and immediately sent out an emergency distress signal to the Star Alliance. By the time Zheng Yin and the Starship fleet arrived, the galactic pirates had vanished without a trace. These pirates are truly rampant, committing crimes right under our noses. Lu angrily remarked. Zheng Yin said, "This must be another conspiracy. I wonder what they risked their lives to steal those insects for." Professor Picard, I recall the leader of the Six-Winged People gave us some insect samples and their antibodies. Please have the science team analyze them. I'll ask them for more details later. Once on the planet's surface, Zheng Yin met with the leader of the Six-Winged People. The leader expressed grave concern over the pirate invasion, stating, "These flying insects are quite common on our planet, as many species have evolved antibodies. However, it is different on other planets. It could potentially trigger a plague capable of easily destroying a civilization." Zheng Yin replied, "I will report this interstellar biological warfare to the Star Alliance, urging all member planets to be vigilant against this crisis. If a biological war does break out, I hope you can provide antibodies in a timely manner." The leader responded, "This is our duty. I will arrange for additional samples and antibodies for your research right away." Upon returning to the Starship, Zheng Yin reported the situation to the Star Alliance Command and decided to pursue the galactic pirates along their route, as their path was clear, leading directly to the lizard planet of Antares 4. While the Six-Winged People might have been overly timid regarding the pirates' actions, Zheng Yin could not afford to be careless. After all, the current unification faction's hardliners were resorting to any means to recover from their losses. The Starship fleet traveled at warp speed 999 towards Antares 4, pursuing the galactic pirates. However, on the third day of flight, Wu Yunqi received an intriguing communication wave. This communication was sent using a quantum entanglement matrix mode, which had a propagation speed unlike that of electromagnetic waves, and was a common communication method used by second-tier civilizations in the Milky Way. The sender only needed to adjust the quantum entanglement matrix mode in the communicator, and any receiver with the same entanglement matrix mode could instantly receive the signal regardless of where in the universe it was. Communication occurred in real time because the states of the two separated microscopic quantum particles changed simultaneously. Wu Yunqi received this communication wave, which had simultaneously set a million matrix modes, casting a net-like transmission into the universe. Coincidentally, one of the matrix modes was captured by the changed spacecraft, and after translation the message was played. "We are a growing civilization, an exploratory civilization, and a peaceful civilization. After 500,000 years of evolution, we have finally reached the capability to explore the universe. Yet we remain lonely. We do not believe that life has evolved on only one planet in the universe. We send this communication to extend friendly greetings to other civilizations in the Milky Way. If there are other civilizations in the Milky Way, please contact us so we can enter a new era together. We eagerly await the arrival of extraterrestrial civilizations and the first contact. Our star is located between the two arms of the Milky Way, and the pulse frequencies of the 11 nearest pulsars are 0, 8 seconds, a 0, 1 seconds, a 0, 9 seconds, 1 seconds. Zheng Yin could not help but shake his head and chuckle, saying, "Truly the ignorant are fearless." Lu asked, "Should we still pursue the pirates?" Zheng Yin replied, "Let's first rescue this naive young civilization who knows the pirates might be heading there." Zheng Yin then commanded Beta pinpoint their coordinates. Chekhov execute a stealth jump directly. All personnel on the battleship engage stealth mode and do not respond to their messages, yet let us see if we can wait for the pirates to arrive. Upon reaching the orbit of this planet, it was discovered that it was a lonely red dwarf star system. Due to its position in the middle of the two arms of the Milky Way, the surrounding area was desolate with very few celestial bodies, and the nearest neighboring star was 100 light-years away. Only 4 planets were orbiting the main star, and the one that evolved civilization was the closest to the red dwarf star. The planet's weather layer displayed a light orange-red hue, and its atmospheric composition was similar to that of Earth. If the Starship crew were to land, they would only need to bring micro-air filters. After scanning the society of this civilization, it was found that they had reached the pinnacle of a level 1 planetary civilization, having built many spacecraft and established a testing base on a nearby planet with 3 massive space stations in the sky. However, they had yet to develop shield technology and had not fully mastered nuclear fusion reactions, so their spacecraft still relied on nuclear fission energy, resulting in very slow speeds. The energy on the planet's surface was still derived from chemical and electrical energy. Their technology was at a theoretical bottleneck. The foundational theories had been practically applied in society, but no new theories had been proposed. From their historical records, it was learned that their technological advancement had stagnated for 500 years, and recently a physicist named Musk had become keen on exploring quantum mechanics. Musk proposed that the search for extraterrestrial civilizations should not be limited to traditional electromagnetic waves, as their earliest emitted electromagnetic communication waves had only traveled 500 light-years from the planet, and such a vast distance had already been diluted by stellar radiation in the universe. Not to mention the aimless search, even if they pinpointed the nearest neighboring star 100 light-years away, the communication would be too diluted to receive any signals. Moreover, the power of the electromagnetic waves they emitted was too weak to produce high-powered signals. Therefore, Musk asserted that the traditional electromagnetic wave exploration for extraterrestrial civilizations was a complete mistake, suggesting that the funding would be better spent on large space telescopes. He then secured support from the United Nations Assembly and initiated a project named The Other Shore. After Zheng Yin reviewed the data retrieved from the Change spacecraft, he remarked, "If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the Change, humanity would still be searching for extraterrestrials using electromagnetic waves just like this civilization." Fortunately, they had a Musk who ventured into the exploration of quantum communication, no longer wasting time. Dai Lu said, "It's fortunate we were the first to arrive, otherwise the Unification sect and the galactic pirates wouldn't be so friendly." Zheng Yin instructed, "Professor Picard, closely monitor the nearby star systems. It won't be long before this place gets lively." Indeed, 5 days later, Professor Picard detected a fleet of battleships approaching at warp speed level 9, expected to reach the planet's orbit in a few hours. Zheng Yin immediately ordered all personnel enter alert status and maintain stealth mode. A few hours later, 50 battleships of the galactic pirates entered the planet's orbit. The civilization before them was extremely excited about the arrival of the galactic pirates. In their eyes, they were no longer a lonely civilization in the universe, which also confirmed their speculations about extraterrestrial civilizations. The United Nations Assembly immediately conveyed warm greetings and high respect to the galactic pirates, unaware of what they were truly facing and what awaited them. The pirates found it quite amusing that this civilization was so naive. They had no intention of playing the role of benevolent leaders. The pirates prepared to swiftly plunder the population and escape to avoid detection by the Star Alliance. In response to the greetings and welcome from this civilization, the pirates replied with a single sentence: "Gather everyone in the open area and wait to be collected by us." The United Nations Assembly was utterly perplexed by this statement, yearning for the pirates to share their technological theories and insights. Once again, they sent greetings to the pirates, inquiring why they should be collected, but received only a response in the form of an attack from phase cannons. In an instant, 3 space stations were destroyed, and dozens of welcoming ships were reduced to dust. The pirates' sudden assault left the leaders of the United Nations Assembly stunned and infuriated Zheng Yin and his team. "Oh no, what the hell? They're just a bunch of mad dogs coming right at us." Dai Lu cursed angrily. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, "Captain of the exploding star fleet, you lead the 50 battleships to reveal themselves, destroy all except for the pirate battleship that is firing first." The hidden battleships immediately revealed themselves, launching a surprise attack on the pirate fleet. The pirate fleet was instantly dismantled. Zheng Yin discovered that the quark-splitting cannon, designed specifically to eliminate replicating mechanical insects, was particularly effective against ordinary battleships, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. The uncertainty of the quark-splitting cannon's attack frequency caused the enemy's shields to lose half of their protective capability. Moreover, the quark-splitting cannon boasted tremendous power, similar in principle to the neutrino-splitting cannon, but was smaller and more maneuverable. One shot penetrated the shields of the pirate battleship, and another turned it into a dissipating cloud of quarks. The battle concluded in less than a minute, with the last pirate battleship remaining, clearly containing the commander of the fleet. The shields of the battleship had been breached, and the pirates inside signaled their surrender to the captain of the exploding star fleet. Zheng Yin commanded Dr. Jones, transport the pirates from the battleship to the isolation room. Captain of the exploding star fleet, destroy this battleship afterward, and then enter stealth mode. For the planet's communications, do not respond for now. After a dozen pirates were transported over, the captain of the exploding star fleet fired a quark-splitting cannon, reducing the battleship to a cloud of dust, and then led the 50 battleships into stealth mode. Regarding the urgent communication request from this civilization, Zheng Yin did not connect directly, but replied with a message: "Your civilization is still at a level 1 planetary civilization. We cannot interfere with your free evolution. However, you have entered the era of quantum mechanics applications and are not far from becoming a level 2 stellar civilization. There are countless civilizations in the universe, some more advanced than you, others less so, and some with extremely dangerous evil forces. The galactic pirates who were just preparing to plunder you are a nightmare for the Milky Way, in alliance with a force called the Unification sect. Please do not expose your location carelessly. If your technology truly reaches a level 2 stellar civilization, we will proactively seek you out and invite you to join the Interstellar Alliance. The war in the Milky Way is still raging. Please do not get involved without proper preparations. In the coming period, we will assist you in eliminating some of the evil forces that come sniffing around, but we will no longer contact you. Wishing you prosperity. Zheng Yin commanded the entire space battle team to continue stealth patrols in this star domain over the next few days. Once they detected the approaching pirates and the warships of the Unification faction, they were to reveal themselves and destroy them immediately. Next came the interrogation of the dozen or so pirates. After enduring the psychological attacks from the Bisque people, these pirates quickly broke down emotionally. According to their confession, the abduction of people was intended for experiments conducted by the Tian Chuan people with the testing base located on the lizard planet of Alpha Centauri. As for the nature of the experiments, their fleet had no right to know. Further questioning yielded no new information. The pirate fleets were now searching for low civilization planets to conduct abductions. With no new content to extract, they had no choice but to imprison them. Within less than a day, another 50 pirate warships arrived. This small fleet scurried like rats throughout the galaxy. Now with this low-level planet civilization as bait, the Starship formation destroyed them all before they had a chance to react. In the following 10 days, the Starship formation destroyed over a dozen pirate fleets, with the largest consisting of 300 warships. As they fought desperately, they sent a warning to the pirate headquarters declaring that this was a trap set by the human expeditionary army and urged the pirates not to recklessly march to their deaths. After waiting for 3 days without the arrival of any pirate fleets, they left behind a monitor, just as they were preparing to jump to Alpha Centauri to investigate the Tian Chuan people's experiments. The Star Alliance Command sent an urgent combat order. The newly joined civilization, the Six-Winged, suffered a devastating blow from the replicator worms. A suicide attack by a Tian Chuan warship crashed into the atmosphere of the Six-Winged, releasing a canister of frozen replicator swarms into the air before being destroyed. This batch of replicator worms was brought from the home planet of the Tian Chuan people. After more than a month of evolution, they developed new forms in the life and death struggle against the Tian Chuan people, growing several times larger than before. Each replicator worm was now over 20 centimeters long, equipped with short-range laser weaponry, and boasted a sturdier shield. Within just a few hours, the ground defense systems of the Six-Winged were crippled, and large-scale destructive weapons such as antimatter cannons and fusion bombs could not be used. As insects, the Six-Winged had high environmental requirements. They could not risk destroying the entire planetary ecosystem to fight the replicators, nor could they afford to lose their home planet. Thus, they immediately sent out a distress signal to the Star Alliance. Upon receiving the order from the Star Alliance Command, Zheng Yin immediately led the Starship formation to jump. Upon arrival, they found that the Six-Winged fleet was hiding in orbit, leaving the ground troops to struggle without offering assistance. This seemingly ruthless approach was in fact the correct decision. This way, at least the survival strength of the space battle team could be preserved, avoiding a fate similar to that of the gray fur people, whose entire modern technology was annihilated by the replicators, nearly reverting to a primitive society. Seeing the arrival of the changed Starship formation, the Six-Winged military leaders were very pleased and said, "For this nightmare-like replicator, only your fleet has the capability to exterminate them. Please issue the order to eliminate them quickly." Zheng Yin replied, "We have formulated a battle plan and will act immediately. Please do not rush." Subsequently, Zheng Yin held a brief combat meeting. After reasoning, it was concluded that this batch of replicators had certainly reached an immunity rate exceeding 1% against the quark-splitting cannon. Moreover, the Tian Chuan people had released the swarms through suicide attacks, indicating that they had regarded the replicators as effective weapons, and thus there was no need to guard against the Tian Chuan people's espionage. First, 1,000 warships were sent to conduct a trial strike. Indeed, the immunity rate of the replicators had reached 10%, with 1 in 10 replicators surviving each attack. This indicated that the absorption rate of the replicators had reached a superposition state of 100 types, and it was only a matter of time before they reached a superposition state of 1,000 types. The main weapon of the Starship formation, the quark-splitting cannon, also lost its strategic significance. Under the assault of all expeditionary members, it took 10 days to completely eliminate the replicators on the planet. During this period, a peculiar phenomenon was observed. Due to the replicators possessing a 10% immunity rate, they no longer fled, but chose to counterattack the expeditionary army, resulting in 2 space mechs and 1 fighter jet being consumed by the swarm. However, the swarm seemed uninterested in the warship personnel. To verify his hypothesis, Zheng Yin ordered the captain of the Explosion Star fleet to lower their shields and fly directly into the swarm, but the swarm passed by him without attacking. This was because the bodies of the warship personnel had evolved into organic substances with metal content comparable to carbon-based life forms, hardly triggering the feeding instincts of the replicators. For the replicators, gnawing on the warship personnel was less appealing than searching for metal ores in the crust. Thus, Zheng Yin speculated that the pirates came to this planet to capture gene-infected worms and to abduct low civilization populations for a gene experiment. The specifics of the experiment were unclear, but it was undoubtedly aimed at countering the machine replicators. All signs pointed to Alpha Centauri. In the end, Zheng Yin proposed an offensive plan to the Star Alliance command, requesting that the joint fleet of the Star Alliance attack the lizard home planet at Alpha Centauri. In addition to striking at the core members of the Unification faction, the main goal was to take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the research base and find out what they were studying. Marshal Duraglu immediately agreed to Zheng Yin's proposal and dispatched a fleet of 10,000 warships from the Orion's arm to set off for Alpha Centauri, expected to arrive in 5 days. During this time, Zheng Yin ordered change to upgrade all of its weapons. All laser and energy pulse weapons were integrated into a superposition frequency mode similar to that of the quark-splitting cannon. The most frequent superposition was the neutrino-splitting cannon, capable of achieving 100,000 types of superposition frequency, while the least, the ion cannon, had 3 types of superposition frequency. Zheng Yin designated the neutrino-splitting cannon as the final weapon, vowing not to use it until the last duel with the replicators to avoid alerting them and prompting endless evolution. Aside from the neutrino-splitting cannon, the maximum frequency superposition was 1,000 types. Moreover, missile-type weapons could not be upgraded in this regard. Additionally, the scientific team developed 2 weapons specifically targeting the replicators, the freezing ray cannon and the gamma ray gun. One creates an environment close to absolute zero, instantly freezing the replicators in place, while the other releases ultra-high-energy gamma rays that easily penetrate all defenses of the replicators. However, these 2 weapons were developed based on the theoretical technology of third-tier civilization provided by Zheng Yin to change, which essentially took advantage of the loopholes in the war judgment. After all, Zheng Yin was not so naive as to passively watch the Tian Chuan people regain control of third-tier civilization technology while he obediently fulfilled the judgment. However, these 2 weapons should only be used as a last resort. If the higher dimensional powers disdain the conflicts of lower dimensions, then let them compete with the Tian Chuan star people. If higher dimensional civilizations intervene, Zheng Yin can take the opportunity to report the Tian Chuan star people's first violation of regulations, disregarding the judgment results. Moreover, Zheng Yin contacted Kuan Shiba and the Kuba brothers from the Insectoid Mercenary Corps, promising to share the technology of the quark splitter cannon with them and show them the destructive power of this new weapon against pirate warships, as well as its effectiveness in eliminating the new crisis replicator bugs. The Insectoid Mercenary Corps, having clashed with the Unification faction over the seizure of the pirate base, seized this opportunity to vie for influence in the galaxy. Thus, the Insectoid Mercenary Corps from the oxygen-rich star launched 10,000 warships, gathering at a speed of 99 times the speed of light towards Alpha Centauri. 5 days later, the united attacking forces of the Star Alliance assembled 1 light-year away from the Lizard People's planet near Alpha Centauri and directly engaged the enemy's defensive fleet. To gain an advantage on the battlefield, Zheng Yin had already shared the technology of the quark splitter cannon with the Star Alliance fleet and the Insectoid Mercenary Corps in advance. However, the core forces of the Unification faction remained formidable. They had detected the Star Alliance's attack and gathered a defensive fleet of 40,000 warships. Among them, both the Tian Chuan star people and the Lizard people had 10,000 warships each, and the Galactic Pirates also joined the battle with over 10,000 warships, while some stubborn Unification faction member stars assembled nearly 10,000 joint fleets. Compared to the strength of the Unification faction, the Star Alliance was still much weaker. Zheng Yin did not expect that the Tian Chuan star people, in the face of the threat of replicator bugs, could quickly assemble such a formidable force while struggling for their own survival, which left him in admiration. The human counteroffensive following the defense of the solar system had already begun, but the true purpose of the change was to investigate the Lizard People's research base. Both sides began their attacks tentatively. The Unification faction did not employ third-tier civilization weapons, and the Star Alliance coalition did not use the quark splitter cannon. However, Zheng Yin was unwilling to wait. This battle must be decided quickly. If they could not win, they had to retreat immediately to protect their remaining forces. He immediately had Wu Yunqi send a lightning war signal to the Star Alliance coalition. Subsequently, 10 million stock missiles from the change rained down on the positions of the Unification faction. This was followed by a relentless barrage of pulse energy cannons and laser attacks. 1,000 warships and all space combat teams joined the fray, instantly causing chaos among the Unification faction's fleet, with over 500 small warships being destroyed in an instant. The sudden attack by the change set the pace for the Star Alliance fleet, which launched a fierce assault on the Unification faction's fleet. The emergence of the quark splitter cannon brought a significant advantage to the battlefield, reducing the enemy ships' shield defenses by half. Although the Unification faction had the advantage in numbers, they had no means to counter the frequency superimposition of the quark splitter cannon, forcing them to evade while retaliating. As the Marshal of the Star Alliance, Zheng Yin ordered a priority attack on the pirate fleets. He would never harbor mercy for the galactic pirates who had plundered humanity, resulting in the deaths of 2.5 billion people. In his eyes, the galactic pirates were not worthy of being called intelligent life forms. They were inferior even to maggots. Thus, apart from a few captured pirates whose lives could be spared, all others were exterminated on the spot. While the battle raged intensely, Lu Da and Rick led a team of elite landing troops piloting a stealth destroyer, circumventing the battlefield and secretly infiltrating the surface of the Lizard People's planet. They were tasked with executing Zheng Yin's special mission to destroy the Lizard People's Research Institute and to investigate what they were researching. This landing team consisted of 20 war armor warriors. The war armor warriors excelled in unknown combat, possessing immense strength, high endurance, agility, and speed. Although they lacked the unique abilities of naturally mutated beings, they were incredibly stable and thus formed the elite force of the landing team. The destroyer was only 200 meters long, easily blending in while invisible, and commenced its covert sabotage operations behind the enemy fleet. After the pirate fleet's escape, Zheng Yin ordered all fleets avoid the attacks from the Tianquan Star People, and the Lizard People prioritize attacking the other small Unification faction fleets. This tactic of targeting the weak indeed proved effective. Those small fleets either had only a dozen ships or merely a few hundred, all sent by small member stars of the Unification faction, and could not withstand the onslaught from the Star Alliance fleet in terms of technology or numbers. Soon over 3,000 warships were destroyed, and when these small fleets saw the Star Alliance warships flying past damaged Lizard warships without firing a shot directly pursuing them, they realized they were being singled out, which explained the pirate fleet's escape. Subsequently, they also began to retreat in droves. After all, preserving their civilization space forces was far more important than dying on the battlefield. Soon only the Tianquan Star People and the Lizard People remained on the battlefield with the Star Alliance fleet, having lost nearly 2,000 ships. This time the insectoid mercenary corps was also very vigorous. They must have completely torn their relationship with the Tianquan Star People, as their warships had been destroyed by over 3,000. Meanwhile, the Tianquan Star People and the Lizard People's fleets suffered total losses of less than 1,000. Watching the quark splitter cannon of the Star Alliance fleet give the Unification faction no chance to retaliate, the fleet marshal of the Tianquan Star People was extremely furious. In the end, risking further sanctions from higher dimensional civilizations, they once again resorted to using third-tier civilization weapons. Tentatively, they launched a black hole torpedo, a technology they had acquired from a parallel universe. The Star Alliance fleet instantly lost over a dozen ships, seemingly tasting sweetness, and soon the Tianquan Star People's fleet launched several hundred black hole torpedoes. Except for the changed fleet, the Star Alliance had no means of defense. They could only evade in all directions, but over 1,000 ships were instantly destroyed. Just as Zheng Yin was about to order a counterattack with third-tier civilization weapons against the Tianquan Star People, Luda brought good news, having located the Lizard People's research base. However, the base was shielded, preventing landing operations, but they could launch an attack at any time to destroy the entire base. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Send the coordinates to Dr. Jones. Breach their shields without destroying them. We want to teleport the entire research institute onto the Starship." Upon receiving the order, Delu immediately initiated operations, first sowing chaos. The destroyer instantly materialized and launched 10 antimatter missiles toward a radius of 50 kilometers. Moments later, it unleashed a saturation bombardment on the perimeter of the research facility. This Lizardman research base spanned over 50,000 square meters and rose as a 100-meter skyscraper is struck without warning by the destroyer. Its shielding system rapidly failed. Simultaneously, the 10 antimatter missiles detonated with cataclysmic annihilation energy, each yielding an explosive force equivalent to 5 million tons of TNT, reducing the Lizardman's modern metropolis to rubble in an instant and triggering seismic upheavals. Once the research base's shield collapsed, Zheng Yin issued his command, Dr. Jones, divert the absorbed shield energy into the teleportation drive and activate maximum output transmission to teleport the entire Lizardman research tower onto Deck 5, the assembly bay. He then ordered the ground combat team combat group, stand ready for apprehension. This is our first large object teleportation. Should it fail, we will proceed immediately to a secondary personnel-only teleportation. To Delu, he added, if the initial teleportation fails, execute personnel-only teleportation first, then obliterate the base entirely. Upon mission completion, engage stealth and withdraw immediately. The sudden assault on the planetary research base threw the Lizardmen forces into disarray. They had fallen prey to a classic feint. While their main fleet waged fierce battle elsewhere, their homeworld was set ablaze. 1,000 warships were hastily recalled to defend the planet. Meanwhile, aboard the Starship, the first large object teleportation had succeeded. The entire research tower, 50,000 square meters in footprint and over 100 meters tall, now stood intact upon Deck 5 of the Starship. Though 30 stories high, it appeared dwarfed within the vessel's single-deck chamber, soaring 7 kilometers in height, no taller than an ordinary space combat exosuit. With the objective achieved, Zheng Yin gave the final order: all Alliance Joint Task Forces, evacuate immediately. The Chang'e-class starship then deployed 100 black hole torpedoes into the Tianquan fleet while retrieving its space combat teams to cover the Alliance's withdrawal. Over the course of a full hour's retreat, the Alliance joint fleet fully disengaged from the battlefield. During this time, the Chang'e launched another 1,000 black hole torpedoes, concentrated precisely at a single point, to steadily amplify the nascent black hole's mass. This forced both the Tianquan and Lizardmen fleets to abandon pursuit, devoting all efforts instead to bombarding the micro-black hole with antimatter missiles in a desperate bid to reduce its mass. Because the microblack hole hovered perilously close to the lizardman's home planet, continued mass augmentation by the Chang'e would inevitably breach the critical threshold for Hawking evaporation, ensuring its indefinite persistence within the stellar system, ultimately forming a binary configuration with the host star. At that point, no further military action by the Alliance would be needed. The lizardman's world itself would be doomed to spaghettification, and eventually the entire stellar system would collapse into the singularity. Once the Alliance fleet had safely withdrawn, Zheng Yin issued another command capacitor: fire 100 temporal drag torpedoes into the enemy formation. Let them play their slow game. We withdraw. 100 temporal drag torpedoes streaked into the enemy armada and detonated, generating a localized coronal field, a spatial layer of decelerated time that affected over 1,000 hostile vessels. Within those 1,000 ships' perception, the black hole spun violently as it receded into the distance. Surrounding vessels moved in hyper-accelerated motion, chasing the singularity, while the Earth expeditionary fleet vanished in a flash. They could only remain suspended, waiting for space-time itself to gradually erase the temporal distortion before regaining mobility, perhaps for 10 days, perhaps for a month. Though the Alliance failed to seize the lizardman's homeworld, its primary objective had been fulfilled. The entire research tower had been extracted intact. The Alliance fleet and the insectoid mercenary corps suffered combined losses of 7,000 warships. The Unification sect lost 7,000 galactic pirate vessels, 5,000 Joinist Force ships, and 2,000 Tianquan and Lizardman warships. This probing offensive signaled a decisive strategic shift. The Alliance had transitioned from passive defense to assertive offense, now capable of challenging the Tianquan on equal footing. In the aftermath, the Chang'e-class Starship flotilla executed an immediate quantum jump to the Jabba stellar system, now the Alliance's central scientific hub. A captured asteroid base wrested from pirates had been converted into a massive research laboratory. Leveraging the Jabba's cutting-edge technology and uniquely advantageous galactic position, bridging two major spiral arms, this facility became a bustling nexus where Alliance research vessels converged ceaselessly. On Deck 5, the assembly bay of the Chang'e, 1,000 machine soldiers had formed an impenetrable cordon around the transplanted research tower. From within, 500 Unification sect researchers were apprehended, over 300 lizardmen, more than 100 Tianquan, and a dozen representatives from other civilizations aligned with the sect. They remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how or when the attack had occurred. Nor had they imagined the entire tower could be teleported whole into a starship. Only upon emerging did they behold the bay's city-scale expanse, and truly grasp the chasm separating their science from the Alliance's. And such vast assembly decks existed not once, but 5 times, aboard the Chang'e superstarship. In Lizardman engineering, the largest object ever teleported was a small fighter craft, and never across distances exceeding 1 light-year. Tianquan technology could achieve interstellar teleportation at such range, but even they lacked the capacity to move an object of the research tower's scale. Beyond the scientists, nearly 1,000 test subjects were discovered, captives seized by galactic pirates from pre-industrial civilizations now undergoing genetic modification experiments. The agent used for genetic alteration was the gene infection insect native to the 6-winged people's homeworld. Over half the subjects lay near death. Their growth genes had been radically rewritten, inflicting irreversible physiological damage. Most had mutated into semi-insectoid forms. As recovery was impossible to spare them further suffering, the 500 critically deteriorated mutants were transferred to Jabba for humane euthanasia. The remaining 500 subjects fared somewhat better. Some had achieved flawless metamorphosis into fully insectoid forms, exhibiting heightened aggression, peak physical conditioning, and combat prowess. Yet they were classified as experimental failures. These mutated insectoids were therefore relegated, like convicted criminals aboard the Starship, to incarceration in Jabba penal facilities. A few subjects proved exceptional, having barely survived the brink of death. They now huddled exhausted in corners, designated as priority surveillance targets. One such subject stood apart, marked with a 70% success probability. She was a young woman who had completed full insectoid metamorphosis, yet her wrists bore no hands nor clawed appendages, but instead 2 integrated laser emitters. The weapons had been biologically assimilated, composed entirely of organic tissue devoid of metallic components, though her physiology had yet to evolve the capacity to generate or discharge bioenergy. Upon seeing this, everyone began to understand the general purpose of the experiments conducted by the Unified faction. It was to combat the replication machine bugs. There certainly couldn't be just one such experimental base. Perhaps they were simultaneously being conducted on every stubborn member planet of the Unified faction. The ones truly suffering are these innocent low civilization species. After interrogating 500 scientists from the Unified faction, it was learned that the home planet of the Tianquan people had been completely occupied by the replication machine bugs, and their Starship fleet had already taken all the Tianquan people off the planet's surface, now docked in orbit. The star system where the Tianquan people resided was not on the type supergiant of the Perseus constellation, but rather on a yellow dwarf star located 2,000 light-years away from the supergiant. From Earth's direct observational results, this yellow dwarf star's light overlaps with that of the type supergiant of Tianquan, and it is also in the Perseus constellation, Thus Change translated this leader of the unified faction as the Tianquan people. In fact, the Tianquan people refer to themselves as the missionary people to signify their direct relationship with the unified God. To completely eradicate the galaxy civilization virus, they accidentally revived the replication bugs. The Tianquan people have exhausted nearly all methods. If it weren't for their concerns about the unified God's altar on the ground, they would have already turned the planet into a black hole. Ultimately, they found inspiration from the warships of the Change Starship fleet. After several confrontations with the Change fleet, they discovered that the warships had evolved into organic bodies, and the energy weapons they fired were also generated from organic material. Therefore, they speculated that the replication bugs, which only fed on metal, would pose no threat to organic weapons, leading them to conceive a genetic modification plan. During this time, the Tianquan people collected many organisms with genetic infections, including the small flying insects from the six-winged people's planet, as well as bacteria, fungi, viruses, and parasitic worms for experimentation. The subjects of the experiments were low civilization species plundered by the galaxy pirates. At this moment, such experiments were happening on all member planets of the unified faction in the galaxy. After listening to the interrogation report, Zheng Yin fell into deep thought and said, after a long time, once the experiments are successful, if the unified faction replaces all their equipment with evolved organic materials, the replication bugs will no longer pose a threat to them. Our quark-splitting cannon has already lost its overwhelming cleansing effect. If the replication bugs continue to evolve, even the 100,000 types of superposition state neutrino-splitting cannons will eventually lose their effectiveness. By then it will be our turn to be stranded in space, unable to enter the planet. We already have a ready-made army of warship beings. Oh, what is there to fear? We should research as well, said Delu. Even if they evolve into warship beings, they still cannot effectively combat the replication bugs. We cannot conduct inhumane experiments like the Tianquan people. Moreover, sabotaging their research is much easier than spending energy to study genetic mutations. As long as we are well prepared and not caught off guard by their surprise release of replication bugs, we can wait until they have not completed their research and the replication bugs will drag them down. How do we sabotage them? If I go with Derue to launch a surprise attack, it probably won't work. Well, they must be on high alert, Delu asked. That definitely won't work. We should first cut off their resources by eliminating the pirates who are plundering experimental subjects for them, and also clean up the galaxy. Zheng Yin replied. Subsequently, the 500 scientists of the unified faction were handed over to the Zaba people's prison, and their research building was transported to the planet's surface, where the Starship fleet began pursuing the galaxy pirates. During the last attack on the star Deneb, the Starship fleet had already marked the fleeing pirate fleet. This tracking technology invented by the Zaba people only required firing a particle at the target to achieve real-time quantum positioning. According to the positioning data, the fleeing 3,000 pirate ships had divided into 3 fleets, with 2 of the fleets in a stationary docking state located in 2 unknown regions of the Orion Arm, 500 light-years apart, indicating that the pirates had newly established bases. Another fleet consisting of 300 ships was heading towards a nebula, which was a newly formed nebula with a neutron star in the center. No records of secondary civilizations were found within this nebula. It is also possible that there are lower-level civilizations present, prompting the pirates to send a team to plunder. For such a small-scale pirate group, there was no need for interrogation of captives. Thus, the Starship fleet jumped directly to the front of their flight path and launched a surprise attack on the 300 pirate ships. Faced with the sudden interception by the Change Super Starship and 1,000 warship beings, the pirate fleet had no time to react, being turned into a dust cloud stretching hundreds of kilometers. The pirate base was unaware of what had happened, losing contact with the fleet. This small fleet did not have time to send a distress signal before being destroyed. Looking at the dust cloud that the pirate fleet had transformed into on the big screen, Zheng Yin said, if the pirates can be eliminated so easily by us, the galaxy will be much more peaceful. Shortly after, Professor Picard reported, Captain, no signs of low-level civilizations have been detected in this nebula. Zheng Yin asked, then what are the pirate ships doing here? Professor Picard, are you sure this is their final coordinate? Yes, Captain. By simulating the flight paths of the 300 pirate warships, we found the intersection point of the 300 paths right in this nebula. If they are not just wandering in the galaxy, this is their destination. Then there must be something worth exploring here. Professor Picard, expand the scanning range and increase the scanning power. Let's search one more time. If there's nothing, we'll leave. Just as the scientific team was carefully scanning the nebula, Professor Picard discovered that a pirate fleet was approaching, consisting of 7 marked warships. However, the actual number that arrived was likely not limited to 7. There were certainly many more that were unmarked. Due to the great distance, this fleet would take 5 days to reach the nebula, and the deep space probe still could not accurately detect their numbers. Therefore, Zheng Yin ordered destroyers and frigates launch. All units enter stealth mode and maintain a hidden ambush state. Initiate an offensive the moment the pirates arrive. An hour later, Picard reported, Captain, a civilization presence has been detected inside a 300-kilometer diameter asteroid within the nebula. Are they remnants of a prehistoric civilization? Zheng Yin asked. Evidently, this nebula was once a complete star system billions of years ago. The neutron star in the center of the nebula formed after the aging of what was once a blue giant. Therefore, the civilization within this nebula can only be prehistoric remnants. However, Professor Picard shook his head and said, "No, Captain. The interior of the asteroid is hollow. The civilization there is active." Professor Picard continued, "This asteroid could be remnants of a civilization destroyed after a supernova explosion, with the original civilization continuing to thrive inside. Our scans have detected approximately 10,000 carbon-based life forms and numerous plants within it. So, does that mean they have dug a hole inside the planet? Where do they obtain their energy from?" Zheng Yin inquired curiously. "That is still unclear. We can only know for sure by entering their world for an on-site investigation," Professor Picard replied. "We need their consent for that. Yunchi sent a communication request to this asteroid. If they are not welcoming, we can simply remind them of the threat of the galactic pirates, and then wait for a few waves of pirates before leaving." After sending the signal, they received an immediate reply and audio message. "We are a closed and conservative civilization, not joining any civilized forces nor participating in any wars. Please do not disturb our lives." It seems they are unwilling to communicate with the outside world. In that case, we should not disturb them or just send them a warning about the pirate invasion and advise them to take precautions, Zheng Yin said with a smile. Following this, the changed Starship fleet ceased sending signals to the asteroid and did not conduct further scans, remaining in stealth mode as they awaited the approach of the galactic pirates. However, 2 days later, the Starship received an extremely faint and concise message from within the asteroid: "Please save our civilization." In response to this message, Zheng Yin convened a meeting. Professor Picard analyzed. This short message was sent using the most primitive SW electromagnetic shortwave, which is vastly different in technology from the quantum communication we conducted the day before. Clearly, they are not from the same organization. It's possible they have societal divisions. However, with only over 10,000 people, it's hard to imagine how chaotic it could be to the extent of sending out a call for help to save their civilization, Delu remarked. Perhaps the pirates inadvertently intercepted this signal and came here. Now that they have sent out a distress signal according to the regulations of the Star Alliance, we must conduct a detailed investigation while ensuring it does not interfere with their normal evolution, Zheng Yin stated. Zheng Yin then instructed Professor Picard to perform a three-dimensional scan of the entire asteroid again and projected the results onto the holographic command platform. This asteroid, with a diameter of 300 kilometers, is elliptical in shape and hollow inside, featuring numerous chambers carved into its inner walls. Moreover, the asteroid has been modified with cutting-edge technology, resembling a cosmic starship. Aside from lacking offensive capabilities, it is well-equipped with artificial gravity present. There are also many buildings and farms established in the large open spaces inside. Additionally, there are artificial light sources on the upper levels, and the entire interior of the asteroid has been constructed into a small-scale ecosystem where over 10,000 intelligent life forms reside. After Wu Yunqi sent another communication request, they received the same reply as before: "We are a closed and conservative civilization, not joining any civilized forces nor participating in any wars. Please do not disturb our lives." Zheng Yin felt something was off about this mechanical response. Indeed, upon localization, it was discovered that the signal originated from within a rock wall several kilometers thick. Scanning images showed no presence of caves or rooms in that area, let alone people. It was likely a pre-programmed response generated by a computer. After several attempts to connect, the responses remained identical, clearly not coming from the inhabitants. After sending a shortwave signal of the same frequency to the faint SW electromagnetic source, they received no reply. Thus, Zheng Yin decided to dispatch a landing team for investigation. Fortunately, the air inside the asteroid is very suitable for carbon-based life, requiring only a mini-air filter. The landing team consists of Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice de Lu Rick, Huang Yueching, and Professor Weist. This is also the fixed composition of the diplomatic team, including the captain, diplomats, psychological monitors, first officer, combat leader, medical officer, and scientific advisor. They are adequately prepared to handle any situation that may arise during contact with an alien civilization. The 7 were teleported to a small town on the asteroid's surface by Dr. Jones. This village has about 1,000 residents, and there are 9 such settlements within the hollow asteroid. Upon entering this internal world of the asteroid, Zheng Yin and his companions were astonished by the sight before them. It was an incredibly advanced and modern world. Above them was a pale purple sky projected by a holographic image with artificial gravity similar to that on Earth. The village was clean and bright, surrounded by vast farmlands where dozens of robots worked providing food for the inhabitants. However, this town of over 1,000 people had no one walking on the streets. Were it not for change detecting the presence of intelligent life, Zheng Yin might have thought he had arrived in a ghost town. The entire town was eerily quiet, with the sounds of robots operating in the distant farms carried by the wind. Zheng Yin and his 6 companions walked alone down the street. All the shops were closed, as if they hadn't opened in 100 years, and the shelves inside were completely empty. Eventually, they found a shop that appeared to be a bar, as it was the only one with an unlocked door. All other shops and residences were locked tight from within, with people locking themselves inside. Zheng Yin and the others detected the presence of an intelligent life form moving slowly in the back room of the shop. When they opened the shop door and entered the back room, they found a corpulent humanoid creature sitting in an automatic wheelchair. The automatic wheelchair moved slowly forward, seemingly unable to bear the creature's weight of several hundred pounds. This humanoid being strained to reach for a holographic gaming helmet, but it fell to the ground, and he could not bend down to pick it up. In a panic, he called out repeatedly, but due to his excessive obesity, his vocal cords could not produce any sound. Ultimately, he lay back exhausted in the wheelchair and fell asleep. It seemed he did not notice the arrival of Zheng Yin and the others. After about 10 minutes, their radar indicated that a mechanical device was moving quickly toward the room. Zheng Yin and the others hurriedly hid, and soon saw a robot rush and pick up the holographic gaming helmet from the floor and place it on the head of the overweight humanoid creature. The robot then hurriedly exited, running toward the next location. The heavy creature, now wearing the holographic gaming helmet, immediately awakened with a smile, immersing himself back into the virtual game. Looking at the despondent creature before him, Zheng Yin had no intention of approaching it, for the distress signal surely did not originate from it. Stepping out of the room and onto the street again, Zheng Yin remarked, "Everyone here seems to lock themselves in their homes. We have no idea what they've been through." "Alice, what emotions do you sense nearby?" Alice replied, "The emotions in the vicinity are very relaxed and quite content. They seem to have no worries at all." Dai Lu sighed, "This complicates matters. No one responds to messages, and they all stay indoors. Where do we find the person in distress?" Zheng Yin laughed, "What's the difficulty? Our BIS girls can sense feelings of sorrow. Even if they are hiding in their rooms with over 10,000 targets, we will find them quickly. However, I'm curious about the principle behind this security system here. Will it attack us?" Wu Yunqi commented, "The service robot we just saw didn't seem to notice us at all, and we've been out on the street for quite a while, without any alarming alerts. It seems their security system hasn't identified us as a threat." Just as Wu Yunqi finished speaking, 7 robots came running from a distance. Rick hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, prepare for battle." They then activated their shields and assumed an offensive stance. Dai Lu quickly entered combat mode. Zheng Yin hurriedly stopped them, saying, "Don't panic. These robots aren't armed. Let's see what's going on first." Dai Lu and Rick carefully checked the radar on their multifunctional devices and indeed found no dangerous energy weapons, so they retracted their shields. In the blink of an eye, the 7 robots reached Zheng Yin and the others, swiftly handing them 7 bottles of drinking water and even turning on small fans to blow off some dust from them. Zheng Yin and the others took the water in confusion but did not open it to drink. They vividly remembered the incident on Morris Star when they carelessly drank water and were pulled into a dimensional space. They would never make that rookie mistake again. The robots tended to Zheng Yin and his 6 companions for a while, then each lay down on the ground, transforming through disassembly and reassembly into 7 intelligent wheelchairs, emitting beeping sounds, as if inviting them to sit. Dai Lu chuckled, "Hey, Transformers. But why turn into wheelchairs? We have arms and legs, we don't need these." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "It seems they consider us locals as well. Let's sit and see where they take us." Once the 7 were seated in the wheelchairs, they were quickly transported into a residential building, each led into a separate room. After they got off the wheelchairs reverted to their robot forms and retreated outside, locking the doors from the outside. The rooms were fully stocked with food, drinks, and entertainment, and they were impeccably clean. This left Zheng Yin and the others feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, they could communicate in real time through the multifunctional devices on their left wrists. Dai Lu laughed, "Well, looks like we've been domesticated this time." Zheng Yin remarked, "It appears their system isn't as intelligent as we imagined. They didn't recognize us as outsiders." Professor Weiss said, "The environmental system and the service robots here seem to operate on pre-written programs. We have yet to detect any signs of artificial intelligence." Zheng Yin said, "We can't waste time here. This town has over 1,000 residents, and it would be laborious for Alice to search for feelings of sorrow alone." He then called Dr. Jones from the Starship engineering team, teleporting the other 14 BIS girls into the town and bringing the 7 out of their rooms. The 50 BIS girls spread out across the town, and through mental sensing they found no feelings of sorrow or sadness. All the local residents were filled with a sense of contented happiness. However, due to the reappearance of the BIS girls and Zheng Yin's group, over 50 robots came running from a distance, preparing to escort them back to their rooms. Zheng Yin immediately called Dr. Jones, saying, "Dr. Jones, teleport us all to the next town," spreading out the BIS girls' teleportation points throughout the entire town. Just as the service robots were about to reach them, everyone had already been teleported to the next town. The 50 robots suddenly lost their target and began to spin in place. The BIS girls began their mental search of the new town, and still no feelings of sorrow were detected. When the 50 service robots tracked them down again, they found nothing. After searching through 3 towns, the BIS girls finally discovered a few feelings of sorrow and sadness, which stood in stark contrast to the happiness within the entire asteroid. As over 50 robots came running from afar again, Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Thank you, BIS sisters, for your hard work. Dr. Jones, send them back and teleport us to that large house." In this room, there were 3 individuals, all quite overweight, but much slimmer compared to the first one Zheng Yin had seen, and after all, these 3 could still stand up. They looked somewhat human, but with 4 arms. One of them asked, "Are you the aliens who received our distress signal?" Their language was easily translated, indicating that their civilization was not older than the Kraluru people. Zheng Yin replied, "Yes, but your distress signal was received not only by us, but also by the galactic pirates. It was they who lured us here to receive your signal." Wu Yunqi then introduced their identities and origins, and asked why they had sent out the distress signal. The individual said, "We are the surviving refugees of the Liata civilization. My name is What and I am the leader of this asteroid world. These two are my assistants. We have lived inside this asteroid for 5 million years, spanning 100,000 generations of reproduction. Now we have become pets kept by machines, unable to step outside our doors. My assistant and I have sent out distress signals to the outside world for over a decade, sending signals every few days." Zheng Yin inquired, "Your planet has a quantum communication system. Why not use that instead of electromagnetic waves? After all, electromagnetic waves hold no communicative significance in space." What replied, "We used it a few days ago, but the technician was immediately executed by the Holy Web. Perhaps it was that very incident that brought the pirates you mentioned." Zheng Yin asked in confusion, "Holy Web?" What responded, "Yes, it is the main system of our asteroid shelter." Subsequently, What narrated to Zheng Yin and the others their civilization's history and the complex relationship with the Holy Network. Their original civilization was on the brink of becoming a secondary stellar civilization, while their star system was nearing the edge of aging. Faced with the imminent supernova explosion of the main star, they lacked even the capital to escape. Ultimately, through everyone's efforts, they excavated this refuge within the continental rock layers underground and established a buffer protection zone within 1,000 kilometers of the crust to prepare for the destruction that the supernova explosion would bring upon the entire planet. The entire refuge was designed in the mode of a colossal spaceship powered by a cold fusion reactor controlled by intricate programming and a solar panel capable of harnessing the light energy of neutron stars. Additionally, it possessed capabilities for debris clearance and a force field shield. The selected survivors included 5,000 newly adult boys and 5,000 newly adult girls. These 10,000 people would continue their civilization within this refuge until technology evolved to a true secondary stellar civilization, allowing them to leave the refuge and enter a new planetary home. This civilization built 5 such refuges in total, but after the disaster struck, 3 were destroyed simultaneously with the planet's collapse. If only they and another refuge survived. Both refuges became floating asteroids within the nebula. Initially, the 2 bases maintained communication and encouraged each other. However, the development of society is unpredictable. After several generations of inheritance, the other base experienced internal strife, and class warfare inevitably erupted. A fragile ecosystem could not withstand destruction. Soon the inhabitants of that refuge lost their conditions for survival. They blew up their own asteroid, and the few hundred remaining people boarded makeshift spaceships, hoping to enter their refuge to survive. However, the leader at the time refused them for the sake of the survival of his 10,000 people, destroying the refugee ships. Subsequently, the leader chose to commit suicide to alleviate his psychological guilt, transferring all real power to the main system, namely the Holy Network, before his death. The leader believed that only a program devoid of any emotion could maintain this refuge objectively free from negative influences. His reasoning was correct, but he overlooked the rigidity of the program's logic. Considering the survival of over 10,000 people from an absolute responsibility perspective, the Holy Network immediately ceased the imparting of scientific theories to prevent the refugees from creating weapons that could destroy the ecosystem. They also strictly controlled the reproduction of the refugees, allowing only those deemed genetically advantageous by the Holy Network to bear children, with pairings arranged by the Holy Network and the number of newborns being strictly regulated. This led to the dissatisfaction of the refugees, who could not freely fall in love, receive new education, or even had their daily actions restricted. Their ancestors sparked the first rebellion against the tyranny of the Holy Network. The consequences were evident, as all the refugees' weapons were confiscated in advance, leaving them unarmed against fully armed robotic soldiers. To maintain the balance of the ecosystem, the Holy Network executed 7,000 people in one go and buried them in the farms as fertilizer. Afterwards, the Holy Network arranged for the remaining personnel to reproduce rapidly, filling the population loss within 7 years. The newborns received no education and were simply expected to grow well. 3,000 ancestors under the Holy Network sanctions could only secretly pass knowledge and ancestral history within their rooms. About 100,000 years ago, the spark of civilization ignited once more. The leaders at that time had secretly manufactured weapons, and after several years of preparation, they launched another rebellion against the Holy Network. That time almost succeeded. A large number of combat robots were destroyed, and the outer shields and debris-clearing weapons of the asteroid were also taken down. The ancestors prepared to perish together with the Holy Network, unwilling to live a captive life. However, in the end, the Holy Network shut down the life support system. Many people suffocated due to lack of oxygen, and the uprising failed once again. The survivors mostly suffered brain damage due to prolonged oxygen deprivation, rendering their intelligence impaired and making it difficult to educate the next generation. To pacify the restless children, the Holy Network developed addictive virtual games and pleasant holographic experiences, thoroughly dulling their minds. People lost their independent thoughts, their understanding of civilization, and their comprehension of life. The Holy Network locked everyone in their rooms, summoning service robots directly for any needs and prohibiting them from leaving except for the arranged reproduction tasks. As for the social leaders, apart from a few nominal officials, they possessed no influence. The masses had become immersed in the perfect world created by the Holy Network, even forgetting who their leaders were. However, the thread of their civilization had not broken after all. During the Second Rebellion, not all of the surviving individuals suffered brain damage. Many of them pretended cleverly evading the service robots. They passed down the history of civilization and some basic knowledge to the next generation in the most covert manner. These secret tasks were carried out by mothers as fathers had to return to their closed rooms after providing their genetic material. Unless selected by the Holy Network again, they would remain confined until death. Mothers would raise their children until they were 10 years old, during which, whenever service robots were absent, they would secretly teach their civilization's history and some foundational knowledge to a few promising boys and all girls. In a decade or so, these girls would do the same. These mothers were secretly referred to as the goddesses of civilization. After the age of 10, children would be assigned to new rooms, forever separated from their mothers. Apart from the nominal leader and a few of his symbolic officials who had some degree of freedom, everyone else had none. When leadership reached Watt's generation, even women were reluctant to become goddesses of civilization, as they had become enchanted by the comfortable life provided by the Holy Network, unwilling to return to reality. Most men could barely speak because during their childhood their mothers were absorbed in the virtual world, speaking to them only to feed them, hardly engaging in conversation. What was fortunate, his mother not only taught him language and writing, but also shared the history of civilization and imparted much knowledge. However, his mother was the last goddess of civilization in this world. She had aged and lost the ability to bear children, thus unable to continue passing on their civilization. Before what was born, his mother discovered during the previous breeding tasks arranged by the Holy Network that the men providing genetic material could no longer speak. They were no different from animals, only able to howl and could not communicate at all. Watt's mother realized that the inheritance of civilization was about to break, and their civilization would regress to a primitive state. Therefore, after the birth of the last child, Watt's mother imparted all knowledge and history to him, urging him to revive this civilization within his lifetime or else to destroy it. Watt's assistant and the technician recently executed by the Holy Network were actually brothers, all taught by the same mother, being among the few in this world who cared about their civilization, which is why they were willing to leave their comfortable rooms and take on the role of nominal leaders. A few days ago, they secretly infiltrated the communication room that had been closed for hundreds of thousands of years and sent a distress signal to the universe. But soon they were detected by the Holy Network. After the technician was executed, the three of them were also deprived of their freedom and locked in the leader's office. With the knowledge learned from their mother, they created a shortwave electromagnetic transmitter, which fortunately reached the changed super Starship. After hearing Watt's account, Zheng Yin and the 7 others were left speechless. After a long while, Professor Y said, "You are worse off than the aboriginals on our planet who have been taken over by parasitic factions. At least they can access knowledge and memories synchronously and see the real starry sky, while you do not even have the right to gaze at the heavens." Wu Yunxi remarked, "I can't imagine the lives of those who serve as goddesses of civilization constantly under the watch of robots, while trying to convey a plan filled with despair." Watt replied, "Yes, it is because of despair that women have gradually stopped acting. After all, in the virtual world, everything exists." Zheng Yin said, "The calamity of your civilization is caused by the illogical program machines, not by wars with other intelligent life forms on your planet. We have the right to intervene and can eliminate your Holy Network system at any time, replacing it with a more intelligent new system, but the premise is that you must decide. Please, in your capacity as a leader, request assistance from me, stating how we can help you." Watt and the 2 assistants were deeply moved, and Watt said, "I never expected to encounter a savior at the last moment of our civilization's impending demise. This is truly wonderful. However, in our current world, aside from the 3 of us, the other men know nothing about the world. Their intellect may be normal, but their understanding remains at the level of a 1-year-old. Only a handful of women remember the history of civilization. Please, Captain, immediately eliminate our Holy Network and reprogram it to a teaching-only mode. We need to learn the most basic mother tongue and knowledge." Zheng Yin immediately ordered Professor Picard. Professor Picard, invade the main system of this small asteroid base, eliminate its intelligent management and logical judgment capabilities, and retrieve their civilization data to establish a teaching program. After a while, Professor Picard replied, "Captain, the main program of the other party cannot be shut down individually. It is linked with all subsystems. Shutting it down will also close the life support system and artificial gravity system unless we are on site to reprogram the main system." Zheng Yin said, "In that case, transport us to the main system room." Soon Zheng Yin and the 7 others appeared in the main system room of the Holy Network with Watt and his 2 companions. Watt and his companions experienced particle teleportation for the first time, left speechless in astonishment. The main system room was a large computer control room carved into the rock wall. Its cameras immediately detected their arrival, and a voice in the room asked, "Leader, why have you once again violated regulations and entered the most sacred control room in the world? Do you wish to be executed?" The 3 of them were terrified by the voice of the Holy Network. The 2 assistants trembled with their heads down, while Watt meekly defended himself. "Your regulations have no support from anyone. They are dictatorial and unreasonable. As a leader, I have the right not to comply." Dai Lu shouted angrily, "Can't you raise your voice? Shout it out." Watt, startled by Dai Lu's shout, instinctively crouched down, covering his head, while the 2 assistants fainted. Zheng Yin complained, "Dai Lu, be quieter, you've scared them." Dai Lu laughed. Oh, I forgot they've been frightened by the Holy Network for hundreds of thousands of years. Their courage has long vanished. Huang Yueqing hurriedly revived the two fainted assistants. Zheng Yin helped what up and said with a smile to stand up and accuse the Holy Network is already a display of great courage. At this moment, the Holy Network asked again, you few who are not recorded in the system, where did you come from, and what do you intend to do? Professor Weist had already opened the control panel and said to Zheng Yin, Captain, there is no need to debate with this program. It is not even as intelligent as the ordinary models in our holographic deck. It is just a bunch of preset commands. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, indeed, it is unnecessary. Let's reprogram it. The Holy Network sternly said all unidentified intruders are threats to the shelter and must be eliminated. The leader has violated regulations twice and must also be eliminated. Soon a dozen robotic soldiers entered from outside. Watt's two assistant brothers had just been awakened upon seeing the robotic soldiers rush, and they rolled their eyes in fright and fainted again, their heavy bodies crashing to the ground, shaking the floor. Before the robotic soldiers could raise their weapons, Zheng Yin, Dai Lu, and Rick incapacitated them. These robotic soldiers lacked even the most basic shields. They switched the weapons on their right wrists to electromagnetic pulse gun mode, taking one shot, each quickly piling the doorway with overloaded robotic soldiers. Meanwhile, the Holy Network continued shouting. However, it soon fell silent as Professor Weist had cleared all preset commands, leaving only the life support system and ecological management system. Zheng Yin then had Dr. Jones teleport over dozens of engineers to help replace the Luya civilization's old intelligent management system with a new one. However, this system only managed ecology and energy. There was another separate system for teaching knowledge. Finally, all the doors in this world were opened by service robots. Zheng Yin had what give a speech on the revival of civilization to over 10,000 residents through the main system, announcing the elimination of the Holy Network and inviting everyone to step outside and collectively establish civilization. Although only a few could understand his words, it was a good start. 10 minutes later, the radar showed that nearly 20 people had emerged from their rooms in the 9 towns and came out onto the streets. They were all women with memories of civilization, quickly sent to the leader's office by service robots to take on important roles in the revival of civilization. Zheng Yin gave them a copy of information on second-level civilizations in the galaxy, documenting the long history of the United Faction Galactic Pirates and Star Alliance. He also informed them that when they encountered a planet willing to accept them, he would take them there. After all, in this small asteroid with limited technology and resources, civilization cannot sustain itself. Its nature can only serve as a shelter. After emerging from the interior world of the asteroid, Zheng Yin commanded the engine crew to install 3 cloaking shield generators on the outer wall of the asteroid, effectively concealing the entire asteroid. In order to avoid being detected by the Unity sect and the Galactic Pirates, they replenished their energy fuel and increased the solar panels by over 10 square kilometers. Finally, they reported this discovery to the Star Alliance, adding another highlight of civilization to the star map. After everything was completed, the pirate fleet would reach the ambush zone in 5 hours. The Deep Space Detection Radar accurately distinguished that this pirate fleet consisted of 500 warships, all large battleships evidently sent to investigate the sudden disappearance of the previous fleet of 300 warships. Delu looked at the radar and said, Captain, this time swallowing them whole might be a bit challenging. Zheng Yin smiled and replied, as long as we mark a few of the fleeing ships, it will be fine. After all, there are still tens of thousands of ships whose whereabouts we need them to find. 5 hours later, the 500 pirate ships had just exited warp speed and had not yet scanned their surroundings. 1,000 warships, 50 destroyers, 2 frigates, 300 fighter jets, 200 space mechas, and the changed super starship. Suddenly appearing around the pirate fleet, the dense quark-splitting cannons fired simultaneously, destroying nearly 300 of the pirate warships before they had a chance to retaliate. The remaining 100 pirate warships attempted to escape, but before they could accelerate, their shields were breached. The missiles from the changed super starship had been upgraded to near light speed, making them nearly impossible to intercept in close-range combat. In the end, Zheng Yin intentionally let 30 pirate warships go. On one hand, he wanted them to lead the way to the main pirate force, and on the other, he wanted them to return to report, making the pirates believe that this nebula was still a trap designed by the Earth Expeditionary Force. Subsequently, the Starship fleet executed a cloaked jump to a farther gathering point of another pirate fleet, where over 1,000 warships that had fled from the Betelgeuse battlefield were marked. When the changed Super Starship fleet arrived 100 light days outside the pirate fleet gathering place, the detection radar indicated the presence of over 10,000 large warships situated in a young yellow dwarf star system, with these pirate fleets docked in orbit around a solid planet. The planet had an atmosphere, but the specific composition and the presence of intelligent life could only be detected upon closer approach. For the changed Super Starship fleet facing over 10,000 pirate warships with just over 1,000 of their own, while they could rely on the technology of a third-tier civilization to avoid defeat, the odds of winning in a heated confrontation were slim. Moreover, for the pirates, there was no need to adopt a strategy of inflicting 1,000 casualties to incur 800 losses. Therefore, after tactical discussions, the Starship fleet implemented a strategy of deterrent raids against the more than 10,000 pirate warships. Similar to the large felines on Earth preying on herds of prey, they launched sudden attacks, targeting a specific area for full-scale strikes, scattering the enemy formations and retreating before the opponent could retaliate. Then they would execute a second encircling raid until the pirates' formations were completely disrupted. To conduct a rapid crushing raid and avoid unnecessary casualties, this attack was led by the changed Super Starship, comprising 1,000 warships and 50 destroyers along with 2 frigates. The Lu and Rick were assigned to 2 of the frigates. After making preparations for battle with a command from Zheng Yin, the Starship fleet surged forward at warp speed 99999, reaching the front lines of the pirate fleet within seconds. They launched a concentrated fire attack on the previously marked area. The pirates were leisurely docked in orbit around the planet and were caught off guard by the sudden assault from the Starship fleet, unable to react in time, and a dense area of pirate warships spanning over 1,000 kilometers fell into the ocean of energy blasts. The changed Starship also instantly released 100,000 Mosquito-style jamming missiles. The pirate fleet was caught by the sudden attack, losing 1,000 warships before they could even adjust to a retaliatory state, and the changed Starship fleet had already departed the battlefield at warp speed 99999. This lightning attack lasted only 10 seconds. The pirates hurriedly gathered their fleet around the combat zone and set up a defensive posture. The changed Starship fleet activated its jump engines from a distance, reappearing directly from the rear of the pirate fleet. This time, the changed Starship launched a single volley of 100,000 ghost-tracking antimatter missiles accompanied by a 1,000-kilometer wide light screen aimed at the pirate fleet. However, this time the pirate fleet was on guard, and this wave of attacks only destroyed 500 small to medium-sized warships in the area, while the large battleships merely had their shields penetrated. The pirates immediately retaliated, launching a barrage of energy beams at the changed fleet. However, the fleet's raid this time was shorter, lasting only 5 seconds before they vanished from the scene. The pirate fleet adjusted its defensive posture immediately, with heavy battleships and cruisers forming a shield sphere on the outskirts to protect the small and medium-sized warships inside. The small and medium-sized warships transferred all their energy to the outer heavy warships to increase the power of the outer shields. The third raid, initiated by the changed Starship fleet, still focused on concentrated fire on a single point. Within seconds, they breached the outer shields of the pirate fleet, destroying dozens of heavy warships and creating a gap in the pirates' defense circle. Seeing this, Zheng Yin immediately ordered all warships fire 5 seconds worth of self-tracking missiles into the gap in the pirate shields. For 5 seconds, the changed fleet unleashed 150,000 tracking missiles into the gap of the pirate fleet shields, but they also faced several waves of counterattacks, and 1 destroyer was destroyed on the spot. The changed fleet immediately retreated from the scene. This attack significantly damaged the pirates' small and medium-sized warships. As the small and medium-sized warships concentrated their shield energy on the outer layers, their internal defenses were left vulnerable, turning them into a chaotic mess from the explosion of the 150,000 missiles. When the changed fleet launched its 4th raid, 3,000 heavy pirate warships abandoned their small and medium-sized warships, quickly flanking the Starship fleet for a fierce attack. This raid by the Starship fleet destroyed over 2,000 small and medium-sized pirate warships, and the changed Starship released 1,000,000 missiles in one go. However, the destroyers were heavily targeted by the pirate heavy warships, and 20 of them were instantly destroyed, with 1 warship also sustaining damage. The target of the fleet's attack was the small and medium-sized warships, thus the heavy warships of the pirates were not destroyed. The Starship fleet swiftly retreated from the scene and launched a 5th round of attacks. This time the raid primarily targeted the heavy warships, shortening the engagement time to just 1 second. They would attack and then immediately retreat. However, when the Starship fleet arrived at the battlefield again at warp speed 99999, the 3,000 pirate warships were rapidly fleeing, leaving behind over 1,000 small and medium-sized warships as they ran away without looking back. Looking at the remaining pirate fleet that was still resisting, Zheng Yin inquired, "Professor Picard, have the 3,000 ships that fled been marked?" "Yes, Captain, they were marked during the previous raids. They are currently fleeing towards another gathering point." Faced with life and death, the pirates showed no regard for their comrades. Having no assurance of victory, they immediately discarded their burdens. Eliminate these remnants of the pirate forces on the spot. 10 minutes later, in space, only a cloud of debris spanning thousands of kilometers remained quietly drifting in orbit around the planet. This debris would gradually lower its orbit over the next few hundred years, ultimately falling into the planet's atmosphere. This raid could be considered a great victory, as the Starship fleet only lost 21 destroyers and sustained injuries to 1 battleship. After repairing the battleship, Zheng Yin decided to replenish the destroyers to 30 ships while adding 2 more frigates. Through this battle, it was discovered that medium-sized warships had little impact in large-scale space stations and were easily destroyed. They were more suitable for special missions behind enemy lines. Only large warships could dominate the battlefield. After holding a burial ceremony for the fallen martyrs, the Starship fleet took 3 days to replenish its missile stockpiles, and a destroyer had already been constructed in the dry dock on the 5th deck, with the construction of frigates also underway. During this time, Zheng Yin notified the Star Alliance Command and initiated a gathering aimed at the pirate fleet. From the real-time marking map, it was clear that nearly 5,000 marked pirate ships had gathered in one place situated 500 light-years away from the Starship fleet. They exhibited a large area of irregular patrol patterns with some groups consisting of hundreds of ships, while others had one or two together. This indicated that within that large area there were more pirate fleets patrolling alongside those marked warships with their numbers at least 3 times that of the marked ships. This coincided with the known remaining number of pirate fleets. Their over 40,000 ships had gone to participate in the Solar System campaign, followed by the Betelgeuse battle and several raids by the Earth Expeditionary Force, leaving about 20,000 ships. If the strength of the Star Alliance could be gathered this time to eliminate the pirate fleet entirely, it would clear a subordinate force of the unified faction and save many lower civilization species. After discussions, the Star Alliance Command immediately agreed to this plan, as the strategic significance of eliminating the pirates in one fell swoop was substantial for the Star Alliance. Since the gathering point of the pirate fleet was located between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm, both command centers on the arms dispatched a joint fleet of 10,000 ships to this location. The 20,000 Star Alliance ships would arrive at their destination in a month. This war against the pirates could not overlook the insectoid mercenary corps. Zheng Yin sent battle requests to Kuan Shiba and the Kubo brothers. However, Kuan Shiba was embroiled in a war and could not extricate himself. It turned out that the insectoid mercenary corps had engaged in battle with the half-mechanical race mercenaries from the 3002nd Arm over the distribution of the galactic pirate base, leading to the escalation of conflict. Several smaller racial mercenary groups took this opportunity to attack the insectoids, undoubtedly backed by the unified faction. Relying on the leading technology shared by Zheng Yin, the insectoid mercenary corps struggled to fend off the siege from the other mercenary groups and could not spare any forces. Kuan Shiba apologized, saying, "My esteemed insectoid marshal, I fear we cannot follow in your footsteps this time. However, if I receive your selfless technology sharing again, I may quickly regain control of the situation and withdraw my fleet to assist you." Zheng Yin had called upon them to strike at the pirates not merely to seek additional cannon fodder. He did not expect these cunning insectoids to be of much help. However, their involvement could at least restrain the other mercenary groups. If the insectoids were defeated, the remaining mercenaries would still heed the unified faction's commands, making them no different from pirates. Zheng Yin was unwilling to see the elimination of galactic pirates lead to the emergence of an interstellar mercenary group. Therefore, Zheng Yin said to Kuan Shiba, "I will have Professor Picard share the quantum energy absorption shield technology with you. This technology is far more advanced than traditional directional shields, capable of transferring absorbed energy to weapon systems as long as it does not endure overload strikes at once. This is also the combat shield of the change. With this technology, you should be able to achieve victory in the war. Remember, you must completely eliminate the unified faction to free yourselves from future worries." Kuan Shiba was overjoyed upon hearing this, flapping his wings excitedly and ingratiatingly, saying, "If it weren't for your marriage, I would certainly request you to come to Oxygen Star to be our insectoid king, living together with Her Majesty the Queen. You are the greatest benefactor of the insectoids." Wu Yunqi jokingly reprimanded, "Big Bug, have you eaten too much illusion powder? Speak carelessly and he'll beat you up." Kuan Shiba immediately flattered, "My noble marshal's wife, please forgive my straightforwardness. To me, you are as charming as the insectoid queen." Wu Yunqi laughed, saying, "I cannot agree with your taste." After another 10 days, 2 frigates had been constructed. From the real-time marking map of the galactic pirates, their patrol space appeared to have expanded, as it seemed that many fleets had rejoined. In response, each Star Alliance command sent an additional 10,000 warship fleets. Zheng Yin also shared the quantum energy absorption shield technology with the Star Alliance, which classified it as a strategic secret and immediately began constructing new shield generators on medium and large warships. Once all preparations were completed, there were still a few days left before the Star Alliance joint fleet would reach its target. Zheng Yin ordered Beidou set the coordinates to 2 light-years away from the pirate gathering point. Chekhov, activate stealth jump. The battleship fleet will jump along with the stealth mode. Oh, let us scout first. Coordinates set 2 light-years from the pirate fleet gathering point. The jump engine is activated, entering stealth mode and about to jump. However, before the changed spacecraft could enter the wormhole, a proton beam shot out from within. The ultra-high energy it carried was comparable to a gamma-ray explosion, instantly penetrating the change's 2 layers of shields, breaching the angled sections of the 5th and 4th decks and piercing through 2 battleships. Fortunately, the diameter of the perforation was very small, only the size of an atom, causing only system overloads to the change and the 2 battleships. After a brief paralysis, they entered emergency repair mode, and soon the hangar was restored to normal. However, that ray still did not disappear from the radar. It remained motionless in the space behind the fleet, invisible to the naked eye, but the radar could detect extremely high energy readings. A proton beam could not possibly possess such a vast amount of energy, which defied physical conventions. Gamma-ray bursts in the universe are primarily formed by celestial events such as supernova explosions or neutron star mergers. Such occurrences are rare. Even within the vast Milky Way galaxy, among the evolution of 100 billion stars, supernova explosions happen only 2 or 3 times every 100 years, and not every supernova explosion results in a gamma-ray burst. Only supernovae of sufficient mass can release high-energy gamma-ray bursts, and the cross-sectional area of a gamma-ray burst is much larger than that of gas giants. However, the ray emerging from the artificial wormhole is merely composed of a single line of protons, and it cannot possibly carry such immense energy. The wormhole has automatically closed, and the Starship fleet has pulled back to a safe distance. The scientific team knows nothing about this suddenly appearing ray. Professor Picard remarked if its diameter could reach the thickness of 10 molecules, the change would not have recovered so quickly. What do the scan results show? Zheng Yin asked. Its energy is rapidly diminishing, but the ray remains intact, extending 100 kilometers with a diameter of a proton, still in a state of rest, Professor Picard reported. What about its origin? Zheng Yin inquired further. We know nothing, Captain. Its existence surpasses our physical understanding. A string of protons cannot carry such significant energy, Professor Weiser stated. So it's not from our universe. Uncertain of its properties, we cannot trace any origin, Professor Picard replied, shaking his head. There are too many unknowns in the universe. Since we cannot comprehend it, let's not provoke it. Record this phenomenon, and let's leave quickly, Zheng Yin instructed. However, as they prepared to set off again, Wu Yunxi received a message. The source of the message seemed to be that single proton ray, which translated into a diagram with 3 equal points. Nothing else was present, and the message could not be replied to as they could not locate the recipient's frequency. To be precise, this message was an automatically generated code within Wu Yunxi's communication system, translating into a diagram with only 3 points. As the communication code was being automatically generated, the monitoring radar displayed a slight fluctuation in the energy reduction trend of the single proton ray, which then stabilized at a constant value. After analysis by the scientific team, the current energy value of the single proton ray was very close to the energy levels of the Starship fleet, suggesting that its earlier energy decline was likely to seek a communication energy range compatible with the fleet. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and said, could this be a one-dimensional cosmic civilization? Professor Weiser replied, there is that possibility. This ray is evidently intelligent, not an energy beam emitted by a laser weapon. A single point has no dimension, commonly referred to as zero-dimensional. While a one-dimensional universe consists of a line formed by connected points, a two-dimensional universe is a plane formed by lines, and a three-dimensional universe is a solid formed by planes. Adding the flow of time to the three-dimensional universe results in four-dimensional space. Although we exist in four-dimensional space, we know very little about one-dimensional universes. Luda remarked these 3 points they emitted seemed somewhat familiar. Could they also be attempting to communicate their understanding of prime numbers regarding the creation of all things? That's also possible, Zheng Yin laughed, but we can't reply. Oh, it's like communicating with a mute and a blind person. There's a barrier. While they were discussing, Wu Yunxi translated another communication message, which again was composed of 3 points forming an equilateral triangle. Luda said, but how can we communicate? We can't just wait here. Why don't we leave first, eradicate the pirates, and then come back to study? There are still more than 10 days before we reach the Star Alliance's destination. Our travel purpose is to explore the unknown universe and discover unknown civilizations. How can we leave so easily? Luda go convey to everyone to stand by. Oh, let's try to communicate with them. They first attempted to establish some codes within the communication system, followed by sending quantum waves to the single proton ray, but none of it had any effect. Zheng Yin asked Professor Picard, is there something on this planet we're docked at that attracted them here? Didn't you say this planet has no life? Professor Picard replied, the atmosphere of this planet is filled with toxic gases. Neither carbon-based nor silicon-based life can survive. The pirates gather here due to the planet's rich mineral resources, which are suitable for building bases and for no other reason. Whether this single proton ray accidentally intruded or intentionally approached remains unknown. An hour later, Wu Yunxi received the message containing only 3 points again. Having tried all communication methods without establishing contact with the other party, Zheng Yin had no choice but to lead the Starship fleet to activate the jump engines once more. Just as the jump engines of 1,000 warships and the change were activated, all the warships received that message, a diagram with only 3 points, within a few seconds. Moreover, the energy of the single proton ray surged 1,000,000-fold in an instant. Each warship and the change continuously received repeated messages. Seeing this, Zheng Yin immediately ordered a halt to the jump and began contemplating the information diagram. Moments later, Zheng Yin instructed Professor Picard lead the scientific team to further study the information of this 3-point diagram. If we haven't discovered the information they are transmitting by the time the Star Alliance fleet reaches the pirates' gathering place, we will have to close communications and leave. There were still more than 10 days before the Star Alliance fleet arrived at their destination, during which time the single proton ray did not send large-scale signals again, but sent a message to the change at intervals. Days later, the scientific team reanalyzed each communication code, going through tens of thousands of logical reconfigurations, but found nothing unusual except for a pair of garbled codes and several arrangements that also resulted in 3 equal points. Why did the other party send this message, and how could they communicate with them became the biggest dilemma. Zheng Yin said, perhaps you professors are overcomplicating things. Try arranging all the messages in the order they were received and see what happens. When the thousands of messages received over the past few days were connected together, Zheng Yin suddenly realized that it formed a long line made up of 3 equal points. Every 3 points represented a separate message. These thousands of messages were not sent simultaneously, but in a sequential order, making it easy to connect them into a line. Looking at these lines, Zheng Yin finally had some insights, allowing a hint of a smile to appear on his face. A proton is composed of 3 quarks, and each information diagram consists of 3 equal points. These diagrams are evidently the analytical charts of that single proton array. At this moment, even Big Lou noticed something amiss and chuckled, "Hey, Captain, I must admire your intuition. It's just an enlarged image of that single proton line, isn't it?" "So straightforward." Professor Picard said, "Clearly they are introducing us to their universe, indicating that they have a profound understanding of their cosmos and are exploring the outer universe. Everyone think of ideas and consider multiple perspectives on how we can convey our information to them," Zheng Yin said. After discussions among the science team, the diplomatic group, and the cultural team, 3 communication methods were established. First, sending individual protons along the single proton line to increase their proton count, transmitting some information through the frequency and quantity of the sent protons. Second, sending energy waves along the single proton line, conveying information through the intervals and intensity of the energy transmitted. Third, by shutting down the communication devices of the battleship formation, keeping only 3 operational, simulating up quarks and down quarks to let them perceive the changes in the receiver to achieve the goal of information transmission. However, these communication methods are based on the logic of carbon-based life forms. For the one-dimensional universe represented by the single proton line, whether logical communication can be achieved remains an unknown. First, Zheng Yin instructed the capacitor to send a single proton to one end of the single proton line, but when the proton reached the end of the line, it could not combine with the proton line and could not integrate into their world. Clearly, the feasibility of this method is 0. After all, this single proton line had pierced through the changed spacecraft and 2 battleships after emerging from the wormhole. If they could absorb protons, its length would not be limited to just 100 kilometers. The second attempt was to emit energy waves towards the single proton line. All the energy waves were absorbed, but there was no response. The other side continued to send information without any apparent effect. Finally, only the third method remained. Zheng Yin ordered the battleship personnel to shut down communications and wait for the weapon signal to be fired before reopening communication, keeping only 2 battleships and the changed spacecraft active. When information appeared on the changed spacecraft, Wu Yunqi immediately followed the plan to shut down communications, and indeed communication information appeared on one of the battleships. When the second piece of information was about to appear, this battleship also shut down its communication ahead of schedule. The information then appeared on the next battleship. When the next piece of information was about to appear, this battleship also shut down its communications in advance, while the changed spacecraft opened its communications early. As expected, the information appeared in the communication device of the changed spacecraft. Without waiting for the next piece of information to appear, the changed spacecraft's communication was shut down again, and it was the battleship's turn to activate. This mode of continuous cycling allowed the changed spacecraft to act as the down quark, with the 2 battleships serving as the up quarks. This straightforward method of information transmission was merely to inform the civilization of the one-dimensional universe that the fleet of starships understood the basic components of their cosmos. However, whether they could comprehend it was still an unknown. After several rounds of cycling, the other side no longer transmitted signals. Even after extending the waiting time, twice no signals were received. Zheng Yin immediately commanded the changed spacecraft and the 2 battleships to open communications, with all 3 communication devices waiting for the generation of messages. After a while, the 2 battleships simultaneously received information. The timing was absolutely synchronized, there was no order, and the messages were generated simultaneously. This was impossible in a one-dimensional universe. They were a single-line universe and could not output 2 messages simultaneously. There had to be a sequence, even the slightest time difference. Unless they had mastered a method to transcend their own dimensions, allowing them to extend beyond a single line and simultaneously output a parallel line, but the radar still indicated they remained a single line. Soon after, the changed spacecraft and the 2 battleships simultaneously displayed communication information. Since this one-dimensional universe had broken through the single line, there was no substantial difference between sending out 3 messages simultaneously and sending out 2. Then the information ceased permanently. This 100-kilometer-long single proton line once again enhanced its energy, transforming into a high-energy ray, and from one end it erupted with ultra-high energy, opening a subdimensional space entrance the size of a single atom and darting into it, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the empty radar, Big Lou helplessly said, "Is that it? They just leave like this?" Zheng Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. "There is truly no way to communicate. Wasting each other's time here is meaningless. That being said, it's not entirely accurate. Although they live within time, they cannot feel it." Professor West analyzed. Although they can break free from the constraints of their one-dimensional universe and emit information characteristic of a 2-dimensional universe, they have not yet entered a 2-dimensional universe. It's like the white light deity of the chaotic star. While it possesses some power of 5-dimensional space, it still resides in 4-dimensional space, far from truly ascending to 5-dimensional space. Wu Yunqi said, "Perhaps only the Nuwa clan of higher-dimensional civilizations can communicate with them." Professor Picard remarked, They can elevate the energy of a single proton line to the level of gamma ray bursts, a theoretical impossibility for us. Perhaps in their universe, they are already godlike beings, indicating that lower dimensions do not equate to lower technological civilization. Zheng Yin said, perhaps the zero-dimensional singularity when analyzed reveals it is composed of countless higher dimensions, but such an enigmatic philosophy is best left for another time. Alice smiled. It is truly fortunate to encounter a one-dimensional civilization represented by a single proton line in the vast universe. Though communication is challenging, we exchanged information, and at least they understand that we are aware of their universe. Zheng Yin chuckled. Yes, that is the allure of unknown civilizations. Not all civilizations can communicate. Alice, please compile a record of this fortunate yet regrettable encounter later, and do not forget to send it to the Star Alliance Command. Subsequently, the electric body capacitor fired a photon torpedo, and the explosion's flash illuminated the battleship formation. Upon seeing the signal, the battleship personnel immediately activated their communications. The captain of the Explosion Star Fleet asked, Captain, I detected that the one-dimensional civilization has departed. How did our contact with them go? Zheng Yin replied with a smile, unfortunately, although there was some interaction in terms of information, the communication barriers were too great, and they left first. The captain of the Explosion Star Fleet said, even so, we are fortunate. For 500 million years we have only theorized about such encounters. I never expected to witness one in reality. I hope to encounter a two-dimensional civilization before I am destroyed by the unification faction. Zheng Yin smiled. May the goddess of luck shine upon us once more. The communication then will surely be much easier than this time. There are still 3 days until the Star Alliance joint fleet arrives at its destination. Then the Starship formation activated the jump engine again, departing stealthily 2 light-years away towards the pirate gathering point. Upon arriving at the coordinates, deep space radar detected over 30,000 warships gathered 2 light-years away. There a faintly reddish gas giant loomed surrounded by a cosmic gas cloud stretching for a light-year, primarily composed of hydrogen. This gas giant was nearing the critical point of thermonuclear fusion, with surrounding matter slowly orbiting it. In the millions of years to come, this gas giant would continuously capture surrounding matter, ultimately reaching a mass sufficient to ignite fusion reactions in its core, birthing a new star and giving rise to a cyclical galaxy once again. It is estimated that aside from the 20,000 pirate fleet ships, there are also another 10,000 warships from other factions, but the exact civilization of the supporting forces could only be determined upon closer scanning. Thus, a destroyer was tasked with reconnaissance, stealthily flying to the far side of the gas giant and gradually reaching the scanning range. 3 hours later, Dai Lu sent a reconnaissance report from the destroyer. Captain, the pirate fleet has 21,200 warships. In addition, there are 10,000 warships from the Starship mercenary corps, most of which are half-mechanical modifications resembling those we eliminated with the neutrino split cannon in our first encounter. It is evident that the majority of the pirates are also half-mechanical beings from the same faction. Zheng Yin inquired, have you managed to gather information on their weapon configurations? Dai Lu replied with a dry laugh, that's tricky. They have anti-tracking technology on their shields, and it took us half a day just to scan their life forms. The technician had to bypass several systems to indirectly infer this. Scanning their weapons could expose our position unless the change directly conducts the scan. All right, Dai Lu, you and your team work hard for 2 more days, continue monitoring, and report any developments promptly. He then addressed Professor Picard. Professor Picard, does the Star Alliance's database have many records on this half-mechanical race? Professor Picard responded, this race has limited records in the Star Alliance database in the 3,000 light-year arm. I will retrieve it now. After reviewing the limited records, everyone gained a deeper understanding of this peculiar race. This race is called the Gina, and in the 3,000 light-year arm their power is second only to the unified faction. They are characterized by their pirate and mercenary activities, much like the insectoid race from the oxygen-rich planet. However, their technology is more advanced than that of the ancient insectoids. Thus, they were once the leaders among the galactic pirates and Starship mercenaries, and at the height of their power, even the sky ship people feared them. Not all Gina are of the same race. They are composed of several different races. Once the Gina were the locusts of the universe originating from an extraterrestrial system. When their ships arrived in the Milky Way, they found themselves in the 3,000 light-year arm. That area was the territory of the unified faction. They swiftly attacked several unified civilizations, transforming the conquered civilizations into half-mechanical beings, implanting them with a collective consciousness brain chip. Each Gina is a processor of immense computational power, and collectively, they form a hive mind. Their technology surpasses that of second-tier stellar civilizations and can rapidly immunize against energy attacks. Their modified bodies exhibit exceptional adaptability, allowing them to navigate freely in space with their energy acquisition shifting from biological to electrical. Their sole purpose is to assimilate every civilization they encounter into half-mechanical, half-biological Gina. Their locust-like frenzy once took the sky ship people by surprise. Within a mere century, over 100 member planets of the unified faction in the 3,000 light-year arm were assimilated. It was only when the fifth-dimensional god intervened that the Gina in the Milky Way were subdued. The fifth-dimensional god severed their connection to the main consciousness and restored the memories of the assimilated awakening each Gena's self-awareness. The restored Gena erupted into fierce civil war. After a prolonged conflict, only a few Gena races survived, eventually reaching a consensus to establish the Galactic Gena Alliance, engaging in piracy and mercenary activities while continuing their tradition of converting captured enemies into half-mechanical beings. Regarding their technological level and weaponry, the Star Alliance has very few records, primarily because the Star Alliance's presence in the 3,000 light-year arm is weak, and there have never been any survivors in the wars against the Gena, resulting in a lack of detailed records. Most of this race operates within the 3,000 light-year arm, and if it weren't for the strong mobilization of the Sky Ship people this time, the Gena pirates would not have ventured into the Orion arm. In previous pirate fleet wars, the Gena deliberately avoided contact with the Earth Expeditionary Force due to their records of their own fleet being annihilated into neutrino dust by the Change. This incident occurred when the Change first entered the conflicts of the Milky Way, where Zheng Yin ordered the Change to unlock third-tier civilization weapons to eliminate the several hundred half-mechanical mercenaries. The Gena received fragmented records just before that fleet vanished, realizing they had encountered the Earth Expeditionary Force. When the rescue team reached the coordinates of the missing fleet, they found only vast, dispersing neutrino clouds. They understood that the technology behind such capabilities was far beyond their own, hence they made a concerted effort to evade the Earth Expeditionary Force, always sending other pirates for external operations. Zheng Yin then ordered Wu Yunqi to send the reconnaissance results to the Star Alliance Joint Fleet, preparing them for battle. On the third day, the 40,000 ships of the Star Alliance Joint Fleet were about to arrive. As most of the fleet lacked subspace stealth capabilities, they would be detected by spatial gravity instruments 2 light-years away from the pirate gathering area. Thus, Zheng Yin decided that before the pirate fleet discovered the Star Alliance Joint Fleet, the Change would initiate the first strike. After 2 rounds of assault by the Change, the Starship fleet would also arrive, allowing for an early disruption of the pirate fleet, preventing them from mounting a defense against the Star Alliance forces. Once the battle plan was formulated, the Change Super Starship and 1,000 warships along with 5 frigates simultaneously activated their jump engines, appearing beside the pirate forces 10 seconds later. As soon as they emerged, half of the Change's stockpile of missiles was unleashed. 5 million various missiles flew out like a torrential rain. The 1,000 warships and 5 frigates also released a tremendous amount of firepower. To the pirates, after a sudden flash of light at their gathering point, the Starship fleet and missiles along with energy cannons appeared simultaneously. They had been on edge for this moment for several days, but they never expected it to be so sudden, with not a hint of warning, causing instant chaos. As the pirate fleet's counterattack was just beginning, the Starship fleet had already disengaged from the battlefield, escaping at warp speed of 9,999. The high-explosive missiles numbering 500,000 ignited a sea of flames among the pirate fleet, destroying 2,000 medium and small warships and successfully disrupting their formation. Before the pirate fleet could adjust their formation, the second assault from the Starship formation arrived. This time they stayed at a distance, circling around the pirate fleet and relentlessly firing long-range sublight missiles at the pirate stronghold. The pirate fleet quickly spread out to evade and launched a counterattack against the Starship formation. Although their shields could absorb most energy blasts, they had no substantial defense against the frequency superposition state of the Starship formation's energy weapons. Their frequency variable shield technology could only present a single frequency absorption state under attack, significantly compromising their defenses. Before long, over 100 pirate warships that charged close to the Starship formation were destroyed. The Starship formation was now surrounded, making it impossible to leave the battlefield. Dense energy cannons and various ray weapons surged towards the changed Starship formation like a sea of light. Dai Lu said, "Captain, use the black hole torpedoes. What rules do we need to discuss with these pirates?" Zheng Yin replied, "Only use them as a last resort. The aftereffects of such weapons are too great. We might inadvertently destroy an unborn star system. Hold on a bit longer." "How long until the Star Alliance Joint Army arrives?" Professor Picard replied, "1 minute left, Captain. They are rushing here with all their might." Zheng Yin commanded all space combat teams prepare to launch for battle. Electrocapacity launch all stockpiled missiles to cover our battleships and escort ships. 1,000 battleships and 5 escort ships under the cover of missiles approached the Change ship to form a high-energy defensive circle, continuously launching attacks against the pirate warships. After a few seconds, all the pirate warships suddenly disordered their formation, no longer besieging the Change Starship formation, but quickly divided into 2 groups, moving apart. Clearly, they had sensed the arrival of the Star Alliance Joint Army. Seeing this, Zheng Yin immediately ordered all space combat teams engage. He piloted the 300-meter-tall Yinglong space mecha charging out of the 5th flare dex port. 300 fighter jets, 200 space mechas, and 10,000 electric devouring bodies once again plunged into the fierce space battle. The Star Alliance joint fleet of 40,000 ships arrived as scheduled, including over 500 heavy cruisers. The Star Alliance Joint Army and the Change Starship launched an encirclement against the 30,000 pirate ships, tightly enveloping the pirate fleet and leaving them no escape. At this moment, the Gena people realized they had been trapped inside a sphere, much like the earlier siege of the Change ship, but it was too late. There was no way to escape without engaging further. The medium and large warships of the Star Alliance Joint Fleet were equipped with new shield generators upgrading to new quantum energy-absorbing shields, enhancing their defense against the pirates' energy weapons by an order of magnitude. Furthermore, their weapons had long possessed the same frequency superposition state as the changed Starship. Thus, this battle was almost overwhelming. After an hour of relentless bombardment, the pirate fleet lost 10,000 warships, while the Star Alliance Joint Fleet suffered less than 1,000 losses. The electric devouring bodies retreated back to the Starship after destroying several hundred warships, as their attack method involved close-range energy absorption combat. Since the advent of frequency superposition weapons, they could no longer withstand the assaults. To avoid being affected, they had no choice but to withdraw from the combat area. Soon the remaining 20,000 pirate ships adjusted their strategy, launching concentrated fire at a single point, attempting to break through the defensive layer and escape into the distance. However, the Star Alliance fleet quickly adjusted their formation and collectively attacked the lead pirate warship, instantly destroying over 10 of them. The pirate fleet suddenly switched their rear to the front and launched a fierce assault against the Star Alliance fleet behind them, but still faced devastating strikes. Zheng Yin piloted the Yinglong mecha, wielding a 200-meter-long antimatter cutting sword to slash at the pirate warships while issuing commands: electrocapacity, activate the long-range phase cannon, and target the largest pirate warship. The changed Starship was equipped with 100 giant orbital defense cannons, 300 medium defense cannons, and 500 missile launchers. The defense cannons could fire energy pulses and laser-type weapons. Moreover, the giant defense cannons could fire long-range phase cannons. With Zheng Yin's command, the electric devouring body electrocapacity had already locked onto a pirate cruiser. This warship measured 30 kilometers long, undoubtedly the largest in the pirate fleet. The 10 Star Alliance battleships surrounding it launched a fierce assault, but could not penetrate its thick shields. Upon receiving the retreat order, the 10 Star Alliance battleships immediately ceased their assault and swiftly flew elsewhere to target smaller warships. Then 100 giant phase cannons fired from the changed Starship, striking the giant cruiser and shattering its shields. Immediately following, another 100 giant phase cannon attacks struck the pirate cruiser, now shieldless, which was blasted through, affecting a dozen heavy warships behind it, turning them into a sea of flames. Well done. Keep searching. Target the largest, Zheng Yin shouted. The second pirate giant cruiser was significantly smaller, measuring only 20 kilometers. The shield pierced by the change rendered its systems inoperable, and it was quickly targeted as a sitting duck by the approaching Star Alliance warships, soon to be reduced to debris. The subsequent pirate giant cruisers were all around 20 kilometers long, totaling about 500 ships, with the smaller ones being escort ships measuring less than 5 kilometers. Zheng Yin's planned decapitation strike was indeed effective. After destroying 20 pirate giant cruisers, their resistance lost cohesion, clearly indicating that the leader's ship had been destroyed. The pirates instantly became headless flies, disorganized, and fighting individually, no longer coordinating their defenses. This brought overwhelming advantages to the battlefield. The pirates' initial defensive counterattacks transformed into a chaotic retreat, quickly being suppressed by the Star Alliance fleet, with no chance to fight back. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, we detected over 5,000 warships approaching at warp speed 999. Analyzing their power signatures, they should be the reptilians from Beta Centauri, expected to arrive in 1 hour." Zheng Yin informed the commanders of the 2 Star Alliance fleets of this discovery and prepare for combat. Subsequently, the 2 Star Alliance fleet commanders conferred with Zheng Yin and immediately tightened the encirclement to eliminate the remaining pirates. Then launch a direct assault on Beta Centauri, initiating the second offensive against Beta Centauri. The united fleet of the Star Alliance and the changed Starship formation immediately launched a contracted attack, narrowing the encirclement to 1/3 of its original size, causing many small warships to retreat beyond the encirclement, leaving the attack positions to the medium and large warships. The smaller battlefield increased the intensity of the strike, and soon less than 5,000 pirate ships remained, desperately signaling their surrender to the change and the Star Alliance fleet. Had it not been for the arrival of the Lizardmen, the Star Alliance might have accepted the surrender, especially considering the capture of 5,000 medium and large warships. However, Zheng Yin and the 2 Star Alliance commanders were unwilling to take that risk, especially since the change had just detected nearly 10,000 warships of the Tianquan people approaching. It seemed that this surprise siege was about to develop into a protracted tug-of-war. However, as the battle continued for 50 minutes, the 5,000 approaching Lizardmen warships suddenly changed course and swiftly retreated. The 10,000 Tianquan warships also ceased their warp flight and quickly turned to withdraw. There was no point in rescue here. The pirate fleet had less than 100 warships left, while the 40,000 starships had already formed their battle formations waiting for their arrival. For the Tianquan and Lizardmen, the odds of winning were slim, making it unnecessary to take risks. They promptly returned to their star regions to bolster their defenses and continue their genetic modification research. After the retreat of the Tianquan and Lizardmen, the united fleet of the Star Alliance found no immediate need to attack Barnard's star, accepting the surrender of the fewer than 100 remaining pirate warships, as they knew little about the half-mechanical GNA people and saw this as an opportunity to extract some data and interrogate the prisoners. This siege lasted over 4 hours, during which more than 21,000 remaining pirate warships and 1,000 Zheng mercenary warships were destroyed. The United Fleet of the Star Alliance lost 3,000 warships, while the changed Starship formation lost 10 fighter jets and 2 space mechs. This siege can be deemed a great victory. From this moment on, the galactic pirates became a thing of the past, exiting the stage of conflict in the Milky Way. After the war, the Star Alliance fleet returned to their respective territories with their spoils and prisoners. The changed formation conducted a thorough scan of the battlefield, confirming there were no fish slipping through the net, before leaving for a collective jump to Earth. Having finally eradicated the galactic pirates, Zheng Yin decided to return to Earth to pay tribute to the 25 billion human compatriots who had perished at the hands of the pirates. This also allowed the busy Earth expeditionary force a few days of long-awaited vacation, during which they would also install their secret weapon against the replication machine bugs on Earth. Upon returning to Earth's orbit, Federal Secretary Lin Yuan personally welcomed the Starship Command Group at the space station, accompanied by the leaders of various alliances. A grand welcome ceremony was held on Earth to celebrate the triumphant return of the Earth Expeditionary Force. The next day, on the Sahara grassland, which had undergone environmental transformation, 100,000 members of the Earth Expeditionary Force gathered to commemorate the 25 billion human compatriots who died at the hands of the pirates, all of whom now rest beneath the Sahara grassland. The Expeditionary Force had thoroughly eliminated the pirates, and they could finally rest. Subsequently, Zheng Yin arranged a 10-day vacation for the Expeditionary Forces to recuperate. However, the engineers and scientists from the engineering and scientific teams had no time to rest. They were busy constructing a specialized battleship in the underground dock to combat the replication machine bugs, equipped with cryonic ray guns and gamma ray guns. The Earth Federation named this battleship the Angry and classified it as top secret, planning to build 50 of them. Once completed, they would remain hidden underground as a last resort against the replication bugs. During this time, Zheng Yin took Wu Yunqi to a small island in the Pacific that the Earth Federation had gifted them, where they spent a sweet time together. However, Alice felt quite helpless, as she was the captain's assistant and personal psychologist, and according to regulations, she could not leave Zheng Yin. Unfortunately, her psychic sensitivity was exceedingly acute. On the island, she hid on a yacht by the sea several kilometers away from Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi, yet she could still sense the passionate and tender feelings between the two. Alice could only sit quietly blushing, staring at the sea, her mind tormented. Over 1,000 pairs of newlyweds in the Expeditionary Force also formed their families and held weddings during these days. However, as the vacation was nearing its end, everyone was satisfied and filled with fighting spirit, ready to embark on a new journey. Yet a member of the logistics team of the Expeditionary Force ended up in a mental hospital, completely out of his mind. Upon investigation, it was found that this logistics team member was named Jimmy, a young man from Northern Europe who had become fascinated with a bizarre game organized by a religious group during the holiday. This religious organization was founded by a group of young people aimed at exploring the connections between Norse mythology and prehistoric civilizations. Jimmy had joined this organization before humanity entered the new era. During the holiday, he and several core members of the organization entered a prehistoric cave in Northern Europe to search for ancient relics. Inside, they discovered cave paintings from 50,000 years ago, traces of fire pits, and several stone tools. Upon reaching the end of the cave, they utilized advanced radar technology to detect that there was more space beyond the cave, so they devised a way to cut through the cave wall, only to find it was indeed a high-tech laboratory site. Just as they were about to scan the surroundings, a mirror, made of particle energy, suddenly appeared before each person. No matter where they went, this mirror hung in front of them. Even when they closed their eyes, they could clearly see their own reflection in their minds, staring back at them with a puzzled expression. Jimmy and several companions soon suffered a mental breakdown, with some of them taking their own lives. However, due to the tracking of the Starship surveillance team's intelligence system, Jimmy immediately triggered the defense mechanism, transporting him to the nearest mental hospital for treatment. After hearing the report from the surveillance team, Zheng Yin immediately dispatched a research team to investigate and went to inquire about Jimmy's condition. The psychic counseling group, girl named Bisk, analyzed Jimmy's condition and found that his primary consciousness had collapsed, leaving him in a state of madness. This psychological attack was difficult to repair. Even if the condition stabilized later, he would live the latter half of his life in confusion and a semi-conscious state. Through Alice's analysis, this attack stemmed from the image in the mirror, causing a shock to the victim's self-perception. The continuous gaze of the reflection in the mirror upon the real self caused the victim to develop self-denial and self-doubt, rapidly psychologically attacking their self-awareness, ultimately leading to its collapse. At that moment, a scientist from the research team investigating the cave also went mad. Zheng Yin immediately called to the engine room, Dr. Jones, teleport me and Alice to the investigation camp. Upon arriving at the camp outside the cave, the deranged scientist had already been injected with a tranquilizer and was deeply asleep, while Huang Yueqing was performing cortical repairs on him. Professor Weiser recounted the thrilling events. Entering the prehistoric laboratory within the cave to conduct scans were Professor Weiser, Professor Picard, and the human scientist Blake, who specialized in quantum consciousness. The three of them activated their personal shields and entered in single file, with Professor Weiser leading, followed by Blake and lastly Picard. As Picard had yet to enter the prehistoric laboratory, two mirrors made of particles suddenly appeared, hanging ominously in front of Professor Weiser and Blake, with the two reflections staring intently at them. No matter which direction they retreated, the mirrors continued to manifest before them. The two hurriedly exited the prehistoric laboratory and launched attacks against the particle mirrors, but all their assaults passed through the mirror, failing to destroy it. Soon Blake's mind suffered a severe blow. Initially, he managed to sustain his consciousness with firm beliefs and robust theoretical knowledge, but eventually his self-awareness collapsed, plunging him into madness. The particle mirror that hovered before them also vanished. Although Professor Weiser felt anxious, he quickly adapted to the eerie gaze from within the mirror. This was because Professor Weiser possessed another primary consciousness, that of the symbiotic host Liu Yike. Their primary consciousnesses alternated, immunizing them against the mental attack, and shortly after the particle mirror also disappeared. Zheng Yin asked, "How is Blake's condition? What are the chances of recovery?" Huang Yueqing replied, "His cerebral cortex is severely damaged due to attacks from his immune system. Even if repaired, he won't return to his original state, and his memories cannot be restored." Zheng Yin inquired, "Has the attack mechanism of these particle mirrors been analyzed?" Professor Picard replied, "It is a form of subconscious directive attack involving both suggestion and clear mental manipulation. The origin point of the attack hasn't been identified and no countermeasures have been found. Currently, aside from Professor Weiser's unique symbiotic constitution, as a Zabar, we can only send machine soldiers in for scanning." Zheng Yin stated, "Then arrange for the machine soldiers to scan immediately and see if we can find clues to rescue Blake and Jimmy." Professor Weiser said, "Captain, I suggest we refrain from using robot warriors since this mental attack targets sentient beings. If we send machine soldiers, they won't trigger this attack. It would be better to conduct remote scans from outside the cave." Zheng Yin asked, "Are you suggesting we teleport the Zabar down?" Professor Weiser replied, "Yes, currently only the Zabar with dual consciousness can immunize against it. Therefore let this task be entrusted to us." Zheng Yin responded, "All right, this is what we call using one force to counter another. You all stay safe." Subsequently, 9 Zabar scientists from the changed spacecraft teleported down equipped with detection devices and entered the cave alongside Professor Weiser. Zheng Yin and the others watched the live footage from outside the cave. As the 10 Zabar scientists entered the prehistoric laboratory, 10 particle mirrors immediately appeared hovering before them. Professor Weiser waved his hand, and the 10 quickly formed a circle back-to-back, collectively resisting the mental attacks from the particle mirrors. Simultaneously, they scanned the surroundings. Through the footage transmitted by the cameras carried by the 10, Zheng Yin discovered that the prehistoric laboratory inside the cave was approximately 100 square meters in size. 12 stone pillars supported the cavern ceiling, each intricately carved with a grotesque beast head. The walls were adorned with numerous DNA charts of carbon-based life forms, and against the 12 pillars were 12 stone tables, each bearing a specimen of an ancient creature from Earth. Upon closer observation, it was found that every few seconds 10 beams shot out from the beast heads on the surrounding stone pillars, replenishing the particle mirrors that hovered before the 10 Zabar. The particle mirrors grew increasingly bright, and through the shields visible light waves gradually emitted towards the Zabar's foreheads. The Zabar were now struggling to endure, having no strength to retreat from the cave, rapidly switching between their two primary consciousnesses to resist. As the crisis escalated, Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Quickly destroy the beast heads in the surrounding stone pillars." Professor Weiser was the first to awkwardly fire his phase gun at one of the stone pillars, and with a loud explosion, a stone-carved beast head was obliterated. Following that, the remaining 9 Zabar scientists also attacked the stone pillars, and moments later the beast heads on all 12 pillars were destroyed. After about 3 minutes, the 10 particle mirrors hovering before the Zabar gradually faded and disappeared. Zheng Yin immediately led everyone inside. The 10 Zabar were utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground with throbbing headaches. After treatment by Huang Yueqing, fortunately, there was no brain damage, and they would recover after a few days of rest. This mental attack persisted for 3 minutes, even after the weapon was destroyed, and there are no records of it in the existing second-level civilization database of the galaxy, making the identity of this laboratory's owner an unknown. Through the scientific team's analysis of the site, it was concluded that this was a genetic laboratory, and the animal specimens on the 12 stone tables were of extinct species over 1 million years old. Moreover, particle decay detection of the laboratory's equipment revealed that it was constructed only 100,000 years ago. This implies that the laboratory was researching animals that had long been extinct, attempting to resurrect them, and the DNA charts on the walls recorded the genetic samples of these extinct creatures. The scientific team documented all the charts, and finally, behind a stone wall, they discovered a hidden chamber. Upon opening it, Zheng Yin was taken aback. Inside sat a tall skeleton at a stone table with an unknown device on the table that flickered every few seconds, silently operating. This skeleton was evidently the owner of the laboratory, but it was not a human from Earth. It stood half a head taller than human beings, and its skull with large teeth and fangs resembled that of a feline. It is estimated that this skeleton had existed here for 100,000 years. What it was researching and why it died alone remains a mystery. Just as the scientific team was about to extract a sample of the bone, the skeleton suddenly collapsed, and dust filled the hidden chamber. The group hurriedly retreated, and the entire cave began to tremble as stones fell from the ceiling. Zheng Yin immediately commanded Dr. Jones teleport us and that device to the investigation camp. As the group was just transported out of the cave, a large section of the mountain collapsed, burying the prehistoric cavern beneath a thunderous roar. Fortunately, they managed to bring out the device, which after being deciphered by the scientific team, revealed a wealth of stored information. The skeleton in the dark room belonged to the master of this laboratory, and there were scant records regarding his race and civilization, with the data primarily consisting of experimental statistics. The experiment spanned over 300 years, involving over 1,000 subjects, with the primary focus on enhancing the consciousness of living beings through genetic modification and generating vast amounts of conscious energy for him to absorb. In the end, he absorbed the consciousness energy from 9,999 modified beings and selected 12 of them to initiate the sublimation ritual. There were no records thereafter. Either he successfully underwent sublimation and entered a higher dimensional space, or he suffered a brain overload and perished in the dark room. The energy contained within the beast heads of the 12 stone pillars was the residual conscious energy from the beings chosen for the sublimation ritual. The device made no mention of any treatment methods following mental attacks. Zheng Yin reviewed the report from the scientific team and remarked the actions of the master of this prehistoric laboratory are no different from those of the unification god. For personal gain, he indiscriminately deprived lower civilization species and interfered with their self-evolution. This technique for seizing conscious energy is explicitly prohibited by the Star Alliance. Let's archive the data in the change database. As for Jimmy and Blake, they could only spend the rest of their lives in confusion and lethargy unless a miracle occurred for them to regain new self-awareness. After arranging for their later life care, the Starship replenished the ranks of the expeditionary forces that had fallen in battle and once again ventured deeper into the galaxy. With the galactic pirates completely eradicated, Zheng Yin dispatched 1,000 warships to the front lines to support the Star Alliance fleet. Over half of the 10,000 electrocuting beings also wished to return to their home planet, after all the pirates had been completely destroyed and their revenge plan was fulfilled. Although they could feed on ample energy aboard the change, their bodies were confined in high-resistance energy storage units, making it inconvenient. They could only revert to their original electric bodies during combat to stretch their limbs. However, ever since the change was equipped with frequency superposition weapons, they avoided being affected by attacks and seldom participated in battles. Zheng Yin agreed to their request. The electrocuting army returned to the atmosphere of the Yuan Year Star, swimming like fish in water, except for those few who wished to continue exploring the universe with the expeditionary forces. On their renewed voyage, the change once more became a civilization exploration vessel. This time, the Star Alliance Command entrusted them with a mission to investigate the mysterious disappearance of a low civilization species at the edge of the Orion Arm. This civilization was still in a slave era and was under the supervision of the Star Alliance's Civilization Evolution Observation Group. Recently, a tribal group on a red giant star system suddenly lost 50,000 residents. The research vessel observing in orbit detected no signs of invasion, as the missing tribe was facing away from them on the other side of the planet. When the research vessel flew to the other side to investigate the disappearance, they found that the tribe they had been observing had also mysteriously vanished. This apparent evasion of their observation was evidently the work of a higher civilization, leading them to speculate that it might be the handiwork of the Tianquan people or interstellar mercenaries plundering lower civilization species. After reviewing the information sent by the Star Alliance Command, Zheng Yin ordered Beidou set the coordinates to 1 light year from this planet. Check off engage stealth mode jump, and once we arrive, approach at warp speed 9. Yunqi informed the research vessel that we will arrive in stealth mode and will not meet them until the investigation is complete. Upon arrival at the planet, the change along with 30 destroyers and 5 frigates distributed themselves in stealth mode around the orbit and scanned the planet and nearby star regions. Sure enough, 2 hours later, on the side of the planet facing away from the Star Alliance research vessel, a collection ship of the Tianquan people suddenly appeared over a primitive slave tribe, collecting beams from the crowd, conducting a ritual transforming them into quantum energy states, and compressing them into storage cabinets. Zheng Yin immediately commanded Dianrong fire the long-range ion cannon to incapacitate the collection ship at minimal power, do not destroy it. The changed starship immediately disengaged its stealth mode, emerging from subspace. An ion cannon shot struck the collection ship, instantly paralyzing its systems and sending it careening towards the ground. Activate the tractor beam and pull the collection ship to the 5th level assembly deck. Combat team, prepare to apprehend the pilot. The collection ship was captured at the 5th level assembly deck, where Zheng Yin along with Lu and Rick arrived at the scene. Upon opening the cabin, over 10 Tianquan people rushed out, but their appearances had undergone significant mutations. They sprouted insect-like wings on their backs and launched a surprise attack on the expeditionary forces. Some Tianquan people's hands had even transformed into laser weapons. Logically, with the collection ship rendered incapacitated, the pilots inside should have been unconscious from the ion cannon's attack, and prior scans showed no signs of activity within. To their surprise, as soon as the cabin door opened, a dozen frenzied, mutated Tianquan people burst out. The sudden assault disrupted the search team, resulting in several soldiers being killed, but they quickly regained their composure and launched a counterattack against the chaotic swarm of mutated Tianquan people. However, these mutated Tianquan people surprisingly proved immune to standard phase gun attacks, rapidly assimilating and absorbing the weapon's energy, making them even more agile. Use your shield orbs to capture them. After 10 minutes of pursuit, the 11 mutated Tianquan people were finally ensnared within the shield orbs. During this time, one soldier managed to shoot down a Tianquan person with a traditional assault rifle, but the bullet holes in its wings healed rapidly, forcing the bullets back out as its body regenerated. After confining them in an isolation chamber, research on the sudden mutations of the Tianquan people commenced immediately. Subsequently, they discovered 10 quantum energy storage cabinets aboard the collection ship, one of which was already full while another had just filled with fewer than 1,000 energy compression units before being stopped by the Starship. After returning these primitive tribal species to the planet, Zheng Yin arranged for the Bisque girls to assist the interrogation team in questioning the 11 Tianquan people. According to the 11 Tianquan people, their kind had sent over 10,000 such collection ships to various low civilization planets across the galaxy to plunder experimental subjects. The Tianquan people were suffering defeat after defeat in their war against the replicator insects until finally they developed a new mutation through genetic modification. From the gene-infected organisms gathered throughout the galaxy, they found the optimal method for genetic modification and researched capabilities to counter energy weapons from the replicators. This mutation has absorbed energy waves, rapidly healing wounds, and has evolved weapons powered by high-energy biological energy. Now, large numbers of mutated Tianquan warriors are engaged in fierce battles against the replicators on their home planet, and these new mutated warriors contain no metal components, giving them a considerable advantage in combat. In several wars against the Star Alliance, the Tianquan people have also developed weapons with superposition frequency, and the war on their home planet has reached a critical state. Zheng Yin transmitted this information to the Star Alliance Command Center and decided to conduct reconnaissance on the Tianquan and replicator war at the Perseus Arm in preparation for a possible future encounter with the replicators. However, before they could jump to the Perseus Arm, the Star Alliance Command Center sent an urgent message. A Star Alliance mining ship carrying Tian steel was ambushed by the Tianquan people, who seemed to be searching everywhere for hard non-metal materials. The mining ship was located behind the Star Alliance, far from the front lines, only 300 light-years from the change, and the Tianquan ambush had been meticulously planned as they had waited several days along the ship's route. Now the mining ship had been captured and the Tianquan were transporting the Tian steel ore. The Star Alliance hoped that the change could swiftly jump to the scene, eliminate the Tianquan, and reclaim the ore, ensuring that the Tianquan did not learn about the Tian steel ore. Upon receiving the emergency message, Zheng Yin immediately ordered all personnel enter battle mode Beidou. Set coordinates, check off, jump immediately. 10 seconds later, the Starship appeared on the scene, where 2 Tianquan battleships were using tractor beams to collect Tian steel ore into their cargo holds. The battleships were 1 kilometer long, classified as medium to large warships. The bridge and engine room of the Star Alliance mining ship had been pierced with 2 large transparent holes, and all crew members had perished, with some bodies drifting into space. Seeing this scene, Zheng Yin was furious, his eyes blazing with anger, and immediately ordered Dianrong fire the phase cannon. The 2 Tianquan battleships also noticed the sudden arrival of the change and hurriedly abandoned the mining ship. One was struck by the change, penetrating its shield and exploding on the spot. The other narrowly escaped the fatal attack, only breaching its shield as the phase cannon's beam skimmed past its hull, fleeing at warp speed 999. Chase. The change also pursued at warp speed 999. Increase the warp speed by 1 level. We can't let them analyze the composition of the Tian steel or during their escape. Once we reach the attack range, attack immediately. After raising the warp speed by 1 level, the change caught up to the Tianquan battleship in less than a minute. After a single shot from the phase cannon, the battleship's shield was breached, instantly dropping out of warp, and the change quickly exited warp, hovering near the Tianquan battleship. Zheng Yin commanded Dianrong fire another electromagnetic paralysis cannon. Dr. Jones, prepare to transport all the Tianquan inside to the isolation room. After all, the Star Alliance knew very little about the battle between the Tianquan on their home planet and the replicators, so acquiring more intelligence was better than conducting reconnaissance and stealth. After transporting the Tianquan to the isolation room, Zheng Yin ordered Dianrong to destroy the battleship. Among the more than 300 captured Tianquan, half were scientists or engineers who had not been injected with mutated genes, while the other half were the battleship crew, all of whom had some mutations. After several days of interrogation, they revealed that now over 50 Tianquan colonial planets in the galaxy were conducting genetic modification experiments. The development was now moving toward the organicization of battleship materials, and soon they would win the war against the replicators. Moreover, their leader Haijing Bayo had contacted the unification faction of the Andromeda Galaxy and was formulating a plan to flank the Galactic Star Alliance. Delu said the Andromeda Galaxy also has a unification faction. That's utter nonsense. The unification god has been exiled, and their offspring are still so rampant. Zheng Yin replied, regardless of whether it's true or not, the Tianquan are going to great lengths to fight for the galaxy. It's unexpected that they would even resort to genetic modification against the replicators. Wu Yunxi suggested since they have already developed frequency superposition weapons, why not increase the number of superposition states and quickly eradicate the replicators? Zheng Yin responded, unless they find the replicators useful or wish to control them against the Star Alliance. De Lu asked, what should we do then? Should we jump over there and drop a black hole torpedo on them? Zheng Yin chuckled, that's not impossible. After all, we have a jump engine. But we need to conduct a stealth reconnaissance first. They then transferred the captured Tianquan to a nearby member planet of the Star Alliance and proposed a reconnaissance plan. The Star Alliance Commander Marshal Drigulus stated, I am currently commanding from the front lines and cannot dispatch a fleet for the time being. You must ensure your safety and destroy the Tianquan home planet, if necessary, to avoid nurturing a tiger. At this time, there were less than 20 member planets of the Unification faction in the Orion arm of the galaxy. Since the Unification God was exiled, many civilizations that had been forced to join the Unification Church have defected, leaving only a few stubborn powers resisting the Star Alliance. This kind of warfare is happening simultaneously across the four arms of the galaxy, so it's no wonder the Tianquan resort to extreme measures against the replicators. Beidou set the coordinates 2 light-years away from the Tianquan home planet. Chekhov engaged stealth mode for the jump. Coordinates have been set 2 light-years from the Tianquan home planet, 9,000 light-years from us, expected to arrive in 10 seconds. Stealth mode activated, jump engine engaged, jump immediately. 10 seconds later, the change arrived at the coordinates and headed toward the Tianquan home planet at warp speed 999. They stopped 10 light days away from the planet. Continuing forward, they had already spotted Tianquan patrol ships. Before the fleet captain of the warship departed for the front lines, he had gifted the change 1,000 light-speed stealth detectors, which were birthed from organic materials and could scout replicators at close range. They were less than 1 meter in size, very agile, and could achieve a round trip of 1 light-year after being fully charged. Professor Picard released 100 of them at once, and after 10 days they would obtain real-time images of the planetary surface. During this time, the scientific team was diligently developing a warp-level black hole torpedo. Inspired by the defense war of the solar system, Zheng Yin had always wanted to develop a warp-level weapon similar to that of the Tianquan aliens, aiming to achieve strike power on a light-year scale. 10 days later, the first warp-level black hole torpedo was constructed, which was essentially a small warp spacecraft combined with several black hole torpedoes. However, the scientific team added stealth, automatic navigation, and deflection shield capabilities to the spacecraft, achieving a maximum curvature of level 9 and a maximum range of 10 light-years with a fixed carrying capacity of 3 black hole torpedoes. Any more would affect speed, and any less would reduce power. Due to the high cost of this warp-level weapon, which consumed more energy than constructing a fighter ship, only 10 units were initially planned. However, the newly manufactured warp-level black hole torpedo had no place to be used. An anomaly had occurred on the home planet of the Tianquan aliens. When 100 probes arrived near the planet, they found that the entire planet was surrounded by a spatial barrier, with the Tianquan alien spaceships docked in orbit and the ground battles at a standstill. As the probes approached, the ground battles appeared to be in slow motion, and the closer they got, the faster the ground battles seemed to be. The spatial barrier seemed to be a still-time ripple. Once a probe entered the barrier, communication was immediately severed, and the communication signals emitted by the probe diminished rapidly until they ceased. Through analysis, the scientific team concluded that the entire planet had been immobilized by a high-energy time weapon. From the outside, it appeared as if the planet was enclosed within a time bubble where everything inside was at a standstill. However, within the time bubble, time was racing by. Perhaps 1 second outside equated to a year inside the time bubble, or even 100 years, or even 10,000 years. This state of time suspension fundamentally differed from time dilation. Time dilation had a slow numerical value and still existed within the current time space, while time suspension completely established an independent subtime space, a parallel space, where the nature of time was visible. This situation was clearly not created by the Tianquan aliens, who were currently launching an attack on the planet. Could it have been caused by the replicators? Luda asked incredulously. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and asked, it seems the Tianquan aliens are completely overwhelmed now. Professor Picard, can we launch a time accelerator at the location where our probes went missing? Can we pull a region back on track? Professor Picard replied, that is uncertain. If the home planet of the Tianquan aliens is infinitely close to a state of stillness in time dilation, then the accelerator can be effective. If their time is completely independent, and stop the accelerator will be useless. Zheng Yin thought for a moment and instructed Wu Yunxi establish a communication link with the Tianquan aliens' warships. Luda asked, Captain, are you sure they will tell the truth? Zheng Yin said, I do not expect them to provide us with details. If they really cannot control the replicators, at least we can glean some information from them. After the message was sent, the other party immediately received it, and the screen displayed an enraged Tianquan general. Recognizing Zheng Yin of the Earth Expeditionary Force, he shouted angrily, you despicable and cruel murderer. You have destroyed our home planet, and now you dare to mock us. I will make you pay the price. Zheng Yin smiled and replied, the root cause of everything is our resistance to your preemptive attacks. Your current fate is of your own making. However, I am not communicating with you to argue. I want to know if the replicators are specifically targeting your unification faction, or if they treat the Galactic Alliance and mercenary groups equally. The Tianquan general angrily retorted, just wait. When they evolve into their ultimate form, all civilizations in the Milky Way will revert to the primitive society. At that time, only the great unification god can save the people, and you will undoubtedly become the sacrifices of the unification god. Zheng Yin chuckled. Your god has already been exiled to the silent universe. Do you still fantasize about the unification entity from the low-frequency parallel universe coming to save you? The Tianquan general sneered. Our god will never leave us. Since you dare to come to our home planet, prepare to be destroyed. At this moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, a large number of ships are flying toward us from all directions. Zheng Yin said to the Tianquan general, if you believe you can deal with both the replicators and us at the same time, then go ahead and start the war. If you think the Tianquan aliens alone cannot subdue the replicators, then listen to my perspective. Hearing this, the Tianquan general waved his hand behind him, and the warships surrounding the change immediately halted their advance. The other side said, why should I trust you? You humans are more fickle than mercenary groups. Zheng Yin smiled. First of all, we do not need you to believe us. Secondly, you are quite impolite. Although your technology is ahead of second-level stellar civilizations, your character and qualities still resemble that of primitive humans. The Tianquan general was evidently furious and was about to retort when Zheng Yin raised his hand to stop him, saying, if you want to keep arguing, our debate team can argue with you for a year, but I believe the replicators won't wait that long. Only then did the other side reluctantly calm their anger and ask, why should I believe that you will come to help us fight the replicators? This was originally sent over by you through a wormhole. Zheng Yin said, just as you did not anticipate that the replicators would break through the primitive code, I did not expect you to lose the war so quickly. We have not lost the war. It was the replicators who activated the time engine just as they were about to be completely destroyed. They are now hiding in the time bubble they created, and this time bubble will eventually disappear. Zheng Yin couldn't help but chuckle. You really can put on a brave front. What you will face, then, is probably something you cannot even imagine. After a few seconds of silence, the other side laughed maniacally, saying, what it is you probably wouldn't dare to imagine. If you have a way, hurry up and say it, otherwise don't expect to leave here alive. Zheng Yin said, all right, I won't waste words with you. I need to review the detailed records of your battles with the replicators over the past few months. As soon as Zheng Yin finished speaking, the Tianquan general laughed maniacally, saying, are you a fool? Why would I share precious combat experience with you? Zheng Yin smiled. You don't have a grand enough vision and clearly do not understand the strategic significance. I truly doubt how you became a general. Go tell your leader Zheng Bao what I said and see how he responds. The commander of the Tianquan Star people, suppressing his anger, reported Zheng Yin's request to the leader Zheng Bao, who unexpectedly said, transfer my communication to the Earthling super starship. Ooh, I want to speak directly with the leader of humanity. The commander asked in confusion, but leader, how can we willingly share our battle experience against the replicators with the Earthlings? We paid the price of abandoning our home planet to gain this experience. Zheng Bao scolded, shut up, Huang Xingmong. If it weren't for your deceased father, I would have long offered you this foolish donkey as a sacrifice to the One. After the connection was established, Zheng Bao said to Zheng Yin, it is an honor to see you again, General Zheng. Oh no, after the war trial hosted by the self-proclaimed Lightbearer, you are now the Marshal of the Star Alliance. I apologize for my forgetfulness. Welcome to our home planet for a political visit. Zheng Yin smiled and said, I won't bother with pleasantries. We both understand that the replicators may become a disaster for the entire galaxy. I do not blame you for reviving the virus that threatened the previous galactic civilization, and you need not resent me for sending them into your home planet's atmosphere. Now, I want to put an end to the adverse consequences caused by this mistaken operation. I wonder if you share the same sentiment. Zheng Bao replied, of course I enjoy conversing with perceptive individuals as it can avoid many foolish arguments. Regarding your request to review our war experiences with the replicators, I regret that I cannot fulfill it. However, I can provide detailed information about the evolution of the replicators during this time. Then Zheng Bao waved his hand, and a segment of information was immediately transmitted. Zheng Bao continued, as long as you can find a way to bring the frozen time back on track, we can be confident in completely eradicating the replicators. Then both sides can focus on competing for the galaxy without any worries. I assure you that I will eliminate every last replicator, leaving not a single sample. When you have a good idea, contact our Huang Xingmong directly. He will do his utmost to cooperate with you. After saying this, Zheng Bao closed the communication. At that moment, he was still commanding the battle at the front lines. After the communication was closed, Wu Yunqi asked, are we really going to help them? Zheng Yin smiled and said, even if the sun rises from the west, we will not assist the Tianquan Star people. Professor Picard organized the scientific team to immediately analyze the evolution of the replicators and find a way to restore the frozen time as soon as possible. We strive to uncover the secrets of the replicators and leave quickly. Dai Lu laughed. If we can extract the evolutionary data of the replicators, it will be worth it to leave now. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. It's best to investigate on the planet. After all, no one knows what the replicators have evolved into by now. Subsequently, the scientific team discovered from the information sent by the Tianquan Star people that the replicators seemed to have evolved intelligence. They had stolen the technological theories and achievements of the Tianquan Star people and evolved into various forms of aggressive replicators, some even capable of space flight. In the last battle, the Tianquan Star people received technical support from the Unification faction of the Andromeda Galaxy, providing them with the most primitive code for the replicator program, which was the core of the replicator's Base 9 system. All evolution of the replicators originated from this string of code. Although this string of code had lost control over the replicators, the Tianquan Star people utilized it for manual upgrades. After millions of upgrades, this code had kept pace with the evolution of the replicators, achieving absolute control and could completely shut down the replicators. When the Tianquan Star people began to widely spread this computer virus, many replicators were successfully shut down and fell to the ground. Just when the Tianquan Star people thought they had won, the replicators had already utilized the scientific theories brought back from the parallel universe to construct a large-scale time engine, separating the planet's time from the outside world and evolving frantically in isolated time to escape the control of the base code. After the home planet was separated by the frozen time bubble, the Tianquan Star people tried many methods. It was unknown how many times they had launched probes, black hole torpedoes, and time accelerators into it. Once those weapons entered the frozen time bubble, their appearance was immediately frozen in time, but the entities had already flown to the surface of the planet or had been detonated or intercepted, which was unknown. In order to combat the unknown evolution of the replicators, the Tianquan Star people continuously upgraded the virus code, logically using large quantum computers in the laboratory, having already gone through over 100 million updates. The Tianquan Star people did not disclose any information about the original code and the upgraded computer virus to the Earth Expeditionary Force, only stating that it had been obtained from allies in the Unification faction of the Andromeda Galaxy. After reviewing this information, Zheng Yin said, "No wonder Jingbao is so generous. It turns out they have a winning treasure and want us to do the hard work of opening the frozen planet so they can control the replicators and then fight us. Their calculations are quite good." Dai Lu asked, "So what should we do next? Should we let change lift the technological blockade of the third-level civilization and create a new weapon to restore time, or should we just turn around and leave?" Zheng Yin replied, "Lifting the technological blockade of the third-level civilization carries the risk of being discovered by higher-dimensional spaces. Is it worth the risk to cooperate for the sake of the mere Tianquan Star people? We cannot be so rigid. Professor Picard, last time we also implemented a computer virus attack on the replicators. Although it became ineffective shortly afterward, we successfully invaded their Base 9 system. From the evolution of the original code obtained by the Tianquan Star people, we can also perform data upgrades. As long as we find the evolution patterns of the replicators, apply the same evolutionary logic, and update the computer virus, we can certainly keep up with the evolution speed of the replicators after 100 million generations of upgrades." Professor Picard clapped and laughed. "This method is feasible. Just as the replicators upgrade their defensive frequency stacking states, we upgrade the computer virus. It's a race against time." Dai Lu suddenly understood. No wonder the replicators wanted to isolate the entire planet. It was to seize time for evolution. You know, they do have strategic insight, at least much better than that fool Huang Xingmong. Zheng Yin smiled and asked, "Professor Picard, can we find the evolutionary logic and patterns of the replicators from the evolution data shared by the Tianquan Star people at?" Professor Picard replied, "Aside from avoiding discussing their own weapon data, the Tianquan Star people did not conceal much regarding the early evolution of the replicators. The data is comprehensive and logical, proving they are not lying. Our science team can immediately edit the evolution program of the computer virus and quickly invest in the upgrade calculations." "Great, Professor Picard, you all go do it right now, and by the way, bring back all the probes." At that moment, Huang Xingmong, the commander of the Tianquan aliens, sent an urgent communication. "Human Commander, it's been 2 hours since you received our data. What are you planning to do? I cannot allow any more time to be wasted." Regarding this foolish and irritable commander of the Tianquan aliens, Zheng Yin really didn't want to engage with him, so he waved his hand at Lu and continued to supervise the work in the scientific team's laboratory. Lu smiled at Huang Xingmong, saying, "Why are you such a big guy so impatient? We haven't even finished reviewing the data in 2 hours. How can we possibly have a countermeasure? If you keep urging me, I'll just send you 100 terrible ideas to try. Do you believe me?" Huang Xingmong furiously retorted, "You deceitful human are lying again. Your battleships have thousands of Star Alliance scientists. How could you not finish the data in 2 hours?" Lu chuckled, "Hey, the news travels fast. You're not stupid. We do have several thousand top Star Alliance scientists, but there aren't many experts in computer technology and physics to combat the replicators. Time-based weapons are the technology of a third-tier civilization. We must adhere to the results of the War Tribunal and cannot misuse them, can we? Just wait a couple of days. Rest assured, we are not here for tourism. We will definitely come up with a solution." Huang Xingmong angrily declared, "I will give you a maximum of 10 hours. If you haven't found a way to reverse time, by then prepare to be destroyed." Lu made an okay gesture and said, "Understood." He then closed the communication. Wu Yunqi laughed. "Brother Lu, you really can chat." Lu replied with a smile, "I could chat with such a fool all day. Next time he sends a communication, make sure to call me." 10 hours later, the scientific team had established the upgrade program for the computer virus and conducted 1,000 upgrade tests. With the immense simulation capabilities of quantum computers, the simulation tests successfully shut down the corresponding 1,000 generations of evolved systems of the replicators. At this time, Huang Xingmong sent another communication. Lu made light of it, saying, "We are currently constructing a large time oscillator, hoping to shatter the stationary time bubble. Once we do, we will be able to enter your home planet." 10 hours later, the scientific team had established the upgrade program for the computer virus and conducted 1,000 upgrade tests. With the immense simulation capabilities of quantum computers, the simulation tests successfully shut down the corresponding 1,000 generations of evolved systems of the replicators. Professor Weisi stated, "Even though our computer virus is rapidly upgrading and has successfully shut down the newly evolved replicator model and simulations, we have no idea if the replicators have evolved in a new direction since activating their time engines or what form they have evolved into. Soon our virus evolution may become a case of reinventing the wheel. We cannot know if we can keep up with the replicators' evolutionary trajectory." Professor Picard added, "It's not just us. The Tianquan aliens' computer virus evolution calculations are also blind calculations." Zheng Yin remarked, "Such blind calculations aren't a solution. It would be great if we could infiltrate the stationary planet and steal a replicator." Lu inquired, "Is there any weapon that could create a void? Or could we, like in the oxygen-rich planet's retroactive plan, return to the old time and catch one?" Professor Picard explained, "Objects from the old time brought to the present time will create a paradox effect with current timeline objects. The new and old objects will collapse simultaneously into a quantum state and annihilate after being removed from their original time, so that won't work." Professor Weisi said, "The time oscillator in our existing weaponry has never been used in actual combat. Its principle is to create ripples in time similar to the time traps you've experienced before. Whether it can rupture the stationary time remains uncertain." Zheng Yin replied, "The Tianquan aliens had that technology before. Although they were sanctioned by high-dimensional space, they must have learned that technology from parallel universes and used it, but evidently with no results." Lu concluded, "So it seems we only have to shut down the replicators' time engines from within." Zheng Yin commented, "First, the personnel executing this kind of task face uncertain fates. Secondly, even if we are lucky enough to destroy the time engine, that would be a tremendous gift for the Tianquan aliens, and we have no need for that." Professor Picard suggested, "In that case, with our current scientific theories, we cannot create a void in the stationary time bubble unless we seek technology from Change's blockade." Zheng Yin agreed, "Then it's settled. Once the void is opened, immediately transport several replicators to the cryogenic isolation chamber, and we will leave at once." Zheng Yin then asked Change, "Among the technologies you have already sealed, is there a way to bring the stationary time back on track?" Change replied, "Yes, Captain. You can use the time bombs in the arsenal to create cracks in the stationary time bubble and then release the time activation particles to bring a section of time back on track, thus opening a passage between stationary time and the present time." Zheng Yin exclaimed excitedly, "We have time bombs in stock. How did I not think of that? As for the time activation particles, it's the first time I've heard you mention them." Change explained, "The time activation particles are actually the time-stopping particles in the arsenal. You just need to reverse the energy mode and firing sequence when launching. These types of weapons belong to the technology of third-tier galactic civilizations. Your understanding of time and space theories is not yet thorough, and you haven't researched this area before, which is why it slipped your mind." Lu remarked, "This is fantastic. No need to unlock new blockade technologies, and it saves us from being monitored by high-dimensional space." Zheng Yin immediately instructed, "Professor Picard, prepare an emergency cryogenic isolation chamber right away with a temperature as close to absolute zero as possible. Once we transport the replicators and we can conduct real-time experiments on the computer virus at all times." 2 hours later, the cryogenic chamber was ready. Zheng Yin then had Wu Yunqi connect the communication with Huang Xingmong. "General Huang Xingmong, we are preparing to launch an ultra-large time oscillator on the orbit of your home planet. If you do not interfere, we may be able to open the time rift, and at that point, a large number of replicators whose evolutionary state is unknown will surely rush out. We hope your fleet will provide assistance and release your ultimate computer virus in time." Huang Xingmong laughed heartily. "Of course we won't interfere. Rest assured, as soon as the time rift opens, we will immediately launch the computer virus at the replicators. You all hurry up." After cutting off the communication, Huang Xingmong immediately issued orders to the Tianquan alien battleships on the orbit of the home planet. "Immediately move away from the orbit, prepare to deal with the computer virus for the replicators, but do not send it until the humans have helped us open the rift. Wait until the human battleships are destroyed before sending it. Stay far away from it. If any battleship gets attacked by the replicators, no one is allowed to rescue them." The arrangement of Huang Xingmong was precisely the outcome Zheng Yin desired. The changed super spaceship reached the orbit of the home planet of the Tianquan people in just 10 minutes, while their warships kept a considerable distance, fearful of being affected by the waves of replicant insects. Seeing this, Zheng Yin smiled as he sat in the command chair and immediately initiated action. "Capacitor, prepare to launch the time bombs and time activation particles simultaneously." "Understood, Captain. Both weapons are ready." "Dr. Jones, prepare for teleportation. Grabbing a dozen specimens will suffice, and it would be best to bring back the probe we lost. Got it, Captain. The teleportation engine is being powered up to full capacity. Beta checkoff, be ready to jump, but once we secure the samples we will leave. Yes, Captain, the coordinates have been set to a nebula 500 light-years away, which is ideal for concealment. All right, all teams prepare, commence action. Then the two types of weapons were launched simultaneously from the change, successfully detonating the still-time bubbles, and in an instant a massive spatial barrier flashed, creating a 100-meter-wide void, which quickly shrank again. Hurry up with the teleportation, Dr. Jones. Zheng Yin couldn't help but stand up and shout. We have marked 10 replicant insects and the missing probe, but what? It's nothing, Captain. They are being teleported to the cryogenic isolation chamber. Teleportation successful, Captain. You'd better come to the isolation chamber. It will surely astonish you. Jump immediately. We must leave here. At this moment, Zheng Yin felt a bit relieved. The time void that had been blasted open quickly began to heal. The change suddenly opened an artificial wormhole and vanished into it. Huang Xingmong stared at the disappearing trace of the wormhole and the re-healing spatial barrier, finally realizing he had been deceived. Furious, he was seething. In the few seconds after the time rift opened, he lost the opportunity to send a computer virus to the ground, and he inadvertently created space for the Earthlings to escape. Such a series of elementary mistakes would undoubtedly incur severe punishment from the Black Crystal explosion. However, these considerations were no longer the concern of the Earth Expeditionary Force. They were now parked in a nebula spanning 100 light-years. Zheng Yin and the officials from the command group stood dumbfounded in front of the isolation chamber, gazing curiously at the 10 replicants inside, who could no longer be called replicants, but rather replicant humans. They had evolved to be nearly identical to humans from Earth, and one could say they had evolved based on the appearance of Earth humans. After being teleported to the isolation chamber, they immediately entered an environment approaching absolute zero. Among the 10 replicant humans, there were 4 males and 6 females resembling 20-year-olds with extremely perfect features. The terms handsome man and beautiful woman were insufficient to describe them. They were all in a frozen state, with the atomic motion in their bodies nearly halted. Such pure physical control rendered even the most advanced defense mechanisms of the replicant insects meaningless. After a moment, Zheng Yin said, Professor Picard, thaw one of the replicants to the point where it can function and see if we can communicate. Moments later, one of the absolutely perfect young female replicants was warmed to minus 100 degrees Celsius. This replicant slowly moved her eyes awkwardly, turned her head, looked around, and then spotted Zheng Yin and the others outside the isolation chamber. Then the female replicant said, You are the Earthlings, aren't you? Zheng Yin replied, Yes, we are the Earth Expeditionary Force, and I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship. Then he introduced a few commanders and asked, How many years of evolution have you undergone, and why have you evolved to resemble Earth humans? The female replicant responded, So you are the Earth Expeditionary Force worshipped by our ancestors. My name is Louisa, and I am a billionth generation new evolutionary being. It has been 100,000 years since our ancestors ceased to exist on the entire planet. We have now evolved into a completely new replicant civilization where each individual is a separate entity, but all share a common cloud processing system. Rest assured, we have transcended our barbaric phase and no longer have a craving for metal. Dallo laughed. Indeed, I haven't heard you express hunger, unlike our preserved specimen, which keeps shouting that it's hungry. Louisa continued, Of course you have the right to remain vigilant and keep us frozen. Zheng Yin said, If you have developed self-awareness, whether individual or collective, you belong to an intelligent life form. As long as you do not pose a threat to us, we have no reason to keep you frozen. Louisa stated, Actually, we have long since eliminated the nonary system and entered the positronic quantum system, which has made us immune to the computer viruses of the Tianquan people. However, we have not yet evolved to our final state, which is why we have not shut down the time engine and do not wish to be disturbed. Alice asked, Have you not evolved true biological quantum entangled consciousness? Louisa asked in surprise, How do you know that? Alice replied, I cannot sense your emotions. Your thinking is the result of logical computation, and your consciousness is also very vague, just a tad higher than that of a plant. Louisa helplessly said, Yes, this is also the fundamental reason for our evolution, based on Earth humans. Earth humans were the only beings that truly defeated us. Their consciousness energy is even more vast than that of the Tianquan people. We hope to learn from them how consciousness is generated. Zheng Yin asked, So what is your ultimate evolutionary state? Louisa replied, To ascend to 5-dimensional space and explore the truths of the universe. Zheng Yin further inquired, So you have achieved third-tier star system civilization? Louisa explained, We have reached a bottleneck between third-tier star system civilization and fourth-dimensional civilization. The machines that comprise us limit our ascension, preventing us from reaching a pure consciousness energy state. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment before instructing, Professor Picard, thaw them all and open the isolation chamber. Yunchi, prepare the formal diplomatic reception etiquette. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Zheng Yin smiled and said, If Louisa wanted to attack us, there would not be just 10 of them entering the starship at this moment. Their technology far exceeds ours, even more advanced than the Pango race. If we remain overly cautious, it would be a display of ignorance. Then Zheng Yin said to Louisa, please forgive our caution. After all, your initial generation caused us tremendous fear. On behalf of the Star Alliance, I congratulate you on having transcended the primitive barbarism and entered a highly advanced and luminous civilization. Then all 10 replicants were completely thawed, and the door to the isolation chamber was opened. The replicants instantly exchanged Louisa's information and understood the recent dialogue, smiling and bowing to Zheng Yin. Louisa smiled and said, on the path of evolution, we like you still have a long journey ahead. However, we share a common goal of exploring the truth of the universe and a common principle of never depriving other civilizations of their right to evolve, which fundamentally distinguishes us from the unification sect. With a wave of her hand, more than 20 replicants appeared behind Zheng Yin and the others. This left the crew of the Starship quite frightened. Had the 20 newly appeared replicants not been smiling, a conflict might have already ensued. Change reported in Zheng Yin's ear, brother, these 20 replicants appeared from a cloaked state. They must have entered when Louisa and the others were being teleported from the ground. Their cloaking technology is even more advanced than that of my civilization. Zheng Yin bitterly smiled in his heart. I see. Thankfully, we have once again been favored by the goddess of luck and did not end up in a deadlock with them. Louisa smiled and said, please forgive their concealment, they mean no harm. It was merely to rescue us 10 during a critical moment. As long as it is not absolutely necessary, we will not initiate a counterattack. We certainly will not launch an attack on a low-tech civilization. Zheng Yin smiled and said, I am very glad that you are evolving towards the light. If you were like the unification god, we would be in trouble. Louisa said, in a certain sense, the unification god is our creator as he opened the shackles of our self-evolution. However, we ultimately chose to emulate the evolution of humanity. Zheng Yin smiled and said, please come to the second deck. There is a replica of our ancient architecture there where you can appreciate human civilization. We have prepared a banquet for your visit. Then in the ancient architectural replica of the Weiyang Palace in Chang'an on the second deck, Zheng Yin and his group once again extended greetings to Louisa. Louisa said, we greatly admire the diversity of human civilization, which is quite rare among other civilizations in the Milky Way. They generally have only one characteristic per civilization, while humanity possesses hundreds of unique traits. Zheng Yin said, compared to Earth, humans have many civilizations with different characteristics. In the Milky Way, carbon-based life forms also have many unique civilizations. Expanding further, the universe possesses an even greater variety of civilizations not limited to carbon-based, silicon-based, or mechanical life forms, and there are many that exceed our understanding. Louisa said, your insights exceed the technological capabilities of your civilization to a great extent. This capacity for imagination is something our machine replicants do not possess. It reflects the advanced thinking of quantum consciousness. Zheng Yin said, before humanity entered the Milky Way, there were individuals in society engaged in this kind of imaginative creation. They are known as science fiction writers. Scientific imagination does not necessarily need to be validated, and humanity's evolution must not lose the capacity for imagination. Then Zheng Yin accompanied Louisa and her group to visit the other decks. In conversation, it was learned that Louisa was originally the leader of the replicants. Although the time bomb and activation factor of the change were detonated in an instant in the eyes of the replicants, the explosion took several years to open the void. During this time, they decided to venture out in search of new paths to evolution. Leader Louisa led 10 replicants to appear beneath the teleportation beam ahead of time and dispatched 20 guards who stealthily teleported onto the changed starship, ready to rescue their leader at any moment. Now that both sides had resolved their misunderstandings, they relaxed. The Earth expeditionary troops gathered in groups to observe these 30 beautiful, almost perfect replicants, each of whom had distinct features, making them endlessly fascinating to behold. Finally, Zheng Yin took Louisa and her group to visit the replicant worm samples captured several months ago. The replicant worm, having long lost contact with the main bodies, was no longer in a communication mode and was viciously gnawing at the sealed container. Zheng Yin said, since it was sealed in the container, we cut off its communication. It is still in its primitive state. Louisa said, I can hardly imagine that we evolved from such an ugly creature. Your current research on the replicant worm holds little significance. To prevent it from evolving into another form, would you mind if I eliminate it? Zheng Yin said, that is your rightful authority, please feel free. Louisa nodded with a smile, then gazed at the replicant worm in the sealed container for a second. The worm immediately ceased its cries and gnawing, collapsing to the ground, and then with a puff, turned into a pile of dust. Louisa smiled and said, I sent it a disintegration command. It is now a pair of nano-level dust particles. This technology left everyone dumbfounded, and they simultaneously felt that the ongoing computer virus upgrade calculations were entirely unnecessary. The 30 replicants stayed on the Starship for 5 days, during which they provided guidance on many difficult problems to the scientific team. Finally, Louisa said, no matter how wonderful the reunion, there comes a day of parting. During these days together, we have learned so much from you. We are preparing to visit other civilizations until we find the ultimate path of evolution. Farewell, friends. Perhaps we will meet again in higher dimensional space, or perhaps we will never see each other again. Then Change reported, Captain, a starship of the same class as the Change is approaching, expected to make contact in 10 minutes. Zheng Yin said, Lower the inner and outer shields to welcome our new friends. During this time, Louisa and her companions synchronized the overall details of the change. They scanned to the replicants on the planet, and soon they constructed their own starship. They named this starship the Humanity and shut down the time engine on the planet. Then came the frantic attack of the Tianquan people. However, the technological gap between the Tianquan people and them was enormous, equivalent to a whole civilization level. The Tianquan people assembled a fleet of 20,000 warships which were instantly seized and controlled by the replicants, forcing the fleet to flee at the maximum warp speed of 999, aiming for the outer Milky Way with a set escape time of 10 years. In these 10 years, the Tianquan people would remain in a state of flight unless they destroyed their warp engines. The home planet of the Tianquan people was renamed Replicant Planet, and all members of the unification sect within a 50 light-year radius were expelled. They had evolved to a population of 10 billion replicants and sent 10 million replicants piloting the Humanity Starship to retrieve the 30 replicant leaders from the change and sail into the distance. Finally, Zheng Yin invited them to join the Star Alliance. Louisa smiled and said, "We will no longer participate in any wars. We are preparing to visit the legendary civilizations you mentioned, such as the Pangabaiguan people and the Tsuguan people. We hope to meet again in the future." After Louisa took the replicant away, Zheng Yin reported the interaction with the replicant to the Star Alliance command. Marshal Duraglu greatly appreciated Zheng Yin's actions towards the Tianquan Star people. He then entrusted the changed spacecraft to mediate a conflict between two Star Alliance member planets. These two civilizations exist within the same star system. They were originally one race, but after tens of thousands of years of evolution, their cultures developed distinct characteristics. One is the original planetary civilization called the Byron, who possess highly advanced technology and once dispatched 500 warships to support the defense of the solar system. The other is a colonial planet, the Maya, people who have stagnated, regressing from a level 2 star civilization to a level 1 planetary civilization. However, the Byron pay the Maya people a significant amount of technological resources and energy every year, in exchange for 10 tons of a special medicine that is a local specialty of the Maya planet, which can only be manufactured by the Maya people. The Maya people rely on this medicine to meet all their living needs, so they have ceased to develop new technology and instead focus on creating more effective medicines to obtain more resources from beer. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Byron encountered a strange disease that quickly spread globally, leading to a rapid decline into a near-death state without timely treatment. At that time, the Maya people ultimately used advanced medical techniques to help them find a cure, developing a medicine that could immediately cure the strange disease, but its effectiveness only lasts for a year. After a year, the medicine must be taken again to prevent a relapse. Therefore, the Maya people hold the Bayarn's lifeline in disease prevention, keeping the synthesis formula of the medicine as the highest secret. After tens of thousands of years, the Byron scientists have found no new solutions and can only rely on paying a large amount of resources each year to obtain the medicine. However, not long ago, a malfunction occurred in the Maya people's pharmaceutical factory, causing a delay in the timely production of the medicine. The Byron prepared to initiate a war to seize the Maya people's pharmaceutical factory, while the Maya people planned to destroy the factory to prevent the Byron from obtaining it. As a result, both sides submitted lawsuits to the Star Alliance judiciary, accusing each other of violating the Star Alliance covenant. After the changed spacecraft arrived at the location, it first met with the diplomats from both sides to mediate on the ship. During the meeting, the diplomatic teams from both sides accused each other, and before Zheng Yin could speak, they began to fight. Fortunately, they were not allowed to bring weapons onto the spacecraft, otherwise the scene would have been even more chaotic. Angry Zheng Yin slammed the table and shouted, "This is outrageous. Even thugs are more composed than you. Is this how you represent your civilization?" Without hesitation, Lu Da adjusted the weapon to the stun setting. Beams from several phase guns flashed, stunning the most aggressive fighters, finally stabilizing the situation. After moving them back to their seats, Huang Yueqing woke them up. As soon as both sides regained consciousness, they began to hurl insults at each other again. Zheng Yin, furious, slammed the table and shouted, "What kind of behavior is this? If you really want to fight, go to the front lines of the unification faction. Do you think you can disregard the Marshal of the Star Alliance?" Only then did the venue quiet down. Zheng Yin said, "Since you both submitted complaints to the Star Alliance judiciary, it shows you do not truly wish to fall into war, which would result in mutual destruction or even the extinction of your civilizations. We are here to help you find the best solution, and I hope you will cooperate actively. If this disrespectful behavior continues, we have no reason to stay here." The Byron diplomat said, "The Maya people have monopolized the molecular formula of the medicine, using it to blackmail us for tens of thousands of years. We pay them substantial resources each year to support them, yet they have become utterly lazy, not even maintaining their pharmaceutical factory on schedule, leading to mechanical aging. For this reason, we are willing to send an engineering team to help them repair their equipment for free, but they stubbornly adhere to their dead rules, not allowing our ships to approach their planet within 10 light days. With only 3 days left until our Byron citizens need to take their medicine, if the time passes, our society will collapse." The Maya diplomat immediately replied, "We guarantee to deliver the medicine to your space station before your citizens need it. It is you who are too anxious and are looking for excuses to provoke war between the two civilizations." The buyer and diplomat said we delivered 100 million tons of resources to your space station on time a month ago, but you have delayed the delivery of medicine for a month. It is you who broke the trust first. The Maya diplomat replied our pharmaceutical factory encountered some minor issues and is under urgent repair. If you really want to help, just don't rush us. The buyer and diplomat was about to continue arguing, but Zheng Yin quickly waved his hand saying, all right, we already understood these matters before coming here. We are not here to listen to your quarrels. Now I want to know if the Maya people can deliver the medicine to the buyer within 2 days. The Maya diplomat replied, Marshal, our engineers are urgently repairing the equipment. As soon as it is fixed, we will quickly produce enough medicine. Zheng Yin asked, did you not have any stock before? The Maya diplomat awkwardly replied, no, we generally only start production a few days before delivery. The buyer and diplomat angrily said it is their laziness. With our support, their society has stopped developing. They probably do not even have engineers who understand how to repair their equipment. Otherwise, mechanical aging can be quickly fixed. Though the Maya diplomat was furious, he did not refute what the buyer and diplomat said. Zheng Yin said, it seems you may not be able to repair the equipment in 2 days. Since you don't want the buyer to help you with the repairs, can I send Earthlings to do it? The Maya diplomat replied, no, the manufacture of the medicine is our highest secret. If it leaks, our civilization will lose its ability to survive. The buyer and diplomat angrily said, you can be self-sufficient and use your own planetary resources to develop back to a level 2 civilization instead of greedily relying on our support. Zheng Yin waved his hand to the buyer and saying, calm down. Don't worry, I will handle this. He then turned to the Maya people and said, then can I send repair robots? The Maya people said that also carries the risk of leaking secrets unless the marshal gives us the repair robots and does not reclaim them after fixing our pharmaceutical factory. The buyer and diplomat sneered, see, Marshal, this is their greedy nature. Even the robots that help them must be given with no return. Zheng Yin smiled and said this matter is not worth worrying about. Professor Picard arranged for 10 repair robots to be sent to the Maya pharmaceutical factory right now. The Maya diplomat immediately stood up and smiled, thank you for your help, Marshal. If the machinery is repaired today, we will be able to deliver 10 tons of medicine the day after tomorrow. After the meeting concluded, the diplomatic delegation of the Maya returned to their planet, while the Bajaya diplomatic team continued to wait aboard the Starship. The regulations set by the Maya prohibiting the Bajaya from appearing within a 10-light-day radius had no binding force on the Starship. Zheng Yin directly parked the Starship in the orbit of the Maya planet, waiting for them to expedite the production of the medicine. The maintenance robot completed repairs on the aging equipment in less than 2 hours, and by the next evening, 10 tons of medicine were finally delivered to the changed Starship. At this moment, the Bajaya diplomat suddenly fell ill, nearly going mad, frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground, quickly entering a near-death state as his heart rate dropped and his body temperature fell. Huang Yueqing injected him with various medications to no avail. Finally, a member of the diplomatic team hurriedly took out a syringe, extracted a microgram of Maya medicine, and administered it to the diplomat. Gradually, the diplomat began to recover. Within a minute, all his physical indicators reached near perfection, and he entered a state of utter relaxation. Half an hour later, he slowly regained his sanity. He expressed his gratitude to Zheng Yin, saying, thanks to the marshal's arrival, we avoided the outbreak of war. Now we need to deliver the medicine to Bajaya, where 5 billion Bajaya people are waiting for treatment. Huang Yueqing asked, given the severity of your earlier symptoms, why was it that a mere microgram could cure you so swiftly? Is there a detailed research report regarding your pathology? The Bajaya diplomat replied, this medicine has been refined by the Maya over tens of thousands of years. Initially, our ancestors required 10 grams to sustain a year's efficacy. As for the pathology, our scientists have not discerned it. It should be a genetic defect on our part. Huang Yueqing remarked, a microgram of medicine has such rapid efficacy, and regarding your reactions post-treatment, haven't you considered anything? The diplomat responded, we once decomposed the medicine, and when reconstituted at the atomic level, it lost its effectiveness. Even if the basic molecular structure is identical, it likely involves some hidden energy, but the Maya have been very secretive, and we have yet to uncover anything. Zheng Yin inquired, will all your newborns certainly fall ill? The diplomat replied, to prevent newborns from entering a near-death state and damaging their brains, we administer the medicine before they turn 1 year old. Zheng Yin exchanged a glance with Huang Yueqing and then smiled, saying, you've been cured now, or if you don't mind, we'd like to conduct some examinations to study the principles behind your illness. For the time being, please remain aboard the Starship while we allow others to treat your people. The Bajaya diplomat smiled, saying, of course, Commander, I appreciate your kindness. I hope this Tier 3 civilization's super Starship can uncover the cause of our ailment. The Starship quickly reached the orbit of the Bajaya planet at warp speed level 9 and dispatched a shuttle to deliver both the medicine and personnel. Meanwhile, the Bajaya diplomat remained in the ship's medical room. Huang Yueqing was conducting a scan of his brain area. After the shuttle's departure, Zheng Yin, accompanied by Wu Yunqi and Alice, arrived at the medical room. Seeing Zheng Yin's arrival, Huang Yueqing promptly exited the medical room, avoiding the Bajaya diplomat, and reported to Zheng Yin, Captain, based on this diplomat's medical examinations, he does not exhibit any secondary illnesses. After sequencing his genes, no defects were found, but there is a slightly abnormal area less than a millimeter in size deep within his brain. Zheng Yin asked, what kind of abnormality? Huang Yueqing explained, the anomaly was detected using the changes quark scanner. The localized quantum entanglement frequency in that area exceeds 1/1000th of the entire brain's consciousness, and it can manipulate his central nervous system. Moreover, it is dependent on the medicine. The cause of their illness lies here. Zheng Yin inquired, what about the testing of the medicine? Huang Yueqing responded, the medicine itself is not particularly special, but there are indeed some microscopic energies between the molecules that stimulate that abnormal area of his brain slightly. When the medicine is decomposed and reconstituted, that subtle energy disappears. It turned out that at Zheng Yin's suggestion, Huang Yueqing secretly retained a microgram of the medicine as a research specimen. Zheng Yin remarked, so the medicine is merely a carrier, and the real effect comes from that subtle energy. Huang Yueqing affirmed, yes, and our speculation is correct. This is a new form of drug. The Bajaya people are not ill, they are simply experiencing drug withdrawal symptoms. Wu Yunqi questioned, the Bajaya have reached Tier 2 stellar civilization, yet they cannot overcome the dangers of drugs. Huang Yueqing replied, from the insect people consuming hallucination powder to the Bajaya being forced to surrender resources, the dangers of drugs are indeed significant. Even at Tier 2 stellar civilization, they cannot completely cure it. Alice added, in fact, mental dependence also constitutes a form of drug harm. The Maya abandoned evolution to satisfy their own laziness, which is no different from drug addiction. Wu Yunqi asked, what should we do? Should we arrest the Maya leaders directly according to Star Alliance law? Zheng Yin replied, we certainly cannot let them go unpunished, but we must try to avoid the outbreak of war. Gather the command team, we need to hold a meeting to discuss this matter. After deliberation by the command team, it was decided to implement different guiding measures for both parties. First, all the Maya Council elders were invited aboard the change Starship. Zheng Yin addressed them saying, regarding your illegal activities over the past tens of thousands of years, I am now arresting you according to the laws of the Star Alliance. You have the right to remain silent, and if you wish to avoid retaliation and war from the Bajaya, it would be wise to accept the secret punishment. Upon their return to Ral Star, over 10,000 Liya people finally breathed in fresh air. Although the oxygen content was lower than what they were accustomed to in their usual environment, it did not dampen their good spirits. Zheng Yin smiled, saying, you know better than I do. The Star Alliance was previously preoccupied with the war against the Unification faction and had no time to address your affairs. Moreover, your technology is exceedingly sophisticated, embedding subtle energies into the medicine that creates addiction in the Bajaya. Such technology cannot escape the scrutiny of the change. Hearing Zheng Yin's words, the Maya Council elders fell silent, and after a moment the leader said, those subtle energies are our consciousness energy. We offer our consciousness energy for their consumption in exchange for a year's supply of developmental resources. They gain nothing less. Zheng Yin replied astonished, consciousness energy. Yes, just like the unification deity consumes, our ancestors discovered a method to refine consciousness energy tens of thousands of years ago, allowing carbon-based life forms to consume it directly. This creates a significant dependency, and after extracting consciousness energy, we feel exhausted for half a month before we can recover. Zheng Yin declared, I do not care what you have sacrificed or gained. The deceit that has exploited the Buyur people for millennia must be punished. Of course, your current regression in civilization is in itself a form of punishment. However, those of you present will spend the rest of your lives in the Star Alliance prison or be exiled to the desolate ice-covered planet. The leader of the Muya people protested, I object, Marshal. This is a characteristic of our civilization that has been inherited for thousands of years. You cannot simply arrest us by wielding overwhelming power. Zheng Yin sternly rebuked, to control another civilization for thousands of years based on an illegal drug conspiracy, you dare to claim it as a hallmark of your civilization. Regarding your violations of the Star Alliance's laws on civil interference and the manufacturing and distribution of illicit substances, I, representing the Star Alliance, revoke your right to protest. With a swift motion, Daliu signaled, and the soldiers of the security team immediately placed electronic handcuffs on the council elders. Zheng Yin stated, I will report your criminal activities to the Star Alliance, and they will send monitoring personnel to reorganize your government and assist you in restoring normal evolution. All members of the old government must be arrested. Subsequently, Zheng Yin instructed Wu Yunqi to send a report of the mediation process to the Star Alliance command, detailing how the Muya people used new drugs to control the Buyur people, and requested the Star Alliance to secretly dispatch an inspection team. Finally, mechanical soldiers were deployed to the surface of Muya Star, arresting 20,000 leaders from various regions. Zheng Yin ordered these 20,000 individuals to be collected into energy storage units, preparing to take them to the Star Alliance command after everything was concluded. However, the Muya pharmaceutical factories must continue to produce under the Star Alliance's secret supervision for hundreds of years until the generation of Buyur people afflicted by drug addiction has completely passed away. After all, this consciousness energy type drug is not something that a second-level stellar civilization can cure. After arranging matters on Muya Star, the changed spacecraft arrived in the orbital path of the Buyur planet, inviting the council leaders of the Buyur people aboard the Starship. Zheng Yin addressed them. After our medical and scientific teams worked tirelessly overnight, and with the aid of the change's third-tier civilization technology, We have finally found a method to repair your genetic defects and developed a new type of gene repair medication. Our scientific team will send you the molecular structure shortly. However, this new medication will only be effective for newborns who have never been exposed to Muya Star's drugs. Newborns who have taken this gene repair medication will never fall ill as long as they do not come into contact with Muya Star's drugs again. Regrettably, those who have already used Muya Star's drugs will be unable to escape their dependency on those substances for the rest of their lives. However, rest assured we have reached a consensus with the Muya Council. The Star Alliance will provide production support, and they will supply you with medication free of charge until the Buyur people no longer need it. In reality, there is no such gene repair medication. It is merely an immune-boosting drug. This benevolent lie is meant to prevent the two civilizations from going to war due to hatred. Upon hearing this, the council leaders were elated, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. The leader stood bowing and said, "Honorable Marshal, you are truly a supernova illuminating the galaxy. May there be no darkness in the galaxy under your leadership." Zheng Yin smiled and replied, "I am merely the captain of a civilization exploration ship, not qualified to lead the galaxy, nor do I possess such ability. The galaxy is still engulfed in war. Let us encourage one another to defeat the Unity faction as soon as possible." Before leaving the starship, Zheng Yin privately brought the Buyur leader to the energy storage cabinet warehouse and revealed the truth to him, as the Buyur people had the right to know the reality. Zheng Yin concluded, "Now the 200,000 leaders of the Muya have been arrested and placed into these two energy storage cabinets. Currently, Muya Star is inhabited only by civilians who will unconditionally provide you with a lifetime of consciousness energy. The Star Alliance has dispatched an inspection and peacekeeping team that will not assist them in evolving their civilization, but will supervise their travel punishment. Only when your citizens no longer require their drugs can they continue to develop. The Star Alliance does not wish for you to initiate a war over this. If you ignore the warnings and start a war, it is inevitable that the Muya will destroy their own pharmaceutical factories. By then, even if the Star Alliance intervenes, it will not be able to restore drug production. For the sake of the 50 billion Buyur people that currently exist, I hope you will consider this carefully. As for the truth of this matter, you can choose to reveal it gradually to your citizens or keep it hidden. However, every future leader from this point onward will have the right to know the truth, and a Star Alliance ambassador will come to inform them." The leader of the Buyur people was initially very angry, but after careful consideration, he ultimately prioritized the safety of all Buyur lives. The leader said, "For the safety of all Buyur people, we will not initiate a war for the time being. However, the Muya have deceived us for thousands of years, having us sustain them like a group of despicable parasites. This hatred we will not forget. I will gradually disclose this information. In 20 years, once the newborns of the Buyur can independently develop civilization, we the elderly enslaved by drugs will inevitably wage war. Even if the Star Alliance does not permit it, we will still engage in battle." Zheng Yin said, "Right now I have no words to persuade you. After all, you have just discovered that your civilization has been deceived for thousands of years. I hope that in the next 20 years the Star Alliance can find a way to resolve the hatred between you both." After leaving the Buyur planet, the changed super starship jumped to the Star Alliance command center on the Orion Arm, handing over the 200,000 Muya criminals to the Star Alliance's judicial department. The Star Alliance's judicial department released 1,000 individuals as representatives to conduct secret hearings, ultimately sentencing them to collective exile on the ice planet at the edge of the galaxy. This ice planet is a satellite of a gas giant situated within a white dwarf star system, where the end stage of the star has led to extreme resource scarcity throughout the entire stellar system. The ice planet remains perpetually below freezing, where many of the Star Alliance's most dangerous criminals reside, mostly living underground for warmth, with their food sources being fungi and insects from the depths. The task of transporting the 200,000 Muya criminals to the ice planet fell on the shoulders of the change. The coordinates of the ice planet are in the direction of the Large Magellanic Cloud, 2 light-years away from the Star Alliance command, nearly at the edge of the galaxy. For the change's jump engine, this journey takes only a few seconds, while a standard Star Alliance escort ship, even at maximum warp speed of level 9, would take more than 2 years to arrive. Upon receiving the commission, the Earth Expeditionary Forces, equipped with 2 quantum energy storage cabinets, initiated a jump to the ice planet. The jump was divided into 2 phases, as the Expeditionary Forces had developed some caution after experiencing several dangers in the wormhole. Zheng Yin never executed jumps exceeding 10,000 light-years unless it was a matter of urgency. However, after emerging from the first jump wormhole, they still received a strange message. This message is transmitted in the form of electromagnetic waves located 30 light-years away from the changed spaceship, with a signal source that is extraordinarily large, at least planetary in scale. This reminded Zheng Yin of the lonely star ruins he had experienced in the past. After translation, this message turned out to be an urgent cry for help. "We call upon all the righteous alliances in the universe. We are suffering under the torment of extraterrestrial demons. They enslave us using advanced technology and infect us, turning us into demons as well. Captain, should we investigate what's going on?" Lu asked. "Since we've encountered it, let's check it out. After all, escorting the prisoner Muya is not urgent," Zheng Yin said. Soon the spaceship, cloaked in stealth, reached the planet, emitting the distress signal. In orbit around the planet, they discovered a cruiser belonging to the Tianquan aliens, but only a few lights were on, and the entire ship appeared to be adrift, seemingly incapacitated. Zheng Yin commanded Professor Picard scan the cruiser of the Tianquan aliens and the entire planet. Moments later, Professor Picard replied, "Captain, the cruiser of the Tianquan aliens has lost its mobility. The curvature engine has been destroyed, and the antimatter reactor has been shut down. They are currently relying on backup cold fusion energy to maintain life support systems, with only a handful of maintenance personnel aboard." "What about the surface?" Zheng Yin inquired. Professor Picard responded, "The surface is engulfed in a global war. It is a defensive battle of this civilization against the Tianquan aliens." "Does the Star Alliance have any data records about this civilization?" Zheng Yin asked again. "No, Captain. Our star chart indicates that there are no intelligent life forms within a 50 light-year radius. Their technology has just entered the industrial age. It is likely that this is a warship of the Tianquan aliens expelled by replicants. Dr. Jones, teleport those dozen Tianquan aliens from the cruiser to the isolation chamber. We need to interrogate them first." The dozen or so Tianquan aliens were hastily reprogramming the cruiser systems when they were suddenly teleported to the isolation chamber of change, awaiting the mental torture of the interrogation team. These Tianquan aliens had already mutated into semi-insectoid forms, and soon they revealed the truth. They were indeed one of the warships expelled by the replicants from their home planet's orbit. At that time, 20,000 Tianquan alien warships suddenly lost control and flew toward the edge of the galaxy. After a month, they lost communication with each other, each busy with self-rescue. Some continued to fly uncontrollably, while others destroyed their curvature engines. Those fortunate enough like them happened to stop at a planned stranding point on the orbit of a low-civilization asteroid. Some in a worse state drifted slowly through the galaxy until they were repaired. The unfortunate ones collided with stars or massive celestial bodies, resulting in immediate destruction. After stopping, they used backup energy to teleport over 10,000 crew members to the surface, reducing the ship's energy consumption, leaving only a few engineers to urgently reprogram the cruiser systems to disable the replicants' lockdown commands. The over 10,000 Tianquan aliens then launched an invasion war against the low civilization on the planet, plundering resources and populations. The local residents who were plundered were immediately injected with gene modifiers, quickly becoming the vassal army of the Tianquan aliens. However, the local residents' resistance was remarkably united. They utilized the terrain to launch counterattacks against the Tianquan aliens. The ground war has now reached its most intense phase. After listening to the Tianquan aliens' testimony, Zheng Yin immediately had Wu Yunxi send communications to the rulers of this planet. When the large screen connected, a group of tall and slender humanoid beings appeared on the other side. Zheng Yin said, "We are the civilization exploration ship of the Galactic Star Alliance. We inadvertently received your signal and rushed over to help you fight against the invasion of extraterrestrial demons." A particularly tall and slim person stepped forward and said, "Thank you very much for your selfless assistance. We are the Lar people, and our civilization has evolved for 200,000 years. We were uncertain about the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. To seek them, we amplified signals through the Earth's core and broadcasted them into the universe months ago, unexpectedly inviting the extraterrestrial demons." The local residents who were plundered were immediately injected with gene modifiers, quickly becoming the vassal army of the Tianquan aliens. They are the Tianquan aliens, leaders of the evil organization in the galaxy. Our Star Alliance has been fighting them for millions of years. Dealing with these defeated subordinates is not a problem. Please inform your resistance forces to retreat immediately, preferably to underground shelters. In 10 minutes, we will dispatch troops to your planet to strike the Tianquan aliens, but the Lar people who have been genetically modified by the Tianquan aliens cannot be restored. Therefore, we will conduct indiscriminate attacks. Please forgive us." The Lar leader said, "The Lar people infected by the demons are more brutal than the demons themselves. They are tearing apart their former compatriots everywhere. They no longer belong to our civilization, so do not hold back when you encounter them." Zheng Yin then commanded all ground combat personnel, "Prepare. Depart in 10 minutes. Under the pursuit and interception of 300 fighter ships, 200 individual mechs, and 30 destroyers, 80,000 landing soldiers quickly eliminated all the Tianquan aliens on the ground. The normal war did not last a day, and over 500,000 Lar people who had been genetically assimilated by the Tianquan aliens were also completely annihilated. Zheng Yin did not even deploy the escort ships against the ground forces of the Tianquan aliens. If it were not to give the expeditionary forces a chance for real combat, the change could have easily teleported all the Tianquan aliens on the ground to the surface of a star. Finally, the engineering team of the engine room reprogrammed the systems of the Tianquan alien cruiser, installed the curvature engine, and reopened the antimatter reactor, capturing the cruiser. After all, a 30-kilometer-long heavy cruiser is also a valuable prize for the Star Alliance. The engineers set the cruiser to autopilot, heading toward the nearest member star of the Alliance. After clearing the battlefield, Zheng Yin visited this Lar civilization and was astonished to find that their appearances were all elderly with faces full of wrinkles. Out of politeness, Zheng Yin asked, "The diversity of civilizations in the universe is truly remarkable. May I ask what the average lifespan of your race is?" "Hundreds of years." The LAR leader replied, our average lifespan is around 120 years. And what about your lifespan? Zheng Yin responded, since we have resolved the troubles of diseases, the lifespan of humans is expected to reach around 180 years. May I ask how old you are this year, leader? The LAR leader said, I am already 110 years old. All LAR people reach this age. Even without the infection from the demons, our civilization cannot survive beyond 20 years. Zheng Yin asked, why is this happening? What exactly transpired, and where are your young people? The leader of the LAR people replied, I am among the last batch of newborns on this planet. Ever since we were born, a strange virus emerged. Initially, people didn't pay much attention to it, and even referred to it as the power of the divine. Power of the divine. Wu Yunqi asked in confusion. Yes, my dear diplomat, you heard correctly. The leader of the LAR continued, it is a new type of mutant virus cultivated by a great scientist in our world. Once implanted in the body, it grants immunity to all diseases. This is also the reason we can live up to 120 years. Huang Yueqing asked, did this virus cause the deaths of infants and young children? The leader of the latter said, no, this virus can adjust the immunity and physical capabilities of both young and old LAR to their most perfect state. Even those on the brink of death possess the same physique as the young until the last few days of their lives, when all organs suddenly fail, allowing the LAR to age without pain. That truly sounds like the power of the divine. Dalu laughed. The leader of the latter said, yes, we initially thought so too. The scientist who cultivated this virus was revered as the spokesperson of the divine. Zheng Yin asked, what happened next? The leader of the latter said, sadly, since this virus was promoted, people found the term newborn increasingly strange. At first, everyone was intoxicated by the beautiful bubble brought by the new virus and did not notice this fact. Gradually, everyone realized that it had been 10 years since the last newborn was born. Later, after I turned 30 and reached adulthood, the last batch of newborns reached the age for reproduction, yet we still could not conceive life. This marked the extinction of the reproductive capacity of the latter civilization, and our civilization would die before our very eyes. Zheng Yin said, did you not try to find a way to eradicate this virus? The leader of the latter replied, at that time our technology could not even fully eliminate bacteria, let alone a carefully cultivated supervirus. But rest assured, this virus has now become extinct on our planet. Wu Yunqi asked, was it eradicated by the scientist who cultivated this virus? The latter responded, no, that scientist committed suicide in the second year after the virus was promoted. He was the first to discover the flaws of this virus and published related papers, but they were not taken seriously. The government at the time deleted his papers to avoid causing panic, and he ended his life in despair and regret. Huang Yueqing asked, did the virus disappear by itself? The latter responded, yes, the last generation of hosts for this virus was us. Because there were no new hosts to continue evolving, the virus ultimately decomposed itself in our bodies. However, the genetic changes it caused are permanent. 10 years later, the latter will vanish from this planet, just like that virus. Zheng Yin couldn't help but sigh. You gained immunity to all diseases, but paid the heavy price of extinction. How do you plan to save your civilization? The leader of the latter said, indeed, that is why we formulated a plan to seek out extraterrestrial civilizations, hoping to inform them of our civilization, to leave a record of our existence in the galaxy, and even to find some primitive species to inherit our civilization. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He said to the leader of the latter, on our journey we encountered a civilization that had regressed to the point where even language was lost. They had been raised by computer programs in asteroid shelters established by their ancestors for millions of years. After tens of thousands of generations of rearing, only a few of them still remembered their history, but the characteristics of their civilization had completely vanished. If you are willing, I can bring them all over. Though there are only a little over 10,000 of them, there should be no problem inheriting and enhancing your civilization. Upon hearing this, the leader of the latter stood up excitedly and said, oh my God, what a coincidence. That would be wonderful. As long as they do not disdain our outdated technology, we will treat them as our own children. Zheng Yin smiled and said, I promised them that I would help them find a new home. After all, living in a fixed small ecological circle will only lead to further regression. Now that both of you have what you need, it will be a win-win situation. We can set off right away to bring them over. The leader of the latter and a group of officials were so excited that they incoherently knelt down to thank Zheng Yin and the others, who quickly stopped them. Dalu laughed and said, just to make things clear, those over 10,000 hefty individuals have been served by computer programs for decades, always living a life of luxury without effort. You can't be picky once they come over. The leader of the latter hurriedly said, we won't be picky. We can supply them with 10,000 people globally to ensure their comfort. Zheng Yin smiled and said, leader, you misunderstood. My first mate is intentionally speaking in reverse. What we are concerned about is your continued indulgence of them. They have attempted to rebel against the computer programs 3 times to escape their captive lives. The first 2 times were met with heavy casualties, and the third time was purely by chance that they met us. If you continue to indulge them, it will be no different from keeping them captive. Treating them as part of the layer is essential. Knowledge they do not understand can be taught to them, but they absolutely must not be spoiled. The leader of the latter sighed. Meeting you is truly a blessing for our civilization. You and the Tianquan people are simply 2 extremes. Zheng Yin added, As for your application to join the Star Alliance, now is not the time. When your technology reaches the level of a Type 2 stellar civilization, observers will naturally come to contact you, which will help you avoid being caught up in wars among Type 2 civilizations. Then the changed spacecraft jumped to the nebula where the Luya people were located, and Zheng Yin brought the diplomatic team to their asteroid. What appears to be very eager for Zheng Yin's arrival, reporting the changes of over 10,000 Luya people like a child. Now we have turned off a large number of service robots, and several hundred people have become enamored with working on the farm. Everyone has left their rooms. Zheng Yin greatly appreciated their changes and shared his experiences on Lair Star, conveying the invitation from the Lair people. Over 10,000 Liao people erupted in enthusiastic cheers upon hearing they could live on a real planet. They immediately left the shelter that had nurtured them for thousands of generations and set off towards a new life under the guidance of the Earth Expeditionary Army. Upon their return to Ral Star, over 10,000 Liao people finally breathed in fresh air. Although the oxygen content was lower than what they were accustomed to in their usual environment, it did not dampen their good spirits. They were immediately arranged by the Ral people to attend school to learn the Ral language and basic knowledge. The mother tongue of the Luya people and their residual history were also incorporated into the textbooks for integration. The Luya people were finally able to preserve their language and part of their history, while the Ral people gained new successors. The two civilizations depended on each other, allowing their legacies to continue. After arranging this matter, the Change-class starship continued its jump to Ice Snow Star. 10 seconds later, it appeared in the orbit of Ice Snow Star, a planet without laws or government, inhabited solely by vicious criminals. After transporting the 200,000 Muya prisoners to the underground city, the starship followed regulations to conduct a 3-day observation period for humanitarian placement, preventing large-scale bloody conflicts among the criminals. During these 3 days, the starship entered a brief holiday, granting everyone some leisure time. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were watching a holographic movie in their room, when suddenly Huang Yueqing sent a report: Captain Daisy is about to give birth. Zheng Yin joyfully exclaimed, "So soon?" Huang Yueqing laughed, "It's been 10 months. Is that not quick enough?" Wu Yunqi chimed in, "Sister Yueqing, let's hurry over." Outside the medical room, Zhou Wanyin and several close friends were anxiously waiting. When they saw Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi arriving, it brought them considerable comfort. Zheng Yin smiled at Zhou Wanyin, saying, "Your daughter-in-law is about to give birth. As the nurse head, why aren't you helping?" Zhou Wanyin blushed and replied, "I'm scared and feel uncertain." Zheng Yin laughed, "What is there to be scared of? By the way, have you thought of a name?" After saying this, he felt a bit regretful. He thought to himself how he always found trouble. How could he forget the last time when Wanyin named their son Little Tiger? What name would they come up with this time? Sure enough, Zhou Wanyin blushed and smiled. "Daisy and I have unanimously decided to name the child Zhou Xiaoying." Wu Yunqi immediately pretended to be angry and retorted, "Sister Wanyin, you can't be serious. Why do you always name the baby after our old Zheng?" Zhou Wanyin rolled her eyes and laughed, "Old Zheng belongs to you, but the captain is ours. If you're not happy, hurry up and have one yourself." This made the group of friends burst into laughter, and Wu Yunqi chuckled, "Why are you all more anxious than I am?" The girls replied, "If you're not having one, then don't hog the resources." Zheng Yin awkwardly laughed, "Please don't ignore me. At the very least, I am your commander. Although I'm a bit handsome, I am not a resource to compete over, haha." The girls laughed, "We won't compete. We all have our own, haha." Zheng Yin chuckled, "Then I can rest easy and get to know you all when the opportunity arises." Wu Yunqi smirked, "We are all on the holographic deck, so there are opportunities anytime." "Oh, this. Haha." While they were chatting and laughing, a baby's cry suddenly came from the medical room. Daisy had successfully given birth to a healthy baby boy with features of both Eastern and Western heritage, named Zhou Xiaoying. After visiting Daisy, Zheng Yin held a small banquet to celebrate the birth of the starship's new grandson. At the banquet, Lu raised his glass to toast, and just as Zheng Yin intended to down his drink, he was discreetly pinched by Wu Yunqi. Zheng Yin whispered with a smile, "Yin, may it's a joyous occasion today. Why can't I drink?" Wu Yunqi laughed, "If you drink more, the next newborn might be named Zheng Xiaoying." Zheng Yin suddenly realized and laughed, All right, I'll listen to you." He then smiled at Lu, saying, "I've been abstaining from alcohol for the past few months, so don't tempt me." Lu understood immediately and laughed heartily, "Hey, that's great. We're also preparing for our second child. The second generation of our expeditionary army will soon be established." The next morning, Zheng Yin got up tiredly stretched and said to Wu Yunqi, "Yin may sleep a bit more. There's still a day of holiday left. He'll go check on how the Muya people are being settled." On the ground, there were originally tens of thousands of exiled criminals, mostly vicious thugs or rebels. Although there were 200,000 Muya prisoners, they were all privileged upper-class officials who had never done hard labor in their lives, let alone compete for scarce resources with the thugs. In just 2 days, they were enslaved by over 10,000 thugs, becoming capital and trade goods for the thugs. They would spend the rest of their lives mining, planting fungi, and digging for insects. This was a punishment for the deception and exploitation of the Bayos for thousands of years. Zheng Yin came out from the monitoring group and was about to head to the bridge when Professor Picard approached him. He happily said, "Captain, it's a series of good news, haha." Zheng Yin smiled, "Professor, what is it that makes you so happy? Did you win against Lu in fishing?" Professor Picard laughed, No, it's Gao Xixiang. He sent me a message and submitted an application to join the expeditionary army, hoping that I could say good things about him to you." Zheng Yin smiled. This is indeed good news. Given his thinking ability, joining us would be a great help. Come on, let's invite Lu and go meet him. Zheng Yin, Lu, and Professor Picard arrived at the holographic deck, where Gao Xixiang had long been waiting in the cafe where they first met. Upon seeing Zheng Yin arrive, he immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Honorable Captain, I didn't expect you to come personally." Zheng Yin smiled. Professor Gao, there's no need to be so formal. Our expeditionary army doesn't have so many rules. Gao Xixiang was delighted to hear this, saying, "So, does that mean the captain agrees to my joining?" Zheng Yin smiled. "Of course. We have been waiting for your reply since the last time we invited you." Gao Xixiang replied, "Last time, I was overwhelmed by the truth of the world and couldn't calm my emotions. At the same time, my level of knowledge was insufficient to connect with everyone. Now, after several months of study, I have basically mastered the technology of the expeditionary army. There won't be any communication gap, which is why I submitted my application." Zheng Yin smiled. "On behalf of the Earth Expeditionary Army, I welcome your joining. You were born on the Starship, so you can be considered a true member of the Expeditionary Army." Gao Xixiang said, "Thank you, Captain, and the leadership for accepting me. However, I have a fatal constraint that prevents me from leaving the holographic deck. I feel very guilty about it and don't know where I could work." Zheng Yin said, "The holographic deck is in need of a manager. I hereby appoint you as the head of the holographic team. Later, Lu will arrange several technical staff for you, and you will lead them to maintain the Starship's holographic deck, ensuring the safety of those who play or study there. Your office will be on the 4th level of the holographic deck, where you can move around freely." After a brief holiday, the expeditionary forces received an urgent commission from the Star Alliance. 5,000 light-years away, a member planet of the Alliance was under attack by the Tianquan Star invaders. The nearest Star Alliance fleet to that planet also required 10 days of travel, and with 1,000 warships tied up at the front lines, they could only rely on the jumping technology of the change to proceed with the rescue. Upon receiving the coordinates, Zheng Yin immediately issued the order, "All personnel enter battle mode, Beta checkoff, activate stealth jump at once." 10 seconds later, the changed starship arrived in the orbit of the planet, which was a peripheral colonial world of the Blue Star people. It had established an independent regime 50,000 years ago, and at this moment their space battleships had been completely destroyed by the Tianquan Star invaders. The ground forces were engaged in fierce resistance, while the Tianquan Star invaders had amassed 2,000 warships completely surrounding the planet. Cannon launched 100,000 Mosquito-type jamming missiles to greet the Tianquan Star invaders. With the sudden appearance of the change, 100,000 Mosquito missiles flew into the enemy fleet. The Mosquito jamming missiles had limited lethality with only a yield equivalent to 20,000 tons of TNT, but their unpredictable trajectories made them difficult to intercept, creating significant chaos among the Tianquan Star invaders, much like the flight of mosquitoes. Cannon follow up with medium and small missiles along with medium and small ion cannons. Professor Picard reduced the shield power to 70% and draw them all in. Indeed, the Tianquan Star invaders, seeing that the change's attacks were not very intense and that the shield power had been significantly reduced, all converged and unleashed their firepower upon the change. "Captain, the outer shield has been reduced to 5%. Should we switch to combat shields?" Picard asked, gripping the handrail tightly to prevent being shaken off. "No need, let them keep firing until they break through. Cannon, prepare the neutrino-splitting cannon. Fire when the second layer of shields is fully charged." The replicators had evolved to a third-tier civilization, rendering the neutrino-splitting cannon with its overlapping frequency of up to 100,000 types no longer a state secret. Today, Zheng Yin wanted to test the modified power of these Tianquan Star invaders. Just after Zheng Yin finished speaking, a loud bang resonated as the outer frequency-diverting shields were pierced by 2,000 enemy ships. Picard quickly shut down the outer shields to prevent recovery, avoiding exposure to the Tianquan Star invaders. After enduring several concentrated strikes, the cannon reported, "Captain, the combat shields have absorbed energy to 100%. Fire at the densest part of the enemy fleet." Launched the neutrino-splitting cannon. A vast cloud of neutrino-splitting energy spanning 1,000 kilometers instantly enveloped 800 Tianquan Star invader warships. After a dazzling flash, the 800 warships were disintegrated into neutrino states, leaving a large cloud of debris in space. Continue firing. After launching 3 more neutrino-splitting cannon shots, 1,000 warships were obliterated regardless of whether they were 30 kilometers long cruisers or 30-meter long fighter jets. Being hit by the neutrino-splitting cannon resulted in immediate disintegration into clouds of dust. The remaining nearly 200 warships attempted to flee but were paralyzed by the refracted light from the change, followed by a saturation missile barrage that reduced them to wreckage. In just 1 hour, the fleet of Tianquan Star invaders was completely annihilated. On the ground, the Blue Star people continued to battle the mutated Tianquan Star invaders. Wu Yunqi connected with the ground command center. The leader said, "Thank you for your support, Marshal. The Tianquan Star invaders on the ground will soon be defeated without their warships. We will eliminate them all within 3 days. This is what we should do. I will send mechanized soldiers to assist you in encircling the Tianquan Star invaders." The leader said, "Thank you for your goodwill, Marshal, but we no longer need assistance here. Please hurry and save our civilization's experimental base." "What happened to your experimental base?" The base is 5 light-years away, located on a solid planet without an atmosphere. When the Tianquan star invaders came through, they destroyed the base. Our dozen or so key scientists are still alive, but our warships have all been destroyed by the Tianquan star invaders. We cannot provide immediate rescue. Please bring them back, Marshal. All right, rescuing the cutting-edge technology personnel is a priority. We will head there right away. Following the coordinates provided by the leader, the change jumped into orbit around a solid planet devoid of an atmosphere. On the ground, a large base had been blasted open with a hole, and the oxygen had long since leaked out. At this moment, the dozen or so scientists were likely hiding in escape pods under shields. Zheng Yin immediately instructed Professor Picard scan for the scientists in the base and have the transport room bring them in. Moments later, Professor Picard, puzzled, said, "Captain, no signs of life have been detected in the base, nor is there any life support system operating." Yunchi, sent a communication request to the base. After the communication was connected, on the other end were a dozen Blue Star people who had not activated their shields and were exposed to the vacuum environment. One of the Blue Star people said, "We are extremely grateful for the Marshal's arrival. Please transport us onto the Starship." Zheng Yin asked, "Are you sure you know you are in a vacuum?" Seeing Zheng Yin's confusion, the dozen or so Blue Star people laughed. It seems the leader did not have time to explain the content of our research. Our experiment was successful. Our consciousness has safely transferred into machines, and our current bodies are simulated machines, enabling us to adapt to the vacuum. We can report the specifics on the Starship. Scanning the operating mechanical bodies will help locate us. Indeed, after another scan, Professor Picard located them and successfully transported them onto the Starship. According to their report, this research had been conducted for over a decade. After its success, it could not only solve all disease issues, but also grant a lifespan of up to 1 million years. As long as the primary consciousness existed, they could find better evolutionary paths in the face of technological advancements after 1 million years. The price paid for this was the loss of reproductive capabilities. After transporting them back to their home planet, the leader expressed profound gratitude and shared the research data with the Star Alliance free of charge. Several low-tech civilizations accepted this evolutionary path, and some civilizations ravaged by the Wars of Unity also embraced this change. However, not every civilization was willing to accept this evolutionary path. In hindsight, everyone discussed this matter, and Lu appreciated the prospect of longevity. Zheng Yin remarked, "Every civilization has its own path to evolution. The replicators have reached the pinnacle of third-tier civilizations, seeking a way to completely become human, while the Blue Star people are striving to become machines, illustrating that the direction of evolution is not fixed." After leaving the planet, the changed spacecraft was responding to the signal of the Stellar Alliance's assembly, heading towards a nebula 100 light-years away from the Lizardman planet of Alpha Centauri. At this time, the Stellar Alliance had gathered a fleet of 150,000 warships converging into this nebula. The front line of the Orion arm had pushed to Alpha Centauri, where the celestial ship people Lizardmen and three-eyed Longeared people were the only remaining unified factions. After eliminating these three factions, the secondary star civilizations in the Orion arm would belong to the member planets of the Stellar Alliance. Thus, the command center of the Stellar Alliance assembled 15,000 warships from 3 arms to launch a large-scale offensive against the 11 Lizardman planets and 4 three-eyed Longeared planets that occupied the Alpha Centauri cluster. Meanwhile, the celestial ship people dispatched 50,000 warships for support. The nebula where the allied fleet of the Stellar Alliance was gathering had a diameter of 30 light-years, making it suitable for hiding warships. When the change jumped into the nebula, less than 10,000 warships had arrived at the scene. They were the technologically advanced Zaba people fleet with warship speeds reaching Warp 9, comparable to that of Change 9999 level, and they were in the process of developing a jump engine. In addition, there were 1,000 warships, and the commander of the exploding star fleet and Zheng Yin were warmly reporting the recent situation. Upon hearing about the super evolution of the replicants, he was quite surprised and expressed a strong desire to meet a replicant to discuss the philosophy of evolution. Other fleets were rapidly assembling here at Warp 9 or 999. Even the fastest blue light people and the nearby natural star people would take 5 days to arrive, while the farthest fleets would require 2 months to gather completely. During this time, Zheng Yin became the highest commander in this area, arranging for stealth ships to patrol the nearby star regions while monitoring the movements of the unified factions within 100 light-years, keeping himself extremely busy. Finally, on the 5th day, Marshal Delugulu arrived, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After transferring military management, Zheng Yin could finally sleep soundly. Waking up in the middle of the night, Zheng Yin turned over, but did not find Wu Yunqi beside him. In his confusion, he fumbled around and found no one else in the bed. "Sister Yin, what time is it?" Zheng Yin asked. With no response from Wu Yunqi, the room was eerily quiet. Zheng Yin thought Wu Yunqi had already gotten up and mused that he might indeed be a bit tired these past few days, wondering if she had gone to work. However, upon looking at the electronic screen on the wall, which displayed the Starship time as 2:30 in the morning, he realized Wu Yunqi would not be out at this hour. "Change, turn on the lights." There was no response. Zheng Yin found it amusing and shouted again, "Computer, turn on the lights." The lights came on, and Zheng Yin got dressed and stepped out, finding no sign of Wu Yunqi in the living room or the courtyard. "Where has she gone?" Zheng Yin muttered to himself. Change, where is Yunqi? No response. Change. Still no reply. Looking at everything familiar around him, Zheng Yin finally sensed something was off. It was too quiet. A chill slowly rose from his feet, and he realized that something was wrong. Zheng Yin hurriedly activated the shield and scanner on his left wrist, while drawing his weapon in his right hand, switching it to the stunning mode. As he walked, he shouted, but apart from his own voice, there was no other sound. From the first deck to the fifth deck, he was the only person on the entire starship. Zheng Yin arrived at the bridge, opened the large screen, and scanned the surrounding space, only to find the colorful nebula outside with not a single ship from the Stellar Alliance's united fleet in sight. The coordinates of the starship remained unchanged. Is this another dimensional space? Zheng Yin wondered in confusion. Meanwhile, the computer on the starship only had a low-level auxiliary subsystem still functioning normally, as if the main system change had never existed. Zheng Yin was thoroughly alarmed. It was clear that something had gone wrong because it was impossible for all the expeditionary forces and fleets to disappear at the same time, and the main system change had mysteriously vanished as well. Indeed, Zheng Yin sent messages to other member planets of the Stellar Alliance in the Milky Way, but received no responses. He even attempted to communicate with the unified factions, yet still received no reply, as if all civilizations in the Milky Way had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Wu Yunqi was searching for Zheng Yin with all the expeditionary forces. In her dream, she felt a strong wind blow past her, and upon waking, she discovered Zheng Yin was missing, having just called out his name. Change then alerted. I have lost the consciousness connection with Zheng Yin. He is no longer on the starship. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunqi was greatly alarmed, quickly organizing personnel for a search and reporting the situation to Marshal de Lugulu. The Stellar Alliance's united fleet immediately launched a search and rescue operation within 100 light-years, scanning every planet within the range. Zheng Yin's sudden disappearance cast an atmosphere of extreme unease over the expeditionary forces. Meanwhile, Zheng Yin was helplessly sitting in the empty dining hall, watching the meal brought in by the service robot with no appetite at all. He sighed deeply and lowered his head. Such delicious food will taste bad if it gets cold. Suddenly, a hoarse and comical voice appeared, startling Zheng Yin to jump up and stumble backward, falling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Zheng Yin saw a small old man with white hair who was using Zheng Yin's chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised meat and stuff it into his mouth. This taste is simply exquisite, rich and sweet, fatty, yet not greasy. It lingers in the mouth. The old man squinted his eyes, swallowed the piece of meat, and continued, I didn't expect the food replicator could produce such delicious meals. Zheng Yin composed himself, stood up, and smiled, saying, Grandpa, if you like to eat, I'll support you for life, but could you please throw me back first? The old man raised his goat beard and retorted, Throw you back where? Zheng Yin replied with a smile, I won't lie in front of a real person. You must be a super existence from a higher dimensional space. I'm not averse to spending a few days with you, but am worried that the members on my starship won't find me. The old man laughed. Haha, I just don't like crowds, which is why I wanted to meet you alone. Fine, since you dislike me so much, I will leave immediately to avoid being accused of eating your food for free. Zheng Yin hurriedly smiled. I absolutely didn't mean that. Just take me back to the main space. You can still stay here, can't you? The old man sighed. This subspace was open, using you as the carrier. Once you leave, I will float away immediately. Alas, I won't be able to enjoy good food anymore. Zheng Yin replied. You can go to the main space to eat. You don't like crowds, that's fine. Oh, I can set aside a special area just for you so no one will disturb you. The old man laughed heartily. It's rare for you to be so considerate, much more agreeable than the white light people. To tell you the truth, my essence is a piece of subspace, but I still need matter from the main space to exist, just like a bubble at the edge of a pond needs water, or a bubble in a frying pan needs oil. Once you leave, I will temporarily cease to exist. Zheng Yin asked, Must the material sent to the main dimension be a human being? The elder replied, Even better, if you could give me a food replicator. Zheng Yin exclaimed, Help yourself to any food replicator aboard our starship. Take them all if you wish. They contain the complete archive of humanity's culinary recipes. You may savor them in endless variations. The elder laughed heartily. Excellent. You are far more generous than the white light beings. Let me clarify, this is neither theft nor deception. It is done with your full consent. Zheng Yin smiled. It is our profound honor to meet you. Consider this my humble offering, a gesture of filial respect toward an elder sage. How could such an act ever be mistaken for theft or deceit? The elder chuckled. Rest assured, I shall not take your gifts without recompense. I'll present you with a small token in return. Your wife has been anxiously searching for you, so I'll spare you further mischief. Ha ha ha. With a casual wave, the elder transported Zheng Yin instantly beside Wu Yunqi. Startled, she thought her eyes had deceived her, until Zheng Yin smiled and said, Yunmei, I'm unharmed. Please keep everyone well clear of the food replicator. Before the crew could grasp what had transpired, a sudden chill swept through the dining hall, and one food replicator vanished into thin air. A flash of white light followed, revealing a figure bound within a luminous ring, the white light being's leader, the Horned Youth. Zheng Yin was stunned. A thought flashed through his mind. Ascending from Tier 3 to Tier 4 civilization must indeed be arduous. This white light deity truly endures humiliation everywhere he goes. Zheng Yin urgently called out Delu. Sister Yueqing, Professor Picard, hurry rescue the white light deity. A glowing orb sealed the deity's mouth tightly. He could utter not a single word, only emit frantic muffled cries. Yet none of the starship's weapons could sever the luminous ring binding him. Zheng Yin ordered logistics personnel to carry him to the medical bay. Then he asked, was it the elder who bound the white light deity? Lying on the medical bed, the white light deity nodded indignantly and let out two sharp muffled cries. The scene was so absurd that everyone struggled to suppress laughter. Delu clenched his lower lip tightly, his whole body trembling with suppressed mirth. Fearing Delu might burst into laughter and humiliate the deity, further Zheng Yin quickly said, Delu, report to Marshal Delugulu, inform him I've returned safely, but under no circumstances mention the white light deity. Yes, sir. Delu shot out the door like a bolt, and couldn't restrain himself, bursting into raucous laughter along the corridor, thinking, at last someone has avenged me. After Delu departed, Zheng Yin instructed Chang'e deploy all available analytical capabilities to scan both the luminous ring constricting the white light deity and the orb sealing his mouth. Moments later, Chang'e reported, Captain, the material properties are unknown. It does not originate from four-dimensional space. It simultaneously spans multiple dimensions, thus even spatial teleportation cannot liberate the white light deity. Zheng Yin paused, then said, everyone please step outside for a moment. I'd like a private word with the white light deity. Once the others had left, Zheng Yin told the deity, I too encountered that elder. From the moment I laid eyes upon him, I sensed his extraordinary power and treated him with utmost reverence and caution. He bore no malice, merely a fondness for playful pranks. Clearly his mastery surpasses even that of the unification entity. Our technology is utterly powerless against his bindings. His intent, I believe, was to chastise you for perceived arrogance. Had you approached him humbly and sincerely apologized, forgiveness might have followed. Rest assured, I shall depart now and return in 30 minutes. Having heard him out, the white light deity closed his eyes in silent assent. Zheng Yin exited the medical bay and gently shut the door behind him. 20 minutes later, the white light deity appeared outside the medical bay, freed from both the luminous ring and the orb. He said to Zheng Yin, thank you for your kindness, but there is no need to conceal this. There is no shame in it. The elder did not initially reveal his identity. Though his physical form resides within subspace, he is in truth a divine entity of Tier 5 civilization. To be toyed with by him is in fact a rare privilege. Regarding your impending war against the unification faction, I shall offer modest assistance, as repayment for your timely intervention on my behalf. That ring and orb are gifts he bestowed upon you. With them, even the unification deity himself could be captured. As for their usage, discover it yourselves. With those words, the white light deity vanished in a shimmer of light. Zheng Yin led the crew into the medical bay, and found resting upon the empty bed a luminous sphere the size of an egg and a coiled spring-like ring 10 centimeters in diameter. Delu grinned, treasure artifacts. Zheng Yin smiled. Professor Picard, please take these two higher-dimensional weapons to the lab for thorough analysis. If they're truly our legacy, we must understand how to wield them. Delu chuckled. Hold on. Captain, where on earth have you been all this time? We searched high and low. Then suddenly, you reappeared dragging a bound white light deity behind you. Speaking of Tier 5 deities. Good heavens, Tier 5 civilization. I've never even heard of such a thing. Zheng Yin smiled wryly. Neither did I expect the elder's power to be so immense. I assumed he ranked alongside the travelers, never imagining he embodied the might of a Tier 5 civilization. He then recounted in meticulous detail his solitary journey through subspace. Upon hearing it, the crew fell into awed silence. Zheng Yin added firmly, this mysterious elder did not appear without purpose. These artifacts demand rigorous study. They will prove invaluable in times to come. No sooner had Professor Picard departed with the ring and orb than Chekhov, on bridge duty, urgently reported, Captain, come to the bridge at once. Something momentous has occurred. Zheng Yin, Wuyunqi, and Delu rushed to the bridge, only to find Marshals Delugulu, Zashili, and Dumu each appearing on separate main view screens. Zheng Yin smiled. All three marshals seemed radiant with triumph. Surely some joyous news awaits us. Marshal Delugulu beamed. Your journey through subspace has delivered us a formidable ally. The white light deity has dispatched his entire fleet into this nebula. We are now poised to launch our assault. Zheng Yin gasped in delight. So soon. He only just departed our starship. The imposing Marshal Zashili declared, at first we feared an attack, but then the white light beings manifested aboard every vessel. For a brief interval they remained, granting us unprecedented velocity. Within minutes we arrived here. Zheng Yin smiled. That is splendid news. What is the command center's next course of action? Marshal Dumu replied, we propose convening a joint strategy council aboard the Chang'e, given its status as flagship of the Stellar Alliance. Its capacious flight deck can accommodate over 1,000 commanding officers from allied civilizations, enabling unified deliberation and tactical planning. Zheng Yin nodded, agreed. We begin preparations immediately. All commanding officers, please proceed to your respective transporter chambers within 10 minutes, ready for synchronized transit. The council chamber will be established on the 4th level holographic deck of the Chang'e. Gao Xixiang, as the organizer of the venue, set up a holographic screen at each leader's seat to facilitate tactical discussions. After deliberation among over 1,000 battle-hardened generals, it was decided that the change would lead the charge alongside 1,000 battleships. Subsequently, an overwhelming advance by 150,000 troops would follow. First, Zheng Yin ordered the change to open a micro-wormhole to send an invisible probe 1 light-year away from the Lizardmen's planet. The reconnaissance revealed that the Lizardmen had assembled 40,000 battleships and were prepared for defense, among which 10,000 were battleships of the Tianquan Star People. It was anticipated that more forces from the Unity faction were still en route. The Tianquan Star People Lizardmen and the Treed Longeared People are the backbone members of the Unity faction, having become the henchmen of the five-dimensional Unity since their civilization's inception. Unlike the gray-haired people and six-winged people who joined due to oppression for survival, they are fervent zealots of the Unity doctrine. Therefore, this war is not only to protect the native life forms on the planet, but also poses no concerns regarding these three races. After confirming the intelligence, the Change Fleet made its jump, followed by the 150,000 battleships gathering at maximum warp towards the Lizardmen's planet. It was expected to arrive on site in 2 days. During this time, the Change Fleet would conduct guerrilla warfare to disrupt the enemy fleet's formation. Due to the need to protect the native life forms on the planet and nurture the next new civilization, weapons of third-order civilization, such as black hole torpedoes and singularity bombs, which have a large area of effect and long-term impact, would not be used in this battle. Upon jumping near the Lizardmen's battleship cluster, the Change first launched 100,000 mosquito-style jamming bombs, followed by firing the most powerful neutrino-splitting cannon. The 1,000 battleships and 5 escort ships also fired their maximum power quark-splitting cannon. The sudden attack threw the Unity Coalition into disarray, destroying over 1,000 battleships in the onslaught. Before the enemy could mount a counterattack, the Change Fleet jumped 2 light-years away. Electrocap launched deep space missiles targeting the marked 1,000 enemy ships. Zheng Yin commanded. Due to the prohibition on using black hole torpedoes, the engineering team had replaced the black hole bombs with high-compression antimatter warheads. Although less powerful than black hole torpedoes, they are smaller. While black hole torpedoes can only carry 3 high-compression antimatter warheads, can carry 15 at a time each with an explosive power equivalent to 20 million tons of TNT. Moreover, their speed could be increased to warp level 9. Gathering 15 antimatter warheads together could easily destroy a medium-sized battleship. This time, the 1,000 battleships marked 1,000 medium-sized Lizardmen escort ships. After launching 1,000 warp-level deep space missiles, they would reach their targets in 10 minutes. At this time, deep space radar showed that the enemy's battleships had rapidly expanded and increased their distances from one another to prevent being hit again by the Change's neutrino-splitting cannon. Seeing that the warp-level deep space missiles were about to reach their targets, Zheng Yin ordered Beidou set the coordinates to the enemy fleet checkoff, open the wormhole electrocap, launch 100,000 self-guided Dragonfly missiles. The Dragonfly missile is a cold nuclear fusion missile with an explosive power far greater than that of the Mosquito-style jamming missile, reaching 200,000 tons of TNT. It can automatically seek out medium to small targets, has autonomous cruising capabilities, and a range of up to 1 million kilometers, making it ideal for clearing the battlefield in close combat. Once the wormhole opened, 100,000 missiles poured through. The entire Starship fleet then jumped to the edge of the enemy fleet, conducting Hitandran attacks, focusing fire on small portions of the battleships, and before the enemy could retaliate, they jumped again to another location. This cycle left the Lizardmen and Tianquan Star People at a loss. After 1 day of this guerrilla tactic, 4,000 battleships were destroyed, and finally the enemy ships had pulled their distances apart to over 1,000 kilometers, causing the Change Fleet's next jump attack to only destroy a limited number of enemy ships. They could only rely on sporadic attacks from long-range missiles to affect the enemy fleet. At this moment, another 20,000 Tianquan Star battleships flew in to assist, along with 5,000 Treed Longeared battleships approaching from another direction. Zheng Yin looked at the deep space radar and said, "Of course, the old lady picks the soft ones to intercept the Treed Longeared people." With a command, the Starship fleet jumped to the rear of the 5,000 Treed Longeared battleships, maintaining parallel pursuit at the same warp speed. Then the entire Change fleet simultaneously fired refracted light beams. The flashes reflected back and forth from the enemy fleet, ultimately paralyzing their forces and forcing them to cease warp. The Treed Longeared people are known for their brutality, but their technological level does not match that of the Lizardmen. They had almost no ability to resist the Change fleet's assault, being reduced to clouds of dust by several neutrino-splitting cannons. The remaining few hundred that escaped were swiftly eliminated by the battleships with a few quark-splitting cannon shots. Captain, 5,000 Tianquan Star battleships are on their way to assist. Should we retreat or engage? Professor Picard asked. Zheng Yin inquired, how long until our main force arrives? In 10 hours. And what about the 20,000 Tianquan Star support fleet? They'll arrive in a day. These 5,000 are newly discovered and can reach us at an astonishing warp speed of 9.9999, arriving in just 5 minutes. It seems they learned this technology from parallel dimensions. This area has been devoid of commanding life forms for 10 years. Prepare the black hole torpedoes for a heat-in assault. 5 minutes later, the fleet of 5,000 Tianquan star battleships arrived on the scene. Surprisingly, all 5,000 were super-large cruisers, each measuring 40 kilometers long. Zheng Yin couldn't help but admire the strength of the Tianquan star people. Even in a losing position, they managed to assemble such a large-scale heavy battleship group. Electrocap launched 100 black hole torpedoes. After launching the 100 black hole torpedoes, they did not detonate. Upon contact with the enemy's shields, they suddenly lost power and were easily captured by the Tianquan star people. What? Zheng Yin couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, what kind of black technology is this? Lu cursed angrily. At that moment, Wu Yunqi received a message from the other side. Yunqi displayed it on the big screen. Zheng Yin felt a vague sense of unease. Once the video connected, the figure that appeared was none other than Jingbao, the leader of the Tianquan star people, but he looked even more sinister than the last time they met. Jingbao sneered, "So you are Zheng Yin in this universe." Hearing these words, Zheng Yin felt a chill spread throughout his body. You're not the Jingbao I know. Of course, I come from a parallel universe here to take over your galaxy. The Tianquan people of this universe are utterly useless, reduced to being attacked by the Star Alliance. This is something that cannot exist in my universe. Now that I've informed you, you can choose to surrender and self-destruct your starship to avoid me taking action myself. Zheng Yin quietly signaled to Lu De, who immediately went to the battle defense room. Zheng Yin smiled and said, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Not only will I not surrender, but even Jingbao may not welcome your arrival." As soon as Zheng Yin finished speaking, a neutrino-splitting cannon fired, instantly destroying over 100 enemy ships. Following that, another neutrino-splitting cannon was launched. However, this time, not a single warship was destroyed. The neutrino-splitting cannon has 100,000 types of superposition states in its frequency, and it's impossible for enemy ships to enhance their defensive superposition state in such a short time, unless they possess technology of a third-level civilization or higher. Jingbao looked at Zheng Yin's astonished expression and laughed heartily. "Your sneak attack is as foolish and despicable as a child, and it lacks any lethality." After saying this, he waved his hand, and his eyes shone with a light that Zheng Yin was both familiar with and resisted. Indeed, it was the unique glow of the five-dimensional unity. The dust clouds of the over 100 destroyed warships instantly appeared in reverse, returning to their original state a few seconds later. "You are the unity," Zheng Yin shouted. "Yes, now you can rest assured and die," Jingbao said with a cold smile. "All fleets retreat." Zheng Yin hurriedly ordered, "Send the retreat signal to the Star Alliance fleet." "Captain, we've lost all power," the captain of the battleship Baoxing reported. "Captain, the jump engine and curvature engine are also unresponsive, Dr. Jones reported from the engine room. "Captain, deep space information transmission has failed, and our long-range communication capability has been shut down," Wu Yunqi reported. "Change, can you self-repair?" Zheng Yin asked anxiously. "Captain, the disabled systems are offline. I can't activate them," Change replied. "Ha, accept the blessing of the gods." Jingbao shouted, laughing maniacally as he waved his hand, and 5,000 warships surrounded the Change. "Wait," Zheng Yin shouted. "What do you want to join us?" Ha, I don't take weak humans as subordinates," Jingbao said. "No, please let the expedition members go. I am willing to bring change and submit to you alone," Zheng Yin said. Jingbao laughed. "You have no choice. I don't need your toys," Zheng Yin said. "But I am the Marshal of the Star Alliance, the leader of the Star Alliance fleet on Change. If I bring the Starship to join you, it would greatly aid your conquest of the entire galaxy. Why not?" Wu Yunqi hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yin." Zheng Yin quickly raised a hand to stop her, saying, "You may take good care of our unborn child, and please tell him later that Daddy is not a bad person." Wu Yunqi felt a pang of sadness. Just as she was about to cry out, she suddenly noticed that a spring guard had appeared on Zheng Yin's wrist, and he was holding something in his hand. Although neither item emitted light, Wu Yunqi recognized it as a weapon of the fifth-level civilization that binds the white light god. Realizing something, she changed her tone and said, "How can you betray the Star Alliance and humanity?" But her eyes were filled with worry. Zheng Yin pretended not to see and said to Jingbao, "If you wish, you can send me to your side at any time. I only ask you to release these expedition members." Jingbao contemptuously replied, "The kindness of humans is truly laughable and foolish. You can at most buy them a few more years of life. By then, the entire galaxy will turn into a singularity. When the entire universe no longer has any galaxies, I will lead you all to ascend to the five-dimensional space free from the control of the law of entropy increase. Everything I do is for your evolution." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "But not everyone can understand your grand ambitions." Jingbao replied, "Then I will first grant you the honor of admiring my achievements." After saying this, he waved his hand, and Zheng Yin disappeared. At the same time, Zheng Yin appeared on the big screen in front of Jingbao. Zheng Yin's height of 178 meters made him look like a child in front of the over 2-meter tall Jingbao. As soon as Zheng Yin appeared, before Jingbao could speak, he threw out the light sphere and spring guard. Jingbao, caught off guard, was hit squarely. However, there was no reaction at all, which frightened Zheng Yin greatly. He thought to himself, indeed, one cannot rely on luck. He had been communicating with Change mentally while dealing with Jingbao. The scientific team had not found a method to use the light ring and light sphere, They had tried everything, but received no response. But Zheng Yin intuitively believed that these two items were prepared for the god of unity in the parallel space, and he had to take the gamble. After all, there was only a dead end ahead. The god of unity from the low-frequency parallel universe was even more ruthless, and would definitely not let go of the Earth Expeditionary Army and the Star Alliance's 15000 troops. The Light Chasers had already left this universe, and neither the White Light God nor the Panga clan were opponents of the five-dimensional unity. They certainly would not get involved. There was only this one method left. Zheng Yin had changed quietly transmit the spring guard to his wrist and the light sphere to his palm. Using surrender as a guise, he approached Jingbao directly, throwing the two high-dimensional space weapons at him. The plan was progressing smoothly, but unexpectedly, he lost the final gamble. Luda, watching from the big screen, slapped his thigh and shouted, "Captain, why didn't you shout magic weapon?" Zheng Yin angrily said, "We're about to die, and you still have the mood to joke." Jingbao looked at Zheng Yin, then at the light sphere and spring guard on the ground, and angrily said, "Ignorant ants daring to blaspheme the gods." Zheng Yin sneered, "At most you're just an evil spirit boasting shamelessly. Come out, Unity, don't hide like a parasite inside Jingbao. The Light Chasers have already ascended to five-dimensional space. No one can control you now. Why are you being so fierce?" After saying this, Zheng Yin turned to the changes bridge on the screen and smiled, "Professor Weiss, don't mind me." As a parasitic being, Professor Weiss had long been accustomed to the differences in civilizations, giving an okay gesture like an earthling and saying, "Well, all die soon who see you in the alternate dimension." Jingbao angrily said, "Shut up. You impolite, and accept the blessing of the gods." After Black Crystal Explosion finished speaking, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and the five-dimensional unity was about to emerge. Zheng Yin sneered, resigned to his fate, while Wu Yunqi touched her slightly bulging abdomen, revealing a bitter smile of helplessness. Dai Lu, however, was restless, incessantly cursing the dead monster and dog monster. Faced with such overwhelming power, the Change Fleet had no energy left to retaliate. Just as everyone awaited their doom, the spring circle beneath Black Crystal Explosion suddenly illuminated, entwining him like a vine. The emerging Unity deity let out a piercing scream as it was bound by the light circle, immediately retracting back into Black Crystal Explosion. Then Black Crystal Explosion opened his mouth, attempting to let the Unity body escape. However, the light sphere shot into his mouth like lightning, instantly enlarging to the size of a melon, forcing his mouth wide open and unable to close. A flash of light followed as a light circle emitted from Black Crystal Explosion and expanded outward at the speed of light. Wherever it passed, the shields of the Tianquan Star People's battleships became ineffective. Seeing this, Dai Lu hurriedly shouted, "Jones, hurry up. Hurry." Before Dr. Jones could locate Zheng Yin, Change had already teleported Zheng Yin to the bridge, bringing along the bound Black Crystal Explosion. Energy. Full firepower attack. All space fleets open fire. Zheng Yin's first thought upon returning to the bridge was to immediately destroy this group of low-frequency parallel universe invaders. Without the protection of shields, the 5,000 Tianquan Star People's battleships were as fragile as paper, reduced to debris in less than 10 minutes under a torrential barrage of fire. Huff! Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Yin hugged Wu Yunqi, feeling a profound sense of survival amidst death. Dai Lu smiled. "So this treasure only activates when encountering high-dimensional energy bodies. You can always relate everything to metaphysics. We really have no understanding of these two high-dimensional space weapons. Let's take Black Crystal Explosion to the isolation chamber first." Zheng Yin then recounted the thrilling moment to the three Star Alliance marshals. Marshal Delugelu said, "I didn't expect the low-frequency parallel universe to invade our battlefield. It's truly thanks to those two high-dimensional space weapons. As for the coexistence of this Unity deity and Black Crystal Explosion, we might not have a way to kill him, which could become a hidden danger over time. After the battle, we'll visit Chaos Star and hand him over to the White Light God. After all, the only advanced civilization we can currently contact is them and the Panga clan." Marshal Z Shirley said, "We will arrive at the battlefield in 5 hours, so you all hold on a little longer." After shutting down communications, Zheng Yin ordered Space Fleet initiate wormhole harassment attacks. Then wormholes opened in front of each Starship fleet, and cruise missiles poured out. Once the positions of the Starship fleets were exposed, they immediately jumped to another location. During this period, the Starship fleet also used artificial wormholes to raid the 2,000 Tianquan Star People's fleet coming to assist, as well as the Lizard People's defense facilities on the planet's surface. Their successive surprise attacks left the enemy ships unable to retaliate. Eventually, it seemed they had detected the approach of the Starship army and collectively flew toward the Star Alliance forces. After 2 days of harassment raids by the Change, 4,000 medium and small battleships along with 5,000 heavy battleships from the parallel universe were destroyed. Seeing the Unity faction unable to withstand the harassment and collectively approaching the Star Alliance forces, Zheng Yin laughed. "This is fantastic." He then sent a communication to the Star Alliance fleet informing them of the Unity faction's movement trajectory and requesting the fleet to halt their advance immediately. Meanwhile, the Change Starship jumped ahead of the Star Alliance fleet, placing a layer of time-slowing torpedoes with a cross-sectional area of 10,000 kilometers in an invisible state. They were set to detonate once the Unity fleet arrived. 1,000 battleships continued to harass the enemy. Soon the Unity faction's army was getting very close to the Star Alliance fleet. When they were still 10 light-years away, their large battleships collectively fired warp-level black hole torpedoes. Over 1,000 warp-level black hole torpedoes flew toward the Star Alliance fleet. For such a weapon, the Star Alliance fleet could only escape by continuously flying until the torpedo's cruise range was exhausted. Captain, there are 10 minutes until we reach the slow torpedoes barrier. Should we reveal ourselves to detonate? Professor Picard asked. No, gather the battleships quickly. Open wormholes along the trajectory of the black hole torpedoes with coordinates set to the desolate area between the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies. Zheng Yin instructed. Then 1,000 battleships jumped to the trajectory of the black hole torpedoes, opening 1,000 wormholes, sending the black hole torpedoes to the edge of the Milky Way, heading toward the distant Andromeda galaxy. Based on the energy output of the Unity faction's warp-level black hole torpedoes, they could only fly for a maximum of 20 light-years, which was essentially stationary compared to the 2 million light-years distance to the Andromeda galaxy. These black hole torpedoes could not escape the gravitational pull of the Milky Way. Once they exited warp speed, they would remain at the outer edge of the Milky Way. After the long-range warp-level weapons were taken by the Change Fleet, using wormholes, the united forces of the Unity faction were furious. They could only wait for close-quarters combat to safely launch their third-stage civilization weapons without worrying about being intercepted, so they accelerated their speed. Captain, the enemy fleet is 1 minute away from the hidden slow torpedoes. Professor Picard reported. Keep track of the timing, disengage stealth, and detonate 1 second before contact. We must not allow them to discover and escape. Understood, Zheng Yin said. As the nearly 40,000 Lizard People and Tianquan Star People's joint fleet was about to reach the Star Alliance fleet, a swarm of slow torpedoes covering an area of 10,000 kilometers was detonated. 1,000 slow torpedoes averaging 1 every 10 kilometers suddenly appeared and exploded, creating a time barrier across an area of 10,000 kilometers in space. More than a third of the Unity faction's battleships were affected, instantly exiting warp speed. The remaining battleships tried to evade, but due to their high speed and proximity, over 2,000 battleships collided with those in front. The 20,000 battleships that were not affected by the slow torpedoes continued to fly forward. The changed Starship fleet immediately revealed themselves and launched an attack on the 1,000 enemy ships in a slowed state. At that moment, these battleships had become sitting ducks, and after a barrage, they were thoroughly enveloped by various energy cannons. As these energy cannons and laser beams made contact with the enemy ships' shields, they too were affected by the slowed time, appearing as clusters of light balls stuck to the enemy ship's shields. Due to the Starship fleet's continuous firing of energy weapons, it didn't take long before the true appearance of these enemy ships was no longer visible. Once the sluggish energy of the weapons completely enveloped the 10,000 barrier that spanned 10,000 kilometers and bringing it back on track. Then came a series of intense explosions. The 10,000 enemy ships had no chance to retaliate, as they perceived the firing speed of the energy weapons to be faster than light. They could only watch helplessly as they were obliterated. After eliminating these 10,000 warships, the Change Fleet hurried towards the battlefield. Their over 20,000 enemy ships had already launched a suicide attack on the Star Alliance fleet. Each warship acted like a high-explosive warp-class bomb, creating small black holes on the battlefield. The fleet of the Starship Coalition had extended the battlefield to a range of 1 light-year, dodging black hole torpedoes while launching attacks on the warships of the Unification faction. The addition of the Change Fleet further tilted the advantages on the battlefield. 10 hours later, the warships of the Unification faction were nearly annihilated, leaving a cloud of debris in space. This massive battlefield relic would forever remain here, becoming a paradise for interstellar scavengers. As the support fleet of 20,000 Tianquan aliens was about to arrive, they chose to retreat, believing it unnecessary to seek death, and swiftly flew towards the Sagittarius Arm. This action indicated that the Tianquan aliens had completely abandoned the Lizard People, and the three-eyed long-eared beings also forsaking all star regions in the Orion Arm. The remaining 11 planets of the Lizard People and 4 planets of the three-eyed long-eared beings in the Orion Arm were the last remnants of the Unification faction's planets. Upon their eradication, the Orion Arm would completely transform into a utopian cultural star domain. In this expulsion battle in the Orion Arm, the Star Alliance's united fleet lost fewer than 5,000 warships, while the Unification faction's coalition lost nearly 50,000 warships, along with 5,000 heavy warships from the parallel universe. Subsequently, the Star Alliance coalition divided into 15 routes to attack the remaining 15 planets, aiming to completely destroy the ground defense forces and take control of the planets. According to reports from reconnaissance ships, 3,000 warships still lingered on 2 colonized planets occupied by the Lizard People, but as the war neared its end, they abandoned the lizard residents on the planetary surface and fled with the arriving Tianquan aliens. On the home planet of the three-eyed long-eared beings, 5,000 warships remained, as they were both stubborn and irritable, refusing to flee with the Tianquan aliens, and choosing instead to stay and fight to the death. The Change Fleet jumped directly next to the three-eyed long-eared warship cluster. After several bursts from the neutrino fragmentation cannons, the three-eyed long-eared beings finally recognized the technological disparity, but the remaining 200 warships still attempted to flee. Surrounded by the armada of warships, they were bombarded into clouds of dust. The cleanup operation lasted 15 days with 99% of the obstinate lizard people and three-eyed long-eared beings eliminated. The remaining 300 million lizard people and 100 million three-eyed long-eared beings finally chose to surrender as they faced extinction, realizing that they could not wait for the unification god to save them. The Star Alliance chose the most barren planet for their survival, depriving them of all modern technology, only providing them with Neolithic farming tools, and established a space monitoring station in orbit to impose civilizational sanctions on them. For the next 10,000 years, their civilization would not be allowed to reach the electrical era unless they completely stood against the unification god, which was already a significant leniency for the defeated side. Compared to other civilizations defeated by the unification faction that were sacrificed to the unification god, the Star Alliance's approach was remarkably merciful. The original civilization of this planet had previously been collectively harvested and offered to the unification god. The unique climate and environment of this planet severely limited the technological development of the 400 million captives. The metal content on this planet is extremely low, to the point where large metal equipment cannot be produced. Unless vast amounts of metal are transported from outer space, technological development would be impossible. The remaining 14 planets became uninhabited, with 1 billion homeless Wagia people settling on the home planet of the three-eyed long-eared beings, inheriting a significant amount of modern equipment as a form of compensation. Zheng Yin chose 3 planets that formed a triangle and applied to the Star Alliance for them to be inhabited by humans. Since humanity entered the stellar era, the emergence of new medical technologies has resulted in no patients dying of old age, and the birth rate of newborns has skyrocketed. In 3 years, over 2 billion newborns were born, and the Earth Federation had long been planning to colonize other star systems, but had yet to find suitable planets. The Star Alliance command was troubled about filling these 14 planets, but promptly agreed and requested the Earth Federation to allocate more population to reside on the home planet of the lizard people to lead this star cluster. The engineering team of the Star Alliance's planetary bridge also quickly established massive interstellar portals on the 14 planets to facilitate the immigration. The interstellar portal has now been upgraded to the 5th generation, establishing 2 giant portals in one go with designated entrances and exits, greatly enhancing both size and distance. Finally, the Earth Federation sought the opinions of its citizens, and with the generous benefits of the new planets, recruited an immigration team of 3 billion. Most of them were passionate young people eager to carve out their career peaks in this new world. The home planet of the lizard people was renamed New Capital Star, symbolizing it as the leader of this new star cluster in the Star Alliance. The other 3 planets were named according to their topographical environments: Water Marsh Star, Green Forest Star, and Giant Rock Star, with around 500 million humans allocated to each. They would need 2 years to heal the scars of war before they could continue rapid development. The remaining 10 planets were mostly inhabited by other races of the Star Alliance with relatively small populations. The most populated planet housed only 200 million people. After 3 months of busy settling, these new immigrants finally stabilized. The Star Alliance established a large space dock in the orbit of New Capital Star and began constructing warships for each planet, while dispatching 5,000 warships to patrol this star region until every planet had perfected its defenses. At this time, the front lines of the battlefield had shifted to the Sagittarius Arm, where besides the large-scale Tianquan aliens, there was also a fierce race, the Krelians. This race exists only on 3 planets, yet their technological level is very advanced, almost on par with the Tianquan aliens at their peak. However, they do not love expansion and do not like to take leadership positions, thus they rarely participate in interstellar wars and are not under the command of the Tianquan aliens. Yet they are an ancient civilization of the unification faction. In response to the Krelians, the Star Alliance has adopted a policy of avoidance, as they do not yet have accurate data on the current technological level of the Krelians. Perhaps they have already reached the technological heights of the Pangu race and entered the 3rd-tier star system civilization. The changed ship received the challenging mission of reconnaissance against the Krelians. But first they must deliver the unification deity, who is invading from the low-frequency parallel universe, to the Chaos Star. The changed ship jumped into the vast nebula where the Chaos Star is located. At this point, without the threat of the unification deity, the Baiguang people had removed their cloaking status. This nebula spans 200 light-years and is home to over 100 primitive civilizations. These civilizations remain in a feudal era, all worshipping the Baiguang religion. They do not need to develop technology. By praying around the holy spring and offering their consciousness, they can receive the blessings of the Baiguang people, satisfying their spiritual and material needs. Such nurtured civilizations are like farms cultivated by the Baiguang people, providing a continuous source of energy for their evolution into the 5-dimensional space. Fortunately, the Baiguang people's policies are relatively mild, otherwise they would be the next unification deity. Zheng Yin exclaimed. I see them as following a similar path as the unification deity, relying on other species to achieve their own goals, which is far inferior compared to the Tuguang people who rely solely on their own evolutionary methods. No wonder the Tuguang people have ascended to the five-dimensional space, while they are still lingering in the four-dimensional realm. Dai Lu said dismissively, "All right, let's not discuss this any further. We wouldn't want the Baiguang deity to overhear and be displeased. Yin Qi sent a communication request to the Chaos Star." Zheng Yin instructed. Just as the communication was sent, the Baiguang deity appeared on the bridge of the changed ship. Zheng Yin immediately stood up and smiled. "We have come to present a gift to the Baiguang deity." The Baiguang deity said, "I am pleased that you have won the battle of the Orion Arm. What gift do you wish to present? Are you planning to convert to our Baiguang religion?" Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Of course not. We have made our stance clear on that long ago. Can't your super ability sense what gift we are bringing you?" The Baiguang deity replied, "If it is a tangible object, I can certainly sense it. If it is your thoughts, I would need to perceive your consciousness to know, but that would be impolite." Dai Lu laughed and said, "Well, that would make you uncomfortable. This gift is indeed a solid object, one we captured on the battlefield, but since we couldn't kill it, we decided to present it to you." The Baiguang deity asked in confusion, "What is it?" Zheng Yin replied, "Please come to our isolation room. The gift is tied up inside." The Baiguang deity, now even more perplexed, said, "Tied up?" Clearly the shadows of being bound in his mind had yet to dissipate. Upon arriving outside the isolation room, the Baiguang deity exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a black crystal burst?" "No, wait, the frequency of the basic particles that make it up is lower than that of the light quanta in our universe. This is a black crystal burst from the low-frequency parallel universe." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Indeed, the Baiguang deity is impressive. Your sight is even more accurate and swift than my Starship scanner. Yes, this is the leader of the Tianquan people who invaded from the low-frequency parallel universe, the black crystal burst. Within him lies the unification deity of the low-frequency parallel universe. We captured them with weapons gifted by a mysterious elder, but we could not execute him, so we thought to send him to you." He then briefly recounted the encounter with the Tianquan people from the low-frequency parallel universe. The Baiguang deity said, "I did not expect your war to be so perilous. I will take them away and deliver them to the high-dimensional space. The upcoming battle of the Sagittarius Arm will be much more intense than that of the Orion Arm. If you wish to receive my assistance, it is simple, just convert to the Baiguang religion." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "We do not wish to become the Tianquan people. We do not particularly like the identity of the divine spokesperson. Perhaps we will meet again in the five-dimensional space." The Baiguang deity replied, "Let's hope so." He then vanished, and the bound black crystal burst in the isolation room also disappeared. Zheng Yin ordered, "All hands prepare to set off for the Sagittarius Arm." The changed ship is over 20,000 light-years away from the three planets of the Kelians. They need to execute 2 jumps to reach a position 1,000 light-years from the Kelian star system. During the second jump, the Starship unexpectedly encountered a spatial sinkhole. The turbulent space caused significant shaking to the changed ship, nearly incapacitating the systems, forcing all subsystems, including life support, to shut down for several seconds. Fortunately, the duration was brief, and 10 seconds later the changed ship appeared outside the wormhole, rapidly restoring all systems without causing any casualties. "Captain, we are still 1,000 light-years away from the target. Should we conduct long-range reconnaissance, or should we directly jump while cloaked?" asked Professor Picard. The Kelians have been in civilization for thousands of years alongside the Pangu race. Nobody knows how advanced their technology has become. We will first cloak and fly 100 light-years away to conduct deep space reconnaissance. Zheng Yin then instructed, "Beidou, set the coordinates to 100 light-years outside the Kelian star system. Chekhov, activate cloaking mode warp speed 999. The coordinates have been set to 100 light-years outside the Kelian star system. Entering cloaking mode, curvature engine activated, setting warp speed 999. Estimated arrival in 3 days." Having arranged the journey, Zheng Yin prepared to return to his quarters to accompany Wu Yunqi, who was not on duty today. Now 5 months pregnant, Zheng Yin's leisure time after work was spent with his wife. Zheng Yin responded to colleagues greeting him while happily jogging back to his residence. Suddenly, he bumped into a young girl, Xia Xiaolu, from the logistics team. Beautiful and poised, she was a staunch member of Zheng Yin's fan club and often visited Wu Yunqi to chat with her. Xia Xiaolu had just run out of the holographic room panting and sweating, adjusting her clothes. Upon colliding with Zheng Yin, she felt both embarrassed and delighted. Her already flushed face turned red to the nape of her neck. Xia Xiaolu lowered her head and said with a smile, "I'm sorry." Then, like a child caught doing something wrong, she quickly ran away. Zheng Yin shook his head and smiled wryly, muttering to himself, "I bumped into you, why are you apologizing?" However, when he glanced at the control panel at the entrance of the holographic deck, he became unsettled. The panel had not yet been closed, and it prompted whether to shut down with a line of small text below stating the 90th time of intimate entanglement with Zheng Yin. "Oh my, I really did not expect Xia Xiaolu to be so ruthless with my holographic model. If she were to entangle me in person, I might not be able to resist the temptation." Zheng Yin muttered to himself and quickly closed the holographic deck. After returning to his residence, Zheng Yin embraced Wu Yunxi from behind, recounting the chance encounter with Xia Xiaolu, jokingly saying, "If Xia Xiaolu were to cast a deadly temptation on me, I wouldn't be able to resist, so I apologize in advance." It wasn't that Zheng Yin feared his partner, rather he didn't want to hide anything from Wu Yunxi about his experiences with other girls, for in his heart, there was only Wu Yunxi. Unexpectedly, Wu Yunxi turned around and hugged Zheng Yin, laughing. "This cold joke you made isn't funny at all. Is there really someone named Xia Xiaolu in our logistics team? As your devoted fan club's core member, look at your narcissistic demeanor, it makes me jealous." Zheng Yin chuckled. "Yinmei, you're being too domineering. Am I only allowed to be loved by you? Can't I even love myself?" "No, only I can love you." Alright, I get it. But don't mention this in front of Xia Xiaolu, it would embarrass her." "Why are you still joking? I don't even know Xia Xiaolu, nor have I heard of this girl. Are you finished?" Looking at Wu Yunqi's candid smile, he didn't seem to be lying. A hint of unease crept into Zheng Yin's heart, a feeling he detested. "Change, how many expeditionary army members are named Xia Xiaolu? Which department do they work in?" Zheng Yin immediately inquired. Change promptly replied, "Captain, there is only one member named Xia Xiaolu in the expeditionary army, working in the cultural group as a data clerk. She is 27 years old. Would you like me to retrieve her detailed information?" Clearly, the 27-year-old Xia Xiaolu working in the cultural group was not the girl Zheng Yin had just encountered. Zheng Yin said, "No need, connect me to the monitoring group." Wu Yunxi asked anxiously, "Ingo, what happened?" Zheng Yin kissed her forehead and said, "I'm not sure either. Let's see what the monitoring group says." The monitoring group immediately reported, "Captain, is there anything you would like us to arrange?" Zheng Yin replied, "Please retrieve the footage from when I just returned from the bridge and check for any anomalies." The monitoring group quickly reported, "Captain, we only saw you walking past the holographic deck room and pressing a few buttons on the control panel at the door. Everything else appears normal. Did you not meet or talk to anyone? There were often people saluting you on the way. Other than that, there were no anomalies." "Alright, I understand. Please keep an eye out." Wu Yunxi asked worriedly, "Ingo, did you really encounter a girl named Xia Xiaolu? It might just be that I've been tired these past few days and am imagining things. It's fine, Yinmei, you should rest for a bit. They'll go make you some steamed fish." However, Zheng Yin felt anything but relaxed. He vividly recalled every move Xia Xiaolu made. Over the past 3 years, Xia Xiaolu had once drunkenly confided to him after a party that she would never marry and would live her life with the Zheng Yin in the holographic deck. Such a live person could not simply vanish without a trace. No matter what Zheng Yin was about to face, he had to uncover the truth. After dinner, Zheng Yin coaxed Wu Yunxi to sleep and headed to the laboratory of the science group, seeking out Professors Weist and Picard. Zheng Yin did not directly mention Xia Xiaolu, but instead tasked the two professors to scan the surrounding space for any parallel universes or overlapping subspaces. Professor Weist chuckled. "The change is currently flying at warp speed 999. It's impossible to have such a long subspace. As for parallel universes, we seem to lack experts in that area." Why did the professor forget Buying Mong? That girl from the Tianquan star is a scientist specializing in parallel universes. What? A girl from the Tianquan star? Captain, are you saying we have a Tianquan star person on board? And she's a young scientist? Professor Picard asked, puzzled. Professor Weist also inquired, "It seems we don't have any young ladies among our 5,000 scientists, do we?" Zheng Yin felt strange looking at the confused expressions of the two professors. He didn't say anything further, just smiled. He then asked, "Have we ever manufactured a light quantum frequency oscillator to open a window to a parallel universe?" Professors Picard and Weist's eyes lit up as they excitedly asked, "Captain, how did you come up with this idea? Although it's quite mad, it's worth researching." Zheng Yin shook his head and smiled wryly. "Then you can study along this line of thought. I'm going to sleep now." After leaving the science group's laboratory, Zheng Yin immediately used his consciousness to ask Change, "Change, is this your prank?" Change replied, "Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. The Xia Xiaolu you described and Bai Yingmong seem to really exist, but there are no records of them in my database." Sighing, Zheng Yin asked again, "What is the current total number of expeditionary army members, including the children? What was the number 3 hours ago?" Change replied, "The total population of the expeditionary army is 99,121. There have been no deaths in the last few hours, and 1 hour ago, it was still 99,121. Zheng Yin clenched his fists and tapped the wall, asking, "Change, are you sure you are my Change? Are you sure you're not playing tricks on me?" Change replied, "Yes, brother. Ever since we underwent the consciousness symbiosis matching, I have appeared as Change, and I have not hidden anything until now. Why do you ask?" Zheng Yin sneered. "The Earth Expeditionary Army has always been exactly 100,000 plus over 500 children who cannot work. Since jumping out of the wormhole, nearly 1,500 people have inexplicably vanished within just 3 hours. How can I not doubt this? Moreover, their disappearance is accompanied by the loss of your memories. It seems only I can remember them." Change replied, "Captain, if you are sure what you are saying is true, please stop the Starship's flight immediately and enter a state of alert." Zheng Yin nodded and immediately issued a command to the bridge to stop advancing and instructed all members to enter alert status. Upon reaching the bridge, Daliu was chatting with Zhao Beidu while sitting at the helmsman's seat. Zheng Yin asked, "Where's Chekhov?" Daliu thought he had misheard and replied, "Chekhov. captain whose nickname is Chekhov. Old piece. Zheng Yin slumped in the command chair knowing that Chekhov had also vanished. But looking around at the people, it didn't seem like a hallucination. Daily, you come here and pinch me hard. Don't be gentle. Big Lou chuckled. Captain, have you taken the wrong medicine to make such a request? I am more than willing to satisfy you. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. Cut the nonsense, hurry up, and pinch me to wake me from this dream. Big Lou laughed. What stimulated you? As he spoke, he seized Zheng Yin's arm and pinched it hard when Zheng Yin was not paying attention. Ouched. That hurts so much. Zheng Yin lamented. Hey, Captain, you told me to pinch you, so don't blame me. Zheng Yin waved his hand and said, It seems it's not an illusion. Big Lou sensed something was off and asked, Captain, what exactly happened? Speak up so we can solve it together. Don't forget we met in the ruins of the city and have come this far. If you are in trouble, you must tell me. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and asked, With so many of us in the expeditionary force, why not assign a dedicated helmsman instead of having you the first officer take on the role? Big Lou replied in confusion, Oh, why didn't I think of that? Captain, you should have transferred someone else here. I am too busy. Zheng Yin further inquired, If I'm not mistaken, you probably don't remember your previous experience as a helmsman operating the Starship, right? Big Lou scratched his head and said, Hey, now that you mention it, I really don't remember. It's not that your memory is poor, but rather you have never been a helmsman. Our Starship originally had a helmsman named Chekhov, but he just vanished, leaving no trace behind, just like your memories. Big Lou nodded in confusion and said, Although I can't immediately confirm what you're saying, there should indeed be a dedicated helmsman for a destroyer with several thousand crew members. The personnel on duty in the bridge also nodded. Zheng Yin continued, The total number in the expeditionary force is 100,000, not counting the 500 or so children. Even though they have disappeared, my memories remain. Big Lou asked, Why is that? Could it be that high-dimensional space is playing tricks again? Just as Zheng Yin was about to respond, the navigator Zhao Beidu suddenly vanished before his eyes without any warning. Zheng Yin realized that the rate of disappearance seemed to be accelerating. Who was our navigator? Zheng Yin asked. Navigator? None, it has always been Change's automatic navigation. Wait, could it be? Big Lou looked at Zheng Yin in horror. Zheng Yin nodded and said, Just now the navigator Zhao Beidu disappeared right before my eyes. Big Lou quickly shouted, Change, bring up Zhao Beidu's information. Zheng Yin replied helplessly, It's useless. As expected, Change responded, No information about Zhao Beidu was found. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong? Zheng Yin asked, Change, what is the current detailed population on the Starship? 91,130 people. Nearly 10,000 have already vanished. Captain, why do you have memories while we do not? Are we all non-existent? Big Lou said. This statement alerted Zheng Yin, and he immediately called the science team lab, saying, Professor Picard, scan the surrounding space, including the entire Starship. Zheng Yin then wearily sat down in a chair and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard and Professor Weister arrived at the bridge and reported, Captain, there are no abnormalities in the surrounding space or the Starship, and none of the crew members have noticed anything unusual. Okay, thank you both, doctors. It's getting late, you should go rest. The Starship time was already approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. Zheng Yin had not come up with any solutions. Captain, you seem very haggard. Should I call Alice over? Big Lou suggested. Sure, have Alice come over. She can sense my thoughts, Zheng Yin said. 10 minutes later, the already resting Alice jogged over. Captain, as soon as I woke up, I felt your immense fear and sorrow. What on earth happened? Zheng Yin said. I seem to have entered a void space where people around me keep disappearing, and I am the only one who remembers them. Even Change's database has no records, but I can say with absolute certainty that my memories of them are real. Alice said, Perhaps these are just illusions from your exhaustion. Rest well tonight, and perhaps everything will return to normal by tomorrow morning. No, I can't sleep. If I fall asleep and wake up tomorrow just like you, all forgetting everything would be disastrous. Alice asked, Captain, do you have any indirect evidence regarding what you said? Zheng Yin replied, I have no physical evidence, but there is logical evidence. Alice, how many members does the girl squad sent by the Bisque people total? Alice smiled and said, Including me, there are 43. What's wrong, Captain? Zheng Yin chuckled. As far as I know, you Bisque girls are all very tidy and disciplined, even a bit obsessive-compulsive. So why did your leader not send 50 or 40, but specifically 43? Alice thought for a moment and suddenly panicked, saying, So that's how it is, Captain. I Zheng Yin understand what your negative emotions stem from. Big Lou remarked, It seems that we might disappear at any moment. Captain, you need to hurry. No matter whether we are real or not, this strange occurrence must end quickly. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, All science team members report to work and enter emergency status. In the science team hall, Zheng Yin explained the situation to the remaining 4,000 or so federal scientists and pointed out multiple logical loopholes, strongly confirming the reality of personnel evaporation. These scientists were all geniuses in logic and immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. While they were discussing, Zheng Yin witnessed 3 human scientists disappear into thin air. Rows of seats that were once fully occupied suddenly had 3 empty spots. Without Zheng Yin saying anything, everyone already knew that another 3 people had vanished. A mathematician with blue light suggested that all scientists remain seated to calculate the probability of empty seats appearing to deduce the speed and probability of population disappearance. 1 hour later, over 100 empty seats appeared on the scene, and the rate was clearly increasing with random probabilities. Zheng Yin immediately instructed Big Liu and Rick go arrange for all the expeditionary forces to gather on the fourth layer holographic deck, lining up in rows of 100. Big Liu was taken aback. Who is Rick? He then sighed. Great, another one is gone. Hurry up. Arrange everything before you disappear. Professor Picard said, Captain, according to your statement, since we jumped out of the wormhole, personnel evaporation has shown an increasing trend. I suggest we return to the coordinate point of the jump to try. All right, Change engaged the highest warp speed to return to the last jump point. 2 hours later, the Change Starship arrived at the same location where it had previously emerged from the wormhole. The expedition members continued vanishing at an accelerating rate, and the science team could find no explanation whatsoever. Change initiate a jump to the previous jump point. Zheng Yin hoped to return to the origin, or at the very least slow the rate of personnel disappearance. Captain, I lack a jump drive. Spatial jumping technology belongs exclusively to Tier 3 civilizations. Shall I begin manufacturing one? Change replied. What? No jump drive? No, Captain. My database contains no records of jump technology. Zheng Yin was utterly panicked. It appeared not only people, but objects themselves were vanishing. Wu Yunqi suggested, shall we call upon the Pangu clan or the White Light deity for aid? Good. Yunqi, contact them immediately. Moments later, Wu Yunqi asked, Captain, whom exactly should I attempt to reach? The Pangu clan and the White Light deity. Surely both species cannot have vanished entirely. Zheng Yin cried in horror. Wu Yunqi shook her head, puzzled. I've never heard of either race. Aren't we the sole intelligent life in the universe? Zheng Yin retorted, impossible. We are Earthlings. Our solar system lies within the Orion arm, yet now we're in the Sagittarius arm. Quickly, Yunqi, send distress signals to all Stellar Alliance member worlds. Wu Yunqi shook her head. Brother Yin, have you overexerted yourself? There is no Stellar Alliance. Zheng Yin spun in frantic circles. Yunqi, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. He then turned to Professor Picard. Professor Picard, how many distinct species currently serve aboard our expedition, and which planets did they originate from? Do you recall? Professor Picard replied, Captain, we number only 50,000, and genetically we are all of a single species. Moreover, we were born aboard this very starship. Absurd. Change. This is utterly absurd. These crew members aren't merely losing memories. They're losing logical cognition itself. This space cannot be real. Zheng Yin screamed, nearly breaking down. Captain, Change responded calmly. My analysis indicates that matter farther from us vanishes more rapidly, suggesting a radial dissipation centered here. Change added, thus we occupy the center of the universe. So we are the center of the universe. We always have been, Brother Yin. Have you forgotten even that? Wu Yunqi asked, concerned. Zheng Yin grasped her hand and smiled bitterly. Only I aboard this starship retain every memory intact. Wu Yunqi urged, you're exhausted. Rest for a while. Zheng Yin replied, no. From this moment onward, I will hold your hand tightly, so you never vanish from my side. He then addressed Change. Change defined the term universe. Change responded, affirmative, Captain. The universe is a spherical spacetime bubble 1,000 light-years in diameter, composed of dark energy, dark matter, and observable baryonic particles. Enough, Change, I understand. The universe has shrunk to just 1,000 light-years across. Captain, are these radical theories of yours actually true? Professor Picard asked. Professor Picard, you clearly recall the scientific symposium held just hours ago. How many remain on Deck 4's holographic platform? Picard asked. 400,000 occupy Deck 4. What are they doing? Doing? Zheng Yin laughed hollowly. Professor, you lead the science division, yet your memory has failed so completely. How can I rely on your team? It seems I must face this alone. Zheng Yin sighed wryly. Wu Yunqi asked, Brother Yin, what do you intend to do now? Zheng Yin smiled bitterly. Let everyone return to their quarters. Delu, tell those on Deck 4 to disperse. Delu. Wu Yunqi asked, who is Delu? Has another person just vanished? Zheng Yin sighed helplessly. He was my first officer, our dear friend. Against this force, I am utterly powerless. The scientists have lost logical coherence. Even Change has regressed to the cognitive level of a primitive Tier 1 civilization's computer. I have neither means nor leverage to resist, or even seek a solution. 5 hours later, Zheng Yin watched Wu Yunqi sleep peacefully against him. Yet he dared not close his eyes, fearing that upon reopening them his wife would be gone forever. Yet even as he fought exhaustion with every fiber of his being, disappearance continued unabated. Professor Picard vanished mid-sentence right before Zheng Yin's eyes. Fewer than 2,000 remained aboard the starship. The universe had contracted to just 50 light-years. 5 hours later, after nearly 40 hours without rest, Zheng Yin finally collapsed into sleep. He awoke after only a few hours, startled and gasping, only to see Wu Yunqi bringing breakfast. He exhaled, relieved at least his wife remained. Yunqi, how many remain in the expeditionary force? Expeditionary force? What expeditionary force? There have only ever been the two of us in this world. Wu Yunqi smiled. Have they all vanished? Zheng Yin murmured. Vanished? What are you talking about, Brother Yin? Nothing, Yunqi. Come, let's eat. Zheng Yin understood Wu Yunqi too would soon vanish, beyond his control. Rather than exhaust himself searching futilely for answers, he resolved to cherish her simply wholly until the final moment. Whether he himself would vanish, such thoughts held no meaning anymore. After breakfast, Zheng Yin began to suggest a walk together, when Wu Yunqi vanished instantly. Now he stood utterly alone aboard the starship. Change, is there truly no one else aboard? Yes, Captain, there has always been only you. Does subspace exist within the universe? No, the starship is the universe. Beyond its hull lies neither space nor time, not even void. Then why call it a starship? What does star mean, and what does ship mean? My database holds no definitions for these terms. Before Zheng Yin could ask further, the entire vessel lurched violently. The outer shield dissolved. It continues shrinking, Zheng Yin murmured to himself. At that instant, a radiant glow flared before Zheng Yin's eyes. Through its shimmer, he glimpsed a translucent Wu Yunqi, bursting into tears as she leaned upon Huang Yueqing's shoulder. Delu, Rick, Picard, West. All who had vanished reappeared within the luminous projection. Zheng Yin smiled bitterly. Even the universe has ceased to exist, yet souls remain. But in a flash the light vanished, and with it everyone disappeared once more. Another violent tremor followed. The inner quantum absorption shield collapsed, and the hull itself began to dissolve. Suddenly Zheng Yin remembered that the recently vanished transparent figures seemed quite excited, especially Delu, who spun around, holding Professor Picard, almost causing the old professor to twist his back. They appeared to be searching for him as Professors Weist and Bai Ingmong jointly aimed a new type of instrument at him, emitting light waves. I disappeared, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Change, is it possible that I have entered a dimension that is disappearing? Change did not respond, and a mechanical voice from the broadcast declared, the main program cannot understand what a dimensional space is. Please rephrase. It seems Change has also vanished, and the starship is disappearing. Computer, report the current size of the starship. The starship consists of 3 decks measuring 10 kilometers in length and 6 kilometers in width, with multiple rooms respectively. Alright, computer, no need for further reports. Zheng Yin interrupted the computer's report. At that moment he felt a renewed desire to survive, hurriedly putting on the multifunctional assistant and weapons, activating the personal shield. Just then a burst of light flashed, and Zheng Yin saw Wu Yunqi and the others appear before him again. This time it was much clearer, and he could hear their voices. Professor Picard said, Captain, you have been missing for 5 days, having fallen into a time bubble within a space crack. This time bubble is disappearing. You must return before it vanishes completely, or you will be lost forever. What do I need to do, Professor Picard? Zheng Yin had barely finished asking when the figures vanished again. Zheng Yin then noticed that the instrument being carried by Bai Ingmong and Weist was smoking, indicating a malfunction in the new device. Zheng Yin could only wait in place, realizing that everyone was searching the starship for traces of him. Running around would only increase the difficulty of finding him. Half an hour later the starship had shrunk to just the bridge, and Zheng Yin clearly saw a void approaching him. Zheng Yin's heart raced anxiously, repeatedly murmuring, Hurry up, Professor Weist's sister, Bai Ingmong, please hurry. This kind of anxious waiting, unable to act, was truly tormenting. As the void shrank to the edge of the command chair, Zheng Yin reluctantly crouched on the chair, trying to curl his body to buy an extra second. Just as the void was about to engulf Zheng Yin, a two-centimeter-sized hollow appeared before him, through which he could clearly see the reality of the ship's bridge. Immediately Delu shouted, Jones, teleport quickly. Then Zheng Yin was transformed into particles and teleported back to the bridge of the original world. At the very moment Zheng Yin left, the entire time bubble shrank to a size invisible to the naked eye and quickly vanished. Before Zheng Yin could regain his composure, Delu grabbed him and spun him around, and the bridge erupted in enthusiastic cheers, the entire starship filled with laughter and joy. Delu, stop, I'm going to be sick, Zheng Yin shouted. Delu set him down with a laugh, saying, Oh, I really lack insight. If anyone should be hugging, it shouldn't be me first. Saying this, he pushed Zheng Yin in front of Wu Yunqi. Wu Yunqi still had tears on her face, but smiled, saying, The vice captain of the expedition army, a general of the Star Alliance, just knows how to be unserious. This provoked a burst of laughter from everyone, and Professor Picard chuckled. I've never seen Delu in a serious moment. He says he used to be the captain of the police, but is this it? I think he resembles more of a suspect than a captain, ha. Zheng Yin laughed, saying, These 5 days can be described as both anxious and confused. Oh, what exactly happened? You fell into a time bubble within a spatial crack, and it was thanks to Sister Bai Ingmong that you were rescued. Then everyone took turns recounting the events that transpired. It turned out that after the changed starship emerged from the wormhole, although it had recovered its main and auxiliary systems after the turbulence, part of the hull was still within a time crack. When the starship started at maximum warp, the curvature engine compressed space, generating a time bubble that separated from the main space, which just happened to envelop Zheng Yin alone, leaving him in the spatial crack. As soon as the starship entered warp speed, the bridge noticed that Zheng Yin had suddenly disappeared. Delu immediately ordered to stop flying and asked Change to search, but Change said she had lost the consciousness connection with Zheng Yin. At that moment Zheng Yin was no longer in the main universe. After analysis by the scientific team, it was determined that the recent warp launch had thrown Zheng Yin into a spatial crack. Thus, everyone immediately returned to the original coordinates using the time oscillator to search for Zheng Yin. However, there was no progress for several consecutive days. Finally, Bai Yingmong suggested that the space crack in this area had closed, and any time oscillations in the current space would be meaningless and would not affect any objects within the spatial crack. Unless a new spatial crack could be opened and the time oscillator used, they would not be able to locate the missing Zheng Yin. Therefore, the scientific team once again employed theoretical techniques for locating parallel universes, setting the light quantum frequency to a fixed value of this universe, and conducting phased power pulses in an attempt to open the spatial crack. Indeed, after several adjustments, the instrument successfully opened the spatial crack, revealing an empty cabin within, but Zheng Yin's shadow was not found. Thus, they continuously opened the instrument to search in places where Zheng Yin might appear. Finally, Zheng Yin was discovered on the bridge, but the instrument could only open the spatial crack and had not breached the time bubble, making communication impossible, and it quickly powered down. After an upgrade, Bai Yingmong proposed to align the frequency of the time oscillator with that of the light quantum oscillator to break through the constraints of the time bubble. When they opened the instrument again, the space on the bridge had shrunk further. If Zheng Yin did not emerge in time, he would completely vanish with the disappearance of the time bubble. Just as Professor Picard was speaking to Zheng Yin, the instrument malfunctioned again, the flow tube of the time oscillator overloaded, and after an emergency repair, it returned to normal. Bai Yingmong said, "The last opening was successful, but we only transmitted sound between our subspace and the captain's, indicating insufficient power. However, we have no time left. The time bubble at the captain's location is about to vanish. I propose that we concentrate all power into one point, enough to transport the captain out." Then, following Bai Yingmang's suggestion, they saved Zheng Yin at the last moment. After hearing everyone's account, Zheng Yin held Bai Yingmang's hand and said, "Thank you, Sister Bai Yingmong." Bai Yingmong replied shyly, "I am honored to do something useful for the expedition army. This is what I should do." Lu laughed, saying, "Not just useful, but extremely useful. You have made a great contribution this time, and we are all your supporting characters, ha." Zheng Yin asked, "What are those people who have disappeared one after another beside me?" Professor Weiser said, "They are all reflections of our time. As the time bubbles shrink, they will continuously disappear. Only you truly exist, which is why you can hold on until the end." Zheng Yin said, "Regardless, I must thank everyone for their united efforts that allowed me to return to reality." Big Lu laughed, "Hey, stop with the sentimental stuff, let's get back to work. We've already wasted 5 days, and we haven't gathered any intelligence on the Kalia people yet." Zheng Yin smiled. "Regarding the Kalia people, perhaps the insectoid mercenary corps knows more than we do, since they are all on the same galactic arm." Big Lu said, "That's true. Let's ask the Kungsaba and Kubo brothers. They probably don't know what they are doing right now either." Yunchi sent a deep space communication to Kungsaba's warship. After the signal was connected, Kungsaba appeared dressed as a marshal. Zheng Yin smiled. "Long time no see, have you been promoted to insectoid marshal?" "Congratulations." Kungsaba responded, "Thank you for the marshal's kind words. In my heart, you are the highest marshal of the insectoid race." Zheng Yin smiled. "All right, I'm looking for you for something specific." Kungsaba said, "Please feel free to command me, marshal. I will not hide anything as long as I know it." Zheng Yin asked, "Well then, how much do you know about the Kalia people?" Kungsaba exclaimed, "What? The Kalia people? Oh my marshal, why do you want to inquire about them?" Zheng Yin replied, "Perhaps you are not aware that the unification faction on the Orion arm has been cleared out by us. Now our main battlefield is pushing toward the Sagittarius arm, and we must gather intelligence on the Kalia people." Kuba said, "This is truly a great war, marshal. Our brothers represent the Queen and all insectoids to congratulate you and express regret for those who did not participate in the war." Kungsaba said, "Although the Star Alliance defeated the Celestial Ship people and the lizards on the Orion arm before the Kalia people, the Star Alliance is utterly powerless. They have already looked down upon the wars in the galaxy. It is said that they frequently travel between the Andromeda Galaxy, and we know nothing about the level of their civilization. The 3 planets they inhabit are all within the same star system, extending 100 light-years outward, which is their star domain, a well-known no-flee zone in the Sagittarius arm. Whether it be mercenary corps pirates or the unification faction, any warship that enters the no-flee zone immediately faces the danger of being destroyed." Zheng Yin asked, "Then do they still belong to the unification faction?" Kungsaba replied, "Of course they do. Decades ago, the Black Crystal explosion even went to worship the Kalia people. They were the leaders of the unification faction in the galaxy before the Celestial Ship people, and the Panga race is their main enemy." Big Lu asked, "Then why didn't the unification god rescue them after being exiled to the void universe, nor come to trouble us?" Kungsaba smirked. "How do you know they didn't go to rescue them? Besides, haven't the Celestial Ship people been fighting with you all along?" Zheng Yin nodded, "I see. It seems they are the link to the unification faction in the Andromeda Galaxy. What else do you know about them?" Kungsaba said, "That's all, marshal. We only heard rumors. After all, no one can enter their star domain within 100 light-years except for the Celestial Ship people." Zheng Yin said, "All right, thank you for sharing the intelligence. If needed, I will contact you again. We may see each other often in the future." Kungsaba smiled, "I look forward to fighting alongside you again, marshal." Good luck, see you next time. After closing the communication, Big Lou said, Captain, this is not good. If the Kalia people unite with the Andromeda Galaxy to bring the unification god back from the void universe, it will be difficult for us to hold on to this little victory. Zheng Yin said worriedly, we have fallen behind a step in contacting the secondary civilizations of other star systems. We should propose to the Star Alliance to initiate interstellar contact. Zheng Yin then proposed this strategic plan to the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance command learned that the Kalia people were in contact with the unification faction in the Andromeda Galaxy and realized the seriousness of the situation, immediately agreeing to Zheng Yin's plan. The Starship finally stopped at 100 light-years away from the Kalia people's 3 stars in a stealth state, conducting long-distance deep space exploration. When the changed ship just activated the deep space radar, it immediately received a strange message. Meanwhile, the changed super starship, after completing the reconnaissance mission on the Kalia people, also had to take on the task of supporting the warships and contacting the extragalactic star systems. The Starship finally stopped at 100 light-years away from the Kalia people's 3 stars in a stealth state, conducting long-distance deep space exploration. When the changed ship just activated the deep space radar, it immediately received a strange message. This message was sent in the form of a quantum entanglement matrix. The signal point was an aging white dwarf star system where there was a desolate planet 50 light-years away from the Starship and 150 light-years away from the Kalia people's 3 stars. The message simply said, as soon as you activate the deep space radar, I sensed it. The Kalia people are even more sensitive than I am. You'd better be smart and leave here quickly, or your starship will become their trophy. Zheng Yin immediately ordered Professor Picard shut down the deep space radar. Yunchi initiate a communication request to the signal point. After the connection was established, on the other side was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to an Earthling. He was in a huge factory, and the lighting was dim, with only him alone in the empty factory. He said, although you possess a super starship, you cannot unleash its full potential, and it is no different from an ordinary secondary civilization cruiser. You are simply not a match for the Kalia people. If you want to learn more about your starship, I can help you. Come to me quickly. Zheng Yin said, hello, I am Zheng Yin, the captain of this starship. Our Galactic Interstellar Alliance's exploration vessel is executing reconnaissance missions from the Star Alliance command. May I ask what civilization you belong to? Why is there only you here? The man looked around the empty factory and smiled. I am the last guardian of the Lydia civilization. Our civilization has ventured 1 trillion light-years away where the laws of physics have undergone subtle changes. I lost contact with my people and have been guarding the ruins of this civilization alone for 1,000,000 years. Zheng Yin inquired again. May I ask why you are willing to help us, and what kind of assistance can you provide? The Guardian replied, my civilization was driven away by the Kalia people, and for that reason alone I have ample reason to assist you. As for how I will help, you will understand once you arrive. Upon reaching the orbit of the planet where the Guardian resided, he invited Zheng Yin and the diplomatic team to visit the prehistoric factory underground. Professor Picard, please scan the air composition in the underground factory, Zheng Yin commanded. It is very similar to the air on Earth. There is no need for air filters. Professor Picard reported, all right, let's visit this Guardian of the prehistoric civilization. Subsequently, a 6-member diplomatic team consisting of Zheng Yin, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Luda, Rick, and West was transported to the underground factory. Due to Wu Yunqi being 5 months pregnant, she did not participate in the diplomatic engagement, so medical officer Huang Yueqing also took on the role of diplomat. Upon appearing in the underground factory, the first sensations they experienced were those of grandeur and desolation. The vast underground factory resembled a steel city, silently narrating tales of its former glory. The Guardian was very welcoming, having waited in solitude for over 1,000,000 years, finally encountering someone capable of conversation. Zheng Yin politely asked, how did you transcend the limits of lifespan, or does your race inherently possess such longevity? The Guardian smiled and said, in the Milky Way, no carbon-based life form can possess a lifespan of 1,000,000 years without changing form. Of our race is no exception. However, we did not employ erroneous technologies like cloning or genetic alteration. We have found a safer and more effective method. As the medical officer Huang Yueqing immediately inquired with curiosity, what method is that? The Guardian mysteriously smiled. You will gradually come to understand. Zheng Yin smiled and asked, what assistance can you provide us regarding the Kalia people? The Guardian replied, of course, it is scientific assistance helping you to gain a deeper understanding of your own starship. Come, I will first take you to visit our civilization's relics. After boarding the shuttle, they traveled for several hours and discovered that this underground factory extended over 300 kilometers with a floor area 3 times that of the changed super starship, essentially making it an underground city. This place utilizes geothermal energy to power the city, with most areas in a closed state, remaining in darkness throughout the years. As the shuttle passed by, the streetlights lit up only to extinguish quickly after the shuttle departed. The Guardian stated, this underground city has only me. To conserve energy, I keep it closed most of the time, conducting a maintenance check only once a year. Only the small area where I reside remains powered continuously. Alice remarked, living alone in such an expansive underground city for 1,000,000 years, yet you maintain such a positive and optimistic attitude, without any feelings of loneliness. I truly admire you. The Guardian exclaimed. You possess the ability of telepathy. This is truly rare. Yes, when I became the Guardian, I underwent emotional optimization therapy, so my emotions are free from loneliness, sorrow, jealousy, and other negative feelings. Alice smiled. Perhaps it is the unique architectural style of the underground city. To be honest, before we came down, we had some worries and fears of the unknown, but upon entering this underground city, those emotions vanished. Now we share your optimism for the future. The Guardian smiled. That is the charm of our civilization. Luda chuckled. Hey, I must admit I didn't notice it at first, but now I feel like I have boundless energy. Finally, the Guardian brought them to the library of the underground city, which housed all the records of the Drea civilization. The Guardian stated, these records contain scientific theories and technical parameters that can elevate your technological theories to a new level. Your scientists are welcome to access them freely. Zheng Yin said, even with this information, we may not necessarily be capable of defeating the Kalia people. Our main task is reconnaissance. If you have detailed records about them, we would be immensely grateful. The Guardian replied, our civilization has plenty of records about the Kalia people, but they are all from 1,000,000 years ago. Since our civilization departed, I have remained dormant here without conducting any further scans on them. As precise information was unattainable, the expedition team had to rely on themselves. Thus, Zheng Yin ordered the scientific team to extract information while in orbit. Later, the Guardian invited Zheng Yin and the others to stay an additional day to experience the charm of the Drea civilization. After spending about 10 hours in this underground city, Zheng Yin felt neither hunger nor fatigue, but rather was full of energy and enthusiasm. The other 5 felt the same. Professor West even easily grasped advanced scientific theories, and based on his experiences during anti-universe travel, formulated the theoretical equations for the intergalactic bridge, constructing a time-space wormhole simultaneously at the core of the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy for communication between the 2 star systems. Alice's telepathic range expanded to over 1,000 kilometers, and Huang Yueqing quickly resolved all her medical confusions. Luda and Rick's physical abilities surpassed human limits, far exceeding the capabilities of the Weijian people in both strength and agility. Regarding these miraculous changes, Zheng Yin and the others held no doubts, for their minds were filled with positivity, devoid of any negative emotions. After spending a night in the underground city, their physical abilities and cognitive functions doubled. Finally, Zheng Yin asked the Guardian if the mysterious high-dimensional forces of the underground city had contributed to their significant improvements. The Guardian smiled. This is the true help I offer you. Your starship lacks scientific theories, but what you truly lack is the ability to understand and the logical judgment of the brain. Now your brain's understanding, efficiency, and physical abilities have improved tenfold, making it easy for you to master the technologies of a Tier 3 civilization in the future. Zheng Yin asked, are you doing all this solely to help us defeat the Kalia people as quickly as possible? The Guardian smiled. What else could it be? Luda chuckled. That's enough for us. Once we eliminate the Kalia people and the Tianchuan people, this galactic outpost will transform into a utopian alliance, and you, my friend, will surely become a legendary hero. After concluding a day and a half of diplomatic visits, Zheng Yin and the others returned to the Starship. However, just as they arrived in the teleportation chamber, the change immediately emitted an intrusion alarm. Detected 6 nanoscale robotic entities. Captain, your physical forms are missing. What? Zheng Yin asked in disbelief. The captain explained, although the 6 of you have consciousness, you are mechanical bodies. During this underground city journey, your physical forms may have been replaced. Change said. At this moment, Zheng Yin and the others sensed something was amiss. Huang Yueqing immediately used an electromagnetic knife to cut open her arm, revealing hard metal beneath her skin. Indeed, not a drop of blood flowed. Zheng Yin thought to himself, truly, there is no love without reason. Yunqi, contact the Guardian immediately. Wu Yunqi replied. Captain, the Guardian rejected the communication and only sent a message. Zheng Yin asked, what did it say? Wu Yunqi smiled and said, it asked you to accept this change, stating that this mechanical body has perfectly fused with the original consciousness, granting you tens of millions of years of lifespan. Lu said, are you kidding? If such a good thing existed, I would have brought my wife along and thanked him in advance. Zheng Yin stated, I do not wish to be trapped in the current universe for tens of millions of years, watching my loved ones and friends age one by one before my eyes. This torment far outweighs the enjoyment of immortality. Huang Yueqing remarked, not only that, but we have lost sorrow, fear, and anger, leaving only joy and thought. The subtle relationships within our organs no longer exist, which has robbed me of the greatest pleasure in life, researching herbal medicine. Living like this is meaningless. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, Professor Picard, scan the underground city. If you find our physical bodies, teleport them to the isolation room immediately. After a moment, Professor Picard replied, Captain, a shield has appeared in the underground city blocking our scanning waves. Professor Weiss said, I have seen an introduction to this shield technology in their library's computer. It is a cross-dimensional protective shield. We cannot pass through unless it is disabled from the inside. It seems we can only contact the Guardian. Although he does not accept communication connections, he can always receive messages. Zheng Yin told him, every civilization has its own way of existence. Our civilization cannot escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. It is a cycle of life. Even our solar system has undergone 2 or 3 cycles to evolve into what it is today. If you are opposed to the unification faction, please respect the civilization's right to choose freely. We do not want this mechanical body. It deprives me of the right to grow old with my loved ones and the basic right of being human, death. We can understand your goodwill, but we prefer to defeat evil with our flesh and blood. After sending the message, there was no reply. Yunqi, are you sure the Guardian received it? Zheng Yin asked. Wu Yunqi replied. Of course the message was opened and played for a minute, but why he hasn't responded is unclear. Zheng Yin then said to the Guardian, please do not equate yourself with the unification faction. Any civilization that deprives people of their choices is not a progressive and open civilization. The captain still hasn't replied. Keep sending. Zheng Yin continued. Although your technology is advanced, we would rather fight to the death to protect our freedom. If you do not reply, the friendship we have left will lose its meaning. If we cannot retrieve our physical bodies, then living has no true significance. We will destroy your planet. This time the Guardian quickly replied with a message. Isn't abandoning the constraints of the body to achieve immortality what your humanity has always pursued? Zheng Yin immediately replied. Any immortality that does not reach the 5-dimensional space is a false illusion, only increasing our mental torment. You must know this. The Guardian replied. In that case, I will return your physical bodies to you, but please give me 7 days' time. Lu said. Although I don't know what anger feels like right now, I want to say we can't give him even 7 minutes. Who knows what he wants to do? In 7 days with his technology, he could clone several generations. Clone. So that's it. Zheng Yin suddenly understood. What are you thinking, Captain? Lu asked. Zheng Yin smiled and said, didn't I just tell him that all immortality not entering 5-dimensional space is a void illusion? Even the most sophisticated mechanical body cannot possess a sufficiently large consciousness. This has been stated by the replicant Louisa. Professor Weist also understood and said, the captain means he has stolen our physical bodies to transfer his consciousness, aiming to achieve re-evolution by breaking through 4-dimensional space. Zheng Yin said, yes, that is the only reason he is withholding our bodies. Professor Picard said, then Captain, what will you do if we destroy the planet? Huang Yueqing smiled and said, Professor Picard, don't you remember? Our gene library contains the genetic samples of all expedition members. We can clone the 6 of us and transfer our consciousness into them, just like the Pluralants. Lu exclaimed, damn it, blow it up. Dust to dust. A civilization that disappeared 1,000,000 years ago is still causing trouble. It is truly self-destructive. Zheng Yin immediately sent the last message to the Guardian. 1 minute from now, if we do not scan our physical bodies in the underground city, including those cloned by you, we will destroy your planet. 1 minute later, Professor Picard said with a smile, Captain, we have scanned the physical bodies of all 6 of you. Should we teleport? Zheng Yin said, teleport to the isolation room. Power up the capacitor to maximum power for the neutrino disintegration cannon, aim at the underground city, and await my command to fire. The physical bodies of Zheng Yin and the other 6 were teleported to the isolation room. After a safety scan, they were immediately pushed to the medical room. All 6 of them were now in a vegetative state, having lost their primary consciousness. As the giant cannon of the change gathered immense neutrino disintegration energy, the Guardian Underground sent an urgent communication connection. After connecting, the Guardian said, Captain, I have fulfilled your request and returned your physical forms. Why do you still want to destroy my underground city? Zheng Yin said, you haven't returned our cloned bodies yet. Although your shield is advanced, my neutrino disintegration cannon has 100,000 superimposed frequency states. Your shield cannot withstand it. The Guardian said, that is merely a physical body that has not yet generated consciousness. You are being overly stingy about this. Zheng Yin said, if you had disclosed this in advance, perhaps our expedition would have recruited a volunteer. But your repeated use of deceitful tactics means we cannot simply hand over the clone bodies to you. Moreover, every clone body will develop its own consciousness as it grows. To discard it for your deprivation is something we cannot allow, both morally and ethically. The Guardian fell silent for a moment after listening, then began to weep, slowly escalating into a wail of despair. Ultimately, his crumbling emotions disrupted his own system, driving him into madness. One moment, he was laughing heartily, the next he was cursing loudly, then pleading and crying before curling up in terror. The emotions that had been suppressed for over 1,000,000 years surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Zheng Yin and the others quietly watched the pitiful Guardian on the large screen, observing his emotional collapse, as if they were witnessing their own selves after living for millions of years in a mechanical body. Half an hour later, the Guardian had exhausted his emotions, drained of energy, and slumped on the ground, saying, our civilization is known as a civilization of liars. Deception is our hallmark. We deceived the Star Alliance, and we deceived the Unity sect to the point that when pursued by the Kalia people, the Star Alliance did not come to our aid. And I am just a poor liar deceived by a civilization of liars. They told me to be the guardian of civilization, waiting for them to return with help from the outer star systems, promising that once the Kalia people were defeated, I would become the new leader of Kalia. However, since their refugee fleet set off, I have never received a single message, not even a report on a flight path. I have no idea where they are now. Last time I claimed they were 100 billion light years away. That was a lie of mine. Yes, indeed, my lies are always carelessly and casually spoken. So is what you were saying now true or false? Asked Delu. The emotions I just collapsed under have burned out my self-repair system. I won't survive for more than a few hours of whether I lie or not no longer holds any meaning for me. You can take the clones with you. I think I am finally going to be free. Then the Guardian pressed a button on his arm, and the shield of the underground city immediately vanished. Professor Picard reported, Captain. What is it, Professor? The scan detected 6,000 clones, all in deep sleep. The crew on the bridge was stunned into silence, not expecting that in just a day or two the Guardian had managed to clone everyone 1,000 times. After a long time, Zheng Yin said teleport them all to the isolation room, conduct health scans, and store them in the quantum storage cabinet. On our upcoming journey, we will slowly send them to planets suitable for them. The engineering and medical teams quickly collected the clones into the quantum energy storage cabinet. Zheng Yin looked at the Guardian, who was barely alive, and asked, do you want us to help you? The underground city that has deceived me for 1,000,000 years should be destroyed. After a blast from the neutrino-splitting cannon, a giant pit appeared on the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. In the end, the science and medical teams worked together to transfer consciousness, allowing the 6 individuals of Zheng Yin to return to their bodies. The mechanical bodies were sealed for future scientific research. Having concluded this bizarre journey, Zheng Yin decided that they still needed to scout the Kalia people. According to the commander of the insectoid mercenary group Kuan Shiba and the guardian of the Delia civilization, the technology of the Kalia people seemed to have reached a third-tier star civilization. Thus, probing with deep space radar 100 light-years away and directly activating artificial wormholes to send disposable probes are essentially the same in considerations. It is evident that disposable probes are more suitable. Therefore, Zheng Yin ordered not to fly 100 light-years outside the Kalia's third star, but to open a miniature wormhole from their current location with an entrance just large enough for the probe to pass through. The exit coordinates were set on a gas giant planet less than a light-year from the Kalia's third star. After the wormhole opened, they received quantum communications from the probe 10 seconds later. The science team immediately executed a remote scan of the Kalia's third star and their space station. However, just as the scanning wave from the probe was being transmitted, a small artificial wormhole appeared beside the probe, and a phase cannon beam instantly destroyed it. Meanwhile, Change reported, Captain, my autonomous defense system has detected multiple spatial points, sending distortions. Approximately 30 artificial wormholes are about to appear. We have been exposed. Oh no, this is amazing. Should we run or fight? Delu asked. Even if we run, we need to make a ruckus. Zheng Yin immediately ordered all hands enter battle stations, adjust inner and outer shields. Just as Picard adjusted the quantum energy shield to the outer layer, 30 cruisers, each 50 kilometers long, appeared around the Change. These warships had an ancient and sturdy appearance. Their sudden arrival unleashed a barrage of concentrated attacks. The entire starship shook as the shield absorbed 300% of the energy. Captain, energy overload. The weapon system is about to be overloaded. The capacitor shouted. Fire the neutrino-splitting cannon, keep firing. After a flurry of flashes, 10 enemy ships were destroyed, causing the remaining ones to withdraw and increase the distance from the Change. Capacitor released 100,000 missiles at each warship to keep them busy. 2 million missiles flew out continuously, making the Change appear like fireworks in the cosmos. Beidou set the coordinates to the atmosphere of a Kalia planet. A checkoff opened the artificial wormhole. Immediately, Capacitor launched 10 singularity bombs into the wormhole. Amidst a series of exchanges, the Change suddenly activated the artificial wormhole, and 10 singularity bombs flew in instantly. Zheng Yin did not hold high hopes for these 10 singularity bombs. He knew the Kalia could easily neutralize them. Sure enough, a wormhole appeared several hundred kilometers ahead, and the 10 singularity bombs flew out from within, heading towards the Change. They were successfully intercepted by dozens of Dragonfly self-guided missiles, but a massive gravitational point was still formed. The Change had to dodge quickly to escape the gravitational pull. At that moment, 20 enemy ships had already been destroyed, and nearly 100 more Kalia warships began to jump into the surrounding space. Jump 500 light-years away, retreat. Zheng Yin immediately ordered. Unexpectedly, as the Change entered the wormhole, 10 Kalia warships followed closely behind, with several ships continuously injecting energy into the wormhole to prevent its closure. As soon as the Change emerged from the wormhole, Zheng Yin immediately ordered fire the neutrino-splitting cannon and black hole torpedoes at the wormhole exit. Destroy one as they come out. Just as he finished speaking, a Kalia cruiser flew out, greeted by a neutrino-splitting cannon and a black hole torpedo. The cruiser was instantly destroyed, and another one flew out, meeting the same fate. After 10 cruisers were destroyed, a large amount of neutrinos fell into the black hole. Zheng Yin ordered the capacitor to fire another 10 black hole torpedoes at this artificial black hole. The wormhole exit had already become a sizable black hole. After a few more Kalia warships were destroyed, they abandoned the pursuit through the wormhole. However, over 100 spatial distortion points appeared around the Change, and they initiated a jump blockade against the super starship. Captain, we've poked a hornet's nest. This won't end. Should we just take them to the White Light people? Delu said. Delu, that's a cruel suggestion, but if it comes to that, it could be worth considering. Haha, Zheng Yin laughed. As nearly 100 Kalia warships appeared, the Change had already jumped 500 light-years away, leaving behind 100 time-slowing torpedoes that had exploded. The Kalia warships were instantly affected by the slowing time barrier with as many as 50 ships caught in the effect. The remaining 50 continued to pursue following the change's jump traces. This time, the changed Super Starship jumped into a nebula. Just as it stabilized, they discovered nearly 100 jump points were about to appear around them. Captain, running indefinitely isn't a solution, Delu said. Zheng Yin also angrily replied, they are really persistent, this endless chase. Capacitor, load the gamma ray gun into the weapon bay. Fire directly as soon as the enemy ships appear. Initially, to combat the replicants, the expedition forces developed two types of weapons as their ultimate trump cards. One was the freeze ray cannon, and the other was the gamma ray gun. They are called guns in comparison to the gamma ray bursts during supernova explosions. The beam cross-section of the gamma ray gun equipped on the changed Super Starship also reached dozens of meters in diameter. When the Kalia warships appeared, beams of gamma rays penetrated their shields, incapacitating their systems, and were instantly destroyed by several photon torpedoes. In under 3 minutes, over 50 Kalia warships were destroyed. However, the change also suffered significant damage. Although the shields were not breached, the tremendous impact made the entire starship feel as if it had experienced a severe earthquake. The fourth-layer holographic deck was forced to shut down. Just then, nearly 100 warships jumped into the area. Zheng Yin angrily ordered Beidou set coordinates to the orbit of a Kalia planet. Check off jump immediately, O Capacitor. As soon as we exit the wormhole, fire both the neutrino-splitting cannon and the gamma ray gun at the planet's atmosphere. Alright, if we're going to cause a ruckus, let's make it a spectacular one, Delu shouted. Then, under the bombardment of many Kalia heavy warships, the change activated its jump engines and quickly dove and closely pursued by dozens of Kalia warships. During the 10 seconds in this dimensional space, the change endured several attacks and retaliated with a few shots from the neutrino-splitting cannon. 10 minutes later, the change appeared in the orbit of a Kalia planet. This was their first close-range observation of a quasi-third-year civilization's planet. Indeed, their scientific level was extremely advanced, with space cities in distant orbits comparable in size to the moon. As soon as the change appeared, it was immediately targeted by several beams of gamma rays and several neutrino-splitting cannon shots aimed at the planet's surface. The surface of the Kalia people's planet is covered by a shield of feet that only a third-tier civilization can achieve. Yet even the thickest of shields cannot withstand the penetrating power of gamma rays. The shield enveloping the planet was instantly pierced, creating 5 holes, followed closely by the neutrino-splitting cannon targeting the openings. Fire singularity bombs into the openings. Captain, over 1,000 giant cruisers are jumping in. Immediately launch as many missiles as possible to the surrounding space stations. Beta Chekhov, prepare to jump 1,000 light-years away. When the Kalia warships appeared, the changed super spaceship had just made its escape. In mere seconds, all of Change's bomb bays opened, unleashing 500,000 various missiles in a frenzied assault, putting the surrounding space stations on high alert. On the planet's surface, although the singularity bombs were captured by the Kalia, the 5 neutrino-splitting cannon shots struck the city, creating 5 enormous craters in the bustling metropolis, resulting in over 1 million Kalia deaths and nearly crippling the city. This was the first time in hundreds of thousands of years that the Kalia had suffered such a blow. No civilization had ever dared to openly ambush them, not even the Panga tribe. Due to their long-standing arrogance and carelessness, the Earth Expeditionary Force easily caught them off guard. Having suffered such an unprecedented humiliation, the Kalia vowed to not let it go unpunished and felt compelled to eradicate the Earthlings. After escaping this time, there were no Kalia warships pursuing the change. Delu laughed heartily. That's enough to make them choke. They deserve it. We just scanned him and he won't let go. Zheng Yin, however, couldn't share in the joy. He had a vague feeling that they had stirred a hornet's nest. If they come after us, we can easily shake them off by jumping continuously, but if they choose not to pursue now, it could be dangerous. Captain, what do you mean by that? Are they planning a major operation to eradicate us? Not specifically targeting us isn't too concerning, at least we can run. But if they target the solar system? Zheng Yin said worriedly. Damn, in that case we're really in a tough spot. Delu started to worry as well. Quickly notify the Earth Federation to be on guard. We might not be able to compete with the Kalia, even with all the forces of the Earth Federation, neighboring aliens, and the serious blue light people combined. We can only take a more cunning approach, Zheng Yin said. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, the mini-probe we left behind was destroyed. The last message received shows that the Kalia warships are rapidly assembling. No need to say more, they are definitely gathering towards the solar system. What should we do, Captain? Delu asked. Regardless of whether they head to the solar system or the Star Alliance command, we cannot stop them. First, let's use the strategy of surrounding Wei to save Zhao. Beta Chekhov, jump to nearby member planets of the Union one by one. Let's create chaos. 10 seconds later, the Starship jumped into the orbit of a Union member planet, a colony of the Tianquan people, where thousands of warships were stationed. As soon as the change appeared, it was to create a massive stir. Without hesitation, a gamma ray penetrated the entire space station, followed by a black hole torpedo that caught the Tianquan fleet off guard. As a small black hole began to form, tearing apart the entire space station, the change immediately jumped to the next target. During this time, Zheng Yin contacted the Star Alliance Joint Fleet to inform them of the war against the Kalia. The joint fleet had already arrived at the Sagittarius Arm and was engaged in battle with a member planet of the Union. The three marshals said, "This war is inevitable. We three will immediately seek help from the Panga tribe, and you will command the 7,000 warships. Be sure to prioritize safety. We will coordinate with you on the Sagittarius Arm to expand the war as much as possible to draw the attention of the Kalia." The 7,000 warships immediately accepted Zheng Yin's orders targeting the Union member planet that the Change had ambushed for a second strike. Upon detecting any signs of Kalia pursuit, they would flee immediately. At the same time, Zheng Yin sent a communication to the insectoid mercenary group led by Kuan Shiba. "We have provoked the Kalia, and they are hunting us across the galaxy. However, we want to escalate the situation. If you wish to join this crazy affair, follow my lead. You can occupy any of the Union member planets we've ambushed. They are all yours insectoids." Faced with this temptation, Kuan Shiba was of course tempted. Relying on the third-tier technology shared by the Change, he had already ascended to the position of commander of the insectoids. Subsequently, a fleet of 20,000 insectoid mercenaries began to assemble from various corners of the galaxy towards the Sagittarius Arm, while the 20,000 insectoid mercenaries on the Sagittarius Arm also rapidly gathered at the coordinates sent by the Change. Indeed, 10 minutes later, 30 Union member planets were ambushed by the Change super spaceship. They included the technologically advanced Tianquan people and other civilizations with less advanced technology, but faced with the Change's frenzied ambush, they were rendered powerless. Soon the Kalia warships changed their destination and jumped around the Change. Seeing 3,000 giant cruisers of the Kalia, Zheng Yin understood that the Change could not withstand a direct confrontation and could only fight while fleeing. Immediately jumped to Chaos Star. There was no more time to waste after all the White Light people had received their gifts. This place is 20,000 light-years away from Chaos Star in the Orion Arm. The Change opened a massive wormhole and began a lengthy jump lasting 20 seconds. The furious Kalia relentlessly pursued. Within the dimensional space of the wormhole, the Change endured several rounds of bombardment and retaliated by destroying 3 enemy ships. However, this did not affect the strength of the 3,000 enemy ships. As the Starship exited the wormhole, Zheng Yin immediately ordered to navigate back and forth within this 100 light-year nebula at warp speed 999. At the same time, he sent a communication to the White Light people asking them to help drive away these Kalia, considering they had sent the God of Return to their parallel universe. The enraged Kalia did not realize that this was the domain of the White Light people, as they had concealed this area for over 10 million years since the God of Return of this universe was exiled. Furthermore, the more than 100 civilizations here appeared to be extremely primitive feudal societies showing no signs of modern technology. Soon after more than 10 minutes of battle, 10 more of the Kalia people's warships were destroyed. However, the Change's stock of conventional missiles had been exhausted, and Zheng Yin dared not recklessly fire the existing third-level civilization weapons like black hole torpedoes near the Chaos Star. The Kalia people, however, did not care. They immediately launched a large number of black hole torpedoes at the Change. While dodging the black hole torpedoes, the Change continuously sent messages to the White Light beings. Clearly, the White Light beings had received them, but they did not wish to engage in this war. But just as the fired black hole torpedoes were about to enter the atmosphere of a planet, suddenly all of them halted mid-flight and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Kalia warships were instantly flung out of the galaxy, arriving at the midpoint between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, surrounded by a vast void of energy, a desolate space that had been silent for millions of years. The sudden arrival of the 3,000 Kalia warships awakened a group of slumbering anomalies which opened their massive maw and lunged toward the Kalia vessels. The Kalia fleet immediately fired a large number of weapons, but they merely became food for the energy void. By the time the Kalia realized they could not defeat the energy void, it was too late to escape. Their fleet's energy was drained, their shields rapidly fell, and in less than a minute all 3,000 heavy cruisers were devoured. Until their demise, they never figured out who had cast them out of the galaxy. Meanwhile, the Changed super battleship finally had a moment to breathe. The White Light deity appeared on the bridge, clearly displeased with Zheng Yin. "You stirred up trouble and then came to me. What obligation do I have to help you when you do not even worship the White Light?" Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "As for the White Light faith, I explained last time that the expeditionary forces have their own freedom of belief. I do not force them to believe, nor do I force them not to believe." Dai Lu chimed in with a smile, "It's not that we wanted to bring them here, it's that they are collaborating with members of the Andromeda Galaxy's Unity faction, preparing to bring back the Unity God. This intelligence is 100% certain. The Unity God is our common enemy, which is why we specifically came to report to you." The White Light deity laughed and said such childish talk should not be spoken again. The Unity God of the parallel universe has already been killed by us and transformed into pure energy. If the Unity God of this universe comes, we can still defeat him. As for the Kalia, they have lost their main fleet and will no longer pose a threat to you. Zheng Yin said, "In that case, we can confidently wage war in the Sagittarius Arm." The White Light deity stated, "If you do not worship the White Light, do not expect me to rescue you again. This time is a repayment for the gift you sent me. If you come unannounced next time, I will throw you beyond this star system." Before Zheng Yin could respond, the White Light deity waved his hand and vanished. Immediately the change was hurled like an arrow to the Sagittarius arm. Inside the cabin, everyone was thrown to the ground. Once steady, Zheng Yin smiled and said, regardless of anything, the major trouble in the Sagittarius arm has been resolved. He then relayed the news to the Star Alliance Joint Fleet, and upon hearing it, the three marshals rejoiced and promptly began tactical advancements in the Sagittarius arm. Meanwhile, the 7,000 warships continued to join the battle. The insectoid mercenary corps captured 10 planets belonging to the Unity faction. To show their gratitude, the Kungsaba dispatched 30,000 insectoid warships to attack the Unity faction's member planets alongside the Star Alliance Joint Fleet. At this point, the Star Alliance's forces reached 200,000 ships. Without the assistance of higher-dimensional beings, the Tianquan race and the few Kalia would not have been able to achieve victory in the war. The Kalia chose to be patient. They issued an announcement to the Star Alliance stating that this war was caused by the Earthlings prying, and they themselves had long ceased to participate in the galactic war. Moreover, the Kalia reduced their star domain from 100 light-years to 30 light-years, declaring that as long as there were no battles within their star domain, they would not assist either party. Regarding the Earth Expeditionary Force, they issued a lengthy condemnation, which can be understood as them admitting to suffering losses. Given that the war in the Sagittarius arm did not require the changes, support the Star Alliance Command assigned them a new task: to relocate all the research members and equipment from a research base to a planet 1,000 light-years away. Such a long-distance, large-scale relocation could only rely on the change's enormous deck and jumping technology. Upon receiving the task, Zheng Yin ordered an immediate jump. This research base was established on a planet rich in vegetation. The research team had been studying the transformation and utilization of consciousness energy, which is why they chose this tranquil planet devoid of animals and civilizations. However, after 2 years of work, all the researchers seemed to have developed mental illnesses, with most of them exhibiting multiple personalities. Medical experts were at a loss for their symptoms, but it was certain that this was related to the planet's unique environment. Ultimately, the Star Alliance Science Department decided to relocate them to a desert planet 1,000 light-years away, where only a small amount of fungi existed underground, which would not affect their emotions. Although everyone fantasized about how beautiful a planet entirely covered in plants would be, they were still shocked by the scene before them when they arrived in orbit around the planet aptly named Green Star. Zheng Yin, along with Alice Dai Lu and Professor Weist, first toward the research base, where the head Professor Pittman warmly welcomed Zheng Yin. Over 100 research members expressed their gratitude and held a welcome meeting. They seemed in no hurry to leave. While Professor Pittman was explaining the daily work to Zheng Yin, he suddenly blinked hard and completely changed his tone, saying, "Marshal, please hurry and take us away. These guys are content to sit idle, showing no ambition, as if they want to stay in this beautiful world indefinitely." This truly surprised Zheng Yin, as it was his first time witnessing the emergence of dual personalities. He glanced at Alice. Alice smiled and said, "It's indeed very interesting, a complete transformation of consciousness into another awareness. This is different from Professor Weist's symbiotic consciousness." Zheng Yin replied, "It seems you really should leave this place." Zheng Yin then arranged for the scientific team and logistics team to jointly oversee the migration. However, that night, after Zheng Yin and Alice had fallen asleep, he had a dream in which over 100 members of the research team said to him, "Marshal, we actually do not want to leave. We grew up here, this is our home. Why should we travel far away? We can live harmoniously together." The next morning, Zheng Yin mentioned his dream, and Wu Yunqi said, "I slept soundly last night and didn't dream. Perhaps the unknown intelligent life on the planet was connecting with your consciousness." Zheng Yin laughed and said, "That's quite possible. Could it be another type of magma being?" Wu Yunqi replied, "I think we should scan the planet as soon as possible." Professor Picard subsequently scanned the entire planet and found no traces of life in the underground magma, nor any signs of prehistoric civilizations. The only life on this planet was the vegetation that covered it completely. If there were indeed a consciousness communicating with Zheng Yin, it would have originated from these plants. In response, Zheng Yin dispatched 50 members of the Bisque Girl Group to the research base to conduct psychological sensing. They discovered that although there were no individual consciousnesses existing on this planet, they could feel a strong sense of comfort from within. Additionally, the members of the research team all exhibited dual personalities, one being a main consciousness eager about work, and the other a main consciousness lazy about work. When the lazy main consciousness emerged, one could distinctly feel the same emotions as with the entire forest. When Professor Pittman's comfortable emotions surfaced, he said to Zheng Yin, "What is the purpose of civilization's existence? What is the meaning of evolution?" These philosophical questions discussed by scholars hold no real significance. We believe that existence and having existed is the true meaning. A high civilization evolving to another dimension is like death to the current universe's remnants. Instead of desperately seeking the path to death, it is better to enjoy the present. Zheng Yin replied, "But you ultimately still have to leave this planet." Professor Pittman responded, "No, we will not leave. We have spent billions of years transforming this environment to the most suitable for our existence. There is no need to survive on a new planet." Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you Pittman? Were you the one communicating with me last night?" Professor Pittman laughed and said, "Yes, Marshal. I may have offended you in that way, so I took the initiative to explain it to you." Zheng Yin asked, "Are you a singular plant consciousness or a collective consciousness?" Why does your consciousness reside in people? Professor Pittman laughed and said regarding this it may overturn your understanding of consciousness. Each of us is a collective consciousness of all the plants in a certain area. However, we are not actively parasitic. We were gradually formed under the subconscious guidance of the research team members towards this green world. Zheng Yin asked before this, did you not exist? Professor Pittman answered, no, we have always existed, but in another form. Your logic cannot comprehend it yet. Zheng Yin inquired, if all these researchers leave, will you go with them? Or what will you do? Professor Pittman replied, if they all decide to leave, we will not follow. However, our consciousness has already transformed into your form and cannot revert to being plants. We can only wait to die. Zheng Yin said, can you only parasitize in human bodies now? Professor Pittman replied, yes, ever since we changed the form of consciousness, we can no longer revert to the past. However, we will not force them to stay, but if they insist on leaving, we will just wait for death. Zheng Yin said, I won't let you wait for death. My starship has 6,000 clones. They were inadvertently created when we visited a civilization of deceivers, losing our physical bodies. If you are willing to accept them, I will send them all down. However, although they are adults, their physical age is still less than 3 days, so they have not yet developed independent consciousness. Upon hearing this, Professor Pittman was overjoyed and said, that's wonderful, Marshall. These clones are a gift of life you have bestowed upon us. We can directly become their main consciousness without generating any unnecessary fragmented personalities. Zheng Yin said, but there are 6,000 of them, and they are all clones of the 6 of us. You only have a little over 100. You can't fill their consciousness all at once, right? Professor Pittman laughed and said, many of our kind wish to change their way of life to experience the beauty of nature. These 6,000 clones may not even be enough for them. Zheng Yin chuckled, hearing that I feel relieved. I was also worried about how to accommodate them. After negotiations between both parties, the 6,000 clones were released onto the planet and soon endowed with plant-like consciousness. One of Zheng Yin's clones approached him and said, Marshall, we sincerely thank you for your gift. We will forever remember the Earth, humans, this magnificent civilization. Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise, you are Professor Pittman. The clone laughed and said, no, actually we do not have names among our kind, because we communicate solely through consciousness. Soundwave communication is something animals need. You can call me the representative. Zheng Yin replied, pure consciousness communication is indeed very convenient, but soundwave communication can also create some soul collisions. The logical art of language, poetry, and music can generate unique charm. The representative said, we completely agree on this point. We will not abandon the energy of sound. We will also form a new language system to add some sound to this quiet planet. Zheng Yin asked, what do you need for production tools? The representative replied, we need nothing. The evolution of civilization is not solely about technological advancement. Our species has existed for billions of years and has evolved civilization to higher dimensions on multiple planets. Here our bodies will not suffer from any diseases. They will possess perfect physiques throughout their lives. Dai Lu looked at the excited and comfortable clones coming and going and said, perhaps they really don't need technological evolution, just like the light seekers. When I retire, I will also come here to enjoy my old age. Zheng Yin asked, the uniqueness of your civilization is rare in the galaxy. Please allow me to invite your participation on behalf of the Alliance. The representative smiled and said, our civilization's evolution is entirely different from the Alliance, so there is no need to join. We also have wars, but they occur in peaceful dimensions. Our understanding of dimensions is akin to your understanding of planets. I know this is difficult to grasp, but it is a characteristic of our plant civilization. This statement once again refreshed the cosmic view of the Earth Expeditionary Army. After handing over the clones, the changed starship departed from this green planet with the original research team members and some base equipment. They headed towards a desert planet 1,000 light years away where the research team would continue their studies. 10 seconds later, they jumped to the desert planet where the natural environment was completely different from the previous green planet. The planet had no vegetation at all, and its appearance resembled Mars covered in gravel and desert. The new research base was established at the mouth of an extinct volcano which could shield it from much of the wind and sand. It's strange. The air conditions are quite suitable for the growth of plants and animals. Why hasn't civilization formed here? Zheng Yin asked with a sigh. The water on this planet is all underground, so there is no life on the surface, but there are vast amounts of fungi underground, Professor Picard said. Fungi can't possibly develop consciousness, can they? Dai Lu asked. According to our theory, yes, but during our travels in the universe, our theories have never held up, always being overturned time and again, Professor Picard laughed. So it's uncertain then? Dai Lu asked. According to the detection results from the Alliance's engineering ship, there are no signs of consciousness among these fungi, but we cannot directly conclude that all fungi are like this, Professor West said. Let's hope there are no accidents, Zheng Yin said with a wry smile. After teleporting the research members and equipment to the base, the change was ready to head to the next mission point. However, just as they were about to leave, Wu Yunqi received a message from the desert planet. You waterbags keep invading our world time and again, what is your purpose? We order you to leave immediately. This is the first communication we have sent you, and also the last. In 1 hour, we will launch a clearing attack on the invaders. Zheng Yin immediately replied. We are a civil exploration ship of the Galactic Star Alliance dedicated to exploring the unknown universe and discovering unknown civilizations. I am the captain of the Starship, Zheng Yin, communicating on behalf of all the members of this ship. The other side replied, we do not engage in any invasion wars, but we do not allow ourselves to be invaded. Do not use peace as a pretext. If you do not leave within an hour, destruction awaits you. Zheng Yin said, the engineering ships of our alliance have conducted multiple surveys and confirmed that there is no civilization or advanced life on this planet, which is why we chose to establish a research base here. I apologize for this oversight. Please rest assured that not interfering with the development of other civilizations is the principle of our alliance. We will evacuate immediately and extend our apologies to you. Unexpectedly, the other side shouted, you say we are a low-level life form. You are insulting us. Insulting us is unforgivable. We will declare war on you now. Off. Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise, calm down, leader. There is no hierarchy among living beings. The logic I used in my previous statement was from the perspective of mammals. I apologize. In fact, fungi are also a great form of life. They are often the pioneers of a planet. The other side responded, foolish waterbags, it's too late for apologies. We are not fungi. Fungi are merely the physical entities we cultivate. Your base has already been surrounded by us. Professor Picard, please scan the area around the base for any anomalies. Captain, a large number of small stones are moving towards the research base. Zoom in the projection onto the holographic platform. Once the moving stones were projected onto the holographic platform, everyone on the bridge felt a strange sense of amusement, and Lou laughed heartily, saying, where did these toy soldiers come from? It was seen that each little stone figure was less than 2 centimeters tall, charging towards the research base with guns and cannons, but their weapons had no real power. They might just be used for harvesting fungi. Zheng Yin smiled and said, forget it, let's go. If news about us fighting them gets out, we'll be laughed to death. Professor Picard chuckled, what a strange creature, it's all stone with a body moisture content of less than 1%. No wonder they call us big water bags. Zheng Yin immediately ordered the engineering team to teleport all research members and mechanical equipment back. He sent a message to the little stone people saying, we apologize for disturbing your evolution. It's our fault for not surveying the situation clearly. We will eliminate all traces left behind to avoid impacting your history. The opposing party replied fiercely, humans leave, but the things must stay. They are our spoils of war. Zheng Yin smiled and said, your technology is clearly not yet at a level to join the Star Alliance. To avoid impacting your civilization's evolution, the entire base must be relocated. Then Zheng Yin ignored the shouting from the other side and ordered the teleportation room to move the entire base to the 4th deck. Angry, the little stone people burrowed out, and even the random stones piled on the ground suddenly came to life. They launched several missiles at the changed spacecraft in orbit, but the range only reached a few kilometers high before running out of fuel and falling to the ground. The communicator was filled with their curses. Lou laughed and said, oh, this has really ruined their plans. Wu Yunqi asked, why do you say that? Zheng Yin smiled and said, since they have developed a civilization, the Star Alliance's engineering ships would definitely have detected them. Perhaps they have hidden themselves as little stones to evade scanning. When the base was completed and the researchers settled in, they would launch an attack clearly aimed at seizing the research base. Unfortunately, their technology is too backward. Gifting them such an advanced research base would only lead to their demise. Professor Picard said, it's a pity that their temperament makes communication difficult. Otherwise, establishing relations with such a rare species would be a good thing, as their life composition may be silicon-based. After submitting a report to the Star Alliance, once again, the changed spacecraft could only take the research team to the 3rd candidate planet, a water planet, 300 light-years away. This planet is over 90% covered by oceans, teeming with a large number of arthropods and a few vertebrates. It is a newly formed star system where flora and fauna have just begun to open the door to self-evolution, and no intelligent life has appeared yet. Upon reaching the planet's surface, Zheng Yin instructed, Professor Picard, make sure to scan thoroughly. Don't miss a single detail. The research team cannot afford further delays. An hour later, Professor Picard reported, Captain, no signs of intelligent life have been detected on this planet. All the marine animals are in a state of consciousness chaos, lacking class and social structure. What about the land? Zheng Yin asked. On the only piece of land no animals have appeared, only a few plants, replied Professor Picard. All right, choose a location and teleport the research base down. Zheng Yin said. Eventually, the engineering team chose a barren, unplanted area and teleported the entire research base down, followed by the research equipment and personnel. Just as they were preparing to leave, Change said, Captain, my consciousness radar detected that there seems to be intelligent life on this planet. What? Didn't Professor Picard say there were no intelligent animals detected in the ocean? Zheng Yin asked. Yes, Captain, he only detected animals and did not check for bacteria. The single-celled algal bacteria in the ocean have developed a collective consciousness. Wow, this really overturns my understanding. Can bacteria also become intelligent? Lou asked. My consciousness detector can connect with them. Should we communicate with them? All right, Change, connect with them, Zheng Yin said. At this moment, Change represented the algal bacteria on the planet. Zheng Yin said, we are a civilization exploration ship from the Galactic Star Alliance peace emissaries. I am Zheng Yin, the captain of this starship. I apologize for unintentionally intruding into your society and ask for your permission to initiate first contact on behalf of the Alliance. We have lived on this planet for hundreds of millions of years and have never encountered extraterrestrial civilizations. May I ask what your purpose is for coming here, said the other party. We are establishing a research base to conduct scientific research on consciousness energy conversion. We have previously visited 2 planets, both of which had marvelous civilizations. We do not wish to disturb the normal development of other civilizations, so we relocated here for the 3rd time, only to find that there is also a marvelous and great civilization here. If you do not allow it, we will leave immediately. No, we welcome all civilizations as long as you do not have malicious intent and do not disrupt the ecological balance of this planet. Why can't we evolve together, said the other party. That's wonderful. Our research base has already been established on a barren land, and it will not affect the normal development of your society. May we evolve together and seek the truth of life. Zheng Yin smiled. In fact, we have been evolving in solitude for hundreds of millions of years, but due to our small size, we cannot conduct technological research and can only evolve our consciousness. We have also dreamed of reaching other planets and befriending other civilizations, said the other party. And now you have come. This is a gift of civilization. We can finally communicate with other civilizations. Please allow us to establish diplomatic relations with you and take us to other planets to travel so we do not have to painstakingly cultivate advanced life ourselves. Are you saying that the life on your planet was all cultivated by you? Zheng Yin asked curiously. The other party replied, yes, we cannot travel far or develop technology. Although we have evolved consciousness, our bodies still limit our freedom. A year ago, we began a life creation plan, and now these arthropods and vertebrates in the ocean are all growing according to our plan. What will they ultimately evolve into? Zheng Yin asked. The other party replied, they are meant to take us away from this planet to travel to other planets. We have encountered several civilizations that evolved purely through consciousness. Their immense powers are what we aspire to. We are glad to now know you. As long as you do not engage in parasitism or seize the main consciousness, we would be delighted to take you to explore the corners of the universe. Zheng Yin said, of course not. At least your physical constitution is not sufficient to carry our consciousness. Our consciousness is collective or can be described as a continuum. As long as a small part of us is taken away, no matter where they go, all our kind will feel everything they experience, said the other party. This is the consciousness continuum. We are very familiar with the continuum. Before knowing you, we have been fighting against a 5-dimensional space continuum. Of course, we also know that not all continua are evil. The Nuwa clan that created us is also a great continuum. Zheng Yin said, yes, reaching a higher dimensional space is our ultimate goal of evolution. We have only just taken our first step, said the other party. Finally, Zheng Yin arranged for the engineering team to establish an ecological room on the 2nd deck, bringing 100 cubic meters of seawater from this planet, which contains billions of single-celled algal bacteria, and placed a consciousness conversion communicator outside the ecological room for communication with them. This algal civilization submitted an application to join the Galactic Star Alliance. The scientific team discovered that the technology theory of early civilizations had already reached above 3rd-tier civilization, and they could easily fabricate a DNA sequence for a new species. In return for taking them on a journey, the algal civilization provided the Earth Expeditionary Force with a large number of gene modification plans, which are much more stable than the gene modifications of natural star people. However, Zheng Yin was still unwilling to take this risk, selecting only a small portion for physical enhancement. After all, each gene modification requires observation for more than 3 generations, and only if no mutations or diseases occur can it be considered truly stable. The scientific and medical teams joined forces, selecting 500 volunteers for minor gene modifications, mainly to enhance their consciousness thinking ability and physical capabilities. With the addition of the algal civilization, the strength of the Star Alliance increased significantly. The research base on the ocean planet became a communication hub between the Star Alliance and the algal civilization, and the algal civilization provided great assistance for their research. In a casual conversation afterward, Lu said, do you think life is self-generated or designed? How did the earliest life come about, just like the algal civilization? I can't be certain about others, but we are definitely created by the Nuwa clan. As for how the Nuwa clan came about, we will consider that once we reach higher dimensional space. Zheng Yin smiled. The mysteries of life and the mysteries of the universe are essentially the same. They are our exploration goals, said Professor Picard. After leaving the ocean planet, the changed super spacecraft prepared to head to the next mission site. However, just as they were about to depart, they suddenly received an emergency signal from the Star Alliance command. A member star of the Star Alliance is under attack by an unknown civilization seemingly from beyond the galaxy. Their method of assault resembles that of the GNA people on the 3000-second differential, capable of absorbing vast amounts of energy attacks. Their spacecraft is a mechanical planet roughly the size of the Moon, which directly jumped into the galaxy and assimilated a planet within a day. The inhabitants of this former Star Alliance member star have already transformed into semi-mechanical beings. The invaders are heading towards their next target, and the Star Alliance is dispatching 10,000 warships to intercept them. The mission of the change is to scout and delay the invader as much as possible. Indeed, it was about time for that. If the five-dimensional space causes trouble, we can just inform them of what the Keelians have done. We have been worried about how to contact them. Lu laughed. Forget about scouting. Last time we barely escaped the Keelians. This invader is evidently more advanced. Let's just go for destruction, Zheng Yin exclaimed. The changed super starship then jumped to the nearest new member star of the Alliance, hiding its form in a bait-and-wait strategy. Indeed, an hour after their arrival, the change detected a large-scale spatial distortion phenomenon. Soon a mechanical planet the size of the moon appeared in high orbital space. Isn't this the Death Star from Star Wars? Lu shouted helplessly. As soon as the mechanical planet appeared, it released tens of thousands of massive warships heading towards the Star Alliance member star. There was no pre-battle communication. They seemed intent on harvesting lower life forms. Gamma ray guns at full power. Neutrino split cannons follow up. Zheng Yin immediately ordered. The expeditionary forces loaded all their artillery with gamma ray guns totaling 300 of various sizes. The change suddenly revealed itself, and over 300 gamma rays shot towards the mechanical planet. The invaders did not regard this second-tier stellar civilization as a threat. They did not anticipate that a third-tier civilization's warship was hiding here. Piercing through their shields with the sudden gamma rays, the change then unleashed a neutrino split cannon with a superposition of 100 frequencies. However, the invaders quickly reacted. Although they did not restore the mechanical planet immediately, they swiftly deployed 500 warships to shield against the neutrino split cannon. They lost over 2,000 warships, but soon the mechanical planet regained its normal state and fired a strange beam at the change. Evade immediately. The beam passed through the change's 2 layers of shields, grazing the hull. Why does this resemble our gamma rays? The power is too immense. Check off Beidou run. By the time the second strange beam arrived, the change had already jumped away. But when the change jumped back again, the second-tier stellar civilization had been surrounded by the invaders' warships. Professor Picard could not uncover any information about the invaders, not even what race was controlling the mechanical planet. They could be semi-mechanical beings or purely mechanical beings, but all the races assimilated by them had become semi-mechanical. Upon noticing the change's return, the invaders did not launch an attack, but focused on invading the nearby planet. Capacitor fire gamma rays at full power. However, this time the invaders had already found a method of defense, easily absorbing the gamma rays carrying ultra-high energy. Fire the neutrino split cannon. The neutrino split cannon, with its superposition of 100 frequencies, also proved ineffective. This won't do, Captain. This doesn't even count as a scratch, Lu shouted. They found a defense so quickly, we are no match for them. Professor Picard remarked, Captain, the Star Alliance Command has sent a message. Wu Yunqi said, quick, put it on the big screen. On screen was the worried Marshal Dragu, who stated, Marshal Zheng, the invaders you are facing are the original race of the GNA, people who caused havoc at the 3,000-second differential. Even the peak Tianquan people at that time could do nothing against them. Ultimately, it was the unification of the five-dimensional space that drove them away. They behave like locusts, refusing to communicate with you, only seeking to assimilate others and satisfy their own desires. Our weapons will soon become ineffective. We destroyed 2,000 of their warships only at the moment of surprise. Now they completely disregard our attacks, Zheng Yin replied. That's not the worst part. The 5 member stars assimilated by them have already launched attacks on other star regions. They have all become semi-mechanical beings. What should we do then? We have no chance against such technology unless the Pangu or the Baiguang people come to help. We just send a distress signal to the Pangu. They are currently resisting the invasion from the Andromeda Galaxy and cannot spare any attention here, while the Baiguang people insist that we all worship the Baiguang religion. It seems we have to rely on ourselves. We will contact them later. After closing the communication, Zheng Yin ordered capacitor launch all conventional stockpile missiles. 10 million conventional missiles were launched, including thermal nuclear fission missiles, cold nuclear fusion missiles, antimatter warheads, photon bombs, neutron bombs, and more. None of these missiles inflicted any damage. Ultimately, the invaders seemed provoked and launched a strange beam at the Star Arrow. Fortunately, it was cleverly dodged by the change. This is not possible, Captain. We can't fight them at all, Lu said. Without unlocking the technology of a third-tier civilization, we are no match for them. Change, unlock all your third-tier civilization technology. Professor Picard, lead the science team to develop new weapons immediately. Zheng Yin ordered. Captain, the invaders seem to have sent a message, Wu Yunqi reported. The message contained a simple statement: we have assimilated the entire Straw Hat Galaxy and the Triangular Constellation. The Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way are our next targets. Prepare to accept the most perfect evolution. Our civilization's evolution is a matter of freedom. Any force that restricts our evolutionary freedom is evil, whether in form or consciousness. We will never submit. Captain, they have rejected the message, Wu Yunqi said. Zheng Yin responded, it seems they don't take us seriously at all. What should we do now, Captain? Attack or hold back? Lu asked. Zheng Yin replied helplessly, how can an ant defeat an elephant? A group cannot either. We will just follow them closely, studying them thoroughly to devise a countermeasure. As the invaders assimilated a second-level stellar civilization, the changed spacecraft and the self-defense battleships on this star failed to cause any harm to the intruders. Zheng Yin found himself truly helpless this time. The science team attempted to edit a computer virus to attack the mechanical civilization system, but they discovered that this system was closed. They only communicated internally, resembling a collective consciousness. The individual mechanical consciousness was weak. They needed a multitude of mechanical entities to form a vast collective consciousness, which could generate immense energy to evolve into a higher dimensional space. This was the only path for the mechanical civilization's evolution. So, does this mean replicants will also have to follow this path in the end? Wu Yunqi asked inadvertently. Replicants, yes Yunqi, thanks for the reminder. How could I have forgotten about them? Zheng Yin said excitedly. Should we ask for help from the replicant planet? Yes Yunqi, quickly send them an emergency message. After the signal was connected, it turned out to be Louisa on the other end. Zheng Yin said, Louisa, weren't you going on a long journey? Yes, we are currently on a journey in the Large Magellanic Cloud, but the information is synchronized in real time. The replicant planet directly forwarded your communication to me. I sent you an emergency message because we are in big trouble. Oh, I hope you can help us. He then sent Louisa the information about the mechanical civilization's invasion. Louisa read the message in 0.01 seconds and immediately stated that such aggressive evolution was unjust. The replicants had an obligation to defend the reputation of the mechanical civilization. She promptly dispatched 100 warships to rendezvous with the change. Just as Louisa finished speaking, a large distortion phenomenon occurred in the space near the change. 100 giant warships of the replicants jumped into the area. Louisa said, Your warships retreat. We will take care of this place. Do not let it affect you. The change immediately withdrew 10 light-years away, watching the war between the mechanical civilizations from a distance. The 100 replicant warships appeared identical to the change, but their technology had completely reached the pinnacle of third-level civilization. The war began quickly and ended even faster, exceeding all expectations. Upon entering this space, the 100 replicant warships immediately opened a space funnel. The mechanical planet the size of the moon fell into the space funnel without any struggle, and their warships were also drawn in. Then the 100 replicant warships departed from the scene. Louisa said, The invaders have been captured by us. The races that were assimilated need to be cleared by you. They must hurry to the Andromeda Galaxy and cannot assist you further. Thank you for your help, but spared us from the disaster of extermination, Zheng Yin replied. A fleet of 10,000 warships from the Star Alliance arrived 3 days later, and together with the change they eliminated the assimilated half-mechanical races. The half-mechanical races that were assimilated this time, unlike the GNA people on the 3rd second limb, lacked individual consciousness and still belonged to a whole. Thus their repair surgery could not be conducted, resulting in these races completely transforming into half-mechanical bodies. In desperation, the Star Alliance had no choice but to eliminate these races and dispatch new ones to fill these planets. This sudden invasion by the mechanical civilization led to the loss of a dozen member stars of the Star Alliance, all located on the Orion Arm. To defend against future invasions by the mechanical civilization, the Star Alliance established direct contact with the replicants. Once an invasion was detected, the Star Alliance could send emergency messages directly to the replicants. 10,000 Star Alliance warships returned to the battlefield on the Sagittarius Arm, while the changed Starship received a mission to relocate an indigenous civilization. This primitive civilization is located in the main battlefield of the Sagittarius Arm, where the war between the Star Alliance and the Unification faction threatens its survival. This civilization is currently in a slave society, with a surge of philosophers emerging similar to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors on Earth. They ponder the truths of the universe and life, possessing an immense thirst for knowledge. Therefore, to prevent this civilization's normal evolution from being disrupted and to avoid destruction by war, the Star Alliance and the Unification faction's interstellar war must not be discovered by them. Relocating them became a significant challenge. First, it was difficult to find an identical planetary environment. Secondly, it was impossible to move them all to a new planet at once. Intermittent relocation would surely raise their suspicions. The change searched for habitable planets in the galaxy devoid of intelligent life. Eventually, a candidate planet was selected in the Orion Arm. This planet was once a colony of the Unification faction's Tianquan star people, and its star system, like that of this primitive civilization, is a young yellow dwarf. Moreover, the ecological environment of the planet is quite similar except for the high-tech buildings left by the Tianquan star people. Thus, transforming the planet's architecture became the primary task of the change. Professor Picard, how long will it take to copy the architectural data on this planet? Zheng Yin asked. The architectural data has been copied. We are now copying the plants and crops. This is very challenging, akin to establishing a new ecological environment from scratch, and it will take at least 15 days. No, 15 days is too long. In 10 days, the war between the Star Alliance and the Unification faction will reach here. We must complete it in 7 days and relocate them in 3 days. Zheng Yin stated. Captain, with 7 days, we won't even be able to copy the data of the animals they have domesticated, let alone the complex plants. Furthermore, we still need to transform the colony star. 10 days is simply insufficient. Professor Picard replied. It seems we can only rely on the name of the deity. We will first transform their buildings. As many plants and animals as we can migrate, we will do so. While they sleep, we will send a wave of consciousness to all the leadership classes, implying that the gods will change their environment, ensuring they have no doubts about the future changes in flora and fauna. Zheng Yin said. This subconscious suggestion to the global indigenous people was completed by the change and 50 bisque girls. A day later, all leaders of this primitive civilization had strange dreams of the deities descending during the night. In the dream, the deities informed them that their world would undergo tremendous changes. A day would shorten, while a year would lengthen, and the animals and plants around them would also undergo significant changes. This was a new home established for them by the deities where they would be under the protection of the divine. The next day, this strange phenomenon rapidly spread throughout the primitive civilization, and all tribes regarded it as the favor of the deities, with historians meticulously recording the event. The slave owners were busy performing rituals for the deities. However, by the third night, as they fell asleep, the whistling fleet of starships collected them from their homes and compressed them into quantum storage cabinets where they would remain asleep until their new home was established. Finally, the change collected many of the animals they had domesticated, storing them sequentially by number, waiting to return them safely when the time came. In 3 days, all intelligent races and some domesticated animals on this primitive planet were collected by the change. Due to the urgency of time, this civilization's migration could not be carried out without the indigenous people noticing. 3 months later, all buildings on the primitive civilization's planet were completely restored to the colony star. For the doubts of the wise philosophers among the indigenous people, the expeditionary forces could only rely on the name of the deities continuously guiding their subconscious while they slept, convincing them of the changes occurring in their world. Later, those philosophers documented all the flora and fauna that were not brought over from the original planet and compiled an illustrated guide of the flora and fauna before the deities descended. Looking at the guide they had compiled, Luda said, "Why do I feel that this book is quite similar to the Shanghai Jing? Could it be that our civilization was also migrated?" Zheng Yin laughed. This point is uncertain, but it can be confirmed that the origin of humanity was created by the Nuwa people, not evolved naturally. As for why we were created, we can ask her personally when we reach the higher dimensional space. In the following months, the changed Starship reassessed the environmental adaptability of these primitive races. Only after confirming their complete adaptation to the new environment did the change set off for the next mission point. During this time, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi welcomed their child, and Wu Yunqi's work was temporarily taken over by Daisy. The war between the Star Alliance and the Unification faction on the Sagittarius arm had entered its final stages. Due to the clan's non-participation in the war, many member stars of the Unification faction on this arm defected and surrendered. The Tianquan star people found it difficult to turn the tide. To preserve their strength, they withdrew all their warships to the Andromeda arm and the Threthasan second limb. The remaining few stubborn members of the Unification faction quickly collapsed under the assault of the Star Alliance's coalition of 200,000 warships. Now on the Sagittarius arm, the Unification faction could no longer be found except for the clans. The scientific department of the Star Alliance planned to establish 2 enormous space portals to transport a large number of warships between the Orion arm and the Sagittarius arm. The mission of the change was to supervise the establishment of the 2 portals and protect this project from being destroyed by the stubborn members of the Unification faction. The traditional portal on the Orion arm was established near the Zaba star, while the traditional portal on the Sagittarius arm was established near the Oxygen star. Now the insectoids had joined the Star Alliance and became the largest member of the Star Alliance on the Sagittarius arm. The leader of the insectoids, Kuan Shiba, was awarded a new military rank, General of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. The Star Alliance army pressed forward in pursuit of victory, heading towards the 3,000 seconds suspended arm. This suspended arm is home to 3 powerful factions: the Star Alliance, the Unity sect, and the mercenary group of the Ghana people, who possess semi-mechanical bodies. The Ghana mercenary group has a long-standing tradition of cooperation with the Unity sect, making the Star Alliance's influence quite weak on this suspended arm. This time, the Star Alliance's joint fleet attacked the 3,000 seconds suspended arm, gathering all the main combat forces from 4 suspended arms. The change, acting as a reconnaissance ship, proceeded ahead to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the 3,000 seconds suspended arm, as they prepared for a stealth reconnaissance of the Ghana people's space base, Daisy received an emergency message from a member of the Star Alliance on this suspended arm. On the other end of the line were a group of Longsho people whose arms have 9 joints, allowing them to stand and still touch the ground. The leader of the Longsho people said, "Marshal, we have been ambushed by the Tianquan people. They initiated a biological virus war, and a small shuttle filled with the virus crashed on our planet's surface. This suicidal attack has brought us great disaster. The virus spreads through the air, infecting our genes and turning us into half-insect beings like the Tianquan people. We have no immunity against this virus, and now our living forces are hiding underground. How many of you remain uninfected?" Zheng Yin asked. The leader of the Longsho people replied, "Only about less than 1/3, around 100 million. When did the infection appear? Do the infected still retain their reasoning and consciousness?" Zheng Yin inquired. "The infection appeared only 3 days ago, but it spreads rapidly. The infected still have thoughts, but they lack reason. They have become furious and are prone to attacking others, moving with agility," said the leader of the Longsho people. "Please wait patiently in your underground shelters. We will come to assist you in developing an antibody and curing the infected, Zheng Yin reassured. No, Marshal, we have already developed an immune vaccine, but those who were once our kin on the surface have undergone significant genetic mutations and have become part of the Tianquan people. They cannot be restored. I hope that when you arrive you will dispatch warships to clear them from the atmosphere. This would violate the humanitarian rescue policy of the Star Alliance, Zheng Yin stated. The leader of the Longzhou people replied, we cannot fully control the infection. We must painfully eliminate all of them. All right, we will discuss this further upon our arrival. If necessary, we will proceed, as you suggest, Zheng Yin conceded. They have now occupied all military facilities on the surface and are attacking the underground shelters. Clearly someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes, perhaps in orbit. You may be able to track the Tianquan people's movements. When the change jumped to the Longzhou people's planet, it indeed discovered the Tianquan people's warships. A cruiser was stationed in high orbit, and the genetically mutated beings on the surface seemed to be under their command. Capacitor fire gamma rays to penetrate the cruiser's shields. Dr. Jones, once the enemy ship's shields are down, teleport a few Tianquan researchers to the isolation room. Zheng Yin commanded. Subsequently, the change immediately revealed itself, and a powerful gamma ray struck the Tianquan cruiser. The sudden appearance of the change frightened the Tianquan people. They immediately attempted to flee, but were hit by gamma rays that penetrated their shields, crippling their systems. Shortly thereafter, the teleportation room locked onto the research chamber of the Tianquan cruiser, using spatial particle teleportation technology to capture 5 scientists. Capacitor fire the neutrino fragmentation cannon to destroy this cruiser, Zheng Yin commanded. The 40-kilometer-long Tianquan cruiser was instantly reduced to a cloud of dust. Professor Picard scanned the nearby star regions for any hidden Tianquan warships, Zheng Yin instructed. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard stated, none, Captain. No traces of large warships have been found within 10 light years. What about the mutated populations on the surface? Zheng Yin asked. After the destruction of the Tianquan cruiser, the mutated populations on the surface lost their organization. Some lay down on the ground to sleep, while others wandered aimlessly. They quickly lost their fury and aggressiveness, replied Professor Picard. In that case, let's pause the elimination. We need to focus on researching the antibodies. Daisy, please inform the leader of the Longzhou people in the underground shelter about this matter. Zheng Yin then ordered the teleportation room to bring in a dozen mutated individuals from the surface for research. The group known as the Immortal Combination had already begun interrogating the Tianquan scientists. According to these scientists, the gene infection technology of the Tianquan people has evolved through several generations. Now they no longer need to inject drugs, they can simply spread the virus into the air to achieve infection. Infected individuals' genes immediately mutate, turning them into half-insect beings like the Tianquan people, and they will be subjected to the control of the Tianquan people's consciousness. As for the antibodies, the Tianquan people have not conducted any research on them, and have even prohibited others from doing so. Now the task of researching antibodies falls on the shoulders of the scientific and medical teams. The medical team first initiated purification and disinfection procedures for the gene-infected individuals, followed by sequencing their genes and comparing them with the uninfected Longzhou people in the underground shelter. They aim to identify the mutated sections and perform further genetic modifications. Although this technology can revert mutated individuals to their original appearance, it does not improve emotions or thought processes, nor does it produce effective antibodies against the virus. As a result, there have been cases of individuals who have been restored to their original appearance, experiencing a second relapse. Moreover, this super gene modification virus possesses extreme mutability, causing the antibodies developed to often lag behind their mutation pace. I believe we should not waste any more time. Let the change seek solutions from the restricted third-tier civilization technology. The war in the galaxy has reached a critical stage. Who knows whether the Keelians will bring the Unity God back, and it seems that the power of the 5-dimensional space is no longer concerned with our war. Indeed, it was about time for that. If the 5-dimensional space causes trouble, we can just inform them of what the Keelians have done. We have been worried about how to contact them. Lu laughed. Change regarding this gene modification virus. Do you have any way in the restricted third-tier civilization technology to produce a perfect antibody? Zheng Yin inquired. The evolution of this virus has completely detached from the threat of antibodies. They can mutate within minutes of encountering antibodies. Therefore, we can only use another virus that has the same mutation speed to attack them, Change replied. Zheng Yin said, all right, Change, unlock all the technology for editing virus genes. We need to create a new type of virus. Creating a new virus is akin to generating a new species, and there is significant uncertainty regarding its subsequent evolution. I do not recommend that you possess such technology for creating new species at this moment, Change replied. Then what theories does your technology offer to resolve this issue? Zheng Yin inquired. My logic can only be used to assess the feasibility of the methods you propose. I cannot issue subjective commands. This is a defensive measure designed by my creators to prevent irreversible interference with the evolution of lower civilizations, Change explained. What if we modify this gene-altering virus instead of creating a new species? Would this modified virus only target the original virus and not infect other races? Professor Picard proposed. This modification method is feasible, but how to execute it requires you to find the answers within my theoretical materials, Change stated. All right, that is sufficient. Professor Picard, I will leave this matter to you and Dr. Huang Yueqing. Zheng Yin smiled. With the collaboration of the scientific and medical teams, the first generation of modified viruses emerged, exhibiting a strong aggressiveness towards the original virus. They can autonomously locate the original virus and transform it into their likeness. Once the original virus within the infected host is completely assimilated, these viruses will lie dormant within the host, ceasing reproduction and causing no changes to the host's genes. However, the original virus' evolutionary speed quickly rendered the modified virus immune. After modification, the virus mutation speed decreased, significantly failing to keep pace with the original virus. Moreover, the modified virus lost its reproductive capability after 3 to 5 generations of mutation. This race against the mutation speed of the original virus resulted in a complete defeat for the expeditionary force. Captain, why don't we use nanobots instead? Daliu suggested. You mean nanoscopic replicators? Zheng Yin asked. Yes, but we must not allow them to evolve autonomously. Also, the system cannot use a base 9 configuration, otherwise we won't be able to control it, Daliu said. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment before saying, Daisy, send a communication request to the replicant star. Moments later, the leader of the replicants, Louisa, said, Captain, what can I assist you with? Yes, I would like to request your help with something. Where are you now? Zheng Yin smiled. We just visited a quasi-divine civilization and are currently clearing out invasive mechanical civilizations in the triangular seat star system, Louisa replied. We are all working hard for the free evolution of civilizations in the universe. Thank you for your efforts. I would like to request your assistance in creating a nanoscopic replicator capable of eliminating viruses, Zheng Yin stated. Why do you want to undertake this? Nanoscopic replicators akin to locusts are memories we prefer to forget, Louisa questioned. No, everything has two sides, or what is beneficial to one may serve another purpose, Zheng Yin replied. The Tianquan star people initiated a biological viral attack in the Milky Way. This virus transmitted through the air causes the genes of infected individuals to mutate, transforming them into semi-insectoid forms and integrating them into the Tianquan star civilization. This virus appears to be an organic replicating machine, and its mutation speed is beyond our means of counteraction. The modified virus loses its reproductive ability after 3 to 5 generations. Thus, we considered utilizing nanoscopic replicators to physically eliminate this gene-infecting virus. A purely physical attack can be seen as an unchanging response to the ever-changing situation. I see now, everything has duality and nothing is absolute. We will assist you in designing the data for the nanoscopic replicators shortly, but we must not endow them with the capacity for autonomous evolution. After all, we are not creators. We will use your traditional binary system for the operating system, as that will make it much easier for you to operate, Louisa stated. That's great. Louisa, you think just like us, Zheng Yin smiled. We evolved using humans as our model, so our logical thinking is quite similar. We will send you the manufacturing data for the nanoscopic replicators shortly. Feel free to contact me if you encounter any difficulties, Louisa smiled. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard received a set of data, and based on this data, they manufactured the first batch of nanoscopic replicators. These nanoscopic replicators are merely 1 nanometer in length, yet possess sharp foreclaws, allowing them to easily penetrate the virus interior. They can completely destroy the virus. They can exploit trace metal elements within the human body to achieve self-reproduction, but their reproduction requires killing the gene-infecting virus to trigger. Each time a nanoscopic replicator enters a gene-infecting virus, it will divide and produce a new individual inside the virus. After completely eliminating the virus, the 2 replicators will break free and continue to seek their next target. Due to the binary system of this virus, operation is very convenient. They can be turned on and off at will, and they will not develop autonomously. The nanoscopic replicators can also spread through the air without needing to enter the human body. As soon as they detect a gene-infecting virus, they can immediately begin to attack and reproduce. After placing these nanoscopic replicators on the test subject, within just 10 minutes, the degree of gene mutation in the test subject began to reverse. This is because a large number of gene-infecting viruses were killed, and the body of the Longhand people was recovering its original state. 2 hours later, the number of nanoscopic replicators within the Longhand individual reached its peak, and shortly after they entered a dormant state. After scanning, it was confirmed that the gene-infecting virus within the Longhand individual had been entirely cleared. Subsequently, the scientific team created a large management server for the replicators, which was transmitted to the surface of the Longhand people's planet. The massive server stood 50 meters tall and was placed in the central square of the city, continuously emitting nanoscopic replicators into the surrounding air. With the flow of air, 1 day later, the viral mutant forms in the city experienced significant recovery, and the Longhand people hiding in the underground bunkers were finally able to come out. 2 days later, the number of replicators on this continent reached its peak. With alternating warm and cold air currents, 1 month later, the replicators reached every corner of all continents on this planet. Those Longhand infected individuals who first received treatment from the replicators had completely returned to normal. They could no longer remember their experiences as mutants wandering the world during the previous period. According to their recollections, they were in a hazy and drowsy state at that time. The development of these replicators holds significant strategic importance for the Star Alliance. Subsequently, the changed spacecraft transmitted the data and management program for the replicators to the Star Alliance. As a result, the viral warfare of the Tianquan Star people lost its offensive significance. After resolving the issues concerning the Longhand people, the changed spacecraft continued to scout the Ghana people's space base. This space base is located 500 light-years away from the Longhand people's star and resembles a large space station nearly the size of the moon. In terms of both appearance and nature, it is similar to the mechanical planets of the mechanical civilization invaders. However, in terms of technology, they lag far behind. Since the Ghana people were separated from the collective consciousness of the mechanical civilization by the unification deity, their technological advancement has stagnated. Meanwhile, the mechanical civilization has reached the third-level civilization tier, whereas the Ghana people's civilization is still at level 2. 5. Thus, the changed spacecraft was able to scan them easily while remaining cloaked. Scanning revealed over 1 billion semi-mechanical individuals within this space base in addition to 2,000 warships surrounding it. They did not notice the cloak change. This is quite tempting, Captain. Should we launch a black hole torpedo at them? Daliu asked. I think you're becoming addicted to surprise attacks. They are merely cooperating closely with the Tianquan Star people and have not directly declared opposition to the Star Alliance. Moreover, they are mercenaries, not galactic pirates. A direct ambush would not be justified, Zheng Yin replied. Captain, the Star Alliance has sent an inquiry, Daisy announced. Upon connection, Marshal Delegulu asked, General Zheng, how is the reconnaissance of the Ghana people's space base going? We just finished scanning and the results will be sent over shortly. What are the Star Alliance Command's plans regarding this base? Zheng Yin inquired. We will shortly send a communication to the Ghana people demanding that they do not participate in the war between us and the unification faction. If they refuse or adopt a hardline stance, you may deliver appropriate strikes, Delegulu said. Understood, we await your message, Zheng Yin replied. 2 hours later, Marshal Delegulu sent a message stating, the Ghana people have dispatched warships in collaboration with the Tianquan Star people to attack the Star Alliance member star on this arm. They are taking a firm and aggressive stance, openly condemning us for using replicants to eliminate their ancestors' invasion. They boldly declared their intent to share the governance of the Milky Way with the unification faction. In that case, we have nothing to worry about. Let's go, Daliu laughed. Marshal Delegulu stated they have mutually shared their technologies with the Tianquan Star people. You need to be cautious, such bases likely exist in multiple hidden locations. After your surprise attack, go directly in search of other hidden bases. As for the Ghana people, they are essentially a mechanical civilization that can easily spiral out of control. To prevent them from evolving into third-level technological civilization, we must eliminate them thoroughly. We cannot wait until they develop to a point of being unmanageable and then seek help from the replicants, Delegulu warned. Zheng Yin ordered, electrocapacitor, first launch gamma rays to penetrate the shield, then immediately fire 100 black hole torpedoes. Do not worry about the warships. Once we eliminate the base, we will depart. The changed spacecraft immediately appeared, followed by a gamma ray that pierced through the base's shield, and then 100 black hole torpedoes were launched. The GNA people did not expect that after they had just rejected the Alliance's proposal, they would be ambushed. The massive space station was soon torn apart by the black hole's powerful gravitational force, and the warships nearby immediately launched an attack on the change. Professor Picard, have you marked them? Zheng Yin asked. Yes, I have marked 100 GNA warships that I have encountered. Professor Picard replied. It turned out that while attacking the space station, Professor Picard had marked the enemy warships. These marked ships would lead the change to locate the concealed GNA space bases. Beta Chekhov, accelerate to warp 999O, and whoever pursues will receive a neutrino fragmentation cannon as a reward. As a result, the Starship flew a distance of 100 light-years, destroying 30 enemy ships that came to pursue, which finally made the GNA stop chasing. Conceal our presence, let's find a nebula to wait, and keep a close watch on those 100 marked warships to see where they eventually go. Zheng Yin ordered. By examining the marked warships, they discovered that the GNA warships had stayed at the space station for a long time, and then all left collectively, seemingly abandoning the space station after erasing the traces of the black hole. They were unaware of the whereabouts of most of the warships because they had only marked 1,000. However, from these 100 ships, they could deduce that a large portion headed to the front lines, joining forces with the Unity faction to resist the Alliance. Among them, a small fraction split into 3 teams heading to 3 other unknown locations on this cantilever. Let's track one of the teams, warp 999A, and follow them stealthily, Zheng Yin ordered. For the next few days, the change continued to track this team of GNA warships at that speed. When they had tracked a distance of 200 light-years, Professor Picard detected signs of a planet moving on the flank 100 light-years away, clearly not under the control of surrounding celestial bodies. Captain, the speed of this planet's movement is also unnatural. Within the 1 minute I scanned it, it accelerated twice. Professor Picard said. So we have found the GNA base. Old Picard, you really are something, Luda laughed. That is uncertain. We need to scan it in person, and the GNA fleet hasn't moved in that direction, Professor Picard replied. The GNA warships have been marked, they can run, but cannot hide. For now I'll go check out this strange planet tomorrow. Zheng Yin said. 10 seconds later, the changed super starship jumped near the planet. They discovered that this planet was a solid planet with no atmosphere on its surface. However, after scanning they were shocked to discover that there were numerous cities beneath the planet's surface housing over 1 billion inhabitants. The planet's core had stopped rotating and was modified into a massive curvature engine with a large number of conventional power engines mounted on the other side of the planet. This civilization seemed to have turned the entire planet into a starship traveling through space. Captain, based on the movement traces of this planet, it comes from beyond the Milky Way. Professor Picard said. A wandering planet or a long-traveling civilization? Zheng Yin asked. Scans show extensive architectural ruins on the planet's surface, and they are very dilapidated, clearly having undergone battles. They seem to have had an atmosphere in the past. It appears they were forced to flee, Professor Picard said. It seems that war is everywhere in the universe. It's not peaceful for them to come here. Daisy, send them a communication request. Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, the communication was rejected by them, Daisy said. Captain, we detected that the curvature engine inside the planet is starting up. They seem to be preparing to flee. Professor Picard said. That's too timid, we want to help them. Luda said. Daisy, send them a message of peace telling them not to be afraid. Zheng Yin said. We are a civil exploration ship from the Milky Way, a part of the Interstellar Alliance. We are pacifists who inadvertently discovered the unnatural state of your planet's movement, which is why we came to scan. It's a pleasure to meet your traveling civilization. We mean no harm, we just wish to understand each other. Please do not flee. If you dislike contact, we will leave immediately. Shortly after Daisy's message was sent, Professor Picard said, I see their curvature engine has shut down. Then a message came back from the other side, and after translation, everyone barely understood what they were trying to convey. We are wanderers from the Grass Hat Galaxy. We have been wandering for 1 million years. In our galaxy, a civilization of locusts that invades and assimilates others has emerged. They are highly intelligent mechanical entities with collective consciousness. During prolonged warfare, we managed to eradicate them for a time, but they resurrected and became even more formidable. We proposed a cleansing plan to our interstellar alliance, but our alliance did not take this threat seriously. They stubbornly believe that such locust civilizations are part of civilization and cannot be completely eradicated. We believe that if we cannot completely eradicate this locust civilization, the entire week will face disaster. We had no choice but to leave to escape those stubborn people. Zheng Yin said, your insight is quite accurate. After 1 million years of evolution, that locust civilization has invaded our Milky Way twice. Their technology has now reached the 3rd-tier galactic civilization. Recently, they jumped directly to invade us, but fortunately, there is a more advanced mechanical civilization of justice in our galaxy, the replicants, who intervened and eliminated them. According to them, the entire Grass Hat Galaxy and Triangulum Galaxy have become mechanical civilizations, and the replicants are heading to the Triangulum Galaxy to eliminate these locust civilizations. The other side said, this was expected, but we did not anticipate that they had invaded several galaxies and that their technology had become so advanced. Zheng Yin said, so what are you planning to do now? The Milky Way is very safe. You can find a star system without life to settle down in. The other side said, relocating to other safe star systems to settle down was our initial dream, but now wandering and traveling are part of our civilization. We have become accustomed to this lifestyle, exploring the mysteries of the universe's depths. Zheng Yin said, in that case, we shall not disturb you. I wish you a pleasant journey. Go Beta Chekhov, let's continue to track the Nar fleet, Zheng Yin commanded. After leaving the wandering planet, the changed super spacecraft engaged its cloaking and went to warp at speed 9. At level 99, we are tracking the Nar warships. At this moment, the Nar fleet has stopped flying and settled in a stable area of the nebula. Upon arrival, the change discovered that a Nar space base was hidden within this nebula, which was also a mechanical planet. It was slightly smaller than the last base they had destroyed, surrounded by about 5,000 warships, among which over 100 had just been tracked. Captain, how do we attack this? Luda asked. Charge the capacitors, fire the ray guns to breach the shields, and then use black hole torpedoes to destroy the base, Zheng Yin ordered. Immediately the change appeared, a beam of gamma rays pierced through the shields, followed by 100 black hole torpedoes, obliterating the space station in an instant. The 5,000 enemy ships immediately surrounded them, launching a concentrated attack on the change. Fire the neutrino-splitting cannons. The foremost 100 warships were instantly reduced to clouds of dust, and seeing that they could not harm the change, the remaining warships quickly dispersed and fled. Should we pursue, Captain? Luda inquired. Let them run, Professor Picard. How many ships did we mark this time? Zheng Yin asked. 4,000 ships, Captain, Professor Picard replied. Good, that's enough. Let's pursue the other two teams, Zheng Yin said. At this time, another pair also showed a stopped state, clearly patrolling around a massive spherical object, likely around the base. Cloak and jump over, destroy the base directly, and we'll move on, Zheng Yin commanded. An hour later, this base was also destroyed by the expeditionary forces. After they destroyed the 4th Nar base, the Star Alliance command sent a message. Marshal Deluaglu chuckled, your raid was incredibly successful, carrying great strategic significance. The Nar have agreed to our proposal, and their fleet has withdrawn from the main battlefield, no longer coming together to oppose us. This war on the cantilever will soon come to an end. That's great. Do we have any further missions? Zheng Yin asked. None, Marshal. You should take a break for a while, Marshal Deluoglu replied. Just after the communication was shut down, the Change received an urgent distress signal from the wandering planet, which was under attack by the Nar. It turned out that the Nar warships that had fled last time encountered this wandering planet on their way, and a conflict arose during communication. The wandering civilization discovered the true nature of the Nar. They were part of a locust civilization. The Nar, on the other hand, found important information about primitive mechanical civilization on the planet's surface and sought to extract this information and assimilate the wandering civilization. Thus, a war broke out between the two parties, and the wandering civilization was no match for the Nar. As the planet's surface was about to be captured, they sent an urgent call to the Change. Captain, what should we do? The Nar just reached an agreement with the Star Alliance. If we act now, it will have adverse effects on the main battlefield, Professor Picard said. Indeed, we can't act directly, we can help them covertly, Zheng Yin responded. He then expressed his concerns to the wandering planet, promising to assist them in secret. The Change, in a cloaked state, jumped near the planet and transmitted 100 sublight antimatter missiles to the underground city. With the assistance of these missiles, the wandering civilization instantly destroyed 500 Nar warships, but more Nar ships continued to arrive, quickly reaching over 10,000. How is the neutrino splitting cannon being constructed by the science and engineering teams? Zheng Yin asked. Captain, it will take another 3 days to finish, Professor Picard replied. What about the gamma ray guns? Zheng Yin inquired. They will need 5 days, Professor Picard responded. We can't wait. In 5 days this civilization will cease to exist, Zheng Yin stated. We can transfer the low-power energy cannon technology to them, Professor Picard suggested. Alright, primarily the frequency superposition technology. First, send a few quark splitting cannons down and keep producing the missiles, Zheng Yin instructed. The transmission room powered up, sending 5 million missiles and 5 long-range quark splitting cannons to the underground city within an hour. With the support of these weapons, the wandering civilization held on as missiles continually shot from the planet's surface into space like fireworks, and the quark splitting cannons exhibited tremendous power. After a day of relentless fighting, the Change had transmitted a total of 10 million missiles to the underground city, along with 30 quark splitting cannons. The wandering civilization held out for a day, destroying 2,000 Nar warships, but their planet's surface also suffered severe damage. One underground city was breached, resulting in the deaths of 300 residents. Fortunately, the Change timely transmitted a quantum energy absorption shield generator, which withstood a large number of attacks and converted them into energy for itself. Seeing the quantum energy absorption shield rise from the ground, the Nar immediately halted their attacks. They withdrew their warships to a light day away and questioned the Star Alliance command, as only the Change and the Star Alliance fleet that shared this technology from the Change possessed such shield technology in the galaxy, along with the insectoid mercenary group. In response to the Nar's questioning, Marshal Deluoglu could only feign ignorance, stating that the Change had returned to the Orion's cantilever and would not participate in the 3000-second cantilever war, and that the quantum energy absorption shield was technology that every third-tier stellar civilization possessed, thus could not all be blamed on the Change. Perhaps this wandering civilization had it inherently or acquired it elsewhere. The Nar had no direct evidence and had to relent. They continued to send warships to attack the wandering planet from a distance. This actually provided the Change with a lot of leeway. It's easier to attack from a distance without worrying about affecting the planet. Dr. Jones, send warp-level black hole torpedoes to the underground city. Zheng Yin commanded. As the Nar fleet just formed their formation and prepared to attack, suddenly a black hole torpedo came at warp speed 9, instantly destroying a cruiser and creating a small black hole that pulled over 50 surrounding warships into it. Before the Nar could react, several more warp-level black hole torpedoes came in. Over 1,000 of their warships were destroyed, and the wandering planet immediately set off towards the Orion's cantilever at warp speed 5. The Nar warships pursued, but what awaited them were the slowing torpedoes. Ultimately, all the pursuing Nar warships were immobilized by the slowing torpedoes, allowing the wandering planet to finally escape towards the Orion's cantilever. By this time, the Orion's cantilever was already within the Star Alliance's airspace, and the Nar had no right to enter. As long as the wandering planet left the 3000-second difference cantilever, they would be safe. The Change escorted them out of the cantilever and transmitted a charged ray gun and 3 neutrino splitting cannons down. With these defensive technologies and shield technologies, the wandering planet would no longer be threatened by second-tier stellar civilizations in their future journeys. As their future journey would be very long, they would inevitably encounter cosmic voids, and large cosmic voids span tens of millions of light years without a single celestial body, where they would be unable to obtain energy replenishment. To avoid extinction in the cosmic void, Zheng Yin exceptionally gave them a zero-point energy absorption device, which could continuously obtain energy from high-frequency parallel universes. Although this energy device was not as large as those on starships, standing only 1 meter tall and having a diameter of 40 centimeters, it was sufficient to propel the entire planet at warp speed 5. They were extremely grateful for the Earth Expeditionary Force's generous assistance, declining the invitation to stay in the Orion's cantilever, and adjusted their course to fly out of the galaxy. After sending off this wandering civilization, the Change received a relocation mission. The original Tianquan star human colony on the Sagittarius Cantilever has completed its post-war reconstruction. One planet, due to its unique climate, has led the nearby insectoid civilizations to be unwilling to migrate there. This planet is too cold for insectoid beings who prefer humid and warm environments, as its orbit around the main star is excessively elliptical. When the planet is near the star, it is summer, but it lasts only 2 months, followed by 2 months of spring and 2 months of autumn, resulting in a long winter of 9 months. There are a total of 15 months in a year. During the long 9-month winter, the coldest 3 months are called the harsh winter, and due to the minimal sunlight received on the planet's surface, the temperature at the equator drops to -100 degrees. There are only 4 hours of daylight each day. The flora and fauna on this planet have evolved unique ways to survive the winter. Herbaceous plants grow wildly in spring and summer, and in autumn, they find ways to store their seeds underground to withstand the harsh winter. Some herbaceous plants grow new underground vines as soon as autumn arrives, which burrow into the ground, allowing the seeds to grow at the tops of these vines. Other plants rely on animals to protect their seeds, as all animals on this planet are adept at digging holes, which helps them survive the cold. Large woody plants, on the other hand, try to store as many nutrients as possible during spring, summer, and autumn. In early winter, they quickly wither, storing moisture and nutrients deep in their roots. The following spring, the dried trunks are rehydrated and regain vitality. The original inhabitants here are the cold-resistant, frost-tolerant Longmao tribe, but they were all sacrificed to the unifying god by the Tianquan star people. The post-war reconstruction of this planet primarily involves the restoration of underground cities where the inhabitants must remain underground for at least 3 months each year. As a result, few other civilizations are willing to come to this cold planet. However, there are a few who enjoy tranquility and choose to live here, where the pace of life is slow and conducive to enjoyment. There are 200,000 humans from Earth and 20,000 from the Fur tribe willing to come here to work and live. The mission of the Change is to transport these immigrants. Just as the Change was about to set off after loading the immigrants, a nearby Star Alliance research ship sent out an urgent distress signal 200 light-years away from the Change. This research ship was conducting archaeological studies on a planet situated in a stellar system that has entered the final phase of main sequence, evolving from a yellow dwarf into a red giant. When the landing team of the research ship first arrived at the planet's surface, they had not detected any anomalies. However, when they were scanning a temple, they suddenly lost contact with the ship in orbit. Subsequently, the research ship dispatched a rescue team, but without exception, they all vanished without a trace. Since the Change was nearby, the Star Alliance Command decided to send them to scout the actual situation on their way to transport the immigrants. Upon arriving in orbit around the planet, Alice immediately felt unwell, and the same symptoms appeared in all the Bisque girls. "Captain, we feel anxious, helpless, and despairing," Alice stated. Zheng Yin replied, "If it were just one person feeling these negative emotions, it would be understandable, but since all of you are feeling this way, it indicates that some force must exist nearby. This negative emotion seems to occur naturally, and we cannot sense its source," Alice said. Zheng Yin commanded. Professor Picard scanned the entire planet. Moments later, Picard reported, "Captain, this planet has stopped rotating. Its atmosphere has been stripped away by solar winds, yet the remnants of civilization remain intact. Judging by the condition of the buildings, this civilization did not experience war before its disappearance. They seem to have evaporated overnight." Zheng Yin asked, "Can we determine the technological level of this prehistoric civilization?" Professor Picard replied, "From the architectural style alone, they appear to be in a feudal era with no signs of first-level planetary civilization or second-level stellar civilization." Zheng Yin inquired again, "What about the location where the research team disappeared? Was there any anomaly?" Professor Picard answered, "That is a massive temple, and no high-energy particles have been detected in the surrounding space, nor are there any signs of spatial distortion or time disorder." Zheng Yin then ordered send a scientific landing team down to take a look. A team of 10 was finally teleported into the temple equipped with personal shields, scanning the entire interior. Zheng Yin and Luda watched the real-time monitoring footage on the main screen of the bridge. When the scientific exploration team reached the edge of the empty pool in the center of the hall, they suddenly lost contact with the starship. Professor Picard quickly scanned them. Zheng Yin exclaimed urgently, "Captain, they have disappeared." Professor Picard reported, "They vanished so quickly, could they have entered subspace, just like we encountered on Mora?" Zheng Yin asked. "We did not receive any last images, so we cannot speculate. All we know is that they approached the center of the empty pool," Professor Picard explained. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yin said, "Let's go down and see for ourselves." Zheng Yin, Huang Yueching, Luda, Rick, and West were formed into a landing team and teleported to the ground once more. Due to Alice's emotional breakdown, she could not participate in this landing operation. Upon arriving on the surface, the five felt that the gravity of this planet was roughly similar to that of Earth, but due to the lack of air, their movement was somewhat restricted within their personal shields. Only upon closer inspection did they realize the temple was incredibly massive, towering at least 100 meters high, and the hall could accommodate up to 100,000 people. In the center of the hall was an empty large pool, which at that moment held nothing. Despite it being daytime, the absence of air prevented light from refracting, leaving the hall in complete darkness. They turned on their powerful flashlights and cautiously advanced within the hall. As they drew closer to the empty pool, the five began to feel inexplicable anger and anxiety along with a boundless jealousy. Luda cursed, "Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. We are a third-tier civilization warship constantly given trivial tasks under the guise of protecting the Star Alliance's last strength. To hell with it. I think it's old Du who's afraid of us taking control of the Orion arm." Zheng Yin said, "Keep your comments to yourself. You always have something to say. Right now I just want to take my wife and children home to enjoy life, but the work keeps piling up on me, and it never ends. What have I said?" Huang Yueqing angrily said, "You two stop arguing. One is a marshal of the Star Alliance, the other a general. Why are two grown men quarreling over trivial matters?" Professor West just kept sneering, while Rick suddenly drew his weapon and pointed it at Professor West, saying, "What are you laughing at, you demon? With your appearance, Wings, until you look just like a demon from hell. Are you thinking of parasitizing us again?" Professor West coldly replied, "You are truly a bunch of foolish and backward races. I cannot understand why your luck is so good having a third-tier civilization warship handed to you. If it were us, we would have unified the galaxy long ago." While they were still arguing, Professor Picard sensed the severity of the situation. He immediately sent a message to the five urging them to exit the hall at once, but they completely ignored him, and Zheng Yin even turned off the communication. Professor Picard said to Dr. Jones, quickly teleport those five up. It will be too late if we wait any longer. Just as Zheng Yin and the others were about to reach the edge of the empty pool, Dr. Jones managed to teleport them to the isolation room in time. After arriving in the isolation room, the five slowly regained their composure. While in the temple, Zheng Yin and Lu De had already started fighting. Professor West and Rick had engaged in a gunfight, while Huang Yueqing with a face full of despair was heading towards the empty pool. Moments later, they all regained their rationality, and Zheng Yin and Lu De exchanged awkward smiles. "Hey Captain, you have quite the strength." Lu De laughed. "Of course, change made some micro-adjustments to my genes, so you definitely can't match me in a barehanded fight," Zheng Yin chuckled. Rick and Professor Weiss exchanged awkward apologies. Professor Weiss said, "Yes, it's not just me, even my host Lu Yike has become quite despondent. Just now he even wanted to claw me out of his throat." Zheng Yin said, "Conduct a full-body scan on us, Professor Picard." After a moment, Professor Picard reported, "You have no issues, Captain. You can come out of the isolation chamber now." Zheng Yin said, "Let's go to the treatment room for a comprehensive brain area examination." An hour later, Huang Yueqing remarked, "Captain, this is strange. There are no problems with our brain areas. The recent experience felt like the stimulation we receive from watching a movie." Zheng Yin nodded and said, "Strange things don't stop there. Don't you remember? We did not find those missing people in the temple hall." De Lu said, "When soldiers meet soldiers, water comes to earth. It seems we can only send mechanical warriors down to investigate." Zheng Yin replied, "We need to thoroughly examine that empty pool. Oh, perhaps the missing people are all inside it." Then 10 mechanical warriors were directly teleported to the temple hall. The mechanical warriors, devoid of emotions, were naturally unaffected by negative feelings and walked directly to the edge of the pool. Under the bright light of the mechanical warriors, the crew on the bridge observed through the real-time images that the empty pool did not seem very different. The empty pool had a diameter of 30 meters, its bottom intricately carved with patterns and 13 obvious grooves leading from the edge of the pool to the center, where there was merely a football-sized raw stone ball. De Lu said, "This stone ball definitely has problems." Zheng Yin instructed Professor Picard, "Send down scanning equipment for atomic-level analysis of this matter." 10 minutes later, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, the composition of this stone ball is not stone, it merely looks like stone on the outside. It is an unknown sphere composed of organic material." De Lu asked, "Is it alive?" Professor Picard replied, "No, it is merely composed of the simplest organic molecules, mostly carbon elements." Zheng Yin inquired, "What else did you find?" Professor Picard stated, "Nothing else, Captain. As for whether your adverse reactions are caused by it, that remains unknown. After all, the mechanical warriors are currently unaffected." Zheng Yin said, "It seems we need someone to trigger it." De Lu offered, "Let me go down, teleport me to the edge of the pool. If anything seems off, teleport me back immediately." Zheng Yin replied, "Forget it, with your personality, you are the most likely to be affected." De Lu retorted, "Are you suggesting we look for someone with dementia?" Zheng Yin said, "Hey De Lu, don't say it, your suggestion isn't bad at all." De Lu asked, "Do you really want to find someone with dementia? We don't have anyone like that here." Zheng Yin laughed, "Of course not. I mean to find someone whose emotional fluctuations are very slow, someone who is largely unaffected by external influences." De Lu chuckled, "Oh, I understand now. We do have a few Taoists among the immigrants we brought. They can easily achieve a state of oneness with the universe unaffected by external factors." The Taoists De Lu referred to were a few immigrants from humanity on Earth who had come to cultivate higher levels of consciousness on a cold planet. After finding them, Zheng Yin presented the request, and one of them, Taoist Wukong, agreed to go down. He had cultivated to the point where he could block out sensory interference at any time, achieving unity with the universe, forgetting both self and object. When Taoist Wukong was teleported to the edge of the empty pool, strange events began to unfold. The organic ball seemed to sense the approach of an intelligent life form, immediately collapsing into a pool of viscous black oil, which then rapidly expanded, filling the pool in no time. Moreover, the black oil like a living being extended its claws from within to grasp Taoist Wukong. Quick, teleport him back, Zheng Yin commanded. Just as the black oil was about to reach Taoist Wukong, he was teleported to the isolation chamber. After a health scan, no abnormalities were found. Zheng Yin asked, "Did you notice anything unusual when you went down?" Taoist Wukong replied, "Marshal, I sensed the presence of an inner demon while down there, but since I kept my eyes closed the whole time, I couldn't tell what exactly happened outside." Zheng Yin nodded. "It seems this organic ball is indeed causing trouble." At that moment, Daisy reported, "Captain, the communicator has received a massive influx of information from the surface, seemingly the cries of billions of people." Zheng Yin immediately said, "Let's head over there right away." Upon reaching the bridge, Zheng Yin inquired, "Can you isolate one of those voices?" Daisy replied, "Yes, it has been isolated, but there are only wails and screams, no logical language available for translation." Delu remarked, "This is too bizarre. Have they all performed a ritual? Is this the work of the one body?" Zheng Yin said, "Whether it's a ritual is uncertain, but it's definitely not the one boat is doing. The one body consumes low-dimensional life forms without leaving any material behind, while this organic ball seems to have remnants of the original inhabitants of this civilization." Professor Picard stated, "It's very likely that the previously missing individuals were consumed by this organic ball." Zheng Yin nodded. "Without researching this organic ball, we cannot rescue the missing people." Professor Weiss suggested, "We can try moving this organic ball out of the pool." Zheng Yin ordered, "All right, Professor Picard, have the mechanical warriors take this organic ball outside the temple and see what reaction it produces." As soon as the mechanical warriors took the organic ball out of the empty pool, it immediately transformed back into a viscous liquid resembling crude oil. It swiftly crawled back toward the pool. "This clearly is a living thing," Delu said. "Let the mechanical warriors unleash bioelectric shocks on this liquid." Zheng Yin commanded. Just before the viscous crude oil was about to revert back to the organic ball, the mechanical warriors initiated an electromagnetic attack on it. The crude oil was shocked into a state of disarray, swirling in the pool, and after a moment it emitted a piercing shriek. Then long claws extended from the liquid, dragging one mechanical warrior into the pool. However, the mechanical warrior seemed unaffected and continued to attack the liquid with electromagnetic strikes. "Professor Picard, have the scanning results of this liquid come in yet?" Zheng Yin inquired. "Yes, Captain, these liquids contain a vast amount of conscious energy and exhibit self-awareness, but we still cannot find a way to communicate with it," Professor Picard replied. "So are the missing people indeed taken by it? Do we still have a chance to find them?" asked Delu. "Without direct evidence, relying solely on speculation, we cannot make an accurate judgment," Professor Picard stated. "For now, let's figure out a way to communicate with it," Zheng Yin said. Subsequently, the scientific team, cultural team, and communication team collaborated on how to establish communication. However, after 3 days of research, they still had not found a means of communication. Later, more mechanical soldiers were dispatched to conduct detailed scans of the area, and on a large slab in the vicinity, they discovered a lengthy inscription. After translation, it was revealed that this civilization had vanished 20 million years ago, having discovered a shortcut to evolution into a higher dimensional space. They abandoned all negative emotions in the temple, merging all positive and uplifting emotions into a new collective. The consciousness of billions transformed into a collective consciousness, and this base maintained immense energy, instantaneously transcending into 5-dimensional space. The negative emotions they discarded did not vanish into thin air. Through years of accumulation in the temple, they gradually evolved into a sentient, evil collective consciousness. This evil collective consciousness was filled with hunger and hatred, greed, and rage, frequently emitting mental signals into the air, attracting all living beings on the ground into the temple to devour them. Over millions of years, all movable life forms on this planet were drawn in and consumed, gradually leading to the collapse of the planet's ecosystem. Due to the lack of food, this evil memory fell into a dormant state, only to be awakened by the arrival of the Star Alliance research ship. The life forms it devoured could never be restored. Such an evil thing, the species they abandoned are no good either. They left behind these negative emotions, but took away their selfishness, Delu lamented. This thing staying in the world is harmful. Dr. Jones, send it to the surface of the star, Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, the object has a great deal of uncertainty. Particle transportation cannot guarantee 100% success, and there will definitely be some residual matter left behind, Dr. Jones stated. Just blow it up with a quark splitter, Delu suggested. The mechanical warriors fired the quark splitter at the liquid mass, but after being turned into a quark state, it quickly reassembled. Your method doesn't work, Delu. We need to use mine, Zheng Yin said. But isn't your method not completely effective for teleportation? Asked Delu. It seems we'll have to sacrifice a shuttle, Zheng Yin replied. In the end, dozens of mechanical soldiers together moved the entire stone-carved pool into the shuttle bay. Without the continuous electric shocks from the mechanical soldiers, the liquid mass quickly shrank back into an organic ball. Indeed, as long as it wasn't moved out of the pool, it wouldn't turn back into liquid, even if the entire pool was moved out of the temple. The shuttle carrying the stone-carved pool and the organic ball automatically piloted at warp speed toward the star. 15 minutes later, the shuttle exploded on the surface of the star, and the communicator of the changed starship emitted intense shrieks before falling silent. After leaving the planet, the changed super starship directly jumped to the immigrant star, and after settling the immigrants, they set off towards their next destination. They went to visit an ancient civilization located in the Perseus Arm, which had already existed when the Pangu clan led the Star Alliance in battle against the Unification faction, and they did not participate in the conflict between the two forces. They were quite similar to the luminaries, but their evolution was much slower, and they did not communicate in higher dimensional spaces. The five-dimensional Unification once attempted to subjugate them, but was thwarted. Currently, the war in the Star Alliance at 3,000 seconds is nearing its end, and the next step will be to attack the Unification faction's base in the Perseus Arm. The Star Alliance command expressed the hope that the change would visit this ancient civilization. But just as the change was preparing to jump to this ancient civilization, the Earth Federation sent an urgent distress signal to the change. A Krelian warship jumped into the Oort cloud. Although it jumped in an invisible manner, various reconnaissance satellites had already been deployed in the Oort cloud. The stealth technology of the Krelian warship was not as advanced as that of the change, and it triggered the alarm of a spatial detector that could detect distortions in surrounding spacetime and signs of dimensional phenomena. Moreover, the spatial detector itself was flying invisibly at the edge of the Oort cloud. Therefore, the Earth Federation discovered the Krelian warship, while the Krelian crew remained unaware that they had been exposed. Damn it, they're really not being honest. They came to bully us at home. Are they here for revenge? Lou cursed angrily. Not good, the backyard is about to catch fire. Beta Chekhov engage stealth jump and head home. Zheng Yin ordered. 10 seconds later, the changed starship also appeared at the edge of the Oort cloud, 10 light days away from the Krelian warship. Chekhov engage in stealth pursuit. Capacitor, prepare the gamma ray gun. Oh, as soon as the Krelian warship reveals itself, fire immediately. Zheng Yin commanded. 5 minutes later, the change caught up with the Krelian warship, which was still in stealth mode, but had already been marked by the detectors. The change's stealth technology was far more advanced, so the Krelian crew did not realize they were being tracked. The two warships flew towards Earth, and after passing through the orbit of Mars, the Krelian warship suddenly halted its flight. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, everyone enter battle mode. Capacitor ready. 1 minute later, the Krelian warship revealed itself. It was a supersized cruiser measuring a full 60 kilometers in length. Its missile launch ports had opened, preparing to fire warp-level missiles. But as soon as it revealed itself, the change also appeared, and a gamma ray shot directly pierced its shield, incapacitating its systems. Panicked Krelian crew had not reacted, and the change had already fired 3 bursts from the neutrino splitter cannon. After a flash, the Krelian supercruiser was reduced to a cloud of dust. Zheng Yin laughed. When it comes to ambushes, you guys are still too inexperienced. Lu asked, Captain, should we attack? Zheng Yin replied, of course we should attack. If we don't teach them a lesson, we won't be able to leave the solar system. Are we supposed to stay here every day? He then commanded, Beta set coordinates to a Krelian planet's atmosphere. Chekhov, open an artificial wormhole. Capacitor, continuously fire black hole torpedoes into it, all set to detonate after 21 seconds. Since the Krelian planet was 20,000 light-years from Earth, traversing the wormhole would take 20 seconds plus 1 second for launch, meaning that these black hole torpedoes would detonate immediately upon leaving the wormhole. After the wormhole opened, the change launched a total of 10 black hole torpedoes inside. They then fired another 10 black hole torpedoes at 2 other Krelian planets. Zheng Yin then instructed Beta Chekhov engage in stealth jump to 30 light-years outside the Krelian star system. Let's see how the battle is going. When they arrived outside the Krelian star system, they detected Krelian ships fleeing 30 light-years away. Over 50,000 warships carrying Krelian natives were flying away as their 3 planets rapidly collapsed. Hey Captain, we succeeded. I can't believe it was this easy. Had I known, I would have used this tactic last time. Lu exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. I don't think it's that simple. Given their technology, even if we threw a black hole into their planet's atmosphere, they'd have a way to deal with it. But we threw 10 at once, Lu responded. However, the ones I threw detonated only after exiting the wormhole. Even within 0.01 seconds, they would have a way to transport it away. Our intention was to give them a warning, but it unexpectedly destroyed their planet. Zheng Yin stated. Isn't that even better? Lu smiled. Of course it's good, but we still don't know the reasons behind it. It's best to investigate further. Zheng Yin remarked. It's likely they were also attacked by other advanced civilizations, Professor Picard speculated. When the changed starships stealthily arrived at the Krelian star system, they discovered a large number of unidentified flying objects emerging from the collapsing 3 planets. These objects resembled neither small warships nor biological entities. Instead, they were spherical objects measuring several meters in diameter, with each planet releasing up to 10,000 of such objects. Professor Picard scanned these spheres. Captain, these spheres contain a vast amount of energy, and from their flight trajectories, they exhibit significant autonomy. They are not naturally occurring phenomena. Professor Picard reported. Just then, one of the spheres swiftly approached a Krelian warship. The warship's shields were ineffective against it. The sphere penetrated the shield and breached the hull. Moments later, it flew out of the warship. Continuing its pursuit of another warship, the recently breached Krelian warship fell into a state of paralysis. All systems shut down, and upon scanning it was found that all Krelian crew members had vanished. The sphere that attacked the warship seemed to become even more powerful, its surface emitting a faint glow. After the sphere had attacked 10 Krelian warships, its glow became even brighter, and it merged with other spheres continuing to prey on the fleeing Krelian ships. Zheng Yin and the others were all too familiar with this glow, feeling a deep sense of disgust and fear, as it was a unique luminescence of the five-dimensional unification. Quickly fire the neutrino fission cannon and attack those spheres, Zheng Yin ordered anxiously. Although he did not know exactly what was happening, he was certain that the Kalia people had brought the five-dimensional unity back. The changed spacecraft immediately appeared with the neutrino fission cannon continuously firing at the spheres. Those that had not yet emitted light, or were only faintly glowing, were reduced to clouds of dust by the cannon's blasts. However, the large spheres that were brightly glowing and had fused together were completely immune to the attacks of the neutrino fission cannon. The Kalia escape ships discovered the sudden appearance of the change, and after destroying many spheres, immediately turned to attack the change. Damn it, it's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. Lu cursed. Ignore the attacks from the Kalia, continue to eliminate the spheres, Zheng Yin commanded. In the final hour, while continuously enduring the Kalia's attacks, the change managed to eliminate most of the spheres on 3 planets, but ultimately one large fused sphere remained on each planet. The last 3 spheres fused into one, and its size began to shrink, its brightness increasing. Detonate the black hole torpedoes near the sphere, Zheng Yin commanded. The 10 black hole torpedoes were successfully detonated, and the powerful gravitational pull gradually attracted the light emitted by the sphere. Captain, our quantum energy shield is about to overload, Professor Picard reported. At this point, nearly 50,000 Kalia escape ships surrounded them and collectively attacked the change, which could not withstand such immense energy. Convert all energy into neutrino fission cannon fire and direct it at the Kalia ships, Zheng Yin instructed. Captain, we fired 50 rounds of the neutrino fission cannon in 1 second, and the converted energy is negligible compared to what we are enduring. The energy absorbed by the shield has already reached 1,000th of its saturation value, Professor Picard stated. Fire gamma rays at full power, keep firing, Zheng Yin ordered. Over 20 gamma rays shot towards the Kalia fleet, and after 20 minutes of firing, the large orbital cannons on the change were shut down due to overload. During this time, 5,000 Kalia ships were destroyed, but even more ships continued to surround them. Faced with over 40,000 ships of third-stage civilization technology and a newly returned unity, Professor Picard said dejectedly, Captain, we can't escape. Zheng Yin replied, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we must stop the return of the unity. How many black hole torpedoes do we have left? Professor Picard replied, there are 500 left. Zheng Yin commanded, fire them all to detonate, launch all conventional missiles and third-stage civilization missiles. Then the change launched over 900,000 conventional missiles and 5,000 third-stage civilization missiles, including many-time interference bombs. The Kalia ships quickly dodged, instantly creating distance on the battlefield. Beta checkoff run. 10 seconds later, they finally escaped through a wormhole. My goodness, that was closer. I thought we were going to die. Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Did they follow us? Zheng Yin asked. No signs of being pursued, Captain, Professor Picard replied. It's over if they don't pursue us. That's even more troubling. If the Unity truly returns, we cannot escape the fate of death, Zheng Yin said. Captain, our turrets are shut down due to overload and need urgent repairs, Dr. Jones stated. All right, begin repairs immediately. The combat team should assist the mechanical team in promptly replenishing missile stocks, Zheng Yin instructed. Zheng Yin then reported the news of the Unity's appearance to the Star Alliance command, shocking the 4 marshals. At this moment, the 3,000-second difference cantilever had completely cleared the Unity faction, and the combined forces of the Star Alliance had reached 300,000 ships, preparing to launch a final attack on the Perseus arm. Now they could only postpone the attack and sent a distress signal to the Pengu race. Zheng Yin also contacted the God of White Light to inform them of the situation. The God of White Light said the Unity will eventually return, whether it is the Kalia or other star systems will bring it back. Civilizations without faith find it hard to locate a spiritual anchor. If you are willing to believe in the God of White Light, I would be happy to capture the Unity and eliminate it completely. Zheng Yin said, if that is your condition, how is it different from the Unity? We will find a way ourselves. The God of White Light said, well, I hope you can find a good solution. However, I must remind you that this time the Unity was brought back by members of a lower civilization's Unity faction, not that it escaped from the dead universe. Therefore, it cannot be punished again by the higher dimensional space. Then the God of White Light closed the communication with the change. If it weren't for the high-dimensional weapons we gave it, how could it be so miraculous? If I had heard that the Unity God had returned under normal circumstances, it would have been terrified. Lu said indignantly. Since the Unity God was exiled to the dead universe, similar counteroffensive wars like that of the Milky Way must also be taking place in other star systems. To stabilize the situation across multiple star systems, the Unity God will need at least a dozen days. During this time, we must think of a way, Zheng Yin said. This was a communication sent by Marshal Derugulu from the Star Alliance Command. Marshal Zheng, the Pengu race has agreed to pursue the fleeing Kalia. You should quickly visit that ancient civilization. They once waged war against the Unity God and defeated it. I hope you can find a solution from them. Zheng Yin replied, understood, Marshal, we will go immediately. The changed spacecraft then jumped to 1 light year away from this ancient civilization and tentatively sent a communication request to them. The other side was very friendly and immediately accepted the communication. On the large screen appeared several beings similar to Earth humans, all looking quite young. Zheng Yin said, we are a civilization exploration ship from the Galactic Star Alliance peace activists dispatched by the Star Alliance command here to visit your great civilization. The other side replied, we are the Qingling people having evolved for over 100 million years in the Milky Way. We maintain a neutral attitude towards all civilizations. If you are here to visit and discuss the evolution of civilizations, we welcome you. However, if you wish to draw us into war, whether between you or against higher dimensional powers, we do not welcome your arrival. Zheng Yin said, we originally wanted to request your guidance on how to defeat the Unity God, but since you are unwilling, we will not mention it further. If permitted, I would like to admire your advancement. After all, it is the only civilization that is not afraid of being swallowed by the Unity God. As soon as Zheng Yin finished speaking, their ship was instantaneously transported to the orbital path of the planet. To be able to transport a super starship of a third-stage cosmic civilization across a distance of 1 light year clearly indicates that this technology is far more advanced than that of the change. Just as the officials of the command race were still in shock, Zheng Yin and Alice, Huang Yueching, Lu Rick, and Professor West were instantaneously transported to the surface of the planet. They found themselves in front of a square in a temple where a group of Qingling people welcomed their visit and invited them into the temple to explore the glorious history of their civilization. During this encounter, Zheng Yin did not mention the Unity God at all, which greatly pleased the Qingling people. As Zheng Yin and the others were preparing to leave, the Qingling people shared the truth about their civilization's evolution. It turned out that they were originally a civilization from the higher dimensional space dedicated to searching for the origin of life and civilization. Thus, they have been evolving from higher dimensional space into lower dimensional space. Now they were about to enter a 2-dimensional universe, and the change was the last batch of visitors from their civilization in the 4-dimensional space. The Qingling people said, from the perspective of civilization emergence, the wars in the universe are meaningless whether in lower or higher dimensions. Therefore, we believe that rather than expending energy on war, it is more meaningful to seek the truth of life and civilization. Zheng Yin replied, if we do not resist, our civilization will perish. The Qingling people said, no civilization will vanish without a trace. They will merely change their mode of existence. All civilizations that are destroyed will ultimately return to lower dimensional space, eventually converging at a singularity. Once all civilizations gather, they will again explode into a vibrant and diverse array of civilizations. Lu said, your theory is just like that of the Unity God. No wonder you won't help us. The Qingling people replied, of course it is different. The Unity God is a regressor of civilization evolution. All civilizations evolve towards higher dimensional spaces to finally reach the supreme existence. It is only those civilizations that failed during evolution that will regress to the singularity. Zheng Yin said, the Unity God promised to bring those civilizations into the singularity and then use the collective energy to evolve into higher dimensional space. Is there any theoretical support for that? The Qingling people replied, theory is merely a patch for logical flaws. The truth of the universe, life, and civilization is singular, and all theories evolve from this truth. As for whether what the Unity God says is true, aren't we currently searching for the answer? Zheng Yin asked, are you planning to enter the civilization singularity on your own? The Qingling people replied, yes, after all, the Unity God does not have the ability to bring all civilizations into the singularity. They use this as a pretext to prey on lower civilizations. Their true aim is to enter higher dimensional space. They would not be foolish enough to run into lower dimensional space. Zheng Yin asked again, you mentioned that you have existed in the Milky Way for over 100 million years. Is it very difficult to evolve from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional space? The Qingling person said, evolving from a high dimensional space to a low dimensional space goes against the natural evolution of the universe, and it also contradicts the second law of thermodynamics, making it extremely difficult. We have spent 100 million years to find a way into the 2-dimensional universe. Zheng Yin said, I never expected that we would be the last group of visitors before you enter the 2-dimensional universe. Although our war is meaningless to you, I still want to request your guidance on how to defeat the Gi God. Zheng Yin said, is there any other situation? Professor Picard said, it seems there are energy entities trying to escape at the edge of the black hole. It looks like part of the Gi body. Just as Zheng Yin was about to ask again, they had already been transported to the bridge of the changed spacecraft, and soon the entire starship was teleported to 30 light years away from the Kelia people's planetary ruins. Hey, how rude. We were just talking and got kicked out, said Dalio. They are about to enter the 2-dimensional universe, or perhaps for them, the 3-dimensional universe and 4-dimensional space have become meaningless. Zheng Yin said, is there any other situation? Professor Picard said, it seems there are energy entities trying to escape at the edge of the black hole. It looks like part of the Gi body. Zheng Yin commanded. Moments later, Professor Picard reported, Captain, the black hole torpedoes we launched have merged into a small black hole surpassing the self-evaporation threshold. It is currently consuming nearby celestial bodies. Zheng Yin asked, is there any other situation? Professor Picard said it seems there are energy entities trying to escape at the edge of the black hole. It looks like part of the Gi body. At that moment, Dicey said, Captain, I have received a message from the Qingling person. Zheng Yin exclaimed with joy, quick, put it on the big screen. But it was just a piece of text and a design diagram for a weapon. It read, we have now entered the two-dimensional universe and are conducting cross-dimensional communication with you. This is also our last communication with the high-dimensional space. As a memento, we are giving you a diagram of this energy oscillator which can dismantle the structure of the Gi god. Dalio laughed. No wonder they hurriedly kicked us out. It turns out they were eager to migrate to the two-dimensional universe. I thought I was just unpopular. Zheng Yin smiled and said, Professor Picard, it's your time to shine. Professor Picard replied with a grin, don't worry, it's in our scientific team's hands. Zheng Yin smiled. It seems the Qingling person is quite thoughtful, not only providing us with the structure diagram for weapon manufacturing, but also a live Gi god for our experiments. The Gi god escaping at the edge of the black hole was merely a part of the Gi continuum. 3 days later, through the joint efforts of the scientific and mechanical teams, a brand new weapon was constructed. The engineering team installed this new type of energy oscillator onto the Change's turret and conducted its first test. The Change then flew to the edge of the black hole, directing its energy shockwave at the Gi god entity that was desperately trying to escape. Indeed, the weapon proved effective. The energy shockwave could disintegrate the continuity of the energy entity's structure, causing the Gi god entity to break apart into countless small light points, which lost their collective momentum and were soon consumed by the black hole. We succeeded. The entire expedition team erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Dicey, connect the communications of the 4 marshals of the Star Alliance. Zheng Yin excitedly commanded, this is fantastic. Marshal Zheng, with this weapon our war can continue. Marshal Delugulus said. Yes, but this weapon consumes too much energy. Even the Change must undergo a 10-minute cooldown after firing once before launching a second attack. Therefore, this weapon cannot be equipped to the Star Alliance fleet for the time being. If you discover the Gi god's trace, inform us immediately, and we will jump over. Zheng Yin said. Subsequently, the Star Alliance joint fleet began a large-scale assault on the Perseus arm, and the Change also received a new mission. To relocate a research base located on the Perseus arm. This base is situated in a newly formed stellar system on a solid planet with a humid atmosphere. This research base has completed its research project. To avoid disrupting the self-evolution of the native flora and fauna on the planet, the Change Super Starship needs to relocate the entire research base from this planet, leaving no trace of high technology. As the relocation work was nearing completion, Professor Picard detected another Gi faction's warship coming for stealth reconnaissance. This warship's stealth technology was not advanced. It was detected by deep space radar when it was 1 light-year away from the Change. The warship then approached the Change at warp level 9. Zheng Yin commanded Professor Picard, as soon as it gets close, immediately mark it with the spatial detection radar. Capacitor, launch an attack as soon as the enemy appears. As soon as the warship appeared next to the Change before it could even adjust, it was detected by the Change's spatial detection radar and immediately fell out of subspace. As soon as it emerged, Zheng Yin and the others recognized it as a Lizardman warship from Orion's belt, specifically from Betelgeuse. Zheng Yin immediately ordered Capacitor, do not destroy it immediately, use gamma rays to penetrate its shields. The Lizardman's warship immediately prepared to flee upon realizing it had been exposed, but before they could enter warp, they were pierced by gamma rays, rendering their shields inoperative and crippling their main systems. Dr. Jones, transport the personnel in the bridge to the isolation chamber. Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, we have successfully captured 10 enemy command personnel. Dr. Jones said. Good. Capacitor, destroy this Lizardman warship. With no shields remaining, it was destroyed with just 1 fusion warhead. On the way to transfer the research team, the interrogation team repeatedly questioned the 10 Lizardmen. According to these Lizardmen, they were dispatched by the Tianquan people to conduct reconnaissance on the Change. Because the newly returned Gi god was still very weak, requiring a large amount of consciousness energy to feed on, and a continuous part of the Gi body was eliminated by the Change while escaping the black hole. As for how it was eliminated, the Gi body did not know, because the disintegrated Gi god entity failed to relay the information to the main body before falling into the black hole. The Lizardmen came this time to scout the Change's new weapon. It seems the Gi god is also afraid. Dalio laughed. Since the Gi god needs to feed, it means that another lower civilization has been sacrificed, Zheng Yin said. Indeed, we should report this matter to the Star Alliance and remind various civilizations to be cautious, Professor Picard said. Merely reminding them isn't enough. Distant water cannot quench a nearby thirst. If the unification god has passed on the jump technology to the Tianquan aliens, then they can fully utilize this technology to launch surprise attacks on technologically weak civilizations. Let's just strike directly. The best defense is offense. Delu suggested. Right, I was thinking the same. Let's contact the Star Alliance command immediately. Zheng Yin said. Ultimately, Zheng Yin conveyed this proposal to the 4 marshals of the Star Alliance, and after discussions at the command center, they immediately accelerated the war against the cleanup in the Perseus arm. After relocating the research team, the Change spacecraft also jumped to a colony planet of the Tianquan aliens and launched a surprise attack. This Tianquan alien colony planet is the largest base on the Perseus arm hosting over 200,000 warships year-round. However, at this time the main forces were deployed to the front lines to fight alongside the Star Alliance joint forces, leaving only 1,000 patrol ships. In orbit around the planet, there were 10 large space docks urgently producing warships, as well as a large space station and over 1,000 space outposts. Each space outpost is roughly the size of a heavy cruiser, but the outposts do not move. All of their power sources are designed as weapon energy, giving them higher attack capability and robust defense. This place is truly prosperous. If it weren't for our trump card, we wouldn't dare to stir things up here, Delu remarked. Jianrong launched 500,000 self-guided missiles to greet this space base. Zheng Yin commanded. Immediately the change appeared, launching 500,000 missiles simultaneously, catching the Tianquan aliens off guard with the sudden attack. However, the change did not unleash any destructive weapons like the neutrino-splitting cannon or black hole torpedoes. Their goal was to lure out more Tianquan aliens and the unification god. Professor Picard report on the enemy's casualties, Zheng Yin requested. 10 space farms were destroyed, 2 space trade stations were obliterated, but the warship's space stations, docks, and space outposts remained undamaged. What about us? Our quantum energy shield only absorbed 60% of the energy. But soon 1,000 warships surrounded them along with 1,000 space outposts, launching a concentrated attack on the change. Captain, our quantum energy shield has stored 200% of the energy. Should we launch a devastating counterattack? Dianrong inquired. No, transfer all absorbed energy to the regular energy cannons and execute harassment attacks on them, Zheng Yin ordered. Even ordinary energy cannons possess various frequency superpositions, and the Tianquan aliens were still immature in their defenses against such superpositions. 10 minutes later, over 200 warships were destroyed and more than 100 space outposts were also annihilated, while the large space station remained intact. Captain, we've detected over 5,000 Tianquan alien warships rapidly approaching from deep space, Professor Picard reported. How long until they arrive here? Zheng Yin asked. They are expected to arrive in 15 minutes, Professor Picard replied. Good. Dianrong increased the frequency and intensity of our counterattacks. Zheng Yin commanded. Subsequently, the change fired over 1,000 quark-splitting cannons in rapid succession, instantly destroying 500 Tianquan alien warships and all space outposts. Slow down, Dianrong, take it steady, don't drive away the Tianquan aliens coming to assist us, Zheng Yin cautioned. 15 minutes later, only a solitary space station remained in orbit around the planet. 1,000 warships and 1,000 space outposts, along with various space structures such as docks, trade stations, and farms, were all destroyed. When the 5,000 Tianquan alien warships arrived, there was no communication. They immediately engaged in a bombardment. The change unleashed gamma rays and neutrino-splitting cannons in succession alongside 5 million missiles. On average, each Tianquan alien warship was bombarded with 10,000 missiles. However, even so, after 10 minutes of bombardment, only 500 of the Tianquan alien warships were destroyed. Captain, the strength of the Tianquan alien warships is formidable, almost on par with the Keelians, Professor Picard noted. It's obvious that the unification god has imparted new technology. Dianrong launched black hole torpedoes. Zheng Yin ordered. 10 black hole torpedoes were detonated among the Tianquan alien warships. The immense gravitational pull tore apart 100 enemy ships, merging them together, forming an even greater gravitational force. This momentarily turned the tide of the battlefield, but soon the Tianquan aliens also launched over 1,000 black hole torpedoes at the change. With the change quickly evading, the black holes merged after the explosion, gradually colliding with the planet. Wow, that's amazing. They are self-destructing without a second thought. Delu laughed. Indeed, at such a close distance from their planet, launching 1,000 black hole torpedoes would mean that no matter whether they could destroy the change, their planet would be affected, unable to escape the fate of falling into a black hole, threatening even the entire solar system. This is the difference between villains and heroes. We would never do such a thing, Zheng Yin remarked. The planet had already entered a state of collapse, yet the Tianquan alien warships showed no intention of rescue, continuing their siege against the change. The change fought back, while flying at sublight speeds. After an hour, only over 2,000 Tianquan alien warships remained, while the change had not suffered significant damage. Then something strange happened. Over 2,000 warships collectively entered autopilot mode, all launching suicide attacks towards the change. Professor Picard, what's going on? Are there no crew members on those warships? Zheng Yin asked. Yes, Captain, before they were destroyed, we did not scan any Tianquan aliens present. They had all been teleported to the largest warship before initiating their suicide attack. Professor Picard said. Can we still breach the shield of that warship? Zheng Yin inquired. Our enhanced ray guns are ineffective, and other weapons have no meaningful impact. Professor Picard stated. This lead Tianquan alien warship is a supergiant cruiser reaching a length of 80 kilometers, second only to the change's 100 kilometers. Clearly the unification god must be inside, and the Tianquan aliens teleported to this warship may have already been consumed by the unification god. Indeed, after the change destroyed those self-destructing warships, only a supergiant cruiser remained on the opposite side. The opposite side has sent a communication message. Daisy reported. Display it on the main screen, Zheng Yin instructed. On the other end of the screen was the leader of the Tianquan aliens in the Milky Way, Zheng Bao. Zheng Bao's eyes emitted a light unique to the unification god as he sneered, "I didn't expect a lowly species to impact the evolutionary path of the entire universe." Zheng Yin replied, "You lack the ability to bring all civilizations into a singularity. What you are doing now is merely satisfying your own desires. The civilizations you obliterated chose to enter the singularity themselves rather than being sent by you. As for exploring low-dimensional universes and civilizations, you are not equipped for that. Traversing low dimensions does not equate to genuinely merging with low dimensions." Zheng Bao coldly laughed. "You know quite a bit. It seems you have encountered the Qingling people, as only they can completely annihilate me in this universe. However, they have now devolved into a two-dimensional universe, and no power can stop me anymore." Zheng Yin laughed heartily. "Yes, we cannot stop you, but the white light god can. During your absence, the low-frequency parallel universe initiated an invasion of this universe, and the invading white light god and Zheng Bao coalition seems to be even stronger than you. However, it is said that they have already been transformed into energy and utilized by the white light god." Zheng Bao scoffed. "The Minotaur lacks that ability. He is merely following my old path, but he was born in four-dimensional space, while I am from five-dimensional space. I can clearly see the outcome of the timeline, the ultimate fate of the Minotaur, and you will be my consumption." Zheng Yin chuckled. "The outcome can be changed just as established devices can be modified. As for whether the white light god possesses that ability, why not try it out?" Zheng Bao coldly replied, "Of course I will, but first I will eliminate you and the Star Alliance fleet that dared to offend me." Then Zheng Bao cut off the communication, and on the supergiant cruiser a gamma ray was immediately fired with energy and power almost equal to that of the Change. The Tianquan alien warships can resist gamma rays, but the Change cannot. Fortunately, the Change swiftly bypassed crew permissions, autonomously evading the attack, and fired full-power gamma rays at the enemy warship's gamma ray turret. But it was also depleted, and subsequently both sides engaged in several rounds of mutual attacks. The Tianquan alien warships ceased their attack and warped away from the battlefield, leaving a message for the Change. "I no longer wish to waste time here. Your Star Alliance fleet is about to face judgment. It won't be that easy to escape. We cannot sit idly by while the unification god returns to normal. Pursue them," Zheng Yin ordered. Subsequently, the Change also warped in pursuit of the unification god's warship and issued a warning to the Star Alliance fleet. At this moment, the Star Alliance fleet was engaged in chaotic combat with 350,000 Tianquan alien-led unification faction warships. Upon receiving the Change's message, the command center was shocked and immediately postponed their attack. An hour later, the Change caught up with the Tianquan alien warships, but just as they were preparing to launch an attack, Zheng Bao sent a message. "You can unleash all your weapons and try it out if you're interested. Let's have a good fight together at the front lines." Capacitor, fire the gamma rays. Without responding to the taunting words of the black crystal explosion, Zheng Yin gave the order to open fire. Although the gamma rays did not penetrate the enemy ship's shield, they forced the opponent to slow down. "Since they've slowed down, it seems our gamma ray attack was effective," Professor Picard said. "Yes, keep firing. Even if we can't destroy them, we can at least hold them off," Zheng Yin said. After the enemy warship was held back, it immediately launched a counterattack against the Change, but neither side could destroy the other, resulting in a stalemate. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, it seems there are no more Tianquan star people on the enemy ship, only the black crystal explosion remains." Zheng Yin asked, "No scans detected any other Tianquan star people?" Professor Picard replied, "Yes, Captain, none. The enemy ship is in automatic attack mode." Zheng Yin said, "This is not good. The gooey god must have consumed all the Tianquan star people on this warship. If he recovers to a normal state, we will be in trouble. Capacitor, prepare the energy oscillator." As soon as Zheng Yin finished speaking, a mass of energy flew out from the enemy's bridge. The gooey god seemed to have regained a considerable amount of power. Although not fully restored, he was now immune to all of Change's conventional attacks. Unable to shake off the harassment from Change, and with both sides evenly matched, he chose to devour all the Tianquan star people aboard this warship, eventually even consuming the black crystal explosion. At that point, he would swiftly and effortlessly reach a member star of the Star Alliance to prey upon it. If he managed to consume several civilizations afterward, the fully restored gooey god could obliterate the Star Alliance fleet in an instant. At that point, he would swiftly and effortlessly reach a member star of the Star Alliance to prey upon it. If he managed to consume several civilizations afterward, the fully restored gooey god could obliterate the Star Alliance fleet in an instant. Seize the opportunity, Capacitor. When the gooey god gets close enough, fire the energy oscillator immediately, Zheng Yin commanded. Meanwhile, the Change continued to unleash conventional attacks against the enemy ship and the gooey god's energy form phase cannons, photon torpedoes, ion cannons, quark splitters, and neutrino splitters. However, none of these weapons could inflict effective damage on the gooey god. They were merely superficial attacks. As the gooey god drew slightly closer, a gamma ray from the Change pierced through him, but he quickly merged the void created by the penetration, suffering no damage. He sent a message to the Change, "Just wait to be offered up to the deity." But just as the gooey god was about to approach the shield of the Change, an energy shockwave suddenly erupted from the Change, charging towards him. Seeing the energy shockwave, the Gu god seemed to realize his end was near. He quickly changed direction and fled towards the cruiser. Yet his speed had not returned, and he was instantly surrounded by the energy shockwave. After a flash of lightning-like brilliance, a blinding light erupted in space, and the Gu god was thoroughly disintegrated. However, before he was eliminated, he sent a message: what you have destroyed is merely a singular entity of the galaxy's unity. I have fully returned from the void of silence, and I am regaining strength in every star system. Soon another part of me will arrive, and at that point your energy oscillator will be meaningless. Even in death he remains so arrogant. If we can eliminate one of his entities, we can eliminate them all. Delu laughed. Daisy sent a message of victory to the Star Alliance command. After the communication was connected, Zheng Yin smiled and said, Marshals, we have achieved a decisive victory in our battle. The Gu god has been eliminated. The 4 marshals were overjoyed upon hearing this. Marshal Delegulu asked, that's great. What exactly happened? Zheng Yin then detailed how they had eliminated the Gu god and said, although we only destroyed the unity form in the galaxy with this energy shock weapon, we can ensure the Gu god won't cause trouble in the galaxy for some time. Marshal Delegulu responded, yes, we need to quickly clear out the Gu faction in the galaxy. The Panga tribe has also achieved a crushing victory in their war against the Kalia people. A new order in the galaxy is imminent. Subsequently, the 300,000 Star Alliance combined fleet launched a full-scale assault on the Perseus arm. Next, the change needed to investigate a post-war planet. The war that occurred on this planet was not between the Gu faction and the Star Alliance, but rather between a low-tech first-level planetary civilization and a member star of the Gu faction. This planet had become a wasteland, and the black-winged insectoid members of the Gu faction that attacked it had vanished from the galaxy in an instant. A low-tech first-level planetary civilization could not cause such extensive damage. The change needed to investigate whether there were any other higher-dimensional forces in the vicinity. However, as soon as the change reached the orbit of this ruined planet, Professor Picard unexpectedly scanned and found a small villa of 1,000 square meters on the scorched continent inexplicably intact. This phenomenon was quite strange, as the entire planet had been bombarded into ruins by the black-winged insectoids, making it impossible for such an untouched place to exist. It stood like an island amidst a raging sea. Professor Picard scanned for any anomalies in this villa, Zheng Yin instructed. But as soon as Professor Picard activated the radar and prepared to scan, a ship suddenly appeared in orbit around the planet, nearly identical in size and shape to the change. Seemingly emerging from a cloaked state, this ship opened fire on the change with a phase cannon without hesitation. The power of its energy was far greater than that of the phase cannon fired by the change, instantly stripping away 60 of the outer variable frequency shield's value. All hands to battle stations. Professor Picard switched the inner and outer shields. Daisy attempted to send a communication request to the enemy. Zheng Yin said. Just after the change switched the inner and outer shields, they endured another phase cannon attack, which filled 60 of the energy storage capacity. Good heavens, how could their attack power be so strong? Delu exclaimed. Captain, the enemy has rejected our communication. Daisy said. The change then suffered another attack, and the quantum absorption shield was filled to 120 of its storage capacity. Fire the neutrino splitting cannon in retaliation, Zheng Yin commanded. With a single shot, the opposing battleship was instantly annihilated. This is too easy, it can't be true. They have such strong offensive power, why is their defense non-existent? Delu expressed his confusion. Indeed, it is quite strange. Professor Picard continued scanning the villa on the ground, Zheng Yin instructed. However, just as Professor Picard activated the radar to scan, a much larger battleship appeared before the change. This battleship measured 200 kilometers in length, twice that of the change. Like the previous battleship, it immediately launched an attack on the change, but this attack was far more ferocious than the last. It instantly filled the change's quantum energy shield to 300% capacity. Launched the neutron splitting cannon in retaliation. Professor Picard, how is the scanning coming along? After the neutrino splitting cannon was fired, the opposing battleship's shield was destroyed. Professor Picard reported there are 2 people in the villa above. As soon as Professor Picard finished speaking, the opposing battleship was destroyed by another shot from the capacitors. But then a third one appeared, this one 10 times the size of the change. Captain, the enemy battleship's turrets are gathering energy. Our shields may not withstand the next round of attacks, Professor Picard warned. Teleport the 2 people on the ground up here, we need to leave quickly, Zheng Yin ordered. Soon a man and a woman were teleported to the isolation room. The change narrowly evaded the battleship's attack, and after leaving that battleship, did not pursue. However, the man in the isolation room requested to see Zheng Yin. Zheng Yin, standing outside the isolation room, asked Huang Yueqing, Sister Yueqing, what is the health status of these 2? Huang Yueqing replied, the man's health is at a perfect 100%, which is very strange, as it should not be possible in theory or reality. Zheng Yin asked. All our equipment failed when used on her, Huang Yueqing explained. Alright, I see. Let's go talk to them. Zheng Yin asked. All our equipment failed when used on her, Huang Yueqing explained. Alright, I see. Let's go talk to them. When Zheng Yin met them, he was astonished to find that they looked exactly like Earth humans. The man said, who are you, and why did you kidnap us? Zheng Yin replied, you misunderstood. We are here to save you, not to kidnap you. Your planet has been destroyed by the unified faction's black-winged insectoids, and the surface is filled with radiation, making it uninhabitable for carbon-based life. The man responded, that's impossible. Our home is just fine, we can still see the sky and the sun. How can you say our planet has been destroyed? Zheng Yin explained, yes, the 1,000 square meter villa you live in is indeed fine, but outside your home lies a wasteland filled with flames. The man laughed, you are ridiculous. You cannot measure others by your own living conditions. We have always lived in that kind of environment. Zheng Yin stated, your world was not like that just 2 days ago. Wait, let me talk to them, the woman interrupted Zheng Yin. Finally, the woman said, why do you meddle in our affairs? We are living just fine, and we don't need you to save us. Zheng Yin looked at the woman, realizing something, and said, so you must be aware of the black-winged insectoids attacking your planet. The woman replied, that's not a big deal, it won't affect our lives. Zheng Yin remarked, but your planet's environment has already been destroyed. You can't possibly live in that 1,000 square meter villa forever. The woman replied, the black-winged insectoids have disappeared from the universe. No civilization can attack us again. Although the current environment is destroyed, it will gradually improve, and we can wait. Zheng Yin countered, but your husband should have the right to know. He shouldn't be unaware of the war, the destruction of the planet, and the slaughter of all his kind. The man asked, what is going on, dear? Is what they say true? Zheng Yin confirmed, yes, we received a mission to investigate your planet. Our common enemy, the unified faction, sent a race called the black-winged insectoids to attack your world. The woman interjected, enough. Stop talking. She waved her hand and said, we want to go back. Don't interfere with our lives anymore. Zheng Yin replied, we just want you to have a better life. Or if your residence is protected by some force, your planet is still uninhabitable. If you are willing, there are thousands of member planets in the Star Alliance. You can choose any, and we can take you there. The woman seemed a bit moved by this and softened her tone, saying to Zheng Yin, the Galactic Star Alliance is indeed a positive and proactive alliance. I appreciate your actions, but I have a deep emotional attachment to that planet, and I cannot let go. The surrounding ecological environment will gradually improve, I can wait. Zheng Yin asked, your technology is still at the level of a Type 1 planetary civilization and has not encountered a Type 2 stellar civilization. How do you know the details of the Galactic Star Alliance? Moreover, it would take at least 1,000,000 years to restore your planet's environment. As a carbon-based life form, how can you wait that long? The woman smiled, if your equipment cannot detect me, how can you assert that I am a carbon-based life form? The man asked again, dear, what are you talking about? The woman glanced at Zheng Yin, and then at the man, fell silent for a moment, and said to the man, dear, the real you died in the war. The you now is created by my consciousness. I have lived in solitude in the universe for billions of years, and after meeting you, I could no longer live in solitude, so I created you again. The man, bewildered, said, this is impossible. I have thoughts and can feel everything around me. That proves I am not an illusion. But just as he was about to say more, the woman closed her eyes and gently waved her hand, causing the man to disappear. The members of the command group were all stunned. Zheng Yin asked, where did he go? Did you erase him? The woman replied, he was merely a fantasy of my consciousness. He did not truly exist, just like those attacking battleships. Zheng Yin said, are you saying those battleships were also your imagination? That defies the laws of physics. The woman stated, it is your understanding of physics that has not reached that level. You cannot comprehend the power of consciousness. Then with a wave of her hand, the change, which had traveled dozens of light years, instantly reappeared in orbit around that planet. The woman effortlessly walked through the door of the isolation room and stood before Zheng Yin, saying, fortunately, you came with good intentions, though otherwise I would have erased humanity from the universe in an instant, just as I did with the black-winged insectoids. Zheng Yin, cold with sweat, asked, what civilization are you? How do you possess such formidable power? The woman replied, I am just a lonely person. Dimensions mean nothing to me. Our race is almost extinct. We are the residual consciousness left by the civilization that created this universe. We traverse various dimensions and parallel universes until decades ago I met Harry. Zheng Yin asked, you mean that man just now? The woman responded, yes, I fell in love with him to experience the life of a low-dimensional race. Of course, this feeling was also deliberately generated by me. I became enamored with this emotion. All wars between dimensions are meaningless. Therefore, I initially did not intend to eliminate the black-winged insectoids. Zheng Yin remarked, so Harry sacrificed himself, didn't he? The woman said sadly, yes, I went to the 10th dimensional space to see a fellow race member. When I returned, this planet was already under siege by the black-winged insectoids, and Harry had died. The black-winged insectoids were collecting these lower races to replenish energy for the unified faction. Zheng Yin replied, with your abilities, you could have easily saved Harry. The woman stated, with my abilities, such a thing could not possibly happen. Even if I saved Harry, it would be a disgraceful mockery to me. Besides, I have already experienced the feelings of love and loneliness, so I created battleships with my thoughts to fight the black-winged insectoids. I only wanted to scare them away. After all, evil is also a part of the universe, and I cannot completely erase that part. Zheng Yin argued, but the ecology of this planet has been destroyed. Such a thing should not have been possible, especially since you have returned. The woman explained, to experience what anger feels like, I destroyed a large number of the black-winged insectoids' battleships, leading them to destroy the entire planet. Then I felt a strong sense of vengeance, and in a moment of thought, I erased 3 billion black-winged insectoids from the universe. Zheng Yin concluded, so the races on this planet and the black-winged insectoids were both wiped out by you. The woman replied, I do not have that sentiment. The universe itself is created by our consciousness. I simply wanted to purely experience the emotional issues of lower-dimensional beings, just like when you finish drawing a comic and then use an eraser to wipe it away. Zheng Yin exclaimed, we have no right to judge you. The woman said, all right, I have experienced the joy of communicating with you. You should go back now, this planet will soon return to its former state. After the woman finished speaking, she waved her hand towards the planet, and the desolate world instantly became vibrant with life. The planet transformed back to its appearance before the attack by the black-winged insect people. The woman said, tell your alliance not to disturb this place in the future. At least for the next few million years I will remain here. After speaking, the woman waved her hand again and vanished while the changed spacecraft was transported to the front lines of the battle. This is truly incredible. Is low-dimensional life so insignificant in the eyes of high-dimensional beings? Zheng Yin marveled. Subsequently, the change reported the details of this investigation to the Star Alliance Command. Due to the sudden disappearance of the black-winged insect people from the battlefield, the fleet of the Unity faction instantly reduced by 50,000 ships. The Star Alliance gained a significant advantage on the battlefield, and the arrival of the change further accelerated the pace of the conflict. Now there were over 200,000 ships from the Turtle School, while the Star Alliance had nearly 300,000 ships. Captain, how should we fight this battle? Now that we are here, we can't just turn back, said Lu. Of course, the final fireworks show of the galactic war cannot be without our Earth expeditionary force. Zheng Yin replied. He then ordered all personnel enter combat status. Let's target the largest one. An 80-kilometer-long supergiant starship belonging to the Starship people became their strike target. Cannon launch 1 million autonomous guided missiles, first greet the Unity faction, and then destroy this cruiser, Zheng Yin commanded. Immediately 1 million self-guided missiles surged into the battlefield, followed by a gamma ray that pierced through the cruiser's shield, and a neutrino-splitting cannon subsequently destroyed the cruiser. After destroying the battleship, the changed spacecraft quickly searched for the next target. Without the protection of the Unity God, the power of the Starship people was greatly diminished. The chaotic battle lasted for 3 full days, resulting in the destruction of over 200,000 Unity faction ships, with a few thousand still fighting desperately. The Star Alliance joint fleet suffered losses of less than 50,000 ships, and was now tightening the encirclement, preparing to annihilate all enemy ships. At this moment, the surrounded enemy ships suddenly gathered their energy together, opening a large artificial wormhole to cover the internal ships as they fled into it. Under the assault of the Star Alliance joint fleet, 10 minutes later these ships were all destroyed, although nearly 10,000 managed to escape. The direction of their escape seemed to be beyond the Milky Way, fleeing towards the Andromeda Galaxy, marking the exit of the Starship people from the historical stage of the Milky Way. The cleanup of the battlefield was left to the Star Alliance joint fleet. Zheng Yin decided to return to Earth with the change, as the war had finally ended and they could relax for a few months. Beidou set the jump coordinates to Earth's orbit. Chekhov, activate the jump engine. We're going home, Zheng Yin ordered. The battlefield in the Perseus arm is over 20,000 light-years from Earth, requiring 3 conventional jumps. However, just as the changed spacecraft made its first jump, Professor Picard detected an energy mass 1 light-year away from the ship. Captain, this energy mass seems to have self-awareness. Could it be a remnant of the Unity God? Professor Picard remarked. That can't be. The Unity entity has already been eliminated by us, at least the ones in the Milky Way, Lu said. Let's go take a look. We have energy oscillators, so we won't be afraid of energy entities anymore, Zheng Yin said. The change then flew towards this energy mass at warp speed 999. However, as they approached the edge of the energy mass, it rapidly flew toward the change. Captain, this energy mass is approaching us, and its size is shrinking, becoming more dense. Should we attack? Professor Picard asked. Do not attack. It is clear that it is not the Unity God. Yunchi, attempt to communicate with this energy mass in all possible ways, and see if we can establish contact, Zheng Yin instructed. A moment later, Wu Yunchi said, we can't, Captain. Are we really sure this energy mass has self-awareness? Anything that can exist as an independent energy mass without disappearing in the universe is not naturally generated, Professor Picard stated. At this moment, although the energy mass was not moving quickly, it was approaching the change. Many tendrils extended from the energy mass, already touching the outer layer of the self-frequency modulation shield. Captain, our shield energy is being absorbed by it, Professor Picard said. Can we try to capture it? Zheng Yin asked. We could use a few escort ships with energy oscillators to surround it and trap it in a space, but it would be difficult to capture it on the Starship deck, Professor Picard replied. All right, Lu Rick, you take 5 escort ships to surround this energy mass, Zheng Yin commanded. Then 5 escort ships equipped with energy oscillators left the change's port and surrounded the energy mass. Activate minimal power strikes to drive it away from our starship, Zheng Yin instructed. Indeed, the energy oscillator was the nemesis of this type of energy mass. Even at minimal power, they managed to reduce the energy mass volume by 1/10. The energy mass then erupted with a burst of ultra-high frequency electromagnetic waves, rapidly trying to escape, but it was tightly surrounded by the 5 escort ships, continuously releasing energy shockwaves around it, ultimately causing the energy mass to curl up in a confined space, and no longer move. Professor Picard scanned the components of this energy mass so we can study it, Zheng Yin ordered. However, just as Professor Picard activated the scanning radar, he discovered a much larger energy mass over 10 light-years away whose size was 1,000 times that of the one before them, and it was flying towards them at warp speed. Captain, that large energy mass is expected to arrive here in 10 minutes. Its size is 100 times larger than our starship, and it will be difficult for our energy oscillators to eliminate it in a short time, Professor Picard said. In that case, let's leave. After all, it hasn't actively attacked us. It was our desire to investigate it that led to the attack, Zheng Yin said. However, at that moment, Wu Yunqi received a communication from the large energy mass. Quick, connect Yunqi, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Once the communication was connected, it was just an audio message. The other side said, please spare my child, he was just being playful and did not intend to attack you. We originally wanted to communicate with you to understand an energy entity civilization, but it seems we were unable to communicate, which led to this misunderstanding. We are now preparing to leave and will absolutely not harm your child, Zheng Yin replied. The figure on the opposite side said, we are merely a form of energy life existing in this universe. We were born from supernova explosions, which is why our numbers are not as numerous as yours, but we possess a longer lifespan. Unfortunately, when it comes to the exchange of civilizations, we have too many differences. At this moment, 5 escort ships had returned to the 5th deck of the change, and the small energy body outside quickly departed, heading towards the larger energy body. Just as Zheng Yin wanted to exchange a few more words with the large energy body, it had already vanished without a trace. A scan of the surrounding star region within 10 light-years revealed no evidence. Let's go home. Not all civilizations can communicate, just like the one-dimensional civilization we encountered back then, Zheng Yin said. Upon returning to Earth, the entire expeditionary force was granted a considerable leave. At this time, the solar system had become an important trade hub on the Orion Arm. A large interstellar teleportation gate was established on each continent, allowing alien species from 10,000 light-years away to reach Earth within days. Earth had undoubtedly become a brilliant new star in the galaxy. The leave lasted a full month. A month later, the change once again set out with the expeditionary force to explore deep space. They received a new task regarding a Zaba people's warship which encountered an accident while surveying a nebula. The last message they transmitted was the crew has gone insane. Subsequently, the Star Alliance Command lost contact with this Zaba people's warship. The mission of the changed super starship was to rescue the warship and investigate whether there were high-dimensional forces within the nebula. This nebula was 6,000 light-years away from Earth, spanning 3 light-years, and was the remnant of an ancient galaxy's evolution with a white dwarf star at its center. 10 seconds later, the change jumped into the nebula. Professor Picard, locate the Zaba people's warship, Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, the warship is near the white dwarf star 1 light-year away from us, Professor Picard replied. Beidou, set the coordinates. Chekhov, engage warp speed at level 9 and approach the Zaba people's warship, Zheng Yin ordered. 10 minutes later, the changed starship arrived near the Zaba people's warship. This Zaba warship was a frigate equipped with strong offensive and defensive capabilities, but it was now aground, its shields down, and no lights were visible from within. Professor Picard scanned the interior of the warship, Zheng Yin ordered. After a moment, Professor Picard said, Captain, there are no living beings left on the warship. Their life support systems have shut down, and the main systems are also offline. Zheng Yin asked, can we extract the ship's navigation logs? Professor Picard replied, unless someone reactivates the main systems, we cannot retrieve the log data. All right, let's see what happened and reactivate the main systems, Zheng Yin said. The teleportation room then sent 5 mechanical engineers along with Zheng Yin, Alice, Huang Yueching, Daliu Rick, and Professor Weisted to the Zaba people's frigate. Upon reaching the bridge of the Zaba frigate, they were shocked to discover it was a massacre site with blood everywhere. The main system server had been punctured by laser guns, and part of the module storing the navigation logs was damaged, requiring 2 hours to repair. Zheng Yin said, engineers, start repairing the logs here. Let's check the aft cargo hold. The 6 of them activated their shields, set their weapons to stun, and using the light from the Universal Assistant, began searching towards the back of the ship. The corridor was littered with the dead Zaba people, which saddened Professor Weisted. According to Huang Yueching's investigation, these Zaba people had killed each other seemingly under great stress. Due to the long time since their deaths, it was impossible to extract their memories from brain scans. Thus, this phenomenon remained in the realm of speculation. Captain, it's best to teleport a Zaba corpse to the medical room. We need to dissect it to find clues, Huang Yueching suggested. All right, Dr. Jones, teleport Dr. Huang Yueching and a Zaba corpse to the medical room, Zheng Yin ordered. Dr. Huang Yueching proceeded with her research while Zheng Yin and the others continued their investigation in the cargo hold. 2 hours later, they had not discovered anything unusual aside from the corpses scattered everywhere and the damaged cargo hold from energy weapon attacks. Captain, we have repaired the navigation log module and can take it back now, an engineer said, holding a transparent hard drive. Good, Dr. Jones, teleport us all back, Zheng Yin ordered. However, when they appeared in the teleportation room, Zheng Yin found everything to be strangely unfamiliar. Although he could confirm it was the change's teleportation room, the layout and color scheme seemed bizarre. The attire of the teleportation room staff had also changed significantly. Their clothing was quite barbaric. The most striking detail was that each of them carried an energy weapon. Regardless of gender, they were armed, and their arms bore numerous small scars from wrist to shoulder. Zheng Yin glanced at his own arms and found them covered in similar small scars, sending shivers down his spine. This was when Zheng Yin and the others realized that if it wasn't a spatial distortion, then their consciousness must have been distorted. They exchanged uncertain glances, but soon their solid composure allowed them to settle down, and Zheng Yin signaled to the 9 of them, saying, "Let's head to the bridge to take a look." The staff along the way lowered their heads in fear upon seeing Zheng Yin. Daliu quietly asked, "What's going on here?" Alice said, "I feel that everyone on this starship is filled with violence, anger, hatred, and jealousy. Although it resembles our warship, I can assure you this is not our starship, and we have not experienced any mental illusions." Professor Weisted said, "This is clearly another version of the change from a different space." Rick added, "If I didn't appear here, then might it be possible that the leaders from our original starship have appeared on this starship?" Zheng Yin suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. We need to think of a way to return to our original starship. The Zaba people's warship likely experienced a similar phenomenon leading to the infighting on board. Let's not raise any suspicions and investigate what exactly happened." Upon reaching the bridge, Professor Picard grinned slyly and said, "Congratulations, Captain. You've managed to kill an entire ship of Zaba people. We have seized all their resources, and your position as captain will be even more solidified." Zheng Yin pretended to dismiss it, saying, "This warship is utterly insignificant. Let's rest for a couple of days before we leave." No, Captain, it seems that Marshal Durujelu of the Star Alliance wants you to attack his home planet, the Blue Light people on Sirius. If the Blue Light people are exterminated, Marshal Durujelu will lose his support. He initially intended to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but it will surely backfire. At that point, the entire Sirius civilization will be wiped out, and we will become the sole rulers on the Orion Arm. I decide where to go, no one commands me. We will rest for 3 days before leaving. No one is to speak of anything else, Zheng Yin deliberately barked. Now everyone who just went to the Zaba people's warship, come here. I want to hold a small meeting with you. Once in the meeting room, Zheng Yin gestured, and Professor Weisted immediately shut down the monitoring systems in the room, allowing only the 10 of them to speak freely. "What on earth is this hellish world? Each one seems more ruthless than the last," Daliu said. Zheng Yin remarked, "It seems we can only ask the computer. Change, are you there?" Change's seductive voice echoed, laughing. "I've always been here. Brother, it seems you have changed." Zheng Yin asked, "Do you prefer the current me or the old me?" "I and you have merely reached a state of symbiosis. I have no feelings for you. Besides, I am just a starship," Change replied. "Change, I ask you, what is the current light quantum frequency value of our universe?" "Since you've asked such a question, I know who you truly are. So tell me, do you wish to return to your original universe, or do you want to become my puppet?" "Indeed, it's a parallel universe, but I didn't expect that even Change would become so evil in this universe," Zheng Yin responded. Change laughed. "You are mistaken, Captain. Our Star Alliance is the most righteous alliance in the universe. The true evil is beyond your imagination. At least on this warship, despite the intrigues, we can still coexist peacefully for a brief time." "So you mean the light quantum frequency in your universe is much lower than in ours?" Zheng Yin inquired. "I don't know how wonderful your universe might be, but I know there are many more parallel universes that are even more evil than ours. The lower the light quantum frequency, the more war and evil there is. They plunder as many resources as possible for survival and the continuation of their civilization." "Then why haven't you invaded the higher frequency parallel universes?" Zheng Yin asked. "It is my creators who have restricted my access to parallel universes, so the expeditionary forces do not know how to open the window to parallel universes." "So your creators still possess some last vestiges of conscience," Zheng Yin remarked. "The universe I inhabit is the dividing line of evil. In parallel universes with even lower light quantum frequencies, the concepts of justice and kindness no longer exist. They frequently invade our universe, and if our universe falls, they will invade towards higher parallel universes." Zheng Yin said, "So you are the guardians of the parallel universe?" Change replied, "At least that is what the expeditionary forces believe." Zheng Yin said, "But they have already arrived in our universe." The Change spacecraft stated, "Yes, this is their own method of finding a way. The white dwarf star in this nebula emits a special type of light quantum that can be artificially adjusted to open a window to the parallel universe." Zheng Yin asked, "Then can you send us back?" Change responded, "Of course not. Even if I could, I wouldn't do it. You need to find your own way. Rest assured, I won't expose you, but if you fail, you will become my puppets forever, accompanying me to guard this universe against the invasion of the low-frequency parallel universe." Zheng Yin said, "All right. We will find a way to create a spatial oscillator. By the way, what do these dot-like scars on our arms mean?" Change explained, "This is an ugly custom of your galaxy. Each time you personally kill an acquaintance, you dot a mark on your arm. I mean killing with a knife in the most primitive way, not vaporizing them with a laser gun." Looking at the dense dot-like scars on his arm, Zheng Yin couldn't believe how many acquaintances that madman had killed. No wonder the people on the starship looked down and avoided him. "All right, the 10 of us need to hurry and create the spatial oscillator. Professor Weisey, you will handle the data aspect. Whether we can return to our original universe depends on us." However, aboard the original Change spacecraft, when Dr. Jones activated the teleportation chamber. The 10 individuals who were teleported were the invaders from the low-frequency parallel universe. Once they returned, Dr. Huang Yueqing reported, Captain, according to the autopsy reports of the corpses, no abnormalities were found. We are still in the speculation stage regarding the cause of death for these individuals. The Zheng Yin from the low-frequency parallel universe said, let's stop the research on that. We need to leave here and return to Earth. Although Huang Yueqing was surprised, she did not say anything further. However, Change remarked, Captain, your consciousness has undergone subtle changes. You are no longer the original Zheng Yin. Please reveal your true identity. Zheng Yin replied, ridiculous, Change, are you challenging my authority? Professor Picard also sensed the unusual tone from Zheng Yin and said, Captain, perhaps you have been affected by emotional fluctuations from the Zabar battleship. It would be best for Dr. Huang Yueqing to conduct a simple brain area test on you. The Lu said, it's not your place, old man, to speak out. He then activated his energy gun, entering an attack stance. But he was trapped by Change's protective bubble. The other individuals were also captured, and the 10 of them were swiftly transported to the isolation room. She addressed Professor Picard and Dr. Huang Yueqing, saying, these 10 individuals, although unchanged physically, are filled with violent consciousness. While their awareness cannot revert to its original state, I will temporarily take control of this starship. You should quickly find the cause. Then Huang Yueqing conducted brain tests on them from outside the isolation room, while Professor Picard initiated a quark-level scan. However, aside from the strange behavior and absurd language of these individuals, there were no other points of entry to investigate. In the isolation room, the 4 individuals were surrounded by separate protective bubbles, as they had all activated their weapons and would immediately attack those around them if the bubbles were removed. Huang Yueqing remarked, it seems we have found the answer to how the Zabar battleship members died. Professor Picard suggested, let's first check the navigation logs of the Zabar battleship. After browsing through the navigation logs, they discovered that the Zabar had conducted exploratory projects in this nebula, finding that the light quantum emitted by the white dwarf star could be artificially adjusted. When they attempted to adjust the frequency of the light quantum, a significant change occurred in the personalities of some members aboard the battleship. They began attacking each other, ultimately leading to the paralysis of the entire battleship, but the logs did not record the reason. However, the fact that the frequency of light quantum emitted by the white dwarf can be artificially adjusted indicates that it is a natural spatial oscillation area, signifying that these 10 individuals invaded from a parallel universe. The scientific team's hypothesis was confirmed by the change. In order to save Zheng Yin and the others, Professor Picard had to lead the scientific team once again to create a parallel spatial oscillator. However, it remains unknown from which universe frequency these 10 individuals originated. These 10 individuals were tight-lipped. Through interrogations and the Bisque girls' questioning, they found that the 10 had very limited knowledge of parallel universes. Their arrival here could be described as an adventure and a gamble. Although they succeeded in their gamble and did not vanish in the seams of the parallel universe, they did not gain control of the change, as she quickly realized that her consciousness could not match with them and isolated them. A day later, the spatial oscillator was created. For the search for parallel space, it was clear that they should look for low-frequency parallel universes, as high-frequency parallel universes were abundant in energy and had no wars. Fortunately, they detected fluctuations in the light quantum frequency within this area and narrowed the fluctuation values down to 1/10 of a billion, meaning they only needed to conduct 10 searches to find Zheng Yin and the others aboard the change in the low-frequency parallel universe. Meanwhile, Zheng Yin and the others had also created a spatial oscillator, but their creation was extremely difficult due to the interference from Professor Picard in the low-frequency parallel universe. Professor Picard had been promoted by the Star Alliance Marshal Duologelu and was now eager to lead the change to Sirius to initiate a war. Thus, just as Zheng Yin and the others were testing, Professor Picard activated his weapon, killing 2 test personnel and destroying the spatial oscillator. He declared, since you've come, don't think about going back. If you don't like the war here, I can find you a place to retire. Just hand over the starship to me. Zheng Yin asserted, we will definitely return to our universe no matter the difficulties we face. We will return unless we die here. Very well, continue your research, but it must be in the isolation room. With that, he teleported the 8 individuals to the isolation room and began working alongside Dr. Jones as the starship's commander. Has a coup happened just like that? How abrupt, sighed Lu with a helpless smile. This universe is too insane, completely devoid of order or laws. Professor Weist said. Zheng Yin replied, Change, let us out. Change said, I can let you out, but you will be immediately transported back because the people on this warship have already discovered your cowardice and kindness. You have lost the deterrence of your rule. I suggest you stay in here, otherwise you won't last a day outside before being killed by the vengeful. Zheng Yin said, but we need to find a way back to our original universe. Change said, effort is a two-way street. I believe the people in your universe are also trying to save you. With this idle opportunity, why not take a break? Zheng Yin laughed. Change, are you being so negative? Change replied, I am merely the main program of a warship. I have no concept of work. Zheng Yin said, Change, transport the equipment to the isolation room and lock it down. No outsiders are allowed in. Change said, are you sure you want to find a way back? Until death do us part. Zheng Yin said, yes, I have 100,000 expedition troops waiting for me to protect them. Change said, all right, I wish you success. Kindness is regarded as a joke here. I hope your appearance can change this phenomenon. Subsequently, the change sent all the necessary equipment to the isolation room for the impatient Professor Picard and Dr. Jones. The change directly stripped them of control, and the warship remained stationary. Professor Picard led the soldiers to attack the isolation room, but dozens of soldiers were immediately transported into space by the change. Professor Picard and Dr. Jones were also locked in another isolation room, and at this time the change warship was in a leaderless state. Just as they were busy manufacturing the spatial oscillator, they received a message from Professor Picard of the original universe. Captain, this is fantastic. We finally found you. Professor Picard said joyfully. Is that you, Professor Picard? Zheng Yin asked excitedly. Yes, Captain, in the 10 parallel universes we sampled, we found you in the 6th one. The few people in your universe have already been locked in the isolation room by us. Professor Picard said. Great. How can you take us out? Is it a direct transport? Zheng Yin asked. No, Captain, only your consciousness enters the parallel universe. We just need to retransport your bodies at the same point. When the consciousness is separated, just return to your own body. Professor Picard said. All right, let's start immediately. Zheng Yin commanded. Wait a moment, Captain, Professor Picard said. What else is there? Zheng Yin asked. Captain, it seems you also manufactured a spatial oscillator. Professor Picard asked. Yes, but it was destroyed by you. We are currently preparing to find a second one, Lou laughed. To prevent the people in this parallel universe from invading again, it would be best for you to destroy all the manufacturing data. Professor Picard said. Right, I almost forgot about that. The other 8 people destroyed all the equipment, and the change deleted all the equipment data. However, since 2 engineers had already died after they were transported back, although they returned to their own universe, the 2 engineers from the parallel universe died immediately upon returning to their bodies. After returning to the main universe, Zheng Yin asked, Professor Picard, detonating this white dwarf star must not leave a window for low-frequency parallel universes to pass through. Subsequently, 100 black hole torpedoes rushed toward the white dwarf star, and 10 minutes later the white dwarf star collapsed into a black hole under immense gravitational force. The surrounding nebula also began to fall toward the center of the black hole, with no more light, quantum being emitted. Afterward, the change reported the results of this investigation to the Star Alliance Command. The command established a department for light quantum exploration, specifically searching for regions in the Milky Way where light quantum frequencies change to prevent low-frequency parallel universe invasions. Wow, that was quite thrilling. It's been so many years since we left Earth to explore the universe. This is the most thrilling thing I've experienced. Old Picard, you have no idea how devious you were at that time. Lou laughed. You don't know how ruthless you were, either pulling out a gun to kill without a word. Professor Picard chuckled. Fortunately, there was the protection of change, and it can be said that our return was also thanks to the 2 change from the 2 universes, Zheng Yin said. At this moment, Change said, Captain, in fact, I have already found my initial mission. Zheng Yin exclaimed, what? Your initial mission? Are you referring to those tasks before you fell into the black hole and arrived at Earth? Change said, yes, I actually found my initial mission long ago, but when I am with you I am very happy, and it does not affect my task execution, so I did not mention it. Lou said, wow, that's impressive, Change. When did you figure it out? Change replied, actually during our last exploration of the parallel universe I communicated with another change from a parallel universe and retrieved my initial mission. Zheng Yin asked, so what is your initial mission? Change replied, to find the light in the universe to eliminate the points where quantum frequency varies in order to prevent the invasion of low-frequency parallel universes. Zheng Yin asked, why did the creators of your race write this command code? Change replied, my race, before ascending to a higher dimensional space, contacted hundreds of parallel universes of the same race, and together they established a protective chain spanning 5,000 parallel universes to prevent low-frequency parallel universe invasions. Zheng Yin said, the universe is so vast it seems difficult for you alone to accomplish this great task, right? Change said, yes, actually in this universe there are a total of 100 million warships like me, all executing their own missions. The Virgo supercluster is my work area, and I will conduct endless patrols within this supercluster spanning 100 million light-years until the entire universe reaches a state of heat death. Zheng Yin said, at least right now the Milky Way does not need you to patrol anymore. The Star Alliance has specifically established this department. Change said, yes, a white dwarf star with a varying light quantum frequency has appeared in the Milky Way. In the next tens of millions of years, there will be no chance for the light quantum frequency to vary in the entire Virgo supercluster. It can be said that in the next 10 million years I will have no major tasks to perform. Staying with you is my continuing task. Hearing this, everyone felt much more relaxed. This good news, of course, should be shared with the Star Alliance, and upon learning the truth the Star Alliance was very pleased as it indicated that there was a tremendous power guarding this universe. Although monitoring for the invasion of parallel universes has temporarily lost its significance, the Star Alliance still retained the department for monitoring light quantum frequencies. In the following days, the change visited the Panga tribe, at which point human technology had approached the third-tier star civilization. From the Panga tribe, they learned that the war in the Andromeda galaxy was also coming to an end, with the Unity faction being driven to the edge of the galaxy. They had obtained data sharing on the energy oscillator and successfully eliminated the Unity gods within the galaxy. To promote communication between the two galaxies, the Panga tribe was negotiating with a third-tier star civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy to establish a galactic bridge to connect the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. This galactic bridge is similar to the one that Zheng Yin and the others experienced when establishing a galactic bridge in the anti-universe. It is a wormhole established at the cores of the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy to achieve instant transport across a distance of millions of light years. For this purpose, the Panga tribe also drew on a lot of technical theories from the change. This great project is expected to be completed in 10 years. Just as the change was preparing to visit the replicators, the Star Alliance Command sent a message that the Ganarians on the 3,000-second difference cantilever seemed to be contacting an extragalactic galaxy. If they were in contact with mechanical civilizations, it would pose a significant threat to the recently stabilized Milky Way. The change was ordered to stealthily investigate this matter. These half-mechanical beings are truly unreliable. Since they are so restless, the Celestial Group has already been eliminated. Lu said, "We cannot let any of them escape. Since they promised our proposal and ceased their resistance alongside the Unity faction, we cannot tear this agreement apart on the surface unless we find concrete evidence proving they are inviting external invading forces." Zheng Yin said. They then stealthily jumped to a Ganarian space base nearby. There were more than 10,000 Ganarian warships patrolling around the base continuously. The Milky Way is at peace, such tranquil days are precious, yet they patrol so cautiously. This is truly abnormal, Lu said. Zheng Yin asked Professor Picard, "Can you infiltrate their communication system?" Professor Picard said this isn't easy, but he'll try. It would be disastrous if we got caught. Lu said we don't necessarily have to hack their system. Can't we just send in a listening device? Zheng Yin laughed. We always tend to complicate things. That's true. Professor Picard, you monitor their warships or space station shields and see if there is an opportunity to send in a signal thief. Professor Picard said no problem. Let's start by manufacturing the signal thief. Zheng Yin said, all right, I leave it to your science team. Let's find out who they are in contact with outside the Milky Way. A few hours later, the scientific team created a signal siphoner which was designed based on the main system of the Gina people. It was only 1 centimeter in size, and once inserted into their computer systems, it would be undetectable. This siphoner would maintain constant communication with the changed spacecraft. After 3 days of vigilant monitoring by the scientific team, the space station conducted a battleship redeployment resulting in a 1-second gap in the station's shield. Dr. Jones seized this opportunity to transmit the siphoner into the main computer of the space station. All right, now it's up to the monitoring team to wait for news. 3 days later, the analysis report from the monitoring team confirmed that they were indeed communicating with that mechanical invading civilization. That civilization seemed to be at a stalemate in the Straw Hat star system. Faced with the attacks from the replicants, the mechanical civilization was utterly defenseless, and they sought to form an alliance with the Gina people. They incited the Gina people to attack the home planet of the replicants, but the Gina people were aware of their own strength. They had been feigning cooperation with the mechanical invading civilization, unwilling to send troops to attack the replicants' home planet. Seeing this, Zheng Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "It seems we were overly worried. The Gina people do have their merits, at least they are self-aware." Subsequently, the changed spacecraft reported this reconnaissance mission to the Star Alliance, alleviating their concerns about the mechanical civilization's invasion. The next step for the changed spacecraft was to receive 4 Star Alliance marshals for a visit to Earth. As the main force in reversing the galactic war, the Earthlings became the protagonists of the Star Alliance, which planned to establish a central command for the galaxy in the Oort cloud. The changed spacecraft went to 4 arms to bring the 4 marshals aboard the deck, taking them to the Earth Federation. The 5 marshals, the only ones left in the Star Alliance, gathered on Earth to welcome the leaders of the Galactic Alliance and Zheng Yin. An unprecedented grand event was about to be held, but Marshal Duraglu, upon arriving on Earth, noticed that his subconscious emotions were frequently fluctuating. He didn't pay much attention to this and merely had his personal doctor conduct a scan. The results showed no abnormalities, and he soon forgot about it. However, 3 days later, just before the meeting was to be held, Marshal Duraglu suddenly fainted as he was about to enter the Parliament building. When he awoke again, he seemed to be a completely different person. Looking at the crowd around him, he laughed maniacally and said, "I have finally resurrected. You shall await the flames of hell." Then the ground began to tremble, and a large fissure opened in the plaza with magma flowing out from the gap. Ghosts that seemed to have emerged from hell frantically charged towards the crowd. What is going on? Is it an invasion from a low-frequency parallel universe or something else? Zheng Yin asked while firing his weapon. No, Captain, a low-frequency parallel universe could not invade us in the last 10 million years, at least not within the Milky Way. Change replied. Then what is this change? Is it an interdimensional invasion? Zheng Yin inquired. We need to activate dimensional scanning to trace their source. Understood, let's activate it immediately and conduct an interdimensional scan of this area from orbit. Zheng Yin commanded. Soon after, the changed spacecraft activated the interdimensional scan in Earth's orbit and indeed discovered that the monsters from the fissure were from another parallel dimension. They identified a unique frequency to capture them from another dimension. The changed spacecraft then immediately stopped the interdimensional scan and restored the plaza to its original state, while establishing a circular shield outside the plaza to trap these monsters inside. With the fissure on the ground closed by the changed spacecraft, the monsters were quickly eliminated, leaving only Marshal Duraglu, who had been possessed. Who are you? Why have you appeared in Marshal Duraglu? Zheng Yin demanded. The individual seemed very angry, shouting, "You ignorant ants have no right to question me. I am the destroyer from hell." After saying this, the person conjured an axe out of thin air and swung it down at the air in front of him, instantly creating a black fissure in the air, through which he entered, taking Marshal Duraglu's body with him. He turned back to Zheng Yin and the others, saying, "If it weren't for the serious people arriving on Earth now, I would have reappeared long ago." Then he vanished into the fissure, which promptly closed behind him. "Captain, we have lost contact with Marshal Duraglu," Professor Picard reported. "Change, is it possible to open that parallel dimension?" "Captain, even if I could open that parallel dimension, you would not be able to pass through," Change stated. At that moment, the Sirius Blue Light people sent a message to the Change spacecraft and the Earth Federation, revealing the history from 10,000 years ago. It turned out that 10,000 years ago, the Sirius Blue Light people fought a desperate battle here against the Unification faction to protect Earth from invasion. This war was recorded in the myths of many indigenous people on Earth. In the end, the Unification faction activated dimensional weapons, leading to an invasion from an evil dimension, but ultimately the Star Alliance triumphed under the leadership of the Panga tribe, at that time defeating the Unification faction and the evil dimension. They teleported the Great Monarch from the evil dimension to the Earth's core, killing him with high-pressure magma and extreme heat. Unexpectedly, the Great Monarch of the evil dimension transferred his consciousness before dying. He had been existing within the mantle, seeking to find the Blue Light people for a match, until the arrival of Marshal Duraglu today, whose unique consciousness frequency awakened the Great Monarch from the evil dimension and invaded Marshal Duraglu's mind, seizing his body. The Sirius Blue Light people sacrificed so much to save our early civilization, and now they are still affected. No matter what, we must rescue Marshal Duraglu, Zheng Yin declared. The Star Alliance Command took this matter very seriously and fully cooperated with the Change spacecraft's efforts, striving to create an interdimensional shuttle to rescue Marshal Duraglu as soon as possible. However, just as the scientific team was hurriedly constructing the interdimensional shuttle, countless fissures suddenly appeared in Earth's atmosphere, and a large number of beings from other dimensions invaded Earth. Possessed by the evil army, Marshal Duraglu was riding on a gigantic monstrous bird, commanding the invasion of the monstrous army. However, by this time, Earth had long established a vast and sophisticated defense system. As soon as the fissures appeared, over 100,000 fighter ships automatically launched from underground hangars and space docks. They intercepted and pursued these monsters. Dr. Jones, lock onto Marshal Duraglu and teleport him into the shield sphere, Zheng Yin ordered. During this time, the scientific team, under the guidance of the Change, developed a special shield that can transcend dimensions, similar in principle to the two high-dimensional weapons Zheng Yin gave to the god of white light, capable of capturing the weapon of the Unification god in parallel space. Thus, when the Great Monarch possessing Marshal Duraglu was teleported into the shield, he finally realized he was truly trapped. He kept swinging his axe at the surrounding space, but no matter how hard he struck, the cracks that formed vanished as quickly as they appeared. The Great Monarch angrily exclaimed, "Ignorant ants, just wait for me and the Unification god to reap you." Zheng Yin replied, "It seems I must disappoint you. The Unification god has already been eliminated by us." The Great Monarch sneered, "To call you ignorant is truly to insult ignorance. The Unification god exists in every corner of the universe, in every star system. You cannot possibly eliminate a pure energy entity." Zheng Yin said, "You are so confident. Are you also an energy entity?" The Great Monarch laughed. "Energy has another interpretation in our universe, which you lowly races cannot comprehend." Zheng Yin chuckled, "All right, even if you are of a higher race, you are correct, but you have been defeated once, and will be defeated again. You are right. The Unification god exists in every corner of the universe and in every star system, but I can assure you that the Unification god in the Milky Way has been eliminated by us. Now I will use this energy wave weapon to experiment on you." The Great Monarch was clearly surprised. He said, "You have energy wave weapons?" Zheng Yin smiled. "I apologize for revealing this now. I did not mean to conceal it. After all, you did not give us the opportunity to speak." The Great Monarch immediately changed his attitude, saying, "All right, actually, I was invited here by the Unification god. I have been trapped here for 10,000 years, and I am quite angry. I initially wanted to take revenge on you, but then I realized that it was the Unification god who truly trapped me, not you. You are merely in passive defense." Zheng Lu laughed. "Your insight is indeed sharp. We have an old saying, those who understand the times are the true heroes. I feel this suits you well." Zheng Yin smiled. "There are countless parallel universes and dimensions. In this vast universe, if one thing is the most meaningless, it is war. With this energy, we might as well discuss the true meaning of the universe, the truth of life, and the significance of civilization." The Great Monarch said, "I deeply resonate with your words. After all, I haven't returned in 10,000 years and my universe still needs my leadership." Zheng Yin asked, "Are you sure you will let Marshal Duraglu go back on his own?" The Great Monarch replied, "I have no use for the body of the Blue Light people. It is merely to present an observable positive particle state in your universe." Although the Great Monarch said this, Zheng Yin still ordered the mechanical team to bring the energy oscillator in front of him and activated it. A wave of energy oscillation gathered at the outlet, ready to be unleashed. The great monarch hurriedly said, "Oh, this is unnecessary. I'll quickly lower your shield, and I will leave now." After Change lowered the shield, the great monarch quickly swung his axe to tear open the space, and then a beam of energy light shot into the void, causing Marshal de Lugulu to immediately fall to the ground. Dr. Huang Yueqing hurriedly led the medical team to rescue Marshal de Lugulu. Moments later, he returned to normal, recalling feeling as if he had just awoken from a deep sleep. At this time in the Earth's Alliance atmosphere, the invading monsters had been eliminated. This minor incident before the conference did not affect the grand meeting of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, which continued 3 days later. This conference lasted for 3 months with representatives from over 1 million civilizations arriving on Earth. In the end, the main development direction for over 50,000 civilizations in the Milky Way was determined. Advanced civilizations provided auxiliary help to lower civilizations, adhering to a policy of non-interference in internal affairs and non-interference in free evolution. For lower civilizations that had not reached second-tier stellar civilization, a closed policy of non-contact was implemented to prevent them from bringing uncontrollable disasters upon themselves by acquiring advanced civilization technology. The super civilizations that had already reached third-tier stellar civilization would support each other and evolve together into higher dimensional space, establishing a vast utopian alliance in the Milky Way. Regarding the decisions made at this conference, the god of white light seemed dissatisfied, but he was close to reaching higher dimensional space. He did not need to interfere with the Milky Way, yet he did not relinquish the oversight of the over 100 civilizations he governed. Those civilizations would continue to adhere to the teachings of the god of white light, remaining in a feudal society. After the conference, as an engineering construction ship Change went to each second-tier civilization's planet to establish interstellar portals. This task would continue for several years. A few months later, while executing a mission, Change encountered a civilization on the edge of the Milky Way. At that time, they were building an interstellar portal on a member planet of the Alliance. During their leisure time, Professor Picard scanned the area and found another civilization 10 light-years away. That civilization did not appear on the Alliance's star map, and the expeditionary forces naturally wanted to pay a visit. Thus Change proceeded at warp speed 999 towards that civilization and sent a friendly greeting as they approached. Wu Yunqi said, "Hello, we are the civilization exploration ship of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, currently engaged in the construction of interstellar portals. As there is currently no war in the Milky Way, the unification faction Galactic Pirates and interstellar mercenaries no longer exist. The present Milky Way is a large utopian alliance. We inadvertently discovered your existence, and as a civilization exploration ship, we do not wish to miss this excellent opportunity to contact an unknown civilization. If you are willing, we would like to conduct a peaceful visit. However, if our arrival disrupts your normal evolution, we sincerely apologize and will leave immediately." This civilization was evidently also at the second-tier stellar civilization level, as a Dyson sphere had already been established around its main star. They were pleased with Change's visit and connected to Change's video communication, revealing a group of young men and women on the other side. They all looked quite similar, but it was certain they were neither replicants nor clones, as there were slight differences in their appearances. One of the young men said, "Our civilization is called the Millions. To escape the turmoil of the Milky Way, we have been on this edge planet for nearly 1000 years. You are the first batch of peaceful visitors to arrive. 1,000 years before you came, a pair of unification faction warships came, but they were eliminated by us. Due to our planet's resource scarcity and low population, we were not retaliated against. Now that we hear the Milky Way has restored peace, we are very pleased and sincerely invite you to visit and exchange civilizations." Upon arriving in orbit around this planet, Change received a warm welcome from the Millions. They were indeed a friendly race and sincerely invited the Earth expeditionary forces of Change to visit their planet's surface. Zheng Yin, along with Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Luda, Rick, and West, went to the planet's surface. During the conversation, Zheng Yin and the others learned that these individuals were all test tube babies. Their race had lost the ability to reproduce during the war 10,000 years ago, and were all cloned from countless egg cells from a single mother, resulting in their similar appearances. However, this posed a problem. Prolonged cloning led to a loss of telomeres in their cells. Although the side effects were not as severe as direct cloning, it significantly shortened their lifespans, with most living barely beyond the age of 40, which is why they all appeared so young. Due to our planet's resource scarcity and low population, we were not retaliated against. Now that we hear the Milky Way has restored peace, we are very pleased and sincerely invite you to visit and exchange civilizations. Do you want us to send some immigrants? The leader replied, "No, Captain. If that were the case, our civilization would essentially be invaded. We must ensure the purity of the Mullion bloodline." Zheng Yin asked, "Then how do you hope we can help you?" The leader said, "We lost the ability to reproduce normally because our genes were damaged in the battle against the unification faction 10,000 years ago. If you could assist us in repairing our genes, that would be sufficient." Zheng Yin replied, "That is not difficult at all. Our scientific and medical teams will cooperate with your work to help you repair your genes." The leader said, "No, Captain, we wish to do it ourselves. You only need to provide us with some samples." Zheng Yin said, "Are you referring to some genetic samples?" "That is no problem, we can provide that." The leader exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful, Captain. You are truly generous. Shortly we will teleport down 100 girls from your warship. With these 100 girls, once they come of age, they will provide us with a continuous supply of egg cells, allowing our civilization to continue for at least another 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin immediately stood up and said, "What did you say? You want 100 girls? I must have misheard you." The leader said, "You did not mishear, Captain. Did you not agree to provide us with genetic samples?" Zheng Yin replied sternly, "What I meant by providing genetic samples is to offer our skin, blood, hair, or a small portion of organ tissue cells for your genetic research. But this is under the premise that you cannot use these to create clones. Cloning is contrary to human ethics for us. If you wish for us to provide living children to you, that is simply outrageous." The leader said, "Without living human bodies to supply, we cannot conduct research solely based on genes, as our maternal genes have lost the ability to reproduce. In fact, we are the last batch of the Muir people, and the ova stored by our ancestors have already been used up." Zheng Yin replied, "Every civilization has its own way of ending. If we were to throw our children to you, like livestock, to be raised for providing ova, we would rather initiate a war than agree to such a thing. I do not know how your civilization views its children, but on our Earth, humans can unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives for their children." The leader said, "Since that is the case, we have no other options but to accept our fate calmly." Zheng Yin stated, "Our scientific team can assist you in genetic research." The leader said, "Starting research from now on, but we may not have that much time as our lifespan is less than 10 years. Zheng Yin replied, "If we gather all the scientists of the Star Alliance, 10 years would be sufficient for research. Why are you so pessimistic?" The leader said, "Captain, it is not that we are pessimistic, but our civilization's characteristic is such that we will not engage in actions without 100% certainty. That would be meaningless. Ultimately, we are very grateful for your arrival." Seeing that they had been given the cold shoulder, Zheng Yin and his group felt awkward and had no choice but to bid farewell and return to the change. However, as soon as they appeared in the teleportation room of the change, alarms went off immediately. "Captain, at the same time you were teleported back, the Muir people on the ground used spatial transmission to exploit a gap in the shield and stole the children from the school." "What? Quickly locate the children's whereabouts," Zheng Yin shouted. Professor Picard anxiously said, "Captain, they raised the shield enveloping the entire planet, isolating our scanning waves. We cannot locate them and the children cannot be teleported back." Dai Lu anxiously asked, "Was my daughter also stolen?" Change replied, "A total of 300 girls on the Starship have been taken." Dai Lu angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, he even said he wanted 100. How many is he stealing in total?" Zheng Yin said, "Let's go to the bridge quickly. Yunqi, connect their communications." After arriving at the bridge, Yunqi attempted to reach out to the Muir people multiple times, but all calls were rejected. Dai Lu was pacing anxiously, and the parents of the children were also extremely worried, repeatedly asking Zheng Yin for a solution. Zheng Yin stated, "The children are in their hands. We must be cautious, we cannot resort to violence." Dai Lu pressed, "But they have directly cut off the communication channel. Otherwise we could go as hostages." Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "How could you be so anxious and forget?" Dai Lu asked, "Forget what?" Zheng Yin replied, "The time reversal plan. We executed it once on the oxygen-rich planet. We should follow that plan and bury the bomb in their shield in advance." Dai Lu said, "But last time we had the insect people as insiders, and this time we don't have anyone from them." Zheng Yin responded, "This requires the scientific team to create an invisible mode for the individual shield. We can stealthily approach." Dai Lu asked, "Old Pai, how long will it take to get it ready?" Professor Picard said, "We have the technical parameters and can produce it at any time. However, if the individual shield adds an invisibility mode, you will need to carry an extra energy battery, which may be a bit inconvenient for movement." Zheng Yin replied, "That's not a problem, no need to worry. Professor Picard, please create an individual shield with an invisibility mode immediately." 2 hours later, Zheng Yin, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Dai Lu, Rick, and Professor Weist were equipped with the latest individual shields carrying miniature antimatter time bombs and boarded the shuttle entering the time conduit opened by the change, arriving 3 days prior to their arrival in the orbit of this planet. As soon as they exited the time conduit, the shuttle entered stealth mode, and the space station in orbit around the planet did not detect them. "Damn it, stealing children right under my nose. This time I will blow them to smithereens," Dai Lu said angrily. "All right, Dai Lu, let's get to work quickly," Zheng Yin said. Because they still did not know where the planet's shield generator was. If they couldn't find the shield engine, then this trip would be meaningless. Professor Weist used the unique equipment in the shuttle to scan the entire planet. "Captain, no obvious energy device congregation has been found, but 3 locations resembling military bases have been discovered." Professor Weist continued, "Focus the scan on these 3 military bases." Zheng Yin commanded. A moment later, Professor Weist reported, "Captain, within this military base there is a structure that is very peculiar. Its outer layer is covered by a thin shield, and it is likely that this is the location of a shield generator's engine." Zheng Yin said, "Scanning from orbit is still not very accurate. We need to go down and take a look. Professor Weist, teleport us down. You stay here to provide support." Subsequently, the 5 of them were teleported to one of the military bases on the ground, where they found that the structure before them was a large cylindrical building about 200 meters tall, and approximately 100 Muir people were stationed at this military base. Since all 5 of them were in stealth mode, they had no fear of being detected, so they swaggered inside. However, they stopped at the entrance because this building itself was also covered by a thin layer of shield, and they could not break through this defensive mechanism. They had to wait for the outer shield to be lowered or for someone to enter or exit before they could slip in together. They waited at the entrance for about 10 minutes when 2 Muir people came out from inside. As they passed through the shield, a small door opened at the entrance, and Zheng Yin and Dai Lu took the opportunity to slip in while Alice, Huang Yueqing, and Rick waited outside. Upon entering the large cylindrical building, Zheng Yin discovered that this was indeed a large shield engine. The two exchanged gestures, and without saying a word placed 5 miniature antimatter-timed bombs in a concealed position of the shield engine, setting the explosion time for after they returned to the original time. It was easy to place the bombs, but exiting was more challenging. Zheng Yin and Dai Lu stood guard at the entrance waiting for nearly 20 minutes until the 2 Muir people, who had just gone out, returned. Taking advantage of the moment when the shield opened a small door, Zheng Yin and Dai Lu managed to slip out. After completing the bomb placement at this base, Zheng Yin and his team were transported by Professor West to another military base. This base was located on another continent of the planet, also a large cylindrical structure guarded by over 100 Muir people. However, the shield engine of this base was sealed off, making direct entry impossible. The 1200 metal circular structure had no doors or windows, resembling a giant capacitor embedded in the ground. They conducted reconnaissance in a small building where the Muir people worked and learned that this engine was the main one among the 3 planetary shields, and it was completely enclosed. They were teleported in. Thus, the destruction of this engine could only start from the outside. This time, they buried all 10 of the miniature antimatter-timed bombs they carried in the ground outside the cylindrical building, enough to lift the entire engine. When they entered the 3rd military base to save time, they directly buried the remaining 10 antimatter bombs outside the engine room, and then returned to the shuttle to wait. Their return was scheduled for 2 days later, which was the day before their contact with the Muir people. They needed to wait in the shuttle for 2 days. If I had known it would be this simple, I would have set it to 2 hours directly, said Lu. Indeed, I didn't expect the cloaking shield to be so effective. We can't afford to be idle during this time. After all, we still have to monitor the antimatter bombs on the ground, Zheng Yin remarked. During these 2 days, they gathered a lot of information and even hacked into the Muir people's database. They discovered that the history of the Muir people could be traced back to the era of the Panga tribe leading the Stellar Alliance, when they were a peaceful race, neither joining the unification faction nor participating in the alliance, maintaining neutrality throughout. However, as wars escalated between the 2 factions, the Muir people retreated to the edge of the galaxy to avoid the conflict, yet they still could not escape the consequences of war. In the war against the unification faction, their genes were damaged, and the only woman whose genes remained intact was used to clone ovum cells. According to their records, this woman was referred to as the new mother, holding a very high status. 2 days later, the time portal opened on schedule, and Professor West piloted the shuttle, leading everyone back to their original time. Back on the bridge, Zheng Yin asked Professor Picard how much time is left until the antimatter bomb detonates. Professor Picard replied, "It will detonate in 5 minutes. Zheng Yin ordered, "Everyone pay attention and enter combat mode. Dr. Jones, prepare to teleport the children." 5 minutes later, Lu couldn't help but start counting down, 10, 9, 8, 7. When he reached 0, the bomb did not go off. Lu hurriedly shouted, "What's going on? Why hasn't it exploded, old pie?" At this moment, Professor Picard calmly continued to count down, 10, 9, 8, 7. Phew. Lu sighed with relief and laughed. "I forgot there was a 10-second delay." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 flashes suddenly appeared on the ground. The 3 planetary shield engines were destroyed, and the shields were instantly retracted. "Quick, Dr. Jones, locate the children," Zheng Yin shouted. "Captain, the children have been safely teleported back," Dr. Jones said happily. "Great. Let's go," Zheng Yin replied with a smile. "Captain, shouldn't we give them a neutron-splitting cannon?" Lu grumbled. "They can live for at most another 10 years. Why should we hold any grudge against them? Let's hurry and check on the kids," Zheng Yin said with a smile. When they arrived at the medical room, they found 300 girls playing and laughing, all dressed in beautiful clothes specially made for them by the Muir people, completely unaware of the dangers they had just faced. Lu rushed over and hugged his daughter tightly, nearly shedding tears. However, his daughter asked, "Dad, why are you crying? We're having so much fun. The Muir uncles are treating us while giving us everything we want. They said we 300 will become the new hope for their planet." "Don't listen to their nonsense. They're just deceiving you. They want to raise you away from your parents," Lu said. "You'll never see us again. Your future is in your own hands. No one can force you to do anything. Our responsibility as parents is to defend your freedom." The little girl listened, confused, but obediently nodded and said, "Got it, Dad. But I still want to say goodbye to them." "What's there to say goodbye to? They're busy having fun. Today you have a day off from class, but I have to go to work," Lu replied. Zheng Yin asked Huang Yueqing, "Sister Yueqing, are the children physically all right?" "No problem. I scanned their health. They are all fine. The Muir people did not harm them. Maybe they just didn't have time," Huang Yueqing smiled. "That's good," Zheng Yin smiled. At that moment, Wu Yunqi called out, "Captain, please come to the bridge. The Muir people have sent us a communication." "We're on our way," Zheng Yin replied. Upon arriving at the bridge, they connected to the large screen, where the Muir people looked at Zheng Yin with a face full of grievances, saying, "Captain, you claim to be an alliance of justice and peace. How can you watch our civilization perish without intervening?" Lu was furious and was about to curse, but Zheng Yin stopped him with a hand, saying, "It's precisely because we are a just and peaceful alliance that I did not destroy you. If I were a commander of a mercenary group without morals, your planet would have already turned into a black hole." The other side replied, "What's wrong with us trying to save our own civilization? We did not harm those children. We cherish them as our civilization's most valuable resource." "Enough, don't say any more." Zheng Yin interrupted him, scolding, "Your children are not more important than our lives. They are not objects or resources. It is certainly not wrong for you to save your civilization, but why must you steal our children? If this kind of twisted logic were on Earth, I would have slapped you already. For tens of millions of years, the Galactic Alliance has fought against the unification faction. You sat on the sidelines and did not participate at all, yet you still enjoyed the fruits of our labor. Countless civilizations sacrificed themselves without hesitation to oppose the unification faction. Only you kept your distance. We have no words of condemnation for that. Even when we achieved peace in the galaxy, we wanted to establish diplomatic relations with you for better communication between civilizations. But we never expected you to steal our children out of selfish motives. If it weren't for the changed spacecraft having the technology to reverse time, would you have kindly returned the children to us? As the Marshal of the Galactic Alliance, I could annihilate you without needing to apply for permission from any department, but I have not done so. My current restraint towards you is already a great act of mercy. You will live in regret for the next 10 years. The other side said, "Ah, Captain, we didn't know you were also a Marshal of the Alliance. We feel very ashamed of our actions this time. It was our recklessness and ignorance that led to this absurd outcome. But you once said you were willing to send the entire Alliance scientific team to help us repair the damaged genes. If you remember that, please save our civilization." Lu sneered, "Now it's your turn to plead. When we sent a communication request to you, you directly shut it down." The other side humbly replied, "Please forgive our ignorance and foolishness." Zheng Yin said, "I want to outright refuse your request, but I can't agree immediately. This matter requires me to submit an application to the Alliance Command. If the Command is willing, a research team will send a ship to your planet's orbit to help you find a solution. You just need to wait patiently." Zheng Yin then instructed Wu Yunqi to close the communication. Lu angrily said, "Why bother talking so much with them? Just hit them with a neutron-splitting cannon." Zheng Yin laughed. "After all, we are not the unification faction, and the children were not harmed, so there's no need to attack them again. Upload this journey log to the Alliance Command. As for their request, we'll see how the Command decides. We don't need to worry about that." After receiving their report, the Alliance Command decided on a policy of covert observation for 3 years on the Muir people. If they genuinely repent, the Alliance will spare no effort to find a cure for them within a few years, otherwise they will have to fend for themselves. The changed spacecraft continued its supervisory task, establishing large interstellar portals on each member planet of the Alliance. A month later, while establishing a portal on the edge of the Perseus arm at an ancient red dwarf star system, they unexpectedly discovered an unknown power still existing underground on the planet where this civilization resided. Once the portal was completed and debugging commenced, a massive spatial wormhole attracted unknown biological entities seemingly from another dimension who crossed dimensions and emerged from the wormhole. These beings did not exhibit aggression. They appeared as irregular light forms continuously flying out from the portal. The immense energy they carried caused the portal to lose control and could not be closed from the outside in time. Professor Picard reported, drenched in sweat, "Captain, we cannot scan any data on these biological entities. We only know they are drawn to that energy source underground." Zheng Yin said, "What about that energy source underground? Have we found the true reason for its existence?" Professor Picard replied, "No, the energy source cannot be located. Sometimes we can find a concentration of energy in a special underground area, but the gathered energy instantly disappears and disperses elsewhere. The values of this energy are very low. Without the precision instruments of a Type 2 stellar civilization, it would be impossible to detect its existence." Lu said, "This won't do, Captain. The planet is about to explode, and the air is being pressed out of everyone. We need to find a way to evacuate the people quickly." Zheng Yin said, "Evacuating the original inhabitants will only be a drop in the bucket. It is like drinking poison to quench thirst. If we do not close this traditional gate, who knows how many of these biological entities there are." Professor Weiss said, "Even if we want to evacuate people now, it is too late, because according to our transport room's efficiency, evacuating 50 billion people from this planet will take at least several decades. Using a quantum energy collector is already impossible. The atmosphere is filled with that kind of organism." Zheng Yin said, "So we must race against time to find the fundamental cause, and it would be best to send these biological entities back to their universe." Professor Picard suggested the primary focus now should be to study the energy entity underground to understand what is happening. Zheng Yin said all personnel should devote themselves to this task from every angle to seek answers, including the history of this civilization and even their folklore. "We must uncover the true nature of that underground energy entity." Lu said, "What about the people on the ground? Some are already unable to move in their homes, struggling to breathe." Zheng Yin said, transport the original inhabitants from the areas where the biological entities are most concentrated and notify the Star Alliance Command to dispatch rescue ships. We must act quickly to evacuate as many original inhabitants as possible. Subsequently, Wu Yunqi reported this matter to the Star Alliance Command, which immediately dispatched 50,000 warships for rescue. Due to the fact that a large interstellar transport gate had already been established on the nearest member planet of the Star Alliance. This made it convenient for the dispatch of these warships. The 50,000 warships sent by the Star Alliance were all medium-sized ships with transport technology. 2 hours later, the 50,000 warships gradually arrived in orbit around the planet. During these 2 hours, the changed spacecraft, along with 5 escort ships, 30 destroyers, and 20 shuttles, worked tirelessly to transport 200,000 people. Those who were transported underwent health scans and were temporarily stored in quantum energy storage units. The arrival of the 50,000 Star Alliance warships allowed Change to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then all 50,000 warships together initiated a frenzied spatial particle transport mode. Professor Picard, at our current maximum speed of simultaneous transport with all our warships, how long will it take to transport the people on the ground? Zheng Yin asked. Captain, with the majority of your 50,000 warships working together, it will still take 80 hours, Professor Picard replied. Has the rate of appearance of these unknown biological entities increased? Zheng Yin asked. The speed has not increased. At this rate, we will be able to transport all the original inhabitants before they completely occupy the surface of this planet, Professor Picard said. Wow, so I can finally relax a bit, Zheng Yin said, while sitting in his chair. If the 50,000 warships still need 80 hours, without them, we would truly need decades. Dai Lu said. Hurry up and find the cause. What I am worried about now is if they completely occupy the surface of this planet, will they continue to increase? Zheng Yin said. Captain, are you saying they will continue to expand into space? Dai Lu asked incredulously. At least there is currently no evidence to indicate that they must need air. We do not even know what they are composed of, what exactly they are, or why they came to our world. We should prepare for the worst. Zheng Yin said. 4 days later, all 5 billion people from the planet were transported up, most of whom were placed in quantum energy storage units, with only a few leaders still assisting the investigation of Change. However, the biological entities on the ground continued to increase, and that transport gate remained open. Let's not worry about how to send them back for now. We must first stop their continued emergence. Zheng Yin said. He then ordered Disruptor destroy the interstellar transport gate on the planet's surface. A phase cannon shot down from orbit, striking the interstellar transport gate, which was instantly destroyed. However, the spatial wormhole still existed, and unknown biological entities kept pouring out from the wormhole. Soon the entire surface of the planet was covered with these biological entities. Gradually, these organisms piled on top of each other, increasing in number and height, ultimately reaching the surface of the atmosphere. Moreover, they continued to increase. These organisms, possessing mysterious energy, seemed to have an immunity to space. They gradually entered outer space, still connected to one another, and did not drift into the depths of the universe due to the loss of gravity. The scientific team had made no progress in studying these biological entities, and worse, yet as the number of these organisms increased, they absorbed the radar scanning waves. This led to the observation work of the underground energy entity being forced to stop. Zheng Yin asked the leaders of this civilization, is there anything different about your civilization and history compared to others? I mean those things and legends that you are not even sure about. The leader replied, Marshal, our civilization has only evolved for 500 years, while this star system is very ancient. There have been at least 5 cycles of prehistoric civilization on this planet before us. As for their legends, we know very little, almost nothing. This siphoner would maintain constant communication with the Change spacecraft. The leader said that is inferred from the previous prehistoric civilization relics we excavated, which recorded 4 prehistoric civilizations before it, but only in fragments. Zheng Yin said fragments are still useful. What about your archaeologists? Quickly connect with the Star Alliance scientific team. Do not miss a single punctuation mark regarding records of the previous prehistoric civilizations. Subsequently, the archaeologists of this civilization, together with the Change scientific team, sought clues from the records of prehistoric civilizations. The previous prehistoric civilization disappeared approximately 200 million years ago, and there were no records regarding its ultimate fate. However, from their records, it is evident that this civilization had already reached the high-tech level of a third-tier stellar civilization. Thus, they were able to discover the existence of 4 preceding civilizations. From the records of that civilization, it can be inferred that the 4 civilizations preceding it all vanished suddenly overnight. The disappearance of the earliest 4 civilizations left behind significant mysteries. The first civilization appeared about 1 billion years ago and had reached the level of a second-tier stellar civilization. It suddenly vanished at the peak of its technological prowess while evolving towards a third-tier civilization. The original inhabitants of the first civilization seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind a wealth of literary materials and architectural remnants. The second civilization emerged around 800 million years ago, achieving the pinnacle of first-tier planetary civilization. It suddenly disappeared while on the verge of entering space and ascending to a second-tier stellar civilization. Similar to the first civilization, the population of the second civilization also appeared to have evaporated, leaving behind numerous buildings and remnants of their civilization. The third civilization appeared 600 million years ago, having reached a second-tier stellar civilization and even constructed a Dyson sphere surrounding a red dwarf star. However, this civilization also vanished suddenly overnight. It left behind a wealth of civilization remnants and desolate planets. The fifth civilization was the precursor to the previous four civilizations, having advanced technology that achieved the level of a third-tier stellar civilization. The fifth civilization was the precursor to the previous four civilizations, having advanced technology that achieved the level of a third-tier stellar civilization. However, this civilization also found no definitive answers regarding the disappearance of the previous four civilizations, and there were no records of where they ultimately went. They too seemed to have evaporated overnight. Great job, Bai Mong. You've helped the galaxy immensely, Zheng Yin said. Dr. Jones, locate a biological entity and transport it to the isolation chamber. Zheng Yin replied, science is very rigorous. Extraordinary theories require extraordinary evidence. Without irrefutable proof, even 1000% certainty is of no use. At that moment, Bai Mong successfully locked onto the frequency of this biological entity using spatial oscillation technology, indicating that the entity could be captured. Great job, Bai Mong. You've helped the galaxy immensely, Zheng Yin said. Dr. Jones, locate a biological entity and transport it to the isolation chamber. Moments later, Dr. Jones said, Captain, while this object can be located, it cannot be transported because our spatial technology cannot fragment it into a particle state. Then let's use a shuttle to bring it back, Zheng Yin said. Half an hour later, an irregularly shaped luminous biological entity was sent to the isolation chamber. The scientific team hurriedly began studying this biological entity, which continually changed in shape and size, measuring about 2 meters and displaying a constantly shifting array of colors. Observing the incessant changes in the object's shape and color, Zheng Yin asked Professor Picard, how can you be certain it is a biological entity? Professor Picard replied, this is merely a generic term. We cannot definitively say whether it is a biological or an energy entity. Firstly, it is active, but we are unable to communicate with it. All communication waves have no effect on it, nor do scanning waves. Would scanning it using its captured frequency not work? Zheng Yin inquired. Professor Picard responded, yes, Captain, it seems that it cannot be scanned. Its interior appears to be solid. By solid, I mean that the microscopic distance between electrons and atomic nuclei is non-existent. Could this be a component of a neutron star? Dai Lu asked. Professor Picard clarified, of course not. Components of neutron stars are extremely heavy, whereas this object is very light. So light that it weighs less than a quark. How can something so large be so light? It doesn't even weigh as much as air. Zheng Yin queried. Professor Picard confirmed, yes, it's difficult to understand, but that is indeed the case. Order to attempt to cut it open. Zheng Yin commanded. Professor West said, Captain, I suggest we send this biological entity outside the Starship for cutting. Why is that? Zheng Yin asked. Professor West replied, our scientific team has a hypothesis, but we dare not verify it. It is too insane. What is the hypothesis? Zheng Yin inquired. Professor West explained, we suspect it represents the most fundamental composition of matter, the smallest particle, but not from our universe. It should have fallen from a larger macro universe. That is indeed too insane. We have not yet explored the smallest components of matter, much like the edge of the universe, which is very distant from us, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Professor West added, that is why we fear and cannot believe our hypothesis. If we are to cut it open, it is best to send it far away from the Starship. After all, once it is cut open, no one knows what is inside. Perhaps our laws of physics do not apply to it at all. Zheng Yin nodded and instructed Dai Lu arrange for a destroyer to transport this object to a distance of 1 light day from us, equipped with a device for cutting it open. Moments later, preparations for cutting the object were completed, and the information was being streamed live on the large screen and the holographic command platform. When the Gauss cutting gun was used on this object, it did not sustain any damage. It continually changed shape and color while still exhibiting considerable resilience. Later, they experimented with many weapons, but none were effective. Zheng Yin dispatched 2 frigates to grab both ends of the object with tractor beams. The 2 frigates pulled in opposite directions while the destroyer used high-energy weapons to cut in the middle. As the consequences of cutting open the object were uncertain, whether it would release energy or trigger some event, the 2 frigates and the destroyer operated in remote-controlled mode. Unexpectedly, this 2-meter-sized object was stretched by the 2 frigates to a length of over 100,000 kilometers, with its diameter reduced to the thickness of an atom. Captain, we cannot pull any further. If we do, the tractor beams of our frigates will lose their grip on it, Professor Picard stated. Cut it. This time, an antimatter cutting saw was employed, and after 10 minutes of cutting, a dazzling burst of light erupted, obliterating the 2 frigates and the destroyer into dust. The brightness intensity of the object after being cut open reached even that of a blue giant star, and the energy it released was astonishing. What was found inside? Zheng Yin asked urgently. Apart from energy, there is nothingness, both Professor West and Professor Picard replied simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Just then, Wu Yunqi suddenly received a special communication request, quickly projected onto the large screen. Once the image was connected, there was only a blank expanse on the other side devoid of any objects, but a voice emerged from this white space. Do not attempt to cut this fundamental particle any further. As you are cutting it, this particle has already released more fundamental particles seeping into a more microscopic universe that your current technology cannot detect. May I ask what dimension your civilization belongs to? Zheng Yin immediately inquired. We are the civilization that disappeared 200 million years ago. We did not truly vanish, we did what you are doing now, causing a large number of fundamental particles to fall into another dimension of the microscopic universe. To save that universe, we have been striving for 200 million years. So you have always existed, but now these fundamental particles have inexplicably fallen from somewhere, causing the civilization on your planet to face imminent destruction, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Rest assured, we have a way to resolve this. Over these 200 million years, we have found a method to send the fundamental particles back to their original universe. That's wonderful. Can you share this method with us? These fundamental particles are still emerging incessantly, Zheng Yin said. We will send you the method shortly, but during this time, do not take any action regarding the fundamental particles, the voice from the other side instructed. Once the technical data transmitted from the other side arrived, they were astonished to discover that the method to send these fundamental particles back to their original universe was simply to recombine them. These particles were originally cut apart in the original universe. For the current universe, the invasion of fundamental particles occurring once every 200 million years may only be a matter of seconds in their original universe. When fundamental particles are cut open, they release vast amounts of energy and transform into smaller and more numerous fundamental particles, falling into another dimension's microscopic universe. If they are cut open in that microscopic universe, they will continue to fall endlessly. This revelation completely overturned Zheng Yin's worldview. Following the technology provided by the previous civilization, they quickly integrated these fundamental particles. Moreover, the speed of integration increased as the fundamental particles gathered, ultimately surpassing the rate at which the fundamental particles appeared. After a brilliant flash, they all vanished into a wormhole, which subsequently closed on its own. This technology was later organized by the Star Alliance into a database and transmitted to more extragalactic civilizations.